He was originally an elite member of a modern special forces force, but due to a sudden accident, he traveled to a foreign world where ferocious beasts roamed and the world was uncultivated. In this world, humans are merely food for giant beasts, and he has become the descendant of a witch from the declining Suzaku tribe, whose witch powers have yet to awaken. At this time, there were only 100 people left in the Suzaku tribe. Even the tribal leader was seriously injured and killed by a wild beast Tyrannosaurus Rex on the way to rescue Wuya, and the tribe fell into crisis. But he relied on modern knowledge and his own wisdom to lead the Suzaku tribe out of despair step by step. He set up a clever trap and successfully captured the Tyrannosaurus Rex alive. He trained it as a tribal guard, and it became a symbolic force of the tribe. Under his training and guidance, the unmarked warriors who had been silent for many years in the tribe were awakened and rejoined, and an organized and combat-capable barbarian army gradually took shape. He also inherited the ancient witchcraft, learned the art of contract, and mastered the ability to tame wild beasts and carve wild patterns. However, all this is just the beginning, and his legend in another world has just begun. Bang! Bang! Wuya was awakened from his sleep by a loud crash. It seemed that a huge creature was violently hitting something outside. Along with the dull sound, there was a chaotic clamor, the voices filled with fear and panic. Wuya was now trapped in an extremely realistic dream. In his dream, he became a shaman from a small, extinct tribe in a barbaric era. It was a world dominated by ferocious beasts. Every legendary creature from the creation of Earth to the present day could be found in that wasteland. However, in the dream, Wuya, the most important wizard in the tribe, is a useless wizard whose wizard power has not yet awakened. He was forced to stay deep in the cave, guarded by the tribe's totem warriors, and never stepped out of the cave. A sudden animal roar shook the heavens. Wuya jolted awake, attempting to slam his palm against the bed and quickly rise as usual. However, this familiar movement didn't allow him to spring up as smoothly as usual. As the top student in the Special Forces training camp, Wuya's first reaction was to check his physical condition. He looked down and was completely stunned. His training suit was gone, replaced by a rough animal skin coat, and he only wore a leather skirt on his lower body, which was so empty that it was embarrassing. At this moment, Wuya was completely stunned. His mind raced, and as he thought of that dream, he subconsciously suspected that he was still dreaming. He looked around and found himself inside a huge cave, and his location was a small cave deep in the cave, a cave within a cave. The cave was not spacious, only about 20 square meters. A bonfire burned in the center, and stone slabs and animal bone artifacts of varying sizes were piled around it. The air was filled with dampness and a hint of blood. At the entrance of the cave stood a skinny, sturdy young man with disheveled hair. He was naked and looked anxious. When he saw Wuya suddenly sit up, he immediately shouted outside, "Chief, Wuya is awake." Bang! Bang! The crashing outside continued, only to grow more intense. "Hurry, help me over there. I need to see how Wu is doing." A weak, intermittent voice echoed from outside. It was obvious that the man was seriously injured. Wuya sat on the stone bed, his mind full of doubts. His rationality told him that this was impossible. But the calm analytical skills he developed during training still kicked in. In just a few seconds, he made the only reasonable conclusion. He had traveled through time. He traveled to the world in his dreams and became a shaman of the Suzaku tribe. And those dreams were merely the echoes of the fragments he had absorbed from his original body's memories. The strange thing was that he clearly didn't understand the language, but now he could fully understand the meaning of every sentence. Not long after, 3 people walked into the cave. Wuya narrowed his eyes and saw that 2 of them were carrying a seriously injured man. The man was over 1.9 meters tall, with arms as thick as Wuya's thighs. On his chest was a yellow totem with wings spread out, which was the symbol of a totem warrior. Moreover, he was a powerful yellow-striped warrior. Wuya subconsciously recognized him, the leader of the Suzaku tribe. The leader's appearance was horrific, the left side of his body nearly shattered, blood soaking through his hide. He was only able to survive until now thanks to the totem warrior's tenacious physique. "Wu, the chief is badly injured. You must save him," one of them cried anxiously. But the chief coughed hard. "Ahem, put me down. I need to speak to Wu alone for a few words." The 2 hesitated for a moment, then obeyed. Once they retreated, only Wuya and the chief remained in the cave. The chief raised his cracked eyes and looked at Wuya, his gaze filled with helplessness. Wuya, I can't do this anymore. I can no longer protect the Suzaku tribe. Wuya's heart tightened. Although he had just traveled through time and was still unfamiliar with this world, the scene before him still made him feel sad. He sighed, I'm sorry, I can't save you. I don't have witchcraft power. The chief smiled slightly, his voice hoarse, which, you must remember that leading the tribe to survive is the most important thing. Lead everyone to survive. Wuya repeated this sentence, and suddenly fragments of the original owner's memory emerged in his mind. The Suzaku tribe was once a renowned and powerful super tribe in the savage continent. However, for unknown reasons, it quickly declined and was forced to migrate to this desolate land. He took a deep breath and looked at the leader solemnly. I promise you, no matter what the cost, I will lead everyone to survive and let the Suzaku tribe rise again. Wuya's oath surprised the leader. In the past, Wuya was usually taciturn and never spoke so forcefully. But after hearing these words, a relieved smile appeared on the chief's face, as if he saw hope for the tribe. That smile froze at the corner of his mouth, and he finally exhaled his last breath. The roar from outside rang out again, closer and louder than before. Wuya slowly stood up, his gaze determined. He clenched his fists and walked towards the cave entrance, heading towards the dark cave outside. Let me see what kind of monster can roar so arrogantly. Wuya walked out of the cave and saw about 100 tribal members. Almost all of them were covered with animal skins. They were pale and thin, and it was obvious that they had been malnourished for a long time. These were the survivors of the Suzaku tribe. When Wuya came out, they were all staring intently at the huge rock at the entrance of the cave, their expressions tense. No one noticed Wuya's presence. Wuya ignored everyone's gaze and turned his attention to the cave entrance blocked by the huge rock. The sound of banging continued in his ears. The cave is about 500 square meters. The entrance is a tunnel 3 meters wide and 5 meters long, which is blocked by a large stone with a diameter of 5 meters, blocking the threats outside the cave. Wuya slowly made his way through the crowd, and someone finally noticed him. Wu is out, someone shouted, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look at Wuya. Now that everyone was staring at him, Wuya coughed lightly and said, Don't panic, everyone. I'll go see what's going on outside. As soon as Wuya spoke, everyone in the tribe fell silent. In their minds, a witch would never leave the cave easily, let alone speak like this. Even though the current Wuya is completely different from before, they still believe in him instinctively. After all, the Wuya is the spiritual core of the tribe. Wuya walked to the huge rock at the entrance of the cave and found 5 burly men standing there. They were obviously different from ordinary tribesmen. 2 of them were particularly eye-catching. One was Z, who was 1.9 meters tall, with arms as thick as Wuya's thighs. There were 2 white vertical lines under his eyes, making him look quite fierce. The other was Fei, who was 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, well-defined muscles, and arms almost as thick as Wuya's waist. The other 3 were not weak either, all around 1.8 meters tall, with a calm demeanor, and each wearing a different ornament. Yu wore a manhwa feather necklace. Yin had clean skin and neat clothes, and Yi wore a leaf-shaped pendant made of polished stone around her neck. These 5 were all orange-striped totem warriors, holding high status in the tribe. The orange totems on their chests symbolized their strength. Totem warriors were divided into different levels based on the color of their totems, from lowest to highest: white, orange, and yellow. Wuya was currently unsure of their true levels. The 5 of them had been closely watching the movement at the cave entrance. Seeing Wuya approach, Yun's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, Wuya, it's dangerous here. You need to go back. In Yun's eyes, Wuya was the spiritual core of the tribe, and the wild beasts outside had even their leaders seriously injured and had not recovered. If Wuya were to be in trouble, the Suzaku tribe would probably be finished. Wuya waved his hand, his tone relaxed. Don't worry, the cave entrance is not big. If the beast could get in, it would have already come in. The beasts here are collectively called ferocious beasts, divided into 3 categories: fierce beasts, wild beasts, and wild beasts. Their strength is far superior to that of totem warriors. Usually, it takes 3 warriors to defeat a ferocious beast. Yin wanted to persuade him, but Wuya insisted on seeing the situation. He smiled and added, I won't get close, I'll just take a look through the gap. Nothing will happen. At this time, Faye said naively, "Woo, that thing outside is a wild beast Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's really nothing to see." At the mention of the word Tyrannosaurus Rex, Wu Ya's eyes lit up, his interest growing. After all, having fused his original body's memories, he knew the world was full of diverse creatures. While he'd heard of Tyrannosaurus Rex before, this was his first time seeing one in person. "Okay, I'll just take a peek through the crack," Wu Ya reassured. With his repeated assurances, Yun had no choice but to give way, allowing Wu Ya to approach the crack at the cave entrance. Wu Ya carefully approached and peered through the crack. The moment he took a glimpse, he was completely stunned. A foot? How could he see only 1 foot? That foot was a meter tall and over 2 meters long, like a small mountain. Wu Ya gasped in shock. Then, the giant foot retreated a few steps, and a huge head poked out from the cave entrance. The head was at least 2 meters square, and its lantern-sized eyes stared straight at Wu Ya. The next second, boom! A deafening roar erupted into the cave, frightening Wu Ya so much that he fell to the ground, nearly falling backward. Fortunately, Yin was quick to catch him. Wu Ya's head buzzed, and he felt his eyes burning. He reached up and touched them, only to find blood. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's roar made him bleed. This was the wild beast Tyrannosaurus Rex. Its roar could actually make people bleed from all 7 orifices. Its strength was astonishing. Yin was shocked when he saw the blood on Wu Ya's face and hurried to check on him. "Wu, are you okay?" Wu Ya waved his hands calmly. "It's okay, don't worry." He glanced around and saw that although the tribesmen around him looked terrified, they were all fine. He was the only one injured by the shock, and he was speechless. "This body is really too weak. Wu, you should go back to the cave to rest first. It's too dangerous here," he also advised. Wu Ya nodded, and just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly asked, "Wait, I remember there is no Tyrannosaurus Rex nearby. Why did it run here?" Yin sighed. "It lives in Dark Canyon. This time, when you were seriously ill, the leader took us in to collect herbs, and it was guarding them. We stole the herbs, and it chased us all the way. And it didn't know you'd already eaten them, so it stayed outside." Wu Ya suddenly realized, and a wave of pain washed over him. It turned out that the leader had taken his men on this adventure for his sake, ultimately being severely injured by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Was the leader bitten by this Tyrannosaurus Rex?" Wu Ya asked in a low voice. Yin nodded. "To protect us, he was bitten head-on. Luckily, the medicine was brought back." Wu Ya closed his eyes and silently said, "You saved me. I won't let you down." Seeing his complex expression, Yin consoled him. "Wu, the moment we became totem warriors, we were prepared to sacrifice for the tribe. Chief, your death is a worthy one." Wu Ya slowly opened his eyes, his gaze firm, and then turned to look at the large rock at the cave entrance. "Move it away. It can't get in." Yin was a little surprised. "Wu, what do you want to do?" "Blocking it is no solution. It is always at the door, and we can't get out." Wu Ya continued, "I will find a way to deal with it. You 5, can you kill it?" Yun and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, he shook his head helplessly. "The 5 of us, plus our leader, can't defeat it." Wu Ya asked, "Does the tribe still have any ropes? Something to tie it up?" Yin shook his head. "No, it's eaten even the tendons." Yu added, "Wu, we do have vines. Strong vines can be used to tie things up." Wu Ya's eyes lit up. "Very good. How about speed? Who of you 5 runs the fastest?" The 4 of them looked at Faye at the same time. Wu Ya was stunned. Looking at Faye, who was as tall as an iron tower, he couldn't believe that this was the fastest one. "Okay." Wu Ya turned to Faye and said, "Go out and run around the big tree outside to attract its attention. If things don't go well, come back." Faye was confused. "The Tyrannosaurus Rex is still outside." Wu Ya replied calmly, "I have my own way to make it leave temporarily." Yin frowned. "Wu, what do you want to do?" Wu Ya said calmly, "Capture the Tyrannosaurus Rex alive." Chapter 4. The action begins. As soon as Wu Ya said that he wanted to capture the Tyrannosaurus Rex alive, the 5 people standing beside him, including Yun, were all stunned. They had never expected that Wu Ya would say such a fantastical thing, actually saying that he wanted to capture the wild beast. Yin couldn't help but ask Wu Ya worriedly if he hadn't fully recovered yet. Wu Ya rolled his eyes and replied, of course he wasn't sick, but he couldn't help but say, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is a wild beast, not a cat or a dog. How could it be caught? Faye also nodded in agreement, saying that if they really had the ability, it would be better to just kill it and eat the meat. Wu Ya was amused and sad, and sighed in his heart that they were too naive. How could it be so easy to kill a Tyrannosaurus Rex? He knew very well that the tribe's equipment was all made from the bones of wild beasts. It was fine for dealing with ordinary beasts, but if used to chop wild beasts, it wouldn't even be able to scratch the skin. If we can really capture it alive, maybe we can keep it for future use. Anyway, we can't kill it. Wu Yi said seriously, if I can really catch this Tyrannosaurus Rex, will you listen to my arrangements? Fei was the first to nod. As long as Wu has a solution, we'll do it. We can't keep this Tyrannosaurus Rex blocking the way forever. The others also expressed their obedience, willing to go through fire and water as long as it didn't put Wu at risk. Wu Yi nodded with satisfaction and said that they would follow his plan. They would let Fei lure the Tyrannosaurus away, and they would take the opportunity to find a place to set a trap. Yi was confused and couldn't help but ask, Wu, what is a trap? Totem warriors, who always relied on brute force to solve problems, had no idea about tactical routines, and their heads were spinning. Wu Yi pondered for a long time, unable to explain it clearly, and finally said simply, it's a way to catch prey. Everyone nodded, not quite understanding, but still willing to do as he was told. Fei asked doubtfully, then how do I lure the Tyrannosaurus Rex away? Wu Yi said that he could use meat to attract the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Once its attention was diverted, he would come forward to provoke it, and then lure it out of the cave. Remember to run around the big tree. He explained that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was too big and couldn't turn flexibly, so Fei wouldn't be easily caught up as long as he didn't run in a straight line. If things got really bad, he could always climb a tree. Fei thought it made sense and agreed immediately. Wu Yi continued, explaining that while the Tyrannosaurus Rex was gone, they would find a spot to set a trap. Once the trap was set, they would whistle to alert Fei and lure the Tyrannosaurus Rex over. If Fei encountered an emergency, they would also whistle as a signal. Fei nodded to indicate that he had remembered it, and Yin reminded Wu Yi whether he was also planning to go out and set the trap himself. Wu Yi rolled his eyes and said nonsense, otherwise how would he know where to set the trap? Yin tried to stop them, worried about Wu Yi's safety, but Wu Yi waved him off, saying he was near the tribe and not that dangerous, and that they could just protect him. Yin reluctantly agreed. Wu Yi then demonstrated the whistle several times on the spot, arranging the entire process. They found a large piece of meat from the warehouse, about the height of a man, and prepared to use it as bait to attract the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wu Yi even considered poisoning the meat, but unfortunately, the tribe didn't even have the necessary poison, so he had to give up. When it was time to set off, Fei easily pushed aside the boulder blocking the cave, leaving Wu Yi dumbfounded. The rock must have weighed dozens of tons, and Fei could push it away with ease. This totem warrior's physical fitness was truly abnormal. The Tyrannosaurus Rex outside the cave heard the noise and immediately lowered its head to look towards the cave entrance. As soon as it saw someone coming out, it immediately opened its mouth and roared. Wu Yi quickly used the method learned in training to protect his ears, but his eardrums still hurt. He wiped his face and found that it was bleeding again. He cursed inwardly that the roar of this wild beast was really unbearable for humans to hear. The Tyrannosaurus Rex rammed the cave entrance a few more times, and when it found that it could not enter, it retreated with a roar. Seeing the opportunity was almost here, Wu Yi immediately shouted to Yun, "Hurry, throw the meat." Yun flung his hand, and the piece of meat flew dozens of meters away, then rolled several times on the ground. Sure enough, the Tyrannosaurus Rex noticed it and immediately gave chase. However, when it got close enough to smell it, it squashed the meat in disgust. Wu Yi broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. Luckily, he hadn't poisoned the beast, or else it would have been troublesome if it had been discovered. This Tyrannosaurus Rex only ate fresh prey and had no interest in stored meat. Fei immediately appeared, running and shouting, "Hey, stupid dragon, I'm here." The Tyrannosaurus Rex glared, and upon seeing him, it chased after him without hesitation. Fei sprinted into the woods on the right, running around a large tree, successfully luring the Tyrannosaurus Rex away. Seeing this, Wu Yi immediately gave the order, "Everyone, let's go." But just as he finished speaking, Yun and the others rushed out like arrows from a bow, so fast that Wu Yi was stunned. Wu Yi stood there and shouted, "You guys should give me a hand. How can I keep up with you when you run so fast?" Chapter 5, Trapping the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wu Yi had just finished speaking when Yun and the others ran a few dozen meters before turning around and rushing back. Without saying a word, Yun picked up Wu Yi in a princess hug and ran away. As they ran, they asked, "Wu Yi, where are we going?" Wu Yi was speechless. This was his first experience being carried like this. Wu Yi sighed and said, Just carry me. I'll find my spot on the ground. Yin didn't hesitate, casually throwing Wu Yi onto his back. Wu Yi nearly fainted, feeling like Yin was about to torment him before the Tyrannosaurus Rex arrived. The situation was urgent, and he couldn't bother to complain. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Run to where there are strong vines. That area is a good place to set traps." They soon found a large number of strong vines on the hillside of Bird Mountain. This terrain was sandwiched between two ridges, which was a perfect location for an ambush. After surveying the terrain, Wu Yi immediately ordered the vines to be cut. The vines in this world were incredibly thick, some as large as water tanks. The sturdy vines Yun and his men had cut down were only 10 centimeters thick, more than enough for their use. Once the vines were cut, Wu Yi personally taught Yi how to tie a slip knot. After tying a dozen or so, he had Yi climb up the tree and hang them from the branches. The principle of this trap was simple. Once the Tyrannosaurus Rex entered, it would be firmly trapped. The biggest characteristic of a slip knot is that the more you struggle, the tighter it gets, which is exactly what prevents the Tyrannosaurus Rex from violently breaking free. This ravine was only 10 meters wide, but Wu Yi and his team had set up a trap area over 20 meters long, enough to stop the Tyrannosaurus Rex from advancing. After doing this, they all climbed up a nearby 50-meter-high tree and hid in the huge branches. This height was enough to avoid the attack of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even if it jumped, it would not be able to reach them. Wu Yi blew a whistle, ready to ask Fei to lure the Tyrannosaurus Rex over. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response from the forest. Wu Yi's heart sank. Could something have happened to Fei? He knew that the loss of a totem warrior would be a fatal blow to the Suzaka tribe. Several minutes passed, and there was still no response. Wu Yi blew his whistle again, but the promised signal still didn't come. He made a quick decision and looked at Yun. "Send someone to check it out. Remember to whistle in response. 1 whistle means everything is fine. 2 means there is danger." Yun nodded in agreement and turned to Yi. "You are the most agile. You go." He responded to the call and jumped into the woods, nimbly moving between the treetops. Wu Yi watched Yi's back gradually disappear, and a sense of unease began to grow in his heart. He had just come across this, and the leader was already dead. If Fei was in trouble too, wouldn't his plot be too unlucky? After waiting for a few more minutes, a weak whistle finally sounded. Wu Yi breathed a sigh of relief and was about to confirm again when he heard the familiar roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the distance. The sound was getting closer, indicating that the target was approaching. Wu Yi immediately took command. "Yin Yi, you two prepare a strong vine, and once it is trapped, tie it around its legs." As he spoke, he gave a quick demonstration with a small vine, and Yun and Yi understood immediately. Yu's mission was to protect Wu Yi. After all, Wu was now the soul of the tribe. Not long after, they heard heavy footsteps coming from the ground, rumbling closer and closer. Suddenly, a figure came flying over from a distance, swinging on a vine. Wu Yi looked and saw that it was Fei. Yin was the first to speak. "What are you doing? You can't even whistle." Fei scratched his head embarrassedly. "I was running so fast just now that I forgot how to whistle. The more I whistle, the worse it gets." We almost laughed out loud, thinking that the 5 of them would need retraining. But he didn't blame him, considering he'd spent quite a bit of time learning the whistle himself. We patted him on the shoulder. "Okay, take a break. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is almost here." Fei nodded in agreement and quickly climbed up a tree to hide. In less than 2 minutes, the massive figure of the Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared in sight. He toyed with it around the woods, throwing it away just as it was about to bite someone, making it extremely furious and roaring nonstop. He nimbly moved ahead, guiding the Tyrannosaurus Rex closer and closer to the trap. Wu Yi's traps were well concealed, with large loops of noose hanging from the trees. To a human, they were easily visible, but to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, they looked like little more than vines. He easily passed through the trap, the Tyrannosaurus Rex following closely behind without a second thought. Seeing this, Wu Yi immediately ordered Fei to lower a sturdy vine and pulley up the tree from behind the trap. Then came the crucial moment. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's massive head slipped through the snare with ease, but when its massive body caught up, trouble struck. At first, only 1 or 2 slip knots encircled its body, and it didn't pay much attention. But as it continued to charge forward, more than a dozen vines tightened simultaneously, completely entangling it and preventing it from moving. As it struggled, the slip knots tightened even more, with several even digging into its armpits and thighs, completely restricting its movement. By the time the Tyrannosaurus Rex realized something was wrong, it was too late. Its short front claws couldn't reach the vines that held it captive. And just like that, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the king of all wild beasts, was captured alive in the mountains by Wu Ye and his men using a primitive trap. Chapter 6. Black Wind Python. Wu Ye saw the opportunity and immediately ordered Yun and Yi to act, emphasizing caution. Without hesitation, the two men lifted a vine as thick as their thighs, holding each end, and leaped from the 50-meter-high tree. Wu Ye watched with trepidation, fearing something might happen to them. It turned out he was worrying too much. Yun and Yi landed as lightly as cats, unhurt and seemingly at ease. They then quickly straightened the vine, 100 meters in total, and pulled it towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was too busy trying to free itself from the vines to pay attention to anything else. The vines wrapped around its legs smoothly, and Yun and Yi circled around it, one clockwise and the other counterclockwise. After a few circles, the vines tightened around it. By the time the Tyrannosaurus Rex reacted, it had been entangled more than 10 times and was unable to break free. Its legs were tightly bound and its shoulders were restrained, basically turning it into a giant specimen that could only roar. But Wu Ye knew this wasn't enough. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's most vulnerable parts weren't its legs, but its mouth and tail. Only by controlling these two parts could it be truly crippled. So he looked at Fei and Yu. You two jumped down from above, wrapped the vine around its mouth, and follow Yun's instructions. Fei and Yu couldn't contain their excitement any longer. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex's appearance, their blood boiled. As soon as Wu Ye spoke, they hurriedly grabbed the vines and prepared to jump down, but Yu suddenly stopped. Wu, what are you going to do? If we go down, you'll have no one to protect you. Yu warned. Wu Ye looked around and saw nothing unusual. He calmly waved his hand and said, Go ahead, it's safe here for now. Let's quickly deal with this big guy. Hearing this, Fei and Yu no longer hesitated, tightened the vine, and leaped down. When they were still 10 meters from the ground, the vine landed right on the bridge of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's nose at a perfect angle. After landing, the two quickly took action. Yu ran while shouting, Yin, Yi, help us, throw us to the other side. Yin and Yi just finished tying their legs and immediately cooperated. They each grabbed Fei and Yu and threw them over like stones. After several rounds of tossing and jumping, the vines were tightly wrapped around the Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth, completely blocking its biteability. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was tossed and unsteady by this operation and fell directly to the ground, but the strong vines still hung on it, completely unable to move. Wu Ye, watching from above, felt relieved. This time, capturing the Tyrannosaurus Rex alive was just a flash of inspiration. Who knew it would actually work? Yun and the others had performed exceptionally well. He was about to offer a few compliments when his heart suddenly tightened, a chill running down his spine. A powerful, dangerous aura was quietly approaching. Without hesitation, Wu Ye suddenly shouted, Catch me, and then jumped directly down. Almost immediately, a black snake head, the size of a small car, suddenly shot past where he had been standing. The snake, over a meter thick and covered in black phosphorus armor, was as gigantic and terrifying as a chimney. As Wu Ye fell, he looked back and realized it was a giant python. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have almost become its dinner. The 5 people on the ground also heard Wu Ye's shout, looked up, and were all frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. They knew better than anyone that if anything happened to Wu Ye, the Suzaka tribe would be finished. All 5 of them simultaneously rushed towards Wu Ye's landing spot. At the crucial moment, Fei caught Wu Ye and landed him safely. The others followed closely behind, protecting Wu Ye while warily watching the giant python that had missed its target. The snake head, furious at having missed its target, thought the meat had slipped away and immediately twisted its body, ready to strike again. Yin and the others were still in shock as they all rushed to Wu Ye's side to check on his injuries, completely ignoring the giant python. Wu Ye was a little dizzy from the fall and helplessly shouted, Stop surrounding me! That snake is coming! Everyone turned around and saw that the giant python had rushed up again. Yin glanced at it and said calmly, Don't worry, Wu. It's just a ferocious beast, the black wind python. He turned and ordered, Protect Wu. I'll take care of it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped the bone knife and rushed forward. Wu Ye's eyes widened, thinking that this was too reckless. This black wind python looked like it was not something to be trifled with. But the next moment, he was completely shocked by the strength of the totem warrior. Yun rushed to the front of the black wind python and punched it directly on the head, knocking it dizzy. Taking advantage of its moment of distraction, Yun leaped over, stabbing the bone knife into the black wind python's jaws and using the momentum to jump onto its head. Without pausing, Yun grasped the knife with both hands, aimed it at the center of its eyebrows, and stabbed it hard. The blade penetrated its brain and spun several times. He pulled out the bone knife, did a backflip, and jumped back to Wu Ya, saying simply, "Protect Wu, it's dying." Wu Ya felt his breathing tighten. This power was too amazing. After being struck in the vitals, the black wind python finally began to twitch and writhe, its death throes more terrifying than any previous attack. As expected, the black wind python fell from the tree and rolled around. Wherever it passed, the trees seemed to be cut by a guillotine, and the grass and trees on the ground were reduced to shreds. Chapter 7. An Unforgettable Moment. Wu Ya looked at the battered black wind python on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. This beast's destructive power is indeed fierce. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have died here today. The black wind python's struggle did not last long, and soon it was completely silent, and it was completely dealt with. Seeing it was completely dead, Yun immediately ran over excitedly, grabbed the black wind python's fang, and pulled it in front of Wu Ya, smiling innocently. "Wu, you take the first bite." Wu Ya was stunned by this, confused. He thought Yun wanted him to gnaw on the meat, and suddenly he was confused. Didn't they agree to eat it cooked? Yun quickly explained that the beast's blood was a potent tonic. In the past, when their tribe went hunting, the totem warriors drank the blood first. By the time the prey was brought back, the blood had long since dried out, leaving ordinary people with nothing to drink. This was customary, a form of respect. After hearing this, Wu Ya finally understood. He turned his gaze to the large hole in the black wind python's head. A mixture of red and white blood was still flowing slowly, blood mixed with brain matter, a rather horrifying sight. But Wu Ya was no ordinary man. He had eaten snakes, insects, rats, and ants during his training, so naturally, he wouldn't begrudge a little blood. He stepped forward and took a deep gulp of the blood. The instant the beast's blood entered his body, a surge of violent energy surged into him, nearly blasting him to pieces. Wu Ya immediately felt the blood coursing wildly, his entire body radiating a strange red glow. Yun and the others saw Wu Ya's face turn from pale to red, but they weren't worried. It was the same when they first drank blood. It just took some getting used to. Wu Ya endured the burning sensation for a while, then stopped when he couldn't bear it anymore. "You guys keep going." He then began running circles around the struggling Tyrannosaurus Rex, using the exercise to dissipate the surging energy. Yi and the others were horrified when they saw this, thinking Wu Ya was in trouble again. They quickly ran to protect him like a nanny, fearing he would fall. The scene was hilarious, like a naughty child being protected by 5 parents. After Yun had drunk his fill, he quickly switched positions, pulling Yi over to drink his blood while he took over the task of protecting the child. The 5 of them took turns, drinking nearly all of the black wind python's blood. Wu Ya, after running for a while, finally felt better, his heat no longer so intense. He frowned as he watched the black wind python's blood continue to flow, feeling it was a waste. So he acted decisively and ordered Fei to fetch some large, thick leaves, folding them into simple cups to collect the blood. Yun and the others nodded in agreement. Previously, all the remaining blood they'd drunk had been wasted, but now they finally had a place to store it. But the black wind python's blood was so abundant that 1 or 2 leaves simply wouldn't suffice. Wu Ya then asked you to find some vines to create a large container. He used branches as a base, then strung vines through the edges to secure it. He then slowly lifted the edges upwards, creating a massive woven basket. The basket was large enough to completely cover Wu Ya even if he stood inside. Of course, a basket alone wasn't enough to hold liquids. So Wu Ya had Yun cut off a large piece of the skin of a black wind python and spread it across the bottom of the basket, creating a natural, leak-proof container. This maneuver amazed Yun. "Wu, this thing of yours is incredible. Just a few branches can turn into a bucket of blood." Wu Ya smiled and replied, "This is called a basket. It has many uses. I'll teach you how to make it later." Everyone nodded, marveling at Wu Ya's extraordinary ability to make even his own tools. In the end, they filled 2 oversized baskets, roughly estimating 4 cubic meters of blood. After collecting the blood, Wuya turned his attention to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was still struggling on the other side. He hadn't finished dealing with this wild beast yet. He needed to come up with a plan quickly. Wu, do you want to kill it? Yun, bone knife in hand, eager to try. This is a wild beast. Being able to personally kill one during my orange stripe warrior days would be a huge accomplishment, not to mention a lifetime of bragging. But Wuya shook his head. They couldn't kill it, even if they wanted to. The key was that they had no tools capable of injuring the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. Even a bone knife in the eye wouldn't be fatal. At most, it would drive it mad. Besides, the Tyrannosaurus Rex still had some use. Killing it would be a pity. Wuya, looking at its massive form, said, "Bring it back to the tribe. Its wild, beastly aura is enough to intimidate most ferocious beasts." Of course, not all ferocious beasts feared it, but if one came, there was no need to fight, just wait for death. And at this stage, this Tyrannosaurus Rex was the best natural bodyguard. Thinking of this, Wuya looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's 2 large nostrils and suddenly had an idea, thinking of the cattle he raised when he was a child. He then ordered, "Get some strong vines and tie its legs and tail together." Although unsure of Wuya's intentions, Yun and the others obeyed without hesitation. With their previous experience capturing a Tyrannosaurus Rex alive, they followed Wuya's instructions with even greater decisiveness and efficiency. Yun remained by Wuya's side throughout, not participating in and the others' operations. After the sudden attack by the Black Wind Python, he decided not to leave Wuya's side until he returned to the tribe. Once the task of tying the tail was complete, Yun immediately asked, "Wuya, what do we do next?" Wuya looked at the bound Tyrannosaurus Rex and smiled faintly. "Next, let live a life it will never forget." Chapter 8. Drilling the Nose. Yun asked curiously, "Wu, what do you mean by an unforgettable moment?" Wuya chuckled and said casually, "Drill the nostrils of this Tyrannosaurus Rex." Yin almost didn't react. Drilling the nose? This is really outrageous. Actually, Yin had heard of people in other tribes drilling the noses of wild animals, but that was something they'd seen done while traveling. No one in the Suzaka tribe had ever done that. Wuya, however, was serious. This is to make this creature behave in the future. Fei nodded as he listened. If this trick works, it'd be amazing. Wuya was frank. I can't guarantee it will work. The cows I raised in my previous life wouldn't necessarily obey after drilling their noses. But compared to just killing it, there's no harm in trying this method. Upon hearing this, Yun immediately drew his bone knife and prepared to attack. "Wu, you stay here. I'll take care of it." It turned out that Yun actually knew how to drill the nose. Wu was a little surprised and stepped aside to watch. Fei, standing nearby, asked with a look of longing, "Wu, do you already have witch power?" Wuya was a bit confused when he heard this. Fei might have equated making the beast listen with sorcery, mistakenly believing Wuya possessed special powers to control the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In reality, Wuya had only physically subdued the Tyrannosaurus Rex. There was no such thing as sorcery. However, Wuya understood Fei's desire. After all, the tribe hadn't seen a newly awakened totem warrior in 8 years. The witch's legacy was broken, the tribe was starving, and the warriors were dwindling. Everyone was holding back. Wuya felt sorry for them and wanted to quickly get the tribe back on its feet. So he replied calmly, "I can make it obey even without witchcraft power." This statement was very confident, but Fei lowered his head, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Wuya hadn't noticed. His attention had already shifted to Yun. Yun arrived at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's nose, looking at the tightly bound behemoth without fear. He first punched the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the face, but there was no reaction. The creature's skin was incredibly tough. Then, Yin raised his bone knife and stabbed it directly into its nostrils. With a puff, the bone knife pierced the nasal cavity, sending blood gushing out. Yin, still worried that the blood might clog the hole, stirred it a few times to ensure it was completely penetrated. The Tyrannosaurus Rex burst into tears in pain, but tied up and unable to move, he could only whimper softly. Wuya watched with a wave of sadness. This is too cruel. But he knew he had to completely convince the Tyrannosaurus Rex to take him back to the tribe. Yin then turned and asked, "Wu, what should we do next?" Wuya picked up a thick vine from the ground and said as he walked, "Take this and thread it through. Make it into a nose rope and tie it up." As soon as he finished speaking, the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly exhaled a breath from its nostrils. Wuya was standing too close and was blown 2 meters away, falling hard. "Wu, are you okay?" Yin and the others were so scared that they rushed over to check. Wuya rolled over on the ground, looking helpless. This Tyrannosaurus Rex's nose is more useful than a kite. Then, while rubbing his butt, he ordered, "Go teach it a lesson, but no weapons allowed." Yin immediately understood Wuya's intention and shouted, "Go beat it to death." So Fei Yu and Yi surrounded the Tyrannosaurus Rex and began to punch and kick it. That big head was like a punching bag, used as a punching bag. Wuya, however, watched and shook his head, thinking, "I told you not to use weapons because I was afraid you'd go blind, but you're just hitting the hardest spots. What a waste of energy." Helplessly, he walked over again. "Wu, be careful." Yin saw this and hurriedly warned. Wuya waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'll be more careful this time." He then walked up to the nose and fiercely kicked it. "I'll teach you a lesson. You've always been a troublemaker. Today, you're in my hands." The newly scabbed wound was broken open by his kick, and blood flowed again. The Tyrannosaurus Rex burst into tears of pain, but he couldn't struggle at all and could only silently endure the humiliation of the humans. The scene was almost too surreal to describe. A desolate beast could actually suffer such a cowardly day. The nearby totem warriors were stunned. They hadn't expected Wuya to have such a domineering side. After venting his anger for a while, Wuya turned to Yin with satisfaction and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring the vines. Tie your nose." This time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had completely conceded defeat. Chapter 9 Return. After Yin understood Wuya's meaning, he immediately agreed and ran to get a thick and strong vine. Wuya took it and passed the vine, which was about 6 or 7 centimeters thick, through the nostrils of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and tied a solid knot. While not a professional nose ring design, this method of piercing the nose was sufficient to keep the Tyrannosaurus Rex obedient. Even a gentle pull would cause it to be unable to turn over. After dealing with the nose rope, the team prepared to return. Yi and Yu each carried a large basket of the black winged python's blood, while Fei and Yi worked together to lift the heavily bound Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yin, meanwhile, carried the massive corpse of the black winged python back to the tribe, escorting Wuya. Wuya marveled as they walked. The black winged python weighed at least dozens of tons, yet Yin was able to pull it all by himself. He was amazed. The Tyrannosaurus Rex weighed the same, and although Fei and Yi struggled to carry it, they managed to keep pace. This totem warrior's physical fitness was simply insane. Wuya himself, on the other hand, could make him bleed from all 7 orifices with a simple roar and blow him away with a single breath. The difference was truly worlds apart. Fortunately, they weren't far from the tribe, and after about half an hour's walk, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. The tribesmen had already been watching at the cave entrance. Seeing Wuya and his companions return safely, their eyes lit up. However, they didn't rush out to cheer as Wuya had imagined. Instead, they stood there, whispering quietly, their eyes fixed on the blood basket on Yi Heyu's back. Seeing this, Wuya's heart warmed, and he said loudly, "Yi, share this blood with everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire cave erupted in cheers, their long-suppressed joy finally bursting forth. The blood of ferocious beasts doesn't coagulate as quickly as that of ordinary beasts. It generally lasts a day or 2 without spoiling, providing just enough for the entire tribe to replenish their bodies. He nodded and said, "Who has a bowl, bring it out, and I'll share it with you." We then noticed that everyone's bowls were made from bone or stone. Not only were they crooked in shape, but they were also extremely small, unable to hold much. He secretly made a note of this. "When I have time, I'll have to teach them how to make pottery. It's so necessary." Just as everyone was busy dividing the blood, Fei and Yi approached, carrying a Tyrannosaurus Rex. As they approached, Fei asked, "Wuya, where should we put our Tyrannosaurus Rex?" Wuya looked around, thought for a moment, and decided to leave it where it is to train it slowly. "Train?" Fei was puzzled. Wuya smiled and explained, "It means to tame it slowly." After Fei and Yi set the Tyrannosaurus Rex down, they immediately went to help Yin deal with the black wind python's corpse. The spring temperatures weren't too high, so the carcass of a large beast like this could be preserved for a dozen days without much trouble. There was no rush to eat it for now. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wuya took stock of the entire tribe. Excluding himself and the 5 totem warriors, there were only 168 people left. Of these, 113 were adults, males aged 16, and females 14 were considered adults, and 55 were minors. The oldest was only in their 30s or 40s. There wasn't a single elderly person. This left Wuya with mixed feelings. Although these primitive people had a long lifespan, too many perished at the hands of wild beasts. People died before they even reached old age. He couldn't help but sigh. The path to the Suzaka tribe was truly difficult. At this moment, he noticed Yun and his men preparing to split open the black winged python's head, aiming for its brain and the underlying flesh. Wuya quickly shouted, "Don't move. Keep this head. I'm going to use it in a heavenly sacrifice." Yun immediately withdrew, chopped off the head, and carefully placed it aside. This heavenly sacrifice was not only for the deceased tribal leader, but also for the deceased original Wu and the new life he had traveled through time. However, offering sacrifices to the heavens had to be done in the early morning or evening and with the sun high in the sky. It wasn't the right time yet. Wuya turned around, wanted to find something else to do, but when he thought about how many things he had to do, he didn't know where to start. At that moment, a distant grunt echoed from the Tyrannosaurus Rex's nostrils, as if it were still in considerable pain. Wuya had a flash of inspiration. Since this Tyrannosaurus Rex has a territory, does it have a lair? He immediately asked Xiang Yun, and sure enough, he received a positive answer. Yun explained that most ferocious beasts would choose a fixed spot within their territory to roost, and that place would be their lair. Wuya immediately became interested. What are we waiting for? Maybe there's something valuable in the nest. Let's go and take a look. But Yun shook his head. Whoa, didn't you eat everything useful in its nest? There are only some bones left. Wuya glared at him. Aren't bones also treasures? How can we just see the bones of wild beasts? Yin slapped his head and suddenly realized, Wu is right. I will take people there right away. Wuya's face suddenly turned black. I want to go too. But Yin stopped him. Wu, it's too dangerous outside. That's the dark canyon, full of ferocious beasts. He couldn't understand why Wuya, who usually stayed in his cave, was so excited today that he had to rush out. Wuya was very serious. We're just in the nest to take a look. We're not trying to provoke any other beasts. Besides, that's the Tyrannosaurus Rex's territory. Other beasts wouldn't dare approach. Yin was still worried, but it's too unsafe to leave the tribe. Wuya retorted. If you leave, the tribe will be left unguarded. And won't it be even more dangerous? The lack of totem warriors is no excuse. We can't wait to die forever. This made Yin speechless. The other tribes had warriors on rotation, but the Suzako tribe didn't even have that much. After hesitating for a long time, and after the black wind python's body was almost dealt with, Yin finally nodded. Okay, then we'll go together. Chapter 10 Dark Canyon. Wuya had a smug smile on his face. After all, he was a member of the time-traveling army. How could he stay in the tribe and wait for death his whole life? While Yin and the others were carrying the black wind python meat back into the cave, he called out to a boy about his own age. The boy's name was Yin, about 16 or 17 years old. He was completely naked, not even wearing a hide, which was a real eye-catcher to Wuya. It wasn't that the tribe wouldn't give him any, but it was the spring heat, and the boys were all looking for some coolness. Being naked was more comfortable. Yin was immediately a little nervous when Wuya grabbed him. Although they were the same age, Yin, who had been taught from a young age that Wu was the most powerful, was naturally in awe of Wuya. Wuya shook his head secretly at this. Was he really that scary? He asked, "What's your name?" "Wu, my name is Yin." The boy answered respectfully. Wuya nodded and asked if he was a markless warrior, one of those young people who haven't awakened their totems but have been chosen to do so. Yin nodded, admitting he was one of them. "When we come back, we'll need you if we need anything. First, gather all the warriors without patterns," Wuya instructed. Hearing this, Yan's eyes lit up. "Wu, have you awakened your magic power?" Wuya couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why does everyone like to ask this question? No, that's not what I'm talking about. He pointed to the open space in front of the cave and said, "I want you to build an altar, just like the one we built after the previous which died." Yin agreed with some disappointment. Wuya continued, "You'll be the leader of the unmarked warriors from now on. Go ahead." Yin was completely confused and didn't understand what the captain meant, but he still agreed to go and gather his companions. At this time, Yin and his companions came out with bone knives and prepared to set off. We also said goodbye to Yin and went to meet them. Yin saw Wuya pulling Yin and couldn't help but wonder, "Wu, why are you looking for Yin?" "It's nothing. I'm asking him to organize the Wuan warriors to build an altar." He was a little worried. Wouldn't it be dangerous to leave them outside the cave? Usually when hunting, the tribesmen hide in the cave. This time, if they killed a ferocious beast outside, the smell might attract others. Wuya smiled and waved his hand. "With the Tyrannosaurus Rex here, most wild beasts wouldn't dare approach. Then he changed the subject. By the way, what level is above the wild beasts? Have you seen any? Yin shook his head. No, but I've encountered them. 3 years ago, during a hunt, they had just killed a wild beast when they suddenly felt a sense of oppression from behind. Without a word, the leader abandoned their prey and fled with them. The pressure they exerted far surpassed that of a wild beast. The mere thought of it sent chills down one's spine. I was stunned. If the Tyrannosaurus Rex was already so powerful, how much more powerful would a being even stronger than a wild beast have to be? Fortunately, such monsters are rare. Otherwise, the tribe would have been doomed long ago. Then asked, is the Dark Canyon far from the tribe? How long does it take to walk there? Yin blinked. How long do you mean? Was stunned, and a joke from a brief history of time suddenly popped up in his mind, but now is not the time to talk about the book. It's the time it takes to walk from the tribe to the canyon. This only made Yin even more confused, and the others were also bewildered. Held his forehead and said, okay, then how far is it from the tribe to Dark Canyon? Now Yin understood. About the distance from the top of Bird Mountain to the bottom, 2 or 3 times. We had calculated that a single climb up Bird Mountain was about 8 kilometers, so 2 or 3 trips would be about 20 kilometers. He couldn't help but grumble, just eating some Tyrannosaurus Rex meat. And that guy can chase for 20 kilometers? Too persistent. As they walked and chatted, we realized he was going too slowly and couldn't help but say, this is too slow. Who's going to carry me? Yin immediately squatted down, without hesitation. I'll do it. We wanted to complain, but then thought about how fast the totem warrior ran. Never mind, he just lay on top. Yin carried him on his back and rushed out in one swift step. We was shocked by the speed. The push on his back was incredible. He thought that even if Usain Bolt came, he would have to give way. What surprised him even more was that Yun and his companions had galloped for 20 kilometers without even taking a breath, like living, high-speed tanks. Finally, they reached their destination. The dark canyon before them was completely beyond Wu Ye's imagination. It wasn't a typical canyon sandwich between 2 mountains, but a massive underground cavern, 6 or 7 kilometers wide and shrouded in mist, resembling a legendary fairyland. More accurately, it was more like a giant, tilted cave. The entrance wasn't steep, but rather gently extended deep underground. The fog was so thick it was almost impossible to see beneath the ground, and no one knew what lay beneath. Yun and the others stood at the cave entrance, gazing at Wu Ye, waiting for his words. Without hesitation, Wu Ye gestured, "Let's go in and take a look." Chapter 11, Beast Bones. Yi and Yu led the way, one in front and one behind, while Yun, Fei, and Yi stayed close to Wu Ye's side, never leaving his side. After all, the Dark Canyon was different from the outside world. The beasts inside were terrifyingly numerous, and no one dared to take it lightly. They slowly descended the slope, passed through a thick layer of fog, and finally reached the bottom of the canyon. Wu Ye then discovered that the valley floor was not shrouded in fog like the upper part, but was surprisingly clear and refreshing. The entire Dark Canyon was approximately 6 or 7 kilometers wide, seemingly growing wider as one went deeper. It reached a height of 3 or 4 kilometers, and at the top, a massive fissure several hundred meters wide cascaded through it, through which natural light streamed in. Wu Ye, observing the scene before him, was truly astonished by the sight of a massive, natural underground cavern. He had expected the canyon to be pitch black, but it was the complete opposite. It was covered in bioluminescent mosses. The fluorescent mosses covered the huge tree trunks and shrubs, adding a lot of brightness and a sense of fantasy to the canyon. This place is truly magical. Wu Ye couldn't help but sigh. Nature is truly unpredictable. Yun then pointed forward to the left. "Wu, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's lair is over there." Wu Ye followed the direction and saw several huge rocks piled together to form a cave 15 meters high. It looked like the Tyrannosaurus Rex's lair. "Let's go take a look," Wu Ye ordered immediately. They approached the cave entrance. Wu Ye stood in front of it and observed for a moment, noting that it was bottomless and clearly a vast expanse of space. "Have you ever been in this cave before?" Wu Ye asked, turning back. Yin shook his head. "No, we were just picking some herbs nearby that time, and after only a few steps, the Tyrannosaurus Rex chased us out." He pointed to a large rock near the cave entrance. Wu Ye walked over and took a look. There was no trace of anything left on the 2-meter-wide, 1-meter-high rock. Yin explained that the herb grew in the cracks of the rock and turned to ash when it was picked. After hearing this, Wu Ye sighed again at the world's ecology. "Let's make some torches and go in and take a look," Wu Ye said. Torches? What are those? Yin was confused. We almost rolled his eyes. It was a bit embarrassing that these people didn't even know about torches. It's a stick you can light up, so you can see clearly. Oh, there's this thing. Yin suddenly realized. What do you do outside at night? You have to watch where you're going. Standing by, said calmly, we can see at night too. We don't need a light. Wei was completely speechless. He had almost forgotten that these totem warriors were already physically superior to ordinary people, and their night vision was incredibly good. Wei was probably the only one on the field who needed a torch. He then spoke up, Wu, if you teach us how to make torches, I can do it. He was the best craftsman in the tribe, and he made almost all the tools. Wei sighed and decided to do it himself. Never mind, I'll do it. Give me the bone knife. Yin looked at Wu suspiciously, but still handed over his bone knife. Wei had just taken it when the weight of the bone knife nearly made him slip and drop it. It turned out that even the lightest bone knife was surprisingly heavy. No wonder Yin had that expression just now. Never mind, forget it. You guys come on. Go chop some resin. Get some. Egon neatly cut off the resinous bark, which had already seeped into the trunk, perfect for making torches. Wei nodded. Light it up, and let's go in. The torches lit instantly as soon as the hay and flint appeared. Yi and you led the charge. Wei in the middle, Yin, Fei, and he flanking them. They made their way deeper into the Tyrannosaurus Rex's lair. The cave was indeed quite large, stretching for hundreds of meters before finally reaching its end. It was an absurdly large stone chamber, 50 meters wide, with a massive stone platform in the center, resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex's bed. Both sides of the platform were piled high, with bones of all kinds piled like small hills. Wu Ye and his companions had come this time with the goal of finding these bones. See if there are any wild beast bones. If there are, move them all to the stone platform. Wu Ye ordered directly. Yi and the others split up, searching for usable bone material. Yin stayed by Wu Ye's side, keeping a close eye on his safety. Ever since the day the black wind python nearly swallowed Wu Ye, Yin hadn't dared let him go alone again. Wu Ye didn't say much. He was indeed a bit weak and needed protection. But he wasn't idle either. He also went to the pile of bones to search, hoping to pick out a good bone to make a witch staff. The previous witch's staff was still in the tribe, but to Wu Ye, it was just a gaudy crutch. He wanted something more practical and comfortable. Finally, his eyes lit up as he discovered a thigh bone over 3 meters long and half a meter thick, snow white as a jade carving. Woo, this is wild beast bone, Yin exclaimed in surprise. These bones were once the pride of the Suzaka tribe, forged into powerful magical instruments or weapons. But as generations of totem warriors died, those wild beast bone weapons were long lost. Now, I've actually found a complete one. It's truly a treasure. Wu Ye's eyes lit up. Wild beast bones are not only rare, but can also be used to craft several handy weapons. At this moment, Fei on the other side suddenly shouted excitedly, Woo, I found a beast crystal. Chapter 12, Velociraptor. Beast crystals are magical crystals hidden within the heads of ferocious beasts. They contain extremely rich energy and can assist totem warriors in their cultivation. Besides cultivation, beast crystals are also a common trading currency among tribes. More importantly, they are an essential material for warriors to awaken their totems. We had thought he was just looking for bones, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected find. Fei ran towards Wu Ye excitedly, holding up an orange crystal like a child who had found treasure. It was a savage beast crystal, about half the size of a fist, translucent and radiant. The quality of beast crystals is graded by color. White is fierce beast crystal, orange is barbaric beast crystal, and yellow is wild beast crystal. The higher the level of the beast, the more likely it is to produce beast crystals, but also the harder it is to hunt. Fei excitedly handed over the beast crystal, and Wu Ye nodded and took it. Okay, I'll take note. His tone was calm, but inwardly he was already beaming with joy. According to experience, to find a savage beast crystal, one must kill at least 50 savage beasts. This group, however, was lucky to find one simply by searching for bones in the cave. They were now incredibly motivated, no longer simply rummaging through the pile of bones as before, but directly removing each bone, fearing they would miss a single savage beast crystal. An entire afternoon passed, and the pile of bones was thoroughly rummaged through, but they did indeed reap a bountiful harvest. Ultimately, they found 12 fierce beast crystals, 4 savage beast crystals, and 1 rare wild beast crystal. The wild beast crystal was about the size of a fist, emitting a pale yellow glow. Even without magical power, Wuya could sense its profound energy. Wuya was thrilled, immediately rewarding each of the 5 men with a beast crystal for cultivation, like a wealthy local handing out red envelopes. Besides the crystals, the greatest trophy of this trip was undoubtedly the wild beast bones. They had found dozens in total, and most were from different wild beasts. It seemed that Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't always drag its prey back for consumption. Wuya was quite pleased with this operation and immediately ordered everyone to collect the wild beast bones, tying them up with tough vines and preparing to bring them back to the tribe. Although not as valuable as beast crystals, wild beast bones were still a precious resource that other tribes could hardly obtain. The sun was setting, and Wuya, judging by memory, had about 3 hours left until dark. Everyone set out on their journey home, laden with loot, their spirits high. But after just a short distance, Wuya felt the pace was too slow. As usual, Yin once again carried Wuya on his back, intending to speed back. However, this time, because they were carrying so many wild beast bones, even if they sped up, their speed was far less than the brisk pace they had on the way there. By the time the sun had completely set, they had only covered a little more than half their journey. The sky darkened rapidly, and the giant trees in the forest obscured the sun, making the path nearly invisible. Night was the time when ferocious beasts were most active. Ferocious beasts, invisible during the day, awoke one after another and began to hunt in the forest. For the puny humans, the forest at night was undoubtedly a vast trap. Yin and his companions sped up, racing against time to reach the tribe before total darkness. While the totem warriors could see clearly at night, they were still far behind these nocturnal beasts. They had to reach safety before total darkness fell. Otherwise, if they were surrounded, they would be completely vulnerable. Plus, Wuya, this burden, had to be carried by someone else. If anything were to happen, no one would be able to save him. Wuya felt bad, and he lay on Yun's back and sighed silently. If he were stronger, at least he wouldn't be a burden to others now. He whispered, "Looks like I need to get stronger as soon as possible." At this moment, Yi, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and looked ahead warily. "What's going on?" Yin asked. A dark shadow just passed by, possibly a ferocious beast. Yi looked nervous. Wuya didn't interrupt. He didn't want to disrupt their coordination at this moment. The 5 of them had worked together for years, and their tacit understanding in the face of danger was far more important than that of an amateur like him. Yin thought for a moment and nodded at you. "Go ahead and take a look. Don't go too far." He was about to remove the wild beast bone from his back when Wuya stopped him. "Don't put it down. Carrying the bone can actually help block attacks," Wuya said solemnly. As soon as these words were spoken, you realized that they made sense and nodded, continuing to move forward. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the front, and the sound came from more than one place, clearly indicating that a group of things were approaching. Wuya couldn't see the situation clearly from under the tree, but he knew from the sound that the situation was not good. "It's a velociraptor. More than one," he exclaimed, immediately pulling back you. Wuya's face darkened upon hearing this. While velociraptors are only ferocious beasts, once they appear in large groups, their lethality is terrifying. The advantage of numbers is completely useless against velociraptors. Wuya didn't dare delay and shouted, "Quick, throw the bones away. Everyone get up the tree." Yun and the others were experienced, and without hesitation, they immediately threw the bones to the ground and rushed towards the nearest giant tree. Yun leaped up, a 10-meter jump, plunged the bone knife into the trunk, and then climbed up. In just a few steps, he and Wuya climbed to a branch over 40 meters high. Wuya had barely regained his footing when he heard the sounds of fighting below. "Who hasn't come up yet?" he called down. In the dim light from the treetops, Wuya looked around and realized E was gone. It turned out he was still stuck down there, battling a velociraptor. He was carrying the most wild beast bones, and for ease of transport, he'd tied them securely with sturdy vines. Chapter 13, Critical Moment. Listening to the sounds of fighting coming from below, Wuya felt something was wrong. Then he looked at Fei and the others and said, "Fei, you, go help E. Remember, try your best to protect yourselves and cover each other as you climb the tree." Fei nodded and then jumped down. It was pitch black below, and Wuya couldn't see what was going on. He could only hear the voices of E and the others and the velociraptors, as well as the occasional collision sounds. Wuya looked at Yun and said, "Yun, how many velociraptors are coming down here?" Yun stared down intently, his brow furrowed. After a long moment, he replied to Wuya, 15, 6 of them are wild beasts. The velociraptor is very fast and good at sneak attacks. In a one-on-one fight, the orange-striped warrior is no match for the velociraptor. What's more, there's so many velociraptors coming here. Don't fight the velociraptor head-on. Find a chance to climb a tree. Wuya shouted loudly below. However, it was not that E and the others did not want to climb the tree, but that they simply did not have the chance. The jumping ability of the velociraptor is only higher than theirs, not lower. If you cannot quickly reach a distance that the velociraptor cannot reach, you will definitely be attacked by the velociraptor. Wuya couldn't see the situation below from the tree and was very anxious. At the same time, he couldn't help but regret his decision to follow. Damn, what's the point of thinking about those things now? Wuya cursed himself in his heart and started to think of a solution. Then he thought of using fire, but he didn't know whether Velociraptor was afraid of fire. Yun, are velociraptors afraid of fire? Yin shook his head. I don't know. Usually when we encounter such a large group of velociraptors, we hide. Wuya said, go, find some resin. But Wu, your safety. Stop talking so much, old man. Hurry up and find some resin. If something happens to them, there will only be 2 of us in the tribe. How can we survive? Gujarorth. He was not wrong in saying this, although the witch was there as long as the tribe was there. But without the protection of the totem warrior, can the witch, who is so weak that he can't even tie a chicken, use his personal charm to make the ferocious beasts come to him and become his food? This is obviously not possible. There are already few totem warriors in the tribe, and now not a single one can be missing. Unexpectedly, Yin still shook his head. Wu, I must protect your safety. Why are you so stubborn? Go find it behind my back, okay? Wuya said speechlessly. Yin nodded now. Okay. After saying that, he turned around and squatted down, waiting for Wuya to lie down on him. Only after Wuya went up did Yin feel relieved and climb up the tree trunk. On the back of the cloud, Wuya couldn't help but think of the monkey carrying the little monkey and climbing around on the tree. Have to say, he really is like a little monkey who needs care all the time. But this was really uncomfortable. The clouds were crawling everywhere, and he had to grab branches or insert a bone knife into the tree trunk with his hands. He had no hands to steady Wuya. At this time, he couldn't tell Yin to slow down, so Wuya could only grit his teeth and hold onto his hands tightly to prevent himself from falling. Fortunately, after searching for a while, Yin found a large pile of resin at the junction of a huge branch and a trunk. Hurry, get back to where we were just now. Wuya said, this position is more than 100 meters away, exceeding the middle of the tree trunk. If you light it on fire and throw it down from here, there won't be much left when it hits the ground. Yin nodded, took a few huge leaves from the side, and wrapped the resin into a large ball. After lifting up the large ball of resin, Yin looked down and then jumped down. Collapse. They landed on a huge branch, and Wuya was so shocked that he almost let go of his grip. Yin didn't care about these. In fact, he was also very anxious, even more anxious than Wuya. After all, they have been through life and death together for at least 8 years, and it is his duty that he cannot help but protect Wuya. After a few jumps, Yin returned to the original location with resin and witch fong. Go down a little further, the velociraptor shouldn't be able to jump to this position. Wuya shouted. No matter how fast they are, jumping more than 10 meters is considered impressive. After all, they're not at the level of wild beasts. Yin nodded and jumped down again, reaching a height of 20 meters. Without Wuya saying anything, Yin simply pulled over some dead leaves and set fire to the large ball of resin. The resin burns easily, and a meter-diameter piece of resin quickly ignited into flames several meters high, illuminating a large area. Wuya suddenly heard a voice. It was Yi's voice. What's wrong? What happened down there? Then he looked at Yin and said, quick, throw this resin down. Yin quickly pushed the resin down and looked down anxiously. After the resin ball fell, the flames on it illuminated the situation below. Fei, Yi and you were seen standing together, dealing with the velociraptors that attacked them from time to time. He fell to the ground, and a velociraptor over 2 meters tall stepped on his chest with 1 foot, and its fong-filled mouth was biting towards Yi's head. Quick, save Yi, pull him to the fireball. Wuya shouted. Fei and the others also noticed Yi's situation, and the 3 of them rushed over and drove away the velociraptor that was stepping on Yi. As soon as the velociraptor left, Wuya saw the 3 very conspicuous scratches on Yi's chest. The wound went directly from the left shoulder to the right lower abdomen. The injury was so serious that the intestines were exposed. Damn! Quickly carry E to the fireball. We shouted from above. Faye and the others quickly pulled E towards the fireball. During this process, Yi's wound opened wider, and his intestines were exposed for about 1 meter. Wuya gritted his teeth as he watched from the tree and could only look at the situation of the velociraptor. Fortunately, they seemed to be a little afraid of the big fireball and did not dare to get close. This is undoubtedly the best news we can see at this time. So he immediately turned to look at Yin. Yin, go cut some vines and 2 branches as thick as your arms. Yin didn't say much this time. These things were nearby, and he would not let Wuya out of his sight. Wuya looked down and said, "Don't touch E anymore. Just stay by the fireball." At such a close distance, Wuya could see Yi's condition. Although he looked miserable, he was not bleeding heavily. That must be because the totem warrior's body was strong enough. Although his intestines fell out, they were not ruptured, so he should still be saved. Yin was very fast and brought the things to Wuya immediately. Wuya placed 2 branches about 1 meter apart, and then wrapped vines around the 2 branches to make a simple stretcher. Then he spread some huge leaves on it and threw the stretcher down. Put E on it. Chapter 14 Suture. Be careful. Don't let the intestines fall out again. Wuya couldn't help shouting as he watched them lift E onto the stretcher. Fortunately, Faye and his team were very careful and no accidents occurred. Wuya then threw down a vine and said, "Tie the vine to both ends of the stretcher." After Faye and the others were ready, Wuya immediately asked Yin to pull up the stretcher. "You guys come up too. You don't have to be down there anymore." Those swift beasts were watching them closely, and who knew if they would attack them directly. It was so difficult for Wuya to travel through time, and he couldn't afford to lose any totem warriors. After Yin pulled Yi up, Wuya immediately went over to check on Yi's condition. Yi's face was pale, and it was obvious that the injury was very serious. Wuya checked the wound, and fortunately there was no damage to the heart or internal organs. In this case, the wound could be sutured. This is a blessing in disguise. "Wu, I can't do it anymore," he said weakly when he saw Wuya. As a totem warrior, he is accustomed to separations of life and death. In the past, if someone in the tribe was injured so seriously, there would be basically no hope of saving him, and he could only wait to die. This was the case even when the previous witch was still around. They brought the wounded back to the tribe, but they died soon after. Unbeknownst to those witch teeth, he took off a beast tooth from the necklace around Yi's neck and threw it to Yi. Grind it into a fine point so that it can pierce the skin. He didn't know what Wuya was going to do with the fong, so he immediately started polishing it after taking it. Yin walked over and looked at E, then sighed, "Oof. Oh, it's just right that you are here. Help me pull out a few hairs." Wuya looked at Yin. Yin didn't know what Wuya was going to do, so he let Wuya pull out his hair and continued, "Wu, E is fine. He can still be saved." Wuya naturally knew what Yin was going to say. "Really? That's great, Wu." Before Yin could say anything, Faye on the side shouted. In terms of the degree of worry about E, Yin and the other 4 are more worried than Wuya. Wuya nodded. "Yes, Yi's internal organs were not damaged, so he can still be saved." "That's great, I thought, oh." You said. Yi's injury had dampened everyone's originally good mood. Wuya naturally had to step in and get them to do something to distract them, so he could heal E and everything would be fine. Wuya then said, "Go find some more branches to start a fire, otherwise it's too dark in here." Although there was a huge resin ball burning below, it was blocked by the branches they were standing on, so Wuya couldn't see it clearly. Faye and Yu nodded and immediately went to collect the resin. Yin approached Wuya and asked quietly, "Wu, can you really cure it?" It's not that he didn't trust Wuya, but in the past, when they carried the person back to the tribe with injuries like this, the original goods couldn't treat him, and they could only let the injured person wait to die. Yin had no idea that the person in front of him was no longer the witch he knew. Naturally, he felt that Wuya's claim that he could cure E was just a way of comforting them. After all, the tribe has just lost its powerful leader, and if it loses E again, everyone's morale will really be affected. Wuya said with certainty, "It can be cured, believe me." Yun is the oldest among the 5 remaining totem warriors of the Suzuka tribe, probably in his 30s. The remaining 4 people were only about 20 years old. They were the last batch of totem warriors awakened by the previous, which 8 years ago. In the past 8 years, Yin watched E, Yi, Fei, and Yu grow from white-striped warriors to orange-striped warriors, just like his own children. Wuya patted Yun's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you will be fine." After a while, Fei and Yu brought back a large lump of resin. When they had ignited the resin, Yi had also polished the fangs. Wu Yi took the animal fang that Yi gave him, and after looking at it, he was very satisfied. This animal tooth was polished to the same size as Wu Yi's toothpick in his previous life, and the top was very pointed. Wu Yi pricked his hand with the animal tooth needle, and it pierced easily, causing blood to flow out. Yi's polishing skills are really amazing. This animal tooth was originally the size of a thumb, but Yi polished it into this shape. Wu Yi is very satisfied with this animal tooth needle. After testing the sharpness of the animal tooth needle, Wu Yi asked Yi to drill a hole at one end again. Then Wu Yi used Yun's hair to thread an animal tooth needle and used it to make a needle to suture Yi's wound. As for why Yun's hair was used, it was not because Wu Yi was afraid of the pain and didn't dare to pull out his own hair, but because Yun was the cleanest person among the 6 of them. The others, including Wu Yi himself, had a thick layer of mud on their bodies, and it was unknown how long they hadn't taken a bath. He had fainted from the pain at this time. Wu Yi was afraid that he would wake up from the pain and bite his tongue, so he took a branch from the side and put it into Yi's mouth. Everything was ready, and Wu Yi began to suture Yi's wound. In his previous life, Wu Yi had already learned how to treat his own wounds in the training camp, and he had even used it on himself during actual combat training. So when Wu Yi was stitching up Yi's wound, his skills were pretty good. But no matter how good the skills are, the needle is too thick and there is no anesthetic. When Wu Yi just took action, he just frowned and did not make any extra movements. But when Feng was halfway through healing the first wound, he woke up from the pain. At this time, he was in so much pain that his first reaction was to punch Wu Yi. Fortunately, Yun and the others who had been watching the fun from the side reacted quickly and held down Yi's hand. Otherwise, with Yi's angry attack, Wu Yi would have been either killed on the spot or crippled. Hold him down, Wu Yi said. I'm stitching up your wound. It will be a little painful, just bear with it. He did not open his eyes. After hearing that it was Wu who was treating him, he nodded vigorously with trembling hands. Obviously, he was in great pain at this time, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only endure the pain. However, he knew that Wu Yi was treating him, so he did not cry out even though it hurt. A short pain is worse than a long one. Wu Yi didn't care whether he was in pain or not and sped up the suturing process. Wu Yijian was sweating profusely. Although this did not require him to do much, he needed to focus all his attention on this matter, for fear of accidentally causing secondary damage to Yi. Fortunately, Wu Yi's skills were excellent, and his mental strength had been strengthened in his previous life, so he managed to sew up the wound in one breath without taking a break. When the line was reeled in and the knot was tied, Wu Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the stitched wound, Wu Yi said with satisfaction, "It's done. You can let it go now." Chapter 15, Pursuit. However, when Wu Yi looked at Yi, he found that he had already fainted. It seems that even a totem warrior cannot withstand suturing without anesthesia. But let him faint. Wu Yi felt the pulse on Yi's neck and found it was beating very steadily, so it was obvious that nothing would happen. "Which is it cured?" Yin asked. This was the first time he had seen Wu Yi's treatment method, so he didn't know which step Wu Yi had reached. Wu Yi shook his head. "There's still one step left. Take your bone knife and heat it over the fire. Apply it to Yi's wound once it's hot. Don't make it too hot. There is no good disinfection method, so we can only use heat disinfection. I think after this wound is sutured, with the physical fitness of Orange Pattern Warrior, he should be able to recover." After Yun did as Wu Yi instructed, Wu Yi finally had time to look at the velociraptors still gathered under the tree below. These velociraptors were very ferocious. They would leap towards where Wu Yi and the others were from time to time, each time more than 10 meters high. Wu Yi looked at the velociraptors' abnormal jumping ability, and then he understood why they didn't climb up the tree for so long after flying down to pick up Yi. With their current strength, they can only jump a little over 10 meters, not even as high as a velociraptor. In this case, it is naturally impossible to climb a tree under the pressure of the velociraptor. Fei saw Wu Yi looking under the tree and thought he had come up with another way to deal with the velociraptors. He quickly ran over and asked, "Wu Yi, have you come up with a way to deal with the velociraptors?" Wu Yi spread his hands. "I didn't expect that." These velociraptors were large, fast, and extremely ferocious. He really couldn't think of any way to deal with them. Fei Dao was not disappointed. After all, he didn't know how to deal with the velociraptor. "Then Wu, what should we do next?" "What? Back to the tribe, of course." After seeing how dangerous it was outside, Wu Yi missed the tribe's cave so much. The most important reason is that he is too weak and needs Yun and others' protection and help everywhere, which makes Wuyo a little resistant. Although Wuyo was born in a poor family in his previous life, he was definitely the child that every parent talked about when educating their own children. We had been smooth sailing since childhood, always ranking among the top students in class. He even attended one of the top 3 universities in China and graduated with a Bachelor of Science and a Bachelor of Engineering. Then he resolutely joined the army. He was also a favored child in the army and was sent to join a special operations training camp. Wuya also performed well in the training camp and was selected by the Suzaku Special Forces, one of the top 10 special forces in China, upon graduation. But who knew what would happen next was that Wuya drank a sip of wine at the graduation celebration, which led to alcohol poisoning, and then he traveled through time. You should never, ever drink that fake wine. So, all in all, Wuya was still a child of destiny and a genius the day before. Today, totem warriors are needed for protection everywhere. Even when going to the toilet, someone has to watch over my weakling. How could Wuya not resist with such a huge gap? Therefore, after returning this time, Wuya would never have the audacity to let Yun and the others take him out until he had the power to protect himself. Seeing Wuya standing there in a daze, not answering his question for a long time, Fei called out, "Wu, oh, what's the matter?" Wuya came back to his senses. "Flan, what are we going to do next?" Wuya looked at the velociraptors that were still jumping towards them and said, "Let's go back first. What about those wild beast bones?" Fei said, although the Suzuka tribe was okay before, it wasn't very rich either. Fei had never seen so many wild beast bones in his life, and they were all bones of large wild beasts. Wuya sighed. "Throw it away first, you can't take it away today. Anyway, these velociraptors or other ferocious beasts don't want the wild beast bones, so it's okay to leave them here. We can just let them come back and take them back tomorrow. It would be much safer for them to walk through the trees instead of taking the wild beast bones. Of course, it's not 100% safe. After all, these trees are so big that people would believe you if you said there was a Tyrannosaurus Rex living on them. Walking in trees only reduces the dangers on the ground. In fact, the dangers in trees are no less than those on the ground. However, if they did not carry those wild beast bones, their speed would be much faster, and they could kill ordinary wild beasts if they encountered them. They set off as soon as they said they would. After Yun treated Yi's wound, Wuya wrapped Yi up on a stretcher and then asked Fei and Yi Qi to carry him. The group set out on the journey back to the tribe again. The branches of these giant trees are crisscrossed, and most of them can be reached by just jumping. For some that are farther away, just use vines. The velociraptors on the ground seem to have them ready to eat. No matter where they ran, the velociraptors followed closely. Wuya was on Yun's back, looking at the lingering velociraptors, and couldn't help but think of the Tyrannosaurus Rex at the gate of the tribe. He had seen on TV that a velociraptor could even fight a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but he didn't believe it. Putting aside the fact that both are carnivores and there is no pressure from carnivores on herbivores, let's just talk about the size comparison between the two. In his previous life, we had seen the fossils of Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was about 5 or 6 meters tall and 10 meters long. As for the velociraptor, it is less than 1.5 meters tall and is much smaller. Even though velociraptors rely on the power of the group, a group of hyenas dare to challenge a lion, but a group of wild dogs cannot. The size difference between Tyrannosaurus Rex and Velociraptor is like that between a lion and a wild dog. There is a huge gap. Let's take a look at the size difference between the two in this world. It is even bigger, just like the lion and fox in Wuya's previous life. Of course, this world possesses extraordinary powers and cannot be judged according to common sense. In Wuya's previous life, size equated to strength. But in this world, that's not the case. No matter how big a beast is, it's still a weakling in front of a wild beast. This was vividly demonstrated when Yun dealt with the black wind python. The beast was instantly killed by the orange-striped warrior. Its large size only provided more food for the Suzaku tribe. There are 6 velociraptors in this group. If they rush into the tribe, the Suzaku tribe will definitely be wiped out. Now we can only hope that the wild beast aura of the Tyrannosaurus Rex can scare away these velociraptors. If at that time these stubborn velociraptors are not afraid of the wild beast aura of the Tyrannosaurus Rex at all, for the safety of the tribe, Wuya may have no choice but to release the Tyrannosaurus Rex that he had caught with great difficulty and let it deal with the velociraptors. Of course, it would be best if the velociraptors could give up chasing them because of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's wild beast aura. Chapter 16 Release. Because they gave up the wild beast bones, Wuya and the others returned to the tribe much faster. Even though they moved from the trees, they arrived at the bird mountain where the tribe was located before it was completely dark. Tonight is a full moon night, and the moon in this world is as huge as the sun, about 2 meters wide. It had just risen at this time and was not very bright. Wuya looked under the tree. It was pitch black, and he could not see anything. I couldn't help but ask Yun, is the velociraptor still following? Well, these velociraptors are still following us closely under the tree. Yun replied after glancing down. Wuya frowned. Are they still showing no signs of retreating? Yun shook his head. It seems that there is not. Wuya looked up at the isolated bird mountain in front of him. They were only about 3 or 4 kilometers away from the tribe. If the velociraptors are not scared away by the wild beast aura of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, then we must find other ways to deal with these velociraptors. These velociraptors are not big in size and can easily enter the tribe's cave. So returning to the tribe and defending it is not an option. We must think of other ways. Wuya shouted, "Stop for a moment." Fei and the others stopped and looked at Wuya, not knowing what Wuya was going to say. Wuya said, "Fei, leave it to you. You go back to the tribe first and have everyone return to the cave while blocking the entrance." "Wu, what about you?" Yun asked hurriedly. If he wants to go back, he should send Wuya back first. How could he let Fei go back first? I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. Wuya said, then Fei, find a longer vine and connect it to the vine on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's nose. Then cut off part of the vine that is tied to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just wait until the Tyrannosaurus Rex can free itself from the vines. Once you've done that, whistle downwards. Remember? Fei was puzzled. Wu, are you going to release the Tyrannosaurus Rex? It's normal for him to be confused. They spent a lot of effort to catch the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It would be a pity to just let it go. No matter what, you have to kill it and eat its blood and drink its meat. Before Wu could say anything, Yi said, Wu, you want to let the Tyrannosaurus Rex deal with these velociraptors. What are you thinking? Well, Yi's right. We can't defeat these velociraptors with our own strength. We can only rely on the power of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wu said. Fei asked again, what if the Tyrannosaurus Rex runs away after being released or keeps attacking us instead of fighting the velociraptor? Wu said run. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is a wild beast. It can easily wipe out our tribe. Why would it run away? As for not fighting the velociraptor, that's out of our control. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex has been tied up for an entire afternoon, so it's bound to go berserk. We're in the tree, so it can't do anything to us. If it sees the velociraptor, it's bound to take it out on it. Faith thought about it, and it made sense, so he handed the stretcher to you, and he climbed up and swung on the vines to the tribe. Let E and I down, and you attract the velociraptor's attention. Wu said, attracting the attention of the velociraptors certainly does not mean that they have to go down and fight with the velociraptors. Instead, it descended to a height of about 20 meters, making it look like the velociraptors could attack them, but they couldn't. This will attract the velociraptors, and they will basically not think about why one person is missing. Fei moved very quickly. When he returned to the tribe, he found that everyone was not outside and had already gone into the cave. After all, it was dark, they didn't have any totem warriors, and they didn't dare to wander around outside. After flying over and telling everyone not to come out, he immediately followed Wu Ya's instructions and used a longer vine to connect the vine that was tied to the Tyrannosaurus Rex's nose. Then he swung the bone knife and began to untie the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fei quickly cut through most of the vines, holding the Tyrannosaurus Rex together. He quickly climbed up the tree and let the Tyrannosaurus Rex free itself from the last few vines. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was trying hard to break free while flying and cutting the vines. Fei had just left and was about to whistle to tell Wu Ya and the others. Hold head high. A roar that shook the heavens and the earth was heard, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex finally escaped. It hated these humans who tied it up and caused it pain. The Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed directly towards the giant tree where Fei was and crashed into it with hatred. Kong! Fei felt the big tree he was on shook and then slowly fell backwards. The attack power of the wild beast Tyrannosaurus Rex is really abnormal. Fei was so entangled by the Tyrannosaurus that he had no time to whistle. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's roar that resounded through the sky was the biggest signal. When Wu Ya heard it, he immediately shouted, Quick, we've flown successfully. Return to the tribe. Yun and the others hurriedly carried Wu Ya on their backs, and some carried stretchers, and rushed to the location of the tribe. After hearing the angry roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the group of velociraptors below were stunned for a moment and then ran after Yun and the others. Obviously, they're not afraid of any wild beast at all, even if the wild beast is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. After learning from Yun that the velociraptor was still chasing him on the ground, Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I released the Tyrannosaurus Rex in advance. Otherwise, if I lured these velociraptors into the tribe, the tied-up Tyrannosaurus Rex would become food for these velociraptors. Of course, they could also choose not to lure the velociraptor back to the tribe. But at night, it was the home territories of all kinds of ferocious beasts, and without the shelter of the cave, they would be killed without a trace left. Soon, Wuya and the others arrived near the tribe and could hear the sound of the Tyrannosaurus Rex crashing into giant trees everywhere. The moon was much brighter than before, and Wuya could finally see what was happening below. The velociraptors that had been chasing them all the way finally saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex venting its anger. The two were at loggerheads. The velociraptor needs food, while the Tyrannosaurus Rex needs to vent its anger. When the two sides encounter each other, a battle is inevitable. The leader of the velociraptors, a velociraptor that was slightly larger than the others, roared towards the sky. Oh! All the velociraptors gathered around it, and after it roared, they rushed towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex fearlessly. Tyrannosaurus Rex is not to be outdone. It let out a huge dragon roar and rushed towards a velociraptor with big strides. A great war began. We was so excited watching from the tree. The scene of Tyrannosaurus Rex fighting against a group of velociraptors was something he had only seen in movies in his previous life. However, even though the Tyrannosaurus Rex was attacked by a group of velociraptors, they could not relax. We all looked up and shouted to everyone, "Everyone pay attention. If you get a chance, sneak attack a few velociraptors." Chapter 17 Help. The 6 savage beasts, the velociraptors, were the first to encounter the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its bloody mouth as if it was going to swallow the velociraptor in one bite. However, the velociraptors were very fast and avoided the bloody mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. With one leap, 5 velociraptors jumped onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The remaining velociraptors dispersed and surrounded the Tyrannosaurus Rex, looking for an opportunity to bite it. The velociraptors jumped onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, opened their big mouths full of fangs, and bit the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is a wild beast with thick skin and flesh. An ordinary beast cannot break its skin at all. So the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't care about the velociraptor jumping on its back, but swung its tail and threw the velociraptor, which was about to attack its heels, away. The velociraptor crashed directly into a tree, struggled for a few times, and then became silent. Wee was terrified. He didn't expect the Tyrannosaurus Rex to be so powerful. Fortunately, it was too big, and he captured it alive. Otherwise, if a Tyrannosaurus Rex blocked the door, they really wouldn't know what to do. After killing a velociraptor, the Tyrannosaurus Rex felt somewhat proud and roared at the group of velociraptors again. The velociraptor leader was no pushover either. He went around to the side and jumped towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex is powerful and fast, in terms of agility, it can only be crushed by these velociraptors. The leader of the velociraptors rammed its head into the neck of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was about to be upgraded to a wild beast. The collision was so powerful that it knocked the Tyrannosaurus Rex to the side with a croak. The other velociraptors immediately rushed forward, some biting the Tyrannosaurus Rex's belly, and some biting the Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was also fierce enough. After falling down, it immediately came to its senses, knocked a velociraptor away with its head, and then bit another velociraptor to death with one bite. Then the Tyrannosaurus Rex tried to stand up, but the velociraptor wouldn't let him. The leader of the savage velociraptors bit the Tyrannosaurus Rex's throat, directly piercing its tough skin and causing a lot of bright red blood to flow out. Wee was stunned. No wonder these velociraptors were not afraid of the wild beast Tyrannosaurus Rex. It turned out that they were so powerful. Of course, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was no pushover. It endured the pain and kicked away the velociraptor that was biting its thigh. Then he kicked the velociraptor leader on its neck, catching the velociraptor leader off guard and being kicked. With a dull thud, the velociraptor leader flew backwards and crashed into a nearby giant tree. It struggled there for a few times, but didn't get up. It was obvious that the kick had injured it. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had no chance to finish off the Velociraptor leader. After being kicked away, the leader had just come to his senses when another Velociraptor hit its throat, and it fell down again. Wuya's heart couldn't help but beat faster as he watched the Velociraptor leader struggling on the ground for several times, but failing to stand up. He couldn't help but point at the Velociraptor. "Quick, tie one person's waist with a vine and go down to attack the Velociraptor. The others will hold the vines from above and be ready to pull him up." Yun and the others nodded, and quickly found a strong vine and tied it to Yun's body. "Protect the witch," Yun said as he jumped down with the bone knife in his hand, like a spider hanging on a silk thread to hunt its prey. Soon, Yun Luo arrived next to the Velociraptor leader, and without saying a word, he chopped off the slender neck of the Velociraptor leader with a knife. Yun's bone knife was sharpened very sharply, and the Velociraptor was weak, so Yun's bone knife easily pierced through the neck of the Velociraptor leader. The leader of the Velociraptors had his body torn into pieces. After discovering that their leader was killed by the humans who suddenly appeared, a wild beast, the Velociraptor, immediately wanted to come and kill Yun. When Wuya saw Yun succeed, he immediately shouted, "Quick, pull Yun up." Fei nodded and immediately pulled the vine upwards. With Yun's weight, he was easily pulled up by the strong vine and flew upwards. The wild beast, the Velociraptor, also jumped up, wanting to bite Yun to death. When the savage beast Velociraptor flew next to him, Yun kicked the Velociraptor in the head. The savage beast, the Velociraptor, couldn't adjust its position in the air and could only be kicked down by Yun. With the help of the Velociraptor, Yun flew up much faster. After seeing Yun being pulled up successfully, Wuya breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention back to the battle between the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Velociraptor. The Velociraptors did not disperse because of the loss of a leader, but attacked even more fiercely. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body had been bitten in many places, and blood was constantly flowing out. Wuya and the others could smell the blood coming from below, even though they were on a tree branch about 50 meters away. Of course, the bloody smell is not only from Tyrannosaurus Rex, but also from Velociraptor. The situation of the Velociraptors was not much better. 3 of them were killed by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. With the death of their leader, there were only 2 Velociraptors left. There were not many beasts left. Only 5 Velociraptors were still standing out of the reach of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, biting the Tyrannosaurus Rex with all their might. Obviously, both sides have suffered heavy losses, and further fighting will result in both sides suffering losses. But that was not the result Wuya wanted to see. Not to mention the Velociraptor, he was reluctant to let the Tyrannosaurus Rex die in the mouths of these Velociraptors. Wuya then looked at Yun and said, "Go down again and kill all those ferocious Velociraptors." Although Wuya was just an ordinary person now and didn't know about auras, the difference between savage raptors and ferocious beasts was still quite large. So Wuya knew which were savage raptors and which were ferocious raptors without them reminding him. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was currently concentrating on dealing with the 2 savage Velociraptors, so naturally, it had no extra energy to deal with those ferocious Velociraptors. Only Yun's intervention can keep the Tyrannosaurus Rex alive. Yun nodded, shouted, "Hold on to me tight," and jumped down with the bone knife in hand. It was more than enough for the orange-striped warrior Yun to deal with the beast. He could kill the Velociraptor without even landing on the ground. Yendu killed the 5 ferocious Velociraptors very quickly. Without the ferocious Velociraptors constantly biting its wounds, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was under much less pressure and had more energy to deal with the 2 ferocious Velociraptors. The crocodiles were also very fast. One of the raptors was not paying attention and was bitten by the Tyrannosaurus Rex when it pounced on the throat. It died with a snap. Now, there is only one swift beast left, and the outcome of the battle will be known soon. Wuya shouted to Yun, "Don't deal with the Velociraptors. Go pull the vine that's tied to the Tyrannosaurus Rex's nose." Chapter 18, Solemnity. Everyone else, Yi and you, go find more vines. We still have things to do after the Tyrannosaurus Rex defeats the Velociraptor. Wuya said. Yi nodded and hurried to find Jianteng. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex had many injuries at this time, none of them were fatal. It had no trouble dealing with a savage beast, the Velociraptor. After Yun jumped down, he landed behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex and grabbed the strong vine that was tied to the Tyrannosaurus Rex's nose. When Fei saw this, he immediately pulled Yun up. "Whoa, I've pulled up the rope," Yun said. Wuya nodded in satisfaction. Okay, tie it to the branch. We'll deal with the Tyrannosaurus Rex after it takes out the Velociraptor. The Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't let Wuya and the others wait too long. After it stood up, it slapped the Velociraptor that was biting its neck and knocked it down, then bit it. Snap! The savage beast Velociraptor died. The death of this Velociraptor means that the entire group of Velociraptors is completely wiped out. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was actually very dangerous for it. Although it was a wild beast, it was still very difficult for it to deal with so many Velociraptors at once, especially since these Velociraptors were very agile. It is a large creature and is not afraid of fast ones. After all, they're also very fast. What it fears most is this kind of agile ones. The Tyrannosaurus Rex did not spit out the Velociraptor, but started chewing it. It had not eaten for a while. While eating, these Velociraptors filled its stomach. It did not speed up the healing of its wounds. As the Tyrannosaurus Rex was chewing, it felt that a strong vine in front of it was an eyesore. No matter how it tried to hide, the strong vine kept swaying in front of it. This made the already irritable Tyrannosaurus Rex very angry, and he opened his mouth to bite. However, the strong vine suddenly lifted up, and when the Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its head, it also lifted up with it. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head goes up, it goes up. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head goes down, it goes down. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head turns to the left, it turns to the left. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex turns to the right, Jian tongue goes to the right. No matter what the Tyrannosaurus Rex did, it couldn't bite the strong vine, and using its hands was even more impossible. This discovery made the Tyrannosaurus Rex more and more angry, and he even roared in anger. Suddenly, the vine straightened up, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex instantly felt the nostril that had just recovered a little split open, and a piercing pain spread throughout the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. The strong vine that has been hindering the Tyrannosaurus Rex is naturally the one that tied the Tyrannosaurus Rex's nose. The vine was stuck on the nose, so the Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't bite it no matter how hard it tried. The pain from a nose was much more painful than the wound bitten by the Velociraptor. The Tyrannosaurus Rex could only lift its head along the strong vine to relieve the pain. Collapse. Two muffled sounds were heard, and then the Tyrannosaurus Rex felt the same situation as during the day. Something was entangled in its legs. This time it was Yu and Yi who went down. After they went down, they tied the Tyrannosaurus Rex's legs again with strong vines according to the situation during the day. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's nose was pulled up, and it could do nothing but let Yi and the others tie it up like a dumpling again. After tying up the Tyrannosaurus Rex and making it almost impossible to move, Yun brought Wuya to the ground. We all looked at the mess on the ground and said, "Go! Call out the tribesmen and move those Velociraptors back to the cave. Wu, come quickly and suck our blood. This Tyrannosaurus Rex is a wild beast. It has lost a lot of blood and we can't waste it." Faye was shouting beside the Tyrannosaurus Rex. By the way, get some Tyrannosaurus Rex blood for E to drink. This Tyrannosaurus Rex blood should help him recover. After drinking a mouthful of Tyrannosaurus Rex blood, Wuya felt a burst of fiery energy running around in his body, so he reminded Faye. Faye nodded, took some of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's blood, put it in leaves, and fed it to E. You dug a hole in the head of each Velociraptor, trying to check whether these Velociraptors had beast crystals. Unfortunately, beast crystals are not so easy to obtain. None of the 14 Velociraptors produced beast crystals. When the people of the tribe heard that the witch and the totem warriors had hunted another large group of Velociraptors, the warriors without patterns immediately rushed out happily to carry away the corpses of the Velociraptors. At this time, a boy about the same age as Wuya ran to his side and said, "Wu, the altar is ready." The person who came was Yen. He finally decided to wear a fur skirt. Wuya nodded. "Let's go and take a look." This altar is not big. It is probably just a high platform built with wood. To be more precise, it should be a high platform made of wood. Because Wuya took a look and saw that it was made by simply putting together pieces of wood with a diameter of about 1 meter. Regarding this, Wuya could only shout, "Awesome." "Wu, what do you think of this altar?" Yin asked cautiously. Wuya nodded. "Yes, very good. You did a good job." In fact, Wuya didn't know what the altar should look like. The sacrifice to heaven in this world was completely different from that in his previous life. Moreover, the original goods did not have a very deep memory of the last time the tribe offered sacrifices to the heavens. So according to Wuya's idea, It would be enough to simply sing praises to the leader and appease the emotions of the people in the tribe. After I have finished reading all the records in the cave, I will hold a proper ceremony to worship the sky. After the tribesmen moved the velociraptor's body back into the cave and dealt with the bloody smell on the battlefield, we began to arrange for the sacrifice to heaven. He first asked Yin to place the head of the black winged python in the center of the altar, then put some animal skins in front of it, and then place the leader on it. Wuya himself also returned to the cave, put on a big python skin, and then carried the wizard's staff out. That's right, it's carried. This wizard's staff must weigh at least several dozen pounds, and Wuya can only carry it out. He finally understood why the previous wizard always carried a wizard's staff wherever he went when he was young, but why he was unwilling to carry a wizard's staff in the 2 years before his death. The reason is simple. It's heavy. However, Wuya was also very pleased. This wizard's staff was so heavy that when the previous wizard carried it, it was just like an ordinary crutch. What does that mean? It means that Wu's physique is not bad. Wuya knew that if he became a witch, he would not be able to become a totem warrior, but he still envied the totem warrior's almost abnormal physical fitness. So if Wu is also powerful, Wuya has nothing to say. The people in the tribe were already waiting outside. After Wuya came to the cave entrance carrying the wizard's staff, he put it down and carried it out with all his strength. After all, I am a witch now and the spiritual pillar of the tribe, so I still have to pay attention to my image. 2 large fires had been lit on both sides of the altar, illuminating the outside. Wuya looked solemn as he walked toward the altar step by step. Chapter 19, Cultivation. The ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven was very simple. The process was to accept the will of heaven, pray for heaven to protect the Suzuka tribe, and let the dead chief return to the arms of the barbarian god. After doing these things, Wuya immediately asked everyone to pile firewood on it and burn everything on the altar. As the flames burned, Wuya announced a big event. The leader is dead, but the tribe cannot live without a leader for a day. I declare that from now on, Yin will be the new leader of our Suzuka tribe, and Yi will be the deputy leader. You, Fei, and Yi are the elders of the tribe. Starting tomorrow, the tribe's unmarked warriors will resume training. As soon as Wuya's words came out, the tribe was in an uproar. It was not about Yin becoming the leader, but Wuya's announcement that the tribe's unmarked warriors would resume training. In the past, food was difficult to obtain in the tribe, and the training of the unpatterned warriors required too much food, while the original ones had no magical power, so there was no training. Wuya announced that he would resume training. Does that mean that Wuya has cultivated magical powers? Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Wuya took a deep breath and said, I haven't cultivated my magical power yet, but that doesn't mean I can't cultivate it. Everyone should train well to prevent your body from not being able to withstand the awakening. Even if I can't cultivate witch power, even if I steal witches from other tribes, I can still guarantee that you can awaken into totem warriors. Wuya's words made everyone look at each other in confusion. No one spoke. Apart from the roars of beasts and the sound of burning fire coming from afar, there was no other sound. Only Wuya could say such a treasonous thing as to rob the witch from other tribes. The witch is the spiritual leader and source of inheritance of a tribe. If you rob the witch, it is equivalent to destroying the tribe. With the current number of totem warriors of the Suzuka tribe, it is difficult for them to survive in an environment where ferocious beasts are rampant, let alone destroy other tribes. Even though Wuya had only been in the tribe for 1 day, the tribe had already obtained both the black wind python and the velociraptor. Without the Tyrannosaurus Rex, there would be nothing today. Wuya looked at everyone's stunned expressions and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Shouldn't there be applause or cheers at a moment like this? I, the Suzuka tribe, will surely regain our glory, Wuya shouted, and at the same time, he used all his strength to raise the wizard's staff. Now the people in the tribe finally responded, and everyone followed Wuya and shouted for the Suzuka tribe to regain its glory. These primitive people are really hard to lead. Wuya, exhausted, put down his staff and thought while panting. But now that the heavenly sacrifice is over, Wuya said, All right, everyone, go back to the tribe and rest. Starting tomorrow, our tribe will be transformed. After Wuya finished speaking, he pulled the witch staff and went back first. Back in the cave, Wuya put the wizard's staff aside, put some firewood on the fire in the middle, and sat cross-legged. Now that there was no one around him, Wuya finally had time to sort out his thoughts. To be honest, Waiadeo still feels like a dream. I was laughing and having a graduation party with my comrades yesterday, but now I have come directly to a primitive tribe. The Suzaku tribe has the same name as the Suzaku Special Forces team he is going to, but they're completely different. Wuya felt that the people he felt most sorry for after traveling through time were his parents. Fortunately, he was not an only child and had an older brother at home, otherwise he didn't know what to do. After recalling the past, Wuya had to face reality. That is the dilemma of the Suzaku tribe. They have no magical power, too few totem warriors, and insufficient combat effectiveness. This is the biggest dilemma of the Suzaku tribe. The lack of combat effectiveness is closely related to the tribe. The tribe has not yet developed the awareness of planting and breeding, and it is too dangerous outside. To obtain food, apart from the unpatterned warriors collecting fruits near the tribe, they rely entirely on the totem warriors to go out hunting. In the past, the tribe had a leader who was a yellow-striped warrior, so it was no problem to feed more than 170 people. But now, there are only 5 totem warriors, and they are orange-striped warriors. It is difficult to feed so many people. Wuya had this in mind when he asked the warriors without patterns to resume training. If that didn't work, he could only let them participate in hunting. Wuya believed that with his own intelligence, he could still let the warriors without patterns participate in hunting. Then the problem comes back to Wuya himself. If he wants to let the warriors without patterns participate in hunting, Wuya must at least teach them. Therefore, Wuya must become strong enough so that he doesn't need someone to protect him all the time and guide him in hunting. By the way, is it really impossible for me to cultivate magical powers? When Wuya thought about this question, he couldn't help but recall the original training process in his mind. The practice of witches is to absorb a kind of energy called spiritual energy from the air, let it enter the body, flow along the meridians, and then transform it into chi. The witch power is chi. After you have many chi, a chi palace will be opened up in your head. This is the sign of becoming a witch. Of course, this is just a sacrificial witch. Witches also have levels. From low to high, they are sacrificial witches, divination witches, and fortune-telling witches. No matter how high-ranking the witch is, he wouldn't know. Even the previous witch of Zhuke was just a fortune-teller. Although the Suzaku tribe was once glorious, many of its heritage had long been lost, and no one knew how it was lost. Back to the topic, when a witch starts practicing, it usually takes some time to sense the chi, and then it takes another period of time to become familiar with the practice. When you have cultivated enough chi, you can open up the chi palace. This process is not difficult. As long as you have the talent of a witch, everything will be simple and you can just go with the flow. But the original product had already cultivated chi, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach the final step of opening up the chi palace. This is not a very short time. The original product had already cultivated enough chi to open up the chi palace 5 years ago. Now that he thinks about it, Wuya understands the original product's unapproachable personality. A person carries the hope of inheritance for the tribe, but he has been stuck at the bottleneck of cultivation and has not made any breakthrough in 5 years. It is impossible for him to have a good face. Is it really that difficult to open up a chi palace? I don't know if I can do it. Wuya tightened his legs together, pointed his 5 hearts toward the sky, and closed his eyes. According to the original memory, Wuya began to sense the spiritual energy in the air, and then absorbed it into his body and refined it. The refined chi continuously gathered in the forehead of Wuya's head. This was what he had always hoped to happen in his original memory. The forehead is the location where the chi palace is opened. There's an indescribable space there, protected by a thin film. When enough chi gathers there, it will break through the film-like barrier and then gather inside to form a chi palace. Chapter 20 Selection. The chi in Wuya's body is constantly attacking the barrier at this moment, and the barrier is slowly getting weaker. This is much better than the original product that has remained unchanged for 5 years. According to this effect, it won't take long before I can break through this barrier, open up the chi palace, and become a real witch. The witch was in high spirits when he suddenly heard something. Whoa, it's time to eat. Wuya opened his eyes and found that Yin was standing at the entrance of the cave, looking at him. Eat? I've just been practicing for a while. Why do I have to eat? Wuya asked in confusion. Yin opened his eyes wide and looked at Wuya. Whoa, it's already dawn. Everyone has prepared the food. Wuya also opened his eyes wide. He felt like he had only been practicing for a while, but he didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Okay, I'll be right there. Wuya stood up. Then, as if remembering something, he said, By the way, I have some good news for you. Yin looked at Wuya in confusion. Ah, Wu, what's the good news? He felt that Wuya was completely different from before. To put simply, he talked a lot more than before. If Wuya knew that Yin actually looked at him this way, he would be speechless. The good news he wanted to tell was naturally the progress of his own cultivation. I've made great progress in my cultivation. Judging from the situation, I will be able to cultivate witchcraft power and become a real witch in about 3 days. Wuya said. Wuya didn't know why he could break through the bottleneck so easily after the original product had failed to do so in 5 years. He had a feeling that it was related to him, but he couldn't grasp the point. Telling Yin not only helps him share his joy, but also helps him to calm down. Sure enough, Yin was very excited and almost collapsed. Wuya looked at the very happy Yin and said, "Don't tell the people in the tribe about this for now. I will tell them after I cultivate my magical power." Yin nodded happily. "Okay, Wu, if you can cultivate your magic power, our tribe will definitely be able to return to its glory." After communicating with Yin, Wuya immediately left the cave with him and went outside to eat with everyone. Originally, Yin had already brought the food into the cave, but Wuya was still used to the atmosphere of everyone eating together. The food of the tribe is simple. It is nothing more than grilled or boiled meat. This morning we cooked meat. It was the meat of the giant boar that Yun and his friends hunted the day before yesterday. Wuya took a bite and didn't feel the same energy as the black winged python rushing through his body. Of course, there was still energy, but it was very little, and it just made Wuya feel his body getting warmer. Wuya took a sip of the soup and felt it. The soup contained more energy than the meat. Obviously, the essence was in the soup. However, this energy is not as much as that of the black wind python, which makes Wuya very surprised. So he asked Yin, what kind of animal is this megalodon? Yes, it's a wild beast. Guijafronith. It was outrageous that the energy of the wild beast was not as much as that of the fierce beast. Could it be because it was cooked? So Wuya asked Yin to bring a piece of raw meat, and Wuya took a bite of it. After entering the body, an energy much more violent than the black wind python's blood ran rampant in the body. However, the amount was too small, and Wuya did not experience the same situation as yesterday. It seems that cooking food does reduce energy, as the energy is dispersed. But it's normal to think about it. Wuya looked at those people in the tribe who were eating meat in big mouthfuls. If the energy was so violent, they would explode and die if they ate like that. Let's not worry about these things for now. After eating, Wuya went to check on Yi's condition. He recovered well, and all his wounds had scabs formed. I believe that with his physique as an orange-striped warrior and sufficient meat, he will recover soon. Seeing Yi's condition, Wuya felt more relieved. Just take a good rest. You'll be fine in a few days. He nodded and said, Wu, your treatment is amazing. I thought I was dead. Wuya smiled and said, the tribe only has so many people, but we can't lose a single one. You should take good care of your injuries and strive to take up your position as deputy chief as soon as possible. Okay, Wu, I promise I'll be full of energy in 5 days. After talking to Yi for a while, everyone in the tribe had almost finished eating. Wuya didn't waste any time and immediately asked everyone to go out and gather. He has a lot of things to do, but he can't waste even a minute. After everyone came out, Wuya immediately asked Yin to pull out all the warriors without patterns. Amidst the envious gazes of many people in the tribe, Yin pulled all the warriors without patterns aside. These warriors without patterns were of different ages. The youngest was 15 years old and the oldest was 20 years old, with a total of about 40 people. But these are all men, not a single woman. There are no women because in order to prevent inbreeding, women usually marry out and do not stay in the tribe. Therefore, awakening a totem warrior will not awaken a woman. But Wuya doesn't care about these. His goal is to bring the Suzaku tribe to glory. As for the population issue, the more the better. He will not let anyone marry out. But putting the woman aside for now, Wuya said, what's going on? Don't the selection of unmarked warriors start at the age of 12? Why are these so big? The warriors without patterns are the reserve warriors of the totem warriors. They start to be selected after they turn 12 years old. If they fail to awaken successfully by the age of 18, they will give up and remain an ordinary person for the rest of their lives. The understanding of those Wuya who are in their 20s is accumulated from the 8 years of not awakening. But what the hell is the youngest only 15 years old? Are all those aged 12 to 15 just there to do nothing and none of them passed? At this time, Yin whispered behind Wuya, Wu, 3 years ago, due to food shortages, you asked everyone not to select warriors without patterns. This made Wuya very embarrassed. I forgot. Wuya said, "Then let's select warriors without patterns first. All men in the tribe who are 12 years old or older and women who are 14 years old or older must participate in the selection." Wuya's words startled Yun. "Ah, are there also selections for witches?" Yun didn't intend to disobey Wuya's orders or refute anything. He just thought he had misheard, so he asked. The people in the tribe also looked at Wuya in surprise. It was the first time they heard that women also had to participate in the selection of warriors without patterns. Not to mention whether women can awaken totem warriors. What if a woman awakens and then goes to other tribes? Wuya saw everyone's confusion, so he explained to everyone, "Don't be surprised. Women are also human beings. They also have the right to become totem warriors. If you're worried that they'll go to other tribes after becoming totem warriors, then don't let them go to other tribes and let their men come to our tribe." Chapter 21, Beating the Tyrannosaurus. The tribesmen were surprised that this was possible. In their minds, women are just tools for rolling animal skins or giving birth to children, and they have never thought of allowing women to awaken totem warriors. We said, "All right, those who meet the requirements will go for the selection. Elder Yu and Elder Fei will be in charge. The rest of you can follow me here." Those who followed Wuya were naturally the warriors without patterns, and those who were already over 18 years old and had not yet passed the selection without patterns. We took a look and saw that there were very few people, only about 70 or so. Obviously, the tribe also considered supplying as much food as possible to the warriors without patterns. Moreover, the vitality of the warriors without patterns is stronger, so those who can survive are extraordinary. Wuya looked at Yi and said, "Sharpen the bone knife, and then cut off the hair of all the men." Everyone in the tribe had disheveled hair, including Wuya, which made him very uncomfortable. The hair is too long, especially for these people who seldom take a bath, so there's a lot of mud in it, and fleas can live quite happily in it. The first one to get his hair cut was naturally Wuya, as he was not used to growing his hair. Fortunately, these primitive people did not have hair or skin on their bodies. They inherited the idea from their parents, so they would cut their teeth if the witch asked them to. After Yi cut off his hair, Wuya felt a lot more relaxed. After letting Yi throw the cut hair into the fire, Wuya went to check on the selection of warriors without patterns. The selection of the tattooless warriors is simple. It just involves weightlifting. If you can lift a stone with a diameter of 70 to 80 centimeters, you have passed. The stone looked like it weighed about 300 or 400 pounds. Only those who could lift it could withstand the energy generated when the totem awakened. Wuya watched from the side and thought about how to train these primitive people. Their training is simple, that is, weightlifting or running. As for fighting, it's just sparring with each other. Although this can train combat awareness very well, it is too primitive. Yun and his men's battles were direct confrontations with the ferocious beasts, without any skills or coordination. This won't work. To deal with powerful beasts, we need to cooperate with each other. Wuya planned in his mind for a long time, and the selection of the warriors without patterns was finally completed. There are not many more warriors without patterns now than before. Wuya counted and found that there were only 63 people. There are only 10 women among them. I don't know whether it is because women are not at an advantage or because the tribe believes that they only need to be supported, which leads to so few women. Regarding this, Wuya is more inclined to the second one. After all, among human beings, the difference between men and women is not that big. It was already noon when Yidu had his hair cut by everyone in the tribe. The tribe originally had no habit of eating at noon, but Wuya asked everyone to eat. Man is iron and rice is steel. Only when you are full will you have the strength to exercise. After lunch, Wuya immediately gathered all the warriors without patterns, taught them to line up, and then started to move the blocks endlessly. The purpose of the game, square walking, is to train everyone's cooperation. Wuya intends to form these primitive people into combat teams with good coordination. Of course, food is eaten one bite at a time. Furthermore, physical fitness is the core of totem warrior training. Wuya's training plan is to train the body in the morning, train coordination in the afternoon, and train the body again in the evening. That way, nothing will be delayed. After training for about an hour, Wuya asked everyone to run around the open space in front of the cave. Fei ran to Wuya and pointed at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Wu, what should we do with the Tyrannosaurus Rex?" Wuya looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who had been watching the tribesmen from the side. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. "Fei, I have a task for you." "Ah, you say." Fei's eyes lit up when he heard that Wuya was going to give him a task. Wuya laughed and said, "Go and beat up that Tyrannosaurus Rex. Go and beat it up every once in a while." Fei was very happy when he heard Wuya asked him to do this. He asked Wuya how to deal with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He just wanted to know if he could beat it. But he still wanted to ask, "Is it the same kind of beating you did yesterday?" Wuya shook his head. If he beat the Tyrannosaurus Rex like he was beating it, it wouldn't be able to withstand the blow. Just beat it normally as long as it hurts. Okay, I understand. After Fei asked, he couldn't wait to walk towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then, there were bursts of sounds of Tyrannosaurus Rex being beaten. The warriors without patterns looked at Fei curiously, envious. That was a wild beast. If only they could beat it. We saw a few people slowing down and immediately shouted, "Hurry up, those guys!" Run 3 more laps later. We felt very happy when he heard the frustrated voices of those people. Now he finally understood why those instructors were so perverted when they were training them, because this was really cool. However, they dared to complain to the instructor, but these primitive people did not dare to complain to Wuya. In this primitive tribe, even if the witch asks someone to die, that person will rush forward with a smile. Yin went to check on Yi's condition, and only then came to Wuya. What should we do with those wild beast bones? There are still many wild beast bones not far from the tribe. We also thought of this, but there were too few totem warriors in the tribe, and they were needed to protect the training of the unpatterned warriors. Wuya thought for a moment and said, "If only 2 of you go, will that be enough?" Yi nodded. "Well, 2 people should be enough. After all, we're near the tribe, there are no powerful beasts nearby, and if we're just going to get those wild beast bones, it will be enough." "That's fine," Wuya said, "then you can go there. Remember, if you find a ferocious beast that you can't deal with, give up the bones. You can go again next time. Saving your life is the most important thing." Yin nodded. He was worried about other people going, so it would be best for him to go alone. He called Yu, who was watching Fei beat the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the 2 of them left, each holding a bone knife. We all looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex with its mouth tied up, trying to roar, but unable to, and shouted to Fei, "Fei, that's enough. Beat me later." Fei didn't understand why, but since Wuya had spoken, he didn't continue fighting. Wuya looked around the Tyrannosaurus Rex and found that the wounds it had been bitten by the velociraptor last night had almost healed. Unexpectedly, the wild beast's recovery ability was so strong. Wuya asked Fei to come over and use a bone knife to cut open the blood scabs and take a look. I found that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had actually recovered, but its skin had not yet completely closed again. "This is really an abnormal recovery ability," Wuya sighed. Then he said to Fei, "Give the Tyrannosaurus another blow, let some blood out, and use it to restore Yi's body." Fei happily replied, "Okay." Then he stabbed the Tyrannosaurus Rex where its skin had not yet grown new skin. Chapter 22, Retrieving the Wild Beast Bones. Speaking of which, this Tyrannosaurus Rex is quite miserable. It was sent flying by Wuya and beaten in all kinds of ways. When you get tired of beating them, just take a break before beating them again. The damage won't be that great, but it will be extremely insulting. Wuya came to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, looked into his eyes full of anger, and then punched him. There's a glass-like protective layer on the eyes of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which cannot be opened by Wuya's power. However, doing so would cause the Tyrannosaurus Rex to feel a sense of fear. After watching Fei beat him for a while, Wuya continued to train the warriors without patterns. Although these people are not as strong as the totem warriors, they should not be underestimated. After all, they can lift stones weighing 300 or 400 kilograms, which shows that their physical fitness is much stronger than that of humans on Earth. There were a total of 63 warriors without patterns, and we had directly divided them into 6 teams. At that time, Yi, Yin, Fei, Yu, and he will be the captains respectively, which will be just right. We asked the 6 teams to line up in a small row, and then each team selected a deputy captain. The deputy captains are Yin, Ya, Qi, Lai, Yin, and Yin, corresponding to Yin, Yi, Fei, Yu, and Yi respectively. This subdivision is also for the convenience of management, and it will not be chaotic during battles. After dividing the teams, Wuya asked them to start playing blocks again to practice their obedience. This kind of practice will take at least a week. Well, what's the point of doing this? I don't see how it will improve the strength of the warriors without patterns. Fei was tired of beating the Tyrannosaurus Rex and came to Wuya to watch the fun. Wuya smiled and said, "Of course it is useful, especially in battle." Okay, I don't understand it, but if Wu says it's useful, then it must be useful. Fei said. Wu smiled, but said nothing. He had no choice but to train these warriors without patterns in this way. Although he can now guarantee that he can open up the Qi Palace in about 3 days and become a real witch. But you cannot awaken the totem warrior because awakening the totem warrior requires a specific time. And that time is the intersection of the last day of winter and the first day of spring, and it is impossible to awaken at other times. When Wu traveled through time, it was already the 10th day of spring. Even if he opened up the Qi Palace and became a sacrificial witch now, he would have to wait until the next time to awaken these patternless warriors. All in all, this period of time is about 1 year. Now that the tribe has lost its powerful leader, life will become extremely difficult. Wu must make these unmarked warriors form a fighting force. In this world, it is not just ferocious beasts that threaten human safety. Extreme weather is also a very important factor. Thunderstorms, mountain torrents, extremely hot weather, and extremely cold weather all threaten human life. Of course, these extreme weather conditions do not directly take human lives, but under these extreme weather conditions, those ferocious beasts will be forced to leave their homes and rush into human territory. If there were only 1 or 2, that would be fine. The tribe would rather the ferocious beasts came to their door. But it wasn't just 1 or 2 beasts coming, it was waves of beasts. Any small wave of beasts could put humans in trouble and endanger their safety. Wu naturally has ways to keep these people alive, but humans are not what he needs. Although life is simple, it is too tiring. What Wu wants is to live a comfortable life. After all, he has finally traveled through time and space, so he has to do something. Therefore, the purpose of making these unmarked warriors fight effectively is based on these considerations. At the very least, whatever Wu made with these primitive people must be kept safe. Wu took these people for some training, and Yin Hiyu finally came back. Fortunately, they did not encounter any particularly difficult beasts when they went out this time and brought back all the wild beast bones. When Fei saw the wild beast bones, he ran over with shining eyes and helped them unload them. Yin naturally knew what Fei was going to do. This kid was the first one to run over, so naturally he was going to choose a better wild beast bone. Get out of the way. The witch hasn't chosen yet, and you want to choose first? Yin Bai Fei glanced at him. He casually came to Wu with the wild beast bones on his back and unloaded them on the ground. Wu, we have brought back the wild beast bones. You can choose first. Wu, what do you want a wild beast bone for? Do you want to polish it into a wizard's staff? It won't take much, right? This one is the best, suitable for polishing into a wizard's staff. Fei followed happily and pointed at the wild beast bone that Wu had taken a fancy to in the Tyrannosaurus Rex's nest. Wu nodded and smiled. Well, this wild beast bone is indeed good, but I want all of them. What? Wu this? Fei shouted. Yin also asked in confusion, Wu, there are so many wild beast bones. What are you going to do with them all? Wu naturally had his considerations. The weapons they made themselves were nothing more than bone knives, bone spears, etc. It was nothing originally, but Wu knew from the memory of the original product that they wasted a lot of materials when polishing weapons. They can use bones that can be made into more than 10 bone knives, but they can grind out just 1 bone knife. I can tolerate the others, but I can't tolerate Wu. If all these wild beast bones were given to them, the final product would only be a few dozen. Frugality is a virtue, and Wu will not abandon it. Therefore, the correct solution is to give him all the wild beast bones for safekeeping, which is the way to maximize resources. After putting the wild beast bones away, Wu briefly talked to Yin about how to train these warriors without patterns, and then called Yi aside. Yi Ziren also knew why Wu came to him for help, which was nothing more than polishing the wizard staff. Which, just tell me what kind of wizard staff you want to make, and I promise to make it for you. Wu shook his head, then took a branch and drew on the ground, saying as he drew, grind a tool like this for me. It looks like this. Each of these teeth is in a different direction from the adjacent teeth. Like this and like this. Wu drew for Yi a saw that was already very common in his previous life. If the saw was sharpened, not only could he cut the wild beast bones into small pieces to prevent them from being wasted due to grinding, but he could also cut down the giant trees in front of the tribe's gate to avoid them being an eyesore. He looked at the saw Wu had drawn and asked Wu in confusion, Wu, what is this? I've never seen it before. What is it used for? Wu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Its name is a saw. As for what it is used for, you will know after you polish it out. Go ahead, choose a piece of the hardest wild beast bone and polish it. All right. Chapter 23 Saw. You picked out a wild beast bone that was 3 meters long and half a meter thick. Under Wu Ya's guidance, he also began to polish. First, he took out a piece of wild beast bone that was 30 centimeters wide and 3 meters long and polished it to a thickness of about 3 centimeters. Fei Meiwu was also checking beside them. Seeing such a large piece of board being polished, he couldn't help but say, "It would be great if this could be used to make a knife." Wu Ya glanced at him and said, "Come on, you won't be short of money. Go beat up the Tyrannosaurus Rex." Fei smiled awkwardly and ran to beat the Tyrannosaurus Rex. When he was tired of beating, he came over and saw that Yi had already started to sharpen the teeth on the knife. He couldn't help but say with regret, "It's a good knife. Why do you have to make so many teeth on it? Wu Ya, don't you have anything to do? If so, go get some blood and give it to Yi so he can recover soon." Fei smiled embarrassedly, then went to get the blood of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Wu, Fei is really disrespectful," Yi said dissatisfiedly. Wu Ya shook his head. "Let him be, this is good." In the tribe, except for the totem warriors, everyone else treated him as a plague god. Even Yi and the others respected him very much. Only Fei, who was not very smart, spoke to him normally, and he naturally didn't say anything. He can't act as cool as the original. Every time he sharpened a tooth, Wu would check it. After all, this was his first saw, and it was sharpened with bone, which was irreparable, so Wu Ya dared not be careless. Before I knew it, it was already evening. Wu Ya and Yi also polished out what might be the world's first saw. This saw is 3 meters long, 30 centimeters wide, and only about 1 centimeter thick at its thickest point. The thick parts are the back handle, and the serrations are very thin. Wu Ya was very satisfied with this saw. With this tool, he could do a lot of things. It was already dinner time, so Yun asked everyone to eat first, and then came to Wu Ya and the others. Fei and Yu had nothing to do, so they came to see what Wu Ya asked Yi to polish. "Well, what is this thing? It doesn't look very useful," Yu asked. Yi nodded in agreement. Although he didn't say it out loud, he was also very confused as to why Wu Ya wasted wild beast bones to polish this thing. After all, bone knives are usually not ground so thin, and they will easily break when encountering ferocious beasts. Wu Ya smiled and said, "This is called a saw. As for its function, you will know it after you see it." As he spoke, he was about to lift the saw to saw a wild animal bone, but embarrassingly, it didn't move at all. The weight of wild beast bones is very heavy. Such a large piece of wild beast bones must weigh at least more than 100 pounds, which is far beyond the ability of Wu Ya to lift now. Wu Ya could only look at Yi. Yi lifted up this saw and saw that wild beast bone. Saw. Yi obviously didn't know what saw meant, so he was very confused. Wu Ya had no choice but to say, "Well, just put the saw on the wild beast bone and pull it back and forth." Yi nodded. "Okay." As he spoke, he easily lifted up the wild beast bone saw, and it looked like an ordinary saw. This action left Wu Ya speechless, as he was very envious of such a physique. However, what he did left Wu Ya speechless. He placed the saw on the wild beast bone and moved it back and forth, but the saw was placed flat. Wu Ya said speechlessly, "Use the side with your teeth. Otherwise, why did you grind out this thing?" "Oh, okay." He nodded, then stood up the saw and started pulling it. He felt a resistance when he started pulling, but with his strength, this resistance was almost non-existent, and he pulled the bone saw easily. Yin and the others saw that the bone saw easily sawed into the wild beast bones, bringing out a large amount of bone chips. "Wow, this saw is so powerful," Fei shouted after seeing the effect. Wu was also very satisfied with the effect of the saw. It was able to saw these wild beast bones. When the time came, he could cut them into pieces and then grind them, so there would be no waste. Yin and the others were also very curious about why this saw was so powerful. They were made of wild beast bones, and a bone knife could not leave any marks at all, but this saw could easily make a hole in it. So, he had just been sawing for a while when Yu and Fei rushed to compete with him to saw. Obviously, they were very curious about this thing. But Yin did not try to rob them. After all, he was the leader now, and he couldn't compete with them. However, this saw is really powerful. The wild beast bone used for demonstration was about 10 centimeters thick, but it was sawed off by them in just a short while. Wu was naturally very happy, but he had other things to do tonight and couldn't waste any more time here. "Okay, let's go eat first. I still have things to do tonight." "Ah, isn't it time to roll animal skins at night? How come there is still something to do?" Fei asked puzzledly. Rolling animal skins is naturally for the purpose of reproduction. According to the minimum age for awakening totem warriors, The youngest of them is already 20 years old, and they all have wives and children. Naturally, they have to roll animal skins at night to contribute to the tribe's population plan. The current body of Wuya is 16 years old. Although he has reached the age, the original body does not have a wife, which saves Wuya a lot of trouble. As a single guy with nothing to do at night, Wuya naturally wants to torture these people as much as possible. Get lost. From now on, I have requisitioned all soldiers from dusk to midnight, and they are not allowed to run away. Wuya said. Not only did Faye stop, but everyone else's faces changed. If this happened, life would be boring. Wuya naturally noticed their changes, but he didn't care. As a single man, I naturally take pleasure in torturing those who have wives. Okay, let's go eat. We must have something important for us to do. Yin said. Wuya gave Yin a thumbs up and said, well, what the chief said is right. Let's go eat. Faye asked curiously, well, what does this mean? Wuya smiled and said, it's just well said. It means to praise others. Faye also gave Wuya a thumbs up. Woo, you are amazing. You made something as powerful as a saw. Okay, let's go eat something. After eating, Wuya called all the people in the tribe out of the cave except those who were too young, too weak, or pregnant. 2 large fires were lit on either side of the open space outside, and Wuya began to speak. From now on, after getting up in the morning and eating, gather here. In the morning, you will exercise, and in the afternoon, you will practice marching. And at night, you cannot rest until midnight, as this is the time to practice boxing. Chapter 2400 Battles Fist. Although the totem warriors in this world are powerful, we did not find that they could easily perform powerful martial arts like those in the fantasy world. Perhaps they also possess a kind of energy in their bodies like Wu, but based on the original memory and Wuya's observations over the past 2 days, they mainly rely on their strong physical fitness to fight. Wuya once asked Yun about the role of their totems, and the answer he got was that the totems could increase their power, nothing more. If you want to fight purely with your physical body, then you need to practice boxing. The boxing that Wuya wants everyone to practice is not some high-end boxing style from those novels. What he taught was actually the military boxing that must be practiced in the army. Military boxing is a type of boxing that consists of fighting movements such as punching, kicking, wrestling, grabbing knives and guns. It was created in China after extensive research and by integrating traditional boxing techniques such as Bajikwan, Xingyiquan, and Taijikwan. Boxing involves a lot of activity, which has a positive effect on developing strength, endurance, and speed. It allows these fighters to properly control their own muscles and exert their greatest strength. Of course, Wuya had also excelled at military boxing in his previous life. In a training camp like this, where elite soldiers from all over the army gathered, Wuya was undoubtedly number 1 in terms of fighting ability. So, it's more than enough to teach these totem warriors. The boxing we're going to practice will help you increase your strength and improve your fighting ability, so each of you must learn it well. Wuya said. Faye asked doubtfully, whoa, what kind of fist is this? Wuya was just about to blurt out military boxing, but then he thought that this world might not even have an army. So, I thought of a more creative name. This boxing style is called 100 Battles Boxing. The 100 Battles fist technique sounds very powerful. After Wuya finished speaking, everyone in the tribe thought to themselves. However, some people are still confused. If their witch knew such a powerful boxing technique, why didn't he teach it before, but only taught it now? Of course, no one would ask Wuya this question. This is the convenience of his identity. As the witch of the Suzuka tribe, Wuya often just needs to do his job, and no one will question him. Okay, to practice this boxing technique, the first thing you need to do is take a horse stance, Wuya said. Horse stance is a very basic requirement, which not only exercises endurance, but also enhances balance. The basic skills of many boxing styles require horse stance. Wuya raised his hands first, then half squatted down. See, this is how you do the horse stance. After Wuya demonstrated it, the people in the tribe followed suit. Just when Wuya was about to say how long it would take, he realized that he had no timekeeping device at all. So, I can only go by my own feeling. Wuya's body was very weak. After squatting for only a few minutes, he felt his thighs starting to feel sore. Some people in the tribe could no longer hold on and fell down. It was obvious that they were not as good as Wuya. It's not that their physical fitness is not as good as Wuya's, but Wuya has mastered the skills and his horse stance posture is very standard, so he can persist longer. Soon, some of the warriors without patterns began to give up. But when they saw that Wuya was still holding on, they could only stand up and continue squatting. When Wuya felt that it had been about half an hour, he could no longer hold on. Although he has mastered the skills, His hard power is not enough, and Wuya has no way to deal with it. Looking at the people in the tribe again, except for the 4 totem warriors, including Yun, the other non-marked warriors are no longer able to fight. Wuya looked at him with a slight smile on his face. Okay, that's all for today's horse stance session. Next, let's start boxing. As he spoke, Wuya began to demonstrate at once, and after that he taught everyone step by step. Military boxing is very simple to perform, and the people in these tribes are not stupid. They can learn it once they are taught, and they can remember it as long as they practice it a few times. Time passed quickly, and the bright moon in the sky had reached the center, indicating that it was midnight. Wuya was already sweating profusely at this time. His foundation was not good, so he had to work hard to train. The people in the tribe were not necessarily that good. Seeing Wuya, a wizard, working so hard to train his warriors in boxing, they worked even harder. After Wuya finished his standing exercise, he immediately announced that it was time to rest. When they heard that they could rest, the people in the tribe cheered. They basically go to bed when it gets dark. At most, they will roll around on animal skins with their partners, but they won't sleep too late. What Wuya did today really made it difficult for these primitive people who were not used to staying up late. Wuya looked at the cheering crowd and was speechless. It was just a break. Was any need to cheer like that? After returning to the cave, Wuya did not rest immediately. He briefly recalled what he had done today, and then made a simple plan of what he needed to do in the future before starting to practice. The people in the tribe were so tired after a night of work that no one rolled the animal skins, and they all slept soundly. Wuya was also very tired, but cultivating himself into a wizard was something he had to do quickly and could not delay. Sitting cross-legged with his head tilted towards the sky, Wuya began to absorb the spiritual energy in the air into his body. Spiritual energy enters the body, is refined into chi, and impacts the barrier. The barrier is becoming thinner and thinner, and I believe it won't be long before it is broken through. By then, we will be a real witch. Oh, it's time to eat. It was Yun's call again that brought Wuya back from his cultivation state. Wu felt refreshed at this time. Although his body was still a little sore, he no longer felt the fatigue of last night. Wuya was very happy that he didn't expect that cultivation would have such benefits. Seeing Yun's expectant eyes, Wuya smiled and said, "I'm almost there. Don't worry, I'll be able to succeed in the next 2 days." Yun by Wuya was even happier. "Yes, Wu, if you can cultivate your magic power, our tribe will surely rise." He was not talking nonsense. After so many years of accumulation, the tribe now has 63 warriors without patterns. After the awakening, there are suddenly many more totem warriors. By then, with so many totem warriors, it would be considered a fairly powerful tribe nearby. Of course, the prerequisite for all this is that Wuya can successfully cultivate witchcraft power and become a real witch. Otherwise, these ideas are just empty talk. Yin seemed to have thought of something and said, "By the way, Wu, the people in the tribe said that they are sore in many parts of their bodies, especially their thighs. Some of them can't even walk properly. Do you have any suggestions?" Wuya smiled silently. Not only were the people in the tribe like this, he himself was like this too. There's no way around it. This is caused by the sudden increase in exercise. It's normal to be like this just after training. It will be fine after the 3rd day. Wuya said, "Tell them not to worry. Just let it hurt a little. Eat more meat and move more, and we'll be fine." Chapter 25, Witch Sacrifice. Yin nodded and didn't say anything else, but still looked at Wuya with anticipation. Wuya said speechlessly, "It hasn't succeeded yet, but it will only take a couple of days. There's no rush." Yin smiled embarrassedly. What he cared about most now was when Wuya would successfully become a witch. In the morning, we still cook and grill meat, nothing fancy. Wuya is now fully focused on improving the strength of the tribe's people, and has no energy or time to change the tribe's diet or anything like that. Only when you improve your strength will you have time to consider those things. After breakfast, the tribesmen gathered in the open space in front of the door. In the morning, it was time for physical exercise. The first thing Wuya did was to have everyone run 10 laps in the open space. Of course, he also ran himself. Only when he took the lead would the enthusiasm of the people in the tribe be high enough. After running 10 laps and taking a short rest, Wuya asked someone to carry out the meat of the black wind python. He led his teacher to take a bite to test it out. After the snake meat entered the stomach and was absorbed, it immediately produced a large amount of energy. Although it was not as terrifying as blood, one should not eat too much. Enduring the heat all over his body, Wuya began to practice military boxing. He didn't feel anything when he first started, But after he finished one session, he found that the heat in his body had obviously decreased and his energy had decreased. This discovery made Wuya very happy. Eating the meat of ferocious beasts can enhance physical fitness, which has been discovered long ago. In the past, people in a tribe would do a lot of exercise after eating to quickly absorb the energy, including Wuya when he drank blood. However, the speed of absorbing energy is not very fast. Wuya ran very hard last time before the heat in his body was reduced. Now, when practicing this military boxing, the speed of energy absorption becomes several times faster. In this way, you can improve your physical fitness in a short period of time. Wuya said, "Everyone come over here and eat this meat, and then practice the 100 battles fist technique." Seeing that Yun and the others also wanted to eat the meat of the black wind python, Wuya stopped them. "The four of you go eat the velociraptors. The beast probably won't be of much help to you." As orange-striped warriors, Yun and his companions have eaten countless amounts of ferocious beast meat in the past 8 years, and the ferocious beasts really have little effect on them. Eating meat and boxing, that's how the morning passed. It is indeed fast to practice using this method, but Wuya soon discovered a new problem. That is, after eating meat, not all of it is converted into energy, so you can't continue eating after you're full. Wuya had no way to deal with this phenomenon. You can't just spit it out and then continue eating. Regardless of whether it's easy to do, wasting food like this is not what Wuya wants to see. Since you eat less, you can only increase the energy conversion rate. Wuya knew that the meat of these ferocious beasts must contain a lot of energy, and not much could be absorbed by eating it raw. But Wuya has also eaten cooked food, and the energy in cooked food is actually not as much as that in raw meat. This put Wuya in a difficult position. After thinking for a long time, Wuya remembered a way of eating that he had heard of in his previous life: medicinal food. Medicinal food is made by cooking a variety of complementary herbs together, allowing all the medicinal properties in them to be released and become very nourishing. However, Wuya had only heard of this and had not studied it himself. If he wants to conduct experiments, he needs a large amount of medicinal materials, but Wuya is too weak now and doesn't want to go out and look for medicinal materials, so he can only wait and see. At noon, Wuya went to check on Yi's condition and found that he had recovered well. The blood of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was very helpful to his recovery. This made Wuya very happy, and he immediately asked Faye to fight the Tyrannosaurus Rex again to get its blood. Once he has cultivated enough magical powers to use, and he has recovered, they can go out and have fun. Nothing interesting happened here, so Wuya directly asked Faye and the others to participate in the training of the cube team. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight again. After Wuya dismissed everyone, he dragged his tired body into the cave. Although I was full of passion during training, I was really tired. After reviewing what happened that day, Wuya started practicing again. He continuously absorbed the spiritual energy in the air, refined it into chi, and continuously impacted the barrier. The barrier also gradually became thinner in the process. Finally, a click sound came from Wuya's head, and the barrier broke into light spots. Those light spots did not disappear, but instead entered the mysterious space along with the chi and condensed into a point. As chi continued to enter, the light spot became larger and larger, almost illuminating the entire space. Swish! When the brightness of the light spot reached the critical point, it suddenly became so bright that Wuya could not see anything. When he could see clearly again in his mind, he found that a transparent sphere about the size of a fist had appeared in that space. This is what the original has been thinking about day and night for the past 8 years: Chi Palace. The opening of the Chi Palace went very smoothly this time, so smoothly that Wuya couldn't believe it was so successful. But the Chi Palace in his mind reminded him that he had really succeeded, and he was now a genuine shaman. Wuya happily stopped practicing and opened his eyes. However, a pungent stench suddenly rushed into Wuya's nostrils, making him almost think that he had fallen into a cesspool. But he soon discovered that the stench came from himself. Wuya opened his eyes and found that he was covered with a layer of mud almost half a centimeter thick. It's sticky and disgusting. This must be the legendary cleansing of hair and marrow, Wuya thought. These sludges are the impurities discharged from his body during his cultivation, which means that he has truly succeeded in his cultivation. Wuya originally wanted to go out and ask Yin to get him some water for a bath, but just as he was about to go out, he heard snoring coming from outside from time to time. Obviously, it's still dark, and everyone is still sleeping. The tribe gets its water from a stream flowing down from a mountain 3 or 4 kilometers away. In the past, Yun and his totem warriors would use a few large stone jars to run over there to fetch water in the morning. It's still early morning. If we asked Yun to go, he would naturally go. But how could we feel comfortable asking him to go? There was no other way. He could only endure it for now. After all, Wuya was not a particular person. When he was training to lurk in the training camp, Wuya had been to the dirtiest places. With just this little bit of dirt, Wuya could just close his eyes and it would be daytime. But it really stinks. Wuya sighed and could only shift his attention elsewhere. Now that he has become a shaman, he can do many things that only shamans can do. Chapter 26: Inheritance. In this world, the tribe's heritage is not engraved on stone tablets like in Wuya's world. Although the cave within the cave that Wuya was in was filled with stone slabs and bone slabs, there was nothing useful on them. They were just the original goods that Wuya had nothing to do with, so he used them to draw things for fun. There are extraordinary powers in this world, so the tribe's heritage is naturally related to extraordinary things. Wuya was holding a black stone as big as a fist in his hand. The surface of the stone was very rough, as if the rock had been polished. This is what the witches in this world used to pass on their legacy, the inheritance stone. The inheritance stone is very magical. Wuya can't feel its weight at all when he holds it in his hand. There are 4 such inheritance stones in the tribe. The previous, which told the original one, that each inheritance stone here records the cultivation method and witchcraft of a witch's level, as well as the identification of some medicinal herbs. There are 4 pieces of Wuya in his hand, which means that the level of the witch is at least 4. However, the previous wizard did not know what the next level of a destiny wizard was. It had been a long time since a wizard in the tribe had cultivated to the level of a destiny wizard, so no wizard knew what the next level of a destiny wizard was. As for whether there are only 4 levels of witches, Wuya doesn't know either. After all, there is no mention of this in the original memory. Back to the topic, Wuya held the inheritance stone in both hands and placed it on his forehead. Then he began to circulate chi, which is the witch power, and sent chi to the inheritance stone. The cultivation of a witch, opening up the chi palace, is actually also opening up the primordial spirit. When the chi palace opens, the spiritual consciousness emerges. In Wuya's understanding, spiritual consciousness is actually the same as the ability of totem warriors to distinguish breath. In modern terms, it is mental power. When the Chi legend entered the inheritance stone, Wuya's consciousness also entered the inheritance stone along with the Chi. Then, Wuya's spiritual consciousness saw a giant firebird covered in burning flames, with red feathers all over its body and golden feathers on its head flying towards his spiritual consciousness. That was the totem of the Sisko tribe, the Sisko. According to the original's memory, this was the test of the inheritance stone. If the spirit could withstand the burning of the flame, it would receive the inheritance contained in the inheritance stone. We did not feel how powerful the flames on the Vermilion Bird were, and he easily withstood the test. Then he felt something entering his mind, and Wuya quickly used his spiritual sense to find out what it was. As soon as his spiritual consciousness touched that thing, Wuya felt countless pieces of information entering his mind. This information includes the names of various animals and plants, the names of various medicinal herbs that the Sazako tribe has discovered, various witchcraft that can be used by witches, and so on. This information was like his original memory. He remembered it immediately after seeing it. Wuya couldn't help but sigh that although this primitive tribe was backward, its way of transmitting information was really advanced. In Wuya's world, countless scientists are studying this technology that allows a person to master a large amount of knowledge in an instant. I didn't expect that I would actually try it in this world. After the information was conveyed, Wuya took down the inheritance stone and put it back with excitement. Then he looked at the next inheritance stone. The color of that inheritance stone was darker than the first one. It was the inheritance stone used for fortune-telling and witchcraft practice. Not knowing whether he could use it now, Wuya wanted to try it more and more, so he picked up the inheritance stone. Following the original method, Wuya placed the inheritance stone on his forehead and transferred chi into it. Wuya's spiritual consciousness also entered the inheritance stone, and then he saw the same scene as the previous inheritance stone. A giant vermilion bird, about 10 times larger than the original one, flew straight towards Wuya's consciousness. Before he got close, Wuya felt the immense heat, and even sensed the breath of death from it. Wuya quickly withdrew his spiritual consciousness. It was so scary just now that he thought he was going to die. Sure enough, this inheritance stone requires corresponding strength to obtain the next step of inheritance. Will you put the inheritance stone back to its original place? He didn't dare to try the next piece of inheritance. Woo, it's time to eat. At this time, Faye came in from the entrance of the cave. It was obviously dawn and time to eat. But Faye felt something was wrong as soon as he came in. What is it that stinks so bad? Wu was speechless. Go get a big tub of water so I can take a bath. Although he can tolerate the smell, it doesn't mean that Wuya likes it. Faye nodded and was about to go out, but turned back to look at Wuya. He felt that Wuya was a little different, but he couldn't tell what was different. Unable to figure out what was so different about Wuya's flying, he had to go out to fetch water. Along the way, Faye was thinking about what was different about Wuya. When he brought back the water and came near the tribe, his eyes suddenly lit up, his face was full of excitement, and he rushed into the cave, carrying the big stone jar. Ignoring Yi and E, who had almost recovered and were greeting him, Faye moved the stone jar into the cave. Who are you? Faye was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. On his way back, he finally figured out what was different about Wuya. The breath of the witch and the totem warrior is different, but Wuya's breath is still very weak, and Faye didn't notice it for a while. What Faye saw was Wuya's temperament. Wuya's temperament is completely different from before. At first glance, it feels like he is emitting a faint glow that seems to be visible but not real. Faye hadn't seen such a situation for a long time, so he didn't think about it for a while. When he suddenly had an epiphany, he remembered that Wuya's current situation was the same as what he had seen in the previous Wu. Wuya smiled and said, "Yes, you are right." Although covered by a layer of mud, Faye could only see Wuya's eyes and a row of big yellow teeth, which looked a bit funny. But Faye didn't care about those things. When he heard Wuya's personal admission, Faye was so happy that he almost jumped up. "That's great, Wu. You've finally cultivated your magical powers. Our Suzuka tribe finally has a Wu again." As he spoke, he actually choked up. Can you imagine that 2-meter-tall, muscular man like an iron tower choking in front of you? Wuya looked at the situation and was speechless. Wu, I will tell the leader and the others this good news right away. Faye only then remembered to share this joy with everyone. Wuya said speechlessly, "Don't do that yet. I'll announce the good news myself. I need to take a shower. Please guard the cave entrance for me." Faye nodded heavily. "Yes, okay, Wu." Chapter 27 Announcement. Wuya had only washed half of her teeth when Yun came over with a sad face. Seeing Faye at the entrance of the cave, he asked in confusion, "Why don't you go eat? Where's Wu?" Faye pointed into the cave and said, "Wu is taking a bath." "What's wrong? You look so sad." Yun sighed. "It's okay. Why hasn't Wu come out yet?" Faye chuckled and said, "Seeing that you look so worried, let me tell you something. Wu wants to announce something good." When Faye mentioned good things, Yun suddenly thought of something. Yun asked excitedly, "Is it Wu?" Faye put his finger to his lips and said, "Wu said he should announce it himself." Yun nodded, and the depression in his heart immediately disappeared. Now that the Suzuka tribe has a witch, no difficulties are a problem. So the two of them quietly shared their joy at the entrance of the cave while waiting for Wuya to come out. Soon, he came over. He wanted to tell Wuya that he had almost recovered, but he couldn't find Wuya. After asking, he found out whether Wuya had come out yet, so he came here. Seeing Yun and Faye standing at the entrance of the cave with smiles on their faces, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What are you two so happy about? Where's Wu?" Wu is still taking a shower inside. "Why are you here?" Faye asked. He waved his fist and said, "I think I'm almost recovered. Come and tell Wu." Yin looked at E and shook his head. He hasn't fully recovered yet. He needs to rest for another day or two. He also shook his head. "No, resting every day and watching you practice makes me feel uncomfortable all over. By the way, you haven't told me what you're happy about yet. You all have smiles on your faces." Yin smiled and said, "Hee hee, you'll know when Wu comes out." What could make Faye and Yun so happy? And it was related to Wuya. He knew what it was just by thinking about it. He also asked excitedly, "Is it Wu?" Yun nodded. Wu said that he should announce this matter himself. Yi's face was filled with excitement. "Great. Our Suzuka tribe finally sees hope for a rapid rise." Yin nodded. "Well, once all the unmarked warriors in our tribe awaken, we'll suddenly have dozens more totem warriors. Then we can attack other tribes and seize their people. That way, our tribe's population can return to what it was 8 years ago." He agreed and said, "Well, our tribe will definitely become strong again. And I have a feeling that under the leadership of the witch, our tribe will become unprecedentedly powerful." Faye and Yun agreed deeply. After all, in their memory, no witch in the tribe had ever been able to lead 5 totem warriors to capture a Tyrannosaurus Rex of the wild beast level. Wu Yu was taking a bath in the cave, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he listened to Yun and the others' conversation. Now that I have successfully become a witch priest, the strength of the tribe is not just empty talk, and everything is moving in a good direction. After washing his body, Wu Yu felt relaxed. It was the first time he felt so comfortable since coming to this world. Wu Yu changed into new animal skins and made a skirt out of them, but she felt uncomfortable again. These leathers from the tribe have not been processed and are very hard, making them really uncomfortable to wear. Wu Yu could tolerate these, but he felt really uncomfortable when the car was in neutral. He kept enjoying the breeze blowing under his crotch, and he was afraid that he might get rheumatism one day. Just be patient for a month. Improve your own strength and that of the tribe, and then you can start doing big things. Wu Yu thought as he walked out of the cave. Seeing Wu Yu coming out, Fei, Yun, and he immediately greeted him happily. Wu, you are out. Yunhei looked at Wu Yu and felt relieved. The feeling Wu Yu gave him at this time was very similar to that of the previous Wu, and that was Wu's unique temperament. Moreover, Wu Yu's faint breath is undoubtedly the breath that only a witch has. Fei was staring at Wu Yu in a daze. He had no idea that Wu Yu was so white. The original Wu Yu never took a bath and was covered in a thick layer of mud, so he looked a little black. Unexpectedly, Wu Yu looked so different after taking such a bath. Wu Yu nodded. Yes, it's out. You all know it, so I don't need to tell you. Yi and Yun laughed. Yeah, we get it. Congratulations, Wu. Let's go and eat something first. I'll announce it to the tribe members later. Because Wu Yu never came out, the people in the tribe were waiting anxiously for Wu Yu to come out without eating. Wu Yu looked at everyone's eyes and suddenly remembered that if Wu didn't eat, the tribe couldn't eat. He immediately slapped his brain and turned to look at Yun. Yun, from now on, when the time comes, eat. Don't worry about whether I have eaten or not. Just leave it for me. Yun was about to say that this was not a good idea, but when he saw Wu Yu's uncompromising look, he had no choice but to nod and agree. Wu Yu smiled and looked at everyone. Since everyone is waiting for me to have dinner together, then I will announce a good news to everyone. Everyone in the tribe looked at Wu Yu curiously. Wu Yu had only just come out, so they thought something must have delayed him. Wu Yu smiled and said, I have cultivated my magical powers and become a real witch. As soon as these words were spoken, the tribe exploded and the crowd cheered. Over the years, the number of totem warriors has been gradually decreasing due to the lack of replenishment. They live in a state of hunger and cold and have suffered so much grievance. Fortunately, the tribe now finally has an official witch. Finally, the totem warriors will be replenished, can hunt more food, and everyone's life will get better and better. When everyone had cheered enough, Wu Yu called a halt. All right. Although I have cultivated my magical power now, it's still almost a year away from my awakening day. Wu Yu had to pour some cold water on everyone to prevent them from slacking off in training. You know, before the awakening day, our tribe only had 5 totem warriors, and life was still a big problem. So we can't slack off on our training. More training will not only increase the strength of our tribe, but will also make awakening smoother. When the people in the tribe heard what Wu Yu said, they realized the seriousness of the problem. At this time, someone shouted, train more, train more. Then someone else started shouting, and slowly, everyone in the tribe started shouting. Wu Yu waited until everyone had finished shouting before calling for halt again. All right, you need to eat enough to have the strength for training. Let's eat first. The crowd finally quieted down, and the person in charge of cooking and grilling the meat took out some meat from a stone bowl and gave it to Wu Yu. After Wu Yu took it, he found a stone to sit on, picked up a piece of cooked meat, and took a bite. Well, I have to say, these primitive people are really not good at cooking. Look, I put less salt today, so it's a bit bland. Chapter 28, Witchcraft. It was a little bland, but Wu Yu didn't care. He didn't have the time and energy to improve the food now. After eating, let everyone go outside the tribe to run and warm up. Wu Yu came to the big stone used to detect the warriors without patterns. He felt that his physical fitness had improved a lot after becoming a priest, and he wanted to try to see if he could lift the stone. However, Wu Yu still overestimated his strength. At that time, his strength was only about 200 kilograms, and he could not lift the stone at all. Wu Yu, who didn't believe in evil, returned to the cave and tested it with his wizard staff. He found that he could still lift the staff easily, which made him feel slightly satisfied. At least, my physical condition is not as weak as before. If you practice more in the future, you will not be completely powerless to protect yourself. Wuya came to the outside of the tribe and started running with everyone. He was sharp-eyed and suddenly saw Yi running. Then he remembered that Yi wanted to tell him that he had almost recovered. Wuya then ran to Yi's side and asked, "Yi, are you okay?" He was sweating profusely at this time. He was still a little weak from all the exercise, but he still nodded. "I'm fine. You see, I can even train with everyone." Wuya sighed. "Your condition is not getting better at all. You should go and rest first and come back to practice tomorrow." He wanted to continue, but his physical condition prevented him from going on. He could only nod dejectedly and walk into the tribal cave. As a wizard, Wuya has been training with everyone, but as a totem warrior, he can only watch from the side. How uncomfortable it is. Wuya had no good solution for this. He could only run to Faye, who was beating the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and let him take the blood of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and give it to Yi. This Tyrannosaurus Rex has been beaten so badly by Faye that it has almost lost its temper and will tremble whenever Faye comes near it. We had tried to hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex a few times, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't react at all. Obviously, with Wuya's current strength, if he doesn't attack the vital points, he is not even worthy of tickling the wild beast. Wuya sighed silently and walked around the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He found that except for the places where its blood was often taken by flies, the rest of its body was covered by its highly defensive skin. The recovery ability of wild beasts is really abnormal. This Tyrannosaurus Rex has not eaten for 2 days, but it can still recover so quickly. He often drinks the blood of Tyrannosaurus Rex, but he has only basically recovered so far. It will take at least 2 or 3 days to fully recover. However, Yi's recovery speed is actually fast enough. In his previous life, it is unimaginable that someone could recover so quickly from such a serious injury. Faye, who had returned from giving the Tyrannosaurus blood to Yi, saw that Wuya was still there, so he asked, "Wu, this Tyrannosaurus has never been fed. What if it dies?" Wuya looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's starve him for another day or 2. We can proceed to the next step after Yi recovers." After saying that, Wuya went running again. Faye was already an orange-striped warrior, so running was useless to him, but it was very useful to Wuya. Running, eating the meat of the black wind python, boxing, and walking in blocks. In the blink of an eye, another day passed, and Wuya dragged his tired body back to the cave. Instead of going to sleep directly, he picked up his magic wand and began to practice witchcraft. In the inheritance stone, in addition to miscellaneous knowledge, there are also 2 witchcrafts that can be learned. One of them is blessing. After the witchcraft is cast, the totem warrior's luck can be slightly better. The second is the invigoration spell, which can instantly restore the totem warrior's totem power and physical strength after casting. However, it cannot be cast infinitely, and its effect will be halved each time it is cast. These 2 witchcrafts are both auxiliary witchcrafts. After watching these 2 witchcrafts, Wuya was speechless. Finally, he understood why witches were so important to the tribe. Because the witchcraft learned is to protect the tribe, basically for the tribal inheritance. Although it is useless to me, I still have to learn this witchcraft. After all, before I become strong, I always need the protection of these totem warriors. Improving the combat capabilities of the totem warriors is also improving my own survival ability. These 2 witchcrafts are not difficult. With the help of the inheritance stone, they can be learned quickly, but they consume a lot of spiritual energy. After practicing for a while, Wuya couldn't bear it anymore, so he had to sit cross-legged and start practicing Qi. Wuya woke up early the next morning. The tired spirit has been swept away, and even the body aches have disappeared after 2 days of adaptation. After Wuya walked out, he saw Yin walking towards him with a sad face. What happened? Seeing Yun's ugly face, Wuya remembered that Yin was like this when he came to see him yesterday, but he forgot about it later because of the joy of becoming a witch. Yin saw Wuya coming out and forced a smile. "Ah, Wu, you're out. That's why I was going to call you." "It's okay, it's just a small matter." "Looking at your face, does it look like a small matter?" Wuya said speechlessly. "Tell me what it is, maybe I can find a way to solve it." Yin still shook his head. "It's okay, Wu, I can handle it." Then he seemed to have thought of something. "By the way, Wu, can we totem warriors go out for a while tomorrow?" "What are you going to do?" Yin scratched the back of his head and said, "The tribe is running out of meat, and we want to hunt ferocious beasts." Wuya turned his head and looked at the pile of meat on the side of the cave. It was at least enough to eat for 5 or 6 days. How could it not be enough? Yin also saw Wuya looking at the pile of meat and could only laugh again and said, "It's okay, Wu. It's nothing serious. Let's go and eat first." It was mysterious, and Yin didn't say anything, so we had no choice but to go eat. When he took the first bite of meat, he frowned. I put less salt today than yesterday. It's too bland. The tribe has to continue a lot of training every day, so how can they do without enough salt? Wuya then looked at Yin and said, Yin, tell the person in charge of cooking to put more salt. Salt is an element that the human body must supplement. If there is not enough salt, it will lead to body system disorders and lack of strength. Yin nodded in embarrassment. Okay, Wu, I'll tell you. Seeing Yun's troubled expression, Wuya asked, What's the problem, chief? Yin sighed and could only speak the truth. Wu, the tribe's salt is almost gone. Although they are primitive people, eating salt is the instinct of all animals, so the Suzaka tribe naturally needs to eat salt as well. But I don't know where their salt comes from. Chapter 29, Salt Crisis. Yin has been having a very uncomfortable time these past 2 days. The tribe usually exchanges salt for salt in the spring of each year, when the leader takes them to a tribe called Daohu tribe. But this year, when they were about to set off, something happened to Wu, and they were so anxious that they didn't go to exchange salt. By now the salt was almost gone, and he could only reduce the amount of salt he used. It would take at least 5 days for the orange-striped warriors to reach the Daohu tribe, as the road was covered with dense forests and wild beasts were rampant. Once, he encountered a ferocious beast that was more ferocious than the wild beasts. It was on the way to the Daohu tribe to exchange for salt. Over the countless years, countless totem warriors of the Suzaka tribe have died on the road to the Daohu tribe. If the leader was still there, with the strength of his yellow-striped warriors, they would still dare to go to the Daohu tribe. But now he is the leader, and there are only 5 orange-striped warriors in the tribe, and he is injured, so they cannot go together. If Fei Yuyi and him go to Daohu tribe to exchange salt, they will basically never come back. This is why Yun has been frowning for the past 2 days, and he doesn't know what to do. Wuya has never been involved in such matters, so he doesn't know where the tribe's salt comes from. After knowing where the salt came from, Wuya was also very troubled. Wuya asked, which direction and location is the Daohu tribe located in? Follow that stream to Tongtian River, and then follow the Tongtian River all the way down to find the Daohu tribe. Yin replied, Tongtian River. Wuya has this concept in his memory of the original product. It was a very wide and huge river, with ferocious beasts roaming around in it, and there were countless powerful beasts. Wuya asked again, is there any special terrain near the Daohu tribe? Yin thought for a moment and said, well, the Daohu tribe is near a very, very wide river that stretches as far as the eye can see. I heard from the people in their tribe that it is the sea, and that they get their salt from the sea. After obtaining it from the sea, Wuya realized that the Daohu tribe must have mastered the technology of boiling salt from seawater. But knowing this is of no use. Wuya can cook salt himself if he is at the seaside. But they were not at the seaside at all. He calculated the time it would take to get to the Daohu tribe based on what Yin said, and it would be at least more than 1,000 kilometers. Far-flung salt cannot quench immediate thirst, so Wuya can only think of other ways. Besides, even if the Suzaka tribe is on the seaside, Wuya and his men would not necessarily be able to take seawater and boil salt unscrupulously. Yin heard from the Daohu tribe that countless totem warriors had died in their efforts to obtain salt. Therefore, salt is very expensive. If the Suzaka tribe wants to exchange it for enough for a year's consumption, they must at least give out 5 wild beast crystals. Different beast crystals contain different energies, so the things they can be exchanged for are also different. 10 fierce beast crystals can only be exchanged for 1 wild beast crystal, and 10 wild beast crystals can be exchanged for 1 wild beast crystal. In other words, if the Suzaka tribe wants to exchange for enough salt, it will have to pay at least 500 beast crystals. From this point of view, the Daohu tribe should be very powerful. After all, beast crystals can be used for totem warriors to practice. Wuya asked Yin, and the answer he got did not disappoint him. The Daohu tribe was said to be the only tribe nearby with a cultivator who had reached the level of a life shaman. Furthermore, the tribe had dozens of yellow-striped warriors, making it the most powerful tribe in the area. Wuya was also a little shocked when he heard the news. He really didn't expect the Daohu tribe to be so powerful. He was originally complacent about the fact that the tribe had so many unmarked warriors, but he didn't expect that his unmarked warriors were even less than the yellow-marked warriors of others. Sure enough, no matter which world it is, those who have the monopoly of core technology are all rich. Back to the topic, Wuya is also very worried about the salt of the tribe. Firstly, he was reluctant to spend so many beast crystals to buy salt, and secondly, it was too difficult to go to the Daohu tribe. Then they could only turn their attention to the surrounding area. We asked Yin, "Yin, is there any special place near our tribe?" Yin thought for a moment and replied, "What does one mean by special? The Dark Canyon is quite special, but the beasts inside and outside are relatively normal. But once you get inside, some beasts will develop purple tumors on their bodies, as if they've contracted some disease. Some will even turn completely purple, as if they're rotting. But aside from being more brutal than the others, they won't die." Wu was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that there would be such an unusual thing in the Dark Canyon. It seems that his intuition was correct. There was indeed something unusual in the Dark Canyon. However, the anomaly in the Dark Canyon had nothing to do with him. He was looking for salt. Obviously, the anomaly of the beasts in the Dark Canyon was definitely not caused by eating salt. Well, isn't there a place where ferocious beasts would often go there and lick those rocks? Wu added. He had seen this situation when he was on a mission outside before entering the training camp. Large numbers of wild beasts would gather there to lick the rocks on the ground. Later he tasted it himself and found that it was salt and the rocks were salt mines. The wild animals licked the salt mines to replenish their salt intake. After Yin Wuya asked this, he thought for a long time and shook his head. "Wu, there is no such place nearby. Maybe there is. After all, there are many places near the tribe that we have not visited." After hearing Yun's answer, Wu was a little disappointed. Could it be that the Suzaka tribe would be cut off from salt because of this? Without salt, the tribe would have no strength to train, and the effect of training would be greatly slowed down. Wu refused to give up and had to call all the totem warriors over. There are only 5 of them in the tribe who go out, so it's useless to ask others. After Wu asked this question, Fei and the others thought about it for a long time, but in the end there was no answer that Wu was satisfied with. It's normal to think about it. They go out hunting together. If they see such an unusual place, they will definitely remember it. Wu thought for a long time, and then saw Yun and said, "Chief, if we use the salt in our tribe normally, how long will it last?" Yun looked worried. "Wu, if we eat like usual, this will only last about 3 days." Wu nodded. No wonder they used so little salt these past 2 days. It was so bland and tasteless. Then he looked up at them and said, "How about this, Yin, Yi, and you, stop training for the time being. After you finish eating, look for the place I mentioned around the tribe." Yin nodded, then asked doubtfully, "Wu, why are we looking for a place like this?" Looking for salt. Chapter 30 Discovery of Salt Mines. When Yun and the others heard Wu Ye's words, their eyes lit up. Yun hurriedly asked, "Wu, then what about salt?" Wu nodded and said, "Yes, that's a salt mine, and it's also salt. As long as we find a salt mine, our tribe will no longer have to worry about having no salt to eat." Yin was overjoyed and quickly agreed. "Wu, the 3 of us will go find him right away." "Well, the 3 of you should be careful. There shouldn't be any ferocious beasts near the tribe. If you find a salt mine, observe carefully to see if there is any danger." Wu instructed, "If there are any ferocious beasts near the salt mine, you should come back first and take me to check the situation. If there is no danger, I will bring some back." Yin nodded. "Yes, Wu, we understand." After saying that, Yin pulled Yi and Yu and set off impatiently. The tribe had no salt, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Wu, how did you know there was such a thing as a salt mine?" Fei asked puzzledly. Wu glanced at Fei and said, "Well, I know it from the tribe's tradition. Anyway, they can't see the inheritance, so we just find an excuse." After Wu finished speaking, he immediately went out for a run to prevent Fei from asking more questions. Fei and Yi were still very confused. If these things were included in the inheritance, there was no reason why the witch didn't tell them. Could it be that there were some dangerous beasts near the salt mines, causing the previous tribes to be afraid to go and get salt? They stopped thinking about it and turned to look at Yi. "How are you?" The 3 hideous scars on Yi's chest are very eye-catching, and he looks like someone who is not someone to be trifled with. "Well, I'm almost better, but I'm still a little weak. I'll be completely better tomorrow." Fei nodded and said, "Let's go get the Tyrannosaurus Rex's blood. The sooner you get better, the stronger our tribe will be." After Yun and his friends went out, they didn't come back until evening. Unfortunately, they searched the entire Bird Mountain but did not find the place that Wu described. After listening to their report, Wu was not disappointed. He thought there would not be such a place near the tribe. If there was, it would have been discovered long ago. "Don't worry, just rest first, and we can look for it tomorrow." Wu comforted them. After all, night is the world of ferocious beasts, and even if they are totem warriors, they cannot run around outside. Yun and Wu trained until midnight. After eating early the next morning, they went out again to look for salt. This time they planned to expand the scope a little and search the area around the foot of Bird Mountain. Moreover, he has recovered, and there are no other totem warriors in the tribe except Faye, who stayed to fight the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yun and his team split into two groups to speed up the search. In the afternoon, Wuya and Faye were standing in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, looking at it. After several days of training by eating the flesh of the black wind python, Wuya's strength and physique have become almost the same as those of a warrior without patterns, and his improvement has reached the limit. Now, he can finally make the Tyrannosaurus Rex feel itchy when fighting it. The people in the tribe have almost finished training, so Wuya asked their 6 deputy captains to lead the teams in training, and he didn't have to worry about it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had been hungry for several days, and its blood had been taken all the time, so it had lost a lot of weight. As long as Faye gets close to it, it will feel fear and is obviously very afraid of Faye. Obviously, after the torture of flying for several days, the Tyrannosaurus Rex has become very afraid of flying. Now it's almost time. Wuya thinks the time has come to tame the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But Yun and the others were not in the tribe, so the tribe only had one totem warrior and a large group of warriors without patterns. We didn't dare to untie the Tyrannosaurus Rex like that. That would be pure nonsense. Just when Wuya and Faye were discussing how to beat the Tyrannosaurus Rex most effectively, Yi Hiyu ran back in a hurry. After seeing Wuya and the others next to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he hurried over. Woo-woo, ye gasped, hua, hua. Wuya, he said with a dark face. Don't be impatient. Tell me slowly. Tell me slowly. Have you found the salt mine? They were so excited. Obviously, they had discovered something. Looking at their expressions, Wuya knew it was almost certain. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, you nodded. Yes, Wu. How did you know that we discovered the salt mine? It's all written on his face. Okay, Wuya said. Don't worry. Go drink some water and tell us what's going on slowly. After listening to Wuya and drinking some water, Yu and Yi finally felt better and told Wuya about their findings. It turned out that after they set out, they searched at the foot of the mountain for a long time, but found nothing. Later, they had a flash of inspiration and thought that salt would dissolve in water, and that the foot of the mountain would be flooded every time the summer rainy season came. Wherever the water flooded, the salt must have been carried away by the water. If there is salt, it is only found in the mountains. So they simply gave up looking at the foot of the mountain and went directly to the mountains to look for it. Unexpectedly, this actually led them to discover something. He said as he looked at a big tree next to the tribe. Wu, we'll take you up there to have a look. After obtaining Wuya's consent, the two of them brought Wuya to the top of the tree. Then they pointed to a hazy hill in the distance and said, Wu, it was on that hill that we discovered the salt mine. When we went there were many ferocious beasts. We had planned to leave, but when we thought of the characteristics you mentioned, we went to check it out. I didn't expect that there was a cliff on the other side of that hill. There were many ferocious beasts licking the rocks on the cliff, just like you said. Those rocks must be the salt mines you mentioned. Since Wuya became a priest, his vision has become much better than before, and he can barely see the hill clearly. That hill is also a solitary peak like Bird Mountain, and all the mountains here are like this. However, that hill was not as tall as Bird Mountain. It was only about half as tall. Such hills will basically be flooded when the rainy season arrives in summer. Therefore, the tribes around here all chose to settle down in the mountains to prevent the tribe from being flooded. Judging from the distance, the hill and Bird Mountain are about 20 kilometers apart. Fortunately, you and the others had a sudden idea. Otherwise, with such a large area, who knows how long it would take them to find that place. After confirming the situation, Wuya asked, How are the ferocious beasts there? Are there many of them? What are their strengths? Yi and the others thought for a moment and replied, Wu, there are quite a lot of ferocious beasts there. The number of fierce beasts and wild beasts is about the same. As for the wild beasts, there were 3 there when we looked. It is a bit difficult for ferocious beasts to evolve into savage beasts, but the people in the tribe mainly hunt for ferocious beasts. In addition, the situation there is special, so it is understandable that there are as many ferocious beasts as savage beasts. However, the 3 wild beasts are a bit difficult to deal with. Chapter 31 Departure. The wild beast Tyrannosaurus Rex was able to be captured alive because it was not flexible enough and was entangled by a large number of strong vines and could not break free at all. The other wild beasts might not be so easy to deal with. Wuya asked, What are those 3 wild beasts? He replied, Giant armored rhinoceros, mighty ape, and sword-wielding tiger. Good guy. They're all difficult to deal with. The giant armored rhinoceros beast is at least 7 or 8 meters tall, and its skin is like armor, and it moves like an armored vehicle. However, the armored rhinoceros is relatively easy to deal with. After all, it is not as flexible as the Tyrannosaurus Rex. All we need to do is dig a deep trap. But the powerful ape and the knife tiger are a headache. Although the powerful ape is only about 4 meters in size at the wild beast level, it is very powerful and flexible enough. It is impossible to deal with it by setting traps. The knife tiger is the saber-toothed tiger that Wu Yu is familiar with. It has a flexible body and fast speed. The most important point is that both the powerful monkey and the sword tiger can climb trees. Being able to climb trees means that if Wu Ya and his companions are targeted, they will have no way to escape. In terms of speed, they are simply not comparable to the wild beasts. Moreover, there are countless wild beasts and ferocious beasts there. With their strength, they can only fight against one wild beast. If the number is too large, they can only flee in panic. But the tribe cannot do without salt, which makes it difficult. We had thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with any good solution. In the evening, Yun and Yi returned. Judging from their appearance, they obviously didn't gain anything. After knowing that Yi and his friends had discovered the salt mine, Yun was very happy and hurried to ask Wuya when they would go to get the salt. Wuya also wanted to go get salt, but it was too dangerous there. He was unwilling to take the risk unless he was absolutely sure. Well, let's wait until tomorrow to see the situation. Then he called Yi over and said, Yi, don't practice the 100 battles fist tonight. Let's polish everyone's weapons first. I have been busy with training these 2 days and haven't had time to polish those wild beast bones yet. When night fell, Wu Ya and the others did not go to practice. The 6 of them were at the wild beast bones. Wu Ya used charcoal to draw lines on the wild beast bones and asked them to saw the wild beast bones into many pieces. Then he chose a piece of wild beast bone that was 2 meters long and about 10 centimeters wide. Draw the shape of a spear on the ground and ask Yi to polish it according to the shape of the spear. Yi looked at the spear on the ground and asked in confusion, Wu, is it just a spear? Normally, a spear is simply a bone sharpened to a point, but the one Wu Ya had him sharpen has a 30-centimeter long tip and 4 blades. Normally, spears are used for throwing arrows, so sharpening them to this point would be a waste of time. Wu Ya smiled and said, This is a gun. I use it as a wizard's staff. We had learned about the material of the wizard's staff in the inheritance. It had nothing to do with the appearance, but only with the material of the wizard's staff. In other words, Wu Ya can use any bone of a ferocious beast to perform witchcraft. However, the wizard's staff in the tribe seemed impractical, so Wu Ya asked Yi to help him polish a wizard's staff of his own. The wizard's staff can be polished into a spear, and the wizard's tooth can be used even when not casting spells. This wizard's staff is quite interesting. Fei couldn't help but say as he watched from the side. Wu Ya nodded and said, Okay, you guys stay here and polish your weapons. I have something else to do. His job is naturally to practice witchcraft. Tomorrow he will go to check the situation in the salt mine. Who knows what dangers he will encounter? It is better to learn witchcraft so that you have more means to save your life. Thanks to the convenience of inheritance and the fact that the 2 witchcrafts were not difficult, Wu Ya practiced all night long and finally learned the invigoration spell in the morning. This time when he went to explore the salt mine, he had a little more protection. Wu Ya went to see Yi and saw that Yun and the others were still there. They had also not slept all night. Firstly, this was the first time they had so many wild animal bones at their disposal, and they were immersed in polishing them. Secondly, they were also anxious about the upcoming salt mine exploration, as it was a matter of life and death for the tribe. When Yi saw Wu Ya coming out, he took out the polished spear with a happy look on his face and handed it to Wu Ya. This spear is as white as jade. The body of the spear is just right to hold in the hand. The tip of the spear is polished to a very sharp point. It can pierce through human skin with just a poke. Wu Ya was very satisfied with the spear. He took it and played with it for a while, but found that it was still a bit awkward. This spear weighs at least 200 pounds. Although Wu Ya now has a strength of 300 pounds, that can only be achieved with his full strength. It is a stretch for him to carry a 200-pound object wherever he goes. Of course, strength can be developed slowly through practice, and Wu Ya is still very satisfied. He went out and stabbed the Tyrannosaurus Rex with his spear. He found that although it was a bit difficult, he still managed to get it in. Wu Ya looked very happy. It must be said that this wild beast bone was very powerful. It could even pierce the skin of Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had such high defense. Now I can finally hurt the Tyrannosaurus Rex. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw that Fei did not follow him, he glared at Wuya and whimpered. Obviously, it still didn't take Wuya seriously. Wuya snorted softly. Don't worry, I'll come and deal with you as soon as I solve this salt problem. Ah, well, what's wrong with this Tyrannosaurus Rex? Fei walked over and said. Wuya shook his head. It's okay. Eat something. We're ready to go. Yun and his companion's weapons were all polished knives, except Fei. Wuya asked him to polish a huge axe with a blade that was 1/2 meter wide and 70 centimeters long. The destructive power of an axe is obviously stronger than that of a knife. If you encounter a ferocious beast with a very high defense and a very strong head, you can use the other side. After hammering it, no matter how strong your head is, you will get a concussion. We tried to lift the axe, but he could only push it with difficulty and could not even lift one side. It was obviously very heavy. It must be said that Fei's body, which is as strong as an iron tower, holding such a huge axe, is definitely visually impactful. After breakfast, Wuya asked Yin to carry him on his back, and they quickly went to where the salt mine was. Yinshan, Wuya didn't know what the name of that small mountain was, so he named it Yinshan. On the other side of Yinshan, about 30 kilometers away, there's a high mountain almost as high as Nyashan, named Yushan. There's a tribe on Yu Mountain called the Firebird tribe. At this time, the tribe's hunting team was ready to go out under the leadership of hunting team leader Lin. Judging from the direction they were heading, it was undoubtedly Yinshan. I just don't know what the purpose of the Firebird tribe going to the Salt Mountain is. We didn't know that his first contact with other tribes since he came to this world would be today. Whether this encounter is good or bad, everything is still unknown. Chapter 32, Strange Flower. In the dense forest, an orange-striped warrior next to Lin asked, Lin, do you think we can really find the strange flower that the witch mentioned? Lin shook his head. I don't know either, but Wu is seriously ill, so we have no choice but to find the strange flower. If we can't find it, the tribe will be finished. The person asking was named Bird. Bird sighed, that's true. That's true. Our tribe's situation is even worse than the Suzaka tribes right now. After all, the Suzaka tribe still has a person with witch talent. From their conversation, it was obvious that something had happened to the witch of their Firebird tribe, and they had no choice but to come out to look for strange flowers. Let's go, let's speed up. No matter what, we must find the strange flower that the witch mentioned. On the other side, Wuya and his team did not stop for a moment. After spending almost an hour, they finally arrived at the Salt Mountain. The direction of Yinshan, near Nyashan, is still a dense forest with huge trees. From Wuya's knowledge, it is obviously impossible for so many plants to grow in a place with salt mines. There are no salt mines here. However, there are obviously more ferocious beasts here. They didn't encounter any ferocious beasts on the way here, but they started encountering ferocious beasts when they came here. Some of these beasts were in groups, while others were alone. This time they were out mainly to explore the salt mines, so we didn't let Yun and the others attack those beasts. They turned to the side where the salt mine was, and Wu Yao realized how lively it was there. There's a cliff here that is more than 100 meters wide and about 80 meters high. There is no grass on the cliff, and it looks gray. A large number of ferocious beasts gather here, and birds and beasts can be seen here. Some ferocious beasts would lick the cliff walls from time to time, and the walls were licked to a patina. According to Wu Yao's experience, this is the salt mine. However, this salt mine is not easy to get. We roughly counted and found that there are at least hundreds of ferocious beasts here. However, we only saw the most conspicuous giant armored rhinoceros in the herd and did not see the sword tiger and powerful ape that Yi and the others mentioned. The giant armored rhinoceros was lying on the edge of the cliff at this time. Except for a few brightly colored birds jumping around on it, the other ferocious beasts were about 30 or 40 meters away from it. This was why Wu Yi saw the giant armored rhinoceros at a glance. But where did Dao Hu and Dolly Monkey go? Wu Yao looked at Yi. Yi glanced around and pointed at a giant tree a few hundred meters away from them. Wu, the powerful ape, is there. Wu Yi turned his head and saw a monkey covered with long, flowing gray hair lying on a branch basking in the sun. Then you pointed to the branch on the other side. Wu, Dao Hu is over there. Wu Yi looked in the direction of Yu Ji and saw the knife tiger with huge teeth, which was basking in the sun leisurely. These are the three wild beasts that Yi Hiyu observed, among which the powerful ape posed the greatest threat to them. The giant armored rhinoceros cannot climb trees. Although the sword tiger can climb trees, the trees it can climb are limited and can only climb those with more branches. and that powerful ape's ability to climb trees is much better than that of humans. This is really difficult. We looked at the cliff and wondered how to get the salt. At this time, Lin and his friends also arrived. They were observing the situation on the cliff from a big tree. Lin and his group included 20 people in total, for orange-striped warriors and 16 white-striped warriors. After seeing the situation on the cliff, Bird couldn't speak clearly. Lin, do we really have to snatch that exotic flower from the hands of so many ferocious beasts? Lin's face looked very ugly at this time. He had thought that the strange flower would be protected by ferocious beasts, but there were too many ferocious beasts protecting it. He had only seen such a large group of ferocious beasts during the rainy season. Hey, well, what do you think that is? Faye suddenly pointed to a small platform on the cliff of the salt mine. We looked towards the location of Feiji, where there was a clump of grass that looked like emerald green, and on the grass was a gorgeous flower that looked like the scorching sun. Just by looking at the flowers, we knew this small cluster of plants was extraordinary. Furthermore, growing in such a place, it was clear that this flower was truly extraordinary. This should be the strange flower mentioned in the inheritance. Exotic flowers have special growth conditions, and their effects are even more powerful. Many exotic flowers have healing effects, and some can even increase the strength of witches or totem warriors. Wuya once ate a strange flower, and that flower was guarded by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. No wonder the strange beasts here won't leave. After seeing the strange flower, Wuya finally figured it out. Animals generally don't need to eat again for a long time after consuming salt. Aside from carnivorous beasts that need to prey on other beasts, herbivorous beasts can leave after eating. But they're still here, obviously because of the strange flower. Meanwhile, Lin and his companions were thinking about how to snatch the exotic flower. But Wuya had been observing them for a long time and still had no idea what to do. In the end, the only thing they could think of was to fill the void with human lives. Never mind. Wu's life is more important. Our lives are nothing. Lin gritted his teeth and said, "Later, Niao Shan, and I will go and lure out the 3 wild beasts. The rest of the white-striped warriors will go and lure away the other beasts." Then Lin looked at one of the boys, who was about 16 or 17 years old, about the same age as Wuya. "Shang, it's up to you to pick that exotic flower. Remember, after you pick it, you must immediately run back to the tribe. Don't stop for a moment." Shang is the most outstanding genius in their tribe. He awakened using the wild beast crystal and became an orange-striped warrior at such a young age. The only solution Lin could think of was to let him survive and bring Ihua back to the tribe. Shang looked embarrassed. "But what about you?" He knew that the chances of these warriors surviving who went to seduce the ferocious beasts were slim. Lin smiled calmly. "Shang, from the day we became totem warriors, we were ready to die for the tribe." But Shang was about to say something, but his shoulder was patted by Bird. "Remember, you are the one in our tribe who has the greatest hope of being promoted to a yellow-striped warrior. You must help me survive." Wuya frowned as he looked at the exotic flower. He naturally wanted it too. Who wouldn't want a treasure like an exotic flower that could heal the wounded or even improve one's strength? But Wuya himself knew their current strength. They were not yet qualified to snatch the exotic flower, so they could only focus on getting salt for now. Wuya had almost figured out a way to get the salt, which was to dig a hole from the other side of the salt mountain. Even if there was no salt there, he would be able to dig it up after a while. Just as Wuya was about to say go to the other side, Yin suddenly shouted, "Wu, there are other people coming." Chapter 33, Blazing Firebird. Wuya turned his head and saw someone walking towards them from the side. The man was wearing an animal skin skirt and was about the same size as Yi. There was an orange firebird totem on his chest. It was obvious that he was from the Firebird tribe. Yin whispered, "This is Lin, the leader and captain of the Blazing Bird tribe." Wuya nodded, then asked, "Do you know each other?" "Well, we worked together before when we were hunting a group of bighorn cattle." Yin replied. Lin originally wanted to come here to lure the powerful monkey away, but unexpectedly, he discovered Wuya and the others when he came. He knew the 5 of Yin, but he didn't know Wuya. And judging from the fact that there was no totem on Wuya's chest, Wuya was obviously not a totem warrior. Then Lin's eyes widened, because he felt that Wuya had the same aura as the witch in their tribe. It was obvious that Wuya was a witch. In this world, the witches of the tribe never go out and always hide in the tribe. I didn't expect that the witch of the Suzaka tribe would dare to run out. Isn't he afraid of encountering ferocious beasts and being killed, which will cut off the tribe's inheritance? Lin looked around and did not see the leader of the Suzuka tribe, who was already a yellow-striped warrior, which made him even more confused. The leader is not here, and so many people come here. Aren't they looking for death? Could it be that these people are also planning to target that strange flower? Lin couldn't help but see some hope when he thought of this. There were 5 exotic flowers in total. They could cooperate to obtain the flowers and then divide them. So Lin Wanwia and the others walked over and said, "Sazaka-yin, are you here to get that strange flower too?" Weia replied, "Well, you are." "Oh, I'm Lin, the hunting captain of the Firebird tribe." Lin introduced himself. Wuya asked again, "Are you here to get that strange flower?" Lin nodded. "Yes, if you're also here to get the exotic flower, we can cooperate. After we get it, we only need to take one." Primitive people don't have so many twists and turns, so Lin directly stated his purpose. They came to get the exotic flowers. Obviously, someone in their tribe was injured and needed the exotic flowers for treatment. Moreover, the injured person must be a very important person, either a leader or an even more important witch. Otherwise, they would not come to such a dangerous place to pick flowers. We didn't respond directly. "How many of you are here?" Lin answered truthfully. "There are 20 of us in total, including 4 orange-striped warriors." We was speechless. Even if he worked with them, these 20+ wouldn't be enough. Those running on the ground were easy to deal with. They could be dealt with by setting up some traps, but the powerful apes were very difficult to deal with. Even if the 5 of Yun and the 4 orange-striped warriors of the Firebird tribe were to fight a head-on battle against the powerful ape, they might not necessarily win. They would need at least twice the manpower. Those white-striped warriors could only offer their heads in front of the wild beasts. After thinking it over again and again, Wuya came to the conclusion that he could not fight. This strange flower is right here. We will have to find a way to obtain it slowly in the future. There is no need to rush to die now. After all, no one in their tribe needs strange flowers for treatment. Wuya shook his head. "We just came here to take a look, not to take the exotic flowers." "Ah, you're not here to get exotic flowers." Lin was very disappointed. Without the help of the Suzuka tribe, they might not succeed even if they tried their best. Wuya thought Lin was a good person, without any twists and turns. So he asked, "Is there anyone in your tribe who needs Ihua's treatment?" Lin sighed and was about to say yes, but suddenly remembered that it was Wu who needed treatment, so he did not answer truthfully. "No, we just saw that this is an exotic flower and wanted to take it." Guja Chukiv. He had learned micro-expressions and had been watching Lin's expression when he asked Lin. Judging from Lin's expression, he guessed correctly. So Wuya said, "It must be your witch." Lin's expression changed. No one in our tribe needs treatment by Ihua." Wuya shook his head speechlessly. This was too easy. "Don't worry, I'm just asking. I don't have any thoughts about you." Besides, Wuya said, "Our 2 tribes are friendly. You can tell me the situation. Maybe I can help you." The friendship Wuya mentioned involved a secret, which he learned from the tribe's inheritance stone. The tradition mentioned that the Suzuka tribe and the Blazing Bird tribe were not indigenous tribes of this territory, but came from the other side of the Duanri Mountains. At that time, the Firebird tribe was still a tribe dependent on the Suzuka tribe. However, the Suzuka tribe gradually declined, and the 2 sides had to survive separately, and they never came together again after that. In the heritage of the Suzuka tribe, there's a mention of the desire to return to the center of the savage continent. I think the Blazing Bird tribe also has a similar desire. After all, they were all rich in the past. However, this time only the witch knew about the things. The other people in the tribe only knew that the tribe's ancestral land was in the center of the wild continent, and everyone wanted to return to the ancestral land. Lin thought about it for a long time. After all, this was a matter concerning witches, and he couldn't be careless. Finally, he had to face reality. Yes, our witch has contracted some disease. A big lump of flesh has grown on his neck, and his body is getting weaker and weaker. We need that strange flower to give him. We understood that the tribe's witch was too important. If the witch died, the tribe would be in trouble. For details, just look at the Suzuka tribe. Judging from Lin's words, the Firebird witch must have a tumor. If it is not removed, he will not live long. We had thought for a long time and came up with an idea in his mind. There were too few people in the Suzuka tribe, which made him hesitant to do anything. He could take this opportunity to see if there was any possibility of annexing the Chihuahua Bird tribe. What he meant by annexation was not to kill all the totem warriors and witches of the Firebird tribe, and then take the ordinary people back to his own tribe. This goes against his development strategy. What Weia wanted to annex was the entire tribe of the Firebird, including the witches and totem warriors. As long as the number of totem warriors in the tribe increases, he will have enough manpower to do whatever he wants to do. Wuya then said, "Don't even think about getting this exotic flower. There are so many wild beasts and desolate beasts here that it's impossible to get it successfully." Lin shook his head. If they didn't take the flower back, the witch would die, and if she died, the tribe would be finished. It would be better for them to fight hard to bring the flower back. If they died, they would die. However, Wuya's next words gave Lin hope. Wuya said, "But you can take us to your tribe to have a look. Maybe I can find a way to cure him." Chapter 34. Knife Tiger. Can the Suzaku witch heal the witches in his own tribe? After hearing what Wuya said, Lin was somewhat tempted, but since this involved Wu's matter after all, he didn't dare to agree carelessly. Wuya could naturally see Lin's dilemma. Not to mention Lin, if he were sick and other tribes said they had a way to treat him and wanted to come and see him, he would wonder what the other party was planning. Wuya then said, "You don't have to worry about me doing anything bad. The witches in your tribe are witches, and we are also witches from our Suzaku tribe. If I do anything out of line, you could just keep me in your tribe." In order to check on the Firebird witch, Wuya had to go in person. Although it was a bit risky, it was the only way. When Yin heard this, he immediately frowned. "Wu, this won't do." Wuya raised his hand to signal Yin not to speak, and continued to say to Lin, "How is it? You have two choices. Go get the exotic flower, or take us over to check the situation. If I can't cure your witch, it won't be too late for you to come back and get the exotic flower. Besides," Wuya said, "if I can't cure the witch in your tribe, I can ask the people in our tribe to help you get this strange flower." Now that things have come to this, if Lin still doesn't agree, we will have no choice but to give up. If they go to take strange flowers, he will definitely not interfere. After all, he has few people on his side and cannot afford to suffer losses. After thinking for a long time, he slowly nodded and said, "Okay, we will take you to our tribe, but your leader cannot come with us." He knew that the leader of the Suzaku tribe was a yellow-striped warrior, although he was puzzled as to why the Suzaku witch came, but the Suzaku leader did not. We suddenly realized that the news that the leader of the Suzaku tribe had died was still unknown to the nearby tribes, which was actually beneficial to them. He would not be so foolish as to tell Lin that his leader was dead. "Okay, our leader is still staying in the tribe and will not follow you." Although they had not had much contact, Lin knew that the Suzaku tribe had declined in recent years, and there were not many totem warriors. Wuya's words were quite credible. Lin nodded. "Okay, then follow me." Niao, Shan, Shang, and the others have all arrived at the designated location, waiting for Lin to take action first. But after waiting for a long time, Lin still did not appear at the location of the powerful monkey. Just when they thought something had happened to Lin, Lin brought Wuya and the others to a place where they could all see him. Then he danced around, trying to tell them that the operation was canceled. However, their location can be seen by everyone in the Firebird tribe, and naturally by the ferocious beasts as well. Dao Hu, who was basking in the sun on a huge branch, saw this and roared at Wuya and the others, then rushed towards them. Holy shit! Wuya was speechless when he saw this scene and wanted to curse, but the words that came out of his mouth turned into, "Quick, gather everyone together." Lin nodded. "The operation is canceled. Everyone quickly gather around me." When the totem warrior of the Firebird tribe heard Dao Hu roaring, he thought the fight had begun. Just when he was about to seduce the ferocious beast he was responsible for, he suddenly heard Lin's words. Although they were puzzled about what Lin was doing, they still came over to them quickly. When Dao Hu was rushing towards Wuya and the others, he accidentally saw the bird that was responsible for leading it away. So he immediately gave up chasing Wuya and the others and turned towards the bird. Wuya saw that something was wrong and immediately said, "Lin, have everyone head towards your tribe. We'll meet up on the road." Lin immediately shouted, "Don't come over here, run to the tribe, and meet me on the way." After Wuya finished speaking, he immediately looked at Fei. In the current situation, it would be better to let Fei carry him on his back. After all, Fei is the fastest. Fei suddenly understood and squatted in front of Wuya. After lying on Fei's back, Wuya said, "Let's go help the warrior targeted by Dao." Yun and the others nodded, and several of them immediately ran towards the bird. Wuya looked at the situation of the other strange beasts and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these strange beasts did not cause a commotion as a whole. The beasts from different tribes were fighting on their own. Dao Hu's roar and Lin's shouting did not attract other beasts to come over. Of course, what Wuya cares most about are the other two wild beasts. The powerful monkey raised his head and looked for a moment, then fell back to sleep. Although the giant armored rhino looked in the direction of Daohu with some displeasure, it did not take any unnecessary action. "This is good news," Wuya comforted himself. They were not far from a bird and soon arrived next to it. When Bird saw Wuya and the others, he asked in confusion, "Yun, what are you doing here?" "Lin, what's going on?" Daohu had already caught up, and Lin didn't have time to explain too much. "Don't say anything for now. Just run for your life." Niao nodded, but he still looked at Wuya in confusion. It was obvious that Wuya's aura made him very confused. After running for a while, Bird suddenly realized what was going on and looked at Wuya. "You are the witch of the Suzaku tribe. It's already this time, and you're still arguing with me about this." Wuya responded speechlessly. "Yes, I am a witch. Don't say anything first. Run for your life first." However, after they ran for a distance, the tiger had already caught up with them. Daohu suddenly accelerated, then leaped over the heads of Wuya and the others. Then, he landed 10 meters in front of Wuya and the others. After landing handsomely, he turned and roared, as if to say, "Run, why don't you run? Keep running." Wuya even saw a hint of pride in Daohu's human-like expression. Wuya couldn't help but slap his head, wondering why he had forgotten to raise his spear and hit Daohu's stomach. "Wu, what's wrong?" he asked in confusion when he saw Wuya's actions. Wuya shook his head. "It's okay." Then he looked around and found no other ferocious beasts. He shouted to Lin, "Call everyone over here. Let's kill Daohu here." With the 5 orange-striped warriors from his own tribe, the 4 orange-striped warriors from the Firebird tribe, and the 16 white-striped warriors, plus Wuya's own intelligence, he didn't believe that this Daohu could turn the tables. Lin and the others' eyes changed when they looked at Wuya. With such little manpower, they dared to challenge the wild beast Daohu. They must be crazy. Wuya saw that Lin was looking at him in a strange way and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Lin shook his head. "It's okay." Then Lin yelled at the top of his lungs, "Everyone gather here." Originally, Daohu was observing Wuya and the others, trying to figure out how to slowly kill them. Lin's shout seemed to give it a signal to attack, and it immediately rushed forward with a roar. "Disperse, don't fight it head-on. Wait for everyone to gather." Chapter 35, Weaving a Web. However, as soon as Wuya finished speaking, Fei carried him back. Yun slashed directly at the flying Daohu with his sword and was knocked away by Daohu. Fortunately, Lin came in time and slashed at Daohu's neck with a knife, forcing Daohu to dodge, which gave Yun time to avoid Daohu's pounce and bite. Fei quickly brought Wuya to a giant tree and used a huge branch to observe the situation below. After Daohu's charge, Yun and the others were all scattered. None of them could withstand any of Daohu's attacks, but fortunately they were in large numbers and were able to rush to help the moment Daohu knocked someone down, so no one was injured. But this knife tiger is about 2 meters tall and at least 4 meters long. It has strong combat power. If Yun and his team continue to fight with it, there will definitely be casualties. People from the Firebird tribe came over one after another, and after seeing the situation, they immediately joined the battle. But Daohu was very powerful, and their numbers alone would not be enough to make a difference. Wuya glanced down and then shouted, "Yeet, come up. I have something for you to do." His shout made Lin and the others very confused. As a witch, Wuya needed someone to protect him, so there was nothing they could say. But Wuya already has someone protecting him, so why is he asking people to go up? Is he planning to run away? Wuya had no intention of running away. There were so many people below, and he had no way to deal with Daohu. It would be better to let Yishang come and help him. However, Wuya still let Fei throw the giant axe to Yun. "Yun, catch the weapon." The giant axe is much heavier than a bone knife, so its destructive power is naturally greater. Yun Yong uses the giant axe to fight against Daohu. Yun nodded, took the giant axe, and threw the bone knife to Lin. "Lin, this is a bone knife made of wild beast bones. You use this." Only then did Lin remember that the weapons used by the people of the Suzaku tribe seemed to be made of wild animal bones. This made him feel a little envious. Only a tribe like the Suzaku tribe, which had yellow-striped warriors, could use weapons made of wild beast bones. However, Yendu was willing to give him the wild beast bone knife, so he should not run away. This made Lin feel at ease and gave him more confidence when dealing with Daohu. Wuya asked Yi to come up, of course not to protect himself or to watch the show. He asked Yi to come up so that he could make tools to deal with Daohu. Wuya pointed at the sturdy vines nearby and said, "Cut down those vines. Just make each one about 10 meters long." Yi nodded and was about to cut the vine, but immediately turned around and looked at Wuya in confusion. Woo, what is 10 meters? Weah. He had forgotten to teach Yi what a meter was, so he just compared the lengths and said, 10 meters is a length. 1 meter is about this long. So 10 meters is 10 times this length. Yi finally understood and hurried to cut the strong vines that Wuya needed. After Yi cut the strong vines, Wuya arranged the vines in order. Seeing Wuya's actions, Fei asked doubtfully, Wu, are you going to make a basket? Wuya shook his head. No, I won't weave a net to deal with Daohu. A spider's web? Wuya thought for a moment and said, that's about right. Then he called out to them, weave the other vines through these, just like weaving a basket. This is similar to making a basket, but this only makes one side, while the basket makes 4 sides. Fei and he naturally already knew how to do it, and it would be much faster if the 3 of them worked together. In just a few minutes, they had woven a large net that was 7 or 8 meters wide. We had just finished weaving the net when he heard a scream from below. Obviously, someone was injured by Daohu. Wuya hurried to the edge of the branch and looked down, only to see a warrior lying on the ground. There was a deep scar on his back from Daohu's claws that was visible to the bone, and blood was constantly flowing out. This injury was even more serious than Yi's original one. Wuya hurriedly looked at Yun and the others, and found that the 3 of them were still fine, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They're all fine, so they're definitely not the ones who were injured. Wuya looked at the people of the Firebird tribe again, and found that the one who was being chased by Dao who was missing. That was a bird, but Wuya didn't know the bird's name. Someone was injured, and the smell of blood aroused Daohu's ferocity. It immediately became even more ferocious, and could easily knock people away. No one could stop it. If this continues, I'm afraid more people will get hurt. These people are all people that Wuya likes, so Wuya naturally will not allow Daohu to kill anyone. He immediately asked Fei and Yi to pull one into the net, and then shouted down, Yun, attract Daohu to our side. Yun was confused. Wu, what did you say? Wuya shouted again, lure Daohu to right below me. Yin looked at Wuya's position and found that the area about 50 meters below the tree was bare. Then he shouted to Lin, Lin, you heard what our Wu said, right? Attract Daohu over there. This made Lin confused. Other tribes would risk their lives to divert the danger away from the witch, but this Suzaku was trying to divert the danger towards the witch. This was the first time he had seen such a strange request. However, no matter how strange this request was, it was asked by Zhuke Wu. If Zhuke Wu didn't care, he would care even less. Now that the bird was injured and its life or death was unknown, Lin had already begun to think about retreating. So Lin Heyun and the others fought and retreated with Daohu, and went to the tree where Wuya was. After taking a quick look at the situation, Wuya turned back to Yi Hefei and said, when I say jump down, you guys jump down. Make sure you hold on to the net, got it? Yi Hefei nodded. Don't worry, Wu. We will remember it. Okay. Wuya responded and looked at Yun and the others again. The sword tiger was very ferocious. Although Yun and the others did not suffer any serious injuries, the blood flowing from the corners of their mouths showed that they must have suffered internal injuries. After Yun and the others finally managed to lure Daohu under them, Wuya shouted again, stop, right here. Keep Daohu firmly in this position. Don't let it run away. Although they didn't know what Wuya was doing, after hearing what Wuya said, Yun Yu and the others immediately rushed forward with their weapons in hand, fearlessly. Judging from their appearance, it was obvious that they were determined to keep Daohu here at all costs. Yun and the others' actions made Lin very excited. If they dared to do this, there was no reason why the Firebird tribe would be more cowardly than them. So Lin also shouted, Firebird tribe, go ahead. Don't let the Suzaku tribe outmatch you. Although he didn't know what Zhuke Wu was going to do, Lin chose to believe Zhuke Wu this time. Wuya saw this from the tree and shouted to Yi and the others, get down. Chapter 36, Sneak Attack. Fei Hai nodded, then immediately jumped down with a net. When they were about to land, Yin just chopped Daohu's huge fang with an axe, but was bounced away by the huge recoil force. Then a big net fell and covered Daohu. After seeing Fei and Yi succeed, Wuya immediately shouted, quick, help Fei and Yi hold net. Press the net firmly to the ground. After a brief moment of shock, Yun and the members of the Blazing Bird tribe hurried to help Yi Hefei hold the edge of the net. After Daohu was caught in the net, he was stunned for a moment and then began to struggle. The big net immediately began to roll up, and Yi and the others slid towards Daohu. Fortunately, when the others saw Daohu being tied up, they immediately rushed over to help and held the net tightly. Although the sword tiger is a wild beast and has great strength, it is unable to make any progress in the face of so many totem warriors. After seeing this, Wuya picked up his walking stick and stood above Dao Hu. After taking him slightly, he fired a shot. The spear fell, piercing Dao Hu's neck straight through. The sword-wielding tiger that once roamed the mountains is dead. After seeing this situation, Wuya finally breathed a sigh of relief, shouted down to catch me, and then jumped down. When Yin saw Wuya jumping down, he immediately let go of his hand and jumped towards Wuya, trying to catch him. However, Wuya suddenly felt a sense of alarm at this moment. This is a situation that only occurs when one is in danger. Wuya encountered this when he was attacked by the black wind python. But Wuya was free-falling at this time and could do nothing. What Yin and the others saw below was a pink tongue almost as thick as Wuya, with a suction cup on the top, flying towards Wuya. They were suddenly frightened and quickly let go of the net, shouted Queen Witch, and jumped towards Wuya. Wuya looked around and finally saw the source of the alarm. It was a place with many leaves on a giant tree dozens of meters away from him. There was a ferocious lizard-like beast with a green body, round eyes, and many eyelids, the phantom lizard. The phantom lizard can change its color according to the surrounding environment. No wonder Wuya didn't notice it when he observed the surrounding environment. Click! The phantom lizard's tongue successfully hit Wuya, and then quickly retracted into its body. Yin and Wuya passed each other and did not catch Wuya, and the same went for Fei and the others. Yin and the others were very anxious, but there was nothing they could do. They could only kick the tree and chase after it again. The Suzaku tribe finally had a witch again, and they really didn't want to experience the despair of not having a witch again. However, how could their speed be as fast as the speed at which the phantom lizard could retract its tongue? Wuya was firmly stuck by the phantom lizard's tongue and could not move at all. He could only watch himself getting closer and closer to the phantom lizard. Is he going to die? Wuya was no longer panicking. He just wanted to yell, "Fuck your mother!" However, when Wuya got close to the phantom lizard's mouth, he could already smell the fishy odor from the phantom lizard's mouth. A huge axe suddenly flew here and directly chopped off the phantom lizard's tongue before the witch tooth entered the phantom lizard's mouth. The axe's momentum continued as it chopped off half of the lizard's mouth and then nailed it to the tree. Phew! Blood suddenly gushed out of the phantom lizard's mouth, soaking Wuya all over. What the hell? What the hell? Wuya broke out in a cold sweat. The axe just now brushed past his body. If it had been a little off, he would have been chopped into 2 pieces. Without the support of the tongue, Wuya fell down immediately. Fortunately, he was caught by the cloud that arrived in time, thus avoiding a close contact with the ground. After being rescued, Wuya finally had time to turn around and look at Dao Hu. The giant axe was obviously flying, but the one that was just thrown out was not flying. Next to Dao Hu's body, there was a young boy about the same age as himself. His posture was a bit strange, with one hand in front and the other hand behind. That was obviously the posture of throwing the axe just now, and it was him who threw the axe. This kid is great. He can actually come up with such a solution at this time. Wuya couldn't help but be very satisfied with the performance of the injury. It would have been even better if he hadn't almost been hit. Boom! Yin Kai had just landed on the ground, holding Wuya when the sound of a huge object falling to the ground was heard from behind. Wuya turned his head and saw a huge brown lizard about 6 or 7 meters long, with purple blood constantly flowing from its mouth. Obviously, it was this thing that had just attacked him. Because the wound on its mouth was quite serious, it lost its grip and fell down. When Yin saw the phantom lizard, he immediately became furious and threw Wuya back. Protect Wu. After saying that, Yin immediately rushed towards the phantom lizard. This phantom lizard almost ate their witch, and he was determined not to forgive it. Wuya. Feelings themselves are just a burden, thrown here and there at random. After Fei caught Wuya, he hurriedly asked, "Wu, are you okay?" And the others also ran over and looked at Wuya anxiously. Wuya was covered in purple blood, which was very deceptive. Wuya shook his head. It's okay, don't worry, your witch won't die that easily." As he said this, he looked at the battle between Yun and the phantom lizard. Judging from the aura of the phantom lizard, it is just a wild beast, and a relatively weak one at that. Yin rushed over and punched the lizard in the face. Before the lizard could do anything, Yin punched the lizard in the jaw again, knocking the lizard over several times. Then Yin grabbed the phantom lizard's tail, swung it like a lead ball, and slammed it heavily to the ground. After being hit several times, the phantom lizard's blood and chi surged, and its internal organs mixed with purple blood flowed out of its mouth. Yin had no intention of stopping. He kept pulling the phantom lizard's tail and smashing it everywhere, leaving pits all over the ground and purple blood everywhere. Wuya was shocked. It was too brutal, but it was still quite enjoyable to watch. After several blows, the phantom lizard finally couldn't hold on anymore, and its tail suddenly broke off. Yin didn't notice that the phantom lizard was flying towards Wuya and the others. "Good fellow, you are just a ferocious beast, yet you are so scheming." Wuya couldn't help but think as he watched the phantom lizard flying towards him with its fangs and claws bared. However, given the current situation of the phantom lizard, it couldn't do anything even if it tried to trick people. When it flew in front of Wuya and the others and wanted to exchange one for one with the weakest Wuya, a flying punch suddenly hit its mouth and fell down. Boom! Fei Canyon was enjoying the fight so much that he had wanted to take action for a long time. The phantom lizard was willing to give him a chance, so Fei punched the phantom lizard hard in the head. The phantom lizard had been beaten so many times that its defense had become much lax, so Fei's full-strength punch directly punched a hole in its brain. Phantom lizard died. Chapter 37. Rescue Bird. Fei touched the head of the phantom lizard. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then he took out an orange crystal. With a look of joy, he handed it to Wuya. "Wu, savage beast crystal. Guja Nadif." He didn't expect that this phantom lizard would actually produce wild beast crystals. This could be considered as compensation for the food it wanted. After putting the beast crystal away, Wuya came to Dao Hu and looked at the young man who threw the axe. "What's your name?" "Suzaka Wu, my name is Shang." Shang introduced himself. "Injury, that's a good name." Wuya nodded and said, "Well done, kid. You can dig the beast crystal from this knife tiger. If you find any, it's yours." There's a 1 in 10 chance that a wild beast will produce a beast crystal. Giving this opportunity to the injured one can be considered as a thank you. As for whether beast crystals can be produced, that is not something Wuya needs to consider. After all, the Suzaka tribe is the decisive force in dealing with this knife tiger, and the right to dig beast crystals lies with the Suzaka tribe. Wuya's decision is normal, and no one will object. Shang looked at Lin. After all, Lin was their hunting captain, so he had to listen to the hunting captain's words when he came out. Lin nodded. "Dig it. This is the opportunity given to you by Suzaka Wu. Although beast crystals are dug for the injured, if wild beast crystals are found, they must be sent to the Firebird, which in the end, and the Firebird which will decide the ownership of the beast crystals." Wuya looked at Dao Hu's blood and quickly turned to look at Yi. "Yi, make a basket and collect the blood." Yi nodded and went to make baskets. Lin then hurried over, bowed to Wuya, and said, "Suzaka Wu, please save my brother bird." After hearing what Lin said, Wuya remembered that someone was injured when he was dealing with Dao Hu just now. However, Wuya had forgotten about it after being disturbed by the phantom lizard. At this time, the bird was still lying there, its life or death unknown. Guja Nadif. Human life was at stake, so he quickly ran to the bird to check on its condition. Fortunately, although the bird was severely injured by Dao Hu, its bones were not broken, otherwise Wuya would have no way to deal with it. Wuya dared to turn his head and look at Yun. Yun grind out a needle. When he was being treated, Yun and the others were present, so they naturally knew how to give the injections. After Wuya made the arrangements, he checked on the bird. He was breathing weakly and his pulse was much weaker. Even if Wuya sews up the wound, it may not be effective. Wuya had no good idea at this time and could only ask Fei to get some of Dao Hu's blood and feed it to the bird. The blood of the wild beast is full of energy and is absorbed very quickly. It can stimulate the physical fitness of the bird orange-patterned warriors and enable them to heal themselves. When it comes to stimulating the abilities of totem warriors, Wuya only then remembered that he is still a witch. He quickly asked Shangxian to take out his spear and wizard staff and cast a cheering spell on the bird. Wuya did what he thought, without considering whether the witchcraft he performed was compatible with people from different tribes. Fortunately, after the invigoration spell was cast, the bird's breath recovered a little. His body shook for a moment, and then Wuya saw that the dislocated internal organs on its back had returned to their original position. Obviously, the bird's body is now healing itself, but such a serious injury will definitely not heal all at once. Seeing such an effect, Wuya was very satisfied. The bird's body began to recover, which meant that he was no longer in danger of life. Even if the recovery was slow, his life was saved. After Faye fed the bird some of Daohu's blood, his originally pale face became much rosier, and everything was moving in the right direction. We felt much more relaxed. After all, the bird was not dead. Once his wounds were stitched up, he would be able to recover slowly. But the people of the Firebird tribe were still worried. As totem warriors, they had seen too many birds with injuries like this, but they had never seen a totem warrior who could be cured. Lin asked Wuya to treat the bird, just to see if Wuya could cure it. If he couldn't, he wouldn't have anything to say. Wuya breathed a sigh of relief after finishing all this. Now he was just waiting for Yin to polish the needle root. Only then would he have time to focus on other things. Seeing the Firebird tribe's expressions, which looked as if they had eaten dead fish, Wuya forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, the bird won't die. Once I sew up its wound, it will slowly recover." When Lin heard Wuya's words, his face was full of disbelief. When the bird was sent to their witch with such injuries, there was nothing the witch could do, and the totem warrior could do anything about it. But no one expected that Wuya could actually save the bird. Lin clenched his right fist, placed it on his chest, and said sincerely, "Thank you, Suzuka Wu, for saving my brother." They are from the Firebird tribe and cannot kneel down to the Vermilion Bird witch, so they can only express their gratitude in this way. Wuya nodded. Our two tribes have some history, so it's only natural for us to help each other. But in his heart he said, it's okay. Saving you will help to establish my image, and it will be easier to incorporate your tribe later. Wu, it's polished. Yun handed the polished bone needle to Wuya. The bone needle polished by Yun is much better than the one polished by Yi last time. After all, it is made of wild beast bones. Wuya took the bone needle, looked around, and fixed his eyes on Shang, who had just dug out the beast crystal but found nothing. Shang, come here. The people in their tribe, including Wuya, have all shaved their heads, and the people in the Firebird tribe have relatively clean wounds. Shang came to Wuya without knowing why. He was very curious about what Wuya was going to do. Wuya just stretched out his hand when Shang subconsciously took a step back. In the education they received since childhood, a very important point is that witches are very mysterious, and they should stay away from them. Moreover, Wuya is not the witch of their tribe. It would be strange if he was not scared if someone suddenly reached out to him. Wuya. His hand hovered in the air as he said silently, "I just want to pull out a few of your hairs. Are you serious about taking a step back?" As he spoke, Wuya couldn't help but agree in his heart. Am I really that scary? This small action really hurt me a lot. He was stunned for a moment, then nodded blankly and took a step forward. Suzuka Wu, you pull it out. Wuya chuckled, grabbed a bunch of injured hair and pulled it down. A pain came from his injured head, making him gasp. Wuya didn't care about that. He used 2 strands of hair to thread through the bone needle and began to suture the bird's wound. Although the bird is now in a coma, the wound on his back will still tremble after being touched by Wuya. During the suturing process, Wuya couldn't help but think of another issue, which was anesthesia. Chapter 38 Blazing. Every time I sew up someone's wound directly, it will be fine if the person was completely unconscious. If the injured person is still conscious, he will be in excruciating pain. Furthermore, if the injured person is not completely unconscious and suddenly wakes up while the wound is being sutured, the stress response may be to punch the person who is doing the sutures. With Wuya's current physique, if he is hit by a punch from the totem warrior when he is under pressure, that doesn't mean he died on the spot, but he was seriously injured and couldn't escape. Therefore, anesthesia must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. It's a pity that Wuya has nothing at hand now, and he still has a long way to go in studying anesthesia. After stitching up the bird's wound and giving it a few mouthfuls of Daohu's blood, the bird's breathing finally calmed down. Wuya heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his head. Okay, let him eat more high-energy meat later, and he will recover. Thank you, Suzuka Wu. Lin thanked again. Wuya nodded and turned to look at Yi. Yi, share the knife tiger blood with everyone. When they fought Daohu just now, they all suffered internal injuries to varying degrees, and drinking Daohu's blood would help them recover. As for the meat of the sword tiger and the phantom lizard, Wuya was a little embarrassed. The knife tiger and the phantom lizard were hunted together by the 2 parties, and both sides can get some of the spoils. But the problem is that Wuya and the others still have to go to the Firebird tribe, so they can't take their share to the Firebird tribe. Wuya had no choice but to choose you and E to take the share allocated to his tribe back to the tribe. This time I'm just going to check on the situation of the Firebird witch, not to start a war, so I brought 3 totem warriors with me, which shows my sincerity. Letting you and E go back also had another meaning, which was to let the Suzaku tribe know the whereabouts of their witch. If anything happened to Wuya, the two tribes would become mortal enemies. Of course, the Firebird tribe doesn't know about the death of their leader yet, so they probably won't do anything stupid. After dividing the meat and letting E and the others take it back, Wuya and the others also set out for the Firebird tribe. The Firebird tribe was only slightly farther from the Salt Mountain than the Suzaku tribe. In less than 2 hours, Wuya and his companions arrived under the leadership of Lin and his companions. The Firebird tribe has 9 orange-striped warriors and more than 50 white-striped warriors, with a total population of more than 800 people. The Firebird tribe is a nest on U Mountain, where there are many caves, and their people live in the caves. After Wuya and the others arrived, Lin went to report the situation to the leader and the Firebird Wu without any delay. The leader of the Firebird tribe is a middle-aged man in his 30s or nearly 40 years old, about the same size as Yun, named Chi. The totem on his chest is a very dark orange that is somewhat turning yellow, indicating that he is an orange-striped warrior. Yes, the Firebird tribe does not have yellow-striped warriors. At this time, Lin and Chi were talking in the cave in the center of the Firebird tribe, and next to them was a wide stone bed. Lying on the stone bed was a person with a pale face, disordered breathing, and messy hair. Judging from the aura, this is undoubtedly the witch from the Firebird tribe. After listening to Lin's report, Chi had a good impression of Wuya, but since it was a question involving witches, he could only look at Chi Firebird Wu to see what he meant. The blazing bird which tried hard to force a smile and said in a low voice, "If he is really that magical, he should be able to cure my illness. Let him come and see me." "But Wu," Chi said, "what if he has other intentions?" The fiery bird which forced a smile, using the methods they used to deal with the blade tiger, plus the wild beast bone weapons used by all the members of the Suzaku tribe. "Firebird tribe, what could possibly make the Suzaku tribe plot against you?" Seeing that Wu didn't say anything, Chi knew what Wu meant, so he turned to look at Lin. "Let them in." After Wuya had Lin brought to that room, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. There were so many people in the Firebird tribe, but the leader was not even a yellow-striped warrior. In fact, Wuya was overthinking it, not to mention that there were no yellow-striped warriors in the Firebird tribe. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, there are dozens or even hundreds of tribes, but few of them have yellow-striped warriors. The Suzaku tribe has yellow-striped warriors, but that is because the Suzaku tribe has no real witch, so they can only take desperate measures and concentrate all the beast crystals to allow their leader to break through to a yellow-striped warrior. Otherwise, the Suzaku tribe would have disappeared in this wild world long ago, and there would be no possibility that Wuya would have traveled through time. After seeing Wuya and the others, she was also very confused. For some unknown reason, the leaders of the Suzaku tribe had their hair cut short. Moreover, their witches' staffs are also very strange, similar to spears, and should be very good for stabbing people. Wuya introduced himself to them. "Hello, I am Wu from the Suzaku tribe." Chi nodded and said, "I am Chi, the leader of the Firebird tribe. Thank you, Chief Suzaku, for coming to help us with the treatment." The Firebird which did not get up. Obviously, she was seriously ill. Wuya nodded and looked at the fiery bird witch. After seeing clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned. What a good opportunity. This fiery bird which was about 14 or 15 years old, younger than Wuya's current age. The blazing bird which forced a smile. "Thank you for your help." Wuya nodded and observed the situation of the Firebird Wu. There was a tumor as big as a head growing on the neck of the Firebird witch, which was very scary. This kind of tumor is generally not a serious disease. It just absorbs all the nutrients in the human body, which is why the Firebird witch is so weak. But if it goes on for too long, that person won't live long. A tumor like this can be simply removed and will not have any impact on the body. Wuya turned to Yi and said, "Yi, sharpen a small knife. Make it about the size of a finger, and it must be sharp enough." After hearing this, Yi immediately asked Lin for a bone and started grinding it. Chi hurriedly asked, "Suzaku Wu, can you cure our Wu's illness?" Wuya nodded, about the same. In fact, he was not very sure, but seeing that the Firebird which looked half dead, he could only give it a try. Wuya looked at the blazing bird Wu. "I think I can cure it, but I'm not sure. Do you dare to try?" The fiery bird which smiled indifferently. This tumor has been bothering him for more than a year. Now he's getting weaker and weaker. He can't live much longer, so naturally he can only give it a try. "Dare. Good, you have courage. Don't worry, I am 50% sure that I can cure you. Wuya is not a doctor after all. He only learned simple first aid knowledge in his previous life. He dare not guarantee that he can perform this kind of operation. Of course, necessary things still need to be said. Wu Yi said, "Let me make this clear first. I will do my best to save you. But if I can't, your tribe must not blame me." Chapter 39 Fusion. Firebird Witch. Qi. Lin, Yun, Fi, Ye. Wu Yi saw that everyone was looking at him with a strange look in their eyes, and he couldn't help but say embarrassedly, "Well, I'm not sure if it can be cured. But if anything happens to you, I promise to help you take care of your tribe." Wu Yi said to the Firebird Wu. This was getting weirder and weirder. Wu Yi said, "I'll let you decide. You know your situation. I can only do my best." The Blazing Bird Wizard still kept smiling. "I understand. If I need anything, Suzuka Wizard, can you promise me one thing?" Wu Yi nodded. "You go ahead." The Blazing Bird Witch continued. "Can you help me take care of my tribe? I believe that with your ability to easily kill the wild beast Daohu, you must have a way to bring everyone back to our ancestral land." Qi's expression changed. "Which?" The Blazing Firebird Shaman shook his head. "Qi, there's no need to say anything. The Blazing Firebird tribe and the Suzuka tribe are one tribe. Even if I die, the Suzuka Shaman will help me lead everyone on." The words of the Firebird which stunned Lin Heyun and the others. They had never heard of these things before. As the leader, Qi knew that the Chief Firebird tribe used to be dependent on the Suzuka tribe. Yin should have known this, but Wu Yi had long forgotten to tell Yin about this. "This kid is quite sensible," Wu Yi thought, and said, "Don't worry, you'll be fine. But if you're well, can I talk to you about something?" The Blazing Bird Witch looked at Wu Yi and said, "That's going to be troublesome. What's the big deal?" Wu Yi was about to say it was okay when Yi handed Wu Yi the polish knife. "Wu, can you take a look at this?" Wu Yi took it and cut his first skirt with it. It was still very sharp. "Okay, that's it." Wu Yi then said, "You guys should go out first. I don't want anyone to disturb me while I'm doing this surgery." "What kind of witchcraft is this surgery?" Qi and the others were very confused, and this witchcraft could not be disturbed by anyone. Qi didn't say anything, just looked at the Firebird Witch. The Blazing Bird Witch closed his eyes and said, "Go out." After they all went out, Wu Yi took the bone knife to the fire to roast it and walked to the side of the Firebird Witch. "I'm going to take action," Wu Yi said. The Firebird Wizard nodded without saying anything. But Wu Yi hesitated. If he were to use a knife on a totem warrior, he would definitely not hesitate. But this Firebird Shaman is just a wizard, and his physique is not as good as that of a totem warrior. Wu Yi was afraid that the Firebird, which would move around because of the pain while he was performing surgery to remove the tumor. If you accidentally cut a blood vessel or something, things will be difficult to deal with. Seeing that Wu Yi was still hesitant to take action, the Blazing Bird Wu opened his eyes and looked at Wu Yi in confusion. "What's wrong?" Wu Yi expressed his concerns. "It will be a bit painful then, and you might not be able to make it through it." "You mean this?" The Blazing Bird Wizard said. "Lend me your wizard staff." Wu Yi was a little confused, but he still raised the spear and wizard staff and handed it to the Firebird Wizard. The Blazing Bird Wizard took the spear wizard staff and said with a smile, "This wizard staff is quite unique. I will ask the people in my tribe to help me polish one when the time comes." Then he closed his eyes and began to chant a spell. The spear wizard staff suddenly lit up, and a ball of white light penetrated into the body of the Firebird Wizard. Wu Yi has been observing the situation of the Firebird Witch, but with his current spiritual sense, he cannot see any changes in the Firebird Witch. Seeing Wu Yi's confusion, the Blazing Bird Wu explained, "This is a sealing technique. It can make the totem warrior feel no pain at all. It can also be used on me. This is a magical skill." Wu Yi's eyes lit up. Such a magical witchcraft directly solved the anesthesia problem that had been bothering him for a long time. Moreover, this sorcery is also a magical skill in combat. How powerful would a person who has no sense of pain be? Seeing Wu Yi's eyes, the Firebird Wu was a little confused. The Firebird tribe used to be a vassal of the Suzuka tribe, and all their witchcraft came from the Suzuka tribe. There is no reason why he could do it, but Wu Yi can't. But looking at Wu Yi's appearance, it seems that he has never even heard of it, let alone knowing it. When he looked at Wu Yi again, he found out that Wu Yi was just a sacrificial witch. It would be normal if the priest had never heard of the sealing technique. The Blazing Bird Wizard said, "This magic can only be used by the divination wizard. You will be able to learn it when you reach the divination wizard level." After the Firebird Witch said this, Wu Yi realized that the other party was actually a fortune-telling witch. This is amazing. He is already a fortune teller at the age of 14 or 15. Look at Wuya himself. He is 16 years old and has only been a witch for a short time. Let's not talk about that for now. After Wuya calmed down, he started the operation. This tumor grew directly next to the artery on the Firebird Witch's neck. If you don't pay attention, something serious will happen. Fortunately, after the Firebird Witch used the sealing technique, he felt no pain and the operation went smoothly. Wuya successfully cut off the sarcoma. After using the Firebird Witch's hair to sew up the wound, Wuya said, "The tumor has been removed. The rest depends on your own life." He originally wanted to bandage the crocodile of the Firebird Witch, but after looking around, he found nothing that could be used for bandaging, so he had to leave it like this. I believe that with the strength of the Fiery Bird Witch, a wound on his neck would not have much impact on him. The Blazing Bird Witch said in a low voice, "Thank you. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Wuya smiled and said, "Since you are a smart person, I won't beat around the bush. What I want to talk to you about is the fusion of our two tribes." The Blazing Bird Shaman's expression remained calm. "Do you want our tribe to become dependent on yours again?" Wuya shook his head. "It's not about dependence, it's about integration. If you depend on us, your tribe will be our younger brother. If you integrate with us, your tribe will be our brother." "Give me a reason," the Blazing Bird Shaman said. "From what I know, the Suzuko tribe has not been doing well in recent years. The population has dropped sharply and is now even smaller than ours. There aren't many totem warriors, and although there is one yellow-striped warrior, it's still too few." Wuya smiled and said, "This is nothing. The population dwindled before because there were no witches in the Suzuko tribe. Now that I have become a witch with my intelligence and talent, it is only a matter of time before I become stronger." Seeing that the Blazing Bird Wu didn't say anything, Wuya said again, "Lin should have told you how we deal with the wild beasts." The Blazing Bird Wizard spoke, "I told you, the tool you made is very practical." Wuya smiled and said, "Want to learn? I have countless ways to deal with wild beasts. We even have a wild beast Tyrannosaurus Rex imprisoned in our tribe. If you were to ask what makes people bow their heads in this world, survival would definitely be one of them." The Blazing Bird, which finally showed some interest. "What do you mean by fusion? Please explain it in detail." Chapter 40 Taming. Fusion means exactly what it says. It means merging our two tribes into one. Wuya explained. The Blazing Bird Shaman frowned. "Who is that shaman? Who is the leader? What will the merged tribe be called?" Wuya smiled and said, "Of course I am the Wu. We can discuss the question of the leader later. As for the name of the tribe, it is of course the Suzuko tribe. The fact that the Blazing Bird tribe was able to rely on the Suzuko tribe in the past shows that the Suzuko tribe must be extraordinary. It's not a bad thing for you to join the Suzuko tribe. Furthermore, the Suzuko is a sacred beast, so calling the Suzuko tribe a little more prestigious would be a bit more impressive." Wuya was telling the truth, but it just didn't make me feel comfortable listening to it. So the Blazing Firebird Shaman frowned and said, "Although what you said makes sense, the current Suzuko tribe is not much better than the Blazing Firebird tribe. It's because everyone is having a hard time. That's why we need to stick together for warmth. If the Suzuko tribe is still so powerful, there is naturally no need for us to merge." He simply has too few people, otherwise he wouldn't bother to merge the Blazing Bird tribe. Of course, we have to use some tricks to get the Firebird Witch to agree to merge the tribes. Wuya said, "Your tribe is also short of salt now, right?" "How do you know?" Wuya smiled and said, "Your tribe isn't close to the Daohu tribe, and you don't have any yellow-striped warriors yet. You'll definitely lose a lot of totem warriors when you go to exchange for salt. If I can provide everyone with an endless supply of salt, will you agree to merge the Blazing Bird tribe into the Suzuko tribe?" The Blazing Bird Shaman agreed without hesitation. Salt was harder to come by in their tribe than in the Suzuko tribe, and they could only exchange it once every few years. "But I must see Yin and have the Firebird tribe merge into the Suzuko tribe. These are the conditions for the Firebird Witch." We nodded and said, "Okay, you guys wait in the tribe. I'll have someone notify your tribe to go check out the salt tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." After Wuya finished speaking, he did not talk to the Firebird Witch anymore, but walked out directly carrying his spear and staff. "Suzuko Wu, what's the situation?" She saw Wuya coming out and hurriedly went up to ask. Wuya nodded. "It's going well for now, but how things will go in the future depends on your witch. Your witch has something to say to you. Please go in." She nodded in agreement and immediately entered the cave. Seeing that the tumor on Wu's neck was gone, Chi breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, "Wu, do you have something to tell me?" The Blazing Firebird Wu was still thinking about what Wuya had said. He looked at Chi and said, Chi, if we had an infinite supply of salt, would you agree to merge our tribe with the others? Although Chi was puzzled as to why the witch said this, after thinking for a moment, he said, is it the Daohu tribe? The Daohu tribe is powerful and a good choice. But if we want to merge into the Daohu tribe, our totem warriors and the witch. Even without him saying it, the Firebird shaman knew what he meant. If one tribe wanted to annex another tribe, it could only kill all the shamans and totem warriors. In that way, ordinary people will have no hope and will willingly join other tribes. The Blazing Bird, which shook his head, it's not the Blade Tiger tribe, it's the Vermilion Bird tribe. Chi was stunned. The situation of the Suzaku tribe is not better than ours. How could there be endless salt? Maybe they do have a way to get salt, said the Firebird wizard. Chi frowned and thought for a long time, then said, if it's the Suzaku tribe, then we can consider it. After all, our two tribes were together in the past. Aren't you afraid they'll kill us all? Chi shook his head. Woo. Although their tribe has yellow-striped warriors, they don't have many totem warriors. Although the Suzaku tribe already has a witch, even if the warriors without patterns have been awakened this year, the combat power of the warriors with white patterns who have just awakened is not very strong. Blazing Bird Witch. Well, you go down first, I want to rest. After Wuya came out, he did not stay in the Firebird tribe. Now that the matter of the Firebird tribe has come to an end, we need to annex the Firebird tribe and obtain the salt. Of course, the Tyrannosaurus Rex should also be tamed. That way, the Suzaku tribe will have more confidence during negotiations. Wuya returned to the tribe in the afternoon. Everything is fine in the tribe. The warriors without patterns are still training conscientiously, and Fei is still beating the Tyrannosaurus Rex with all his heart. Wuya asked Yi to sharpen the hoe, while the other totem warriors went to find many strong vines and came to the side of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After being trained by Fei for so many days, the Tyrannosaurus Rex no longer has the same ferocity as before. Even if Wuya came next to it, he didn't dare to show any man-eating expression. But this is just a restraint of the strong vines. Once the vines are loosened, this Tyrannosaurus Rex will definitely go crazy. Wuya asked the other people in the tribe to return to the cave, and he and Yun went to a branch of a nearby tree that was 50 meters high. The strong vine tied to the Tyrannosaurus Rex's nose was pulled to the tree, and Yun was asked to hold it, while Yi and Yu were holding another strong vine. After all these were prepared, Wuya asked Fei to cut off the strong vines that tied up the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex hadn't eaten for several days, so its strength wasn't as strong as before, but after a few vines were cut off, it still broke the rest. As soon as it recovered its movement, the furious Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly roared to the Fei that had been abusing it. All the grievances, resentment, and anger of the past few days were expressed in this dragon roar. All the beasts and wild animals in Nyashan Mountain trembled and crawled on the ground when they heard this dragon roar. Then, the Tyrannosaurus Rex took a big step and rushed towards the thing he hated the most. It will not be satisfied unless it eats the flying bird. However, after taking only 2 steps towards Fei, the Tyrannosaurus Rex felt a pain in its nose. Then, a huge pulling force came, and the severe pain forced it to step back. Wuya, who was in the tree, saw the T-Rex retreat and shouted to Fei, "Hit it with your axe, but be careful not to get hurt or injure it." Fei nodded, immediately jumped up with the giant axe in hand, grasped the axe handle with both hands, and flew towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. The strong vine on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's nose was pulled by the cloud, so in order to relieve the pain, it could only raise its head and try to reduce the pain as much as possible. Therefore, it cannot see the flying attacks at all. Boom! The back of the flying giant axe hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head hard, and a muffled sound was heard. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was hit so hard that it felt dizzy, fly down, and immediately retreat. After seeing this, we also asked Yin to loosen the vines so that the Tyrannosaurus Rex could move. The Tyrannosaurus Rex shook its dizzy head, let out a roar, and rushed forward again. Chapter 41, Salt Mining. Wuya asked Yin to pull the vine again, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex had to stop because of the pain. Fei took advantage of this opportunity and hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex with an axe. This time the Tyrannosaurus Rex was really dizzy and shook its head hard. Fei took advantage of this opportunity and struck again with a hammer. Considering the weight of the giant axe and the force of Fei himself, one can imagine how great the impact was. The Tyrannosaurus Rex fell to the ground, still trying to shake its head. When Wuya saw this, he asked Fei to throw away the giant axe and directly punch and kick the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After this beating, the Tyrannosaurus Rex became more sober and wanted to bite Fei again. Fei was no pushover either. He ran back, picked up the giant axe, and hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex with the back of it again. This time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex could no longer hold on and fainted. It has been hungry these days and has been tormented by Fei all the time. It has long been at the end of its strength. Now it has been hit on the head several times. Naturally, it can't hold on for much longer. When Wuya saw this, he immediately said, "Go, get some water and pour it on its head." Now, they want to tame the Tyrannosaurus Rex so that it will have a deep fear of flying and will not dare to do anything out of line again. It is of course not okay to just faint like this. He flew over to get the big vat from the tribe and poured the water inside onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. Stimulated by the cold water, the Tyrannosaurus Rex woke up. However, when it woke up, it was faced with Fei's punches and kicks again. Listening to the Tyrannosaurus Rex's humming sound, we couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. As a wild beast, its self-esteem is being worn away bit by Fei. After knocking the Tyrannosaurus Rex unconscious again, Fei poured cold water on its head. This time, after the Tyrannosaurus Rex woke up, it did not roar at Fei again, but its eyes were full of fear. Obviously, it was scared. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, we immediately asked Fei to get some meat to feed the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fei quickly ran into the cave and cut off a large piece of the phantom lizard's meat. "Feed it one piece at a time. If it dares to snatch it, kill it with an axe," said Wuya. Fei nodded, and as Wuya requested, he cut off a piece of the fantasy lizard meat and threw it to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex hadn't eaten for a few days, so it quickly ate the lizard meat in one bite. Then, it looked at the big piece of meat next to Fei, its eyes flashing with ferocity, and it was about to get up to grab it. Fei listened to Wuya's instructions and immediately picked up the giant axe and hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex with a hammer before it could get up. The Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't have much strength to begin with, and after being hit again by Fei, it fell heavily to the ground. He let out a whimper, clearly terrified of flying. Fei cut off another piece of meat and threw it to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Remember, if I don't give you food, you can't take it away." Regardless of whether the Tyrannosaurus Rex understood or not, Fei fed the Tyrannosaurus Rex piece by piece of meat. If the Tyrannosaurus Rex dared to make any unnecessary movements, it would be severely beaten. After Fei finished feeding the meat, Wuya asked Yu and Yi to tie up the Tyrannosaurus Rex again. However, they did not tie the Tyrannosaurus Rex up like they did last time. They only tied up its legs and mouth, leaving the rest of the body free to move. This taming was undoubtedly successful, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex was subdued by Fei. After some slow training, the Tyrannosaurus Rex can become a flying pet. After finishing all this, it was slowly getting dark. Wuya asked everyone to continue with the tribe's original training as usual, while he went to Hiyi to sharpen tools. He didn't know what a hoe was. In the past, when the tribe needed to dig the soil, they would just use a bone knife. He had already polished out many bone fragments and was waiting for Wuya to teach him how to sharpen a hoe. A hoe is not difficult to make. After Wuya taught Yi how to polish a hoe, he also taught Yi how to polish tools, such as a pickaxe. Early the next morning, after Wuya and the others had breakfast, Lu Fei tamed the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the tribe, while the others went to the Salt Mountain with Wuya. The situation in Yanshan remains the same, except that the wild beast Aohu is missing. Wuya found a sloping location on the back of the cliff, surrounded by several giant trees. It is tightly surrounded by those giant trees, as if it was planted by someone specially, and it is very secretive. It would be difficult for ferocious beasts to spot them if they passed through there. Even if they did, large beasts would not be able to penetrate the gaps between the giant trees and attack them. Although this place was a bit strange, we didn't think much about it and directly asked Yun and the others to start digging. The hole they dug was about 2 meters wide. Although the soil was loose, the roots of the giant tree were there, so there was no need to worry about it collapsing. The totem warriors worked very efficiently. 2 of them dug, and 2 carried the soil. After just over an hour, a tunnel 2 meters wide and about 50 meters long was dug out. Woo, it seems we have found a salt mine. Yunzo hit a hard object, and he dug in excitedly. Then he found rocks of the same color as the salt mine on the other side of the cliff. After hearing this, Wuya hurried inside to check. He dug up the soil, knocked off a piece of rock, licked it with his tongue, and found that it was salty. Obviously, this is the salt mine. I didn't expect that this salt mine is so big. The Sazaka tribe will no longer have to worry about having no salt to eat. Wuya immediately said, "This is the salt mine. Dig some out." When they heard it was a salt mine, Yun and the others were so excited. In the past, if the tribe wanted to eat salt, they had to pay the price of several lives and spend so many beast crystals. Now I have discovered salt here, and I can finally eat salt without restraint. Yun and his men swung their hoes much faster. Although the salt mines were very hard, due to the solidity of the wild beast bones and the strength of their totem warriors, the salt mines were as soft as tofu. Soon, Yun and his team dug out a pile of salt mines. We had been watching from the side, and as he watched, he began to notice something. He discovered that when Yun and his team were digging the salt mine, half of the side was covered with soil and the other side was salt mine. Originally, we had thought this was a normal phenomenon and did not pay attention to it. But when Yun and his team dug out the salt mines at the dividing line, we saw many marks on the salt mines. If there are only a few of these marks, we can still say they are naturally formed. But if there are too many of them, we can no longer attribute them to the miracles of nature. This is obviously man-made. These traces would only appear if it had been touched by someone. This place was dug by someone and then filled with soil. We was very surprised and wondered why people in the past dug here. But it should not be dug for salt. After all, there's no tribe nearby that produces its own salt. And judging from the condition of this salt mountain, no one has been here for a long time. After Yun and his team dug out a large amount of salt mines, Wuya immediately asked them to dig along the tunnel that had been dug out. He wanted to see what purpose the people in the past had in digging up this place. Chapter 42, An Unexpected Surprise. After digging in that direction, Wuya discovered that this cave was much wider than the one they had dug originally. This hole is 3 meters high and 4 meters wide. Yun and his team dug in, and after a while they had dug out all the soil, revealing the tunnel inside. "Wu, do you want to go in?" Yun asked. Wuya took a look and found no danger. So he asked he to make a torch and walked in under the protection of 4 people. The walls of the cave were empty and there was nothing there. Moreover, the cave was not very deep. After walking for about 10 minutes, Wuya and his friends reached the end of the cave. The end of the cave is much larger than the outside, about 30 or 40 meters wide, and on the top of the cave, there is a glowing stone the size of a head. That is feldspar, generally used for lighting and has no special function, but is useless in this world. In Wuya's previous life's world, if he had such a big piece, he would have been rich. When Wuya arrived at the end of the cave, he finally understood why this cave was dug. In the middle of the cave, there was a stone platform 1 meter high and 5 meters long and wide. In the middle of the stone platform, there is a huge rectangle made of white jade, 1 meter wide, 1 meter high, and more than 2 meters long. The rectangle is engraved with various ferocious beasts, most of which are mythical beasts that Wuya has not seen in this world yet, but have heard of in his previous life. Obviously, the ferocious beasts carved on the jade rectangle are all beings that are superior to wild beasts. Wuya couldn't think of anything else that would do this, except the coffin used for burial. Wuya came to the stone platform and took a look. The carving on the coffin was very ingenious, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was lifelike. According to the information Wuya obtained from the original's memories and inheritance, people in this world are cremated after death to avoid being dug out and eaten by ferocious beasts. However, there appeared a finely crafted coffin here, which obviously conflicted with Wuya's cognition. However, judging from the situation outside, this coffin was buried here a long time ago. Obviously, the tribe that could use coffins to bury people must be very powerful. Moreover, the identity of the person in this coffin must be extraordinary. At least he is a leader. Wuya felt an itch in his heart when he thought about this. Although it was immoral, he really wanted to know what tribe and person the person buried in the tomb belonged to. Fortunately, Yun and the others didn't think there was anything wrong, as they hadn't developed this concept yet. Under Wu Ya's command, the 4 of them pushed open the lid of the coffin, revealing the true appearance inside. There was a mummified corpse lying inside. Judging from the animal skins he was wearing, he was a witch. Only people of Wu's level would be buried like this after death. Wu just glanced at him and didn't look at him anymore. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the 2 hands of the mummy. Next to the 2 hands, there was a black stone as big as a fist. The stone is as black as ink, without any reflection. It must be a heritage stone or something else. He actually obtained the inheritance stone here. Wuya picked up the 2 inheritance stones with a happy face and asked Yun and others to cover the coffin again. Although he didn't know what tribe this which came from, Wuya was still very happy to obtain the inheritance stone. This thing can record many things and is very precious. After Wuya got it, he couldn't wait to put a piece of inheritance stone on his forehead. Then he injected magic power and probed inside with his spiritual consciousness. After Wuya injected his magical power, or chi, into the inheritance stone, the stone lit up. This had happened before when Wuya read the tribe's inheritance stone, but his consciousness was focused on the inheritance stone and he was unaware of what was happening outside. Yun and the others consciously surrounded Wuya to prevent him from getting into any accidents. After Wuya's consciousness entered the inheritance stone, a huge fire came towards him. However, this flame was the same as the Shizuku tribe's inheritance stone for which sacrifices, so Wuya didn't feel how hot it was. Suddenly, not far in front of Wuya's consciousness, a ball of fire condensed and a crisp cry came from it. Then, the flames formed a vortex and began to spin rapidly. With a whoosh, the flames dissipated, revealing a golden firebird with 3 tails, shaped like a peacock. When Wuya saw the firebird, he knew what Wu's tribe was foam. The name of this tribe is foam, a kind of auspicious animal. Its status was no different from that of the Shizuku, a mythical beast. In fact, in Wuya's previous life, the phoenix held an even higher status than the Shizuku. In Wuya's opinion, the tribes that can use these powerful beasts as totems must be extremely powerful. The phoenix tribe would surely be unprecedentedly powerful if they were all together. Unfortunately, Wuya had never heard of the phoenix tribe, and it was likely lost in history. After the fire phoenix condensed, it immediately pounced toward Wuya. Wuya was not panicked. He had experienced such scenes in the tribe's tradition. After the fire phoenix pounced on Wuya's consciousness, Wuya did not feel any discomfort. A powerful message immediately followed Wuya's spiritual consciousness and was transmitted to Wuya's mind. About an hour later, the inheritance stone stopped glowing and Wuya opened his eyes. Wuya's eyes were full of smiles at this moment. The inheritance stone recorded hundreds of witchcrafts, both auxiliary and offensive. However, Wuya cannot check those witchcrafts that require a large amount of chi to activate for the time being. He has to wait until he becomes stronger. But Wuya is very satisfied with the witchcraft he can currently view, because one of the witchcrafts is what witches really need now. Contract magic, a witchcraft that allows humans to sign a contract with ferocious beasts and drive ferocious beasts under their control. Although the conditions for casting the spell are somewhat harsh, requiring the blood of a ferocious beast and that person, and both parties must be willing when casting the spell. But these are no problem for Wuya. If the ferocious beast is unwilling, just beat it until it is willing. As for humans, who wouldn't want to sign a contract with a ferocious beast and control a powerful beast? Even Wuya now is eager to run out and catch a ferocious beast to perform a contract spell with it. With this witchcraft, the Shizuku tribe is really going to take off. Wu, what are you laughing at? Is there any good news? Yin couldn't help but ask when he saw Wuya grinning foolishly after putting down the inheritance stone. Wuya smiled and said, "That's great news. It's a great news." Chapter 43, Barbarian Patterns. Well, what good news is it? After hearing Wuya say that there was good news, Yi and the others looked at Wuya curiously. Wuya raised the corner of his mouth. Hee, this inheritance stone contains a lot of witchcraft. Yin and the others had no idea about Wu's stuff, so they just perfunctorily congratulated Wuya. When Wuya saw their expressions, he knew that they were not in a good mood. Then he said, "There is a witchcraft here that can make you sign a contract with a vicious beast and turn it into your pet." Now Yun and the others finally understood what Wuya meant by great news, and they all kept asking Wuya what to do. Wuya smiled and said, "All right, we'll figure out how to do it after we get back to the tribe. There's also a heritage stone here. Let me see what's written on it first." "Okay, Wu, take a look." Wuya nodded and placed another inheritance stone on his forehead. After a while, Wuya took down the inheritance stone with some doubts. After seeing Wuya's expression, Yin quickly asked, "Wu, what's wrong? What's inside this inheritance stone?" Wuya shook his head. "I'm not sure either. The inheritance stone records something called barbarian patterns." Wuya had never heard of the barbarian pattern, nor did he know what it was used for. However, judging from the fact that each barbarian pattern corresponds to a type of witchcraft, These barbarian patterns should be similar to the talismans in Wu Ya's previous life. By carving barbarian patterns, you can release witchcraft, but the specific details still need Wu Ya to study slowly in the future. This time, the harvest from digging salt mines was really rich. After Wu Ya calmed down, he asked Yin and others to weave a few large baskets to transport all the excavated salt back. Many times, Wu Ya couldn't help but sigh that the physical fitness of these totem warriors in this world was really abnormal. Yin and his companions each carried a basket about 2 square meters in size, which was filled with salt ore. They ran very fast. Wu Ya sat directly in Yi's basket. Even if he didn't take anything, he couldn't run as fast as them. It was already afternoon when they returned to the tribe. Fei was relieved to see Wu Ya and the others coming back. He is not afraid of taking risks outside, and the most uncomfortable thing is to stay alone in the tribe. Wu Ya asked Yin and the others to put the salt mine aside, and immediately asked them to find some big stones and grind them into stone pots. Although he really wanted to use the Tyrannosaurus Rex to test the effect of the contract, Wu Ya hadn't eaten salt for 2 days and was feeling very uncomfortable. Salt mines contain a large amount of impurities, including dissolved ions and insoluble sand. Due to limited conditions, Wu Ya can only remove those insoluble impurities at present. After they had polished the stone pots, Wu Ya asked them to grind the salt ore into powder and dissolve it in water. Then add the ashes from the burning tribe. The ions contained in the ash can precipitate the ions in the salt mine that are harmful to the human body. This is the only chemical reaction that Wu Ya can perform, and the other steps are physical things. Then he took a huge stick bone, sawed off both ends, and hollowed out the inside. Stuff a lot of weeds and charcoal in it to make a funnel filter. When the turbid salt water is poured into the funnel, clear water flows out from the other end. Then use a large pot to evaporate the clear brine, and then you will get white salt. It was already evening when I boiled the water. Fei and the others watched anxiously beside the fire. You finally couldn't help but ask, "Wu, what are you doing?" In their eyes, salt is just salt. Salt mines are similar to salt. It is fine as long as it tastes salty. But they had never seen a situation like Wu Ya did, where he tossed the salt around and ended up with only a pot of salt water. I really don't understand why they have to deal with this for no reason other than salt. Although there are many salt mines in Yanshan, they don't need to be processed like this. Wu Ya smiled and said, "Do you want to know?" The 5 of you nodded in unison. They had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Wu Ya didn't say anything directly. If you want to know, wait until the water is evaporated and you will know. But if the water is evaporated, won't the salt disappear with it? You asked in confusion. Wu Ya shook his head. Don't worry. Wait until the water evaporates and you will know. Wu Ya then looked at you. You, do you remember all the steps we did today? You nodded. Although he didn't know what Wu Ya was going to do, there were not many steps, so he could naturally remember them. Wu Ya smiled and said, "That's good. From now on, you will be responsible for this kind of work." After so many days of planning, Wu Ya has already arranged everything that Yun and the others need to do. As the leader, Yun is naturally in charge of the tribe. As the deputy leader, he had no plans for the time being. However, judging from his name, Wu most likely wanted him to be in charge of weapon production. As for Yi, he was naturally responsible for making tools. Wu Ya had arranged for Yi to make all the tools he had used these days. Fei is naturally concerned with managing the ferocious beasts. Now that Wu Ya has the skill of contract, there will be more and more ferocious beasts in the tribe in the future, and they need someone to manage them. Finally, there is Yu, who is responsible for burning things. If the tribe wants to develop, there will be more and more things to burn, and someone needs to be responsible for it. In this way, the chief and elders of the tribe are all responsible for one thing, which is far different from the previous situation where witches and chiefs were responsible for all things. Of course, in the past, the tribe didn't have so many things to do and didn't need so many people to manage it. As for the people from the Firebird tribe, it won't be too late to make arrangements after they arrive. The stone pot conducts heat slowly when boiling water, but once the stone pot is fully heated, it will heat up much faster. When the moon rose to mid-sky, the salt water in the stone pot had become very viscous. At this point, Wu Ya immediately asked them to turn off the fire and keep stirring the pot, allowing the heat from the stone pot to evaporate all the remaining water. After a while, white crystals first appeared in the stone pot that he was responsible for. He immediately shouted, "Wu, something appeared in the stone pot. What should we do next?" It was obvious that the salt had begun to precipitate. Wu Ya walked over and took a look and saw that it was already a mixture of salt and water. Wuya nodded. Keep stirring until all the water evaporates. Then, salt began to precipitate from the stone pots that other people were responsible for. All the water in Yi's stone pot had evaporated, leaving only white crystals inside. Wu, were these leftovers in the pot? He asked curiously after Wuya signaled to stop. The sea salt they had eaten before was all large particles like unpurified glass. They had never seen salt with such small, white grains as the ones they had now. Wuya smiled and said, "Take a little and you'll know." Chapter 44 Contract. He followed Wuya's advice, picked up a little, and put in his mouth. Wuya couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this. Eating so much salt at once would be really choking. Sure enough, after he tasted the salt, his face changed immediately. However, as a man who had once exchanged his life for salt, he was reluctant to spit it out and swallowed it directly. Looking at his expression, his face was almost turned into a mask of pain. Wuya smiled and poured some water from a stone bowl for, "Have a drink. How is it? Is it tasty enough?" He drank the water immediately before answering, "It's too salty." Why is Wu's salt so salty? The salt they ate in the past contained at least 1/3 impurities, so it was naturally not as salty as the purified salt we eat today. Wuya said, because the salt you used to eat had too many other things in it. If Wu does that, can he get other things out? He asked. Guja nadif. That's right. This will remove most of the impurities. Of course, there are still some impurities that we can't remove with our current conditions. After he finished his work, the others also started to boil salt in their stone pots. Finally, all the salt was gathered together, and Wuya and his team obtained several 100 kilograms of salt. This salt is enough for the tribe to eat for a long, long time. Wuya asked them to put the salt in the tribe, and he returned to the cave. He did not start practicing immediately, but was thinking about the problems of the Firebird tribe. Wuya originally planned to get the salt and then call the Firebird tribe over. But after he returned to the tribe and saw the strength of the tribe, he felt a little conflicted again. There is no doubt that with the current strength of the Firebird tribe, they're definitely stronger than the Suzaka tribe. If he just called the Firebird tribe over, and they saw that the Suzaka tribe was so weak and wanted a rebel, Wuya really didn't have a good way to deal with it. It seems that I still need to practice the contract technique first and get some ferocious beasts to help me. After figuring this out, Wuya immediately began to practice the art of contract. The contract technique is much more difficult than the invigoration technique. It consumes chi as well as spiritual consciousness. Moreover, the spell was very long, and Wuya always made mistakes when practicing it. There was no other way. Wuya could only practice by making up for his shortcomings with hard work. Apart from eating, restoring his consciousness, and practicing chi meditation, Wuya put off everything else. This made the Firebird tribe uncomfortable, and it should have made the Firebird Witch and Leader Chi uncomfortable. The next day, they waited for the Suzaku tribe to appear. But after waiting for a whole day, no one from the Suzaku tribe came. On the third day, they thought that someone from the Suzaku tribe would come over, but by the end of the day, no one from the Suzaku tribe showed up. At night, in the cave of the Firebird Witch. After the tumor was removed, the Firebird Wizard felt much better, and his face became rosy. "Chi, do you think what they said still counts?" asked the Chief Firebird Witch. Chi shook his head. He had actually been very sad these past 2 days. He was looking forward to the Suzaka tribe's arrival, but he also hoped that the Suzaka tribe's people wouldn't come. Woo, maybe they have something to deal with. The blazing Firebird shaman looked at the fire in the center of the cave. He had been in the same dilemma as Chi for the past 2 days. He wanted the people from the Suzaka tribe to come, but he also wanted them not to come. But the current situation is that no matter what they think, the people from the Suzaku tribe simply did not come. To be fair, the Blazing Bird Wu still hoped to integrate into the Suzaka tribe. After all, as we said, the Blazing Bird tribe used to be attached to the Suzaku tribe. According to the Suzaku tribe, there must be something that the Blazing Bird tribe could rely on. Even though the Suzaka tribe has declined now, the heritage is still there no matter how it declines. It is the people who are declining, not the heritage. Of course, the Firebird, which was also very interested in what we said about the method of dealing with wild beasts and the unlimited salt to eat. Moreover, the Firebird, which also envied Wuya, who, as a witch, could run around outside. Although he is a wizard, he is only a 15-year-old boy, an age when he is extremely curious about the outside world. It was just his duty as a witch that forced him to stay in this small tribe. Perhaps if the Blazing Bird tribe joined the Suzaku tribe, and she wasn't the witch queen, she could run around like him. The Blazing Bird, which thought irresponsibly. What should we do if the people from the Suzaku tribe don't come tomorrow? Chi looked at the chief firebird, who didn't speak for a long time. So he asked. As the leader, Chi is actually under a lot of pressure. The firebird tribe has a population of over 800 people, and they rely on totem warriors to hunt for food. But hunting is difficult and people die easily. Chi wanted to join the Suzaku tribe because he was attracted by what we said about him having many ways to deal with wild beasts. The blazing firebird shaman looked up at Chi and said, "Let's wait a little longer. In 10 days, if they don't come, we can only send someone over to see if something happened to the Suzaku tribe." Judging from what the firebird witch said, he has already decided to join the Suzaku tribe. He understood. Although Wu's behavior was somewhat irresponsible, he still understood Wu. In this world, humans are the most vulnerable. Only by banding together could they defeat the beasts and gain a foothold. Wu has been practicing contract techniques in the cave. He hasn't studied so seriously for a long time since he graduated from university. The sun rises and sets, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. Wu stood in the cave, holding a long spear and a staff in his hands, his lips trembling constantly. If you listen carefully, you could hear Wu chanting a spell. Suddenly, Wu's eyes opened. The tip of the spear of the witch staff suddenly lit up, and a ball of white light appeared out of thin air. Seeing the white ball of light, Wu's eyes were filled with joy. After 10 days of continuous practice, he finally mastered the contract technique and could perform it successfully. Wu moved his hand, and the ball of light on the spear had immediately dissipated. Then Wu walked out of the cave. It was still morning outside, and the people in the tribe were still practicing the 100 battles fist. On one side of the tribe, Fei was riding on the neck of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, holding the reins that were tied around the Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck. After being tortured by Fei during this period of time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex has become completely submissive to Fei and dares not act rashly anymore. Of course, because Fei had been controlling its food, the Tyrannosaurus Rex also lost a lot of weight. Wu came out and saw the pitiful appearance of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and couldn't help but smack his lips. Sure enough, when it comes to cruelty, it's still these primitive people who are not yet civilized enough. Seeing Wu coming towards him with a spear and a staff, Wu jumped off the Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck. "Wu, you're out." Chapter 45 Contract. Wu nodded. "Well, how about this Tyrannosaurus Rex?" Fei said with satisfaction. "Well, after this period of training, it has been subdued by me." Then he changed the subject and said, "It's a pity that it doesn't quite understand what I say. Most of the time, it doesn't understand my commands. This may be because they have not fought enough." Wu thought, ferocious beasts usually have a certain degree of intelligence, and they will definitely understand if they listen. However, whether the Tyrannosaurus Rex really didn't understand or was just pretending, it didn't matter. Wu asked, "Do you want to sign a contract with the Tyrannosaurus Rex?" Fei asked, "Wu, what is signing a contract?" Fei was not present when Wu and his men dug out the tomb. We had been practicing the contract technique these past 2 days, and no one knew what it was for. He had asked Yin and the other Wu what they were doing, but the answers he received were naturally unclear. Wu said, "After signing the contract, you will be able to know the Tyrannosaurus Rex's thoughts. It will obey your orders as soon as you think of it. If you tell it to go east, it will not go west." Fei suddenly understood, and then asked, "Wu, what is east and what is west?" Wu's face was filled with gloom. "The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Facing the sun, the left hand is north and the right hand is south." Fei nodded deeply. "Oh, I understand. How about signing a contract with the Tyrannosaurus Rex?" Wu asked. Fei was of course willing to do such a good thing. "Wu, I am willing." Wu nodded and said, "Okay, give me some of your heart's blood and the blood of the Tyrannosaurus Rex." After hearing this, Fei immediately pulled out a leaf and hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail with his giant axe to get some blood. Then he used the huge axe to cut his chest, and a lot of blood flowed out immediately. "You're looking for death. I just need a little blood." Fei didn't hold back when he struck. He was really afraid that Fei would kill him with the axe. However, Fei smiled innocently, caught the blood with a leaf, and handed it to Wu. Wu put the blood on the 2 leaves together, then closed his eyes and began to chant a spell. As Wu chanted the spell, the tip of the spear and wizard staff began to glow. Suddenly, Wu opened his eyes and pointed his spear and staff at the blood on the leaves. The white ball of light on the tip of the gun immediately flew towards the blood on the leaves and sank into it. Afterwards, the blood that had originally merged together suddenly separated and became like Pisces Tai Chi, constantly rotating around each other. As Weah finished his spell, the two drops of blood suddenly turned golden and flew towards Faye and Tyrannosaurus Rex's forehead respectively. When Weah penetrated Faye's forehead, he saw a light pattern of a vermilion bird with its wings spread out appear on Faye's forehead. The blood entered Faye's forehead and smoothly flowed into his brain. But it was not so smooth for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It seemed as if it knew that once the blood entered its brain, it would be enslaved for life, so it kept resisting. Weah naturally would not indulge the Tyrannosaurus Rex, so he immediately asked Faye to pull the strong vine tied to the Tyrannosaurus Rex's nose. The Tyrannosaurus Rex felt pain and forgot to resist. The golden blood successfully entered its brain. Weah retracted his spear and staff, and the contract was completed. Faye felt very novel at this time, because he felt a will appear in his mind, which was that of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Weah looked at Faye and said, "The contract is complete. Let the Tyrannosaurus Rex move." Faye looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex and immediately said, "Take 2 steps." Upon hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex took 2 steps forward and then stopped, without taking an extra step. Faye's eyes lit up, shout. The Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately raised his head and roared to the sky. Ong. At the foot of Bird Mountain, several middle-aged men with firebirds printed on their chests stopped after hearing the roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just this morning, I was called by the leader and the witch to the witch's cave and received an order. Lin, take Sean, and Bird to the Shizuka tribe. They said they would send people to our tribe, but several days have passed and they haven't come yet. Something must have happened. These were the original words of the fiery bird witch. After receiving the order, Lin found a wounded man who had seen the Shizuka tribe last time, and they set off. Now they have just arrived at the foot of the Bird Mountain, where the Shizuka tribe is located. Lin, what kind of ferocious beast roared just now? It sounded quite powerful. Bird asked. He had recovered after a period of rest. Lin thought for a while, and when he thought of the huge figure, his face couldn't help but become serious. That's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Judging from the roar, it's at least a wild beast. Then, Bird's expression also changed. The witch from the Shizuka tribe not only saved his life, but also cured the witch from their Firebird tribe. The Firebird tribe still owes the Shizuka tribe a great favor. If something happens to the Shizuka tribe, how will they explain themselves when they return? Lin shook his head. It's hard to say yet. Let's go up quickly. If anything goes wrong, our 4 orange-striped warriors should be able to help a lot. After saying that, the 4 of them quickened their pace and rushed towards the Shizuka tribe. They had been to the Shizuka tribe before, so they knew where it was. Roll around, Faye said to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex rolled on the ground without any hesitation. You know what, this Tyrannosaurus Rex only has well-developed hind limbs, so it looks a bit funny when it rolls. We looked at the pursed mouth and Faye teased the Tyrannosaurus Rex so much, but the more he looked at it, the more it looked like a husky. You don't have to say it out loud. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, and you are now connected by thought. Just recite it silently in your heart. We said. Faye nodded, mentally letting the T-Rex wag its tail. The Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't hesitate and immediately shook its tail. Well, now this Tyrannosaurus Rex has been destroyed by Faye. Suddenly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex looked up at a giant tree next to the tribal open space, and then roared in that direction. Weah was still wondering what happened to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but Faye jumped in front of Weah and said, Woo, there are enemies. Lin and his companions were all orange-striped warriors, so they naturally moved quickly. It only took them a short time to reach the top of the mountain. When they saw the unmarked warriors of the Shizuka tribe training safely, they were stunned. What attracted their attention most was Faye and Weah, who were making the Tyrannosaurus Rex do various poses on one side of the open space. Weah looked in the direction of Feiji, and when he saw Lin and the others, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. I was careless. In the past, whether he was in the army or in the training camp, he didn't have to worry about security, guarding, etc. After arriving at the Shizuka tribe, Weah took it for granted and did not think about the issue of security. So, after Lin and his friends arrived, no one from the Shizuka tribe discovered them. Chapter 46 Tasting. Well, people from the Firebird tribe. Woo, why did they come to our tribe? Faye asked puzzledly after seeing Lin and the others. Wuya regained his composure and said, "Of course, something happened." Wuya said as he looked towards Lin and the others, "Come down." Lin and the others looked at each other, then jumped down from the tree and ran to Wuya. At the same time, Yun and the others all ran over. "Why are you here?" Wuya asked. Lin replied, "Our witch sent us here. He said you would send someone to our tribe a few days ago, but they haven't come yet. The witch thought something happened in the Suzuka tribe, so he sent us here to check it out." Wuya didn't expect that the people of the Firebird tribe were more anxious about merging the tribes than he was. "Well, I've been practicing a new witchcraft these days, so I've been delayed," Wuya said. Lin nodded. "Congratulations to Suzaku Wu for making a breakthrough in witchcraft." "Quite clever," Wuya nodded. "Come with us." After saying that, Wuya walked into the tribal cave, and Yun and the others naturally followed him. Lin and the others looked at each other, then followed. When they arrived at the place where the salt was stored, Wuya asked Fei to open the lid of the large stone jar. Although he didn't know what Wuya was going to do, Fei did it anyway. In that big vat, there were at least 2 cubic meters of salt, pure white salt. Seeing what was inside, Lin and the others were stunned. This was completely different from the salt they had eaten, so they couldn't tell what it was. Wuya saw their puzzled expressions, smiled, picked up some salt, and shared it with the 4 of them. "Try it." Lin was stunned again, not knowing whether to try or not. Wuya smiled and said, "Eat it. This is what Wu wanted you to see." While saying this, Wuya also said to Yi, "Go, get some water." Only then did Lin and the others realize that the witch had sent them here for this reason, so they threw all the salt in their hands into their mouths without hesitation. Wuya couldn't help but take a deep breath as he watched. The salt was at least the size of his finger. Primitive people were really generous in eating. When Yun and the others saw how Lin and the others ate salt, their lips curled up slightly. They couldn't help but think of the first time they ate this salt, which is also a big lump. Thinking about the consequences now, I still feel a sense of unease. Lin was the first to taste the salt, and his first reaction was to spit it out. But when he remembered that it was salt, he held on. Then he endured the pungent taste and forced himself to swallow it. Wuya smiled and filled a bowl of water with a stone bowl and handed it to Lin. "Drink some water. You'll feel better." Lin quickly took the stone bowl and drank it down with a gulp. After they calmed down, Wuya smiled and said, "How is it?" Lin recalled the taste of the food. He hadn't eaten salt in a long time. "Suzaku Wu, the salt from your tribe is really delicious. It's much better than the salt from the Daohu tribe." Wuya nodded. "Of course, do you want to eat this salt forever?" "Have you been eating this salt?" Lin Shun said briefly, then asked, "Suzaku Wu, how do you exchange the salt in your tribe?" "The salt from the Daohu tribe is so expensive. The salt from the Suzuka tribe is so good. It must be even more expensive." Wuya shook his head. "We don't plan to exchange our tribe's salt for anything else for the time being." Lin was very confused. "Since you don't want to change, why do you say that?" However, Wuya's next words left Lin stunned. Wuya turned to Yi and said, "Get a stick bone as thick as a thigh, put some salt in it, and have Lin and the others take it back." Lin was stunned. "But, Suzaku Wu, we don't have any beast crystals." Wuya nodded. "I know." Lin was even more puzzled. "But this salt—" Wuya interrupted Lin and said, "This is for your witch to see. When you return, tell your witch everything you saw in our tribe. Your witch will naturally tell you what to do." When it came to the topic of Wu, Lin felt relieved. What Wu wanted to say was definitely not something he could get involved in. Lin nodded. "Suzaku Wu, we will definitely tell our Wu what you said. Well, tell him that if he has made up his mind, remember to send someone to inform me." Wuya said, "The Firebird tribe has a large population. If they all migrate here at once, they will definitely be targeted by ferocious beasts on the road. Their tribe doesn't have any yellow-striped warriors, so if they come over, they will definitely suffer losses. This is something Wuya doesn't want to see. If the Firebird tribe intends to join the Suzuka tribe, then they will become members of the Suzuka tribe. No one from the Suzuka tribe can be left behind. Boom strapje! Boom strapje!" At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly sounded outside. After so much training, Wuya's physique is almost the same as that of a warrior without tattoos. But when he heard the loud noise, blood still flowed from the corners of Wuya's mouth, eyes, nose, and ears. Undoubtedly, this earth-shaking roar was extremely powerful, even more terrifying than the roar of the wild beast Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yun and the others quickly surrounded Wuya, and even Lin and the others looked out in astonishment. "Boom strapje! Boom!" The loud noise outside showed no sign of stopping and continued to ring. At this time, all the people who were still training outside the tribe ran into the tribe. We took a look and saw that everyone who had just entered was bleeding from all 7 orifices, which was extremely terrifying. We grabbed Yin, who had just run in, and asked, "What's going on? What happened outside?" Yin trembled and replied, "Wu, yes, it is the punishment from heaven. The punishment from heaven has come." When they heard that it was a punishment from heaven, their faces changed immediately. Divine punishment? We carefully recalled the original memory and finally knew what the heavenly punishment was. Of course, it is not really a punishment from heaven, but a kind of extreme weather in this world thunderstorm. During thunderstorms, numerous lightning bolts will strike from the sky, making deafening noises. Everything that is struck will be destroyed, hence the name heavenly punishment. It is spring now, and the spring thunder is rumbling, which is in line with the laws of nature. After understanding the cause of the incident, we have felt much more relaxed. As long as it wasn't a vicious beast, everything would be fine. They quickly asked everyone to cover their ears with their hands, put their tongues against the roof of their mouths, and open their mouths at the same time so as to effectively block out the loud noise. After Wuya felt better, he walked out. Yin was shocked when he saw this and quickly pulled Wuya to his side. "Wu, it's dangerous outside." Wuya shook his head. "It's okay, the beasts outside must be hiding in their caves now and dare not come out." In mythology, lightning strikes ferocious beasts, creating amplified effects. In a world of extraordinary power, Wuya felt the same would apply. Unable to bear Wuya's insistence, Yin and the others had no choice but to follow Wuya out. When he came out, Wuya was stunned. Chapter 47 Paleo. I saw that it was completely dark outside, visibility was very low, the sky was pitch black, and from time to time I could see some electric arcs running around. Suddenly, there was a flash in the distance. A few seconds later, a lightning bolt several meters thick streaked across the sky, bringing up countless arcs of electricity and shooting towards the ground. Bung, boom. A deafening sound was heard, and Wuya's head was about to explode. This lightning strike is really like a punishment from heaven. If it strikes a person, the person will be vaporized directly. Sure enough, the extreme weather is extreme enough. Crash. At some point, the sound of rain could be heard from afar. We had been in this world for more than 10 days, and it finally rained. This is the first rain of the year, accompanied by huge thunder and lightning, and it comes later than in previous years. I have to say, the rain was so heavy that we felt like he was being hit by countless stones outside. It was time to go back. Wuya looked at the lightning and heavy rain in the distant sky and was about to turn around and walk into the cave. But he, with his sharp eyes, suddenly saw a vortex appear in the distant sky. Countless black clouds were stirred by the vortex and began to spin. There were countless arcs flashing, lightning flashing from time to time, and deafening sounds coming from them. What on earth was this thing? Wuya looked at the vortex carefully and suddenly saw a dark brown claw emerging, and then it was quickly covered by black clouds. When Wuya saw that, his 3 views almost collapsed. There is a ferocious beast in that vortex. Wuya opened his eyes wide and stared at the vortex. After a few seconds, he saw another huge beast paw that was tens of meters long and tens of meters wide emerge, and then it was quickly covered by the black cloud. The beast's paw has 5 fingers covered with brown-black scales, and its claws are like metal and very sharp. The claws alone are this big. How big must the body be? I originally thought it was just extreme weather, but I didn't expect there was a ferocious beast in the clouds. Could this be like the flying dragon that brings rain in myths and legends? I have to say, that claw does look a bit like a dragon's claw. But Wuya felt something was not right. If the dragon was so powerful, it would be crazy enough to come out specifically to make it rain. Wuya frowned and kept observing the situation of the vortex. The thunder that had been ringing had become a background sound. Finally, after a few minutes, the head of the huge beast emerged from the dark clouds. The ferocious beast had 2 horns on its head, which was somewhat similar to a dragon, but it was definitely not a dragon because its head looked more like a shortened and widened dragon head. Combined with the claws he just saw, Wuya finally determined what this ferocious beast was. Although Paleo is not a dragon, it has a deep relationship with the dragon because it is one of the dragon's sons. Now it seems that its appearance during thunderstorms can be explained. Paleo likes to hear loud noises, so it is normal for it to run into the clouds. But it must be said that this Paleo is really big. We estimated that it is at least bigger than Nyashin. Such a big and ferocious beast with such a great background. I think its level should not be low, definitely above the wild beasts. But Wuya had no knowledge of what kind of beast it was. However, Wuya soon felt the pressure from this dragon boy. Wuya had just confirmed that it was Poleo when he suddenly felt an indescribable pressure coming towards him. The pressure was extremely terrifying. As soon as Wuya felt it, it was as if a weight of tens of thousands of pounds was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. He staggered and fell down. Yin and the others were not much better off. Different people felt different amounts of pressure from this coercion. As orange-striped warriors, the pressure Yin and his companions endured was at least dozens of times greater than that of Wuya. They all fell to the ground, unable to move at all. Collapse. A muffled sound came from one side. Wuya gritted his teeth and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw that the Tyrannosaurus Rex could not bear the pressure and fell to the ground trembling. It's too terrifying. Even wild beasts can't withstand this pressure. But the Poleo seemed very happy. It kept circling and flying around in the clouds, looking very happy. This thunderstorm, coupled with the spring rain, lasted for more than an hour. And Poleo managed to play in the cloud for more than an hour. This more than an hour was undoubtedly long for Wuya and even the countless animals on the ground. Under Poleo's pressure, no one or beast could stand. They all fell to the ground, enduring this unexpected disaster. After the thunderstorm passed, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. When Poleo saw that there was no thunder, he lost interest and flew directly down from the sky. It was at this time that Wuya saw Poleo's entire body clearly. It was covered with brown-black scales, and its body was bloated like a toad. It had 4 claws, and its tail was similar to that of a dragon. After Poleo completely disappeared, the pressure finally dissipated, and Wuya and the others were finally able to move freely. Yin immediately jumped up, ran to Wuya, and helped him up. "Wu, are you okay?" Wuya shook his head. "It's okay." "Wu, what kind of ferocious beast was that just now? It was so powerful that its breath alone could suppress us, and we couldn't move at all." Fei asked with a frightened face. Wuya sighed. "That's Poleo, an extremely powerful and ferocious beast." Wuya then asked, "By the way, which direction did the Poleo fall?" Yin thought for a moment and shook his head. "Wu, I don't know what position it is either." At this time, Lin spoke. "Suzuka Wu, the place where the Poleo fell should be Tongtian River." Tongtian River, only that kind of place would Poleo live in. However, Tongtian River is only a few dozen kilometers away from the Suzuka tribe. If Yun and his team go there, they can arrive in less than an hour. It's really scary to have such a terrifying beast living so close to us. It seems that we need to improve the strength of the tribe as soon as possible. Moreover, the merger of the Firebird tribe into the Suzuka tribe should be completed quickly. What Wuya wants to do requires many people to complete. Wuya then said to Lin, "Lin, go back quickly and inform your Wu. Ask him to make up his mind quickly and then come back to give me an answer." Lin nodded. Although he didn't know what Wu and the others were discussing, he wanted to go back as soon as possible after seeing Poleo. "Then Suzuka Wu, let's go back." Wuya nodded. "Be careful." After Lin and the others left, Wuya looked at the direction where Poleo landed for a long time. "Wu, what's wrong?" Yin asked. Wuya shook his head and walked into the cave. "Let's go, it's time for us to have a meeting." Chapter 48 Meeting. Yun and the others looked at each other, and Fei asked quietly, "What did Wu mean?" The others shook their heads and had to follow Wuya. After arriving inside the cave, Wuya asked everyone to sit down. Then he asked, "After seeing that Poleo today, do you have anything to say?" He looked at Yun, who said, "Poleo is very powerful. It is the most powerful beast I have ever encountered in my life." Wuya looked at Yi, and he said, "Poleo is definitely above the wild beasts, and more than one level above them." Wuya shook his head. This was not what he wanted to hear. "Well, what do you want to say?" He asked. Wuya looked at everyone and said, "What I want to say is, if they use Poleo to attack our tribe, how can we resist?" Yun and the others were stunned. They never expected Wuya to say this. Is there any need to think about it? When such a powerful beast rushes over, just lie down and wait to be eaten. Fight? What can you fight with? Wuya also knew that now was not the time for them to consider fighting against Poleo. "Then let's lower the difficulty a bit," Wuya said. "Let's not talk about Poleo, let's talk about the powerful ape. If the wild beast, the powerful ape, attacks our tribe, can our tribe be saved?" The Hercules monkey is not as big as the Tyrannosaurus Rex, so it is easy for it to enter the tribe. And if the powerful ape enters the tribe, it will be a massacre. Yun said, if the wild beast, the powerful ape, charges into the tribe, I will let it trample over my corpse. The others responded in unison, us too. However, Weah obviously did not want this answer. He had no doubt about their determination to protect the tribe. But isn't it good to be alive? Can't you think of a countermeasure to kill the powerful monkey? Weah shook his head. I don't want to discuss this with you. He said, if all goes well, the Blazing Bird tribe will join our Vermilion Bird tribe. By then, our one cave will definitely not be enough to accommodate us. Do you have any solutions? The news about Weah was earth-shattering. Joining other tribes was something they would never think about in their entire lives. Don't be surprised. Our two tribes were together before, but I didn't tell you. After hearing this, Yun and the others felt relieved, otherwise they would really look down on the Firebird tribe. He said, should we expand this cave? Weah shook his head. The cave was indeed very useful. It was warm in winter and cool in summer, and could also protect against ferocious beasts. But he came from a civilized era, and it was impossible for him to be willing to live in a cave all his life. He can tolerate caves and can tolerate living in caves, but that doesn't mean he likes living in caves. Seeing that Yun and the others couldn't think of any problem after racking their brains, Weah knew that this had touched upon their blind spots in knowledge. Weah said, build a city. Yun and the others didn't hear clearly what Weah said, and they all asked questions. Weah repeated, build a city. What is a city? Yun asked. This indeed involves their blind spots in knowledge. After all, they have no idea about cities. Weah said, a city is a place where many people can live together, with high walls outside to protect it from attacks by ferocious beasts. They had no idea what was going on. Weah took a stone slab and drew a frame on it. This is the city wall. We stand on it to defend against the beasts, and the inside is for living. After reading it, Yun and the others nodded thoughtfully. They were not stupid, but the limitations of the times made them never consider this thing. After thinking for a while, he said, but this city wall can only protect against beasts on the ground. But what about beasts flying in the sky? This is indeed a problem. After all, there are many kinds of ferocious beasts in this world, and there are also many flying ones. Ferocious beasts like pterosaurs, quetzalcoatlus, mountain giant eagles, etc. also pose a great threat to humans. It is said that a very powerful dark owl originally lived on the top of the Toriyama mountain, but it was killed by the Suzaku tribe and occupied this place. After the city is built, weapons that can defend against flying monsters are also needed. But this is not a problem for Weah. Not to mention that he has the skill of contract, which allows him to enslave ferocious beasts and let them guard the city. Just with Weah's own knowledge, it is more than enough to make some weapons to resist the flying beasts. Weah said, don't worry about that. I have a way to deal with it. The next question is where to build the city. In this place, there is a rainy season in the summer, and it rains for several months in a row. As for the power of rain, Weah had just experienced it. The spring rain was so heavy, and the summer rainy season was even more terrifying. By then, all the areas below the mountain will be flooded, and even the lower mountains will be flooded. In this case, the city can only be built on the mountain. In Weah's opinion, Toriyama is very good. Although Nyashin is an isolated mountain, it is quite large in scope, and the mountains on both sides are very steep. If we flatten those two sides, we will not have to build too many city walls on both sides. Of course, this is a later story. Weah did not have any very intuitive feeling about the overall picture of Toriyama. If you want to plan how to build this city, you have to go to the sky to see the situation of the Bird Mountain. Correspondingly, Weah also needs to have a flying ferocious beast. As for the series of items needed to build the city, Weah needs to search around one by one. In this meeting, Weah was basically the only one talking, while Yun and the others just listened. Weah didn't say anything. He was just trying to open up Yun and the others' minds. After all, the tribe had nothing right now. He wanted the Suzaku tribe to build something simple, but to do it well, it still required everyone's efforts. After finalizing the matters, the first thing Weah and the others had to do was to look for the flying beast. Flying beasts are not difficult to find, but they fly too high and are difficult to catch. Weah thought about making a meteor hammer or something to bring down the flying beast, but the flying beast flew too high, so this was not very realistic. After careful consideration, Weah decided to find the nest of the flying beast. No matter how fiercely a flying beast flies, it always needs to rest. However, before setting out to find the flying beast's nest, Wuya still had to make a weapon. He called Yi and Yi over and said, "I will teach you how to make a weapon that can attack enemies from a distance." Yi and Ye's eyes lit up. Every time Wuya asked them to make something, it was always very useful. This time he was going to ask them to make something new, which made them very excited. Wuya said, "Yi, go get some animal tendons and keep hitting it." After Yi left, Wuya took Yi outside. Chapter 49, Bow and Arrow. The weapon that Wuya wanted Yi and the others to make was the bow and arrow, which was very useful in the era of cold weapons. The bow and arrow strings can be made of animal tendons, and mulberry wood is the most suitable material for the bow body, but Wuya has not yet found any mulberry trees near the tribe. Moreover, the inferior fur witch teeth were not found either. There was no other way. Wuya could only choose a kind of wood called blue tree, which had high elasticity and was found near the tribe. Let he find a relatively small blue tree, about 1 meter thick, cut down the blue tree as a whole, and then take its trunk. After bringing it into the tribe, Wuya gave instructions while Yi carved out the specific shape of the bow. When he had carved out the specific shape of the bow, Yi came over with the animal tendons he had already hammered. These animal tendons were originally very thick, but after being repeatedly beaten by Yi, they were turned into very thin silk threads. The next step is to make detailed processing. They simply won't understand if he just talks, so Wuya has to do it himself. He first braided the thin threads into a rope half a centimeter thick, and then used a small bone knife to trim the bow. In order to avoid irritation on his hands, Wuya also used stone flakes to scrape the bow until it was very smooth. After these were done, Wuya asked Yi and Yi to help bend the bow and then tie the string. The entire bow was about 1.5 meters long. Wuya tried to pull it, but with his current strength of about 300 kilograms, he couldn't pull it all the way, only about halfway. Obviously, the force required to fully draw this bow would be extremely strong, and the power would be very powerful. The first bow and arrow of the Suzuka tribe is completed. The reason why Wuya didn't say it was the first bow and arrow in this world was because he didn't know whether other tribes in this world had invented bows and arrows. After all, the communication between tribes in this world is limited to the surrounding tribes, and no one knows what the situation is like in places farther away. Yihai looked at the new weapon that Wuya and they had made together and was very confused. No matter how they looked at it, they could not see any lethality of the bow and arrow that Wuya mentioned. What's the use of this bow and arrow you mentioned? Yi swung the end of the bow and arrow there. It was not as easy to use as a bone knife. Wuya smiled and said, "This is just a bow, and an arrow. We are only halfway done now. A bow without arrows won't work." Afterwards, Wuya used a bone knife to carve out a wooden stick that was as thick as a finger and about 70 to 80 centimeters long. One end is sharpened, and a groove is cut on the other end to place on the string. Wuya searched around in the tribe and found a few feathers, which he tied on top, and a simple arrow was completed. Yihai was even more confused when he saw the small wooden stick made by Wuya. The bow is so big, at least it's useful. Is this arrow just for fun? Wuya saw their puzzled looks and smiled. "Follow me. I'll show you the power of a bow and arrow." The open space outside the tribe was about 100 meters wide. Wuya stood at the cave entrance, bow and arrow in hand, pointing at a huge tree outside the clearing. "Do you believe I can hit that tree?" Yi and he looked at each other in confusion. He asked, "Wu, do you mean to stay here and not move?" Wuya nodded. "Yes, I'm right here, attacking that tree." "How is this possible, Wu? Are you kidding us?" Fei, who just passed by, saw Wuya and the others there, so he came over to join in the fun. Wuya looked at Fei. "When have I ever joked with you guys?" Wuya then kicked the stone as big as a human head at his feet and said, "Fei, take this stone over there, dig a hole in the tree, and put the stone on it." Fei asked, "Wu, what are you going to do? Stop talking nonsense and go quickly." Fei spread his hands, took the stone, and ran over, and embedded the stone into the tree, as Wuya had said. After seeing Fei release the weapon, Wuya said to Shou, Yi, and the others, "Watch carefully, don't blink. Now is the time to witness a miracle." As he spoke, Wuya put the arrow on the string, pulled the bow as far as he could, aimed at the stone, and then let go. Call out. Under the huge elastic force, the arrow whistled and cut through the air towards the stone on the tree. In the past, as a Special Forces member, Wuya naturally needed to train with cold weapons. He also needed to practice with bows and arrows, weapons that could kill enemies silently. At that time, Wuya was known as a sharpshooter who never missed his target. Drum dash. After a muffled sound, the bow and arrow pierced the tree trunk. The huge impact force caused it to penetrate into the tree for about 20 centimeters. However, the shot did not hit the stone. Wuya felt a little embarrassed. It was his first time shooting with this bow, and he was not very familiar with it yet. If he fired another arrow, he was sure he could hit the stone. However, everyone who saw Wuya's performance was filled with shock. Even a ferocious beast couldn't attack at such a distance. But Wuya did it, using a humble little stick. Fei pulled the arrow out and took a look, only to find it was completely ruined. It had seemed to be 20 centimeters deep in the branch, but in reality, only half of it had sunk in, the remaining half having shattered. He ran to Wuya with the broken arrow and said, "Wu, what kind of weapon is this? It's so powerful." Fei's words brought Yi and Yi, who were still in shock, back to their senses. They had never imagined that this inconspicuous thing they made was so powerful. This is called a bow, and what you are holding in your hand is an arrow. When the two are put together, it is called a bow and arrow. Guijari playeth. Fei chuckled and said, "Wu, can you give me a bow and arrow as well?" Wuya looked at Fei and said, "It's not a problem if you want everyone to have a bow and arrow, but accurate archery requires a certain talent." "That's no problem. I'm very talented," Fei said shamelessly. Wuya. He once again asked the Howie to make a few arrows, but this time the arrowheads were made of animal bones. The material of the arrows was also replaced with a harder purple hardwood. Holding a few newly made arrows, Wuya came to the entrance of the tribal cave again. This time, Yin and the others were also watching, including the warriors without patterns. They wanted to see the specific power of this new weapon. Wuya took a deep breath, then quickly put the arrow on the string, aimed at the stone 100 meters away, and released his fingers. The arrow still made a whistling sound as it flew towards the stone. It was obvious that its speed was very high. In the blink of an eye, the arrow successfully hit the stone embedded in the tree, and then sank into the stone without any obstruction. It didn't stop until half of the arrow, which was about 80 or 90 centimeters long, had penetrated into the water. Obviously, after changing the material, the arrow is much more powerful than before. Chapter 50 Sharpshooter. This time he finally hit the target accurately, and Wee was very satisfied with his archery skills. However, the tribe was terribly quiet at this time, to the point where you could hear a pin drop. Obviously, everyone was shocked by the powerful, destructive power of the bow and arrow. It was too abnormal that it could attack at such a distance. Wu looked at everyone. "Why, my shooting is not good." "Okay, Wu is awesome. Wu is indeed amazing. He can even make such a powerful weapon." Wu Yao waved his hand. "Okay, who of you wants to try it?" At this time, the warriors without patterns remained silent, and the weapons were used first by the totem warriors. Yin and the others didn't care who it was. They all wanted to be the first to try it. Wu looked at the 5 of them and asked casually, "Who of you is the weakest?" He asked this mainly to see if the weakest among them could fully draw the bow. Everyone looked at you, who had the least power. Of course you didn't feel anything. After all, he was the last one to awaken, and he was already 17 years old when he awakened. Wu handed the bow to you. "Try it." You took the bow and arrow and pulled it casually, and the bow was fully drawn. Wu couldn't help but complain when he saw this. The harder the bow was pulled, the more strength was required. To fully draw this bow, it would require at least 1,000 pounds of force. Judging from Yu's condition, it seems that pulling the bow is very easy for him. "It seems that we need to make a stronger bow," Wu thought, and asked Yu to start shooting arrows. Yu nodded, followed Wuya's actions, put the arrow on the string, and aimed at the big tree over there. "Release." Gujas Chautif. After receiving the order, Yu immediately let go of his hand. Collapse. The string was released, and everyone looked towards the big tree over there. However, after looking for a long time, no one could find where the arrow was. As expected of an orange-striped warrior, after pulling the bow to its full length, the arrow flew so fast that you couldn't even see its shadow. Wu thought so and turned to look at you, but found that you still had an arrow in his hand. Wu clearly remembered that he only gave one arrow to you, and the rest of the arrows were with Yi. You saw Wu looking at him and said awkwardly, "Wu, the arrow didn't go out." "Wu, this misunderstanding is a bit big. It's okay, just come again." You nodded, put the arrow on the string again, and let go after Wu gave the order. "Call out." This time, Wu could finally hear the sound of the arrow breaking through the air. He looked and only saw the afterimage of the arrow. The arrow shot, but he was much faster than his. As expected of an orange-striped warrior, the arrows he shoots are so powerful. We aside again. However, the arrow did not hit the tree that Weah pointed to, but flew directly past it. Weah. The tree is 5 or 6 meters wide. You can't miss it even if you shoot with your eyes closed. It seems that Yu is not without talent for archery, but at least he needs a lot of practice. Weah had just asked Yi and Yi to make more than 10 arrows. He asked Yi to give another arrow to Yu to try. However, the effect was the same. No, this time it was even more off-center, flying straight toward the crowd, but thankfully it passed through without hitting anyone. Weah really didn't dare to let you try again this time. Let's do it this way for now. If you want to shoot arrows in the future, practice well. Next, Weah handed the bow to Yun and gave him 2 arrows. Yun's technique was better than Yu's. Although he only shot the tree by the hair, he still hit it. Fei's archery skills are similar to Yu's. Both times, no one knew where he shot the arrows, and no one in the tribe could find them. Yet shooting was more accurate, and he hit the tree, but he didn't hit the stone. Wei was quite satisfied with this. The beasts in this world were all this size, so it would be fine if he could just shoot them. Then he could get some poison or something, so the beast would die instantly. In the end, only Yi was left. Weah handed the bow to Yi and also took the remaining arrows. He stroked the bow. He had carved it himself, and he liked it very much. Then he put the arrow on the string and pulled the bow. Weah was a little surprised when he saw this. Yi's temperament was completely different when he was drawing the bow than when he was not drawing the bow normally. It was as if the bow and Yi were one and the same. Yi's eyes also changed. After he pulled the bow, his eyes became firm and sharp, like an eagle ready to pounce on a rabbit at any time. Weah had only seen this look in a master who taught him archery. Weah was stunned for a moment and forgot to let Yi shoot the arrow. He looked at Weah doubtfully and found that he looked at him with a strange look, so he asked, "Wu, what's wrong?" Weah came back to his senses and said, "It's okay, just take control of it. Just shoot when you are ready." He nodded, and his eyes returned to the same expression as before. After aiming at the stone, he released his hand. Whoosh! There was the sound of an arrow cutting through the air again, and this time there was even a tearing sensation. What happened next shocked the entire Suzaka tribe. The arrow shot by Yi hit the arrow shot by Weah that was sunken into the stone. Weah's arrow was directly split into 2 halves by the arrow shot by Yi, and in the end, the arrow shot by Yi also did not penetrate into the stone. Moreover, because he was stronger and pulled the bow to its full extent, the arrow was more powerful. The arrow shot by Yi sank neatly into the stone, leaving only the feather tied to the tail outside. Now everyone in the tribe was shocked. Even Weah was no exception. For a moment, no one spoke, and the scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Weah swallowed his saliva and handed another arrow to shoot another arrow and see how it goes. He was also very surprised that he could hit the stone. He only came to his senses when Weah handed him the arrow. He put the arrow on the string again, drew the bow to its full length, aimed at the stone, and shot the arrow again. Collapse. The arrow hit the stone again, at the same place where the previous arrow had hit it. The stone finally couldn't withstand the impact and exploded due to the huge impact force. It was exactly the same spot as last time. The last time I hit the target, it wasn't just a matter of luck. Weah swallowed his saliva again. He had never seen a bow and arrow, never shot an arrow, and never received any training in archery. Yet, he was able to shoot an arrow through the target from 100 paces away. He was a natural-born sharpshooter. Regarding this, Weah couldn't help but think of Yi's name. Yi, is it the name of the sharpshooter who could shoot down the sun from the sky? Weah looked up at the sun in the sky, which was 2 meters wide and emitting endless light. Unfortunately, there's only one sun in this world. Otherwise, we might really be able to see Yi shooting down 9 suns. Chapter 51, Howling Moonwolf. Weah handed the remaining 4 arrows to Yi and said, "Shoot them all and see how they turn out." After Yi took the arrow, he fired a series of arrows. After a few whistling sounds, all 4 arrows hit the same place. Weah couldn't help but be amazed. Yi's archery skills were even better than his. This is without any training at all. Weah practiced archery hard for a month before he had the current strength. Indeed, it is not an exaggeration to say that when people are compared, there is a world of difference between them. Of course, Weah was very happy to have such a powerful marksman in the tribe. After all, the stronger the tribe is, the safer the tribe is. It was already afternoon, and it was too late to go out and look for the ferocious beast. Weah asked Yi and Yi to make bows and arrows, and prepare to go out to look for the flying beast tomorrow. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Wu Ya and the other 6 people rode on the Tyrannosaurus Rex and headed out of the tribe. Now, with the help of Tyrannosaurus Rex. And since Ya has become a priest and can use witchcraft to improve Yun and the others' combat capabilities, they are no longer afraid to go out. In addition to their own weapons, each of Wu Ya and his men also carried a bow and a quiver on their backs. Each quiver contains 50 arrows, which is more than enough. Of course, most of these arrows were carried for Yi and Wu Ya. After all, they were the only 2 who could shoot accurately. Wu Ya did not find the poison in the tribe, and he still needs to look for it slowly. Among the arrows they carried, 5 were special because they had animal tendons tied to them, which could pull a ferocious beast back if they hit it. Of course, bows and arrows are not omnipotent. At most, they can injure wild beasts and wild animals. As for the wild beast, Wu Ya asked Yi to try it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's skin has a very high defense, and ordinary arrows cannot penetrate it. If you want to hurt the wild beast, you can only shoot its eyes. Although the beast's eyes are protected by a layer of crystal-like substance, eyes are still eyes and are still the most vulnerable part of the body. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was very fast. It hadn't run so happily in a long time, running fast in the woods. Wu Ya and the others didn't have any particular place to go, because Yun and the others had never seen the nest of flying beasts anywhere, so they could only search aimlessly. This made Wu Ya speechless. There was no shortage of flying beasts in the sky. On the contrary, they could be seen at any time. But the ferocious beasts were not seen resting there, nor could their nests be found. We had thought about it carefully. The giant trees in this world are all very tall, but they are too big, allowing some ferocious beasts that originally have no ability to climb trees to move around in the trees. It is unlikely that a flying beast would build its nest in a tree unless it is powerful enough to protect the nest. Apart from the trees, there are places on the cliffs that ordinary ferocious beasts cannot go to. Wu Ya thought about this and asked Yun, "Yun, are there any cliffs or similar places near the tribe?" "Yes." Yun nodded and pointed to the south. "In that direction, there's a place called Misty Cliff." "That's easy," Wu Ya said immediately. "Fly. Let the Tyrannosaurus Rex rush to the Misty Cliff." "Good." With the presence of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's aura, the nearby ferocious beasts did not dare to provoke it easily. Not to mention ferocious beasts and savage beasts. Even wild beasts have to be considered to see if they can be a match for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After all, Tyrannosaurus Rex is a top predator. No matter it is in the ferocious beast, savage beast, or wild beast stage, it is always ranked at the top in the same level. Therefore, when passing through the territories of some wild beasts, although those wild beasts were very angry, few of them came out to stop us. Of course, not all ferocious beasts are afraid of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even among the fierce beasts and wild beasts, there are some that dare to challenge Tyrannosaurus Rex. Such beasts usually belong to the same tribe. Last time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was almost killed by a velociraptor. In the end, it was Wu Ya who had the tribe members take action to save the Tyrannosaurus Rex's life. And now, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was once again targeted by a group of ferocious beasts and wild beasts. The howling moon wolf, a beast even more brutal than a velociraptor and with comparable coordination capabilities. The beast is only about 1.5 meters tall and a little over 2 meters long. The savage beast is about 2 meters tall with a body length of over 3 meters. This group of howling moon wolves has about the same number as the last group of velociraptors we encountered, with 15 in total. But the number of wild beasts is greater than that of velociraptors, with a total of 8, accounting for more than half of the group of howling moon wolves. Led by their leader, these howling moon wolves surrounded the Tyrannosaurus Rex, bared their teeth, and approached it step by step, narrowing the encirclement. Obviously, these howling moon wolves are not afraid of the Tyrannosaurus Rex at all, and are even confident that they could defeat the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex is a wild beast, it is still difficult to deal with so many wild beasts at once. From its expression, we can see that the Tyrannosaurus Rex is a little timid. The leader of the howling moon wolves did not wait for long. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex was looking at it, it let out a low growl, and the other howling moon wolves immediately pounced on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was not to be outdone. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at the howling moon wolf leader. Ong. The battle is about to begin. If a normal howling moon wolf pack attacked the Tyrannosaurus Rex, they would have succeeded. After all, Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex was powerful, the old saying still applies. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. What's more, this Tyrannosaurus Rex was not flexible enough and had degenerated forelimbs. Unfortunately, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was no longer fighting alone. It also had Wu, the Suzuka Wu, and 5 orange-striped warriors on its back. When the Howling Moon Wolf leader gave the attack signal, a sharp arrow flew out from Wu Ya's bow and went straight to the Howling Moon Wolf leader's forehead. The Howling Moon Wolf leader was worthy of being the leader. When the arrow flew towards him, he immediately sensed the danger and suddenly tilted his head. It was on this side that the arrow shot by Wu Ya pierced through the fur on the face of the Howling Moon Wolf leader, and the entire arrow was nailed to the ground behind the Howling Moon Wolf leader. Wu Ya cried out in regret and immediately drew out another arrow and shot at the Howling Moon Wolf leader. The other Howling Moon Wolves weren't idle either. They didn't understand why their leader was jumping around instead of joining them in attacking the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But the battle had already begun, and they had no time to dwell on it. A wild beast, the Howling Moon Wolf, rushed over from the side, leaped up, and headed straight for the throat of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, when it flew into the air, it suddenly realized something was wrong and wanted to avoid danger, but it was too late. An arrow, 1 meter long and as thick as a thumb, came whistling and pierced the neck of the wild beast Howling Moon Wolf before it knew what was happening. Chapter 52, Misty Valley. Puff! The arrow shot by E pierced through the neck of the wild beast, Howling Moon Wolf, spurting out a large amount of bright red blood. The Howling Moon Wolf never understood how he died. The other Howling Moon Wolves did not notice that one of them died before it even touched the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and they continued to rush towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, with the harassment from Wu Ya and E, there are not many Howling Moon Wolves that can concentrate on dealing with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex itself is a wild beast with strong combat power. Facing a small number of Howling Moon Wolves is like a piece of cake for it. Whenever a Howling Moon Wolf came into the attack range of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it would bite it with its mouth or tail. The Howling Moon Wolf is just a wild beast or a ferocious beast, and it cannot withstand any bite of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Once bitten, it will die. Soon, 5 Howling Moon Wolves were killed, 3 ferocious beasts, and 2 savage beasts. The leader of the Howling Moon Wolf, who noticed something was wrong, wanted to have the wolf pack evacuate, but he had no time as he was being shot by Wu Ya all the time. Once you stop, you'll be shot by arrows. Howling Moon Wolf saw clearly the power of the arrow. A wild beast that was only slightly weaker than it was directly pierced through by the arrow and died beyond all possibility of death. The other Howling Moon Wolves also seemed to have noticed something was wrong, but since their leader did not issue an order to withdraw, they had no choice but to move forward. The result of this is naturally a surge in the death toll. The leader of the Howling Moon Wolf saw his tribe dwindling in number, and his eyes became bloodshot with anxiety, but he managed to endure it. Afterwards, Howling Moon Wolf hardened his heart. After dodging an arrow shot by Wu Ya, he turned around and ran away without looking back. During this time, only 3 wild beasts and 2 ferocious beasts were left among the Howling Moon Wolves. Wu Ya saw the Howling Moon Wolf turn around and run away at a very fast speed, so he could only redirect his arrow towards the Howling Moon Wolf, a ferocious beast. This time we have finally hit the target, and the arrow shot directly into the neck of the Howling Moon Wolf. Unfortunately, it did not penetrate like the arrow shot by E. After their leader ran away, the other Howling Moon Wolves did not stop at all and ran away directly. Wu Ya didn't ask anyone to chase after them. He will stay here and keep watch on the Tyrannosaurus Rex with me. The others will go down and deal with the Howling Wolf's body. In this era, it is not easy to obtain food, but we cannot waste the corpses of these 11 Howling Moon Wolves. That is a lot of meat. And with the Tyrannosaurus Rex as a laborer, it is not difficult to carry all the corpses of the Howling Moon Wolves. After Yi went down, he immediately took you to cut many strong vines and weave them into a basket to hold the body of Howling Moon Wolf. Yin used a bone knife to dig out the heads of the Howling Moon Wolf. When he dug out the head of the 5th Howling Moon Wolf, Yin excitedly took out an orange crystal from the head of the wild beast Howling Moon Wolf and said, "Woo, I dug out a beast crystal." Wu Ya nodded. "Well, keep digging. Beast crystals have many uses, and you can never have too many." Yi Hiyu wove a basket, patted it with leaves, and then collected the blood of the Howling Moon Wolf. These Howling Moon Wolves are not very big, and even after collecting them all, there are still not as many as the black wind pythons. After Wuya drank a few sips, he felt the long-lost feeling of heat in his body. Ever since he increased his physical strength to that of a warrior without tattoos, he no longer had this feeling when eating raw meat. It seems that there is more energy in the blood. After drinking enough blood, another problem came to Wuya and the others: how to take the body of Howling Moon Wolf away. Of course, it is not difficult for Wuya. He weaved 2 larger baskets. Wuya said. According to Wuya's request, Yi made 2 baskets that were 2 meters long, 4 meters long, and 3 meters high. Wuya asked them to lift the baskets onto the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then brought many strong vines, tied the 2 baskets together, and hung the 2 baskets on both sides of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In order to prevent the basket from sliding, Wuya also took a few strong vines and tied them to the neck and tail of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In this way, no matter how the Tyrannosaurus Rex moves, the basket will not fall. After they put all the bodies of the Howling Moon Wolf into the 2 baskets, Wuya took a look and felt that something was missing. After thinking for a moment, Wuya's eyes lit up and he asked Yi to weave 2 more lids to cover the 2 baskets. In this way, no matter how much the Tyrannosaurus Rex moves, the things in the basket will not fall out. TSK, Wu, you are so smart. You can use the Tyrannosaurus Rex in this way. I would never have thought of this method to bring the body of Howling Moon Wolf with me. Fei sighed. Yin frowned. If a witch is not smart, then what is he still a witch? With your brain, what can you think of? Fei laughed out loud. Haha, I was just praising Wu's cleverness. By the way, Wu, can we sit in that basket? The Tyrannosaurus Rex's back is too big and there is nothing to pull on, so it is really uncomfortable to sit on it. Wuya smiled and said, if you want to squeeze in with those Howling Moon Wolves, I have nothing to say. He wasn't feeling well either. He almost fell down several times, and it was only because they held him that he didn't fall. Wuya looked at the basket and immediately came up with an idea. He took a few strong vines and had them wrap them around the Tyrannosaurus Rex so that they could hold on to the vines while on its back and not fall off. Of course, after wrapping these strong vines around the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Wuya thought of other things. What would happen if this Tyrannosaurus Rex was given a suit of armor? In that case, the Tyrannosaurus Rex would not have to be afraid of the increasing number of ferocious beasts, and its combat effectiveness could be improved by several levels. But these are just thoughts. Wuya has nothing in his hands and cannot do it. By the way, we can think about the armor for the Tyrannosaurus Rex later, but we should be able to make human armor now. While Wuya was thinking, Tyrannosaurus Rex once again set out on the road to the Misty Cliff. Misty Cliff, to be more precise, should be called Misty Canyon. Standing above the Misty Canyon, you can see that the area below is covered with mist. When the breeze blows, the mist rolls, just like a fairyland. Wuya and his companions traveled for more than an hour before reaching the edge of the cliff. This foggy canyon is probably tens of kilometers wide. Standing on the top of the cliff, you can vaguely see the opposite side. However, Wuya was unaware of the depth of the canyon, as it was covered by fog. He tested it with a stone, but after dropping it, it sank into the ocean like a stone. After waiting for several minutes, Wuya still heard no sound of the stone hitting the ground. Apparently, this foggy canyon is deep, very deep. Well, look, Wuya was still wondering how deep the cliff was, but Fei suddenly pointed to the left and shouted. Chapter 53, Quetzalcoatlus. Wuya turned his head and saw a ferocious beast jumping out of the fog about 1 kilometer away from them on the left. The beast had a massive beak 3 or 4 meters long, filled with enormous fangs. Its head was slightly larger than its beak and had a crest that looked like a sail. Its limbs are very long, and its fleshy wings are directly connected to its forelimbs and hind limbs, with a wingspan of at least 30 meters. Fuck you, Quetzalcoatl! Wuya cursed and yelled, run into the forest. The Quetzalcoatl rushed out of the fog, obviously coming for them. It flapped its huge, fleshy wings and immediately flew towards them. Tyrannosaurus Rex is considered to be at the top of its class, but it cannot afford to offend some ferocious beasts. Quetzalcoatlus is one of them, and Tyrannosaurus Rex is included in Quetzalcoatlus's diet. If it was a wild beast or a ferocious wind god pterosaur, Wuya and the others would not have been afraid, but the wind god pterosaur they encountered was a wild beast. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw the Quetzalcoatlus, it was obviously very afraid. We could even feel the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body trembling. Fei nodded and immediately let the Tyrannosaurus Rex run into the forest. Although Quetzalcoatlus is powerful, it is a flying beast, and it is impossible for it to run on the ground to chase Tyrannosaurus Rex. With the giant trees blocking the way, the Quetzalcoatlus couldn't pounce down easily. The land on top of the foggy cliff is all rocky, and the trees are not tall. You have to run about 2 kilometers to get under those giant trees. I don't know whether the Tyrannosaurus Rex drinks milk or not, but it is running with all its might. But how many of those running on the ground can be faster than those flying in the sky? Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed forward and knocked down many small trees without turning or anything, it was still not as fast as the Quetzalcoatlus flying in the sky. Soon, Weah felt a shadow, and the wind god pterosaur was already above their heads. If they don't react, they're done for today. Weah tied the vines to himself, took out his bow and arrow, and shot at the wind god pterosaur. But Quetzalcoatlus is capable of killing Tyrannosaurus Rex. With Weah's power, the bow he pulled could not penetrate Quetzalcoatlus's skin. The arrow hit the body of the Quetzalcoatlus and was bounced off directly. When he saw Weah's actions, he immediately tied the vines around his body like Weah, drew the bow and arrow, and shot directly at the wind god pterosaur. This time Yi's arrow injured the Quetzalcoatl, but it only scratched a little bit of its skin. If you want to hurt Quetzalcoatlus, you have to at least shoot its vital points. But the Quetzalcoatlus' eyes were on the sides, and they were below it, so they couldn't even see it, let alone shoot it in the eyes. The Quetzalcoatlus was slowly approaching, obviously ready to attack. Weah threw the spear and staff to Yun. Tie the vine to your body, and when the wind god pterosaur rushes down, you rush directly towards it. Yi, and you hold Yun back, and pull him back if you find anything wrong. Yes. At this time, Yun no longer cared whether Weah's long spear and staff were a staff or not. He stood with the spear in his hand. If the wind god pterosaur flew over, he would fly up. Weah has been observing the Quetzalcoatl, trying to find its weakness. Finally, the Quetzalcoatlus closed the distance to only about 50 meters, then flapped its wings, suddenly accelerated, and pounced on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yun bent his legs slightly, kicked again, and flew towards the wind god pterosaur. When the Quetzalcoatlus pounced, it used its hind legs and claws forward to grab the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The cloud did not fly towards the claws of the Quetzalcoatl, but flew directly towards the round and smooth belly of the Quetzalcoatl. Unfortunately, when the Quetzalcoatl saw a small insect flying towards it, its claws suddenly moved forward, just blocking the cloud. Pull it back. Weah shouted immediately when he saw this situation. Yihayu immediately pulled Yun back. Although the attack was not successful, it slowed down the Quetzalcoatl slightly. Unfortunately, at this time the Tyrannosaurus Rex had only run half the way. And because the trees here are quite large, the Tyrannosaurus Rex can't knock them down at all, so it can only go around them slightly. In this way, the speed slowed down again, and Quetzalcoatlus could launch an attack again. Weah carefully observed the entire body of the Quetzalcoatl, trying to find a relatively vulnerable spot on it. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find it. Is there really no flaw? Weah didn't believe it and checked again and again. Finally, the Quetzalcoatlus approached again. It flapped its wings and pounced on the Tyrannosaurus Rex at an even faster speed than last time. When the Quetzalcoatl stretched its legs forward, Weah finally found its weakness. I saw that in the middle of the Quetzalcoatlus's hind legs, there was a fold entering the body. Weah's eyes lit up, and he immediately called out to, do you see that spot between the Quetzalcoatlus legs? He nodded. I see, Wu. Weah continued, shoot an arrow at that location. He didn't shoot himself, not because he didn't have the confidence to hit the target. Just kidding, that place was only about 40 meters away from them, and it was as big as a head. How could Weah miss the target? Weah was afraid that the damage of his shots was not high enough to hurt the wind god pterosaur, so he asked Yi to take action. Yi immediately pulled out an arrow, and when Yun flew towards the Quetzalcoatl again, with the Quetzalcoatl's legs stretched forward and its anus wide open, he released the hand holding the arrow. Swoosh! At the same time Yun shot the Quetzalcoatl's claws and sent it flying backwards. The 1-meter-long arrow successfully hit the target. Quack! The meter-long arrow struck its target, 4/5 of the arrow's shaft piercing the target, leaving only the tail exposed. The Quetzalcoatl flinched, screaming in pain and stopping in midair. Weah took a deep breath as he watched, and his anus tightened. It hurt just looking at it. The Quetzalcoatlus was worthy of being the overlord that could prey on Tyrannosaurus Rex. It pulled the arrow out of its mouth in the air, bit it off, and then sped up again to chase after the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Obviously, Wuya and the others have completely enraged the wind god pterosaur. However, after finding the weakness of the Quetzalcoatl, Wuya was not so afraid anymore. If the Quetzalcoatl dares to pounce on them again, it will be made to taste what it feels like to be anally raped. However, this time the Quetzalcoatlus seemed to have learned its lesson. When it caught up with the Tyrannosaurus Rex again, it did not pounce on it. Instead, it increased its speed, and then with a bang, it landed in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Obviously, it wanted to keep the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex was powerful, the Quetzalcoatlus did not take it seriously at all. But Wuya was happy. If this guy was in heaven, he would have no way to deal with him. But if it falls to the ground, isn't it seeking death? Wuya immediately drew out an arrow and said, I'll shoot the left eye. The right eye is yours. Okay, Wu. Chapter 54 Trapped. Whoosh whoosh. Wuya and shot their arrows at the same time, heading straight for the eyes of the wind god pterosaur. The arrow flew very fast and arrived in front of the Quetzalcoatl in the blink of an eye. However, something happened that surprised Wuya. The eyelids of the Quetzalcoatlus suddenly shrank down, covering its eyes, and the two arrows could only hit the eyelids of the Quetzalcoatlus. Bang bang. The arrow hit the eyelid of the Quetzalcoatl, and two muffled sounds were heard. Although the Quetzalcoatl was not hurt, it was an eye after all, so it still hurt the Quetzalcoatl. However, this time the Quetzalcoatl was really enraged. The Quetzalcoatlus flapped its wings, and its entire wingspan closed, like a huge cannonball, spiraling towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex was afraid, even a rabbit would bite when it was angry, let alone the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Hold that high. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and rushed towards the Quetzalcoatlus. Boom! When the two giant beasts collided, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was obviously no match for the Quetzalcoatlus and was knocked back. Wuya and the others on the Tyrannosaurus Rex were in a difficult situation. They were first sent flying forward when they were hit, and they were pulled back by the Tyrannosaurus Rex flying backwards. Wuya was tortured so hard that he almost vomited blood. Fortunately, who was always beside him, was quick to hug Wuya and save him from suffering. The Tyrannosaurus Rex flew backwards and rolled several times before stopping. It staggered to its feet and roared at the Quetzalcoatlus again. The Quetzalcoatlus was naturally not afraid of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's howl. It rose into the air again, flapped its wings, and then retracted them, spiraling towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex like a giant cannonball. It was the same trick again. Wuya almost vomited blood, cut off the strong vines, and will go down and look for an opportunity. Yun and the others nodded, immediately cut the vines, and then jumped off the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Once on the ground, they immediately distanced themselves. Wuya took the spear and staff, cast a cheering spell on everyone, and handed the staff to Yun. And I will shoot arrows here. You go look for opportunities near the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex has been tamed and has signed a contract with Faye. Wuya is reluctant to give up such a powerful force. Collapse. There was another collision sound, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex was knocked away and rolled several times before standing up. Judging from its appearance, it was obviously unable to withstand several attacks. But Wuya had no way to deal with the battles between the wild beasts and could only look for opportunities. Look for opportunities yourself. Gujas. Is a natural marksman, and he should be better at finding opportunities than Wuya himself. He nodded, drew the bow to its full extent, and looked for an opportunity to strike. Yun and the others ran to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, looking for an opportunity to attack, but did not get too close. The Quetzalcoatl did not stop. It took off into the air again and attacked like the previous two times. When the Quetzalcoatlus was about to hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Yi's hand suddenly loosened. Obviously, he found an opportunity. The arrow flew faster than the Quetzalcoatl. When the Quetzalcoatl and the Tyrannosaurus Rex just came into contact, the Quetzalcoatl's eyes were facing Wuya and the others. The arrow shot directly into the Quetzalcoatl's eyes with a puff. After being shot in the eye, the Quetzalcoatl's body softened and was no longer as strong as before. After hitting the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it did not knock it away. When Wuya saw this, he immediately shouted, "Go, kill the Quetzalcoatlus together with the Tyrannosaurus Rex." They understood without Wuya shouting. Even without the Tyrannosaurus Rex's command to fly, They understood that this was its only chance. The Tyrannosaurus Rex took a step forward and bit the Quetzalcoatl's neck. No matter how the Quetzalcoatl struggled, it would not let go. Faye jumped up with the giant axe in his hand, grasped the axe handle with both hands in the air, and hammered the back of the axe hard on the head of the Quetzalcoatl. Yun and the others also attacked with the weapons in their hands. Although the damage caused was not great, it was better than nothing. The Quetzalcoatl felt dizzy and in pain, flapping its wings everywhere, blowing Yun and the others away. We looked at Yun and the others. Fortunately, it was just a fall and nothing serious. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also tried to kill it, biting the Quetzalcoatl's neck and swinging it continuously. Unfortunately, the Quetzalcoatl was extremely tough, and it could not be killed immediately. Moreover, as the Quetzalcoatl's wings continued to flap, its body had already risen into the air. Now the Tyrannosaurus Rex was still biting the Quetzalcoatl's neck, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex's feet were off the ground from time to time. If we let it continue to struggle, I'm afraid it will fly away. Wu was very anxious. He looked around and saw only countless huge rocks and strong vines. This was enough. Wu shouted to Yi, "Quick, cut down the strong vine and tie the two into the stone." Although he didn't know what the purpose of Wu's doing this was, he still did it immediately. He was sure that we had come up with some good idea. He moved quickly. In less than a minute, he got a strong vine about 20 meters long and tied it to a 1-meter wide stone at each end, as Wu requested. When Wu saw he finished, he immediately said, "Grab the middle and throw the stone up." He swung the 2 stones as Wu requested. Wu said, "Swing it faster and throw it towards the wind god pterosaur." Yi's mind was full of question marks at this time. If he wanted to fight the Quetzalcoatl, couldn't he just use stones? Why'd he have to do all this? But a witch is a witch, and there must be some special purpose behind the witch's arrangements. You just need to do as you were told. After he was almost unable to hold his balance due to the stone, he threw it towards the wind god pterosaur. Flying in the air, the 2 stones separated under the action of centrifugal force, pulling the vine into a straight line and hitting the Quetzalcoatl. The stone did not hit the Quetzalcoatl, but the strong vine that tied the stone hit the Quetzalcoatl's neck. Seeing that the stone did not hit the wind god pterosaur, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. It was a pity to see the 2 stones flying past and not hitting Yun and the others. But Wuya was very happy because what he asked Yi to make was successful. The vine hit the hind legs of the Quetzalcoatl. After hitting the Quetzalcoatl, the vine stopped immediately, but the 2 stones did not stop and were still rotating. Afterwards, Yun and the others saw a magical scene. I saw the 2 stones spinning rapidly around the Quetzalcoatl's hind legs, tying the vines tightly to the Quetzalcoatl's hind legs. After the strong vine completely bound the legs of the Quetzalcoatl, the 2 stones lost their kinetic energy and fell to the ground. The 2 stones weighed at least several thousand pounds, which had a huge impact on the Quetzalcoatl, and its leg kept falling down. When Wu saw this, he immediately shouted, "Quick, get a few more and trap the Quetzalcoatl on the ground." After seeing how amazing the thing Wu Yarang made was, Yin and the others all became excited and joined in making it. Chapter 55, Beating. The thing we asked them to make was called a tripwire. It used a rope to tie 2 stones together. After being thrown out, the 2 stones would separate under the action of centrifugal force. When the rope hits an object, the rope stops, but the stone does not stop. It will rotate with the rope and finally tie up the target. This tool is simple to make, but it has a huge effect. After seeing the effect of the tripwire, Yun and the others quickly went to look for stones to make a tripwire. After finishing it, he quickly threw the lasso towards the Quetzalcoatl. For a moment, several trip ropes were hanging on the Quetzalcoatl's body, and it finally couldn't fly and fell to the ground. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also seized this opportunity, twisted its body, and stepped on the body of the Quetzalcoatl. This time, the Quetzalcoatl could no longer fly. When Wu saw this situation, he was overjoyed. Their Sazaka tribe was about to have a new wild beast. Moreover, it was a powerful flying beast, the wind god pterosaur. Wu shouted excitedly, "Quick, tie up the Quetzalcoatl with the vines, just like you did with the Tyrannosaurus Rex." Yun and the others understood, cut down a lot of strong vines, and tied up the wind god pterosaur like a dumpling with ease. After seeing that they were done, Wu walked towards the Quetzalcoatl. The Quetzalcoatl's eyes were filled with anger, and it was obvious that it was very dissatisfied. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was roaring proudly at the Quetzalcoatlus. It was very happy because it had subdued its natural enemy and saw that its natural enemy was tied up like it was in the past. What follows will be endless beatings, the Tyrannosaurus Rex thought to himself. Faye and the Tyrannosaurus Rex were connected in thought, so he naturally knew what the Tyrannosaurus Rex was thinking. He smiled at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, as if to say, "You understand." Wuya walked up to the Quetzalcoatl and kicked in the mouth. "No matter how powerful you are, I'll break your head." Yin returned the spear and staff to Wuya. "Wu, what is this tool you asked us to make to throw at the wind god pterosaur? It seems very useful." Wuyada didn't reply. "This is called a tripwire. It can only hit the Quetzalcoatl if it flies low. It may not be effective against other flying beasts." "Trip rope, horse?" "Wu, what is a horse?" Faye asked. Wuya was stunned for a moment, then recalled that there was nothing about horses in the inheritance, so he laughed it off and said, "A horse is a ferocious beast. It runs very fast, and this trip rope is used to catch horses." "Oh, that's really amazing." Yun and the others nodded in understanding. Wuya then said, "By the way, who among you wants to sign a contract with this wind god pterosaur? This wind god pterosaur is a wild beast. After signing a contract with it, it can be used by the Suzaku tribe. Wu, why don't you come by yourself? You need a powerful and ferocious beast to protect you." Yin said. Wuya spread his hands and said, "I want to, but this contract technique has limitations when used. Before I learned divination, I could only perform the contract technique on others, not on myself. Only after I master divination can I perform it on myself." "Is that so?" Yin felt a little sorry. As a totem warrior and leader, what he was most worried about was the safety of the witch. Wuya shook his head. "It's okay as long as the contract is signed. Anyone can talk." Then Wuya said, "Considering your responsibilities, let he come. Yi's duties overlap somewhat with Ye's, and the Quetzalcoatlus can transport large quantities of things, so letting Yi specifically manage transportation is a good choice." Since Wuya said so, the others naturally had no objection. "Yi, give me some of your heart blood and the blood of the wind god pterosaur. Just a little bit will do." Wuya said. He nodded and stabbed himself in the chest, causing a large amount of blood to flow out. This made Wuya speechless. He had specifically said the following words to avoid this, but in the end, it didn't avoid it. Wuya took the blood from Yi, mixed the blood together, then shook his spear and began to chant a spell. The spell was completed, and a ball of white light flew towards the blood. Like last time, the blood turned into 2 drops of golden color and flew to Yi's forehead and the forehead of the wind god pterosaur respectively. He entered smoothly, but there was a problem with the Quetzalcoatlus. The golden blood couldn't even get into its brain, let alone its head. Obviously, the Quetzalcoatlus has noticed this and is resisting. Wuya frowned and looked at the wind god pterosaur. "I'm giving you face," he said. Beat it until it surrenders." Yin and the others stared at Wuya blankly, not knowing what Wuya was talking about. To fight the wind god pterosaur, the contract requires its consent. Wuya added. Yin and the others finally understood Wuya's intentions and all looked at Quetzalcoatlus with ill intent, including the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who had understood Faye's intentions. This Quetzalcoatl had caused them a lot of trouble, and they had long wanted to take ruthless action against it. But considering that Wuya wanted to make it a war pet of the tribe, he did not kill it. Now, if the Quetzalcoatlus dares to resist, we will beat it until it stops resisting. Suddenly, the 4 of them, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, started beating up the Quetzalcoatlus. If he hadn't needed to wait by Wuya's side and protect him, he wouldn't have been able to do it. The one who had the most fun fighting was none other than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. That was how it was taught a lesson by Faye. Wuya looked at the smug look on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's face and couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. This wild beast had quite a high intelligence. However, he felt that this Tyrannosaurus Rex looked a little strange, a bit silly. But must be said that the bones of this Quetzalcoatlus are really hard enough. Yun and his companions, along with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, punched and kicked it. After a while, they didn't hear the Quetzalcoatlus even utter a sound. In fact, the Quetzalcoatlus was also suffering. It wanted to scream, but the problem was that its mouth was tied with countless circles of strong vines, so it couldn't scream. However, in the end, Quetzalcoatlus won. This contract spell cannot last for a long time. If it fails within about 10 minutes, it needs to be done again. However, Wuya's current spiritual consciousness, or soul power, can only perform the contract spell once a day. If it fails this time, You'll have to wait until tomorrow to perform the next one. There was no other way but to move the Quetzalcoatl back to the tribe and train it slowly. We said, let's move the wind god pterosaur back to the tribe first. The blazing bird tribe has almost received news. We'll have plenty of time later, and the wind god pterosaur will eventually surrender. However, just as we have finished speaking, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had been swaying proudly in front of the Quetzalcoatl, suddenly raised its head and looked towards the forest. Faye, who was in tune with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, immediately understood what was happening and shouted to Wuya, "Wu, something's wrong." Chapter 56 Bamboo Forest. Another situation. Damn it. Wuya didn't even have time to complain. When he heard Faye say something was wrong, he immediately hugged Wuya and jumped onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The others were not slow either, and all jumped onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wuya looked towards the forest. No, it should be the direction of the giant tree forest because their location was already a forest, but the trees here were not very tall. 3 ferocious brown-yellow beasts, about 2 meters tall, with a pair of huge fangs in their mouths, walked out of the forest. Sword tigers are all wild beasts. Seeing this situation, Wuya immediately wanted to curse. Ferocious beasts of the level of wild beasts are rarely encountered in the past, but encountering 3 of them at once is really unlucky. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex was powerful, it had suffered internal injuries in its battle with the Quetzalcoatl. Now at best, it could only defeat 1.5 wild beasts, the saber tiger. As for the remaining Dao Hu, Yun and his 5 companions were simply unable to defeat him. Dao Hu seemed to be able to tell that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was not in a good condition, so he walked over leisurely. Even if the Tyrannosaurus Rex roared at them and issued a warning, it would be useless. Wuya gritted his teeth as he looked at the 3 wild beasts, the saber tigers, and then turned to look at the wind god pterosaur. Finally, he had to make up his mind and reluctantly gave up. Fly. Let the Tyrannosaurus Rex retreat. Faye was a little surprised when he heard this. After he got the Tyrannosaurus Rex as his battle pet, he knew that battle pets were very useful, and he was also reluctant to part with the Quetzalcoatl. But Faye had to obey Wu's order, so he had to let the Tyrannosaurus Rex retreat to the side. When the 3 sword tigers saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex retreating, they did not turn their target to the Quetzalcoatl, which was easy to obtain, but instead walked toward the Tyrannosaurus Rex with an aggressive attitude. I'm giving you face. Wuya took out his bow, put an arrow on it, aimed at the knife tiger in front, and shot. However, the reaction ability of the wild beast was much faster than that of the savage beast. When the arrow shot by the witch reached the front of the knife tiger tilted its head and then bit the arrow. With a click, the arrow was bitten off by the knife tiger, and then it looked at Wuya with disdain. Obviously, it simply looked down on Wuya's attack. Wuya, let's go, ignore them. Wuya said, if they dare to chase us, I promise to find a way to deal with them. He had no good solution at the moment, and could only choose to avoid it first. The Tyrannosaurus Rex took a few steps back, then suddenly turned and ran to the left. As both are wild beasts, one step of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is equivalent to several steps of the Dao Hu. As long as the Tyrannosaurus Rex keeps running, the Dao Hu will definitely not be able to catch up. However, I don't know what medicine these knife tigers took. They actually chased after us. Wuya speechlessly asked E and him to shoot arrows at the knife tigers to slow down their speed. The defense of these sword tigers is not as high as that of the wind god pterosaurs, but he can still hurt them even if he draws the bow at full strength. Wuya shot a few arrows, but seeing that they couldn't hurt Dao Hu, he was too lazy to waste them and turned to look forward. However, as the Tyrannosaurus Rex was running, Wuya heard its panting. Wuya looked at Faye. Faye, what happened to the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Faye said nervously, Wu, the Tyrannosaurus Rex suffered internal injuries in the previous battle. If it keeps running like this, its internal organs will not be able to withstand it. It was really a case of misfortunes never come singly. We used a cheering spell on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it was of no use at all. Now we knew why these sword tigers ignored the wind god pterosaur and chased them. It was obvious that they wanted to take them all. How greedy! A Quetzalcoatl is so big. Isn't it enough to fill your stomachs? Wuya thought dissatisfiedly. But no matter how dissatisfied he was, Wuya had no good solution. Internal injuries can only be healed slowly. Wuya thought for a moment, then asked Faye to take out the body of a howling moon wolf from the baskets on both sides of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and throw it to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The corpse of this savage beast should be able to help the Tyrannosaurus Rex recover somewhat. Wuya turned his head and looked at Dao Hu again. Wow. They were already hit by several arrows, but they were still chasing. Fortunately, with Dao Hu's speed, he couldn't catch up with the Tyrannosaurus Rex for a while. Before they knew it, the Tyrannosaurus Rex took Wuya and the others out of the misty canyon. At this time, the surrounding vegetation also changed. The plants here are no longer huge trees, but have been replaced by bamboo forests. It has to be said that a very important characteristic of this world is that it is big. Everything is big. The thinnest bamboos in these bamboo forests are only half a meter thick, and most of them are about 1 meter wide. Their height is similar to those giant trees, over 100 meters. After entering the bamboo forest for a distance, the knife tigers suddenly slowed down for some reason and stopped after taking a few steps. Then he sniffed the ground a few times, his face suddenly changed, and after roaring at the Tyrannosaurus Rex a few times, he turned around and ran away. Wuya, who had been observing Dao Hu, naturally noticed Dao Hu's abnormal behavior. Seeing Dao Hu suddenly turn around and run away, Wuya was shocked. Even the wild beast ran away so quickly, so there was obviously danger ahead. Thinking of this, Wuya was so frightened that he shouted, "Fly! Make the Tyrannosaurus Rex stop." After Fei stopped the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he looked at Wuya in confusion. "Wu, what's wrong?" Wuya wanted to ask Fei what happened. "Why don't you ask the Tyrannosaurus Rex if it has found anything?" After a few seconds, Fei shook his head. "Wu, the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't find anything." This is strange. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's ability to detect situations is stronger than any of them. Whether it discovered Lin and his group coming to the Suzuko tribe, or discovered the Quetzalcoatlus, or the Dao Hu, it was a warning. But what does it mean now? Has the Tyrannosaurus Rex lost its function? We have thought about it, and realized that the tiger must have smelled the ground before running away. Maybe Dao Hu's sense of smell was stronger than that of Tyrannosaurus Rex. So Wuya asked Fei to order the Tyrannosaurus Rex to go to the place where Dao Hu turned around and ran away. Wuya originally wanted to go down and check the situation, but after thinking about it, he decided to let Yin go. If any danger occurred, his reaction would not be as fast as Yun's. Yin looked at the ground and smelled it as Wuya said, but didn't find anything special. Wuya was a little confused. He asked Yi to hold the vine that tied him, and he also came to the ground. There was a thick layer of dry bamboo, leaves on the ground. Wuya peeled off the leaves and finally found some suspicious clues. There was a palm print on the ground that was about 2 meters wide. It was slightly flatter than Dao Hu's palm print. We had seen this kind of palm print in his previous life when he was on a mission outside before joining the training camp. This was a bear's palm print. A palm print is this big. How big must the bear be? No, Wuya felt. Turn to look at. Pull me up, run. Chapter 57 Black and White. After Yi pulled Wuya up, Yin immediately jumped onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then flew to let the Tyrannosaurus Rex run out of the bamboo forest. However, it did not go in the direction that Dao Hu had just evacuated. On the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, with the cold wind blowing, Wuya was thinking about a question. What kind of powerful beast must it be that can scare away the 3-headed sword tiger with just 1 footprint? That must be a ferocious beast above the wild beasts, which has such deterrent power. Wuya's thoughts were soon interrupted because the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly stopped while running. "What's going on?" Wuya looked at Fei. Fei replied with a serious expression. "Wu, there's something going on up ahead." The Tyrannosaurus Rex smelled a scent that made it tremble. "Then, why don't you turn around and run? Why are you stopping here? What are you doing?" Wuya didn't finish his words and didn't continue, because Wuya also felt a breath that made him tremble. Although it was not as strong as Paleo's breath yesterday, it also made him feel completely irresistible. Wuya looked in the direction where the breath came from, and saw that in the bamboo forest in front of him, the bamboos were knocked open from time to time, revealing a huge head. The head is only black and white, and it is furry. The hair on the ears and eyes are all white. The whole head is a bit round and chubby. However, Wuya really couldn't describe this big head that was more than 2 meters wide as cute. Black and white bear. Wu is the black and white bear." Yun shouted. "Black and white bear, isn't this a panda? It's also known as the iron-eating beast. However, it only has 2 colors on its body. Calling a black and white bear is a bit of an image. After all, it has nothing to do with cats." However, the name of the iron-eating beast made Wuya very curious. In the era of Chi Yu, iron had not yet been produced, So why was the panda called the iron-eating beast? The black and white bear walked towards this side slowly. Looking at its round belly, it looked like it was pregnant. However, we didn't have the leisure to study whether the black and white bear was pregnant at this time, because the aura of the black and white bear was too strong, completely beyond the scope of a wild beast. At this time, Wu Ya's mind was full of thoughts about how to escape from here. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't know what was wrong with it. It just stood there, staring blankly at the black and white bear, unable to take a step at all. Is this Tyrannosaurus Rex scared silly? We looked at Faye. Faye, what is the Tyrannosaurus Rex doing? Let run away quickly. Faye was also very anxious at this time. He hurriedly communicated with the Tyrannosaurus Rex and asked it to leave quickly. After a few seconds, Faye didn't know why, but instead of being anxious, he felt relieved. We saw it and asked, "What's wrong?" Faye whispered, "Woo. The Tyrannosaurus Rex told me that this black and white bear has a very good temper. As long as we just watch from the side and don't provoke it, it will be fine. If the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly moves at this moment, the black and white bear will definitely tear us to pieces." Is this even possible? We said he had never been so speechless in his life. However, Tyrannosaurus Rex is a ferocious beast after all, and its understanding of ferocious beasts is definitely greater than that of humans. Moreover, they are now on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and cannot run away. They can only trust the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But why is the Tyrannosaurus Rex shaking all over? The black and white bear had already spotted the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Wu Ya's group. Unlike other ferocious beasts whose territory had been invaded, it didn't roar a warning at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Instead, it approached slowly, its calm demeanor making Wu Ya and his group feel uneasy. Finally, the black and white bear walked next to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. When it is not standing, it is about 6 or 7 meters tall. When it stands up, it is probably taller than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Each of its sturdy limbs was nearly 2 meters long, and its huge paws made a dull sound every time it walked. The black and white bear came to the side of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but did not suddenly attack it. He sniffed it and looked at Wu Ya and the others curiously. Then he did nothing and continued to walk into the bamboo forest. After the black and white bear left, Wu Ya wiped the cold sweat from his head. My goodness, this is too scary. If the black and white bear doesn't follow martial ethics and attacks them, no one present will survive. Fortunately, this black and white bear is a good bear with martial ethics. He did not rely on his strength above that of wild beasts to bully the weak ones like them. Wu Ya turned his head to look in the direction where the black and white bear left, and couldn't help but have some more thoughts. After he practiced to the level of fortune-telling, which he must catch a black and white bear to play with. In his previous life, Wu Ya loved pandas and often watched interesting panda videos online. I also fantasize about the day when I can raise a panda, but unfortunately pandas are national treasures, so I can only think about it in my mind. But it's different in this wild continent. Black and white bears are not protected animals. It should be said that this world hopes that the number of ferocious beasts will decrease, and there is no such thing as protecting animals. To protect animals, it is also necessary to have enough food and clothing and be strong enough. After the black and white bear walked away, Wu Ya turned back reluctantly and said, "Let's go." When they reached the outer edge of the bamboo forest, Wu Ya asked Yun and the others to cut down some bamboos and put them on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Bamboo is very useful. It can be made into bows and arrows and many other things. But it's a pity that a Tyrannosaurus Rex can't pull much. Speaking of this, Wu Ya couldn't help but think of the 3 knife tigers again. It was the 3 knife tigers that caused their tribe to lose a winged pterosaur of great use. If I meet those 3 knife-headed tigers again, I will definitely give them a hard time. Wu thought about it and asked Yun and the others to collect strong vines along the way. Several people climbed on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and wove a net that was 20 meters wide as they hurried on. This net gave Wu Ya great confidence, so even when he encountered Daohu, Wu Ya was not afraid of them. But it was already past noon, and Wu Ya and the others came out for the flying beast. In order not to waste time, Wu Ya had to give up the feud with the 3-headed sword tiger. After nearly 2 hours of travel, Wu Ya and his companions arrived at a relatively spacious place on the misty cliff again. At this time, the sun was already setting, and it seemed that Wu Ya and the others didn't have much time left to hang out outside. Wu Ya observed the situation in the misty canyon from the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and saw some huge shadows fluttering in the mist from time to time. Those were all flying beasts, but unfortunately they were all savage and ferocious beasts. Because of the presence of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, they did not dare to come out of the fog to attack them. But it's good to have one, and if it's a wild beast or a ferocious beast, it's much easier to deal with than a wild beast. Wuya asked Fei to order the Tyrannosaurus Rex to move to a place with a wider view, and then he would ride on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and shoot the ferocious beast with arrows tied with animal tendons. Since they don't come out, we will use some means to make them come out. Chapter 58, Catching Net. Wuya aimed at a huge shadow in the fog, and as soon as he loosened his hand, the arrow immediately flew out with the animal tendon. Cluster. The arrow successfully hit the target, and Wuya immediately shouted to Fei and Yun, who had been pulling the tendon, "Quick, pull it back." Fei and Yun nodded and immediately pulled the animal tendons. The ferocious beast that was shot immediately flew deeper into the depths after realizing something was wrong. However, the beast was just a ferocious beast and could not pull the two orange-striped warriors away. After a while, the ferocious beast was pulled out of the fog, revealing its face. This is a pteranodon, and its sail-like wings are 7 or 8 meters long. At this moment, the pteranodon was struggling hard, trying to fly away, but it was holding onto the two orange-striped warriors, Fei and Yun, and no matter how hard the pteranodon pulled, it just couldn't fly away. As the distance was getting closer, the pteranodon discovered Yun and the others, screamed in panic, and flew back desperately. Wuya frowned as he watched from the side. The arrow he shot had a small tip. Once it was inserted into the body of the pteranodon, it would be easy to pull out if too much force was used. He had just thought of this question when Yun Hefei suddenly stepped back. After stabilizing himself, he looked at Wuya in confusion. Yun hurriedly explained, Wuya waved his hands. "It's not your fault. There's something wrong with this arrow." Yun was relieved. "I understand. It's a pity to waste such an opportunity." On the other side, Yi's arrow shot out and successfully hit a wild beast, the pteranodon. Yi immediately went over to help pull it, and we also looked at them curiously. The arrows shot by Yi are more powerful, and it is not easy to pull the arrow out if you pull it. However, Yi and the others had only been pulling for a few seconds when the other end suddenly loosened, causing Yi and the others to almost fall to the ground. Failed again, Wuya had a headache. After Yi and the others pulled up the animal tendon, Wuya took a look. It turned out that the problem this time was different from that of Wuya and the others. This time the arrow was directly bitten off by the pterosaur. Wuya then realized that he had taken things for granted and had not thought enough about the issues, which led to his inability to capture these ferocious beasts. Are we really going to go home empty-handed today? Wuya was unwilling to just come out for a day and then go back with a few howling moonwolves. But what other methods could be used? Wuya looked at the people on his side and did not find any tools that could be used. Then Equals looked at the Tyrannosaurus again and saw the big net they used to deal with the Daohu. Use a net to catch those pterosaurs? Wuya thought for a moment and recalled the scene when he was a child watching others cast nets to catch fish. These pterosaurs in the fog are just like fish. When Wuya thought of this, he immediately asked them to get more strong vines, and then the 6 of them worked together to weave a giant net with a diameter of at least 50 meters. Wuya tied many large stones on the edge of this huge net. When it was thrown out, the net would close automatically after hitting a ferocious beast, preventing the beast inside from escaping. I have to say that this net is very heavy. After Wuya put it away, Yun and the others needed 2 people to lift it. But throwing out is a problem. Yun and his team cannot throw out this net. At this time, Wuya could only look at the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was eating the howling moonwolf. The guy was relaxing there now. Wuya immediately asked Fei to call the Tyrannosaurus Rex over. Fei, get the Tyrannosaurus Rex over. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex came over, Wuya began to teach them how to catch the fish and throw the net. The key point is to grab the outside of the middle of the net and throw it out. Then the stones hanging on the animal catching net will stretch the net due to the different speeds. Once the net flies out and covers the beast in the fog, the stones hanging on the edge of the net will automatically fall down and fit together. In order to prevent the beast from becoming too powerful, Wuya placed a strong vine through the outer edge of the net. Once the beast was caught in the net, the vine would be pulled and the net would retract. No matter how powerful the beast was, it could not break the net made of the vine. Fei nodded after listening. If he understood, the Tyrannosaurus Rex would also understand and nodded there. The next step was the specific operation. Wuya and Yi ran to the side and watched. Fei grabbed the strong vine that passed through the outside of the trap, while you pulled the strong vine that tied the middle of the trap. After everything was ready, Wuya gave the order, "Begin." Fei nodded and looked towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and bit down on the spot designated by Wuya, then began to spin in circles, swinging the net up. Yun and the others were holding onto the vines. To prevent the vines from entangling the Tyrannosaurus Rex, they were also holding onto the vines and following the Tyrannosaurus Rex in circles. Soon, the trap flew up as the Tyrannosaurus Rex turned. Wuya saw that it was almost done and gave another order, "Cast the net." Fei immediately gave orders to the Tyrannosaurus Rex to loosen the net. However, Wuya gave orders to Fei, and Fei gave orders to Tyrannosaurus Rex. The time interval was enough for Tyrannosaurus Rex to take Fei to turn around. The Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its mouth, and the huge hunting net flew out. Led by the stone, the giant net suddenly spread out, forming a coverage area of 50 meters. There was just a slight deviation in direction, and the net flew towards Wuya and the others. Fuck. When Wuya saw the huge net flying towards him, he actually felt a sense of powerlessness. He could only shout "fuck" twice to express his feelings at the moment. It was impossible to escape from such a large net. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and realized something was wrong. He hugged Wuya and protected him. The huge net came down and covered Wuya and the others in an instant, which, for loud shouts, came at the same time. Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex knew from Fei how important Wuya was. If anything happened to Wuya, it would be in trouble, so it roared in anxiety. Yun and the others hurried over to check on Wuya's condition. Fortunately, the net that caught Wuya and the others was in the middle part, where there was not much force, so even if Wuya took the pressure himself, he would be fine. But the mental shock still made Wuya feel a little scared. He felt that if he played with these totem warriors and did not improve his physical strength to their level, he would be killed by his own people sooner or later. Wuya came out from the gap in the trap. "I'm fine." Seeing that Wuya was fine, Yun and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he shifted his blaming gaze to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, because it was this guy who almost caused Wu to get into trouble. Wuya was speechless when he saw this. It's not its fault. It didn't know when to cast its net. When Yun and the others heard this, they turned their gazes to Fei again. Fei wanted to argue, but remembering that he was the one who gave the order to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he could only lower his head and take the blame. Wuya spread his hands. "It's my fault. I didn't think it through." Chapter 59, Sneak Attack. "Okay, there's no point blaming anyone now. Cheer up and let's try again," Wuya said. He looked at the sun in the sky, which was tilted more than 45 degrees. He only had a few chances left. When everything was ready again, a line was drawn next to the witch-toothed Tyrannosaurus. Then he said to Fei, "When I tell you to cast the net, you have the Tyrannosaurus Rex throw the net to this line and cast it out." "Got it." Fei nodded. "I understand, Wu. This time there will definitely not be a situation like last time." "Okay, get ready to start," Wuya said as he followed and hid far away. It was not up to them to decide whether there would be problems or not. Staying far away could save their lives. Of course, Wuya didn't dare to run too far. After all, there were many ferocious beasts in this place. Wuya hid behind a huge rock. "Okay, 3, 2, 1, start." After receiving the order, the Tyrannosaurus Rex bit the place designated by Wuya again and began to turn. When they got the net up to speed, Wuya yelled, "Cast the net." This time was different from the last time. The Tyrannosaurus Rex did not cast the net immediately, but turned around again and only threw the net out after reaching the line drawn by Wuya. Driven by the stone, the giant net spread out as a whole and enveloped the fog. Success! Wuya was very happy and hurriedly walked out from behind the boulder, wanting to run over to check the situation. However, a warning suddenly struck him. This was a sign of danger. Wuya quickly rolled to the side. Wuya just turned his head when a huge mouth full of fangs passed through the position where Wuya was just now. If Wuya had been slower by half a second, his head would have been bitten into pieces like tofu by that mouth. Only after Wuya rolled to the ground did he have time to check what was attacking him. He only discovered it when it was so close. After seeing the guy who attacked him, Wuya suddenly realized that this guy had silver-gray fur, was more than 2 meters tall, and was at least 4 meters long. The cold look in his eyes was that of the howling moon wolf leader who had had a feud with him this morning. Sure enough, the wolf was cunning enough and held a grudge. After they ran this morning, they kept following from a distance. He did not take action at other times, but waited until Wuya and Yi were far away from Tyrannosaurus Rex and Yun before taking action. I have to say that the IQ of these Howling Moon Wolves is probably even higher than that of the Totem Warriors. The Howling Moon Wolf leader was also very surprised when his sneak attack, which he thought was a sure thing, failed. It had observed that Wuya was the weakest among these people, so it asked the other two wild beasts, Howling Moon Wolf and another fierce beast, Howling Moon Wolf, to attack Yi, and it attacked Wuya alone. Unexpectedly, it would miss. After the Howling Moon Wolf leader pounced on the boulder, he immediately changed direction and pounced on Wuya again. It just didn't believe it. It thought it would be more than enough to kill such a weak creature head-on. Wuya was suffering at this time. He was a wizard without combat ability, and his physical strength was only that of a warrior without tattoos. What he faced was a powerful beast. But he was trapped by 3 Howling Moon Wolves and had no time to provide support. Yin and the others were too far away from him and couldn't come over for the time being. Now, I can only rely on myself. As long as he holds on for a few seconds, he will get support. Wuya was no pushover either. Seeing the Howling Moon Wolf leader rushing towards him, he simply pointed his spear and wizard staff at the Howling Moon Wolf leader. He just didn't believe that the Howling Moon Wolf leader would dare to pounce directly on the spear and wizard staff. Sure enough, when Howling Moon Wolf saw the long wizard staff pointing towards him, he stopped abruptly, chopped it off with a palm, and then bit at the wizard's tooth again. Very good, I bought myself almost a second, Wuya consoled himself. He quickly rolled to the side, although he was a little slow, and was caught by the claws of the Howling Moon Wolf leader and suffered some injuries on his back. But at least his life was saved. The leader of the Howling Moon Wolves roared angrily. He had already seen the Tyrannosaurus Rex running towards him. If he couldn't catch it, he had to run away. Then, Howling Moon Wolf slapped Wuya in front of him with one claw. Wuya wanted to roll back, but the Howling Moon Wolf leader slapped him on the other side with his other claw, completely blocking Wuya's way. Now Wuya and the leader of the Howling Moon Wolf are facing each other and are very close to each other. What the hell? The leader of the Howling Moon Wolf wasted no time. After blocking Wuya's way, he bit Wuya. Being so close, a lot of Howling Moon Wolf leader's saliva dripped onto Wuya's body, and he could already smell the fishy stench from Howling Moon Wolf leader's mouth. Wuya endured the discomfort, and when the Howling Moon Wolf leader bit him, he quickly raised his hand and placed his spear, the witch staff, horizontally into the Howling Moon Wolf leader's mouth. Unfortunately, this was of no use at all. Wuya's current posture did not allow him to stab his spear and staff into the throat of the Howling Moon Wolf leader. The Howling Moon Wolf leader's huge mouth covered Wuya's body, and his tongue rolled up Wuya, covering half of his body. No. There were several heart-wrenching screams. Those were from Yun and the others. Is he going to die? Wuya felt the whole world slowly becoming quiet, and he gradually couldn't hear Yun and the others' heartbreaking screams anymore. Now he only felt the stinging pain in his stomach from the sharp teeth of the Howling Moon Wolf leader. What is this thing? After Wuya was rolled into the tongue, he saw a ball of flesh in front of him that was as big as his head. Then, when the teeth of the Howling Moon Wolf leader began to close, and Wuya felt a heart-wrenching pain in his stomach, he pinched the ball of flesh. When the ball of flesh was pinched, Xiaoyed Sanlong suddenly felt nauseous and spat out Wuya again. This is not the end yet. After leaving Wuya behind, it continued to retch and had no energy to deal with Wuya for a while. Collapse. The Howling Moon Wolf leader was still retching there when a foot suddenly kicked him in the waist. After a muffled sound, the Howling Moon Wolf leader flew out. Wu, are you okay? The crocodile who kicked the Howling Moon Wolf leader away was Yun. After seeing the blood on Wuya's stomach, Yun went completely crazy. I want your life. After saying that, Yun accelerated and came to the side of the Howling Moon Wolf leader, who had just stood up after a few somersaults. He grabbed the Howling Moon Wolf's furry, thick tail. Unleashing the power of the totem, he kicked it to the ground, then swung the Howling Moon Wolf leader's tail. Before the Howling Moon Wolf leader could react, he was thrown into the air and then plummeted down. Boom! The leader of the Howling Moon Wolf was slammed to the ground by Yun, feeling dizzy and with his internal organs dislocated. Before it could react, it was thrown up again and then fell heavily to the ground. At the top of this foggy cliff, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground could be heard continuously. Chapter 60 Bad Luck. I don't know how many times Yun threw the Howling Moon Wolf leader to the ground. I only saw that Yun was gasping for breath, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was still holding tightly in his hand a huge tail covered in blood. Looking around, apart from two huge holes on the ground, there was minced meat everywhere, and the scene was very bloody. Are you done venting? If you are, come and help me. Yin was originally immersed in deep self-blame, but when he suddenly heard this voice, he immediately looked up and looked at Wuya. Wu, are you okay? Wuya curled his lips. You still hope that something will happen to me? No. Yin threw away the wolf's tail, ran over quickly, and helped Wuya up. Just now I saw you motionless, Wu. I thought you were killed by the howling moon wolf. Wuya coughed. I'm Fine. The reason why he didn't move just now was a bit embarrassing to say, because after Xiaoyat Songlong was pinched by him on the fleshy ball on his throat, he suddenly retched. When he was retching, a huge stench came out of Howling Moon Wolf's throat, which made Wuya unable to resist. In addition, he was already highly concentrated, and then he was fainted by the stench. So, after Yin kicked Howling Moon Wolf away, he saw Wuya motionless and thought that Wuya had been bitten to death. For Yin, who hadn't seen Wu for 8 years, it was easy to imagine how devastated he was when he saw Wu being killed by a ferocious beast in front of him. The extent of the collapse can be seen from the minced meat all over the ground. Wu, are you really okay? Yin couldn't help but ask as he looked at the row of bloody holes on Wuya's stomach and the scars on Wuya's back. How could Wuya be unharmed? The Howling Moon Wolf was extremely ruthless in his attack. Wuya could still feel the pain from his wounds at this time. But those were just pains, not as serious as the injuries he had suffered. Wuya shook his head. Apart from a little pain, there's nothing serious else. I just don't know if I will be infected. Thinking of the fishy mouth of the Howling Moon Wolf, Wuya's only fear was infection. It seems that the medicine problem needs to be solved as soon as possible, Wuya thought, and called other people. Yi and the others had already cooperated to kill all the other Howling Moon Wolves, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Wuya was full of guilt. It was because they failed to protect Wu that Wu was injured. Wuya was very angry when he saw this look. What he hated most was this kind of look that looked like someone was dead. Everyone, cheer up. I'm not dead yet. What are you looking at me with? Gujarov. He whispered. Wu, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. Wuya walked up to Yi and, enduring the pain, punched him in the chest. It's good that you know you're wrong. This is your punishment. For these stubborn, primitive people, if you say you don't blame them, they will always blame themselves. We can only choose this method. Wu, come and punish me too. I didn't protect you well, either. Fei said. You, and he also shouted. Us too. Wuya. If it weren't for the pain in his stomach and waist, he really wanted to jump up and kick each of these inconsiderate people. But the pain was real, and Wuya could only pull down a branch nearby and beat Fei and the others. This is my punishment for you. After saying this, Wuya breathed a sigh of relief and threw away the branch. Let's go and see if we have caught the beast. If not, we should go back. On the way to the misty cliff, Fei suddenly had an idea and asked Wuya, Wu, what is lousy? I often hear you say it. Yes. Also, what is fuck, Wu? I often hear you say this. You said, Wuya. Well, these are what I mean. It's more powerful to speak this way. Fei nodded. Yeah. Hearing Wu say that, it does sound very imposing. Then he asked, what the hell is that? Well, FCK means really shocked and surprised. Well, what do you mean by sister? I don't have a sister, but I often hear you talk about it to me. Fei asked again. Wuya said that he had never been so speechless in his life, and he could only say helplessly, your sister means to curse, your sister. Don't learn it. Fei couldn't help but click his tongue and exclaimed, as expected of a witch, you know so many things. Well, Wuya said that this made him even more speechless. Arriving at the edge of the misty cliff, Wuya looked at the empty cliff top and asked, where's the net? Just now I was here. Yin said. Only then did you remember that after they heard that something was happening with Wuya and the others, they immediately let go of Jianteng and ran over to rescue them. Apparently, after I threw the net out, there was no one to hold it, and it fell into the misty canyon. What does it mean to try to steal a chicken, but end up losing the rice? This is what it means to try to steal a chicken, but end up losing the rice. I spent a whole day coming up with various countermeasures, but all I encountered were some abnormal and ferocious beasts, and in the end I was injured. Apart from the corpses of a few howling moon wolves, all the efforts today were in vain. The most speechless day in history, all the speechless things happened to me. Wuya couldn't help but wonder deeply why he came out today. Seeing Wuya's face changing from gloomy to bright, and he remained silent for a long time, Yin asked tentatively, Wu, what are we going to do next? What else can I do? I can only go back. The sun is about to set now. If I don't go back now, my bad luck for the day may not be over yet. At this time, Wuya couldn't help but wonder if it was not a good day to go out, as he encountered only bad luck. It would be great if I could have cultivated myself to the level of a witch earlier. The reason why a witch is called a witch is because she can use the witchcraft of divination. Woo! Seeing that Wuya ignored him, Yin asked again. Wuya finally reacted. What happened? Yin said again, what do we do next? Wuya sighed and said, let's go back. We're destined to gain nothing today. Yin nodded and immediately arranged for everyone to move the body of the howling moon wolf and put it into the baskets on both sides of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After finishing all this, they got on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex again, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex also started to run wildly towards the tribe. According to Wuya's estimation, it was still about 2 hours until dark, and that was about the time they would return to the tribe. Of course, the premise is that nothing unexpected happens along the way. But if bad luck befalls someone, there is no way to escape it. After running back from the foggy cliff for nearly an hour, a cliff several dozen meters high and of unknown length blocked their way. If they want to return to the tribe, they need to take a detour. Chapter 61, Sweet Rain Lotus. But if they take a detour, Wuya and the others will not be able to return to the tribe before dark today. Wuya looked at the sun getting lower and lower in the sky and could only grit his teeth and say, let's find a cave nearby to spend the night. Yin and the others didn't care. After all, when they went out hunting before, they would be out for 2 or 3 days and usually look for a cave to rest near the hunting ground. After walking along the cliff for about half an hour, Wuya and his friends actually found a cave. This cave is very spacious, more than 10 meters wide, and even a Tyrannosaurus Rex can walk in. However, there was no weeds at the entrance of the cave, which obviously indicated that there were ferocious beasts living in the cave. Wuya and the others did not go in immediately. After all, they did not know the strength of the ferocious beasts inside. If there were ferocious beasts like the black and white bears living in the cave that were stronger than wild beasts, they would surely die after entering the cave. But Wuya and the others had no choice but to go in. The sun had already set, and the forest was getting darker and darker because of the huge trees blocking the view. Now Wuya and his friends no longer have time to look for other caves. Although he possesses the wild beast Tyrannosaurus Rex, it is not invincible. In this world, there are characters more powerful than Tyrannosaurus Rex. We observed for a while and finally made up his mind to go in. They couldn't afford to waste time. After having you make a torch, they rode the Tyrannosaurus Rex into the cave. The cave looked very deep, but after just a few steps, it became narrower and narrower, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex could no longer go into play. Wuya immediately asked everyone to get off the Tyrannosaurus Rex and let the Tyrannosaurus Rex wait in the cave while they entered the cave to investigate. After all, there's a ferocious beast living in this cave. Wuya cannot rest in peace unless he gets rid of the ferocious beast. Yin and his men stood vigilantly in front with their weapons in hand, guarding Wuya in the middle, and slowly walked in. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yin, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. He turned around and whispered, "Shoo, there's movement up ahead." Wuya put his spear and staff on his back and took out his bow and arrows. Give the torch to you. If you encounter a ferocious beast, shoot the arrow at its eyes. After getting ready, Wuya and the others moved forward step by step. After about a minute, I suddenly found that the front opened up and turned into a huge cave. The cave is about 60 to 70 meters wide and 30 to 40 meters high. There's a pool of water about 40 meters wide in the middle at the bottom. The water in the pool is clear and transparent, with white mist rising from time to time, like warm water. However, what caught Wuya's attention the most was the plant in the middle of the pool. It was a lotus root with 3 round leaves that were almost 1 meter wide and looked like emerald green, and a lotus pod that was 1.5 meters wide and as big as a millstone. Obviously, growing up in a place like this, it must be something extraordinary. We had read about this lotus root in his inheritance, the Gonlin lotus pod, a miraculous flower whose single seed could heal common injuries. If eaten in its entirety, even a single head could revive a person. This is too perverted to look at. We almost couldn't take his eyes off the lotus pod. The wound on his stomach still hurts, but he didn't expect to encounter a strange flower that could be used to heal his wounds. However, Wuya did not lose his mind just because he saw the lotus pod. He still remembered that there were ferocious beasts living in this cave. What about the ferocious beasts? Wu and his companions hadn't found any ferocious beasts since they came in. We looked into the pool, and it was obvious that the ferocious beast lived in this pool. The noise Yin heard just now was the sound of water. But what puzzled Wuya was that this pool of water didn't look like it could hide anything. The water in this pond is so clear that you can see the bottom at a glance. It can't be that this ferocious beast has the ability to change color like the phantom lizard. Wuya looked at the pond carefully again, but still found nothing. Then he shifted his gaze elsewhere and checked the entire cave, but he didn't find even a small insect. The ferocious beast in this cave disappeared out of thin air. Or is there something wrong with Yun's hearing? Are there no ferocious beasts living in this cave? At present, these situations seem unlikely. Where there are exotic flowers, how can there not be ferocious beasts living there? There would be no problem with Yun's hearing. After all, he was a totem warrior. If he heard something, he heard it. If he didn't hear something, he didn't hear it. A ferocious beast wouldn't disappear out of thin air. It must be hiding somewhere. This ferocious beast has a strong ability to hide, but it also reveals a piece of information. That is, it is not strong. At least it is not a wild beast, because wild beasts will not be afraid of Wuya and the others at all, and will attack as soon as Wuya and the others arrive. After waiting for a few minutes, no ferocious beast came out. Wuya also lost his patience. After all, he was really greedy for the Gonlin lotus pods. So Wuya asked Yin to dig out a stone and throw it into the pool to see if the ferocious beast would come out. After Yin did as he was told, the calm pond began to surge with waves, which then subsided, but the ferocious beast did not emerge. How patient! Wuya immediately went with Rin Yun and Fei to pick the lotus pods. Strange flowers are also very useful for ferocious beasts, as this determines whether they can advance to the next level. Wuya didn't believe it. He thought that even if they removed the strange flower, the ferocious beast could still endure it. Yin and Fei carefully descended into the pool. Fei's eyes lit up, and he turned to Wuya and shouted, "Wu, this water is warm." "Wuya, is this the time to worry about this? Just pay attention and don't worry about other things." Fei nodded, turned around, and slowly walked towards the lotus pod with Yun. Wuya and he pulled their bows to their full extent and concentrated on checking the entire cave over and over again. Suddenly, when Yin Hefei was halfway there and only about 10 meters away from the lotus pod, he suddenly shouted, "Watch out for your heads." As he spoke, he released his hand that was pulling the bowstring, and the arrow immediately flew whistling towards Yun and the others. Wuya only reacted at this time and looked above Yun and the others. Suddenly, a hole appeared there, and a round ball about 4 or 5 meters wide, with a gray-silver surface and a smooth and shiny surface, fell down from above at an extremely fast speed. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be hit by the ball. But when the ball was hit by Yi's arrow, although the arrow shattered immediately, it still hit the ball a little off course. Fei reacted quickly as well. He turned his hand and swung out with the giant axe. All I heard was a sound like the collision of metal, and then it flew backwards, and the huge ball was also hit and fell to the other side. Chapter 62, Recovery. Collapse. The huge ball fell into the pool, causing a lot of splashes. Wuya hurriedly shouted, "Come out first." Yin Hefei didn't stop and jumped out immediately. After the ball fell into the pool, it slowly unfolded its body. Its back is covered with metal-like scales, but its belly is smooth and its skin is very thin. The limbs are not very strong, but you can still vaguely see that they are covered with muscles. The head is relatively pointy and also covered with scales. What a huge pangolin! Wuya couldn't help but exclaim in his heart when he saw this ferocious beast. This pangolin is about 5 meters tall and 8 or 9 meters long. Compared to Earth's pangolins, this one is a titan. If it was a pangolin, that would explain how it could hide so well. Pangolins dig extremely quickly, and even the rocky cave cannot stop them. Moreover, after it digs out, it has the ability to camouflage itself. If you don't look carefully, you won't even know that it has dug a hole. When Wuya saw that it was a pangolin, his eyes lit up. This thing can dig the soil so fast, so it must be very useful. If Wuya wants to transform Bird Mountain into a city, he will need to dig a lot of soil, and the pangolin will be of great help. Wuya then said, "Capture it alive. I want this pangolin." Yun and the others nodded, but they were secretly groaning in their hearts. The pangolin's phosphide armor provides very strong defense. Although it is just a wild beast, if it shrinks, even wild beasts cannot do anything to it. Wuya saw their expressions and asked, "What's wrong?" Yin said, "Wu, this pangolin is not easy to deal with. It's a bit difficult to capture it alive. What's so difficult about this? As long as you hit it until it shrinks, you can do whatever you want. Wuya said. Faye will take the lead and hit its head with the back of the axe. The others just need to be careful not to let it hit Faye. This pangolin is not very fast, and although it has the ability to avoid being injured in a forced fight, it has no way to deal with Yun and the others. Yin nodded, and he Yi and you left Faye behind. The three of them rushed forward with bone knives in hand. Although the pool of water would slow down their speed, the impact was not that great. After rushing in front of the pangolin, Yun and the others just harassed the pangolin casually to attract its attention. Faye looked for a while, took a few steps back, and suddenly burst out, rushed to the edge of the pool, and jumped up. He grabbed the giant axe with both hands in the air, and then smashed it hard on the pangolin's head. The pangolin was harassed by Yun and the others and didn't notice Faye for a while. By the time it noticed Faye, it was too late and could only use its head to fight back. The back of the flying giant axe hit the pangolin's head straight, making a crisp metal collision sound and sparks. Under the huge recoil force, he was bounced back and fell to the side of the pool. The pangolin wasn't having a good time either. After being hit by the giant axe, it fell to the ground. It was dizzy at this time, and it was afraid that Yun and the others were seeing double. It was just a wild beast, and it was considered good that it didn't faint on the spot after suffering such a blow to the head. When Wuya saw the pangolin lying down, he immediately shouted, "Quick, pull it to the shore." Yu, who was behind the pangolin, nodded, grabbed the pangolin's tail, and ran towards Wuya and the others. After being pulled ashore, the pangolin became much more sober and was about to pounce on Wuya, the weakest person. However, Yin was quick-eyed, quick-handed, and quick-footed. Just as the pangolin was about to make a move, Yin kicked it. The kick hit the pangolin's head, and the pangolin's head fell to the side and hit the wall of the cave. Collapse. After the pangolin hit the cave wall, several cracks about 1 centimeter in size appeared. After being hit on the head repeatedly, the pangolin finally couldn't bear the burden and fainted. Wuya breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the pangolin faint, and then he dared to go over to observe. This pangolin's claws are very long and have a metallic luster. No wonder it is so good at digging. Wuya put the pangolin aside for the time being, turned around, and asked Faye, who had just stood up and was about to walk out, to pick the Gonlin lotus pods. Although this Gonlin lotus pod looks big, there are not many lotus seeds inside. Wuya counted them and found there were only 15. Put away the lotus pods. There is nothing good here anymore. As for the lotus roots and other things, Wuya might as well leave them here. After returning to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Wuya asked Yun and the others to cut many strong vines and tie the pangolin into a dumpling. The contract technique can only be used when both parties are awake, and Wuya has already used it today. He can only use it again after his consciousness recovers tomorrow. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw the pangolin tied up like a dumpling, he couldn't help but laugh. He wanted the pangolin and sniffed here and there, feeling very proud. Apparently, ferocious beasts would also gloat over others' misfortunes. After seeing this, Wuya couldn't help but curl his lips. This Tyrannosaurus Rex really looks like its master. After dealing with the pangolin, Wuya asked Yun and the others to make a fire while he found a better location. I took out a lotus seed, which was quite big, almost half the size of an egg. The surface is as white as jade, and it looks like it is not an ordinary thing. Wuya smelled it and could smell a very fragrant scent. After observing for a while, Wuya immediately put the lotus seeds into his mouth. This lotus seed is also magical. After Wuya bites it, it suddenly turns into liquid and flows into Wuya's stomach. Afterwards, Wuya felt a warm current rushing out of his stomach, which made him feel very comfortable. This warm current quickly spread throughout his body. Suddenly, Wuya felt his wound became extremely itchy. He quickly opened his eyes and found that his wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 5 minutes, the wound on Wuya's stomach healed completely and the blood scab on it fell off by itself. Wuya carefully examined the injured area. There was no scar left. If the skin there wasn't cleaner and whiter than other places, Wuya would have thought he hadn't been injured. It's amazing. That's all Wuya can say. He just couldn't have imagined that the strange flowers in this world would have such a great effect. Wuya couldn't help but think of the bunch of exotic flowers and plants on the cliff of Yanshan, which would probably be of great use. It seems that I still have to go get that exotic flower when the time comes. It would be a shame if it was swallowed by a ferocious beast. Wuya stood up and moved around. He found that he was now in good spirits and no longer felt any discomfort in his body. After stretching, Wuya took out another lotus seed and threw it to Yi. Wu, are you okay? He asked. Wuya nodded. Eat it, and the scar on your chest should disappear. Although scars represent the glory of totem warriors, the premise is that scars cannot affect the totem. Wuya had seen Yi looking at the totem on his chest with a sad face several times. It was obvious that he felt very uncomfortable after the totem was destroyed. Chapter 63, Sand Moth. After Yi ate the lotus seeds, his body quickly reacted. I saw that the places where scars had already formed were slowly peeling off, and the originally black dead skin also fell off. Soon, all the scars on Yi's chest disappeared, and there was nothing unusual except that the skin became whiter. What made Yi happiest was that his totem, which was originally torn into pieces by scars, recovered on its own after his skin healed. Yi was also very happy to see this. It seems that today is not just bad luck, the harvest is still considerable. There was nothing else to do at the moment, and they were tired after a long day. Yun and the others would arrange people to keep watch, so Wuya didn't care and went to sleep. It was midnight, and Fei was the one on guard. He was checking the injuries on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly looked outside the cave. A strange beast is coming. Fei, who received a reminder from Tyrannosaurus Rex, immediately shouted to everyone, "Something's happening." After hearing this, Yun and the others immediately stood up, ran to Wuya with their weapons, and protected Wuya in the middle. Wuya also got up. He looked outside the cave and could vaguely hear the flapping sound of wings. Obviously, it was a flying beast flying over. And, judging from the sounds, they weren't just coming from the same group. No wonder he wasn't afraid of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wuya looked at Fei and asked, "Do you know what kind of beast it is?" Fei looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, then shook his head. "I don't know." However, Fei's answer did not disappoint Wuya, because with the help of the firelight, he could already see the appearance of the approaching ferocious beast. They were 3 giant moth-like beasts with a wingspan of nearly 3 meters, chubby bodies covered with yellow spores. Wuya had never seen any description of this moth in his inheritance. Apparently, no one in the past had discovered it. Looking at the many yellow spores on their bodies, which looked like sand, Wuya temporarily called them sand moths. What puzzled Wuya was that the strength of these 3 sand moths was only very close to that of a wild beast. But they were not afraid of the breath of Tyrannosaurus Rex at all, and still rushed straight towards Wuya and the others. "Are these ferocious beasts stupid? Protect the witch," Yin said, and was about to rush forward with a bone knife. They were just 3 ferocious beasts. He could handle them easily. Wuya frowned and kept observing from the side. Although these 3 sand moths were flying monsters, seeing them stumbling towards him, he had no desire to recruit them. Being so weak, "I'm afraid I can't even carry anyone flying." However, what happened next greatly changed Wuya's impression of these 3 sand moths. Because these 3 sand moths suddenly took the initiative to attack after the cloud rushed in front of them. Suddenly, they shook at a strange frequency, and then the spores on their bodies suddenly exploded, forming an area covering about 7 or 8 meters. After Yin touched the spores, his speed suddenly slowed down a lot. Before he took 2 steps, he suddenly fell down. Wuya was horrified and checked Yun's condition. He saw that Yun was shaking stiffly as if he had been electrocuted. "Yun, are you okay?" Yun was out of breath and stammered as he replied, "Wuai, I'm fine. I just feel numb. I can't move." "It's good that he's all right." Wuya saw the 3 sand moths still flying towards him and shouted, "Quick, take the net off the Tyrannosaurus Rex and catch these 3 sand moths alive." Seeing that Wuya knew these ferocious beasts and wanted them alive, Yi and the others did not ask any more questions. Fei immediately jumped onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex and took down the large net that they had intended to use against Daohu. Yi and Fei worked together to pull open the net and then move towards covering the 3 sand moths. The cave was not very big to begin with, and the sand moth had no way to escape, so it was quickly caught in the net. They wanted to flutter out, but the net was made of strong vines. Even if the wild beast Daohu didn't bite it through, they couldn't escape, not to mention that these were ferocious sand moths. Seeing that they couldn't break free, they began to release those yellow spores. But Wuya and the others were far away and had no way to deal with them. Once they have consumed all the spores, you can only stand there and watch helplessly. Wuya picked up a lotus seed and wanted to give it to Yun, but he saw that he had already stood up. "Yun, why did you get up? Do you still feel unwell?" Wuya asked. Yun shook his head. "Wu, I'm fine. Although I still feel numb, I'm not seriously injured. Wu was still worried, so he let him eat a lotus seed. After taking the lotus seeds, Yin recovered immediately. Only at this time did Wu have time to study the spores. He walked to the side of the ground covered with spores, picked up some with his hands, and wanted to check it out. But he soon regretted it, because he felt the spores immediately sink into his skin after touching it, and then he felt a tingling sensation like an electric shock on his hand. Then he felt numbness in his body, but fortunately the dosage was not large, and Wu did not fall down directly. But still surprised Wu enough. It was just a small dose, but it could cause such a big reaction. Thinking about it again, Yin was completely covered with those spores. Wow, it must have been very painful. No wonder he fell down all of a sudden and couldn't move. However, Wu was still very happy to discover the spores with such great effects. Imagine collecting these spores and suddenly spraying them into the opponent's face when danger strikes. If someone is caught off guard and hit in the face by these spores, it won't take long for the whole body to become paralyzed and lose the ability to move. When you are in power, you can do whatever you want. Thinking of this effect, Wu nodded with satisfaction and walked towards the sand moth that was trapped in the net. When Wu came to the sand moths, he saw that although the 3 sand moths were tied up and he had come in front of them, they didn't even look at him. Was he really that unwelcome? Wu looked puzzledly at the direction the 3 sand moths were trying to go, and saw Fei also looking at the sand moths. Fei saw Wu looking at him, so he asked, "Wu, what's wrong? Why are all these sand moths looking at Wu, as if they want to eat me?" Wu shook his head. These sand moths definitely don't aim to fly. There's nothing special about flying moths except that they are bigger and fatter. Looking back, I saw that the fire they had built was burning brightly, illuminating a large area. We suddenly realized that he had misunderstood these sand moths. When they came into the cave, their target was not Wu, but the fire. No wonder even the Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't afraid of it. It turned out it wanted to jump into the fire. Chapter 64 Experiment. After understanding the cause of the incident, Wu couldn't help but feel sorry for these sand moths. They were just passing by, yet they were caught. Of course, no matter how regretful he is, Wu will not let them go just like that. The spores on their bodies are so powerful that they will work for Wu for the rest of their lives. Let Yin and the others get some strong vines to tie up the 3 sand moths. Wu didn't sleep anymore and went to the side of the sand moths to observe whether their spores could regenerate. If they couldn't regenerate, Wu wouldn't have left them behind. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw another ferocious beast being tied up like a dumpling, he became even more excited and sniffed here and there. Looking at its expression again, it looks very proud. Wu was too lazy to care about the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He was always observing the sand moth. Wu didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he discovered that spores began to produce in the sand moth's lower abdomen. As long as these sand moths can continue to produce spores, they will never worry about running out of spores to use. Sand moths produce spores very quickly. After just a few minutes, each one produces spores that are almost the size of a fist. Seeing those spores, and then looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex strutting beside him, Wu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. "Since you were so curious, I will use you as an experiment." Wu pulled off the leaves of the vine and held his hands, then took out a fist-sized spore and wrapped it with the leaves. Then he looked at Fei and said, "Let the Tyrannosaurus Rex go to the cave entrance." "Huh? Wu, why let the Tyrannosaurus go there?" Fei asked. Yin glanced at Fei and said, "Just go if I tell you to. Why are you asking so many questions?" Fei said, "Oh," and let the Tyrannosaurus Rex walk over. Wu threw the spore-covered leaf and said, "Hit it at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's face." Fei's expression changed. "Wu, what are you doing?" Wu smiled and said, "It's okay, just give the Tyrannosaurus a break." "Feel good." Fei looked at the spores in confusion. He clearly remembered that Yin fell down directly because of these spores. But remembering that Yin was fine, Fei had no choice but to throw the spores at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. When the leaf hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex's nose, it exploded and the spores flew away. The Tyrannosaurus Rex sneezed and looked at Wu in confusion. Because of the contract, the Tyrannosaurus Rex knew Fei's thoughts. But Wu asked Fei to throw the spores, so the Tyrannosaurus Rex was very confused about what Wu's purpose was in doing this. However, as soon as the Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at Wu, he felt something was wrong. The nose, which first came into contact with the spores, soon felt numb, and then the numbness quickly spread to other parts of the body. As more and more spores attached to the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body, the Tyrannosaurus Rex felt that its body was becoming increasingly out of control. We have been keeping a close eye on the Tyrannosaurus Rex and said to Faye, Faye, tell me about the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Faye also looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex nervously. It feels that its head is very heavy and is about to fall down. Let's take 2 steps. Wuya said. Faye nodded, and then Wuya saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex walking forward. But his walking was not very steady, a little crooked, as if he was drunk. What's the situation now? Faye replied, Woo, now it feels numb all over the body, and it will be difficult to move. Let it take 2 more steps. Faye nodded, and then the Tyrannosaurus Rex started walking again. Now, it was walking even more unsteadily, and judging by the situation, it might fall down at any time. What's going on now? Wuya was just about to ask what happened when he saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly fall down. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is feeling very bad now. Its whole body is paralyzed, and it can't move at all. Faye said, Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex was a wild beast, due to its huge size, it inhaled more spores. Combined with those attached to its skin, it was reasonable that it could be knocked down. But Wuya was still very surprised. After all, these are just spores taken from the ferocious sand moth, and they could bring down the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Sure enough, attack and strength are not necessarily proportional. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex did not fall for long. After about a minute, it stood up again. Woo, the Tyrannosaurus Rex feels much better. Faye said, He was already satisfied that the spores could knock down the wild beast. Although it was only 1 minute, 1 minute was enough for them to do a lot of things. Then Wuya picked up another lotus seed and threw it to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This was the first war beast of the Suzaku tribe, and nothing could happen to it. It was obvious that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had long set its eyes on the Gonlin lotus in Wuya's hand. After seeing the lotus seeds thrown by Wuya, even though its movements were still a little stiff, it still raised its head with all its might and swallowed them in one gulp. After a few seconds, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was able to move freely. Obviously, this lotus seed is very useful and can even cure ferocious beasts. Faye was also very happy. Woo, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is completely healed. Even its original internal injuries have been healed. The lotus seeds were very useful, but the thing that bothered him was that there were too few of them. After all this waste, he now only has 9 lotus seeds left. It seems that we should use it sparingly in the future, Wuya thought, and let everyone rest. Nothing happened in the second half of the night, and Wuya and the others slept peacefully until dawn. I don't know what the Firebird tribe will say, and yesterday's harvest was pretty good, so we put the matter of the flying beasts aside for the time being and let everyone go back first. Toriyama, inside the Suzaku tribe. It was already late at this time, and the other 3 Lin gathered together, discussing something one after another. Lin said, It's been a day. Should we go look for them? If something happens to them, our trip would be in vain. The bird shook its head. With the intelligence of the Suzaku Wu, how could anything happen to them? They must have gone too far and didn't get back in time, so they spent the night outside. The people who stayed in the Suzaku tribe had no idea where Wuya and the others had gone. Yin and the others only knew that Wuya and his companions had left the tribe early yesterday morning riding on a Tyrannosaurus Rex. After all, they're just warriors without patterns, and the totem warriors and witches basically won't tell them what they're going to do. Lin and the others were also amazed when they learned that the Suzaku tribe was so bold. Aren't these warriors without patterns afraid that their witches and totem warriors will never come back after they go out? If the totem warriors and the witches die outside, the tribe will be finished. What they didn't know was that Suzaku had long been accustomed to this situation due to the scarcity of totem warriors. Shang spoke at this time. I believe Zhuke Wu and the others will come back. Let's wait a little longer. If they haven't returned by the time the sun reaches that position, we will go back. Lin nodded. That's the only way. Hold that high. Just as Lin finished speaking, he heard the roar of a Tyrannosaurus Rex coming from outside. Chapter 65 Agree. Wuya and the others gave the salt to Lin and the others to take back, and the Firebird Wu saw it. The Firebird shaman tasted the salt from the Suzaku tribe and immediately fell in love with the taste. He called Chi into the cave and let Chi taste it. After tasting it, Chi's eyes lit up. Their tribe hadn't eaten salt in a long time, and even when they had, it had never tasted this good. They had never seen salt look like this before. Without waiting for Chi to speak, the Firebird which looked at Lin and said, Lin, is there much salt in the Suzaku tribe? Lin replied, Not many, but not as many as those from the Daohu tribe. The fiery bird wizard was puzzled. because we had said that there would be endless salt to eat. So he asked, "Did Suzaku Wu tell you anything?" Lin nodded and said, "The Suzaku which asked us to tell you everything we saw in their tribe." "Oh, then tell me, what did you see?" said the fiery bird wizard. Lin immediately took them to Bird Mountain, heard the roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and hurried over. He then saw that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was completely tamed by the Suzaku tribe, doing whatever it was told to do. In the end, he saw the salt and then came back. After listening to Lin's description, the blazing bird shaman thought for a long time before speaking. "You guys go out first. The leader and I still have something to discuss." After Lin and the others left, the blazing bird wizard said, "Chi, what do you think?" "Chi Dao, the Suzaku tribe has the Tyrannosaurus Rex and so much salt, so it is very powerful." The blazing bird shaman shook his head. "I mean, are we going to merge with the Suzaku tribe?" "Wu, you are the spiritual leader of our tribe. We will listen to whatever you say." Chi said. The blazing firebird shaman sighed. "If we adhere, our tribe's totem will remain. But after the merger, we will become members of the Suzaku tribe. But there will no longer be a blazing firebird tribe. Moreover, we will be the last shamans and totem warriors of the blazing firebird tribe. In the future, the totem warriors awakened in our tribe will no longer be blazing firebirds, but will all be vermilion birds." Chi naturally knew this. "Wu, what do you think of Zhuke Wu?" The blazing bird shaman said, "I simply cannot fathom him. He's very clever and courageous. Who among the other tribes would dare to escape like this and to go to another tribe?" Chi nodded. "Wu, as you said, I think he might be the one who can lead us back to our ancestral land." These words made the firebird witch stunned, and he remained silent for a long time. After waiting for a long time, the blazing bird wizard said, "Go out first. I'll think about it." The next morning, when Wuya and the others were out, the blazing bird Wu called Lin and the others over and said, "Go tell the Vermilion Bird Wu that we've already approved this plan. As for how he'll make the arrangements, just listen to him." When they returned to the tribe, Wuya and the others saw Lin and the others waiting for them outside the tribe with anxious looks on their faces. "Suzaku Wu, you are back. Our Wu said that we have figured it out and will follow your arrangements from now on." Lin said, "Wuya, what was it that he didn't tell you?" Lin shook his head. "We didn't say anything. He just asked us to tell you and wait for your arrangements." Wuya asked again, "When did you come?" "I came early yesterday morning, but I didn't make it, so you guys left," Lin replied. Wuya nodded, swung down from the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and asked Yin and the others to unload the body of the howling moon wolf and the pangolin. Then he pulled Yin and Lin aside and said, "Let me say what you which didn't say. Our two tribes will merge into one." When these words were spoken, not only Lin and the others were surprised, but even Yun and the others were surprised. They never imagined that the Firebird Shaman would agree to merge the tribes. "But we witches," Lin said, but when he thought of their witches' conflicted expressions, he didn't say the rest. Wuya said, "There's nothing to worry about. Our two tribes were once one. After you joined, we just changed the name." Lin and the others didn't say anything, and they didn't have anything to say. Wuya asked, "You've traveled between the two tribes quite a few times. Haven't you encountered any powerful beasts along the way?" Lin nodded. "Except for the cliff with the strange flower, where there are more ferocious beasts. The rest are just some wandering ferocious beasts. Most of the roaming beasts are wild beasts, and there seems to be only one desolate beast." Wuya asked again, "Is there anyone stronger than the wild beast?" Lin said with certainty, "We didn't find it. If there are no ferocious beasts more ferocious than the wild beasts, then it will be easy. The remaining ferocious beasts are not difficult to deal with." Wuya said, "Okay, go back and tell your witch that I understand. Have your tribe start preparing to move here. When you're ready, come over. We'll pick you up then." Lin nodded and was about to leave when Wuya stopped them. "You haven't eaten yet. Yi, get some blood for them to drink. Blood contains a lot of energy and is absorbed quickly." Seeing the blood that Yi brought, Lin almost understood why Wu agreed to join the Suzaku tribe. Because the Suzaku which knew many things, all unknown to the Blazing Bird tribe. Even for simple blood, they would let it flow if they couldn't finish drinking it, sometimes attracting powerful beasts. The Suzaku tribe will not waste it, but will collect it and bring it back to the tribe. Lin said to Wuya, "We will be back as soon as possible." After Lin and the others disappeared into the forest, Wuya began to worry again. "We haven't obtained any flying beasts yet, and the city-building plan hasn't been completed yet, but we are about to go and welcome the Firebird tribe. However, with the addition of the Firebird tribe, the city construction plan will be more complete. Wuya withdrew his thoughts. It was useless to think so much. The Firebird tribe was coming, and the first thing he had to do was to find a place for them to live. So Wuya looked at the pangolin who had already woken up. If they wanted to dig a habitable cave for the Firebird tribe, this pangolin would be the best laborer. The pangolin was still fiercely attacking the Suzaku tribe members who came closer to observe it curiously, but suddenly it felt a gust of cold wind blowing past. It twisted its body forcefully and looked in the direction that made it feel a little uncomfortable. As a result, it saw a young man wearing animal skins, looking at it with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. Seeing that expression, even though the aura emitted by Wuya was not strong, the pangolin, as a wild beast, still felt a sense of fear. Chapter 66 Battle. When Wuya saw the pangolin looking at him, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then he looked at the people in the tribe, looking for the one who was most suitable to sign a contract with the pangolin. The tribe has only 5 totem warriors, and each of them has his own responsibilities. Although the pangolin has strong defense, it is not suitable for fighting. In Wuya's opinion, the pangolin can only be used for digging. Then let's choose a construction team leader. Wuya turned his attention to the other people in the tribe. Then he saw Yin sparring with other unmarked warriors of the tribe, and his eyes lit up. Yin is a smart guy, so it would be a good choice to have him sign a contract with Pangolin and be responsible for the project. So Wuya came to Yin and the others, and watched them fight without saying a word. The young man sparring with Yin was also a teenager named Lai. Fei was the vice-captain of the team he led, just like Yin. The two men were actually about the same strength, and the fight was quite back and forth. Looking at these two people, Wuya couldn't help but think of injuries similar to theirs. If the witches of the Suzaku tribe had not been extinct, then these two people would have been injured in similar ways. As expected, the absence of a witch has a huge impact on a tribe. When Yin and the others were tired of fighting, Wuya called them to stop. "Wu, what's wrong?" Yin asked. Wuya shook his head. "You can't fight like this. You can't just do random things in a fight. Think about the 100 battles fist I taught you. They are very effective offensive moves." Yin and Lai were confused and looked at Wuya with bewildered expressions. Wuya sighed and threw down his spear and staff. "You two come and attack me." Yin and Lai were shocked. Attacking Wu? Wouldn't that mean they were courting death? Wuya looked around and found that Fei and the others were not paying attention to them. He said, "Don't worry. With your strength, you can't hurt me. Just attack." But Yin still shook his head. Attacking the witch was not a bad idea. If the witch made a mistake, they would be the sinners of the tribe. Seeing that they were unwilling, Wuya was speechless and turned to look at Yun. "Yun, come here." "Well, what's wrong?" Yun and the other 5 people came over in confusion, thinking something had happened. Wuya said, "Just watch from the sidelines while I fight these two. If anything comes up, you guys will take action." "Got it." Yin looked confused. "Woo, did Yin and the others do something wrong? I will help you punish them." "Wuya, they're not wrong." Wuya said speechlessly. "You too, in the name of Wu, I order you to attack me with all your strength." Yin and the others looked embarrassed. They really couldn't imagine what medicine Wu had taken wrong today that made him torture them like this. Seeing that they were still standing there, Wuya said to Fei, "Bring the lotus seeds here." Taking the lotus seeds from Fei, Wuya said to Yin and the others, "Look, with this, even if you beat me half to death, nothing will happen to me. Just come at me. Release the horses." Yin looked at Wuya with a puzzled expression, then looked around. Wuya said he was about to die of anger, but then a light bulb went off in his head, and he shouted, "Whoever among you warriors without patterns dares to fight me, I will reward him with the ability to use the wild beast crystal when he awakens." In addition to the totem warrior's own talents, the speed of his training is also related to the awakening of the beast crystal he uses. When using wild beast crystals, the speed of cultivation is naturally incomparable to that of savage beast crystals and fierce beast crystals. The tribe was in an uproar. Who would want a wild beast crystal? Several braver ones came to sign up, and Fei also shouted beside them, "Wu, I'll do it, I'll do it." Wuya glanced at Fei, and Fei suddenly stopped talking. Yin and Lai now became bolder and also wanted to fight Wu. However, Wuya saw so many people and changed his conditions. "Whoever defeats me among the unmarked warriors can use the wild beast crystal when awakening." Now more people signed up. In their eyes, although witches should be respected, it was just respect. When it comes to combat ability, as warriors, they will not admit that their combat ability is weaker than that of witches. Wuya smiled. then pointed at Yin and Lai. You two go first. Yin and Lai did not refuse this time. After all, they had been encouraged by Wu Ye and had already gotten up the courage. The two of them and Wu Ye came to the crowd. All the people in the tribe came. It was the first time they saw the witch fighting against the warriors. Wu stood still, took a step back, and raised his hand. Come on, use all your strength, otherwise you won't be able to get the wild beast crystal. Yin and Lai looked at each other and immediately rushed towards Wu Ye together. When Wu Ye saw their actions, he immediately shook his head. They still only relied on brute force. It seemed that there was still a lot to teach them. Yin rushed to Wu Ye first and punched him without hesitation. Although he was only a warrior without tattoos, his strength was much greater than Wu Ye's. Wu Ye naturally would not be stupid enough to compete to see who had the harder fist. He seized the opportunity, grabbed Yin's wrist, and then pulled. Yin immediately lost his balance, and his body tilted by Wu Ye. Then, Wu Ye followed up with a knee, hitting Yin's waist, and the whole person flew out. Lai immediately followed up with a punch, but Wu Ye dodged it casually. Lai wanted to follow up with a punch, but was knocked down by Wu Ye's kick, and Wu Ye then kicked him and sent him rolling backwards. After just a few encounters, two people who were ranked relatively high among the warriors without patterns were defeated by Wu Ye. This result silenced everyone in the audience. They really couldn't imagine that Wu would have such powerful fighting ability. No wonder the witch has been going out with the totem warriors. The people in the tribe were shocked by Wu Ye's fighting ability, but Wu Ye was very angry. What were these people training for? Each one of them had an unstable center of gravity, and when they fought, they relied entirely on brute force, with no regard for technique at all. I thought it would be a waste of time, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. Wu Ye shouted angrily at Yin and the others. What are you fighting for? I told you to do horse stance, but what were you doing while you were practicing? Did I teach you the 100 battles fist for nothing? This is for fighting, not just for fun. If Wu Ye hadn't come to fight Yin and the others today, he would never have imagined that they would have so many problems. After practicing horse stance for so long, their stance was still so unstable during the fight, easily knocking them down. Clearly, they were lazy during practice. If they had practiced seriously, they wouldn't have lost so easily in a fight with me. Wu Ye was furious. From today on, you must practice horse stance morning, noon, and night. Anyone who dares to slack off again will be expelled from the tribe. Being expelled from the tribe was the greatest and most severe punishment in this wild world. Without the tribe's protection, a person would not be able to hunt outside and would be attacked by ferocious beasts that could appear at any time and could lose their life at any time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped. Chapter 67, Contract Pangolin. After venting his anger, Wu Ye called Yin to the side of the pangolin. Wu, what's the matter? Yin, who was originally full of confidence and thought he was very powerful, was knocked down by Wu Ye in one encounter, which was indeed a big blow to him. Wu Ye looked at Yin and said, Why? Are you embarrassed because you can't beat me? Yin shook his head. No. Then what does that expression of yours mean? It's as if Yin is dead. Wu Ye said. Yin exhaled and said dejectedly, Witches are powerful, but they are not warriors after all. I can't even beat a witch who is not a warrior, so I feel very disappointed. Wu Ye snorted softly. It's good that you know how embarrassing it is. I worked so hard to teach you, but you all slacked off. If I hadn't had this sudden idea to test it today, I wouldn't have known you were so bad. Yin said nothing. He knew he was embarrassed enough. Generally speaking, after a scolding, praise should be given to prevent the scolded person from becoming depressed and to make them more positive. But Wu Ye was too lazy to do these things. Whoever wanted to be depressed could be depressed. With so many people in the tribe, it was not a problem to support a few useless people. Wu Ye said, I'll give you a task. Yin then raised his head and looked at Wu Ye without saying anything. Wu Ye turned around and called Yin and the others over, and also called Tyrannosaurus Rex over. Let the pangolin go. Fei, let the Tyrannosaurus Rex pay attention and don't let the pangolin run away. Wu Ye said. Fei nodded. Okay, Wu. T-Rex got it. Well, Yin, start untying this pangolin. Yin responded, picked up the bone knife, walked to the pangolin, and started cutting the tough vines. The pangolin was watching Yin cutting those tough vines, but his face changed, and he started thinking about how to escape. But suddenly felt a sense of pressure that made it very uncomfortable. It turned its head and found that it was a Tyrannosaurus Rex that was staring at it from a distance of less than 1 meter. Obviously, it would be difficult to escape. However, this pangolin was very smart. After the vine was untied, it did not run away, but curled up into a ball. The outside of this sphere is covered with phosphorus armor, and even a Tyrannosaurus Rex would find it difficult to open it. But dealing with pangolins is not difficult. We had seen videos before of how wolves dealt with pangolins curled up into balls. Wolves will use their claws to drill into the pangolin's body through the gaps in its armor, and the pangolin will open up in pain. We also directly ground out a thinner bone spur and pierced it into the pangolin's body. Sure enough, the pangolin couldn't hold on for long. After Yin kept poking at it, it opened up again immediately. After opening it, it still wanted to escape, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex that had been watching from the side stepped forward and stepped on it. Seeing that the pangolin could not break free, Wuya immediately asked Yin to take his own heart blood, and then asked Yin to take some of the pangolin's blood. However, Wuya did not use the contract spell immediately, but let the Tyrannosaurus Rex torture the pangolin there. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex learned from Faye what Wuya asked him to do, he seemed very happy and even called out to Wuya twice. In the past, it was the only one being tortured, but now it finally gets to torture other ferocious beasts. How could it not be happy? In addition to the Tyrannosaurus Rex torturing the pangolin, Yin also joined in. So, apart from the pangolin's painful howls, the only sounds at the scene were the triumphant voices of Tyrannosaurus Rex and Yin. The pangolin was tortured for over an hour, and although it didn't suffer any serious injuries, it was deeply traumatized. It even became mentally ill. Upon seeing this, Wuya immediately began chanting spells and performing the contract technique. As the golden blood sank into the pangolin's forehead, Wuya turned to look at Faye and said, "Faye, have the Tyrannosaurus Rex release all its pressure towards the pangolin." Faye nodded. Just a few seconds later, Wuya felt a terrifying pressure just by standing nearby and had to step back. But the pangolin, as a wild beast, is in a difficult situation. It has no way to avoid it and can only endure the pressure that makes it lie on the ground. Therefore, when the blood entered its brain, it did not resist much, and the contract was successful. Seeing that the contract was successful, Wuya immediately ordered the Tyrannosaurus Rex to be taken away. After receiving the order, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's face, which had been wearing a perverted smile, suddenly collapsed. After barking at the pangolin twice, it reluctantly took its claws away. It is not stupid either. It already knows that this pangolin has an owner, just like itself. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex left, Wuya looked at Yin and said, "It's your battle pet now. Use your mind to command it to do some actions and see." Yin seemed very happy, and the gloom of losing to Wuya was swept away. Then he shouted to the pangolin, "Stand up." The pangolin stood up immediately, his eyes no longer as cold as before. "Sit down," Yin continued to shout excitedly. The tribe didn't have its own war pet before, but now he is one, so he must be happy. Wuya said speechlessly, "You don't have to shout it out loud, just shout it in your heart." Yin nodded, then looked at the pangolin. This time, Yin didn't say anything, but the pangolin shrank back into a ball. Wuya looked at the pangolin that was seriously injured, and immediately asked Yin to get some howling moon wolf meat to feed the pangolin. Wuya used lotus seeds when experimenting with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, because he was afraid of the consequences. Furthermore, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was a wild beast and extremely valuable. As for pangolins, Wuya is reluctant to use lotus seeds. The pangolins need some time to recover, so Wuya let them stay aside for the time being. Then, Wuya walked towards the sand moth that was tied up like a dumpling. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw Wuya walking towards the 3 sand moths, he thought that Wuya was going to ask him to bully the sand moths again, so he immediately ran over and looked at Wuya with anticipation. "It seems like as long as you give the order, I will take action immediately." My goodness, has this thing become a spirit? Wuya looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex with an expectant look on his face and couldn't help but think. Unfortunately, he had no intention of handing these sand moths over to the Tyrannosaurus Rex for abuse. The only function of sand moths is their spores, which are not suitable for signing contracts. Let them produce spores specifically, store them, and use them directly when needed. This is much more convenient than signing a contract with them. After such a long time, the sand moths were already covered in spores again. Seeing the witch fong approaching, they immediately shook their bodies, shaking off the spores again. Although not all of them fell off, it was still a waste. This is a bit of a headache. If I keep doing this, it will be difficult to collect these spores. We thought for a long time before he came up with a good idea. He immediately called me Yi and said, "Yi, polish out 3 large stone vats, the kind with some holes in them." Chapter 68 Weapons. The stone vat that Wuya asked Yi to polish was 3 meters wide, enough for sand moth to move around inside. When the sand moths produce a large number of spores, just scare them and they will shake off the spores. Then you just need to collect the spores under the stone jar. Looking at the 3 large stone vats in front of him, Wuya couldn't help but praise his own intelligence. After dealing with the sand moth, Wuya came to the pangolin. Since the injuries were only superficial, the pangolin has almost recovered after a few hours of rest. I have to say that the creatures in this world recover very quickly after being injured. After the pangolin recovers, it is natural to start working. Wuya brought Yin and Pangolin to the tribe's cave and pointed at the wall next to them. He said, "Have Pangolin dig on this wall until he digs away the entire wall." Yin asked, "How much do we need to dig?" Wuya thought for a moment and said, "Dig until I tell you to stop." Yin nodded and immediately asked Pangolin to start working. It's no wonder that the pangolin lives up to its name of digging up soil. It digs up soil very quickly, and in no time at all, it has dug out a large pile of soil. Seeing the soil, Wuya immediately ran outside and asked Yi to get out many baskets again. Pangolins dig the soil, and they are responsible for moving the soil out. Many times, Wuya couldn't help but sigh. In a world with extraordinary powers, work is done very quickly. The pangolin's speed is almost as fast as a large excavator. And Yun and his crew's speed in transporting soil is comparable to that of a truck. At this speed, the caves where the tribe lived were visibly growing larger. By nightfall, the cave had expanded to about 3 times its original size. This way, if the people from the Firebird tribe move in, it will be enough for them to live in. We still didn't let them stop, but continued digging. We kept digging until midnight before letting everyone rest. After a day of digging, everyone was exhausted. Even the pangolin was panting. But the harvest was also considerable. The cave is now 5 times its original size. Even with the arrival of the Firebird tribe, there is enough space for everyone to live together. Nothing happened that night. The next day, we went out to take a look and saw that there was a pile of earth outside that was nearly 100 meters wide and several dozen meters high. It is clear how much soil they dug out. The next step is to start preparing to pick up the Firebird tribe. The Firebird tribe has a large population, and if they migrate together, they might encounter some powerful beasts, so Wuya still dare not be careless. Wuya called Yun and the others over and went to collect spores from the sand moths together. What Wuya couldn't help but admire about these sand moths was that no matter how hard you try to manipulate their spores, it was as if they didn't require any physical energy and would be produced again after a while. When Lin and his friends arrived at noon, Wuya and his friends had already collected at least 40 or 50 spore clusters wrapped in leaves, each as big as a fist. With so many spores, Wuya would not be afraid, even if he encountered a ferocious beast of the same level as the black and white bear. No matter how powerful the beast is and how strong its immunity is, as long as the dosage is sufficient, even Paleo Wuya dares to knock it down. Of course, Wuya of Paleo's level was just joking. He didn't want to face a ferocious beast of that level in his lifetime. When Lin and the others met Wuya, this time they did not call Wuya Zhuke Wu, but directly called Wuya Wu. "Wu, we are ready." Lin said, Wu asked us to inform you." Obviously, Lin didn't know how to call Wuya the Queen of Witches, so he didn't know how to call the Fiery Bird Witch. Wuya nodded and said, "Rest for a while. After we have dealt with the tribe's affairs, we will go with you. If we go now, the Firebird tribe won't have time to migrate here today. It's better to prepare more spores and go when the time is right." Of course, Wuya stayed here not just to collect spores. He asked Yi to get wild beast bones for Lin and the others to sharpen their weapons. Lin and his friends are now using weapons made of wild beast bones. They will be his own people in the future, so we will naturally not treat them unfairly. After several actual combats, Wuya felt that the flying axe and his own spear and wizard staff were the most practical. So he decided to go all out and asked Yi to grind all his axes into the same shape as Faye's. After all, an axe is easy to sharpen, but sharpening a spear or a wizard's staff is a waste of time. After getting their own weapons, Lin and his friends were very happy. This was the first time they had their own wild beast bone weapons. The happiest thing was the injury. The last time he used the flying axe to attack the phantom lizard, he directly and severely injured it. He immediately fell in love with the giant axe. After returning to the tribe, he asked the tribe's weapon sharpener to make him a giant axe. Unfortunately, their tribe only had wild beast bones, and the giant axes they polished out were not heavy enough and were light and fluttery, making them very uncomfortable to use. After polishing the weapons here, Yin also collected more than 10 clusters of spores. After Wuya instructed Yin to protect the tribe, he and Lin jumped onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's back was very wide, and it was no problem for 20 or 30 people to sit on it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and ran towards the Firebird tribe. When passing by the Salt Mountain, Wuya took a look at the condition of the cliff. There were originally 5 exotic flowers there, but now there are only 4. Obviously, one of the flowers had been picked, because Wuya could still see the flower stem. It seems that after the Firebird tribe is relocated, we must come and remove these exotic flowers. Wuya looked at the flower stems left there and couldn't help but feel a pain in his flesh. When he saw this strange flower, he considered it his own in his heart. Wuya checked the situation of the strange beasts again. The giant armored rhinoceros was still there, but no one knew where the powerful ape had run off to. However, the number of wild beasts here did not decrease, because 2 new wild beasts arrived. One of them, named Thorn, has a body covered with thorny scales. Its head is square, and its limbs are not very long. Its body looks like a crocodile that has been forcibly shortened. It is quite large, about 4 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters long. The other one was also a monkey called the white-maned ape. Its fur was black except for a patch of white hair on its neck, like a red scarf. Standing up, it was about 4 meters tall, and it was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Normally, when carnivorous beasts encounter herbivorous beasts, they chase and kill them. But here, it's a little different. Carnivores and herbivores get along very well. Even when the Tyrannosaurus Rex dragged Wuya and the others here, these ferocious beasts just looked up and did not do anything out of the ordinary. Obviously, there are special rules here. Chapter 69, What to Do. However, humans and beasts were different. It was as if they had an innate hatred for each other. Whether it was a carnivorous beast or an herbivorous beast, when they encountered a human, they would attack without any reason. When the people from the Firebird tribe come, they will have to take a detour. After Wuya and his companions observed there for a while, they set off for the Firebird tribe without stopping. Because of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, they didn't encounter any ferocious beasts on the road. At sunset, Wuya and his companions arrived safely at the Firebird tribe. Perhaps because they had never seen a Tyrannosaurus Rex, the people of the Firebird tribe were very scared when they saw it, but they couldn't help but be curious and watched it secretly from distance. The Firebird wizard had never seen the Tyrannosaurus Rex in person. After coming out of the cave, its eyes were always fixed on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wuya waited for him to look at it for a long time before speaking. Don't look at it yet. You'll have plenty of time to look at it when you get to the tribe. The blazing bird which came back to his senses this time. Which, you are here. Wuya nodded. Do you have a name? The blazing bird which shook her head. No. In this world, before becoming a witch, they had a name, but after becoming a witch, their name became Witch. Wuya thought for a moment and said, since you don't have a name, then your name will be Wu from now on. The blazing bird which asked doubtfully, but isn't the witch you? Wuya smiled and said, Wu is your first name, and you also have a last name. To help everyone in the Suzaku tribe feel a sense of identity, from now on, everyone in the Blazing Bird tribe will add the character Yin before their current names. From now on, your name will be Yin Wu. Then Wuya pointed at Qi and said, and your name will be Yin Qi. Then he looked at Lin and the others. Lin is Yin Lin, and Shang is Yin Shang. Yin Wu nodded and said, Wu, your wisdom truly surpasses mine. With you as the witch, we will surely be able to return to our ancestral land. At this time, Fei whispered to Wuya, Wu, what about us? Wuya smiled and said, from now on, people from the Suzaku tribe will naturally add a Zhu before their current names. Your name is Zhu Fei. Yun's name is Zhu Yun. Giving surnames to the people of the 2 tribes was not Wuya's intention to do anything special. Instead, people from the 2 tribes take different surnames, so that people with different surnames can get married in the future, which can avoid inbreeding to a large extent. The original names of the remaining 4 orange-striped warriors of the Firebird tribe were Shang, Shui, Tu, and Yu. The rest were white-striped warriors. They were not in Yin Wu's cave, and Wuya couldn't recognize them. Of course, Wuya still asked about the specific situation of the Firebird tribe. We got an accurate data. There were more than 100 old, weak, sick, and disabled people, and the rest were able to walk to the Suzaku tribe by themselves. The elderly, weak, sick, and disabled here are mainly weak, that is, very young children, not even over the age of 6. There are also pregnant women with big bellies. As for the rest of the old, sick, and disabled people, as well as those in the Firebird tribe, they basically could not survive the cold winter. In this way, Wuya Dao felt a little more relieved. A child is not very heavy, so any person can carry a mer. For a slightly older child, you can use a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The physical constitution of ordinary people in this world is much better than those in the place where Wuya lived in his previous life. The distance of 80 or 90 kilometers from the Firebird tribe to the Vermilion Bird tribe is enough to walk there. Although it was already dark, Wuya still asked Yun and the others to cut some strong vines and weave them into baskets, just like they did when they transported the corpses of the howling moonwolves. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Wuya checked the weather and immediately decided to move. He still has a lot of things to do and can't waste time for no reason. But before setting off, Wuya approached Yin Wu and said, "You are already a fortune teller, right? Can you use some divination to see if anything will happen during our trip?" However, Yin Wu hesitated. After Wu Ya's repeated questioning, he finally replied, "Wu, you can only use divination once within 30 days. I used it 2 days ago, so I can't use it now. Wu Ya, what have you calculated with it?" Yin Wu hesitated for a moment before saying, "In the east of the savage continent, a vermilion bird will soar." After hearing this, Wu Ya's mouth corners slightly raised. He then understood why this kid joined the Suzaka tribe so easily. It turned out to be this reason. But he was still very happy. At least according to Yin Wu's divination, he would be able to lead the Suzaka tribe smoothly in the future. Wu Ya smiled and said, "Okay, I will definitely lead everyone back to our ancestral land." Yin Wu nodded. If he had not used divination that night, and came to such a conclusion, it would probably take him a long time to choose to join the Suzaka tribe. At least, not so soon. Wu Ya asked the pregnant women to bring the children into the baskets, and then divided the totem warriors into 10 teams. The other teams were composed of orange-striped warriors from the Firebird tribe and white-striped warriors, who guarded all the ordinary peripheries. The remaining team consists of the 5 of Yun. The 5 of them did not disperse, but stayed to protect Wu Ya and Yin Wu. After making these arrangements, Wu Ya immediately arranged for everyone to set off. Wu Ya, Yin Wu, and he stood on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, while Yun and the others walked below. The Firebird tribe had very little luggage, and they didn't have anything to take away, so Wu Ya asked them to prepare more weapons. Yin Wu sat on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, touching here and looking there curiously. As a witch, this was his first time stepping out of the tribe. After getting tired of looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Yin Wu looked at Wu Ya and Yi's bows and arrows curiously and asked, "Wu, what are those things you are carrying? Are they weapons too?" Wu Ya nodded, put down his spear and staff, then took out his bow and arrows and put them on the string. After looking around, he pointed at a fruit on a huge branch more than 100 meters away and said, "Look at that." After Yin Wu looked at the fruit, Wu Ya loosened his hand and the arrow flew over with a whoosh. Poof! It hit the fruit right there. Yin Wu was stunned, and Lin, who was guarding ordinary people over there, was also stunned. He only heard the noise and looked over there, but suddenly saw the small branches that Yi and others were carrying flying towards him. And the fruit was very hard, but it was still pierced through. Yin Wu looked at it for a long time before swallowing his saliva. "Wu, what kind of weapon is this?" Wu Ya laughed and said, "This is called a bow and arrow." Yin Wu frowned and thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out how to make this thing from the inheritance. Then he asked, "Can you teach us how to do this?" Wu Ya nodded, then shook his head. "Yin Shi, Yin Lin, and the others can do it, but you can't." "Why?" Yin Wu couldn't understand. At least he was a wizard before, so this couldn't be kept secret from him. Wu Ya laughed and said, "Hey, you are a witch. A witch should do what only witches can do." Chapter 70, Another Sharpshooter? Yin Wu asked doubtfully, "What's that?" Wu Ya smiled and said, "You don't have to rush to find out. You will know when we return to the tribe." The task that Yin Wu had to do was to study the inheritance stone that recorded the barbarian patterns. After Wu Ya saw the barbarian pattern, he had an idea of its purpose in his mind, but he only knew its purpose, to carve out barbarian patterns or something like that. He still needed a professional to do it. But only Wu can check the inheritance stone, which is one of the reasons why Wu Ya must bring the Firebird tribe here. Seeing that Wu Ya didn't say anything, Yin Wu didn't ask any more questions and turned his attention to the bow and arrow. "Wu, can I use this weapon?" Wu Ya handed the bow and arrow to Yin Wu and told him how to shoot arrows. After understanding this, Yin Wu couldn't help but sigh. Such a simple weapon can exert such destructive power. Wu Ya smiled slightly. "You try it." Yin Wu nodded, then put the arrow on the noose and turned to aim at the fruit that Wu Ya had just shot. Wu Ya was speechless. They had already walked a long way and were at least 150 meters away from the fruit. How could they hit it? However, something happened that made Wuya even more speechless. I saw Yanwu easily pull the bowstring, then aim at the fruit, let go, and the arrow whizzed towards the fruit. With a click, although it did not hit the place that Wuya had just shot, it still hit the fruit. Wuya had modified that bow, so with his strength, he could pull it to its full length, but it was still very difficult. However, Yanwu pulled it apart easily, and it was obvious that his strength was much greater than Wuya's. The next step was to shoot the fruit. At such a long distance, even Wuya had to aim carefully, but Yanwu shot the arrow as if it were a game, shooting it casually. The key is he hit the target. Another sharpshooter? Wuya looked at Yanwu and said, "You didn't really aim when you shot the arrow, so how did you hit it?" "Oh, this is what Wu was talking about. I aimed at it with my spiritual sense. As a sacrificial witch, Wu may not be able to see that position, but I can still see it with my spiritual sense." Yanwu replied. Wuya then realized that he was now a priest, and his spiritual sense was not strong, basically less than 100 meters. So when he was shooting arrows, he never thought of using his spiritual sense to aim. Wuya asked, "Which location can your spiritual sense detect?" Yanwu pointed to a huge rock in the distance and said, "That's right there." Wuya estimated that the distance was about 1 kilometer, which was 10 times his own. It seems that like witches and totem warriors, their strength increases exponentially with each level up. Nothing interesting happened after that. Wuya and his companions had the protection of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's aura, so they did not encounter any danger on the way. Sometime after noon, Wuya and his companions finally arrived near the Salt Mountain. After arriving here, Wuya became cautious. There are many kinds of ferocious beasts here. If you're not careful, they will attack you. But no matter how careful you are, danger cannot be avoided. Look, the Chi team who were leading the way were blocked by a powerful monkey beast. When Chi and the others saw this, they immediately ran back and told Wuya. After listening to Chi's description, Wuya could probably guess why they encountered this powerful monkey even though they had taken a detour. This powerful ape should be the one near the Salt Mountain, but because of its lack of strength, it was driven out by the white-haired ape. But because it was unwilling to accept the defeat and was reluctant to give up the strange flower, it could only hang around here. Because Chi and the others saw that the powerful ape had injuries on his body. Wuya now has two choices. One is to take another detour, but if he takes another detour, he will not be able to return to the tribe before dark. With so many of them, the danger level at night skyrockets several levels. The second option is to fight with the powerful monkey. Although it is a bit dangerous, this is the best way. Wuya asked the white-striped warriors to stay behind to protect ordinary people, and the remaining orange-striped warriors gathered on his side. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex is a wild beast, it has to carry the children and pregnant women and cannot participate in the battle. Therefore, the only ones participating in the battle were these orange-striped warriors and the two wizards, Wuya. Originally, Chi did not agree to let Wuya and the others participate in the battle. But after hearing that Wuya had gone with Yun and the others to fight against wild beasts several times, he had to agree. Yun and his friends were not afraid of the powerful ape. After all, they had fought with the wild beast several times. Every time, it was the witch who came up with the strategy to deal with the wild beast, and this time would definitely be no exception. The solution Wuya thought of this time was naturally to use the net. The vines in this world are very tough, and the nets made from them cannot be torn apart by wild beasts without biting them. This is a very effective way to deal with wild beasts. Of course, it would be impossible for the beast to bite through the net. After all, there are so many orange-striped warriors there. As long as they're not blind, they will not let the beasts bite through the net. With so many people, it won't take long to build a network. After about 10 minutes, a strong vine net about 20 meters wide was made. Afterwards, a group of 14 orange-striped warriors and 2 witches walked towards the location of the powerful monkey with a net. The powerful ape was originally basking in the sun, but suddenly he sensed a murderous aura. He quickly raised his head and looked at the ground to one side. I saw more than 10 people, including Wuya, looking at it with smiles on their faces. Wuya and the others were really not afraid. Not to mention the thing in the net. Even if the 14 orange-striped warriors, including Yun, went together to deal with this powerful ape, they could defeat it. Seeing Wuya and the others, the powerful ape couldn't help but get angry. Although it lost the battle for territory, it was also a loss to other wild beasts. What does it mean these hairless monkeys are right now? Just these few wild beasts, and two ferocious beasts that are not even as fierce as wild beasts. Want to challenge me? So the powerful monkey roared, jumped off the branch without saying a word, and ran straight towards Wu Ya and the others. Good fellow, such a bad temper. Wu Ya looked at the powerful ape charging towards him and immediately shouted, "Proceed as planned." After hearing Wu Ya's words, Yi and Lin hugged Wu Ya and Yen Wu and jumped towards a giant tree nearby. After a few jumps, they reached a height of 50 meters. Yi Yu, Shang, Tu, and the other four climbed up another tree. The rest of the people were holding their weapons and ready for battle. The powerful monkey was very satisfied to see that the group of monkeys immediately fled in all directions after seeing his momentum. But there were still so many people who were not afraid of him. The powerful ape couldn't help but get angry again. He roared on the spot and rushed forward again. Chapter 71, Too Ugly. Wu Ya looked at the violent and powerful monkey on the tree and couldn't help shaking his head. This powerful monkey seemed to have no brains. But it does look a bit like the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wu Ya shouted down, "I want to live." When they heard that Wu Ya wanted to be killed alive, Yin and the others did not feel that there was anything wrong, and even Qi and Lin did not find it strange. After all, the living example of Tyrannosaurus Rex is right before their eyes, and they are eager to capture more ferocious beasts to serve as war beasts for the tribe. However, the powerful monkey was really fierce. With just one encounter, he knocked Fei, who was swinging the axe with all his strength, away. The bird immediately responded and chopped at the powerful monkey with an axe, but the powerful monkey dodged it and punched him on the back. After seeing this, Wu Ya couldn't help but think of a question. Is there something on the bird's back that causes it to always be hit by ferocious beasts? Fortunately, he only suffered some internal injuries this time and stood up immediately after rolling a few times. Wu Ya shouted from the tree, "Lure it to the bottom of Yi and the others." Yin and the others then remembered that their mission was not to fight to the death with this powerful ape, but to lure it under Yi and the others. So they fought and retreated, luring the powerful monkey to their lower body. Seeing that it was almost time, Wu Ya immediately asked Yi and the others to jump down. However, Yi and his companions were at too high a position, and the powerful ape discovered them when they fell. Seeing something falling down and covering him, the powerful monkey was frightened and quickly ran to the side. If the powerful monkey runs out of that range, it will be difficult to hit it again. At that time, Yun and the others will have no choice but to fight to the death with the powerful ape, which will be bad for both sides. Wu Ya immediately turned to look at Yi. "Shoot its legs." He nodded and immediately drew his bowstring. Yen Wu, who was also holding a bow and arrow, also hurriedly drew his bow and arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, two arrows were shot out at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the arrow hit the powerful monkey's thigh. Unfortunately, its skin was thick and Yi's arrow only penetrated the tip of the arrow, and this injury did not affect the powerful monkey. Not to mention the Yen Wu's arrows, they didn't hurt the powerful ape at all. Looking at the situation, Yin could only take out something wrapped in leaves the size of a fist. He was going to use the spores. Although spores are a powerful weapon against the enemy, the disadvantage is that they cannot produce an instant effect. For a ferocious beast like the powerful ape, once it is hit by the spores, it is unknown how crazy it will go before it is paralyzed and knocked down. Wu Ya's order is that spores cannot be used unless absolutely necessary. But in the current situation, we have no choice but to use it. Suddenly, just as Yin was about to use spores to hit the powerful monkey in the face, he heard a scream. Yin went over in panic and saw Shang shouting and rushing towards the powerful monkey with a huge axe. Wu Ya looked at the situation, and while admiring the man's courage, he couldn't help but secretly call him a fool. No matter what kind of life it is, when it encounters difficulties, the feeling of despair will give it great strength. At a time like this, to force the powerful ape, that's... When Wu Ya thought of this, he suddenly stopped. The powerful ape was about to run out of the range of the net in frustration, but suddenly he yelled and rushed towards it. The powerful ape was already very angry and wanted to escape, so he punched upwards in anger. However, Shang was very smart. He did not resist the punch head-on, but used a sliding tackle at a perfect angle and chopped the powerful monkey's leg with an axe. After all, the axe was made of wild beast bones and had its weight. When it hit the powerful monkey's leg, the damage was much greater than the arrow shot by Yi. The powerful monkey's leg was instantly cut open. Feeling the pain, the powerful monkey staggered and fell down. At the same time, Yi and his team's big net also covered them. Seeing this situation, Yun and his fellow soldiers immediately rushed forward and suppressed the net together. Even though this powerful ape is a wild beast, it cannot make any trouble if suppressed by so many orange-striped warriors. After suppressing the powerful monkey, Yun and the others rolled the monkey a few times and then tied it up with the net. Only then did Wuya and Yinwu come to the powerful monkey under the protection of Yi and Lin. Looking at the powerful ape's eyes that were red due to congestion, Wuya snorted softly. The Tyrannosaurus Rex and the pangolin had the same look in their eyes. Then Wuya looked at Shang and said, "You are very good. This powerful ape is yours." Yun, Qi, and the others looked at Shang with envy, but their envy was for different reasons. The people of the Suzuka tribe will soon have their own war beasts because of injuries, but the old people in the Suzuka tribe don't have any yet. Qi and the others were envious because the wild beasts were full of treasures, especially the probability of them producing beast crystals was very high. After hearing this, Shang was delighted and said, "Thank you, Wu." After saying that, he raised the giant axe and was ready to attack the powerful monkey. Wuya saw this and shouted anxiously, "What are you doing?" Shang looked puzzled. "Wu, I want to dig beast crystals. This is how they usually went out hunting." Wuya sighed speechlessly. "Don't you want to be like Fei and have a wild beast as your own war beast?" After hearing Wuya's words, Shang looked at the powerful ape and said with embarrassment, "But it's very ugly, not as domineering as the Tyrannosaurus Rex." Wuya. He took a look at the powerful ape's black face, which was indeed ugly and vulgar. The powerful ape seemed to feel that it was being rejected and looked at the injured one angrily, thinking that it was the one who had hurt it and made it like this. Seeing that Shang dared to reject Wu, Lin couldn't help but look unhappy. "Just accept what Wu gave you. So many people in the tribe want war beasts, and you dare to reject them." He had been the leader of the group ever since he became a totem warrior. Whether it was hunting or training, he was the one who guided them, so he was naturally qualified to say this. The wound nodded awkwardly. "Wu, I want this war beast." Wu was speechless. "Since you are in such a difficult situation, just give it to someone else. But after all, I have already said that I will hurt myself, so naturally I cannot do it for others. Okay, let's carry it back. Once we get to the tribe, I'll let you guys deal with the contract." Wu said. When Shang heard Wu Ya's words, he was speechless. He had originally thought that he would do it now. The group carried the powerful monkey back to the crowd. When the people of the tribe saw that another wild beast had been caught, they couldn't help but marvel at the witch's wisdom. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw the powerful monkey tied up like a dumpling, he seemed very happy and immediately ran over to the powerful monkey, sniffing here and there. That smug look made even Wu want to beat it up. Chapter 72 Mission. After the incident with the powerful monkey, they did not encounter any ferocious beasts on the way to the tribe. After all, they have the aura of 2 wild beasts, 14 orange-striped warriors, and dozens of white-striped warriors. Even wild beasts would not dare to attack such a lineup. When the sun set, Wu Ya and his companions finally arrived at the location of the Suzuka tribe. Looking at the huge mound next to the tribe, Yin Wu asked doubtfully, "Wu, did the leader lead people to dig here?" Wu Ya didn't react for a moment. "No, it was dug out by a few of us and the pangolin." "What about the leader? Why is the leader not around every time Wu goes out?" asked Yin Wu. Wu was just about to say that the leader had always been there, wasn't that Yin? Then he suddenly remembered that the leader Yin Wu was talking about wasn't Yun, but the dead yellow-striped warrior leader. In the past, he needed the momentum of the yellow-striped warrior leader to scare the Firebird tribe, but now they have surrendered, and he has the Tyrannosaurus Rex on his side, so Wu no longer needs to lie. "The leader went to heaven to find a strange flower that could cure my illness." Wu said, "To go to heaven means to be dead. In this world, it is said that after a person dies, his soul will fly to the sky and return to the embrace of the barbaric god, so it is called heaven." Yin Wu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Alas, that's really a pity. Our fate is the same. Fortunately, I met Wu, so our tribe didn't suffer any losses. He was talking about Wu Ya and the others whom he met when he asked Lin and the others to go find Iwa. Wu Ya nodded. "This is fate." Wu Ya then turned to Qi and said, "Qi, from now on you will be the deputy leader of the Suzuka tribe. You will help leader Yun manage the tribe." Qi suddenly realized that Yun was already the leader of the Suzuka tribe. "Yes, Wu. I will definitely help Yun." Guja Nadif. What the primitive people said was very credible and not as hypocritical as modern people. As long as they promise to do something, they will do it. This is also the reason why Wuya opened his arms to them when Yenwu and others decided to join the Suzaka tribe. It's not that Wuya is stupid, but there is no need to be scheming. In this world, they only fight ferocious beasts head-on and don't even have the intention to set a trap. So how could they engage in intrigue? After letting Yun and the others arrange for the members of the Firebird tribe to move into the cave, Wuya immediately brought Yen Wu to the cave within the cave. Then, Wuya picked up a piece of inheritance stone and threw it to Yen Wu. Didn't you ask me what I want you to do? Take a look at this, and you will know what I want you to do. After taking the inheritance stone, Yen Wu was surprised. The inheritance stone contains many things related to tribal secrets, such as witchcraft or medicine, so you can imagine how important it is. It was obvious that Wuya really regarded him as a member of the Suzaka tribe. Yen Wu was very happy and did not act pretentiously. He directly placed the inheritance stone on his forehead and began to read the information inside. After seeing the inheritance stone glow, Wuya was stunned. Only then did he realize that he had made such a big noise when he checked the inheritance stone before. It took almost an hour for Yen Wu to receive the above information. After taking down the inheritance stone, Yen Wu looked at Wuya with a puzzled look on his face. Wu, what is this? I've never heard of it before. Is it the inheritance of the Suzaku tribe? Wuya shook his head. You can see that although the phoenix looks like the Suzaku, it is different from the Suzaku. This is the inheritance stone of the phoenix tribe. Yen Wu exclaimed. Wuya nodded. Why? Do you know the name of the phoenix tribe? However, Yen Wu shook his head and said, I don't know. I haven't heard of it. Wuya felt like hitting someone. You haven't heard of it? Why are you so surprised? What is a ghost? A ghost is a soul after death. Wuya was speechless. No, it doesn't matter what a ghost is. Why are you so surprised? Yen Wu said, this phoenix tribe seems to be a very powerful tribe. How come you have their inheritance stone? He is already a fortune teller and has been exposed to more inherited content than Wuya. Although it mentioned the strength of the Suzaku tribe, it did not say that the Suzaka tribe was powerful enough to destroy a tribe of this level. Wuya did not hide it. We found it when we were digging for salt. They salt. Yen Wu asked again, with a puzzled look on his face. Wu, is salt dug out? I've heard that the Daohu tribe's salt is taken from a sea with lots of water. But won't salt disappear if it's placed in water? Wuya felt that the conversation had strayed off track and had to bring the topic back to the topic. I'll tell you how salt is made later. Let's first talk about the use of this barbarian pattern. Yen Wu nodded. Well, this barbarian mark has many uses. For example, the spirit-gathering barbarian mark can attract all the barbarian marks within a certain range. This way, we can practice much faster. No, Wuya interrupted Yen Wu. No, why don't I see this barbarian pattern? Yen Wu thought for a moment and said, well, that might be your strength. This was awkward. Wuya said, well, the soul-gathering pattern is quite useful. Besides this, have you made any other discoveries? Yen Wu nodded and said, there's also the firewall barbarian pattern. If we build a firewall barbarian pattern outside the tribe, we can resist a large number of ferocious beasts. We had seen the firewall pattern. He couldn't help but imagine what Yen Wu had said, a sea of fire outside the tribe. And then at night, a large number of phototactic beasts ran over. Wow, the tribe will be very lively then. After all, in this world of extraordinary power, not all ferocious beasts are afraid of fire. Take a Tyrannosaurus Rex, for example. Even if you let it jump around in a fire, it can still last for a long time. Of course, it is a good thing that Yen Wu has this kind of imagination space. Wuya said, then I'll leave these barbarian patterns to you to study from now on. Although he knew about the barbarian patterns, they were just like paintings. Seeing a painting is one thing, but for you to paint it, it takes a lot of time and research. Wuya has other things to do right now, and he doesn't have time to study painting, no, and he has no time to study how to carve barbarian patterns. Then, the only one in the tribe who can check the inheritance stone is the fire wizard who can take on this important task. Yen Wu hesitated. One of the reasons why he joined the Suzaku tribe was to relieve himself of the heavy responsibility of being a tribal witch and be able to run around like Wuya. Asking him to study this barbarian pattern now would mean trapping him in the tribe. Wuya saw Yen Wu hesitating, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Don't worry, I will do more detours in the future. Oh no, I will find more witches to do this. Then, your task will be easier. Chapter 73, Inheritance. Yen Wu looked at Wuya. Why do you feel like he heard the word Guai? But, Wu, I joined the Suzaku tribe because of the relationship between our two tribes. I'm afraid the witches from other tribes are not easy to deceive. Wuya looked at Yin Wu speechlessly. TSK, what are you talking about? What do you mean by lying? Yin Wu, let me tell you, we witches are the most dishonest. No, it's based on honesty. You should study it carefully. It's best to get the spirit gathering pattern first. Wuya said. Yin Wu nodded. All right, let's get this barbarian pattern out first, and our cultivation speed will increase faster. Wuya was very satisfied with Yin Wu's plan. Now, in addition to building the tribe, the only thing he wanted to do was to increase his cultivation speed. After all, when you become stronger, you could do more things. After arranging the flame witch here, Wuya immediately came out to take a look. Yin and Qi made good arrangements, allowing everyone from the Firebird tribe to live in the big cave. Looking at the dense crowd, Wuya couldn't help but frown again. So many people living together in a cave poses a big problem in terms of hygiene. It seems that the construction of the city needs to start soon. Wuya immediately called all the orange-striped warriors and fire wizards over. Looking at the 15 people in front of him, he said, "We are now a tribe. From now on, everyone should be named Suzuka Tribe." Naturally, everyone had no objection to this. After all, they were all living in a cave. Wuya continued, "So, how do you feel when you see so many people living together outside?" No one spoke. Although Yin and the others had already held a meeting, they were still used to Wu talking, so they just listened. Yin Wu and the others were even worse. When Wuya was talking, they were only responsible for listening and had no intention of expressing their own opinions. How could Wuya bear this? The tribe hasn't even started yet, and he can take charge of all the plans. But as more things become more complicated in the future, we will need to come up with ideas together. Wuya said, "If anyone has anything to say, please speak up." However, no one said it. There was no other way, so Wuya could only call out the names again. Yin, as the leader, you should tell me what you think first. Yin finally spoke. It's just a little crowded. There are people everywhere I go. Wuya nodded and looked at Qi. Qi, as the deputy leader, it's your turn. Although Qi had seen many storms, this was his first time seeing such a scene. He spoke a little nervously. Well, there are too many people. If someone gets sick, it will be very serious. What he said was what the Firebird tribe had experienced. There was once a person in the Firebird tribe who fell ill, but no one paid attention to it at first. As a result, more and more people fell ill. By the end, half the people were sick. At that time, the Firebird tribe suffered the heaviest casualties, with hundreds of people dying. Wuya nodded and said, "Yes, Deputy Chief Qi is right. A large number of people living together in a cave can easily lead to infectious diseases due to hygiene issues." Well then, Wuya looked at E. As another deputy leader, what do you think is the solution? He thought for a moment and said, "Well, dig a few more caves and disperse the people." The solution he thought of was to dig out several caves and disperse everyone, just like the Firebird did when it refused to leave. Wuya was speechless. Was this the solution he wanted? I told you about the solution a long time ago. Didn't anyone remember it? Yi suddenly understood, and for the first time spoke without Wuya mentioning him. "Wu, are you talking about building a city?" Build a city? The people of the Firebird tribe were all confused. They had no idea what a city was, so they all looked at Wuya curiously. Wuya nodded. "Yes, build a city." After taking a quick look around, Wuya continued, "Although the cave is warm in the winter and cool in the summer, and it also offers protection for ferocious beasts, it also has obvious drawbacks. There's no ventilation, and the lighting is problematic." Speaking of ventilation, this is something that Wuya finds hard to tolerate. These primitive people never take a bath, so the smell inside the cave is as sour as it can be. Then there is the issue of lighting. Even in broad daylight, we have to rely on burning fire for lighting. The smoke produced by burning firewood is extremely irritating to the eyes. To sum up, Wuya believes that building a city is very necessary. Of course, in the process of human civilization, building cities is a major step in the progress of civilization. Wu, what is a city? How to build it? Yin Wu asked curiously. Wuya picked up another slate, drew the appearance of the city, and described it to them again. After understanding the benefits of the city, Yin Wu and the others nodded, looking forward to the benefits of building a city in their hearts. After Wuya finished talking to them, he looked at Yin and said, "Yin, are there large amounts of rocks on Bird Mountain? The kind that look like salt mines?" When building the city, Wuya originally planned to bake bricks, but he thought that would be a waste of time, so he had to settle for the second best and directly use stones to build the city wall. Yin said, "Wu, the two steeper sides of the bird are all rock." Wuya's eyes lit up. He already had a rough idea of what the city he wanted to build would look like. But since he had never been to the sky to see the specific situation of Bird Mountain, Wuya could only think of other ways. Okay, in that case, today's meeting ends here. I will go check on Toriyama's specific situation tomorrow and then make plans. Wuya said. After everyone else had left the cave, Yinwu looked at Wuya and said, Wu, how did you come up with this idea of city? There's no such thing in the inheritance. Wuya always comes up with things that he can't think of, and he can also say that the inheritance of the Suzuka tribe is better than that of the Firebird tribe. But as for the city, even if the Firebird tribe's heritage is not good enough, it would not fail to record such a big goal. We explained this by saying, what's the big deal? Heritage and all that stuff was created by our ancestors. How could they have thought of these things and heritage and recorded them down for us? Why can't we come up with something new ourselves, record it on the heritage stone, and leave it to future generations of witches? We looked at Yin Wu and said, you are too rigid. We must break away from our heritage to achieve breakthroughs and become stronger than our predecessors. Breaking out of the inheritance, Yin Wu was shocked and suddenly realized that he had been leading the tribe according to the knowledge of the inheritance stone. But the content of the inheritance stone was also thought up by the previous witch. We looked at Yin Wu's shocked expression and couldn't help but laugh. In fact, he also relied on inheritance to come up with these things. But his inheritance is different from that of other witches. Wuya's inheritance is his 21st century knowledge that has been accumulated over millions of years by mankind. Chapter 74 Investigation. Early the next morning, all the people of the Suzuka tribe got up at Yun's call. Even with the addition of the Blazing Bird tribe, Yun didn't stop the tribe from doing horse dance. He remembered Wuya's anger. That was the first time Wuya got angry. When Wuya saw the confused newcomers, he remembered that Yun and the others' arrangements were not in place. He immediately called Yun over and said, select those who meet the requirements of being a warrior without a pattern. Yun nodded and was about to leave when he turned back. Wu, do women still need to be assessed by them? Of course. Women are also members of our Suzuka tribe, so they naturally have the right to become totem warriors. Wuya said. The Yin next to him was about to come out to eat, but when he heard Wuya say this, he couldn't help but say, but Wu, in a few days they will go to other tribes. Isn't it a big disadvantage for us to train them? The women Yin Wu said would leave in a few days, referring to the daughters who had just reached adulthood and didn't have husbands. At the turn of spring and summer, they would marry off to other tribes. At that time, tribes that were close to each other would exchange women, which was equivalent to marrying them off. Its purpose is to prevent marriage between close relatives. Even in this primitive tribe, it is known that marriage between close relatives will result in children with congenital defects. Wuya smiled slightly. Then don't let them go out. Then they are not allowed to have men. Yin Wu was shocked. Even as a witch, he did not have the right to make people infertile. That was against the will of heaven and would be punished by heaven. Wuya shook his head. How is that possible? Let's not talk about that for now. He pointed at Yi and the others who were doing the horse dance and said, go, do the horse dance. Fire Wizard. I want to train with the totem warriors too. Wuya glanced at Yin Wu and said, nonsense. Even if it's me, I want it. You're such a big shot. Oh. Yin Wu ran to Ye's side happily and imitated Ye's horse dance. We also went over and squatted down. Although witch power is the root of witchcraft, a good body is also essential. Besides, the longer a witch's practice lasts, the better. Except for times when reaching a bottleneck and needing to retreat, the duration of practice should not exceed one night. After finishing the training and having breakfast, Wuya asked Yin and the others to take him to the top of the mountain. He wanted to go to the top of the mountain to see how big the scope of the city should be. However, just as Yin, Yu, Fei, and Shi were about to set off with Wuya, they were stopped by someone injured. Wu, a wild beast and a powerful monkey, said Shang. Wuya slapped his forehead and said he had forgotten something, and it turned out to be this. So he looked at Fei and said, Fei, teach me how to cultivate a relationship with a wild beast. You know what I'm talking about. Fei was somewhat reluctant. He had been called by Wuya to sharpen tools, while Lin and the others had gone hunting. He really didn't want to be left alone in the tribe. It was just an order from Wuya, so he had no choice but to obey. Tyrannosaurus Rex was very willing to do this, as it loved doing this the most. After parting with Fei and the others, Wuya and the others came to the top of the mountain. However, the top of the mountain is still covered with huge trees, and it is impossible to overlook the entire Bird Mountain. By the way, After the city wall was built, these giant trees also became a problem. We have felt a headache looking at these giant trees. The trees in this world were really too big. Even if they were cut down, their roots would have a great impact on the construction of houses. Let's take a look at the situation first. Wuya came to his senses and asked Yin and the others to climb to the top of the tree. In the past, I only had a rough look and couldn't see the whole picture. This time, Wuya can finally see the entire Bird Mountain. Bird Mountain is not a super high mountain. It is only about 1,000 meters high. After all, the slope from the top of the mountain to the foot is flat and not steep. Of course, the east and west sides are exceptions. The parts from the top of the mountain to the middle of the mountain are relatively flat, but when they reach the middle of the mountain, they suddenly become steep. In this way, we already has a rough idea about the planning of this city. That is the part directly halfway up the mountain, surrounded by stones to form a city wall. The entire mountainside to the top of the mountain is the territory of this city. This project was extremely large. We estimated that the length and width of the city were close to 10 kilometers. Although it is a bit large, once the city walls were built, the area inside became quite prosperous. At that time, we can do whatever he wants inside without having to worry about being attacked by ferocious beasts. Of course, with the totem warrior's abnormal physical strength, building such a large wall is not a difficult task. After having a plan in mind, Wuya asked Yin and the others to take him to a steeper place on the east side. After arriving at that location, Wuya discovered that there were actually not many giant trees in this area. Most of them were only a few. Looking at the rock exposed in the mountain, Wuya walked over and poked it with his spear and staff. My eyes lit up. The rock was light blue and a little white. Isn't this marble? Marble is very hard and is all connected, making it easy to cut. It is a very good rock for building city walls. Wuya took a look at the situation nearby, then turned to Yin and said, Yin, go call Yin and ask him to bring the pangolin. Yin was originally still discussing with Fei how to cultivate the relationship between Shun and the powerful ape. After hearing Yin say that it was the witch calling him, he immediately ran over with Yin riding on the pangolin. Whoa, what do you want from me? Yin asked respectfully immediately after arriving. Wuya pointed to the top of the steep slope and said, have the pangolins dig in from here to see if these rocks are only found at the bottom, or there are also rocks higher up the mountainside. Although the tribe had dug dozens of meters deep and still found no rocks, Wuya still hoped that there was some on the top of the mountain. In this way, the top of the mountain can be dug out to serve as a city wall. That means it saves time and effort, and you don't have to worry about how to cut off the top of the mountain. After Yin knew what Wuya meant, he immediately gave orders to Pangolin. The pangolin immediately started digging straight in. The result made Wuya very happy. When the pangolin dug about 30 or 40 meters, it dug out rocks. Wuya went in and poked it with his wizard staff and found that it was also marble. Hurry, go to the other side. Wuya shouted hurriedly after coming out. If the situation is the same on the other side, there will be no need to worry about the stone materials needed to build the city wall. Sure enough, the other side did not disappoint Wuya. After the pangolin dug to the same depth, it found marble. It seems that this bird mountain is actually a layer of soil covering the marble. With this discovery, Wu was very satisfied. He asked Yin to take Pangolin to dig several more places nearby. After finding all the marbles, he returned to the tribe. After arriving at the tribe, Wuya couldn't help but look at the big stone used to make the door and found that it was also marble. Chapter 75 Sketch. The entrance to the cave is smaller than the big rock, so it is obvious that the rock was not brought in from outside. Wuya looked around the tribal cave and found that the stone was dug out from the cave within the cave where he had been staying. He immediately ran into the cave and anxiously poked the cave wall with his spear and wizard staff to take a look. Wu, what's wrong? Yin Wu, who was studying how to carve barbarian patterns, couldn't help but ask when he saw Wu Ya's devilish smile. It's nothing. Wuya walked to Yin Wu and snatched the stone slab that Yin Wu used to carve the barbarian patterns, leaving Yin Wu confused. But Wuya didn't care about that. He picked up a piece of charcoal and drew Bird Mountain on the stone slab. Yin Wu originally wondered what Wuya was going to do, so he went to watch out of curiosity. When he saw Wuya drawing Bird Mountain, Yin Wu felt bored and picked up another stone slab, wanting to continue practicing carving barbarian patterns. After Wuya finished drawing the image of Toriyama, he stopped and observed it for a while. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. He snatched a new slate from the fire witch and drew a new picture with charcoal. Fire Wizard. He was speechless, but after seeing Wuya carving new words, he leaned over again to observe. This time, Wuya did not draw the full picture of Toriyama, but only drew the lower half of Toriyama. In the lower part, the steep slopes on both sides were eliminated and leveled, leaving only the north and south slopes, which were similar to a trapezoidal platform. Just when Yenwu was about to ask Wuya where the top of Burr Mountain was, Wuya started drawing again. He drew a city on top of the trapezoidal platform. At the center is a huge platform, which will be directly supported by stone buildings. Below Wuya are residential areas, industrial areas, planting areas, and breeding areas. This city is so big, but the population is not that large. Even if Wuya annexes some more tribes in the future, it will not be full. Furthermore, there were ferocious beasts everywhere outside, making it extremely dangerous. Wuya planned all the functions of the city to make it self-sufficient. Seeing Wuya draw something he had never seen before, Yenwu asked curiously, "Wu, is this the city you mentioned?" Wuya nodded. "Yes, this is what the city will look like after it is built." Yenwu looked at the city and couldn't help but be stunned. After the meeting yesterday, he had thought about what the city would look like. But due to the limitations of his knowledge, no matter how hard he thought, he could not imagine a city like this. After the surprise subsided, Yenwu pointed at the words written by Wuya and said, "Wu, what are these symbols?" In this world, writing has not yet been invented, so Yenwu can only use the Chinese characters written by Wuya as symbols. Hearing Yenwu's question, Wuya realized that after he came here, he had been training these primitive people in martial arts and had never mentioned the aspect of literature. We practice martial arts so that everyone can survive. Now that the tribe has so many totem warriors and wild beasts to help, the problem of food has almost been solved. It's about time we start addressing the issue of text. Wuya said, "This is text." Word. Wuya nodded and pointed at the words for the 4 districts he had written. These 3 words are residential areas, and these 3 words are breeding areas. Yenwu was puzzled. "Wu, what is breeding?" Wuya thought for a moment and said, "Raising animals means locking up ferocious beasts. We feed them, let them reproduce, and then when the young ones grow up, we kill them and eat them." Yenwu nodded, understanding the meaning of breeding. But he didn't understand the purpose of breeding. "But why don't we just kill and eat them?" Wuya said speechlessly. "How can we eat so much? The meat of the beasts can only be preserved for 10 days. If we can't finish eating the beasts, we can raise them." Yenwu thought of the number of ferocious beasts he hunted during each rainy season, and finally understood what Wuya meant. "I understand, Wu. How do you read the remaining 2 characters?" Wuya shook his head. "These are not 2 characters. These are 6 characters. This is a planting area, and this is an industrial area." Yenwu asked again, "Wu, what is planting and what is industry?" "Well, plant. Just plant edible plants. When they grow fruits, we don't have to run outside to pick the fruits." Wuya said. Yenwu nodded. "This world doesn't just eat meat. It also eats fruits and other things. This is easy to understand." "Then what is industry?" Yenwu asked again. Wuya didn't speak for a long time. Industry is a word that modern people always talk about, but it's really hard to explain it. Besides, how can we explain industry in a world without any industry at all? "Wu, what's wrong?" Seeing Wuya didn't speak for a long time, Yenwu asked. Wuya shook his head. "I'm Mufine. We can't explain the term industry to you for now. But once the industrial zone is built, you'll understand." Yenwu nodded. "Okay." Wuya had nothing to do, so he asked, "Do you want to learn Chinese?" "I don't want to." What Wuya didn't expect was that Yenwu would refuse so bluntly. Wuya asked in confusion, "Why?" "Learning these characters will be very helpful to you." Yenwu looked at Wuya and said, "Barbarian patterns are difficult to learn, Wu. I really don't have the extra energy to learn characters. Besides, how will learning characters help me?" "It will be helpful to you." Wuya was speechless for a moment. He really couldn't think of any help. Forget it, Wuya thought, and could only give up. The barbarian pattern that Yenwu learned was also very important, and Wuya couldn't let him do anything else. After leaving the cave, Wuya hung the city he had drawn next to the cave entrance. When Fei saw it, he ran over curiously. "Wu, what is this?" Wuya smiled and said, "This is the city we want to build. What do you think? It's magnificent, isn't it? This is the city we want to build. Well, it looks good." "Wu, what do you mean by grandeur?" Fei said. "Wuya, it's really tiring to talk to these primitive people. I have to explain every word to them." This made Wuya's desire to teach them characters increase a little. Yun and the others were originally training. When they saw Wuya and Yun talking to a stone slab, they ran over curiously to join the fun. When Yin and his friends heard that the drawing on the stone slab was the city they were going to build, they were very excited. They had heard Wu talk about the various benefits of building a city a long time ago, but due to their limited knowledge, their thinking was naturally limited. But Wu's sketch had greatly stimulated their imaginations. They all began to imagine what it would be like to live in the city. Yi rubbed his hands in anticipation. Wu, when will we start building the city? Chapter 76 Construction. Wu smiled slightly. Do you want to start? Think, everyone shouted. Okay, since everyone wants to start building the city, let's go cook. After eating, we will start construction. Wu said. He got up early in the morning and ran all over Bird Mountain until now, but he hasn't eaten anything yet. Only then did Yin remember that he had not given Wu anything to eat. He slapped his forehead and hurriedly arranged for someone to cook. After dinner, Wu led everyone to a location about 1 kilometer below the tribe and drew a 30-meter wide ditch on the ground with his wizard staff. Pointing there, he said, Okay, start digging from here and don't stop until you hit the rock. In order to prevent the ferocious beasts that roam the ground from directly drilling into the city through the soil, it is necessary to dig to the rock layer before starting to lay the foundation. This not only prevents ferocious beasts from the ground, but also makes the foundation more stable and prevents it from collapsing due to the heavy city walls above. Although there are ferocious beasts in this world that can dig through rocks, such as the pangolin, but the rock layer is too hard, even pangolins won't dig in it for no reason. In Wu's idea, a city wall thickness of 30 meters would be enough. Such a thick wall would not move even if a wild beast crashed into it. As for the fierce beasts above the wild beasts, Wu had no idea. After all, he had never seen their fighting power. I think it can withstand the attack of such a ferocious beast. After all, a 30-meter thick city wall is no joke. As for the more powerful beasts, Wu could only hope that no such beasts would attack Suzaka's city. In terms of height, Wu envisioned a height of 50 meters. Even a ferocious beast that is good at jumping cannot jump beyond this distance. With the help of the pangolin and the totem warrior's abnormal strength, the soil was dug very quickly. In less than half an hour, they dug a large pit that was about 10 meters wide and 30 meters deep. It was also at this time that they dug into the rock formation. In this way, Wu calculated the total volume of the city wall they wanted to build. There are a total of more than 96 million cubic meters, a terrifying number. When Wu calculated it all, he couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. They have a total of 15 orange-striped warriors, 53 white-striped warriors, and 113 unstriped warriors. However, these warriors cannot always participate in the construction of city walls because some of them need to go out hunting. Now that there are so many people in the Suzaku tribe, they need a lot of food and need to go hunting frequently. It would be great if there were more ferocious beasts as battle pets. Wu couldn't help but think as he looked at the pangolin working hard to dig in the pit. Thinking of this, Wu's eyes lit up. Now he's not the only witch in the tribe. He quickly shouted to the clouds below, "Dig according to the line I drew, and flatten the rocks below. I'm leaving for a while." Yin nodded. As the leader, he could arrange this matter. When I ran into the cave within the cave, I saw Wu still holding a stone slab, studying how to carve barbarian patterns. Seeing Wu rushing in, he subconsciously held the stone slab in his arms to prevent it from being robbed again. Wu naturally saw this little action, but he didn't come in to draw anything this time. Wu searched inside for a while, took out a black stone, and threw it to Wu. "Quick, look at the inheritance inside." Wu's eyes lit up when he saw that it was another inheritance stone. After taking it, he immediately read the inheritance inside. An hour later, Wu took off the inheritance stone with a slightly shocked expression on his face. "How is it?" Wu asked. Wu nodded. "This phone tribe is really powerful. It actually has so many witchcraft inheritances." That's right. What Wu asked him to see was not the inheritance of the Suzuka tribe, but that of the phone tribe. Wu said speechlessly, "I didn't ask you to look at this. You have seen all the witchcraft in it, right?" Wu nodded. "I didn't expect that Wu learned the contract technique from above. Well, I'll give you one more task these days, which is to practice the art of contract," Wu said with a smile. Wu's face immediately fell. "But this barbarian pattern is already difficult, and I still have to practice the contract technique." Wu was helpless. "I have no other choice. The contract spell can only be used once a day. If you want more beasts, you must practice the contract spell as well." Wu shook his head and said, "Wu, I think there's a magic trick in there that I need to practice right now." What kind of witchcraft? Wuya asked. The only witchcraft he could see was that used by the priest witch. He could not see the witchcraft at the fortune-telling level. The flame witch laughed and said, Bloodfall. This spell can effectively reduce the target's resentment or hatred, and it is cumulative. Bloodfall should be used together with the contract spell, but the witch hasn't seen it yet, so he didn't know about this spell. Wuya's eyes lit up. Blood-falling technique. Doesn't it mean that after having the blood-falling technique, as long as you catch a ferocious beast, you can sign a contract on the same day, without having to slowly cultivate the relationship? Okay, just practice this witchcraft. With the contract technique and blood drop technique, our Suzuka tribe will surely rise quickly and become the strongest tribe in this vicinity. Wuya said. Yenwu, however, had a stern face. He had to study the barbarian patterns and practice the blood-lowering technique at the same time, which was a headache for him. By the way, Wuya asked, how's your research on the soul-gathering savage pattern going? Yen Wu's expression brightened considerably when he spoke of this. Wu, I've almost finished researching the soul-gathering wild pattern. I can already carve it, but I'm having trouble figuring out what to use. What do you mean? Wuya asked. He was a little confused. Yen Wu continued, I just don't know what to use to draw it. I tried carving it with a bone knife, but it didn't work. Wuya thought for a moment and replied, then try using the blood of a vicious beast. Speaking of this, Wuya immediately ran out of the cave, took out a large bowl of blood, and gave it to Yen Wu. Try it. Yen Wu nodded, dipped his hand in some blood, and drew on the stone slab. After finishing the painting, Wuya used his spiritual sense to feel it and found that there was a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy on it. Judging from this, it should be successful. After Yen Wu injected qi into the barbarian pattern, Wuya suddenly felt that spiritual energy was gathering nearby and lingering above the stone slab. Looking at the spiritual energy, Wuya nodded. This spiritual pattern that gathers spirits is very effective. The spiritual energy here is at least several times denser than before. But it's useless. In order to activate this spirit-gathering pattern, the Yen Wu needs to continuously inject qi into it. Let me ask you, if there's a pool of water in 10 directions, with water flowing in from one side and out from the other, when will the pool be filled? Chapter 77 Handsome. Wuya looked at the glowing soul-gathering barbarian pattern in motion and said speechlessly, Have you ever tried carving this barbarian pattern with animal bones? Yen Wu nodded. I have, but the effect is not ideal. After injecting qi, it is not as effective as when carving with the blood of fierce beasts. Wuya quickly asked, Where's that bone plate? Bring it here for me to see. Yen Wu took the bone plate and handed it to Wuya. This is it. Wuya took a look and saw that the bone plate was the size of a palm, with barbarian patterns engraved on it. He tried injecting qi and found that the effect was indeed not as good as drawing directly with blood. After stopping the injection of qi, Wuya looked at the bowl of blood and then poured the blood directly onto the carved barbarian pattern. After the blood entered, the bone plate suddenly lit up and began to absorb the nearby spiritual energy. Wuya could feel that the spiritual energy above this bone plate was at least twice as much as usual. He didn't inject qi into it at all, but this barbarian pattern started running on its own. This is considered a success, right? Wuya looked at the bone plate and decided to study it further. So he asked Yen Wu to bring a smooth stone slab. He first used a bone knife to carve the spirit-gathering pattern on it, and then poured blood on it. To Wuya and Yen Wu's surprise, it was successful this time. Although the spiritual energy is only about half more than usual, it still has this effect without the bone plate, which is undoubtedly enough to make people happy. Seeing that carving barbarian patterns on the stone slabs and filling them with blood also had the effect of gathering spirits, we had new plans for the construction of Suzaka City. Even such a small piece of stone has such a strong spirit-gathering effect. It would be great if the entire Suzaka City was engraved with spirit-gathering patterns. We have felt excited just thinking about the effect. We have thought of this and put the stone slab and bone plate together to experiment. They did not affect each other's spirit-gathering effect. This spirit-gathering pattern was considered a success. Wuya immediately said, If you have time, carve more of these spirit-gathering patterns first. Yen Wu nodded. If there are more spirit-gathering patterns, their cultivation speed will be greatly improved. But he still had a question. Wu, which barbarian pattern should we study next? Wuya thought for a while and said, Well, let's study the thick earth barbarian pattern. Thick earth savage patterns were a manifestation of the thick earth technique using savage patterns. After casting it, the witch could improve their own defense. We had seen the thick earth technique in the witchcraft inheritance stone, but unfortunately, he had no time to practice it. Research this barbarian pattern and carve it on the city wall. No matter how powerful the beast is, it will not be able to break through the defense of the city wall. Another way is to create armor for the totem warrior. When the totem warrior wears the armor, his defense will be improved and his combat ability will also increase. Yenwu nodded. Okay, anything else? After thinking for a while, Wuya said that he would learn the blood-lowering technique as soon as possible and then left the cave. He originally wanted to go down and see how Yun and the others were progressing, but he was attracted by the painful cry of the powerful monkey. Turning around, he saw Shang communicating with the powerful ape. Shang was feeling very frustrated. Everyone else had gone to build the city wall that the witch had mentioned, and he was the only one here fighting the powerful monkey. The key point is that he really doesn't like this powerful monkey because it is too ugly. Wuya walked over and saw Shang's resentful expression. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Why, you still don't like this powerful ape?" Shang nodded. "Wu, how long are we going to fight this powerful ape?" Wuya looked at the powerful ape's condition and shook his head. "This will take a few days, just keep fighting. But I also want to build a city with everyone," Shang said. Wuya laughed and said, "You can't help much by yourself, but this powerful ape can. Just think about it. This powerful ape is so strong. How much can it move? By then, you will be the most handsome boy, and everyone will envy you." After hearing this, Shang was thoughtful and asked, "Wu, what is the most handsome boy?" "Wuya. Well, it means everyone envies you." Shang nodded. "Wu, you are the most handsome boy." Wuya nodded awkwardly. "Well, thank you for the compliment. You can continue to fight this powerful ape first. Remember, you have to be a handsome guy." "Okay, Wu, I will definitely become a handsome guy," Shang said firmly. Wuya nodded and walked away quickly. He didn't know why, but when he saw Shang's serious and determined face saying that he wanted to be a handsome boy, he wanted to laugh. Shang looked at Wuya, who was shaking with laughter as he walked away, and couldn't help but say firmly again, "Wuya is so happy to see me so serious. Come on, Shang, you must be a handsome boy." As he said that, Shang turned his gaze to the powerful monkey and couldn't help but feel that the powerful monkey was much more pleasing to the eye. So, he used even greater strength to communicate with the powerful monkey. When they arrived at the construction site, Yun and his team had already dug a large trench that was 30 meters wide, 30 meters deep, and over 100 meters long. After once again lamenting the world of extraordinary powers and how fast work can be done, we called all the orange-striped warriors, including Yun, over. Pointing to the already dug area, he said, "Dig away the soil above the rock here." Yun and the others looked confused. If they had known that Wu wanted them to do this, they would not have made those places so tidy. They took great pains to make the ditch smooth, but now it's about to be destroyed. After digging out the soil, they naturally wanted to remove the marble underneath to build the city walls. Wuya is a wizard. He would never tell Yun and the others that when he started digging, he forgot to remind them to remove rocks, and there was no need to make it so smooth. Of course, even if we had said that, no one would blame him. By the time the sun was gradually moving westward and about to set, Yun and his companions had already dug out large areas of soil. Now all that's left are the pale, bluish-white marbles. The direction of this marble layer is similar to that of the soil layer, both going upwards. After the witch tooth was placed on the marble, he used the witch staff to draw an outline on the marble that was 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 2 meters high. Then he looked at Chi and said, "See? Just take out a stone this big. Remember, make sure it is flat and don't damage it. This is used to build the city wall and defend against ferocious beasts. Be careful." Hearing that it was used to build city walls to defend against ferocious beasts, Chi nodded cautiously. Then he called Tu and Yu and started sawing the marble with a saw that was specially used for sawing stones and was sharpened by leaves. Soon, what was very likely the first brick in this world came into being under the saws of Chi and his group. Chapter 78, Sand. When Wuya saw this huge brick, he thought of a key question. That is, they didn't have sand or cement, so they couldn't build walls. It was a bit taken for granted. Wuya was speechless. These huge bricks couldn't just be piled up like this, relying solely on their own weight. They're not able to defend against ferocious beasts. It seems that we need to get the mortar out quickly. We had thought about it for a moment and felt that the problem of sand should be easy to solve. Tongtian River was so big that the sand on the riverbank would not decrease quickly. As for cement, Wuya has no idea where to find the limestone and kaolin used to make cement. They had to solve the sand problem first. Wuya asked the others to cut the bricks together, and then called Yun over. Yun, do you know where there are rocks nearby? Those grayish-white rocks. Yun thought for a moment and shook his head. Wu, I don't remember. Then Yun said, Wu, you can ask Lin. After all, he is the captain of the hunting team, and he must have been to many places. Wuya thought so too, so he called Lin over. Lin thought for a moment and said, Wu, I wonder if the rocks you're talking about are the same as the rocks on your mountain. Wuya tried hard to recall the situation of Yushan. The stones were all black and blue, not gray and white. But he immediately came to his senses and realized that the limestone was indeed that color after being weathered outside. The Firebird tribe had experience in excavating caves, so they naturally knew which rocks were grayish-white inside. Wuya smiled and said, that's it. Now that the limestone problem has been solved, the only problem left is kaolin, also known as clay, which can be used to make cement and porcelain. Those things should be found by the river. Unfortunately, the sun has started to set and it will be dark soon. I can only check the situation tomorrow. It was not until it was completely dark that everyone stopped and returned to the tribe. Although the working time today was not very long, Wuya was still very satisfied with the speed. The trench has been dug out to a length of more than 200 meters, and dozens of bricks have been cut out. All we need is concrete before we can start building the wall. Early the next morning, after eating, Wuya left the tribe riding a Tyrannosaurus Rex under the protection of Fei, Yi, Lin, Niao, and Shang. Yin originally wanted to come along, but he is now the leader, and the tribe needs someone to take charge, so he can only stay in the tribe. Shang is not very old, probably in his 20s, and his figure is not as abnormal as Fei and Yi. However, he is very powerful. Shang is another hunting captain of the former Fiery Bird tribe. He usually takes turns with Lin to go out hunting. Since Yushan was too far away, Wuya's first destination was not Yushan, but Tongtian River over there. He wanted to go to the vicinity of Tongtian River to see if he could find sand. Tongtian River is about 50 kilometers away from Bird Mountain. With the speed of Tyrannosaurus Rex, they had arrived at the Tongtian River before noon. The Tongtian River is very magnificent. The water flows very fast, and there are many whirlpools visible to the naked eye churning in the water. Wuya looked at the other side and could only vaguely see a line in the distant sky. The Tongtian River is indeed a river where ferocious beasts like Paleo live. It is so wide that even Wuya would believe that there's a real dragon in it. However, when it comes to real dragons, Wuya is a little confused because there are no legends about real dragons in this world. Even on the coffin where the witch from the Feng tribe was buried, there was no carving of a dragon. This world has the Vermilion Bird, the phoenix, and the ferocious beast Paleo, which is known as the son of the dragon. It is impossible that there are no dragons at all. But the Phoenix tribe is so powerful, but there's not even any record of dragons, which is very puzzling. As for the Shizuka tribe, Wuya had no idea. After all, he felt that the Shizuka tribe's heritage was somewhat inferior to that of the Phoenix tribe. The simplest one is witchcraft. The Phoenix tribe has so many witchcrafts, and they have also developed the mysterious barbarian pattern. As for the Shizuka tribe, they only practice 2 simple witchcrafts during the Wuya sacrifice. But the Vermilion Bird is a mythical beast, and it is said to have come from the central part of the savage continent. The only explanation Wuya could give was that there was a problem with the inheritance of the Shizuka tribe. This can explain why the Shizuka tribe has been declining since it came here. Back to the topic, Wuya poked the ground with his wizard staff and found that it was all mud, not sand at all. He could only let Fei order the Tyrannosaurus Rex to walk slowly along the river. As you move, check to see if there is any sand on the ground. As they were walking, the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly jumped to the side, catching Wuya and the others off guard and causing them to fall down. Fortunately, Wuya was smart and had been tying himself up with strong vines and hanging on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex jumped to the side, it immediately took a few steps to the side. After it was away from the river bank, it growled towards the place it had just been at, which meant to be a warning. After E and the others pulled themselves onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Wuya looked at Fei. Fei knew what Wuya meant. Tyrannosaurus said that there was a fierce beast at that location. He was about to say that there was a ferocious beast, but when he heard about ferocity, he stopped talking. Because suddenly, a brown-yellow head, 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, as big as a lantern, emerged from the river at the location just now. When Wuya saw the head, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The Deinosuchus is good at lurking in the water and launching sneak attacks on passing ferocious beasts. Although this Deinosuchus is just a wild beast, if it succeeds in its sneak attack and drags the Tyrannosaurus Rex into the water, then even if the Tyrannosaurus Rex is a wild beast, it will not be able to gain any advantage in the water. After the Deinosuchus came out, it looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex with cold eyes and then dived into the water. When it is in the water, it is not afraid of the ferocious beasts on land at all. Naturally, it will not give face to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is at the level of a wild beast, just because it is a wild beast. Although the Deinosuchus' sneak attack was not successful this time, it did make Wuya more cautious. However, Wuya still thought of a solution. He asked Lin to cut a branch that was more than 40 meters long. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex walked by the river, it used branches to hit the water surface. In this way, most ferocious beasts will attack the branches, which can avoid the situation we just observed with the Deinosuchus from happening again. At noon, Wuya and his companions arrived at a bend in the river. Generally, this kind of place is where sand is most likely to settle. Wuya and Yi went down and poked the ground with their wizard staffs, and they heard the special friction sound of sand. Then he turned the wizard's wand and immediately saw the sand under the leaves. Finally, they successfully found the sand. Wuya returned to the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and asked Lin and the others to go down and use bone knives to dig around to see how big the sand was. However, when Lin and his team dug up a huge pile of sand, they suddenly heard a beast roar coming from the Tongtian River. Roar. Chapter 79, Snapping Turtle. Wuya turned his head to look at the roar of the beast, which immediately made him break out in a cold sweat. I saw a crocodile turtle that was more than 10 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide, like a huge fortress, emerging from the Tongtian River. At the same time, Wuya instantly felt a heart-trembling pressure coming from the giant alligator turtle. We had felt this pressure before. It was the same as the pressure from the black and white bear, and it was even greater than the pressure from the wild beast. After the alligator snapping turtle roared, it immediately rushed out of the water at a speed much faster than that of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wuya was sweating profusely. He had no idea how they had provoked this alligator snapping turtle. However, what puzzled Wuya was that the alligator snapping turtle did not rush towards the most conspicuous Tyrannosaurus Rex first, but rushed towards the mound on Lin's side. Wuya instantly understood what was happening with the alligator snapping turtle and quickly shouted, "Quick, get on the Tyrannosaurus Rex run." Encountering a beast more ferocious than the wild beasts, Lin and his companions did not dare to delay and quickly drew out their bone knives and ran towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. We had been observing the situation on both sides and found that when Lin pulled out the bone knife, the tip of the knife seemed to be wet by something and there was a lot of sand stuck on it. Seeing this, Wuya's heart almost collapsed. After Lin and the others climbed onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he immediately shouted to Fei, "Run." Fei didn't dare to delay and immediately ordered the Tyrannosaurus Rex to escape quickly. As soon as the Tyrannosaurus Rex started to dig, the alligator snapping turtle rushed to the sand pile, sniffed it slightly, and then dug hurriedly. A few seconds later, the alligator snapping turtle dug out a broken egg from the sand pile. Suddenly, a roar filled with endless anger covered a large area of the forest. All the animals nearby could not help but lie down after hearing the roar. After hearing the roar, Wuya's 7 orifices, which had not bled for a long time, began to bleed again. What a sin this is! Wuya wiped the blood and groaned in his heart. Unfortunately, this kind of Wuya doesn't have much time to complain, because he felt an extremely powerful aura that had locked onto them. After sensing that aura, Wuya immediately felt something was wrong. "Get out of the way." As he spoke, Wuya knocked down the tallest one. "Call out." Wuya had just pounced when a water arrow 10 centimeters thick and 2 meters long brushed past Wuya's scalp and flew forward. Collapse. The water arrow hit the huge tree trunk in front, directly creating a hole that was 0.5 meter wide and 1 meter deep. Wuya held the back of his burning head and looked back, only to see the alligator snapping, turtle roaring, and immediately chasing after them. Judging from its speed compared to that of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it wouldn't take long for it to catch up with them. Wuya's ghost is terrified. Judging from the posture of this alligator snapping turtle, it will definitely not give up until it kills them all. But he couldn't escape, so Wuya had to fight to the death. After making the decision, Wuya immediately shouted, "Shoot its eyes with arrows," and everyone else takes spores. If it dares to get close, throw them at its head. After receiving the order, he immediately drew his bow, an arrow, and shot at the alligator snapping turtle's eyes. Unfortunately, ferocious beasts like alligator snapping turtles are completely oblivious to Yi's arrows. We didn't see how the alligator snapping turtle moved, but its eyes dodged the arrow. What made we speechless was that the alligator snapping turtle did not slow down at all even when it was dodging the arrows shot by Yi. Soon, the alligator snapping turtle closed the distance to more than 100 meters. For an alligator snapping turtle, this distance is just a blink of an eye. But no matter how hard he shot, he couldn't hit its eyes. It was getting closer, and the alligator snapping turtle chased for less than a minute before closing the distance to only a few dozen meters. The key point that made Wuya even more speechless was that the alligator snapping turtle also started to launch water arrow attacks. It would have been fine if the shot had missed or hit them, but this alligator snapping turtle was very smart and used a water arrow to shoot the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even though Tyrannosaurus Rex is a wild beast, its defense is very high. But facing this ferocious beast that is above all wild beasts, Tyrannosaurus Rex is just a younger brother. After being shot by several arrows, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was injured and its speed slowed down a lot. Soon, the alligator snapping turtle was only more than 20 meters away from them. Wuya immediately shouted, "Throw the spores!" Lin and his friends, including Yi, took the spores and threw them at the alligator snapping turtle's face. Perhaps it thinks that as long as it doesn't hurt its eyes, it's fine, so the alligator snapping turtle ignores those spore clusters that are only the size of a fist. Therefore, all the spore clusters thrown by Lin and his team accurately hit the alligator snapping turtle's face. Wuya quickly took out one of the 3 lotus seeds he had brought with him and threw it to Fei. "Quick, feed it to the Tyrannosaurus Rex." Fei took the lotus seeds and quickly threw them into the Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth. The Tyrannosaurus Rex and Fei were in tune with each other. After Fei threw the lotus seeds, the Tyrannosaurus Rex bit the lotus seeds sideways and immediately took them into its mouth. After Wuya saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex eating the lotus seeds, he immediately turned his attention to the alligator snapping turtle. The spores take a while to work, and the alligator snapping turtle's speed isn't affected at all. At this time, the alligator snapping turtle's huge head had approached the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail and was about to bite it. If they get bitten, they're done. Wuya shouted loudly, and using all his strength, he raised his long wizard staff and threw it into the alligator turtle's bloody mouth. Perhaps because the long spear wizard staff stabbed its throat, it made it feel nauseous, and the alligator snapping turtle slowed down for a moment and did not bite the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail. It was also at this time that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was healed by Lianzi and its speed suddenly increased. The alligator snapping turtle bit the spear into pieces, spat it out, roared, and was about to increase its speed to chase the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But it suddenly felt a sense of numbness, which made it unable to increase its speed for a while. Roar! The alligator snapping turtle roared again and followed the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even with the influence of spores, it only slows down its speed slightly. But overall, after being slowed down by the spores, the alligator snapping turtle speed is still about the same as that of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, or even slightly faster. At this time, the distance between the alligator snapping turtle and the Tyrannosaurus Rex was maintained at more than 30 meters. Fortunately, the alligator snapping turtle had run out of water and did not use water arrows to attack them at this time. However, after about 10 seconds, the alligator snapping turtle's speed suddenly increased again, and it was almost the same as its original speed. We almost vomited blood when he saw this. He would never have thought that after being paralyzed by so many spores, the alligator snapping turtle had recovered in such a short time. Just over 10 seconds later, the alligator snapping turtle approached the Tyrannosaurus Rex again and bit its swinging tail. The bite force of the alligator snapping turtle is well known, and once it bites something, it will not let go even if its head is chopped off. Wuya's brain was about to explode. The current situation was too difficult. Chapter 80, Life and Death Moment. Fortunately, the Tyrannosaurus Rex retracted its tail, and the alligator snapping turtle failed. But the alligator snapping turtle was so close that it could definitely take another bite. Wuya took a spore ball, crushed it into half pieces, and threw it into the alligator snapping turtle's throat. As a result, the alligator snapping turtle felt nauseous from the spore powder, sneezed, and slowed down again. Wuya yelled, "Don't stop throwing the spores. Throw them accurately and toward its nose. Absorbed by the nose, the spores can take effect most quickly." Under the continuous influence of the spores, the alligator snapping turtle could not catch up with the Tyrannosaurus Rex for a while. But Wuya knew that this was not a long-term solution, as the spores would eventually run out. Because its eggs were destroyed, the alligator snapping turtle fought against Wuya and the others to the death and would not give up hunting them. This is also what makes Wuya feel uncomfortable. If it is any other ferocious beast, it would be fine. He could just take it to the tribe, gather the strength of the entire tribe, and kill it. But this alligator snapping turtle is too powerful, so powerful that even if the entire Suzuka tribe comes together, they will not be its match. In this way, Wuya and the others cannot go to the tribe. Otherwise, today will be the day when the entire Suzuka tribe disappears from the savage continent. But how to deal with this alligator snapping turtle? Wuya carefully looked at the entire body of the alligator snapping turtle, trying to find a way to deal with it. But no matter how you look at it, this alligator snapping turtle is invincible. The tortoise shell with thorns on its back has very high defensive power. Even if he shot its skin with an arrow with all his strength, he could not leave even a trace. Just when the alligator snapping turtle rushed over and opened its mouth, he shot an arrow into its mouth, but the result was that the skin inside its mouth could not be scratched. Normally, turtles are not fast, but I don't know what's going on with this turtle. It's so fast, even faster than Tyrannosaurus Rex. Facing such an opponent, Wuya could only feel despair. Looking at the giant trees that kept passing by, Wuya couldn't help but think. Abandon the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Let the Tyrannosaurus Rex seduce the alligator snapping turtle, and they will hide in the tree. But will this method work? Wuya thought about how the alligator snapping turtle had been focusing on Lin since it had just broken out of the water. Even now, the alligator snapping turtle's main attention is still on Lin. Abandon the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even if the Tyrannosaurus Rex escapes, the alligator snapping turtle will stay to deal with them. Obviously, this method doesn't work. Abandon the forest? This method should work. After all, Lin is the culprit. As a witch, Wuya can ask Lin to attract the alligator snapping turtle. But Wuya was a human first, a wizard second. Furthermore, unlike the wizards of this world, having died once before, he valued human life very highly. No matter what, Wuya would not do anything to allow others to attract the ferocious beast away. Woo, the spores are used up. Faye threw the last spore ball at the alligator snapping turtle and shouted to Wuya anxiously. What you fear will come true, from the last spore cluster being thrown out, to affecting the alligator snapping turtle, to the effect of the spores disappearing. This process will not take more than a minute. In other words, within 1 minute, Wuya must come up with a way to deal with the current predicament. But I can't do it. Wuya was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, but time passed by minute, and it did not slow down at all, just because Wuya could not think of a solution. Woo, the alligator snapping turtle is speeding up. Faye shouted again. As they spoke, Faye, Lin, and the others couldn't help but squeeze the giant axes in their hands. They also knew that under such circumstances, there was no way to delay time. Now, they're the only ones who can use their lives to delay the alligator snapping turtle and let the witch survive. Wuya stared at the alligator snapping turtle anxiously. It was getting closer and closer. In a few seconds, they would be finished. At this time, Wuya calmed down. He would not blame Lin Wu for destroying the alligator snapping turtle's eggs, but only blame himself for not having the strength. Strength. In such a life-or-death situation, it is so important to have a strong strength. Finally, the alligator snapping turtle caught up with the Tyrannosaurus Rex again. This time it was much smarter. It did not chase and bite the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail again. Instead, it approached the Tyrannosaurus Rex and wanted to bite its thigh. Faye and the others looked at the alligator snapping turtle biting towards them, their eyes becoming determined. Except for E, who needed to stay behind to protect Wuya, all of them picked up their giant axes and were ready to jump toward the alligator snapping turtle. Wuya naturally saw their actions and wanted to stop them. But will it help to stop them? No. In such a life-or-death situation, the totem warrior's primary responsibility is to protect the witch. Even if the witch tries to stop them, they will not listen to him. Wuya closed his eyes in despair. At this moment, he felt so powerless. Perhaps sensing the mentality of flying to death, the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly roared. Faye suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked ahead, then excitedly threw the giant axe into the snapping turtle's mouth, shouting, "Wait a minute!" Lin and the others were about to jump over when they heard Faye's words and looked at him in confusion. During the escape, and the others all paid attention to the movements of the alligator snapping turtle, and no one looked ahead. What they didn't know was that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was fleeing and unknowingly came to a cave. Just when they were about to fight the alligator snapping turtle, the Tyrannosaurus Rex issued a warning. Faye yelled, "Get down!" Lin and the others were confused, but they quickly lay down. Even Wu Ye was no exception, wishing someone would tell him what to do. It was also when they lay down that Wu Ye suddenly felt a shadow. When they looked up, they found that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had led them into a small cave. This cave is about 5 meters wide and only 8 or 9 meters high. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex was 10 meters tall, it could still enter by lowering its head. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus Rex had just entered the cave, and the alligator snapping turtle, which had been focusing all its attention on the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Lin, bumped into the cave entrance without paying attention. The alligator snapping turtle's body is 7 or 8 meters wide, and it cannot fit into this cave, which is only 4 or 5 meters wide. However, the alligator snapping turtle was not willing to give up. It took a few steps back and rushed forward again. Boom! The alligator snapping turtle crashed into the cave with a loud bang, and Wu Ye could even feel the vibration. Stones kept falling from the cave, and it was obvious that the alligator snapping turtles were hitting them with great force. Seeing that it couldn't break open the cave, the alligator snapping turtle roared again. Blood flowed from Wu Ye's 7 orifices once again. But Wu Ye was too lazy to care about the blood now. He laughed at the alligator snapping turtle. "Ha, come in. No matter how fierce you are, come in and bite us if you have the guts. Damn it." Fuck, what the hell? Wu Ye had just finished feeling proud when he saw the alligator snapping turtle pick up its sharp claws and start digging the rocks at the entrance of the cave. Obviously, the alligator snapping turtle heard Wu Ye's mocking words. Chapter 81 Wind. Damn it. Wu Ye could only shout this in his heart now. Fortunately, although this cave is not very wide, it is deep enough. After cursing the alligator snapping turtle at the entrance of the cave, Wu Ye immediately asked Faye to order the tribal Tyrannosaurus Rex to go inside. It is unknown how this cave was formed. Since the light was blocked by the alligator snapping turtle, Wu Ye could not see clearly what structure was on the cave wall. However, after the Tyrannosaurus Rex walked for about a kilometer, it stopped, because the cave has reached its end and we can't go any further inside. This is a difficult situation, as there is the plague-causing alligator snapping turtle outside, slowly digging in. Wu Ye let out a vicious breath and said, "Dig, we'll dig too." He just didn't believe it. It's not like alligator snapping turtles are the only ones that can dig holes. As humans, is there anything that animals can do that they can't? However, Wu Ye did not ask them to dig forward. Although he did not know the direction of the mountain, Wu Ye still thought it was safer to dig upwards. So Wu Ye pointed out an area above the cave and asked Lin and the others to start chopping the rocks with their weapons. The advantage of digging like this is that you don't have to worry about the excavated soil, just let it fall off by itself. Wu Ye didn't believe it. Even though they were digging like that, they couldn't dig as fast as the alligator snapping turtle. So what if it's an alligator snapping turtle or a wild beast? It only has a pair of claws to dig. As for Wu Ye and the others, except for the giant axe that was thrown to block the alligator snapping turtle's mouth, the weapons of the other 4 people are still there. With the drastic efforts of Lin and his team, a hole about 10 meters wide was soon dug out above the cave. The excavated soil was pushed out by the Tyrannosaurus Rex to block the entrance of the cave. Only when Dalin and his friends could not reach the top of the cave did the Tyrannosaurus Rex stop pushing the soil away. The remaining soil is used as a stepping stone. Every time a little bit is dug out, the Tyrannosaurus Rex goes up a little bit. With the 4 of them moving forward, Wu Ye and the others ascended quickly. There was only one alligator snapping turtle, and even if it was a superior beast, it couldn't catch up to them. Besides, there's more than 1 kilometer distance between them. Time passed minute by minute, and when Wu Ye felt that it was almost an hour, Lin split the ceiling of the cave above with a knife, and a beam of bright light shone in. After seeing the light, the others were also very happy, and their hands moved much faster. Soon, they cleared the area above the cave. When the light came in, Wu Ye looked around and fell silent. These rocks are red in color, very similar to a kind of mineral in Wu Ya's image. He caught a fallen stone with his hand and took a look at it. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex just jumped out of the cave, his eyes lit up and a word popped into his mind. Hematite. This is hematite. Wu Ya was so excited that he almost collapsed on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Unexpectedly, after escaping death this time, I accidentally found a kind of mineral. Well, what's wrong? Fei noticed Wu Ya's abnormality. Even though he escaped, there was no need to be so happy. Wu Ya smiled and said, a blessing in disguise. I never expected to find such a good thing. He looked at the solitary mountain that was several hundred meters high. Although there were no giant trees growing on it, only a large amount of weeds, Wu Ya still felt that the mountain was full of beauty. From what they had dug up, it turned out that the mountain was an open-pit hematite mine. To say it was full of beauty was not an exaggeration. What good stuff is this? Fei looked curiously at the hematite in Wu Ya's hand, but he couldn't see what was good about it. Wu Ya smiled and said, hematite, very practical, or mine? Is it like a salt mine? He asked. Wu Ya nodded and said, that's about right. Let's go and remember the location of this mountain. We'll come here to mine next time. I don't know where the alligator snapping turtle dug to. Wu Ya dare not stay here for too long. Then Wu Ya asked, do you know where this place is? Lin looked around and said, well, Wu, this is Hongshan, not far from Yushan. Wu Ya looked at the big sun in the sky and said, well, let's go to Yushan today. After Lin pointed in a direction, the Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately took huge steps and ran towards Yushan. About half an hour after Wu Ya and the others left, they jumped out of the big pit. The hematite slag they dug out here slowly sank down, and then a huge head was exposed. Roar! The alligator snapping turtle jumped out of the pit and looked around, but did not see any trace of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Obviously, Wu Ya and the others had already ridden their Tyrannosaurus Rex and ran very far away. The alligator snapping turtle roared unwillingly on the Red Mountain, and then walked toward the Tongtian River unwillingly. Although one of its eggs was broken, there was still one left in the sand pile, so it had to go back and guard it. After the alligator snapping turtle left, 5 people walked out from the hole that had been collapsed by the alligator snapping turtle. They are all strong and have wolf totems on their chests, but only one of them has an orange totem, while the other's totems are white. They came to the cave, looked at the cave that was already filled up, and started talking. Feng, do you think they have discovered the mystery of this cave? Asked one of the white-striped warriors. The orange-striped warrior standing in the middle shook his head. Who knows? I hope we haven't been discovered. Another white-striped warrior said, what tribe do you think they belong to? They only have a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and yet they dare to provoke the alligator snapping turtle. They are really asking for their lives. Feng chuckled. Strangely enough, I happened to see their totems from where I was. 2 are from the Ku tribe, and 2 are from the Firebird tribe. I don't know what happened to these 2 tribes that led them to come together. That's not right, Feng. There are 6 of them in total. What's the totem of the other one? Feng shook his head and said uncertainly, I'm also confused by this. He doesn't have a totem on his chest. He's not a totem warrior. Wow, the warriors without patterns dare to come out with the warriors with orange patterns, said one of the warriors with white patterns. Feng still shook his head. It's hard to say, because they regard the man without a totem as very important. It seems that he is not an ordinary warrior without a totem. Judging from his age, he must be a witch's child. It's normal for them to protect him. He can't be a witch. Everyone nodded. They didn't dare to think that the witch would run out and hang out with the totem warriors. Then Feng, how should we tell the witch about this cave? Feng laughed and said, what else can I say? Just tell the truth. With the witch's wisdom, he will definitely come up with something. It's a pity for this cave. We have to dig it again. Wu Ya, who was already on his way to Yu Mountain, had no idea that this red mountain full of hematite already had an owner. Chapter 82 Saltpeter. This time when I returned to Yushan, I finally didn't encounter any problems. Before dark, they arrived at Yushan smoothly. The Firebird tribe has many caves, but no one is there now. Wu Ya and his friends randomly chose a cave and temporarily settled there. He asked E to use a bone knife to cut off a piece of rock from the cave wall and check it out. It was indeed limestone. With limestone, the cement problem can be solved. After eating, it was still a little early. Wu Ya was not used to practicing so early, so he went outside to get branches, made torches, and explore the caves. These caves were basically dug out behind the Firebird, except for the largest cave in the center. This cave was formed naturally and the space inside is very large. After Wu Ye and his companions entered the cave, they found that it was very deep. Lin, have you ever gone into this cave to check it out? Wu Ye asked. Lin shook his head. The witch from our tribe said that there are many branching caves inside. It's easy to get lost once you enter, so we forbid our tribe members from exploring. This means that Lin and the others don't know what's going on inside the cave. After all, they will still listen to what the witch says. Of course, now Wu is Wu Ye, so naturally no one will stop him from going in. There were 5 of them in the group, protecting Wu Ye and slowly walking into the cave. Sure enough, after only advancing more than 100 meters, Wu Ye and his team encountered the first fork in the road. There were 2 caves here. Wu Ye asked Yi to use a bone knife to cut a mark on one of the caves, and then he entered from that cave. This cave is very deep and goes downhill. Wu Ye and his companions continued on their journey and found that it was just as Lin had said, with many forks in the road. However, after more than an hour, Wu Ye and the others finally reached the deepest part of the cave. This is a very huge stone cave, at least 1 kilometer wide and about 100 meters high. What caught Wu Ye's attention the most was the vast expanse of white in the cave, with many white crystals that looked like salt. When Fei saw it, he exclaimed, "Wu, there's so much salt." As he said this, he picked up a crystal and was about to put it in his mouth. When Wu Ye saw this, he knocked the crystal out of Fei's hand and said, "You're looking for death." Fei looked at Wu Ye in confusion. He didn't understand why Wu Ye didn't let him eat salt. Wu Ye said speechlessly, "If this is salt, will the people of the Blazing Bird tribe still be short of salt to eat?" Fei suddenly realized, "Wu, what is this?" He picked up a crystal, and it looked like salt no matter how he looked at it. Wu Ye said, "This is saltpeter, a mineral." Mine? Mine again. Fei was confused. Wu Ye nodded and explained to them, generally speaking, this kind of natural stone that we can use is called or... Everyone nodded, and now they understood what Wu Ye meant by mine. He asked curiously, "Wu, what is the use of this saltpeter?" "Useful?" Wu Ye smiled and said, "It's very useful. Give me your water bag." He didn't understand why, but he still handed the water bag to Wu Ye. Wu Ye took the water bag and poured the water onto a piece of saltpeter. After dissolving in water, saltpeter absorbs a large amount of heat and directly turns the water into a lump of ice. Seeing their surprised expressions, Wu Ye smiled and said, "Pick up that thing and let's take a look." After hearing this, Fei immediately picked up the ice cube. After feeling its temperature, Fei exclaimed, "Wu, this is ice." Wu Ye nodded. "That's right. When this saltpeter dissolves in water, it will absorb a large amount of heat and turn the water into ice." Everyone suddenly realized, but still looked at Wu Ye. Then what? Wu Ye saw everyone's look and said speechlessly, "Let me ask you, in winter, can the meat of fierce beasts be preserved for a long time?" Fei nodded. "That's right. In summer, meat can only be kept for more than 10 days, but in winter it can be kept for a long time without spoiling." "That's all," Wu Ye said. "With saltpeter, we can make ice. The meat you don't finish eating can be preserved for a long time." Fei and the others suddenly understood and sighed that Wu was very smart for coming up with these ideas. Of course, saltpeter has more uses than just these. It can also be used to process animal hides and other things. It has many other uses. The most important point is the legendary 1 sulfur, 2 nitrate, and 3 charcoal. Wu Ye didn't intend to make this thing. After all, in this world with extraordinary power, the power of explosives is limited. Making explosives can only cause damage to ordinary people at most. It is a bit difficult to use them against powerful totem warriors or ferocious beasts. Moreover, Wu Ye has another more powerful thing to replace explosives. That is the barbarian pattern, which releases witchcraft through special patterns. Its power is completely incomparable to gunpowder. There's a saying that goes, "Use magic to fight magic." In this world, that means using supernatural powers to fight supernatural powers. Therefore, in Wu Ye, saltpeter has basically no other uses except for chemical purposes. After letting Fei and the others search the entire cave and finding no ferocious beasts, Wu Ye and the others immediately dug up some saltpeter and brought it back outside the cave. Nothing happened that night. Wu Ye originally wanted to dig some limestone and then return to the tribe. But thinking of the hematite, Wu Ye asked Fei and the others to dig some limestone, and then cut 2 strong vines, weave them into a basket, and let the Tyrannosaurus Rex carry some to Hongshan. Given the current situation of the Suzaka tribe, getting some iron tools is much more important than other things. If limestone wasn't needed for iron smelting, we wouldn't have bothered to let the Tyrannosaurus Rex pull the limestone, as it would take up too much space. When Wuya and his companions rode on the Tyrannosaurus Rex and headed to Hongshan. On the other side, the entrance of the cave in Hongshan was collapsed by the alligator snapping turtle. At this time, more than 20 people arrived, including 5 orange-striped warriors and 18 white-striped warriors. Among them, the wind that came here yesterday is also there. However, judging from the situation on the scene, the wind is not the most important. Because in the crowd, there was a warrior who looked similar to Yi, with an orange-striped totem on his chest that had turned a little yellow. Feng said to the man, "Yeah, this is the situation. Yeah, is the hunting captain of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe." This time, it was the witch from their tribe who asked them to come and dig the cave again. Ye nodded. "Those people, are you sure they haven't discovered the secret of this cave?" Feng said uncertainly. They were being chased by the evil beasts at the time, so they probably didn't have time to discover the secrets inside. Besides, if there were new flash stones, we would take them away in time. Ye nodded. "Okay, let's start digging. Nothing must happen to the things in this cave." If Wee was present at the scene, he would be shocked by their tools, because the tools they used were all made of iron. Chapter 83, Confrontation. After riding the Tyrannosaurus Rex to the vicinity of Hongshan, Weia was afraid that the alligator-snapping turtle had not left yet, so he asked Lin and Shang to go and investigate first. A few minutes later, Lin Hashang came back. "Wuya, the alligator-snapping turtle has left, but there are people on Hongshan Mountain." Lin told Wuya what he observed. Shang nodded and added, "Besides, they're also digging that mine." Wuya's face changed. Could it be that there's already a tribe in this world that has mastered the iron smelting technology? "Let's go and take a look," Wuya said immediately. They rode their Tyrannosaurus Rex to the top of Red Mountain, where they could just see the people below. Wuya was even more shocked when he saw them using tools. These people were all using iron tools, and they were digging hematite, so it was obvious that they had mastered the iron smelting technology. Unfortunately, I can't see the totems on their chests clearly. Wuya turned around and asked, "Which tribe are they from?" Lin replied, "They are from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. Their tribe is not far away, half as close as Yushan. This is a difficult problem. If the Howling Moon Wolf tribe can also smelt iron, then we won't be able to mine from here. After all, according to the established rules, everything on one's own tribal territory belongs to one's own people. If Wuya and his men want to dig hematite, they must go through the Xiaoyet Sanglong tribe. In this era, humanity's main enemy is ferocious beasts, but humanity is not a monolithic entity. Many tribes disappeared not because they had no witches or because ferocious beasts attacked the tribes, but because they were wiped out by other tribes. He was digging hematite below when a white-striped warrior suddenly ran over. After whispering a few words to him, Ye's face suddenly changed. Then they gathered everyone at the tribal site and ran towards the Red Mountain. When Wuya saw this, he knew that they had been discovered. Originally, he planned to leave, but he was still curious about how the Howling Moon Wolf tribe mastered the iron smelting technology, so he simply stayed where he was. Anyway, they have the Tyrannosaurus Rex and plenty of arrows, so they are not afraid of a small group of people like Howling Moon Wolf. What puzzled Wuya was that after these Howling Moon Wolves came over, they were not very afraid of them. One of the totems had already turned yellow. The orange-striped warrior, who was about the same height as he, looked at Wuya and the others and said, "This Red Mountain is the territory of our Howling Moon Wolf. You should leave quickly." Wuya looked at the man. What puzzled him was that even though he was facing the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he was not afraid at all. "We have no ill intentions. Who cares whether you have bad intentions or not? Just get out of here quickly." Although he was puzzled as to why a person without a totem was allowed to speak, he was too lazy to think about it. Wuya didn't get angry and directly stated his purpose. "Your weapons seem to be quite good. Can you exchange them with us?" Ye's face changed, and he knew that these people must have discovered the secret of the cave, which was why they came back. But he still said, "I say again, leave here, or we will not be polite." Wee was a little confused. It would be fine if you didn't want to exchange, but the look on your face was really unpleasant. So he said, "Before we leave, can you answer a question for us? What's the problem?" Although you wanted to drive away Wuya and the others owned the wild beasts after all, so he could only satisfy Wuya and their problems. Wuya asked, "Were the weapons in your hands made by your tribe?" It would have been fine if he hadn't asked, but Wuya's question brought up the problem. Yu immediately shouted angrily. Keep them here, don't let them leave. What's the problem? I just asked. That's all. Although Wu wasn't afraid of these people, he didn't bother to start conflict. All right, I won't ask any more questions. It's just one question. Why are you so anxious? Let's just go. Yu was now unyielding. You know the secret of our tribe, and you still want to leave? Ha, can you leave? This made Wu look confused. Just asking a question meant knowing the secret of their tribe, but judging from their appearance, it's unlikely to be resolved peacefully. What made Wu wonder was, were these people crazy? How dare they come to intercept them when they had the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Are you looking for death? Our Tyrannosaurus Rex is not a vegetarian. I don't care what you Tyrannosaurus Rex eat. Don't think you can escape the pursuit of an evil beast. We are afraid of you. Go! A beast of evil? Perhaps it was a snapping turtle. We now finally knew what the beasts above the wild beasts were called. However, they were suddenly covered by a shadow, leaving Wu no time to think about anything else. He looked up and saw an owl with a wingspan of about 10 meters, a cat face, and gray-white feathers swooping down towards them. This owl is also a wild beast. Wu now understands why these howling moon wolves are not afraid of them. Although the owls were no match for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, they were more numerous after all, and the owls were also ferocious flying beasts. At Faye's reminder, the Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its head and roared at the owl, but the owl was controlled by someone and did not look back at all. It stretched out its claws and grabbed Wu and the others. Wu already knew how to deal with this kind of fool who stretched out his anus. He patted Yi's shoulder, the point between the legs. He nodded, and then shot a 1-meter-long arrow, which accurately hit the owl chrysanthemum more than 10 meters away. After being hit in the chrysanthemum, the owl suddenly stopped in the air and let out a scream. After all, the owl was not on the same level as the Quetzalcoatl. After being hit in the anus, it flew around in pain and had no energy to deal with Wu and the others. Seeing that the owl was hurt so easily, Yi's face looked very ugly. He stopped suddenly when he was about to attack with his weapon. Without the owl to attract the Tyrannosaurus Rex, they would not dare to move forward easily. Wu couldn't help but shrink when he heard the owl scream. He turned to look at Yi and the others and said, Now, can you tell us whether these weapons of your tribe were made by you? Although Yi had no idea what the refining Wu was talking about, he nodded and said, Yes, no matter what. Let's keep them calm and wait for the owl to recover. It is not surprising that these people discovered the iron smelting technology. After all, iron smelting and other things were discovered by the ancients by accident. But what we have found strange was why these people were so nervous when talking about iron smelting. Could it be that there is something strange about their tribe's iron smelting technology? Chapter 84, Returning Home. But even if there is something strange, we can't find out. Just asking whether they made it cause such a big reaction. Wu was sure that if he asked them how they made it, these people would probably fight him to the death. Wu didn't want to have any conflict with the tribes of this world yet. So he said, Okay, let's leave this red mountain. After saying that, Wu glanced at the owl and then ordered Faye to order the Tyrannosaurus Rex to turn around and walk down the mountain. After seeing Wu and the others walking down the mountain, Ye asked Feng to follow them. Go and see if they have really left Hong Shan. After Feng left, an orange-striped warrior came over and said, Yeah, did you notice that the person you were talking to had a strange aura? You looked at the man. I've been keeping an eye on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. What happened to him? The man replied, His aura is different from that of our totem warriors. It feels more like that of a witch. Witch? You finally understood why it was Wu who was talking to him instead of Lin and the others. Are you kidding? If the witch is here, how can the totem warrior have a say? But is this tribe crazy? Why would a witch run around everywhere when she can just stay in the tribe? Then the man continued, and what's strange to me is that he doesn't seem to be a witch from the blazing Firebird tribe. Why are Lin and Shang with him? Jian Nadif. As the captain of the hunting team, he naturally knew Lin and Shang. But the one Lin and Shang were protecting was not the witch from their fiery bird tribe, which was very strange. Could it be that the witch is from the Suzaku tribe? You said. The man thought for a moment and replied, Well, it's possible. After all, the totems of the other two are Suzu. You said, the Suzaku tribe and the blazing bird tribe. Something must have happened between these two tribes. Otherwise, why would the blazing bird totem warriors protect the Suzaku witch? Should I report this to Wu? You nodded. Of course, with Wu's wisdom, he will definitely figure these things out. They waited on the top of the mountain for a long time before Feng came back with a very solemn expression on his face. Seeing Feng's expression, you frowned. Feng, what happened? I asked you to keep an eye on them, and why did you take so long to come back? Feng exhaled. After they came down the mountain, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they dug up a lot of red stones and loaded them onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex before leaving. What? You shouted. They must have discovered the secret of the cave when they entered it. What should we do? Feng asked. You thought for a long time and said, what else can I do? I can only tell the witch and let her make the decision. The secret of that cave is the most important secret of their tribe. Only the totem warriors and the witch in the tribe know the secret. If other tribes discovered this secret, their tribe's monopoly on amphibole, iron ingots, would be broken. Their tribe has always relied on the iron ingots produced in this cave, exchanging them for salt with the Dahu tribe and various other things with other tribes. After the monopoly was broken, their tribe had a hard time. We didn't know what secrets were in the cave. After all, it was too dark in the cave, and there was an alligator snapping, turtle pressing in from outside. He was only thinking about how to escape and had no time to discover the secrets of the Xiaoyet Songlong tribe. But the Howling Moon Wolf tribe didn't think so. Wuya and the others ran into the cave, and after coming out, they ran back and asked whether the weapons in their hands made of shimmering stones were produced by their tribe. Judging from all these factors, Wuya must have discovered the secret. Of course, Wuya didn't know what the Howling Moon Wolf tribe thought, so he wouldn't go to Hongshan again for a while. Wuya originally wanted to go to the Tongtian River to find a new place with sand. After all, the alligator snapping turtle laid eggs there, and they had angered it once. If he went back, he would be seeking death. Moreover, now that he had the hematite, Wuya also wanted to refine the iron tools as soon as possible. In fact, the hardness of iron is about the same as that of wild animal bones. However, iron has many more uses than animal bones. After all, although wild animal bones are hard, they cannot be ground too thin to make saws or knives. Moreover, wild beast bones cannot be bent, so iron is obviously the most practical thing Wuya has at the moment. On the way back, Wuya and his companions passed by the salt mountain again. Wuya was very angry when he saw that there were only 3 exotic flowers left. He had already planned these exotic flowers as his own property. How could he bear to see them become less and less? Seeing the giant armored rhinoceros, white-maned ape, and Thorn still basking in the sun, Wuya thought viciously, when the Yin Wu learns the blood-falling technique, I will come and take you back. Hey Wu, why are there only 3 of those strange flowers left? The blind flying ant shouted to Wuya again, venting his anger. Wuya knew. Alas, it's a pity that the strange flower has such a great effect. Fei said again. Wuya rolled his eyes and said, wait a few days and we'll get Iwa back. But having said that, it is really not easy to do in reality. There are not only 3 wild beasts here, there are also a large number of savage beasts and ferocious beasts. Although they already have the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the Hercules will be tamed soon. However, the Shizuko tribe could not confront the large number of wild and ferocious beasts head-on. After observing there for a while, Wuya and the others headed back to the tribe again. In the evening, Wuya and his companions finally returned to the tribe. I've only been away for 2 days, but the tribe has changed a lot. The huge trench dug for the foundation has been dug for more than 1 kilometer so far. There were more than 200 huge bricks that had been cut out and neatly stacked in the large trench that serve as the foundation. Yun and the others had just finished work. When they saw Wuya and the others coming back, he and she hurried over. Wuya was now having Fei and the others unload the goods. Seeing the stones in the baskets, Yun asked, Wuya is back. It looks like you've got a great harvest. Wuya nodded. It's okay, except that the process was a bit scary. Everything is fine. She didn't know why Wuya and the others brought back so many stones. When he saw the saltpeter in the basket, his eyes lit up. Wu, is this salt? Hearing Chi's words, Yin also came over to check out curiously. Fei had experience. This is not salt, but saltpeter, which is very useful. Oh, it looks like salt. What is it used for? Chi asked. Fei was about to say something, but didn't know how to express it for a moment. Wuya looked at him and smiled. What's the use? You will know later. Oh, Yun Hachi nodded. Wuya smiled and said, you guys, do you want new weapons? Weapons that are better than the wild beast bone weapons. Chapter 85, Iron Making. Yun and the others looked at Wuya in shock. Is there any weapon in this world that is more useful than wild beast bones? Fei looked at Wuya, then at the pile of hematite, and then asked, Wu, are you using these hematite? Wuya nodded. Yes, that's them. Faye picked up a piece of hematite and crushed it, but it's so brittle, it's not suitable for making weapons. Wuya shook his head. Remember the weapons used by the Howling Moonwolf tribe? Their weapons are made of this. He asked doubtfully, but Wu, this doesn't look like it at all. She nodded aside and said, Wu, the weapons of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe may look beautiful, but they are only slightly better than wild beast bones. They are not as useful as wild beast bones. As the leader of the Firebird tribe, Chi naturally knew the weapons of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. Wuya shook his head. Although the Howling Moon Wolf tribe had already produced iron, they didn't seem to be very good at making it into weapons because they still polished it like bone weapons. Besides, in Wuya's world, when iron was first discovered, it could not be used immediately. It was not until its invention in the Han Dynasty that iron began to be used slowly. Yin said from the side, since Wu has said it, he must have the ability to make weapons better than wild beast bones. Have you forgotten how the witch made salt? He nodded. That's right, Wu is omnipotent, he can definitely do it. Wuya smiled and said, since you trust me so much, don't worry. The weapons I make will be handed over to you first. Others shouted. If they had known earlier, they would have supported Wu. After returning to the tribe and eating something, the witch immediately began to arrange for everyone to build a blast furnace. We didn't know much about what a blast furnace looked like, but he could roughly build one based on the reaction of hematite. Actually, there's nothing to worry about. At present, Wuya does not have much hematite. The main thing is to find a place that can increase the temperature so that the reaction can proceed smoothly. Therefore, Wuya asked Yin and the others to build a big furnace with earth, and then make many holes at the bottom so that air could be blown in easily. After completing the blast furnace, Wuya was about to start smelting iron, but this time he discovered that they had no coke at all. Without coke, we can only use charcoal. Although the temperature of charcoal is not as high as that of coke, Wuya has no choice but to make do with it. Of course, a lot of charcoal witch teeth are also needed. So the witch found a place and asked Yin to order the pangolin to dig a big hole inside. There are several exits at the top of this big hole. Then Wuya asked Yin and the others to chop the trees that had been cut down while digging the foundation in the past 2 days into many small pieces and pile them into the big hole. After filling the big hole, Wuya added a lot of dry firewood into it. The fire was lit, and when it spread throughout the entire cave, Wuya immediately ordered Yin and the others to seal the entire cave. Under high temperature and sealed conditions, the wood will gradually lose moisture and turn into pitch-black charcoal. When everything was done, it was already midnight. Wuya was so tired that he could hardly open his eyes, and the others were even more tired. After all, they were not used to staying up late. After waiting for 2 days, Wuya found that the temperature in the cave where charcoal was burned had decreased again, so he immediately ordered the cave to be opened. After the cave was opened, the wood inside was gone, and all that was left was black charcoal. Wuya picked up a piece of charcoal, broke it open, and found that it had all been burned into carbon. He couldn't help but feel very satisfied. The first time he came into this world and burned something, he succeeded, which was a good start. Wu, what is the use of these charcoals? He looked at the charcoal and asked in confusion. Wuya smiled and said, you'll know soon. Then Wuya asked them to grind the hematite and charcoal, add some water, and squeeze the charcoal and hematite into black balls the size of fists. Then the remaining charcoal and the black balls were mixed with limestone and put into the blast furnace. After all this was done, Wuya immediately ordered a fire to be lit. Because there was a ventilation hole below and the charcoal burned very successfully, the entire blast furnace burned very quickly. After just over 10 minutes, the entire blast furnace was already red hot. However, this temperature is still not enough for iron smelting. While Wuya asked people to add charcoal, he asked Yi to make a wooden board that was 0.5 meter wide and 2 meters long. Then Wuya tied one end of a wooden stick to the middle of the wooden board, came to the blast furnace, and built a groove with mud. Facing the direction of the blast furnace ventilation hole, Wuya left a gap. Then put the wooden board into the groove and sealed the space above with mud. Then Wuya took a branch, tied a rope to both ends, and wrapped the rope around the wooden stick on the board. When the branch was pulled, the wooden planks underneath would rotate, sending a large amount of wind towards the blast furnace. The world's first blower was born. After a large amount of wind blew in, the red light inside the blast furnace immediately became much brighter. This means that the charcoal here burns faster and at a higher temperature. After continuously adding charcoal and burning for almost half a day, Wuya immediately ordered a ceasefire. After the blast furnace cooled down, Wuya went inside to check. Now, there was only a lot of ashen fist-sized, silver-white metal balls full of holes in the blast furnace. This is iron. Wuya looked at you, Hashan. See, this is what we need. Now, the Suzaka tribe has no shortage of warriors, so Wuya arranged a helper for you. Since the iron smelting took quite a while, everyone else went to dig the foundation, and now there are only you and Shan here. Yu Hashan picked up the iron ball, looked at it, and squeezed it with his hands. Shan shook his head. Wu, although this thing is quite hard, it is very brittle, even worse than the bones of wild beasts. You nodded. Besides, these are so small, they can't be used to sharpen weapons. Wu shook his head and smiled. This is just something you need to refine. There are still several steps to make it into a weapon. Then Wu asked them to get a large stone vat and put it inside the blast furnace. After putting all the iron balls in, Wu asked them to light the fire again. After being blown continuously by air, the iron balls in the large stone vat inside the blast furnace slowly melted. Wu immediately asked you to grind the remaining hematite into powder, then asked you to cover himself with animal skins and handed you the spear and wizard staff that ye had polished for him. He sprinkled hematite powder in while letting you stir it in. This is stir-frying steel, which can reduce the carbon content in the iron. When the molten iron turned white, Wu immediately asked you to stop stirring and asked Shan to stop blowing. Stir-fry the steel, and you're done. Chapter 86, Iron Axe. After extinguishing the fire, Wu asked you to put on several layers of animal skins, then broke the blast furnace, overturned the large stone vat inside, and poured the molten iron into many large blocks of molten iron. It must be said that in this world with extraordinary powers, work is much simpler. The skins of those ferocious beasts have very good heat insulation effects and are not easy to burn. In addition, Yu himself is an orange-striped warrior, so he is still at ease when doing these things. Of course, there is no other way. If he had practical tools, he would not let you do this. After the molten iron cooled and solidified, Wu asked Yu Hashan to pick up the iron ingots again and take a look. This time they used all their strength to bend the corner of the iron ingot, and it didn't break. Yu and Shan's eyes were filled with shock. Even if it was the bones of a wild beast, they would break it with such great strength. But this piece of iron did not break. Obviously, the strength of this iron exceeds that of wild beast bones. Shan looked at Wu in confusion. Wu, why is this happening? They were separate before, but now they are fused together, and their strength is even better than that of wild beast bones. Wu smiled and said, I will explain the specific principles to you later. Go and call Yi and Shui. Shui was the best at sharpening weapons in the Firebird tribe, so Wu asked him to work with Yi. Why are you calling them? You asked in confusion. Wu smiled and said, I call them to prepare weapons, of course. Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran towards the construction site. Shan, who was left behind, looked at Wu in confusion. Wu, didn't you say that weapons made from this material would be better than those made from wild beast bones? But this material hasn't even reached the level of wild beast bones. There is one last step, and that step cannot be achieved simply by burning. Guya explained. Shan seemed thoughtful, but did not ask any further questions. He was very fast. When Yi and Shui heard you say that the witch asked them to make weapons, they immediately threw away the tools in their hands and ran towards the tribe. Fei and the others also wanted to join in the fun, but were stopped by Yun and Shi. Why are you in such a hurry? The weapons haven't been polished yet. Can't we wait until they are polished before going to see them? Yun shouted. Fei and his companions had no choice but to dig the soil while imagining weapons better than wild beast bones, feeling very itchy. When Yi and the others arrived, Wu had already asked Shan to light the fire again, and had put a half-cubic iron block into it to burn. Wu, what kind of weapon do you want to polish it into? Yi picked up an iron ingot and asked excitedly. Wu shook his head and pointed at the red-hot iron in the fire. This is what needs to be polished into a weapon, not that. Yi, you, and Shui asked at the same time. Wu smiled and said, what? Go find a relatively flat stone. Is the one we made okay? Yi asked. Wu shook his head. It's too high. Just make 1/2 the height. Yi nodded and immediately ran back to the construction site. Not every brick on the construction site is made according to the standard. After all, the rock layer is not flat. Yi, why are you running back? Seeing Yi running back, Fei and the others who were full of anticipation for the weapons asked hurriedly. Yi smiled and didn't answer. He picked up a huge brick and ran back the way he came. Fei pouted. This Yi, I won't let him ride my Tyrannosaurus Rex anymore. After carrying the bricks back and throwing them aside, Yi said excitedly, "Whoa, what should we do next?" The water was already running, and he used a wooden stick to take the large piece of iron out of the fire, and then used 2 wooden sticks to clamp it onto the bricks. Wu said, "Go, steal their axes and use them to hammer this piece of iron." Fei and his men kept their weapons inside the tribe, so no one would know if Yi and his men took them. When Yi hammered the red-hot iron block, a layer of slag immediately fell off. Shui looked at Wu Ya, his eyes full of questions. Wu Ya said, "Keep fighting, you sweep away the debris." Yi nodded and continued hammering the iron. Zing-zong, zing-zong. The sound of hammering iron blocks reached the construction site. When Fei and the others heard it, they all looked towards the tribe. At this time, they were even more eager to check out what kind of weapons Wu Ya asked Yi and the others to make that were better than the wild beast bone weapons. Yun and Shi also wanted to go, but as leaders, they couldn't go at this time. Okay, everyone hurry up and work. The weapons we made are also for us, so don't be anxious." Yin comforted. Of course, the orange-striped warriors were the first to be allocated weapons. On the other side, under the constant beating of leaves and water, the half-square iron block was slowly getting smaller. But at the same time, its hardness and toughness are also slowly increasing. When the iron block was beaten down to half its size, we immediately called for a stop. At this time, the impurities in the iron block are very few, and its strength must have exceeded that of wild beast bones. Wu Yi said, "Pay attention to where you strike it, and hammer it into the shape of the giant axe you are holding." Yi and the others nodded and continued hammering. Now the iron block no longer dropped slag when hammered, only occasional sparks were produced. The 2 of them were indeed the best at sharpening weapons. Under Wu Ya's guidance, they quickly carved out the shape of the giant axe. The axe that Wu Ya asked them to make was a one-piece axe. Although the craftsmanship was a bit difficult, it was simpler than the one in Wu Ya's previous life, which had a hole in the middle. Before the sun set, Yi Shui was sweating profusely and finally managed to pull out the giant axe. Wu Ya scooped some water from a stone bowl and poured it onto the giant axe. A huge black iron axe was finally completed. Shui picked up the giant axe, swung it a few times, and nodded with satisfaction. "Wu, this giant axe is heavier than the wild beast bone, and it will be more powerful." Wu Ya smiled and said, "It's not finished yet." He looked at the giant axe and asked doubtfully, "Wu, is there anything else you want to do?" Wu Ya pointed at the axe blade. "One more step, sharpen the blade." "Opening the blade?" Shui asked. "Wu, what is opening the blade?" Wu Ya explained, "Sharpening means grinding the blade of the axe so that it is sharp." Shui nodded. They were the best at polishing. He immediately took out the grinding stone and started grinding. When the water was polished, Fei and the others rushed over in a hurry, and even Yun and Qi were no exception. They had been itching to come and take a look at this new weapon for a long time. Seeing Yun and the others coming, Wu Ya smiled and said, "You came at the right time. The weapons have just been polished." Wu Ya then looked at Yi Shui and said, "Use the wild beast bone axe and the iron axe to chop each other." Chapter 87 Engraving. Yi and Shui nodded, and immediately each took a giant axe and chopped at each other. Steel. There was a loud bang, and the iron axe on the sailor was completely intact, while the giant axe in Ye's hand was directly chopped out by the iron axe, leaving a 10-centimeter deep tooth groove. The scene was completely silent. They had never expected that the iron axe would be so powerful. It was a giant axe made from the bones of wild beasts, and it was broken in one blow. Wait, Fei was the first to notice something was wrong. "Yi, you used my giant axe. Holy shit, holy shit." When Fei discovered that it was his own giant axe, he was so anxious that he cursed out the words that Wu Yi usually shouted. Yi threw the giant axe aside awkwardly. "Ahem, I didn't mean it." Fei said angrily. "What do you mean you didn't mean it? You have to compensate me for the giant axe." Then he looked at Wu Ya and said, "Wu, you broke my giant axe, so give me this new one." Wow, even a simple-minded Fei has learned to ask for new weapons by making trouble. Wu Ya said speechlessly, "Well, it was said at the beginning that the first weapon would be given to Yun, and he is the leader, so it should be his." Fei let out a breath. "Then give me the second one." Yi sneered aside and said, "You wish." A few days ago, Yun and I were the only ones who believed Wu, so Wu said that the new weapons he created would be given to us first. "You're such a jerk, Yi," Fei said angrily. "You broke my weapon, so you have to pay for it." Then Fei looked at Wu Ya. "Don't you agree, Wu?" He really wanted the iron axe. He usually called Wuya yours, but now he calls him you. Wuya curled his lips and said, well, ye also polished your giant axe for you. Fly. Okay, everyone will have an iron axe. Don't worry, let's go eat first. Everyone is tired after a day of work. Wuya said, oh. Fei shouted hurriedly, Wu is still the best. Then he looked at Yi and said, don't even think about getting on my Tyrannosaurus Rex's back again until you build me a new weapon. Wuya was truly speechless about these primitive people. They were already in their 20s, yet they still acted like little kids. But this is where Wu Yu is wrong. Men, let alone in their 20s, even when they are 60, are still childish when they should be childish. At this time, Yin Wu also came out. He was alone in the cave, studying blood-falling techniques and barbarian patterns, and was extremely bored. After seeing the weapon made of the new material, Yin Wu's eyes lit up. Whoa, do you think if we engrave barbarian patterns on the giant axe, will it make it more powerful? Wu Yu looked at Yin Wu and asked, are you able to engrave the thick earth mark? Yin Wu nodded. It's already done. This is much simpler than the soul-gathering wild pattern. Wu Yu nodded, then shook his head. Let's talk about this later. Oh, why? Yin Wu asked in confusion. Wu Yu pointed at the cut on the giant axe on the ground and said, even the bones of wild beasts aren't this hard. What did you use to carve the barbarian pattern on the iron axe? Yin Wu suddenly realized, it really is, I forgot. Wu Yu smiled and said, however, you can't engrave the barbarian pattern on a weapon, but you can engrave it on another object. What is that? Asked Yin Wu. He also wanted to see the level of defense of the thick earth pattern. Wu Yu brought Yin Wu to a large stone vat and pointed at something inside, saying, this is it. Stone jar. Wu Yu looked at Yin Wu speechlessly. It's the animal skin inside. Inside the stone jar was limestone powder, also known as lime, made by Wu Yu, and animal skins soaked in saltpeter. After soaking in these two things, the animal skin will no longer be as hard as before and will become soft. When he was in college in his previous life, Wu Yu learned how to process leather, but there were too many steps. Wu Yu no longer remembers clearly, and now is processed so simply that it is definitely not as good as in the previous life, but it is definitely much better than that hard animal skin. After dinner, Fei and the others pestered Yi and Shui to make weapons, so we had to find 2 more people to help. This time was Soil and Rain. We asked them to clean the animal skins and then cut them into smaller pieces. Then Wu Yu performed the operation himself and let them watch from the side. Wu Yu used a small knife to shape the animal skin into clothes and pants, and then sewed them together with animal tendons. A very simple pair of clothes and pants was born. Wu, what is this? Tu asked curiously. Wu Yu smiled and said, clothes and pants. Yu touched it with her hand and said, Wu, is this something you wear on your body? That's right. Wu Yu said, do you remember how to make this thing? This wasn't difficult. Yu and Tu nodded. I'll remember it. We asked them to continue making clothes. Making clothes now was just the basics. Wu Yu's goal was to let them master the structure of the body and prepare for making more complex equipment in the future. After giving them instructions, Wu Yu immediately took the finished clothes and pants to find Yin Wu. Engraved thick earth barbarian patterns on it. Yin Wu nodded, picked up the knife, and started carving. Wu Yu picked up a stone slab that Yin Wu had carved with barbarian patterns and looked at it. This thick earth pattern is different from the giant spirit pattern. The spirit gathering pattern will automatically run after the engraving is completed and the beast blood is injected into it. Wu Yu was worried that the energy in the blood would run out, which would cause the giant spirit mark to become ineffective. But the result is that part of the energy absorbed by the giant spirit barbarian pattern will be used to charge the blood, and the giant spirit barbarian pattern will run continuously like a perpetual motion machine. This thick earth barbarian pattern will only work after Wu Yu injects chi into it. The only difference is that the chi used is not as much as the chi used by Wu Yu himself to perform witchcraft. Wu Yu looked at Yin Wu in confusion. This thick earth savage pattern can only be operated by using chi, so the totem warrior can't use it? Yin Wu put down a knife and said, I was just about to tell you this. Wu, can you give us a beast crystal? Wu Yu pointed to a stone jar on the side and said, the beast crystal is right there. If you need it, just take it. Yin Wu went over and opened the lid of the stone jar and found that there was indeed animal crystal inside. Then he took out a beast crystal, came to Wu Yu, took the stone slab engraved with barbarian patterns, and inserted the beast crystal into a place with a pool of blood on the side of the barbarian patterns. Yin Wu said, this way we can save a lot of chi, as long as we have the ability to stimulate it. Wuya took the stone slab and injected chi into the beast crystal. It was just as Yen Wu said. All he needed to do was stimulate the chi. But what's the use? What Wuya wants is a barbarian pattern that can be used without chi, not a barbarian pattern that requires a witch to use. Yen Wu said uncomfortably. This is the best solution I can think of, Wu. I can't think of any other way to let the totem warriors use witchcraft. Wuya stared at the stone slab for a long time, then turned to Yen Wu. Tell me, to activate the energy of this witchcraft, is chi necessary? Chapter 88 Switch. Yen Wu shook his head. I don't know yet. Wuya looked at the stone slab, picked up another piece of spirit gathering pattern, and placed it next to it to check, only to find that it would not activate. Is it not possible? Wuya thought for a long time, picked up another stone slab that was not filled with animal blood, placed it next to the stone slab with thick earth and barbarian patterns, and then poured blood into it. This time, the thick earth and barbarian pattern stone slab finally responded. At the moment, the gathering spirit and barbarian pattern stone slab was activated. The thick earth and barbarian pattern stone slab was also activated, emitting a layer of light brown light that enveloped the stone slab. Success! Wuya and Yen Wu looked at the activated thick earth slab with excitement in their eyes. The success of this stone tablet means that witchcraft will no longer only be performed by witches. As long as they possess the barbarian pattern, ordinary people can also perform it. After the excitement, Yen Wu couldn't help but worry again. Wu, although our research is successful, is this really a good thing? If even an ordinary person can cast witchcraft, then what is the meaning of witches' existence? Wuya smiled and said, what's wrong with that? Yen Wu shook his head. If even an ordinary person can cast witchcraft, will they still respect witches? This question hits the nail on the head. Wuya has a different opinion on this. Although witches are respected, primitive society is always too distorted. Now there is the threat of ferocious beasts. So let everyone hold each other tightly, but the ferocious beasts will all die one day. By that time, it will not be a battle between humans and ferocious beasts, but a battle between humans. In a battle like that, the weak and helpless ones would undoubtedly suffer the greatest damage. What Wuya is doing now is just to provide these ordinary people with a means to find a living space for themselves. As for whether people in the future will respect witches, that depends on their abilities. At least, here with Wuya, he can make these people respect him. This was getting off topic. Wuya replied, that's not what we should be thinking about. Even ordinary people can cast witchcraft, but they still rely on barbarian patterns. We witches can also use barbarian patterns and cast witchcraft ourselves. Overall, we'll always have an advantage over them. As for whether it will cause them to no longer respect witches, that's a long way off. At least here, they will still respect us. As for the witches in the future, it depends on their methods. After listening to this, Yen Wu nodded thoughtfully. I understand. That's good to know. Let's study how to make this thing open and close at will. Wuya said while carrying the thick earth and giant spirit stone slabs with barbarian patterns. Yen Wu took the thick earth and wild pattern stone slab and pulled out the beast crystal, and the thick earth spell immediately became ineffective. That's all, Yen Wu said, looking at the giant spirit barbarian pattern slab. As for this, I don't know when to stop. The spirit gathering barbarian pattern stone slab will absorb energy into the blood once it is activated, allowing the entire barbarian pattern to continue running without being interrupted at all. If you want to interrupt it, you need to destroy the barbarian pattern. But if the barbarian patterns are destroyed, it would be more trouble than gain. Wuya looked at the blood on the barbarian pattern that was glowing and slowly turning, and couldn't help but think of something. A switch. The blood on these barbarian patterns is like an electrical circuit, so I should be able to put a switch on it. Wuya shared his idea and the concept of the switch with Yen Wu. After hearing this, Yen Wu thought it was feasible. After all, the key to these barbarian patterns was blood. Blocking the blood flow should be enough to interrupt the barbarian pattern's function, and once the blood flow is restored, the patterns should be able to continue functioning. Yen Wu couldn't help but admire Wuya's idea. Wuya was indeed smart, and it was definitely a good idea to follow him. After proposing the idea, Wuya and his team immediately began experimenting. They first used the tip of a knife to block the flow of blood, but the blood could still continue to flow and the barbarian patterns continued to function. The only difference is that the spirit gathering effect has become a little weaker. When the knife is taken away, the blood flow increases and the spirit gathering effect returns to its original state. Although none of them were successful, Wuya was not disappointed. After all, they had discovered something very practical. This method of changing the intensity of the witchcraft released by the barbarian pattern will be of great use in the future. For example, when dealing with ordinary enemies, there is no need to use too much energy, so the blood flow can be reduced. When dealing with powerful enemies, the blood flow can be increased. In this way, more energy can be saved in actual combat, and energy can be used more efficiently. After saying this to Yen Wu opened his eyes wide. He would never think so much. He just wanted to interrupt the barbarian pattern. The witch is indeed smart. No wonder the divination gave such a result. Yen Wu sighed in his heart. Seeing Yen Wu in a daze, Wu poked Yen Wu and said, "Hey, stop being in a daze and keep going." Yen Wu came back to his senses, smiled, and continued to use other methods. But no matter whether they used knives or stones, they could not completely stop the bleeding. After removing these things, the effect of the barbarian mark only became larger. We used it to activate the thick earth barbarian mark, but it was completely unsuccessful. Wuya continued to look for something that could block the blood flow in the cave, and accidentally saw the leather jacket that he had taken to ask Yen Wu to engrave the barbarian pattern. His eyes lit up involuntarily. After cutting off a small piece with a knife, Wuya placed the piece of leather on the barbarian pattern. This time, the blood flow on the barbarian pattern was finally completely blocked. In the consciousness of Wuya and the others, they could no longer feel the spirit-gathering effect of the barbarian pattern. Success! Wuya looked at Yen Wu and said, "Quick, bring the thick earth barbarian pattern slate." Yen was also very happy. He took the thick earth and barbarian pattern stone slab with beast crystals inserted into it and placed it next to the spirit-gathering barbarian pattern stone slab held by Wuya. Wuya took the animal skin away, and the blood on the barbarian patterns flowed together without any obstruction. Then Wuya and Yen Wu felt the barbarian pattern stone slab gathering spiritual energy and began to gather spiritual energy again. This is nothing. The most crucial part is the thick earth and barbaric stone slabs. The stone slab was once again covered with a light brown glow, indicating that the thick earth technique was taking effect. It really worked. Wuya and Yen Wu were very excited. Now the method of activating the barbarian pattern has been successfully tested. In the future, as long as the switch is found, ordinary people will be able to use witchcraft. Therefore, Wuya and Yen Wu started to experiment again, trying to figure out the specific appearance of the switch. Before they knew it, it was already dawn, and Yin came over to call Wuya and the others to go eat. Chapter 89 Discussion. While eating, Wuya saw Yi and Shui with dark circles under their eyes and couldn't help but laugh. "Where did you two go last night? Why do you have such big dark circles?" Yi Wuyu said, "Wu, you have to take care of them. They stopped Shui and me last night and made me work as a blacksmith without a single rest. Last night, Fei and the others kept pestering Yi and Shui to work on the ironwork, so neither of them had a chance to rest." Wuya smiled and cast a cheering spell on them with his staff. "There's nothing I can do. It's because you guys are good at crafts." He had a bitter face. It was a good thing that we didn't cast the cheering spell on them. This way he could also use the excuse that he was too tired and didn't have to go for blacksmithing. Now under Wuya's revitalization spell, they can no longer refuse after they have recovered. However, Wuya's words gave Yi hope of rest. Wuya said, "After you finish eating, you two come to the cave within the cave. We have something to discuss with you." "Discuss?" Shui asked doubtfully. "Wu, do you have anything new to make for us?" Wuya nodded. "Well, there are some things that Yen Wu and I can't discuss clearly. And when making those things, we also need you to do it, so it will be better if you join us." After eating, he ran over to find leaves and water. Last night, Yi and Shui forged 2 iron axes, but they were taken away by Qi and Yi. Their reason was simple. Qi's weapon was just an ordinary beast sword, so he needed a new one. And Yi often had to protect Wu, so he also needed a better weapon. Fei was speechless. Although he had used his axe to block the alligator snapping turtle's mouth while they were fighting, he did so. But after he came back, he immediately asked Yi to make him a new one. If he knew the iron axe was so good, he wouldn't be so anxious to get a new weapon. The excuses given by others made Fei even more speechless. "You already have the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Why are you competing with us for new weapons?" Thus, Fei and Shang were ruthlessly placed at the very end of the Orange Stripe Warriors. If they wanted the iron axe, they would have to wait until all the other Orange Stripe Warriors had it. So, after eating, Fei immediately ran to find Yi and the others to work. Yi smiled wickedly. "Sorry, we want to talk to us about something." Fei's face immediately fell. "All right, Yi and Shui, if you two want to slack off, at least find a better excuse. Wu and the others are practicing. Why would they need you? In Fei's eyes, as long as Wu Ya and the others stayed in that cave within the cave, they were practicing. Believe it or not. He turned his head and looked at Shui. Let's go, Wu and the others are waiting for us. Yi patted Fei's shoulder, who was a head taller than him. Tiske, just wait patiently. Then, the two of them walked into the cave with Fei's face full of disbelief. Flan, you laughed beside him. Let's go, let's get to work. Wu asked Yi and the others to go over, so they must be making something new. When the time comes, you can find the right opportunity and sign up to be the first to use it. That's right. Fei suddenly realized, now that the iron axe and I are the last to get it, then the newly made items should be taken by me and Shang first. After saying that, Fei looked at Shang. Is that right, Shang? But Shang poured a bucket of cold water on Fei. What if Wu asked Yi and the others to make something like a bow and arrow? Speaking of bows and arrows, after the initial excitement, only Yi and Lin had a talent for archery. Now they're the only two in the tribe who can use bows and arrows, and no one else is interested in practicing bows and arrows. Fei steeled his heart. Humph, who cares? Even if it's a bow and arrow, I want to be the first to use it. Then he looked at the others and said, you guys, don't compete with me when the time comes. Yin Wuyu said, let's go and get to work. The real thing is to build the city as soon as possible. Inside the cave, Wuya and Yi talked about the relationship between the barbarian patterns and the switch, which shocked Yi and Shui. Yi was even more frightened. Witchcraft is such a sacred thing. How can it be mastered by people other than witches? Shui didn't say anything, but nodded, obviously agreeing with Ye's words. In their concept, everything related to witchcraft is completely untouchable by others. Now he asked them to make something that allows ordinary people to use witchcraft. How can they accept it? Wuya smiled and said, as witches, if ordinary people master witchcraft, it will threaten our status. But we are not anxious, so why are you anxious? Shui said with a troubled look on his face. But if ordinary people can use witchcraft, wouldn't it be a mess? A tribe without a shaman would be in great trouble, but would it necessarily be better if it had more shamans? Not necessarily. As totem warriors, their duty is to protect the witch and the tribe. But if the witches start fighting, the totem warriors will be in trouble. Although there are 2 witches in the tribe now, Yanwu still calls Wuya a witch, so it is not difficult to deal with him. But Wuya and his gang thought it wasn't chaotic enough and wanted to create more witches. Wuya smiled and said, don't worry. Although this thing we made will allow everyone to use witchcraft, the witchcraft that can be used is also very limited. It won't be to the point of chaos. This is true, although many witchcraft can be expressed using barbarian patterns, but it is also a lot, not all. Among them, the awakening technique that is closely related to the awakening of the totem warrior is not recorded in the inheritance stone. As long as the awakening technique remains in the hands of the witch will always be a witch. Others can use witchcraft, but they are only warriors who can use witchcraft. Wuya thought that the person who invented the barbarian pattern had this consideration and therefore did not analyze the awakening technique. After thinking about it for a while, Yi Hishui felt that what Wu said made sense, so he agreed to help Wuya and the others make the switch. Switches are very common and widely used in the 21st century. However, few people know their inner workings. Even if they know, few people can do it. Wuya was one of those people who knew the structure and could make it, but there was one prerequisite, and that was having the materials ready. If there were no ready-made materials and everything had to be made by oneself, we would not have the ability to do it. Moreover, making the switch is one problem, and how to use it on the barbarian pattern is another problem. This was also the reason Wuya had called Yi and Shui over. Although they were primitive, they weren't stupid. The only thing that limited their ability to create anything was their vision. What a witch needs to do is to discuss with them so that they can also have the ability to think and create. However, while Wuya and the others were thinking hard, Yin came running over panting. Which? Yes, there's a ferocious beast. Chapter 90, Earth-Eating Monster. Is there a ferocious beast? Wuya looked at Yin, who was panting, and couldn't help asking, is it the evil beast? Evil beast? Yin asked doubtfully. Since Wuya came back, he has not yet popularized the concept that above the wild beasts are the evil beasts. What kind of ferocious beast is it? With so many totem warriors like you, are you still afraid? Wuya asked. The tribe now has dozens of totem warriors, as well as the wild beast Tyrannosaurus Rex and the savage beast pangolin. There is no reason to be afraid of any ferocious beast. Even if it is a nightmare beast, we will not be too afraid as long as it does not have such abnormal defensive capabilities as the alligator snapping turtle. Yin shook his head. I'm not afraid. That beast is not powerful. Wei was confused. As for ordinary beasts, why not just capture them and wait for me to cast the contract? We can't catch it, Yin said with embarrassment. Judging from its aura, it's just a beast. But it moves very fast in the soil. We can't catch up. Wu looked at Yin with a look of certainty. It's just a ferocious beast. Pangolins are savage beasts. How can it not catch up with it? Yin nodded. Yes, but the pangolin can't dig as fast as it does. Wow, there's such a ferocious beast. Wu immediately said, let's go and take a look. Yin Wu and the others also stood up and wanted to follow him out. Wu looked at Yin Wu and said, by the way, how's your blood-falling technique going? Yin Wu whispered, I'm still practicing, but I always get stuck at the last step. Then we should hurry up, Wu Ya said. Since the powerful ape hadn't been contracted yet, Shan would need to frequently cultivate a relationship with it, and the tribe would lose 2 sources of income. After following Yin to the construction site, Wu saw that the side where Yin and the other warriors without patterns and white patterns were responsible for digging was surrounded by people checking the ground ahead. After Wu Ya arrived, Yin immediately ran over to explain the situation to Wu Ya. It turned out that when they were digging, they encountered many holes underground that were about half a person's width. Yin didn't dare to act rashly, and immediately ran over to the orange-striped warrior who was sawing bricks to report the situation to Yin. When Yin and the other orange-striped warriors came over, their ability to sense breath was much stronger than that of the white-striped warriors. However, it was the Tyrannosaurus Rex's keen sense of smell that discovered the ferocious beast. After discovering the cave where the ferocious beast was, Yin immediately asked Yin to order the pangolin to expand the cave entrance and chase after the ferocious beast. But no matter how hard the pangolin dug, it couldn't catch the ferocious beast. In the end, there was no other way, so Yin could only run to Wu Ya to report the situation and see if Wu Ya had any solution. Digging the soil faster than a pangolin is really a bit abnormal. However, if it is caught, the construction progress of the Suzuka tribe will be greatly accelerated. Wu Ya asked, where is that ferocious beast now? Yin ran to a spot about 70 to 80 meters away from where Yin and the others were digging and stopped. It's right here, but it's too deep. If the pangolin had dug in, it would have run away long ago. Wu Ya smiled and said, then why not just not dig this position? Everyone was puzzled and didn't understand what Wu Ya meant. Wu Ya pounded his spear and staff into the ground, then drew a large circle about 50 meters in diameter around the cloud. All of you, dig down along the line I've drawn until you reach the rock layer. He had observed the holes dug by the unknown beast and found that they were all dug above the rock formations. In some places, after digging to the rock layer, they did not dig further down, but instead dug the soil along the rock layer. What does this prove? It proves that this guy's ability is not enough to dig through the rock layer. This made things much simpler. All they had to do was dig up the dirt around it, and the beast inside wouldn't be able to escape. This is the underground version of catching a turtle in a jar. After Yin and the others heard Wu Ya's method, they exclaimed that Wu Ya was very smart and could come up with such a powerful idea. Then dozens of totem warriors, including pangolin, started digging, trying to catch the ferocious beast as soon as possible. The warriors without patterns originally wanted to join in the excavation, but they were facing ferocious beasts after all, so we did not let them participate for safety reasons. However, the digging was done by totem warriors, so they dug very quickly. With the help of pangolins, in less than an hour, they had dug out a huge circle that was about 10 meters wide and more than 30 meters deep. The ferocious beast in the center had no idea that its retreat had been blocked and was still staying there quietly. As long as it's still there, Wu Ya was very satisfied after learning from Yin Wu that the ferocious beast had not moved. Yin Wu's spiritual sense is very powerful. Even underground, he could detect a distance of about 30 or 40 meters. These things will naturally be obtained when his strength becomes stronger. Wu Ya was too lazy to worry about them, so he asked Yin to order the pangolin to start digging towards the ferocious beast. When the distance was about 20 meters, the beast began to move and dug to the other side. Wu Ya immediately ordered all the orange-striped warriors to go over there and wait for the ferocious beast inside to come out. When the ferocious beast was only 10 meters away from the circle, it began to realize something was wrong and quickly turned to the other side. But no matter which way it turned, it was already blocked in front of Yun and his men. It was just a ferocious beast, so it was naturally no match for Yun and his orange-striped warriors. However, there was a pangolin chasing it from behind, so it had no choice but to run in a direction that it thought would not harm it. However, we on the ground was stunned. This ferocious beast did not break out in other directions, but actually ran toward the most powerful Tyrannosaurus Rex. Perhaps from its understanding, a wild beast like Tyrannosaurus Rex would not eat a ferocious beast like it that is dirty and unpalatable. "It's coming out," Yen Wu shouted. Wuya looked towards the position where the Tyrannosaurus Rex was guarding, and then he saw a black, slightly reflective beetle head about 1 meter wide emerging from the soil. Why does this look a bit like a dung beetle? This ferocious beast is a beetle. Judging from its flat head, it does look like a dung beetle. Then, the beast's body emerged from the soil. Its body was much larger than its head, about 2 meters wide and 3 meters long. It did, however, resemble a dung beetle. It's a geophagus monster. No wonder it can run so fast in the soil. Even pangolins can't catch up with it. Yin couldn't help but complain after seeing the ferocious beast. Hearing that it was a geophagus monster, Wuya recalled in his mind and finally remembered the information about this ferocious beast. The earth-eating monster lives in the soil all the time and will never come out unless its strength reaches the level of a wild beast. When the Tyrannosaurus saw that it was a geophagus monster, it was also disgusted and stepped on it casually. However, according to Faye's warning, it did not crush it to death. The blood of the geophagus monster is very smelly, and most ferocious beasts will not eat it, so the Tyrannosaurus Rex dislikes it so much. But Wuya didn't mind. "Tie it up for me." Chapter 91 Battle Suit. After tying up the earth-eating monster and carrying it out, Wuya looked at Yen Wu and said, "Try the blood-falling technique." Yen Wu shook his head. "But I still don't have practice sessions." "It's okay, just try it," Wuya said. Yen Wu couldn't persuade Wuya, so he had asked her to get some blood from the earth-eating monster and started chanting the spell. As the fire wizard chanted the spell, his staff began to emit white light, which became brighter and brighter. However, when he was about to succeed, the white light suddenly dissipated. Obviously, Yen Wu failed, which I still can't perform the blood-dropping spell successfully. Yen Wu spread his hands. Wuya was not angry. "It's okay, practice harder. The bloodfall technique is very important to our tribe." Then he called Lai over. We already had experience in dealing with such weak and ferocious beasts. The weaker the beast, the easier it is to surrender. Since we can't use the blood-lowering technique as a soft solution, we have to use the Tyrannosaurus Rex as a hard solution. After obtaining Lai's blood, Wuya asked Faye to order the Tyrannosaurus Rex to release all its pressure on the earth-eating monster. When facing a ferocious beast that is 2 levels larger than itself, the earth-eating monster has no intention of resisting at all. Therefore, when Wuya was casting the contract spell, he encountered only a slight obstacle and successfully made Lai and the earth-eating monster establish a contract. After establishing a contract with the earth-eating monster, Lai seemed very happy. Yin always showed off the pangolin in front of him, and now he had the capital to show off. With the addition of the Earth Eater, the excavation of the foundation was much faster. Wuya looked at the huge gully that had been dug for more than a kilometer and the large number of bricks that had been sawed out, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Now that so much foundation and bricks have been dug out, it's time to start building the city wall. But the problem is that the issue of sand and cement has not been resolved. Wuya doesn't want the city wall he built with so much effort to be insufficiently defended because there is no mortar to hold it together. However, after some thought, Wuya decided to solve the problem of manhwa first. Once the problem of the barbarian patterns is solved, the combat effectiveness of the totem warriors of the Suzaka tribe will be greatly improved, and it will be easier to remove the sand. After returning to the cave, Wuya and the others began to study the switch again. After a day and a night of research, they finally developed the switch. This switch is similar to the common switch like Wuya's. Just press it to block the barbarian pattern. When pressed, a needle covered with animal skin can be inserted into the barbarian pattern to block the blood flow, thus stopping the barbarian pattern from working. When the switch is pressed again, the needle is lifted up, the wires are connected, and the device can continue to work. Wuya and his team tried several times and were able to successfully block the barbarian patterns. After the switch was made, Wuya immediately asked Yi and Shui to produce a large number of them, at least dozens of them. Wuya went to find Tu and Yu. They had made a large amount of clothes in the past 2 days, enough for every totem warrior to wear. After asking them to move all the clothes into the cave, we did not let them stop, but asked them to select dozens of ordinary people to continue making clothes. Now that the weather has started to get hotter, a lot of people are just wearing animal skins or nothing at all. If it were a man, it would be fine after all. Everyone has it, but women are like this too. As Wuya, who has been single for more than 20 years, hates to see this kind of scene the most. Therefore, no matter how hot the weather is, Wuya will make everyone in the tribe wear leather clothes. 2. And you naturally had no objections. These processed animal skins were not as hard as the original ones, and they actually liked wearing them. Of course, the clothes worn by ordinary people in the tribe would definitely look different from those worn by totem warriors. Wuya had them make clothes for the totem warriors, using at least the best hides from wild beasts. Ordinary people used the hides of fierce beasts, since they didn't have to fight. Inside the cave, Wuya watched Wu continuously engraving the barbarian patterns and couldn't help but ask, "Speaking of which, does engraving the barbarian patterns require the use of chi or divine consciousness?" Wu nodded. "Well, if you use your spiritual sense, it will be less likely to make mistakes when engraving. As for chi, it is not necessary. That means that even without using spiritual consciousness, it can be engraved, but the success rate won't be as high as yours." Wuya asked. Wu looked at Wuya in confusion. "Wu, what is the success rate?" Wuya explained. "The success rate is the probability that you can successfully engrave the barbarian pattern. For example, if you engrave 10 barbarian patterns and 5 are successful, then the success rate is 50%. Wu suddenly realized, yes, it is true. If I don't use my spiritual sense, I will be less successful. Wuya smiled and said, "In that case, the engraving of the barbarian pattern doesn't necessarily require you to come." Wu nodded. "Yeah, that's about right. After all, when engraving the barbarian pattern, you don't need the witch's skills. That's enough." Wuya immediately took a stone slab and went out to the ordinary people. "Everyone, look here." Everyone in the tribe looked at Wuya. Since they were ordinary people, they had no tasks and did nothing all day long. They were all very surprised that Wuya would look for them. After all, witches generally don't care about ordinary people. "Everyone, look at this thing in my hand." After seeing everyone looking at him, Wuya continued, "I have a task for you. That is to draw the patterns on other stone slabs according to these patterns." The people in the tribe were all confused and had no idea what the witch was doing. Wuya didn't care about that. "I'll come over tomorrow to see. Whoever draws the best will get a reward." When they heard about the reward, their eyes widened. Rewards are usually only given to totem warriors and have nothing to do with ordinary people like them. But the witch actually said that if you draw this thing, you will get a reward. For these primitive people who have few entertainment activities, this undoubtedly aroused their great interest. Seeing that everyone wanted to get a reward, Wuya hung the slate next to the spot where the sketch of Suzaku City was hung. "I'll put the slate here so everyone can learn to draw. I'll come over tomorrow, and those who draw well will get a reward." After doing all this, Wuya returned to the cave. Yin had already engraved barbarian patterns on his clothes and pants. There were 5 barbarian patterns on the clothes, a large thick earth barbarian pattern, and a small spirit-gathering barbarian pattern on the back. There were also small, thick earth barbarian patterns on each side of the front, and a spirit-gathering barbarian pattern. There are a total of 10 barbarian patterns on the pants, 2 thick earth barbarian patterns, and 1 spirit-gathering barbarian pattern engraved on the front and back of both legs. In this way, the Suzaku tribe's first generation of combat uniforms on the savage continent finally came to the market. Chapter 92, There is No Way. After engraving the barbarian patterns, Wuya and his team encountered a new problem. That is, there are a total of 11 thick earth patterns on the battle suit, which means that at least 11 beast crystals are needed to make all the patterns on the battle suit usable. The Suzaku tribe has accumulated quite a few totem warriors over the years because they haven't awakened any. But if all of them were used as the energy source for the barbarian patterns on the battle suit, it would obviously not be enough. After all, there are only a few dozen totem warriors, so how could they have so many beast crystals? Wuya counted and found that there were only about 400 beast crystals in the tribe, most of which were ferocious beast crystals. Another problem is that the energy in the beast crystal is not infinite. Once the energy is used up, the beast crystal becomes an ordinary, transparent stone, which is completely useless. If they continue to use it like this, the beast crystals of the Suzaku tribe will be used up sooner or later. However, Wuya and Yinwu found a solution to this problem. which is to charge the beast crystal. Because they discovered that when the spirit gathering barbarian pattern stone slab was running, as long as the beast crystal approached, it would automatically absorb the gathered spiritual energy. Therefore, we especially asked Yen Wu to carve the spirit gathering pattern on a large stone slab and put all the beast crystals of the tribe on it to charge. Of course, this only solves the problem of beast crystal energy, but the number of beast crystals cannot solve it. Which, I remember you said that our tribe will never run out of salt? How about our tribe also sells salt? Yen Wu thought a way to solve the problem of too few beast crystals. We had considered this proposal before, but rejected it himself. Salt is something that cannot be sold indiscriminately, whether in primitive times, ancient times, or modern times. Not to mention that in this world, the salt business is monopolized by the Daohu tribe. If the Suzaku tribe dares to steal their business, it would be declaring war. For example, can the Suzaku tribe keep the beast crystals obtained from selling salt? Although the tribe's strength has increased dramatically with Wu Ya's leadership, it is still not strong enough to do big business. If other tribes saw that the Suzaku tribe was doing well in selling salt, they would definitely be jealous. At that time, the Suzaku tribe will have to be constantly on guard to see if they can cope with attacks from other tribes. Wu Ya said, selling salt won't work, at least not now. Wu Ya was too lazy to explain the reason. After all, Yen Wu might not understand even if he told him. Although Yen Wu didn't know why Wu Ya refused, he didn't dwell on this issue anymore. Wu Ya thought for a moment and said to Yen Wu, I remember there's a kind of stone that contains spiritual energy. Yen Wu thought for a moment and replied, well, you should be talking about spirit stones. However, the spiritual energy contained in spirit stones is too little and not suitable for cultivation, so no one collects them. Wu Ya smiled and said, do you think the energy in the spirit stone can be used as the energy source for the barbarian pattern? After thinking about it, Yen Wu shook his head. It shouldn't be possible. There's too little energy in them. If it's running low, we can recharge it. Look at the beast crystal. Its energy is getting lower. Can't we recharge it? Wu Ya said. Yen Wu looked at the beast crystal and said uncertainly, it can be charged, yes, but Wu, the beast crystal cannot be turned into a wild beast crystal by charging. It made some sense, but Wu Ya felt something was wrong. Where did the savage beast crystal come from? Well, the savage beast crystal comes from savage beasts. Yen Wu said. Wu Ya continued to ask, where did that wild beast come from? Yen Wu was about to say that it was evolved from a ferocious beast, but then his eyes lit up. Wu, you are really smart. Wu Ya said, although I don't know if the spirit stone can be used, it won't hurt to give a try. Yen Wu nodded. Indeed, if it doesn't work, we can try something else. At this time, Yi Shui brought the finished switch over. Wu Ya took a look at the switch they made and couldn't help but feel very satisfied. These switches are only the size of a thumb and are very dexterous. They will not look out of place when installed on the battlesuit. However, there is one thing that Wu Ya is not satisfied with. That is, there are too many switches. After they are all installed on the battlesuit, he has to press them one by one to start them. Of course, this is the first generation after all, and is still in the experimental stage, so Wu Ya cannot demand too much perfection. After installing the switches, Wu Ya put on his battlesuit and turned on all the switches. Suddenly, a layer of light brown light enveloped Wu Ya's entire body, including his head. Wu Ya moved around a bit and didn't feel any discomfort. This is the effect after the thick earth technique is cast. It can form a layer of defense outside the body, but it will not affect movement. Wu Ya punched the stone wall, leaving a mark on it, but he didn't feel any pain. Seeing this effect, Wu Ya was very proud. He finally had the same fighting ability as the totem warrior. Then he looked at Yi. Yi, come give me a punch. I'm testing the defensive capabilities of this suit. Yi was shocked. The duty of a totem warrior is to protect the witch, so how could he possibly attack the witch? Whoa, no, you won't be able to handle it. He is an orange-striped warrior, and his strength is easily measured in tons. He doesn't dare to hit Wu Ya. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. However, Yi still shook his head. Wu no. Totem warriors listen to the witch in everything, but when it comes to the witch's safety, it is a different matter. Now he is asked to attack Wu. What a joke on the mainland. Wu Ya had no choice but to turn his gaze to Shui. Shui, come here. Shui also shook his head. Although he had joined the Suzaku tribe not long ago, his loyalty to the tribe was evident to all, and he would definitely not attack Wu Na. Seeing that the water was unwilling to see him, Wu Ya could only turn his gaze to Yen Wu. Yen Wu, are you finally okay? Yen Wu shook his head and said, Wu, let's not do this. You can't bear my power. If it weren't for the battle suit, Wu you really wouldn't be able to bear it. Although Yin Wu is a wizard, he is still a little stronger than the warrior without pattern in terms of strength. Having a battle suit is another matter. Hurry up, this is my request. I won't blame you. No matter what Wuya ordered, the three of them just refused to do so. Wuya had no other choice but to take off his battle suit and throw it to Shui, who was slightly taller than him. You put it on, let's test it out. Shui was very happy. He had long wanted to see the effect of the battle suit that Wu had made for them. He quickly put it on and looked at Yi. Yi, come and try to beat me. Wait a minute. The three of them looked at Wuya, wondering what he was going to say next. Wuya said speechlessly, You are orange-striped warriors. Are you fighting here to tear this place down? Go out and try. Chapter 93 Live Experiment. Shui Hai felt embarrassed and hurried outside. At this time, the sun had just set and Fei and his team had just finished work and returned. Seeing Wu Ya and the others coming out, Fei asked curiously, Wu, you guys finally decided to come out. Did you make something new? Wu Ya nodded. Yes. Where is it? Where is it? Let me see. Wu, I've already told them that this time, Shang and I'll be the first to get the new things you make. Fei said while winking at Shang. Is that so, Shang? He nodded belatedly. Ah, yes. Wu Ya smiled and said, Well, the injury might be okay, but I'm afraid you might not be able to. Fei looked aggrieved. Why, Wu? I didn't even get the iron axe. We didn't get it either. You and the others said. Yi and Shui were ordered by Wu Ya to make switches, so there was no one to do the blacksmithing. Wu Ya pointed at the water and said, Nuo, it's on the water. You're too big to wear it. Fei and the others then discovered that Shui had already put on clothes. Hey, what is this? Why is it different from the animal skins we are wearing? Fei walked over and took a look and asked. Wu Ya patiently explained, This is called clothing. The animal skin has been processed. Fei nodded, then shouted at the water, How dare you, water, steal my clothes? Shui smacked her lips. You are such a grown-up, and you can't wear it. Then he looked at the others. Hey, don't say you can't fly through it. None of you can fit through it. Who made you grow so big? It's all for nothing. This was the first time we saw someone being so confident in saying that he was short. Fortunately, he was still small and growing, otherwise he really couldn't accept being this height. Then he shouted to the water, Okay, stop playing. Let's start the experiment. Shui nodded and said to Yi, Yi, come on. The corners of Ye's mouth rose slightly. I'll be right there. The others watched curiously, wanting to see what Yi and the others were going to do. Then, Yi stomped his foot on the ground, stirring up a circle of dust, and then punched Shui in the chest with all his strength. Good man, what kind of hatred or grudge is there to use so much strength? We couldn't help but worry about the water's condition. After Shui was hit by a punch, the huge impact force directly sent him flying, and he rolled more than 10 meters before stopping. He stood up and said angrily, Oh my God, Yi, you really are merciless. Listening to his voice, he sounded full of energy and didn't look hurt at all. We immediately ran over to check. The thick earth pattern was still functioning, with no signs of damage. He then asked, How is it? Are you feeling any discomfort? Shui shook his head and patted his chest and said, Woo, I'm fine. I didn't feel anything when you hit me. Yun and the others were stunned. Based on the situation just now, no one would be safe and sound. Fei couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw it. That should be mine. We didn't care about that. He was very satisfied with the protective capabilities of his battle suit. An orange-striped warrior punched it with all his strength, but couldn't break it. Its defense level should be similar to that of a wild beast. We thought for a moment and ran towards the cave inside the cave. Seeing Wu Ya running back to the cave without saying a word, everyone was very confused. Shui thought he had said something wrong, so he ran to Yi and asked, Yi, did I say something wrong? Yi looked confused. I don't know. It seems that Wu doesn't mean to blame you. After waiting for a while, Wu Ya ran out of the cave with a lotus seed in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he said to the water, I want to see the level of defense of this battle suit. Do you dare to try it? Shui nodded and said firmly, Wu, I dare. Wu Ya said, Don't force it. No need to force it. Good, you have courage. People from my Shizuka tribe should have this courage. Then Wu Ya looked at Yun and said, Yun, use your new weapon to give some water. Yun was unable to react for a moment. He picked up his huge iron axe and asked, Use this to chop water? Wu Ya nodded. Yes, that's it. Then he looked at the water. Is everything okay? Shui looked at the huge iron axe in Yun's hand and couldn't help spitting. He and Yi had made that iron axe and had even tested it before, so he naturally knew its power. Well, it should be maybe no problem. Wu was actually not sure whether he could defend himself. Looking at the state of the water, he decided to give up this bold idea. If the water is really damaged, it will be difficult to deal with. Wu glanced around the tribe. When the others heard that Wu wanted Yun to chop with a giant axe, they all kept silent, fearing that Wu would pull them out for experiments. However, Wu's gaze was still fixed on one corner, the powerful monkey. The powerful ape has been cultivating a relationship with his injuries these past few days. He has lost a lot of weight, and his body is covered with wounds. After feeling Wu's malicious gaze, it couldn't help but feel a chill. Wu's mouth corners slightly raised. Take off your battle suit. Shui thought Wu was dissatisfied with his performance, so he quickly said, Wu, I can do it. You are nothing. Take off your battle suit quickly. I want to conduct an experiment on the powerful ape. Wu said, Oh. Shui nodded, quickly turned off the switch, and then took it off. Wu took the battle armor and came to the powerful monkey. Feeling Wu's ill intentions, the powerful ape couldn't help but start to tremble. Even after being beaten for so many days, it had never experienced such a situation before. Wu looked at the trembling, powerful ape and couldn't help feeling speechless. Was he so scary that even the wild beasts were trembling here? But no matter what the powerful monkey did, Wu would not change his mind. He put the battle suit on the powerful monkey's back and turned on the switch. After the barbarian patterns on the battle suit were activated, most of the powerful ape's body was immediately covered with a layer of light brown glow. Obviously, the powerful ape was too big to protect it completely. Wu didn't care about that. After turning on the switch, he pointed at the battle suit and said, Yun, hit the battle suit. Yun nodded. As long as the axe didn't hit anyone, he would naturally have no scruples. He slowly approached the powerful monkey with the huge axe in hand. Remember, use all your strength, including the power of the totem. Yun nodded, and the power of the totem began to work, increasing his strength a lot. Then he slowly raised the giant axe. The powerful ape felt the aura emanating from Yun and the axe blade that was glowing white, and began to get scared. He wanted to scream, but unfortunately his mouth was tied by a strong vine, so he could only whimper. Yun naturally didn't care about these things. He was just a totem warrior who had no feelings for the ferocious beasts. He lifted the giant axe into the air, exerted the totem power to its maximum, and then chopped it down fiercely. The giant axe flew down so fast that Wu couldn't even see its afterimage. Chapter 94 determined the style. Collapse. The giant axe hit the armor of the powerful ape, making a loud, muffled sound and bringing up a gust of air. Wu hurriedly looked at the powerful monkey and found that the powerful monkey was fine. So Wu turned his gaze to the battle suit, only to see that it no longer emitted the light brown glow, and there was a small gap in it caused by the cloud. Even if Yun's sword hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it would still cause a big wound. But when it struck the battle suit, it only broke the protective glow of the suit. What does this mean? It means that the defensive capabilities of the battle suit are comparable to those of the wild beast Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wu had thought the effect would be very good, but he didn't expect it to be so good. He picked up the suit, examined it, and said, It's a success. After a few minor improvements, we can give it to everyone. When they heard that everyone would have it, they immediately cheered. Who wouldn't want to own a battle suit that can defend against wild beasts? Wu turned his gaze to the powerful ape that was still trembling. It was really scared just now. Unfortunately, he had already used the contract technique today and could not use it again. Wu had too much to practice and had not yet mastered the contract technique. There is no way but to wait until tomorrow. After eating, they returned to the cave, and Wu and Wu continued to discuss the specific appearance of the battle suit. By midnight, Wu and his team had finally figured out the specific design of the battle suit. In fact, it is similar to the military uniform that Wu wore in his previous life, with several pockets for convenient storage. The man Wu and his men also reduced the number of thick earth barbarian patterns from the original 11 to 5. There are still 3 pieces of clothing, but there are now 2 pieces of pants, one on each side. Although doing so will reduce its defense, the Suzaku tribe currently has limited beast crystals, so this is the only way. Early the next morning, Wu called Tu and Yu and asked them to rework the battle suits they had brought and sew more pockets on them according to his requirements. We went to check how the tribesmen were doing with their barbarian patterns. However, the result obtained can only be described as horrific. These people's painting skills are comparable to Wuya's. It can't be said that they are not similar to the original work, but they are completely unrelated. If Wuya hadn't asked them to draw it according to the barbarian pattern, Wuya wouldn't have known what they were drawing. There was no other solution. Wuya could only use the clumsy method of hard work can make up for lack of talent, to select talents with painting skills. Don't be discouraged, everyone. The reward for this will always be valid. Wuya said, anyone who draws exactly like this can come to me and get the reward. Anyway, these people have nothing to do all day, so painting barbarian patterns is their entertainment activity. As for the barbarian patterns, Yin will have to work a little harder. Wuya was just about to return to the cave when a muffled roar from the other side attracted his attention. Shang was cultivating a relationship with the powerful monkey again, and a low growl came from the powerful monkey. Wuya came over to Shang and asked, "How's it going? Is this powerful ape scared of you?" When Shang saw Wuya coming, he greeted Wuya first, then said, "It didn't get scared no matter how I hit it before, but today when I came over it got scared." Wuya looked at the powerful ape and found that its eyes were staring straight at the other side. Wuya looked over there and found that the injured wild beast bone axe was placed there. It seems that this powerful ape was frightened yesterday and has developed a fear of the giant axe. In this case, there won't be much. Wuya said, "Go and get me your giant axe, and then bring me your blood and the blood of the mighty ape." Shang knew that Wuya was going to start practicing the contract technique. His eyes lit up, and he hurried to get the giant axe, took his own blood, and then took the blood of the powerful monkey. The powerful ape almost cried out again when he saw the injured man holding the giant axe. Wuya saw this and said, "Put the giant axe in front of it later, got it?" Shang nodded to show that he understood. Wuya immediately began chanting the spell. He had already performed the contract spell several times, and this time it went very smoothly. The white light on the tip of the spear and staff turned the blood golden, then sank into the heads of the injured and powerful apes. The wound on this side naturally entered the brain, but there was some obstruction on the powerful monkey's side. Although it had entered the forehead, it did not enter the brain. Wuya immediately said, "Use your giant axe and pretend you're going to chop off its head." Shang nodded, immediately raised the giant axe, and chopped at the powerful monkey's head. In that situation, even Wuya was afraid of being injured and unable to control his strength, and would really want to chop. When the powerful ape saw the giant axe falling towards his head, he was so scared that he closed his eyes. Then, without paying attention, the blood successfully entered his brain. The blood entered his brain, and he suddenly felt the fear in the heart of the powerful ape. The giant axe stopped at the forehead of the powerful ape. Seeing that the contract was successful, Wuya smiled and said, "All right, the powerful ape is your war beast now. Let's loosen the vines." It was the first time for Shang to sign a contract with a vicious beast. He felt very novel and introduced himself to the powerful ape. "Hello, I am Shang." As he spoke, he untied the vines that had bound the mighty monkey. He did not show any disdain for the monkey's ugliness as before. Wuya was speechless. The powerful ape can't speak. If you want to communicate with it, just recite silently in your mind. Shang nodded, untied the vines for the powerful monkey, and then asked the powerful monkey to do some movements. Wuya looked at the powerful ape, who had lost weight and was covered in wounds, and sighed. Without the blood drop technique, they could only use this clumsy method to sign a contract with the beast. However, this method would cause great harm to the beast, and often after signing the contract, it would take some time for the beast to recuperate. Unfortunately, Wuya couldn't see the blood-lowering technique himself yet, and there was nothing he could do. He could only find a way to reduce Yin Wu's workload, so that he could learn the blood-lowering technique and even the contract technique as soon as possible. Wuya looked at Gao Xing's injuries and said, "Its condition isn't very good right now. Feed it more meat so it can recover sooner." Shang nodded, "I understand, Wu." Just as he was about to leave, Wuya asked again, "By the way, have you ever seen a spirit stone when you were out hunting before?" He recalled for a moment and shook his head. "I haven't been hunting for long, less than a year, so I don't know many places. But Wu, you can ask Lin or Shang, or even Deputy Chief Chi, they might know where they went." Wuya nodded, "Yes, I understand." Chapter 95, heading to Lingshan. Wuya did not immediately go to Qi or Yun to ask about the spirit stone, but returned to the cave. He figured it out. For now, Yin Wu was very useful, and he couldn't just be forced to focus on engraving barbarian patterns. Therefore, Wuya himself also needs to engrave the barbarian pattern. With the help of divine consciousness and Yin Wu's successful experience, the engraving of Wuya went relatively smoothly. It took him half a day to successfully engrave the thick earth barbarian pattern. So, he and Yin Wu spent 3 days engraving a total of 20 sets of battle suits. 20 sets of battle uniforms are enough for Wuya himself, Yin Wu, and all the orange-striped warriors to wear battle uniforms. Wuya is now wearing a set of uniforms. His uniform is different from that of other warriors. It has a total of 7 thick earth patterns, and his defense is much higher than that of others. After putting on the battle suit, Wuya felt much more energetic and felt like he was finally a human being. After distributing battle suits to Yun and the others, Wuya called Qi and Yun aside and said, "Yun, Qi, have you ever seen spirit stones when you were hunting outside?" "Spirit stone?" Yun asked. "Wu, do you need spirit stone?" Wuya nodded and said, "To make a battle suit, we need beast crystals to provide energy. I want to experiment with spirit stones to see if they can replace beast crystals. One beast crystal can only be obtained by hunting a large number of ferocious beasts, which is too difficult to obtain. Moreover, the Suzaka tribe will need more and more beast crystals in the future. If there is no substitute, only Wuya and Yin Wu can use the barbarian pattern." Yin thought for a moment and shook his head. "Wu, I have never found a spirit stone." Wuya looked at Qi. "Qi, what about you?" Qi nodded. "Yes, I have encountered spirit stones before when I went to other tribes. To be precise, it should be the spirit stone mine that Wu mentioned." Qi said, "It is on a mountain on the other side of you mountain. There are many spider beasts there. There is a spirit stone mine." Wu Ya's eyes widened. "Is that place far from Yushan?" "Well, it's about as far as Yushan Mountain to Yinshan Mountain." Qi replied, "It's closer to the giant bear tribe, about the same distance from Suzuka Mountain to Yinshan Mountain." Wu Ya thought the name of the Suzuka tribe in Nyashan was not nice, so he simply changed it to Suzuka Mountain. As for the giant bear tribe, Wu Ya had never heard of it, so he asked, "Why are you going to the giant bear tribe? How strong is the giant bear tribe?" Qi replied, "Well, at the end of every spring, the Firebird and giant bear tribes would exchange women between the two tribes. They are much stronger than us, and they have 2 yellow-striped warriors. Exchanging women is not human trafficking, but marriage. The 2 tribes exchange women to prevent inbreeding." Wu Ya nodded. "Lin knows where the spirit stone mine is, right?" "Yes, Lin and Shang both know." He replied. Knowing there was a spirit stone mine, Wu Ya naturally wanted to go dig. Furthermore, the tribe was out of saltpeter, so Wu Ya just happened to be going to Yushan. "Okay, I understand. I'm going out again, and you 2 have to manage the tribe well." Wu Ya said. Yin didn't want Wu Ya to run around, but he had no choice. He wanted to follow him, but Wu Ya directly told them to stay in the tribe. There was no other way, so Yin could only ask, "Wu, when will the construction of the city wall begin?" Once the city wall begins to be built, the witch needs to stay in the tribe to teach everyone how to build the wall, and he won't run around. Wu Ya also wanted to build it. Yin and his team had already dug the foundation for several kilometers, and Yin and his team had sought out countless bricks. But the issue of sand and cement has not been resolved yet, so the wall construction work can only be postponed for a while. Wu Ya replied, "When we get back, we can almost start. If spirit stones can replace beast crystals, Wu Ya will equip combat uniforms for all combat-capable people in the tribe, and then he could try to get sand." After saying goodbye to Yun and the others, Wu Ya asked Fei, Yi, Lin, Yu, and Shan to follow him. He rode on the Tyrannosaurus Rex and rushed to the place where the spirit stone was. Originally, Wu Ya wanted to let Shang follow him, but thinking that the tribe still needed people to hunt, he had no choice but to let Shang and the powerful monkey stay in the tribe. Nothing happened on the way this time. When Wu Ya and his companions passed by Yinshan, they just took a look and then rushed to Yushan. According to Wu Ya's calculations, the distance from Zhuke Mountain to Lingshan is about 130 kilometers. Even a Tyrannosaurus Rex cannot delay on the road. If it delays, it may not be able to get there. However, with the presence of the wild beast Tyrannosaurus Rex, few people dare to provoke him. In the evening, Wu Ya and his companions successfully arrived near Lingshan Mountain. There was a small cave there, 3 meters wide and more than 10 meters deep, which was just right for Wu Ya and his companions to rest. On the way, we had already asked Lin about the specific situation of Lingshan. Lingshan is just a small hill, smaller than Yinshan. It is only a few hundred meters high and covers an area of only about 3 or 4 kilometers. It can be said to be a hill. The ferocious beasts on the mountain are all a kind of spider beast called the human-faced demon spider. This kind of ferocious beast is not big in size. The fierce beast is only the size of millstone, and the wild beast is about 1 meter in size. The wild beasts were 4 or 5 meters in size, very different from the savage beasts. Most of them were ferocious beasts. There were very few savage beasts, and there was only one wild beast. However, these ferocious beasts seem to be very united. Once attacked, they will counterattack in groups, so ferocious beasts rarely come to provoke them. The totem warriors were even less willing to come and hunt these human-faced demon spiders. There was too little meat, and there was no need to hunt them. After learning about the situation in Lingshan, Wuya actually had a headache. With so many human-faced demon spiders, Wuya had no good solution. Wuya needs to conduct an on-site investigation to understand the specific situation before making specific arrangements. The next morning, Wuya and his companions got up early, ate some dried meat, and rode the Tyrannosaurus Rex to the vicinity of Lingshan. It was only when he arrived at Lingshan that Wuya finally understood what a spider's nest was. He saw white spider webs everywhere on the mountain, and he would almost touch a spider web whenever he set foot on the mountain. Just at the foot of the mountain, Wuya could also see several spiders as big as millstones, some of which were swaying around and some of which were playing. Wuya turned to look at Lin in confusion. "Lin, how did you find the spirit stone?" With so many spider webs, Wuya really didn't know how they found the spirit stones on the mountain. Lin replied, "That year we were passing by and encountered a wounded wild beast. We chased it, and it ended up running to this mountain. She felt sorry for them and followed them up, but was quickly chased down by the human-faced demon spider. However, he still found the spirit stone." Chapter 96, Going Up the Mountain. "Do you know where the spirit stone is?" Wuya asked. Lin shook his head. When the beast ran up, only Chi followed it. "We don't know where it is." Wuya had no choice but to let Lin take them to the place where the ferocious beast had gone to check the situation. When they arrived at the place Lin mentioned, Wuya took a look but couldn't figure out what it was. This place has been blocked again by spider webs, and these spider webs are connected to each other. Once one is touched, all the human-faced demon spiders in Lingshan will know that a ferocious beast has invaded. Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex wouldn't dare to provoke so many human-faced demon spiders, not to mention that there are also wild beasts among these human-faced demon spiders. In fact, the most annoying thing is these spider webs. They're very sticky. Once entangled, the white-striped warriors cannot break free at all. After getting rid of these spider webs, with the defensive capabilities of Wuya and the others, the only things he needs to worry about are the wild beasts or the wild beasts and the human-faced demon spiders. The fighting power of a human-faced demon spider lies in the spider silk. Once the spider silk is gone, the human-faced demon spider, which is of the same wild beast level, will be beaten by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wuya looked at the spider webs hanging everywhere and thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with any good solution. By noon, they had hunted a rabbit as big as a man and roasted it over a fire. While waiting for the rabbit meat, Wuya looked at the fire and his eyes lit up. Since these spider webs are connected together, let's use fire attack. Wuya, who had come up with a solution, didn't even eat the rabbit meat and immediately asked Lin and others to set fire. When a spider web meets fire, it burns quickly like fire meets oil. Soon, a huge gap was burned in the spider web on Lingshan Mountain. The fire did not stop, but instead burned all the way up the mountain along the spider webs. The dead leaves in the mountains were also burning, emitting bursts of thick smoke. The thick smoke gathered together and slowly drifted into the sky, and people dozens of kilometers away could see it. About 30 or 40 kilometers away from Lingshan, there is a solitary mountain that is almost as high as Zhuke Mountain, named Juxiong Mountain. The giant bear tribe that Qi mentioned is here. After someone from a giant bear tribe discovered the thick smoke, they immediately reported it to the tribe's leader, Bear. Bear, upon learning about it, immediately went to find the giant bear shaman, there's thick smoke coming from the direction of Spider Mountain. I wonder what's going on. Should we send someone to check it out? Xiong was about the same size as Fei, like an iron tower. The giant yellow bear on his chest indicated that he was a yellow-striped warrior. The giant bear wizard was not young at all, probably in his 50s or 60s, thin, with gray beard and hair. "Well, send someone over to check it out. If it's a forest fire, put it out," said the giant bear shaman. He was sitting on a stone chair, and on the stone table next to him was an iron ingot about the size of a human head. These are all trivial matters, and he doesn't take them to heart at all. What he needed to consider was something that could make their tribe live a better life. The bear nodded and immediately came out of the giant bear wizard's cave. He then called an orange-striped warrior over and said, "Yang, take the rhino and the others to Spider Mountain to see what happened." Yang is of average height, only about 1.8 meters, and has a conspicuous scar on his face. Good. After Yang left, the bear returned to the giant bear wizard's cave. The giant bear wizard looked at the bear and asked, "Is everything arranged?" Xiong nodded. "It has been arranged, Wu." The giant bear shaman closed his eyes and opened them again after a while. Let Dao go to their tribe to check the situation. It will be less likely for him to be discovered if he goes alone. Dao is another yellow-striped warrior from their tribe. They want him to carry out a mission, and it is obvious that this mission is not small. Xiong hesitated for a moment. "Wu, are you really going to do it?" "No, let Dao keep an eye on their tribe first. We need to figure out the situation before we decide whether to take action or not." The giant bear shaman replied. The bear nodded, yes. Wuya and his companions were delighted to see how convenient fire was. Wuya had originally been worried that the fire would spread and burn down the entire forest. As a result, the dead leaves under the tree were very wet, and without the spider webs, not much would have burned. After burning some dead leaves at the foot of the mountain, the fire went out on its own. This made Wuya feel less worried. He immediately put aside his spear and staff, picked up his bow and arrow, and said to Fei, "Let's go." Fei nodded, and the T-Rex immediately walked up the mountain. Then Lin on the side also picked up bows and arrows. Bows and arrows are the most suitable tools to deal with the ferocious beast, the human-faced demon spider. Although the web was burned, the ferocious beast was still a ferocious beast, and none of the human-faced demon spiders were burned to death. The human-faced demon spider on Wu Ya's side immediately rushed towards Wu Ya and his team after seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex invading their territory. It would be better to say that he leaped over rather than rushed. These human-faced demon spiders jumped on the trees from time to time and soon approached Wu Ya and his group. Unfortunately, they're all ferocious beasts, not even a savage beast. The witch pulled the bowstring to its full extent and shot an arrow at the nearest human-faced demon spider, piercing it directly and pinning it to the tree, making it deader than dead. Yi and Lin are even more powerful. If Wu Ya is an archery genius, they are natural sharpshooters. They took out arrows, drew their bows, and shot arrows in one go. Their movements were extremely quick. With a flick of their hand, the arrow shot down, and a human-faced demon spider as big as a millstone was pinned to the tree. Fei Yu and Shan couldn't help but marvel at the sight, each of them wanting to practice archery. Unfortunately, their archery talent wasn't good. It could be said to be terrible. Of course, they were not idle either. They all held their newly acquired iron axes and remained vigilant. If any human-faced demon spider dared to pounce on them, they would chop it down. As the Tyrannosaurus Rex went up the mountain, the commotion here attracted more and more human-faced demon spiders, and the commotion became louder and louder. As time went on, the noise got louder, and more human-faced demon spiders knew that something was happening here, and they all rushed over here. Wuya, Yi and Lin shot their arrows without stopping for a moment. Every time they shot an arrow, a human-faced demon spider died. Looking back behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex, you could see a large number of corpses of human-faced demon spiders. Suddenly, Wuya saw a huge human-faced demon spider with a diameter of about 1 meter appearing among the group of human-faced demon spiders. This was the beast-faced demon spider. Wuya immediately shot an arrow at the beast-faced demon spider. The arrow was shot very accurately and successfully hit the mouth of the beastman-faced demon spider. But what made Wuya speechless was that his arrow was bitten off by the beastman-faced demon spider. He also discovered the barbarian beast with a human-faced demon spider and immediately drew his arrow and shot at it. This time he shot not the head of the human-faced demon spider, but its back. Phew! After the arrow hit, it went straight into the body of the human-faced demon spider. But what surprised Wuya was that it was not dead and was still rushing towards them. Chapter 97: Snow and Cold. Lin shot another arrow at the human-faced demon spider, and this time he finally hit its head and nailed it to the ground. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a 1-meter-wide human-faced demon spider suddenly jumped out from the leaves. Because the distance was too close, Wuya and the others did not shoot arrows at it for a while. However, Weah and his group were not the only ones on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. There were also Fei, Yu, Shan, and others. Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the human-faced demon spider rushing towards them. He finally had a chance to show his abilities. So he jumped up from the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and chopped at the beastman-faced demon spider with an axe. The human-faced demon spider and Fei were both in the air, and neither could change direction. Fei's giant axe successfully hit the human-faced demon spider's head. The huge inertia directly smashed the human-faced demon spider's head into pieces, and the human-faced demon spider was dead. But its flying momentum did not slow down, and it continued to fly forward. However, he didn't fly far as you grabbed the strong vine tied around Fei's waist and pulled him back. Wee was on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In addition to shooting arrows at the human-faced demon spider, he was also looking for something that looked like a spirit stone. After all, they came here not to hunt human-faced demon spiders, but to look for spirit stones. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see any trace of spirit stone mines on the ground. On the contrary, the number of human-faced demon spiders increased. Many of them had already broken through E and Lin's arrow net and arrived in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Unfortunately, these human-faced spiders were too small, and they were moving between tree trunks and branches, so the Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't bite many of them. As the human-faced demon spiders approached in large numbers, E and Lin had to switch to using giant axes to fight. The 5 of them protected Wuya in the center, and no human-faced demon spider that approached could get even a step closer to Wuya. But the number of human-faced demon spiders is still too large. Although E and the others are protected by their battle suits and will not be injured for the time being, it is still difficult to deal with such a large number of human-faced demon spiders. When they get close, they will spit spider silk directly at E and his companions, greatly restricting their movements. Wuya looked at the increasing number of human-faced demon spiders and could only take out a fist-sized object wrapped in leaves from a leather bag next to him. At the same time, he yelled, "Pay attention, I'm going to use spores." Good. After receiving the response, Wuya immediately threw the spore ball out, hitting the face of a barbarian orc-faced demon spider. The spore cluster exploded instantly, raising a large cloud that stuck to several human-faced demon spiders. Most of these human-faced demon spiders are ferocious beasts, and there are very few wild beasts. When facing spores that can even knock down wild beasts, they're even more vulnerable. After touching the spores, they fall down in just a few seconds. Wuya threw out more than 10 spore clusters at once, covering almost all the surrounding human-faced demon spiders. After a few seconds, all the beast-faced demon spiders that touched the spores fell to the ground and lay motionless. Although the 5 barbarian beast-faced demon spiders lasted a little longer, they only lasted about 10 seconds longer. More than 10 seconds later, except for a few scattered human-faced demon spiders that were shot to death by E and Lin with bows and arrows, there were no more human-faced demon spiders. There was too little meat on the human-faced demon spiders, and Wuya was too lazy to collect it, so he asked Fei to order the Tyrannosaurus Rex to crush the human-faced demon spiders that fell on the ground into pieces. On the top of Lingshan Mountain, the giant trees are relatively sparse, and a few huge rocks are scattered on the top of the mountain. In the middle of the boulder stood a massive human-faced demon spider, at least 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. Its body was pitch black, and the human face on its underbelly was hideous and terrifying, emitting a terrifying, chilling aura. This is the wild beast, the human-faced demon spider. But what was shocking was that on the huge rock next to the wild beast-faced demon spider, there were 2 people who looked exactly the same. They are about 20 years old, with slim figures and facial features like those of fairies. They are fascinating, and it is hard to imagine that there are people with such looks in this world. Of course, although these 2 people look the same, the temperament they exude is completely different. One is young and beautiful, the other is calm and introverted. When Wuya ordered the Tyrannosaurus Rex to kill the human-faced spiders paralyzed by the spores, the more introverted man's face suddenly changed. The person next to her saw her ugly face and asked hurriedly, "Han, what's wrong?" Han looked in the direction of Wuya and the others and said with some worry, "Shwe, the human-faced demon spiders are suddenly dying in groups. Something must have happened." Han held a staff that was about the same height as her, with many carvings on it and a giant bear carved into one end. Obviously, she was a witch. Damn it. Are they from a giant bear tribe? These people are really going too far. Can't they just let us go? Shwe said angrily, his face turning red with anger. Judging from a pale yellow giant bear totem on her chest, she is a totem warrior and is already cultivated to the powerful yellow-striped warrior. Han shook his head. I don't know. They shouldn't be from the giant bear tribe. They have no reason to come to Spider Mountain. They haven't discovered us yet. How about we go down and take a look? Shui said. Han nodded. This is the only way. If I find out who did this, I will make him pay. Shui said as she picked up Han and jumped onto the back of the wild beast human-faced demon spider. The human-faced demon spider immediately crawled towards Wuya and the others. After Wuya and the others dealt with all the human-faced demon spiders on the ground, they continued to go up the mountain. After killing a batch of human-faced demon spiders, there were fewer human-faced demon spiders coming later. Basically, they were ruthlessly nailed to the trees by E and Lin's bows and arrows when they were about 100 meters away. However, there is still no result in finding the spirit stone. Wuya looked at Lin. Lin, did the beast come up from here? Lin looked around, nodded, and then shook his head. I'm sure of the place where we went up the mountain, but after we got up the mountain, we were blocked by these huge trees. We don't know where the beast ran to at that time, and we don't know where Chi found the spirit stone. After hearing what Lin said, Wuya couldn't help but feel a headache. If he had known to bring Chi along, why would he be so clueless now? There is no other way but to conduct a thorough search. Except for E and Lin, all the others, including Wuya, stood at the edge of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's back, looking for something that looked like a spirit stone. Wu, Yisu Denli shouted. Wuya looked at E. What's wrong? Did you find anything? He looked solemnly at a huge rock about 200 meters away on the mountain. There is someone. People? Wuya wouldn't be surprised if he found people elsewhere. After all, this world wasn't just populated by people from the Suzaka tribe. People from other tribes would also be running around. But it would be interesting to find people on this sacred mountain. Wuya looked in the direction he pointed and was stunned. Chapter 98 Sneak Attack. There were two people standing on the boulder, two women. One of them was a witch holding a staff, and the other was a totem warrior holding a huge bone knife almost as tall as her. Wuya found it hard to imagine that such a slender girl could actually use such a large bone knife. You have to know that even when Faye was using a bone knife, it was only half his height. However, I have to say that these two girls are really good looking. Whether it is facial features, figure, or height, they are comparable to the supermodels in Wuya's previous life. However, they were wearing skirts made of straw, which were very simple. But at such a distance, Wuya could not see clearly what the totem on the totem warrior's chest was. On the other side, Shui and Han were also confused when they saw Wuya and the others. These people were wearing strange clothes, and the huge axes they used as weapons were made of unknown materials. They had never seen such a tribe before. Shui asked quietly, Han, can you see their totems? Han shook his head. Their clothes are blocking the view, so I can't see it. However, Han said, the one surrounded by them, holding a spear, should be a witch. Wu, Shui looked at Wuya. What kind of tribe is this? Even the witch has escaped and come to Jushan. What's the purpose? Han shook his head. I don't know either, asked. Shui looked at Wuya and asked, which tribe are you from? Why are you coming to our Jushan? It turns out that this mountain has a name, Wuya thought, and because there are magic stones, he called it Lingshan. Wuya said, we were just passing by and thought this mountain looked a little strange, so we came up to take a look. Just passing by and killing all our human-faced demon spiders? Shui yelled. There's nothing strange here. Please leave quickly. Wuya hasn't found the spirit stone yet. How could he leave? So he said, what about you? Which tribe are you from, and what are you doing here? It's none of your business which tribe we are from. This is our territory. Leave now, or we won't be polite. Shui responded. Wuya looked at Shui and then at Han. He was still a little curious why it was not that Wu who was speaking. Of course, he was curious about more than just this. There are so many things involved in the appearance of these two people. In this world, it is understandable that there are female witches. After all, if the witches are extinct, it will be a disaster for the tribe. Therefore, even if a woman has the talent of a witch, the tribe will train her. But the female totem warriors are interesting. Wuya has never heard of any other tribe besides their Suzaka tribe that would awaken female totem warriors. Then there was the implication in their words, as if they lived on this spider mountain. The spider mountain is full of human-faced demon spiders. They must have some special relationship with the human-faced demon spiders and should be the same type as the Tyrannosaurus Rex. No, it should be better than the Tyrannosaurus Rex type. After all, there are so many human-faced demon spiders, Even Wuya can't think of any way to prevent them from attacking him. Wuya then said, "That's not right. I haven't heard anyone say that this spider mountain has been occupied. You're chasing us away like this. Is there something valuable here? Are you going to leave or not? If not, I'm going to chase you away." Shuejian Wuya had no intention of leaving and threatened directly with words. Wuya smiled slightly. "Don't leave. There must be something good on this mountain." He reminded from the side. "Wu, why don't we just leave?" Wuya looked at Yi in surprise. "What's wrong?" He whispered. "Look at their appearance. They are cursed people." A cursed person? Wuya pondered for a while before remembering this thing. In this era, there's a saying that twins are cursed by the barbarian god. Once they are born, they must be killed, otherwise they will bring disaster to the entire tribe. Wuya didn't know the basis for this statement. The two people in front of him were obviously not killed, but were still alive and well, and had grown up. He let Wuya go because he didn't want Wuya to talk too much with these cursed people. Wuya is not afraid of any curse. After all, he came to this world to subvert it. So he said, "It's okay, their curse can't affect us." But he was about to speak, but Faye interrupted him. If Wu says it's okay, then it's okay. When has Wu ever lied to us?" "Okay." He thought about it and said nothing more. Shuejian Wuya and the others had no intention of leaving, and she couldn't help but say angrily, "You killed so many of our human-faced demon spiders, and we didn't hold you accountable, but we told you to leave, and yet you still didn't leave." Swinging the knife, he split the boulder into many cracks. Shue continued, "In that case, then you should stay here instead of leaving." After saying that, she jumped off the boulder and rushed towards Wuya and the others. Wuya had only seen that speed in the ferocious beast Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was much faster than Faye and the others. However, as she rushed over, the wind blew away the hair and grass on her chest, revealing something that was indecent to look at. Wuya did not look at the things that made his blood boil, but stared at the pale yellow giant bear totem in the middle. A totem warrior of the giant bear tribe, also a yellow-striped warrior. When Yi and Lin saw Shue rushing towards them with a huge bone knife, they immediately drew their bows and arrows and aimed at Shue. Just as they were about to shoot, Wuya stopped them. "Wait, don't use arrows, use spores." Wuya had just finished speaking when the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly looked up at the top of them. Because Faye was connected with the Tyrannosaurus Rex's mind, he immediately knew what was happening above. Without saying anything, he just squatted down with the giant axe in hand and rushed upwards. Wuya only looked upwards when he was flying upwards. They saw a huge, ferocious, and terrifying human face rushing towards them. It was a huge human-faced demon spider. Faye had just rushed forward when he was kicked by the human-faced demon spider and fell down. The human-faced demon spider also flew slightly upwards. Without Wu Ya's reminder, Lin Hai immediately drew his bow and arrow and shot at the human-faced demon spider's butt. The arrow whizzed and hit the soft anus of the human-faced demon spider, causing it pain and knocking it away a little. Shan and you jumped up at the same time and chopped the wild beastman-faced demon spider with an axe, finally deflecting it and preventing it from falling on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, everyone was paying attention to the human-faced demon spider, and no one noticed the snow for a moment. "You're dead." Shue's words came, and Wuya immediately felt something was wrong after hearing it. He turned his eyes downwards and saw that Shue had already jumped to the same height as them, and the huge bone knife was slashing towards them. Chapter 99 Uniform. Fuck, Wuya still had a ball of spores in his hand. His attention was attracted by the human-faced demon spider just now, and he forgot to throw the spores at Shue for a moment. Brush. The huge bone knife chopped towards Wuya and his group. None of them made any defense and were chopped away by the bone knife. Fortunately, Wuya was protected in the middle by them, and before he was hit by the bone knife, he smashed the spore ball onto Shue's face. Bang! The 6 of them were chopped away by the bone knife at once. Fortunately, Shue was hit in the face by the spore ball and choked, so he didn't come over to finish them off. After Wuya landed on the ground, he immediately slapped the ground, jumped up, then grabbed the strong vine tied around his waist and flew onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although Shue was a yellow-striped warrior, she had already used a lot of strength to jump to the same height as Wuya and the others. In addition, she used a horizontal slash, which did not cause any damage to Wuya and the others in their battle uniforms. However, when Wuya was flying towards the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, which was a sign of danger. "Wu!" Yi and Lin shouted. The vines they tied were quite long, and flew a little far away, so they couldn't come over to protect Wuya for a while. Wuya was shocked and quickly kicked the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the thigh, changing its direction. At this moment, a huge spider leg, so dark that it reflected light, passed through Wuya's scalp and almost pierced his head. Wuya was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he would have been injured even with his battle suit. Seeing that Wuya dodged its attack, the human-faced demon spider immediately poked Wuya with another foot. Wuya cursed in his heart. "There are so many people here, but you don't poke me, but you choose to poke me." However, he did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly grabbed the vine, changed his direction, dodged the attack of the spider legs, stepped on it, and jumped onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. At this time, the others had also come over. Seeing Wuya on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then joined the Tyrannosaurus Rex in besieging the human-faced demon spider. When Wuya saw this, he cursed in his heart, "Don't attack the human-faced demon spider first. There is still a yellow-striped warrior." He quickly looked to the other side and found that Shue was lying on the ground and twitching. It was obvious that the spores had taken effect. Obviously, spores have a quick effect on small organisms. Not knowing how long the spores would last for the yellow-striped warrior, Wuya immediately grabbed the spear and staff, placed aside, and jumped off the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He and his men are now fighting fiercely with the human-faced demon spider and cannot come to support for the time being, so Wuya can only do it himself. However, after falling to the ground, Wuya suddenly felt a pain in his right leg and fell to the ground. Wuya looked at his legs in confusion and was shocked by what he saw, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The calf of his right leg had turned completely black, and it looked like he had been poisoned and was rotting rapidly. Thinking of the stinging pain he felt when he stepped on the plant's leg just now, Wuya suddenly realized that he had been poisoned by the human-faced demon spider. The poison of the human-faced demon spider is very powerful. Even a small amount can kill a person, and there is no pain when it takes effect. Fortunately, he discovered it early. Wuya looked at Shue, who was still twitching on the ground, stuck his spear and wizard staff into the ground, pulled the strong vine, and came to the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex again. Wuya first took out a few spore clusters from the spore bag and threw them at Shue's face again. Then he took out the lotus seeds and swallowed them with peace of mind. The effect of lotus seeds was still so powerful. After Wuya took it, he felt a warm current flowing to his right leg. The part of his right leg that had been corroded by the poison also quickly grew new flesh. Seeing this, Wuya immediately breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Shue again. This sight made him exclaim that it was a good thing he looked that way. Otherwise, the woman would have run away. I saw that the other twin, Han, had come over at some point and ran away holding Shue. Having made him suffer a loss, Wuya would definitely not let them get away like that. He picked up another ball of spores and threw at Han. Because he was holding Shue, Han's speed was not very fast, and he was hit by Wuya. She looked at Wuya, saw that she was fine, and continued running. Seeing this, Wuya couldn't help but smile slightly. He counted with his fingers and shouted, 1, 2, 3. On the count of 3, Han also fell down. Run, keep running. Wuya smiled proudly. Seeing that his legs had almost recovered, he jumped off the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex again. Untying the vines that bound him, Wuya came to the twins and saw the angry looks they gave him. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Run again. Why don't you run anymore?" Although Shue and Han were angry, they were paralyzed by the spores and couldn't even speak. Wuya thrust his spear and staff at Han's face, but stopped just before poking Han's eyes. "Stop the man-faced demon spider." Han looked at Wuya angrily. She had already sensed Wuya's aura. He was just a sacrificial witch. It is really insulting that a priest-shaman can threaten a fortune-teller and a yellow-striped warrior like this. Wuya saw Han's angry eyes and couldn't help but laugh. "There's no point in being angry. Hurry up. This wizard staff is a bit heavy. I can't lift it for long." However, Han seemed to ignore his threat and simply closed his eyes. At this point, Wuya could only look at Shue, but unfortunately Shue was lying on the ground and couldn't see her eyes at all. Wuya could only scratch Han's face with his staff and said, "Hurry up and make the human-faced demon spider stop. I won't kill you." Han shuddered noticeably when Wuya slashed her face with the staff. She was clearly still afraid of death. For someone like them, who everyone wanted to kill, she actually wanted to live more than anyone else. Wuya saw that there was a chance and continued. "We didn't have any conflict to begin with. If you can stop the man-faced demon spider, I can tell you how to lift the curse. Hearing that Wuya had a way to lift the curse, Han opened his eyes and looked at Wuya, but unfortunately she was paralyzed by the spores and could not speak at all. When Wuya saw Han like this, he basically knew that she wanted to know the method he mentioned. So he said, the solution is very simple, but first you have to stop the human-faced demon spider. The spores paralyze the body, but not the mind. Wuya knew that they could definitely make the human-faced demon spider stop. Sure enough, after blocking Fei's attack, the human-faced demon spider immediately retreated and climbed up a tree. Seeing this, Wuya was very satisfied. Seeing that Yi and the others were still trying to chase them, he immediately shouted, "Stop!" Hearing Wuya's shout, Fei and the others turned to look at Wuya and were immediately shocked because Wuya was not on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Now they stopped chasing the human-faced demon spider and all ran over. When Fei saw Han Shui and the other man lying on the ground, he immediately raised his giant axe and was about to chop them down. Wuya was shocked and hurriedly stopped Fei. Chapter 100 Fear. Huh? Well, what's wrong? Shouldn't these two people be killed? Fei asked in confusion after being stopped. Wuya shook his head. Well, we have no grudges against each other. Why should we kill them? But they were trying to kill us just now. If we didn't have our suits, we would have died, Fei said. Fei was right. If it weren't for the protection of his battle suit, the 6 of them would have been cut in 2 by that one blow, not to mention subduing the 2 men. Wuya shook his head. These 2 people were still useful, and there was no need to kill them. He was really curious. These 2 people were from the giant bear tribe, so how did they come to settle in Spider Mountain? The main thing is the method they use to control the human-faced demon spider. We want to see if it is the same as the contract technique. If it weren't for the contract technique, Wuya would have made a profit. After a while, Han recovered first because he absorbed fewer spores. After she recovered, the first question she asked was, "How do I lift the curse?" Wuya looked at Han and asked irrelevantly, "Who are you and why are you here?" "This has nothing to do with you." Han said, "You just need to tell us how to lift the curse." Wuya chuckled, "That won't work. We don't even know each other. Why should I help you?" Han's expression changed, and then he lowered his head. "My name is Han, and my sister's name is Shui. We are originally from the giant bear tribe. We were driven out of the tribe 8 years ago and have been here ever since." Wuya looked at Lin. Was this what Spider Mountain looked like 8 years ago? Lin shook his head. Although there was that wild beast man-faced demon spider in the Spider Mountain before, there were not so many wild beasts and ferocious beast man-faced demon spiders. Wuya nodded, then looked at Han. "You are also a witch. Why did the giant bear tribe drive you out of the tribe?" He was curious about this. If you say they were cursed, the giant bear tribe even trained Han to be a witch. If you say she was valued, they were still driven out of the tribe. This is very contradictory, and Wuya can't figure it out. Han looked at Wuya, exhaled, and said, "When I was born, there was no one with witch talent in the tribe. 8 years ago, someone with witch talent was born in the tribe, so we were driven out." Wuya nodded in sudden realization. This made sense. If a tribe didn't have a witch, extinction was inevitable. So even though the giant bear tribe was cursed, they had no choice but to raise Han. After the tribe discovered that the new person had the talent of a witch, Han naturally could not stay in the tribe. However, would the giant bear tribe be so kind as not to kill them? Han's answer to this question was, "The current witch of the giant bear tribe is my father. He had my sister and I kicked out of the tribe." Wuya nodded. His curiosity was finally satisfied. The 2 poor guys who were expelled from the tribe could only run to a mountain not far from the tribe and settle down. Wuya asked again, "So, you tamed the human-faced demon spider, right? Can you tell me how to tame it? Although the tribe already has the contract technique and bloodfall technique, it would be great to have another way to tame ferocious beasts." Han didn't say anything this time. "You must tell me the method to lift the curse, then I will tell you." In fact, Wuya didn't know any way to lift the curse. In his opinion, the idea that the twins were cursed must have been fabricated out of thin air. After all, in an age of scarce knowledge, other people only gave birth to 1 child, but you gave birth to 2, both of which were exactly the same. Who wouldn't be afraid? However, Wuya was not very sure. After all, in this world with extraordinary powers, he could not make any guarantees. Of course, Wuya is not afraid regardless of whether there is a curse or not. Well, that requires a witchcraft. Wuya had no way to remove the curse, so he started to lie. "I can cast that witchcraft for you, and then you tell me how to tame the beast. How about that?" After a brief thought, Han nodded. Okay. They had been carrying this curse for a long time, so they were naturally very happy to hear that it could be lifted. Once people are happy, it is easy for them to lose their brains. Being deceived by Wu Yi is only natural. By the way, you have been living in Zhu Mountain, so you should know where the spirit stones are, right? Wu Yi asked. I know. Shui finally recovered at this time. He still hated Wu Yi for knocking her down. He replied, but we won't tell you. Wu Yi looked at Shui and said, you gave us a knife, and we haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you still dare to speak. Shui didn't know what the score was, so she glared at Wu Yi and said, who told you to be so mean and weak? Wow, this is the first time someone in this world dares to scold Wu Yi like this. He was about to speak when Fei couldn't help but say, watch your mouth. You even dare to insult the witch of my tribe. Be careful, or I'll hit you with my axe. Just you. Shui glanced at Fei. I'll give you a hand. Come. Fei said angrily, picking up the huge axe and ready to fight with Shui. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wu Yi could never have imagined that such a beautiful girl could be so wild and always want to fight. Just as he was about to intervene, Fei suddenly looked down the mountain and said, Wu, something's happening. It's not that Fei's spiritual sense is stronger than everyone else's, and he discovered the enemy before everyone else. It was the Tyrannosaurus Rex that discovered the situation. Wu Yi looked down the mountain and found that the bushes near the foot of the mountain were shaking. Obviously something was coming this way. So Wu Yi looked at Han. How is it? Han is a fortune teller, and she can already see from this distance with her spiritual sense. Han's expression changed. It's Yang from the giant bear tribe. He brought some people here. What are these people doing here? Wu Yi was a little confused. Seeing Han's frightened expression, Wu Yi couldn't help but ask, is Yang a yellow-striped warrior? Why are you so scared? Han shook his head. No, just an orange-striped warrior. Then what are you afraid of? Wu Yi asked in confusion. He easily knocked down Shui, the yellow-striped warrior, and it was the moment of expansion. Han's voice was trembling a little. They're coming here riding on giant bears. As he spoke, Han was about to run to see what was happening, but Wu Yi grabbed him and said, what? Is that giant bear a nightmare beast? Wu Yi had no idea what Han was afraid of. Shui was so arrogant just now, but now she was silent. Of course, he wouldn't understand. The giant bear tribe simply expelled Shui and Han from the tribe, but did not let them go. They had been looking for opportunities to kill them over the years. This is a fear that has been cultivated since childhood, and it will not disappear just because they have become fortune tellers, yellow-striped warriors, or wild beasts and human-faced demon spiders. Wu Yi wasn't afraid of the giant bear tribe, so he just stood there. He wanted to see who could possibly scare these two people so much. Chapter 101 Enmity. Less than a minute later, a huge bear came down the mountain. The giant bear is, just as its name suggests, very huge. When standing on all fours, it is 7 or 8 meters tall, larger than the black and white bear. There were 5 people on the giant bear with orange giant bear totems printed on their chests. When they went up the mountain and saw Wu Yi and the others, their faces suddenly changed. The one with the scar on his face smiled slightly when he saw Shui and Han, and said, Curse sons, the tribe has been searching for you for so long and couldn't find you. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Wu Yi looked at the man curiously and asked curiously, why are you looking for them? Yang looked at Wu Yi and found that Wu Yi did not have the aura of a totem warrior. He looked down on him at first, but then he found Wu Yi's aura a little strange. Only then did he realize that Wu Yi was a witch. You are a witch. Don't you know that people who are cursed must be killed? Wu Yi nodded. I know. Yang had just focused all his attention on Shui and Han, and only now did he have time to look at Wu Yi and the others. It was at this time that he realized that Lin, whom he knew, was also here. Lin, why are you here? Yang asked. He had been to the Blazing Firebird tribe and had seen the Blazing Firebird shaman, but he clearly remembered that the Blazing Firebird shaman was not as handsome as Wu Yashui. Lin's answer was simple. Wherever the witch is, there I am. Wu, Yang looked at Wu Yi. The shamans of the Blazing Firebird tribe changed so quickly. He remembered the shaman of the Blazing Firebird tribe, and he seemed to be very young. He died so soon. Then, Yang said, Firebird witch, these two are cursed. Please join us in killing them. If you find it troublesome, you can watch from the side. Please don't stop us. Good guy, Wu Yi chuckled. These people saw Lin and thought he was the witch of the Firebird. Wu Yi said, how are you going to kill them? They have a yellow-striped warrior and a wild beast. No, all the human-faced demon spiders in the Spider Mountain belong to them. Shui looked at Wu Yi. She didn't expect that Wu Yi not only didn't help them, but he actually revealed all their strength. Yang said confidently, "Don't worry about that, blazing bird witch. We have been fighting them for years and know their strengths and weaknesses. With the cooperation of the giant bear, we can kill them." Over the years, Shui and Han did not stay on Zhu Mountain all the time. Sometimes they would go down the mountain to fetch water. Sometimes, if you are unlucky and encounter the giant bear tribe, there will be a fierce battle. The giant bear tribe scared Shui and Han, so they were so scared when they knew that the giant bear tribe had come to Spider Mountain. After understanding, Wu Yi said, "Then you may not be able to kill them today." Yang asked, "Why did the blazing bird witch say that?" Wu Yi laughed and said, "Because they are already members of our blazing firebird tribe. We, the members of the blazing firebird tribe, cannot be killed by you." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present except Wu Yi was stunned. Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex followed Fei's lead and looked at Wu Yi in shock. Shui and Han were even more surprised. They didn't know when they were classified as members of the firebird tribe. They were just fighting with Wu Yi and the others. After being surprised, Fei and the others looked at Shui and Han, then at Wu Yi, and nodded in understanding. Wu grew up and began to think about leaving behind descendants. He was somewhat displeased. Although he was a totem warrior and had to obey the witch's orders, marrying a cursed person back to the tribe would push the tribe into the fire pit. Wu didn't know which direction they would think. His idea was very simple. He must find a way to tame the ferocious beast. Of course, Han must also be brought back to the tribe. After all, it is too slow to let Yin Wu study the barbarian patterns alone. Having one more, which can also help engrave the barbarian patterns as quickly as possible. Whether or not to train people in the tribe to engrave the barbarian patterns later is another matter. As for Shui, the woman who stabbed him, there were so many bricks in the tribe, so it would be most appropriate for her to move them. If you dare to attack Wu Yi, then be prepared to work for Wu Yi for the rest of your life. Yang looked at Wu Yi and said, "Firebird Wu, this is no joke. Aren't you afraid that they will destroy your tribe?" Wu Yi shook his head. "You don't need to worry about this." Yang stared at Wu Yi. "What if we must kill them?" Wu Yi raised his spear and staff and tapped the ground with force, exuding an aura that no one could threaten. "Go ahead and try." Are you kidding? He had already planned to have one of them engrave the barbarian pattern and the other carry bricks. How could he let the people from a giant bear tribe kill them? Yang looked at Wu Yi and chuckled. "Very good. Blazing Bird Wu. I'll remember that. When we return, we will report the truth to Wu. Then, the yellow-striped warriors from our tribe will go to your tribe to claim the person." After saying that, the giant bear roared at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, then turned and left. Wu Yi looked at the giant bear's big butt and shouted, "We welcome you to visit the blazing firebird tribe anytime." After Yang and the others left, Fei asked curiously, "Wu, do you really want to bring them back to our tribe?" Wu Yi looked at Shui and Han. "What do you think?" Shui and Han looked at each other, and Han asked, "Do you really have a way to lift the curse?" Wu Yi nodded. "I have invited you to join our tribe. Of course there will be." Han and Shui didn't think anything more about it now. "Let's join the blazing bird tribe." Seeing that they agreed, Wu Yi nodded in satisfaction. If they dare not agree, he would tie them up and take them back to Suzaka Mountain. If it were just 2 totem warriors, it would be fine. But even if it was 2 yellow-striped warriors, Wu Yi would not risk making enemies with the giant bear tribe and bring these 2 people to his own tribe. But Han is a witch, and the Suzaka tribe is short of witches now, so Wu Yi can only bring them back to the tribe. Anyway, it was the Firebird tribe that was at odds with the giant bear tribe, so what does it have to do with their Suzaka tribe? It was time to get back to business. Wu Yi asked, "There's a spirit stone mine on this Spider Mountain. You've been here for so long. Do you know where it is?" Han nodded and pointed at the huge rock where they had just met Wu Yi and the others. "It's right under that rock." Wu Yi and Fei immediately ran there to check, and sure enough, there was a spirit stone vein about 3 meters wide. Spirit stone is a kind of white crystal. Although it contains spiritual energy, the amount is very small. Wu Yi picked up a spirit stone from the vein and placed it on the spirit gathering pattern on his armor, while using his spiritual sense to check the situation. Then, he discovered that the spiritual energy absorbed near the spirit gathering pattern was continuously being injected into the spirit stone. Apparently, these spirit stones can be charged. Wu Yi was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Quick, dig up the spirit stones." Chapter 102, Suzaka Tribe. Seeing Wu Yi and the others excitedly digging for spirit stones, Shui looked at Han in confusion. "Han, why are they digging for spirit stones? They can't use them for cultivation, yet they look so happy." Han shook his head. I don't know either. Shui asked again. Are we really going to join the Firebird tribe? Han still shook his head. I don't know either. Do you want to join? Shui spread her hands and said, if even you don't know, then I have even less idea. I just don't know what the blazing bird shaman has in mind to make us join their tribe. Alas, our fate is too bumpy. We can only take it one step at a time. Han said. We turned to look at the two people who were watching the fun and waved. You too, come and work. We don't support idlers in our tribe. Now that they have been brought to the tribe, we all will naturally not let these laborers sit idle for nothing. Shui and Han looked at each other and came to Wuya and the others. Hurry up, dig the spirit stones. Dig faster, otherwise it will be difficult if people from the giant bear tribe come. Wuya said. Shui asked curiously, Wu, why are you digging these spirit stones? Wuya glanced at Shui and said, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Oh, Shui responded and began to dig spirit stones with her bone knife, which was almost as big as her. Hanzei asked, Wu, do we have to dig for Wu too? Wuya shook his head. No, you can ask the wild beast man-faced demon spider to come over. Han didn't know what Wuya was going to do, but he still summoned the wild beast man-faced demon spider. Wuya looked at the hairs on the legs of a human-faced demon spider and finally understood how he was poisoned. He said, let the demon spider spin silk. Let the human-faced demon spiders spin silk. Wuya repeated and then continued. At the same time, call the wild beast-faced demon spiders over and let them bite the vines. Han was confused. She had no idea what Wuya was going to do. After the human demon spider brought everything it needed, Wuya called E over and helped him weave the basket. The gaps in the basket were glued together with the web of the human-faced demon spider, and then the basket was used to hold the spiritual stones they dug out. After seeing the basket, Han couldn't help but think to himself, sure enough, a witch with a large amount of inheritance is very wise and can easily create such magical things. Little did they know that what Wuya made had nothing to do with inheritance. They dug until noon, and Wuya and his team dug out 2 large baskets, which contained at least 10 cubic meters of spirit stones, and hung them on both sides of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wuya originally wanted to ask the human-faced demon spider to pull some as well, but when he thought about how they still had to go to U Mountain to pull some saltpeter, he didn't dig more spirit stones. The current spirit stones are enough for the tribe to use for a long time. Wuya and the others did not delay and set out on their return journey directly. It was also at this time that Wuya realized how many human-faced demon spiders there were in the Spider Mountain. Behind the wild beast man-faced demon spider, there was a black mass, all of which were ferocious beasts and wild beast man-faced demon spiders. The number of human-faced demon spiders they killed when they went up the mountain was only 1/3 of the current number. Obviously, these human-faced demon spiders are definitely not controlled by Han or Shui. It is impossible for one person to control so many human-faced demon spiders. Although the contract technique is powerful, the number of ferocious beasts that can be contracted is limited. Once there are more than 3 ferocious beasts, no more contracts can be signed. Wuya looked at Han curiously. Are these human-faced demon spiders all obeying the wild beast-faced demon spider? Han thought for a moment before nodding, yes. Wuya was a little confused now. Are spiders also creatures that follow social structures? If it was an ant or a bee-like beast, Wuya wouldn't think too much about it. But it seems like spiders wouldn't bother with a mother spider or anything like that. But Han still didn't want to tell the secret of the human-faced demon spider, so Wuya could only ask later. In the evening, Wuya and his companions returned to Yushan. Looking at the empty tribe, Han and Shui looked at Wuya in shock. Where is the witch tribe? Shui asked. Although they had never been to Yushan, the base of the Firebird tribe, they had passed by it when they most wanted to explore the world. There is no one in the tribe now, and they think that the tribe has been destroyed by people from other tribes. But there were no signs of fighting here at all, and no one knew where the people of the tribe had gone. Wuya laughed and said, the blazing Firebird tribe no longer exists. What? Anhexu exclaimed. They only found out about such a big thing as the annihilation of a tribe, but there was no news at all. Han looked at Wuya. No, you're not the blazing bird Wu. Who are you? Shui held the bone knife cautiously. She felt something was wrong. Wuya smiled and said, I am a witch from the blazing Firebird tribe, and also a witch from other tribes. You will know the details tomorrow. After saying that, Wuya ignored them and took E and the others to the cave to dig saltpeter and limestone. Shui and Han's heads were full of questions, but when they asked Wuya refused to tell them. causing them to not sleep well all night. The next morning, with dark circles under their eyes, they set out again with Wu Ye and the others on the road to Zhuke Mountain. When passing by the Salt Mountain, Wu Ye habitually went to see the exotic flowers, which made him angry. There were only 2 exotic flowers left. If we don't come to pick them soon, the last 2 flowers may not last long. Wu Ye looked at the giant armored rhino basking in the sun under the strange grass and couldn't help but think viciously. I'll take you home in 2 days. Now that the Suzuka tribe has the addition of Shui and Han, as well as equipment such as battle suits, its strength has greatly improved. Even if he attacks Yanshan now, Wu Ye is confident that he can succeed. Once the tribe has armed all the white-striped warriors, Wu Ye plans to capture the Salt Mountain. After almost half a day's journey, Wu Ye and his companions finally arrived at the foot of Zhuke Mountain afternoon. When Han saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex crawling up the mountain, he knew that the tribe had arrived. But they had never been here and didn't know what tribe this was. Wu Ye said, "We have arrived at the tribe." Shui looked towards Suzuka Mountain and said, "This mountain is as big as Giant Bear Mountain. The tribe here must be very big, right?" Wu Ye was speechless. Although Zhuke Mountain was a nice place, it was not a big tribe. "Wu, what mountain is this?" Han asked. Wu Ye smiled and said, "Suzuka Mountain." "Suzuka Mountain, are you from the Suzuka tribe?" Han asked. Wu Ye shook his head. "It's not that you are from the Suzuka tribe. You should say, we are from the Suzaku tribe." Shui is just a bricklayer, and Wu Ye is too lazy to talk nonsense with her, but Han is Wu Ye's scientific research subject, so he has to train her well. Han nodded. "We are from the Suzuka tribe." Chapter 103 Acquaintance. After going up the mountain, Wu Ye suddenly heard a beast roar coming from the front. Then, a huge 4-meter-tall ape jumped down from a giant tree with a man sitting on its back. "Hey Wu, you're back." Shang Bin informed the people in the tribe at the reminder of the powerful monkey, and then he rode the powerful monkey to see what kind of ferocious beast dared to invade the Suzuka tribe. He didn't expect that it was Wu Ye who came back. Wu Ye nodded. "I'm getting along well with the powerful ape." He smiled shyly, then looked at Han and Shui on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Hey Wu, who are these 2 people? Why do they look exactly the same?" At this time, Yin, Qi, and others also ran over with all the totem warriors of the tribe. Wu Ye saw them all coming down and explained, "This is Han, and this is Shui. They are twins, so they look exactly the same. From today on, they are humans of our Suzuka tribe." When Han saw Qi, his eyes widened. "Qi?" When Qi saw Han and Shui, his expression changed. "Wu, they are cursed people. Can they join the Suzuka tribe?" Wu Ye nodded and looked at Han and Shui. "The curse on them is not a problem. I can remove it." After they joined the tribe, they became just like everyone else. Everyone takes care of each other. As he was talking, Wu Ye discovered problem. Why is it that there is a hint of fire between the eyebrows of Shui and Han? Wu Ye looked at Qi, then at Han and Shui. After glancing at each side several times, he asked, "Are you relatives?" "Huh? Wu, what are relatives?" Qi asked. "Well, relatives have the same meaning as family members," Wu explained. Qi nodded. "Then we are not relatives, they are my sister's children. In the tribe, the only relatives are parents and children, and even if there is a generation between them, they're no longer considered relatives. Han and Shui are Qi's nieces. According to his understanding, it is normal that these 2 people are not his relatives." Wu Ye said, "This is a relative." Qi nodded. "Well, then we are relatives." "Okay, let's go back to the tribe first." Yin said, "Don't you notice that Wu and the others are very tired?" Everyone suddenly realized what was happening and quickly made way for the flying Tyrannosaurus Rex. When they arrived at the ditch dug by the tribe below, Han and Shui were stunned. They were increasingly confused about what the Suzuka tribe was doing. Shui asked curiously, "Wu, what is this huge ditch used for?" Now Yin and his team have dug the foundation trench for several kilometers and are almost digging out the foundation of a city wall. Looking at it this way, it is indeed spectacular. Wu Ye replied, "This is the foundation. We're going to build a city on Zhuke Mountain." "Build a city?" Han asked Wu, "What is a city?" Wu was speechless for a while. Han and Shui were now asking almost 100,000 questions, all of which made him a little annoyed. He simply redirected the question. "Aren't you and Qi relatives? Relatives should cultivate good relationships. Go ask Qi." After saying that, Wu Ye kicked Shui off the Tyrannosaurus Rex without saying anything. When Han saw what happened to Shui, he suddenly didn't dare to ask. Of course, Shui is a yellow-striped warrior, and she will be fine even if she falls from a height of dozens of meters. But it is different for Han. Wuya did not kick her, but asked Fei to explain to her what the city is. After understanding what a city is, Han couldn't help but marvel at Wu's wisdom. After that, she had fewer problems. After all, she was a quiet person, unlike Shui, a totem warrior with a noisy personality. After returning to the tribe, Wuya found that Yin Wu was already waiting for him at the entrance of the cave. "Wu, you're back," Yin Wu said excitedly. "How was the harvest?" Although studying the barbarian patterns was a bit boring, he was still looking forward to whether the spirit stones could be used. Wuya didn't answer. He picked up a spirit stone and threw it to Yin Wu. "You will know if you try it." Yin Wu took the spirit stone with a smile, then took out a spirit-gathering stone slab from his pocket and placed the spirit stone on it. Seeing the spirit-gathering stone slab with wild patterns, Han discovered that the clothes of Wuya and the others also had this thing on them, and he couldn't help but use his spiritual sense to check what Yin Wu was going to do. When she discovered that the spiritual energy next to the spirit-gathering stone slab was much richer, she was very surprised. It was the first time she had seen such a magical thing. Then, something even more shocking happened. Han discovered that a large amount of spiritual energy was being absorbed by the spirit stone and entering into it. Han was so surprised that his mouth widened, but Yin Wu was a little dissatisfied. "Well, this charging effect is not comparable to the beast crystal, but it can be used." Then he put the stone tablet with the spirit-gathering barbarian pattern back into his pocket, and took out the stone tablet engraved with the thick earth barbarian pattern. When Han saw Yin Wu take out a new stone slab, she became even more curious, because she found that the same thing was on the clothes of Wuya and the others. Yin Wu placed the spirit stone into the groove on the stone slab, and then injected some qi into the stone slab. Something happened that surprised both Wuya and Yin Wu. They saw a faint brown glow emitting from the stone slab, which was darker than the color when using animal crystals. The effects of general witchcraft can be seen simply from its color. When using animal crystals, it is light brown, and when using spirit stones, it is brown. Obviously, in the world using spirit stones, the thick earth technique released by the thick earth pattern is much more powerful. "I found a treasure." Wuya was ecstatic. He had thought that the spirit stone could be used, but he didn't expect the effect of the spirit stone to be so good. Although Han didn't know what the secret of the stone slab was, she could still see that it was a witchcraft. So he couldn't help but ask, what's on that stone slab? Why can it release witchcraft?" Wuya smiled and said, "Want to learn?" "Ido." Han replied. She has always been studious, otherwise she would not have mastered the skills to survive outside when she was driven out of the tribe. "That's good. I was just worried that you didn't want to." Wuya thought to himself, and at the same time looked at Yin Wu and said, "I forgot to introduce you to. This is Han, the witch from the giant bear tribe." Wuya said, looking at Han again, "He is the fire witch. Didn't you ask me where the blazing firebird tribe went? He is the witch from the original blazing firebird tribe." Han looked at Yin Wu in surprise. She could never have imagined that a witch from another tribe would appear in this tribe, but she felt relieved after thinking about it. Wasn't she also a witch from another tribe, and now she appeared here? Han nodded and looked at Yin Wu. "Hello." "Hello." Yin Wu looked at Han curiously. He knew that the giant bear tribe was a large tribe. As for how we had tricked the giant bear tribe's witches and attracted them here, he had no idea. However, this is in line with what the witch said. He'll find more witches to come to the tribe to help him. Wuya's lips curled up slightly. "Well, you all know each other now. From now on, the research on barbarian patterns will depend on you." Chapter 104, Taming Beasts. At this time, Yi Shui came over. Yi couldn't help feeling disappointed when he saw that there was no hematite in the basket pulled by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Wu, the iron is in the fire." Yi said, "Guja nadif." They didn't bring back much hematite or last time. "How many iron axes did you make in total?" Shui replied, "We fought 32 times in total. We got all the orange-striped warriors, but not enough white-striped warriors. It takes half a cubic meter of steel to make an iron axe, and it's pretty good that you can make that much." 32 iron axes. Wuya nodded and then asked, "Is there no or left now?" Yi said, "There's still a little left, but it's not enough to make an iron axe." When Wuya heard that there was still some left, he immediately drew some tools on a slate and asked Yi and Shui to use up all the iron. While Wuya was drawing the tools and explaining them to Shui and the others, Han looked at the large stone slab at the entrance of the tribe. A sketch of Suzaku City was drawn on the large stone slab, and almost everything Wuya could think of and needed was included. Seeing that Wuya was busy, Yenwu did not disturb Wuya, but came to Han's side and said, "How is it? This is where our tribe will live in the future. Is this the city that we mentioned?" Han asked. Yenwu nodded. Yes, Wu is really smart. He actually thought of this thing called leaving the city. Han looked at the sketch and asked Yenwu, for no apparent reason, "Why did your blazing bird tribe want to join the Suzaku tribe?" This is the question she has been thinking about since she saw Chi. The Suzaku tribe itself is not powerful, and Han is really curious why the Firebird tribe would join the Suzaku tribe. Yenwu did not answer, but asked, "What about you? Why did you join the Suzaku tribe? The giant bear tribe is so powerful." Han felt a little disappointed when he heard the flame wizard's question. "My sister and I were abandoned by the giant bear tribe a long time ago. The flame wizard said he had a way to remove the curse on us, so we chose to join." Yenwu laughed and said, "You see, Wu Yin knows how to resolve the curse." "Huh? But this is why my sister and I joined the Suzaku tribe." Han said puzzledly, "What does this have to do with you?" Yenwu looked at Han and asked, "Have you heard of anyone who has a solution to the curse?" Han shook his head. Yenwu asked again, "Have you ever seen any tribe building a city?" Han still shook his head. Yenwu continued to ask, "Have you ever seen a tribe that can make war clothes, bows and arrows, and iron axes?" Han then shook his head. "These should be the inheritance of the Suzaku tribe." The Flame Witch laughed. "Although you were driven out of the giant bear tribe, since you were once a witch, you should know that the Suzaku tribe and the blazing Firebird tribe were originally together. The heritage of our two tribes is similar, but I can tell you that none of these things are passed down." Han opened his eyes wide. "What about these things?" Yenwu showed an admiring look. "These are all thought up by Wu's own wisdom. This is why I led the blazing bird tribe back to the Suzaku tribe." Han's eyes widened so wide that they were about to burst out. It was impressive if he could think of one or two things by chance, but to know so many things, the witch's wisdom was truly endless. After Wu Ye and Yi finished their explanation, they came to Han and the others. Before he could say anything, Han took out a black stone from somewhere and threw it to Wu Ye. Wu Ye took it and saw that it was a heritage stone. "What is this?" Han replied, "This contains the legacy of a tribe called the Spider Tribe. We used the methods in it to tame the human-faced demon spider. They were driven out of the tribe 8 years ago, but they survived until now because of the Spider Tribe's inheritance." Wu Ye asked curiously, "Haven't I lifted the curse for you yet? Why are you giving me this inheritance stone?" Then he laughed meanly and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll regret it?" Han said seriously, "With your wisdom, Wu, you shouldn't go back on your word with us." Seeing how serious she was, Wu Ye stopped teasing her and said, "Follow me." After entering the cave, Wu Ye saw some battle uniforms engraved with barbarian patterns on the ground that had not yet been distributed. He immediately picked up a set and handed it to Han. You can see that everyone in the tribe has to wear clothes. In this world, although there is already the concept of gender differences, there is no concept that men and women should not touch each other. Therefore, in order to be comfortable, people will choose not to wear it when the weather is hot. How could Wu Ye bear such hardship? Everyone in the tribe had to wear clothes. Then Wu Ye picked up another set of battle clothes and threw it to Yenwu. "Give this set of battle clothes to Shui." Only after Han changed into her battle uniform did Wu Ye dare to look her in the eye. It must be said that although Han was a little thinner, she had put on weight where it was necessary. Putting on a battle suit, she looked so beautiful that Wu Ye couldn't describe it. Of course, Wu Ye just looks at it to appreciate its beauty. After admiring them, Wu Ye threw the 2 inheritance stones of the Feng tribe that recorded the barbarian patterns and witchcraft to Han. They were all witches, so Han knew what to do without Wu Ye telling him. After finding a place to sit cross-legged, he began to check the contents. Wu Ye was not idle either. He also sat cross-legged and began to check the inheritance stone of the Spider Tribe. The inheritance stone of the Spider Tribe is different from those of the Suzaku Tribe and the Phoenix Tribe. After Wu Ye's spiritual consciousness entered, there was no spider rushing towards him like the inheritance stone of their tribe. After Wu Ye's spiritual consciousness entered, he felt a stream of information flowing into his brain. About half an hour later, Wu Ye finished reading the contents. The Spider Tribe's heritage was much less than that of the Suzaku Tribe. Whether it was records of ferocious beasts, plants, or exotic flowers, there were far fewer. This is the record of a small tribe, which is far inferior to that of a large tribe. Although the Suzaku Tribe is a small tribe now, its ancestors were once rich. The most attractive thing about the spider tribe's heritage to Wuya is witchcraft. This sorcery is called soul division or beast taming. By controlling a trace of a beast's soul, one can achieve the goal of controlling the beast. Although this beast taming technique cannot control the ferocious beast like the contract technique, it can connect your thoughts. Just a thought can make the ferocious beast understand your idea and put it into action. But there is one good thing about animal taming, which is that there is no limit on the number of times you can do it. As long as your spiritual awareness, that is, your soul power, is sufficient, you can perform the beast taming technique as many times as you want. Although both beast taming and contract magic are used to control ferocious beasts, they each have their own shortcomings and strengths, and it is hard to say which witchcraft is better. Chapter 105 Sand Moth Laying Eggs. As for why Han can control so many human-faced demon spiders, that is another reason. Those human-faced demon spiders were all born from the wild beast human-faced demon spider, so they all obey the orders of the human-faced demon spider. As long as the wild beast human-faced demon spider is controlled, all human-faced demon spiders can be controlled, just as Wuya thought. Yin Wu came back at this time, and Wuya threw the inheritance stone to him. Now you have another witchcraft to learn. Although there was no limit to the number of times the beast taming technique could be used, it was even more demanding to perform than the contract technique. Performing the beast taming technique consumed a significant amount of spiritual essence, requiring a half-month recuperation period after each use. Therefore, every additional person who knows the art of taming beasts means that Suzaku's strength will increase faster. Yin Wu said with a stern face, "Wu, when will the construction of the outer city wall begin? The foundation of a wall will be dug outside soon, but construction of the wall has not started yet." Wuya thought for a moment and replied, "After we conquer the Salt Mountain, we can start building the wall." Wuya, the strange flower from Yinshan, has been coveting it for a long time. Even if he wants to build a city, he has to get the strange flower before that. By the way, Wuya asked, "How's your blood-lowering technique going?" Yin Wu nodded. "It's almost ready to use. Now all we need is the contract spell." Now, there's another beast taming technique, Wuya said, and asked Yin Wu to read the contents of the inheritance stone while he walked out of the cave. Since he is going to attack Yinshan, he needs to be prepared. There are a large number of ferocious beasts in Yinshan, and Wuya wants to capture most of them alive, so he must prepare more spores, which are powerful weapons. However, on his way to the stone vat containing the glowing sand moths, he met Qi, who had a rather serious expression on his face. To be precise, it was Zhu Qi. In this era, as long as people are not from the same tribe, most of them have the same name. This is why Wuya specially gave everyone a surname. Zhu Qi is from the Sisko tribe, a captain of the unmarked warriors. Wuya put him in charge of managing the sand moths and collecting their spores. When Qi saw Wuya, he was stunned at first, and then said to Wuya with some sadness, "Wu, the sand moth is dead." This was the task assigned to him by the witch, which gave him something to brag about in front of his companions. Now that the sand moth is dead, not only can he no longer brag, but he also failed to complete the task assigned by the witch. "What?" Wuya was shocked. "Can you tell me what's going on?" It was the first time Qi saw Wuya's reaction so big. He immediately knew that he had made a mistake and quickly told Wuya the whole story. After eating at noon today, he went to collect spores from sand moths as usual. But in the past, as soon as he approached the stone jar, the sand moths inside would start fluttering and releasing spores. She just needs to wait until the sand moth is tired of fluttering, and then take out the spores from the bottom of the stone jar. But when he went there today, the sand moths had stopped fluttering. Then what? Wuya asked. The sand moth is of great help to the tribe and can even be said to be a strategic weapon. He must know what happened to the sand moth. I hurried over to check and found that they had all fallen to the bottom of the stone jar, motionless. Qi said aggrievedly. I poked them with a stick, but they didn't move. Judging from their condition, they must be dead. Let's go and take a look, the witch said as he hurried to the stone jar. Although the tribe has now collected a lot of spores, enough for them to use for a while, without the continuous output of sand moths, the more they use, the less they have. When he arrived at the stone jar, Wuya found that the lid of the stone jar had been opened. He quickly looked inside and saw the sand moth lying quietly inside. He used his spiritual sense to check, but he didn't find any trace of breath. Obviously, these 3 sand moths are really dead. Wuya's mind was in a mess. His original plan was to attack Yinshan and then gather the strength of the entire tribe to settle accounts with the alligator snapping turtle. But now the spores collected by the tribe can only be used in one place. If you use it to attack the salt mountain, you can't use it against the snapping turtle. If you use it to fight the snapping turtle, you can't use it in the battle of the salt mountain. There is also the howling moon wolf tribe. If the tribe wants to develop in the future, it will need a large amount of hematite. In order to obtain a large amount of hematite, the howling moon wolf tribe is a problem he cannot avoid. Without the help of spores, all these things will be very difficult. We can only take the long view. Wuya sighed. Take out all the sand moths and bury them. Sand moths don't have much meat on their own, so they're inedible. I don't know how they died, but there's no point dwelling on it now. Chi nodded, jumped into the stone jar, and picked up the sand moth. Hey Wu, what is this? After picking up the sand moth, Chi saw what was underneath it. We looked at Chi and saw him pointing at the wall of the stone jar under the sand moth, where there was a bunch of round balls like pearls that were glued together and about the same size as spirit stones. Is this a sand moth egg? Weah jumped into the stone jar, took a closer look, and found that it was indeed a sand moth egg. Now he finally understood why these sand moths flew towards the fire without hesitation and the cause of their death. This is because they're about to lay eggs. Now that the eggs have been laid, they will die. Well, what is this thing? Chi asked. For him, who had never left the tribe and had limited knowledge, he had only seen human reproduction and had no idea how other species reproduced. Wuya said, this is a sand moth egg. Is it the same as the Tyrannosaurus Rex eggs? Wuya nodded. Well, although it's a little different, it's still similar. Can it be eaten? Chi's eyes lit up. Although the sand moths were killed, at least they left something edible. Wuya. Well, it should be edible. But you can't eat this. Chi nodded. I know, Wu eats first. We all looked at Chi. How come they were both called Chi? One was the leader of the Firebird tribe, and the other only cared about eating? Of course, it could be due to his age. The reason Chi could be the captain was because he had decent talent, but he was only 15. Weah explained, this is not for eating. What is that used for? Chi asked. Weah looked at Chi, hesitated for a moment, and said to him, I'll give you a new task. Hearing that there was a new task to do, Chi became excited. Wu, you tell me. Wuya said, you continue to be responsible for taking care of these eggs. If there are any changes in them, please tell me. Chi nodded. I promise to complete the task. Well, remember not to eat it. Chapter 106, Hall Master. After Wuya finished instructing Chi, he checked the number of spores. There were only a little over 100 of them, enough for just one battle. As for where to use it, that is worth thinking about. After careful consideration, Wuya decided to use it in the Battle of Yanshan. There are a large number of ferocious beasts in Yanshan. In addition to protecting the safety of everyone, they can also be used to catch as many ferocious beasts as possible. By then, the tribe will have more ferocious beasts and their strength will be enhanced, and they will be able to cope with the next battle. Having made his decision, Wuya immediately returned to the cave with peace of mind. At this time, Yinwu had already finished reading the inheritance stone of the spider tribe and was idly watching Han check the inheritance of the phoenix tribe. After seeing Wuya coming, Yinwu said, Wu, we can now freely engrave the thick earth barbarian pattern. What barbarian pattern do we want to engrave next? We have thought about it carefully. The tribe already had thick earth patterns for defense, so what they should study now was the patterns for attack or to assist in attack. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't find a suitable barbarian pattern. After all, he was still a witch, and his witchcraft skills were still too limited. So he threw the question to Yinwu. You are a fortune-telling witch, so you should be able to check more witchcraft or barbarian patterns. You can choose. It is best to use it for attack or auxiliary attack. Yinwu was speechless. He just didn't know what kind of barbarian pattern to engrave, so he asked Wuya. Unexpectedly, Wuya asked him to choose instead. In fact, for witches at low levels, there are very few witchcrafts that can be used, and most of them are used for self-protection or auxiliary witchcraft. Yinwu thought for a moment and said, Stone marks can make weapons stronger. How do you think it is? The strength became even stronger, and Wuya's eyes lit up. Does the increased strength mean I can use wild beast bones to engrave barbarian patterns on iron? The fire wizard thought for a moment and nodded. Well, we still need to experiment to know the details. Besides, the tribe is out of iron. We could talk about the iron later. Once we occupy Hongshan, we can use the iron as we please. Wuya then asked, isn't there any witchcraft that can be used directly to attack? Yinwu said, yes, there are, but those witchcrafts are not very powerful. With our current strength, the witchcraft we unleash is not even as powerful as a bow and arrow. Wuya shook his head. You don't understand this. Although a single spell may not be very powerful, what about countless spells combined together? Yin Wu thought about the scene and nodded immediately. Well, if multiple witchcrafts are combined together, the power should be greatly increased. But we will have to engrave many more barbarian patterns. We'll talk about that later. Now everyone in the tribe is learning how to engrave barbarian patterns. After we train them, we'll be able to engrave barbarian patterns in large quantities. We said. Yin Wu spread his hands. Alas, I wonder when I can stop engraving barbarian patterns. Wu Ya's lips curled up slightly. Don't worry, it will be quick. Look, now you have Han as your helper. Speaking of Han, Yin Wu asked quietly, Wu, do you really know how to lift their curse? Wu Ya glanced at Han, shook his head, and replied softly, There's no such thing as a curse. It's all nonsense. Then you. Yin Wu looked at Wu Ya in disbelief. Wu Ya smiled slightly. Don't worry, although they don't have any curses, I will still remove the curse for them. Yin Wu looked at Wu Ya, feeling that he had been tricked by Wu Ya. If he hadn't come alone during the divination, he would have wanted to run away with the tribe by now. In the evening, Wu Ya called everyone to a meeting. First of all, we welcome Han and Shui, who have newly joined our tribe. From now on, we are a family, so we should take care of each other. Wu Ya said. Han and Shui looked at the crowd, sitting around curiously. It was their first time attending a so-called meeting. Wu Ya said, Now there are 2 more witches in the tribe besides me. Yin Wu and Han looked at Wu Ya. They didn't expect Wu Ya to still treat them as witches. Of course, if Wu Ya died, they would be the next in line. Wu Ya said, I believe everyone is very conflicted about what to call them. Call them Wu, because I'm still in the tribe. But if we don't call them Wu, it doesn't look good either. Wu Ya has discovered this a long time ago. Especially the people of the Blazing Firebird tribe. They had no idea how to address the Fire Witch, so they simply didn't address him, which made everyone very embarrassed. Therefore, Wu Ya planned to replan the organization of the tribe in response to this. Wu Ya said, starting from what I say, except for me, all other witches in the tribe will serve as elders of the Council of Elders. Fei and the others were confused because they were the elders. Wu Ya continued, under the Council of Elders, there are leaders. Yun is the leader, and Qi and Yi are deputy leaders. Below that, there are the various halls. Fei is the head of the Ferocious Beast Hall, and Shang is the deputy head. Yi is the head of the Equipment Hall, and Shui is the deputy head. Lin is the head of the Hunting Hall, and Shang is the deputy head. Yu is the head of the Forging Hall, and Shan is the deputy head. Tu is the head of the Clothing Hall, and Yu is the deputy head. Niao is the head of the Transportation Hall, and Shui is the deputy head. That's all. Do you have any questions? Usually at this time, everyone would look down at their feet, and no one would dare to stand up and speak. At that time, we will point Yin out and let him speak. Yin knew he couldn't escape, so he did the opposite. Wu, do we need to choose someone to manage the construction of the city? Yin and his team are now in charge of this task, but there are still few people in the Suzaka tribe. If there are more people, Yin and his team as leaders will be too busy to handle it. Wu Yu was very satisfied that Yin finally spoke on his own today. Well, if you hadn't mentioned this, I would have forgotten about it. Then we'll set up another infrastructure hall, with Yin as the head and Lai as the deputy head. Wu Yu had this in mind when he asked Yin and Pangolin to sign the contract. After saying this, Wu Yu looked at everyone again. Does anyone have any questions? Shui asked quietly, Wu, what is a hall master? Wu Yu said, Hall master is just a position, just like Wu in chief. Then what should we do? Shui continued to ask. With the tribe and the witch, she was not as active as before. Wu Yu said, the tribe is just starting out now. I will take care of everything. You don't have to worry. After saying that, he looked at everyone again. Any other questions? Seeing that everyone was looking at their toenails, Wu Yu knew that it was useless to ask. It would be better to move directly to the next topic. Since everyone has no questions, let's start discussing how to capture the Salt Mountain. Chapter 107. Laying a Trap. Yin Shan, Yun, and the others knew where it was. Most of the people in the Firebird tribe already knew where it was. There was still a small number of people in Han, Shui, and the others who didn't know where they were. So, when we mentioned the Salt Mountain, the faces of Yun and the others who knew how dangerous it was changed. Those who didn't know the place would have their imaginations run wild, imagining what the Salt Mountain Wu Yu was talking about was. It should be a huge mountain covered with salt. Yin asked in confusion, Wu, why are you suddenly going to attack Yin Shan? The tribe is still building the city, and he really can't understand why Wu Ya suddenly wants to attack Yin Shan. The salt in the tribe is enough to last for at least a few years, so why go to the salt mountain to mine salt? Only Faye and his friends who often went out with Wuya knew why Wuya wanted to attack Yinshan. Faye said, every time the witch passes by the salt mountain, he will go to see the strange flower. Obviously, he wants to get the strange flower. Every time he found that the number of exotic flowers was decreasing, Faye noticed Wuya's angry look, so he knew why Wuya wanted to attack Yinshan. Lin and the others nodded. When they first discovered the strange flower, there were 5 of them. Now there are only 2. If they don't go and kill them, who knows when there will be no more flowers left. Wuya said, we didn't attack the salt mountain just for the strange flower. The witches in your tribe wouldn't be so foolish as to make such a mistake. Everyone looked at Wuya, completely unaware of what he was talking about. Wuya said, the salt mountain is where the ferocious beasts replenish their salt. Even if we drive away all the ferocious beasts now, they will still gather here. The purpose of building the salt mountain is to consider the development of our tribe. Few people understood these things when Wuya talked about them, so he just said them casually and let it go. The main purpose of holding this meeting was to prepare everyone mentally and physically. Everyone will set out tomorrow morning. All orange-striped warriors must go, as must white-striped warriors equipped with battle suits and iron axes. On the way, Yi and Shui, you will lead some people to cut down the vines and make a net. The rest of you listen to me. After giving them instructions, Wuya disbanded immediately. Yenwu looked at Wuya. Wu, can I? No. Wuya shook his head. He knew Yenwu wanted to join in the fun. But as a researcher, why would he want to join in the fun? Wouldn't it be better to just stay in the cave and study the barbarian patterns? Yenwu was immediately discouraged. He had imagined that after he stopped being a witch, he could run around everywhere like Wuya. But the reality was not what he thought. After arriving at the Cisco tribe, he was the one who stayed in the tribe, while Wuya continued to travel around the world. It can be said that he just changed his place and continued to stay in the cave. But this was not what he wanted, so he tried to persuade her, which I have now mastered the blood falling technique. I will go with everyone and help you tame the beast. Wuya thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. After repeated consideration, he nodded and said, okay, it's not a good idea for you to stay in the cave all the time. Let's go together tomorrow. Then he looked at Shui and Han, who were still standing aside. What's going on with you two? Now that no one else was around, Shui became much more lively. Wu, where are we going to sleep? There's so much space outside. You can sleep wherever you want. Wuya smiled and said, don't worry. You're a yellow-striped warrior. No one will dare to chase you away no matter where you sleep. Anyway, these primitive people never had the concept of physical contact between men and women, so Wuya didn't care where Shui was sleeping. But Han has to take care of it. After all, he is a scientific researcher, and Wuya has to take him seriously. So Wuya called Yin and asked him to bring Pangolin to dig another cave inside a cave next to them. This cave within a cave is both Han's sleeping place and her studio. Early the next morning, after eating, Wuya and his companions set off immediately. Han Wuya originally wanted to keep her in the tribe, but she was the only one who could control the wild beastman-faced demon spider, so Wuya had no choice but to take her with him. After arriving near the salt mountain, Wuya asked everyone to stop. Yi, take some people with you to make the nets. Try to make them bigger and as many as possible. Although Yi and his team had already made quite a few nets on the way, Wuya felt that the more the better. Yi nodded, and he Shui took 7 or 8 white-striped warriors to cut the strong vines. Wuya looked at Shang and Lin and said, you two go check the situation at the salt mountain. Find out the number of wild beasts and barbaric beasts, and then come back and report to me. Shang and Lin left, and Wuya and the others also left the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then came to a huge branch more than 50 meters above the ground. After a while, Lin Hashang came back and brought accurate information to Wuya. In addition to the original giant armored rhinoceros, white-haired monkey, and thorn, there is now one more wild beast. The megalodon was 5 meters tall, with black fur on its back and the rest of its body gray with very little hair. She, or pig, is more precisely a wild boar. This creature is so ferocious that even a Tyrannosaurus Rex wouldn't dare confront it when it's charging. The remaining wild beasts probably numbered over 100, and the ferocious beasts were even more numerous, so many that even they couldn't count them. After understanding the specific situation, Wuya immediately arranged tactics. He found a small ditch about 50 meters wide and only a few meters deep, and asked everyone to dig holes in it. Whether it is the megalodon, the giant rhinoceros, or the thornbill, they all have a fatal weakness. That means you can't climb trees. If you can't climb trees, then you naturally can't climb out of the trap. What we wanted them to dig was a super large trap, a trap that could trap a large number of ferocious beasts. As for the white-haired monkey, it can climb trees, so Wuya has to get rid of it first. While everyone was digging the hole, Wuya was not idle either. He pulled Shui, Shang, Fei, and Yi aside. Wuya looked at Shui, who looked quite heroic in her battle uniform, and asked, "Can you fight against wild beasts?" Shui looked at Wuya in shock. The tribe currently had 3 wild beasts, but the ferocious beast group had a total of 4 wild beasts. Wuya's question meant that she was being forced to fight the wild beasts one-on-one. She thought for a moment and shook her head. "I can't beat him." Although the physical fitness of the totem warriors was abnormal, the physical fitness of the ferocious beasts was even more abnormal. Shui alone was certainly no match for a wild beast. Wuya laughed and said, "What if you let the powerful monkey help you? Defeat the white-haired monkey." Shui glanced at the powerful ape and nodded. "This way we can defeat him." Okay. We took a look at the progress of everyone digging the pit, and then they all got on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and headed towards the salt mountain. Arriving near the salt mountain, Shui looked at the white-haired monkey in confusion, then looked at the salt mountain next to it. "Woo! Where's the salt mountain you mentioned?" Chapter 108, Battle with a White-Haired Ape. Wuya pointed at the salt mountain and said, "That's it. Is that a salt mountain? Where's the salt?" Shui asked in confusion. In fact, it was not only Shui who was confused. Shang was also confused. After all, he had also been to the salt mountain, and he could not see any connection between this mountain and salt. "Don't worry about that. I'll teach you how salt is made later." Wuya pointed at the white-haired monkey that was still leisurely basking in the sun and said, "Do you see that white-haired monkey?" Shui nodded. "I see, just fight it, right?" Wuya looked at Shang and said, "Let the powerful ape lure it over here." Shui looked at Wuya in confusion. He had just been talking to her, so why was he suddenly talking to Shang again? Shang nodded, then looked at the powerful ape. When the powerful monkey saw the white-haired monkey, its eyes turned red. It was this guy who drove it out of the salt mountain area, causing it to encounter the moving Firebird tribe. All the suffering he endured later was caused by the white-haired ape. Now that he had signed a contract with Shang, he couldn't seek revenge on Shang, but he could seek revenge on the white-haired ape. At Shang's instruction, the powerful monkey jumped over from the nearby branches. Shui looked at Wuya. "Shouldn't I be the one to attract the white-haired ape Wu?" Wu glanced at Shui and said, "You, wait until the powerful monkey attracts the white-haired monkey. Then you can attack together and subdue it as soon as possible." On the other side, the arrival of the powerful monkey did not attract any second glance from the other ferocious beasts. After all, fighting was not allowed here. Except for the white-haired monkey, of course. When the white-haired monkey saw the defeated powerful monkey, he couldn't help but show a disdainful expression. Last time it beat the powerful ape so badly, this guy actually dared to provoke it. The powerful monkey was immediately furious when he saw the white-haired monkey's disdainful expression. However, he knew that he couldn't fight here, and his injury was also for him to lure the white-haired monkey away. So, in a conspicuous place where Bybin could see him, he suddenly turned around and faced his but towards the white-haired monkey while patting it a few times with his hands. This action is very provocative among monkeys. But what we didn't expect was that although the white-haired monkey was angry, bared its teeth and growled warningly, it did not come over to fight with the powerful monkey. When the powerful monkey found that the white-haired monkey did not come over, he twisted his butt and slapped it a few more times. The white-haired monkey was unmoved and instead imitated the powerful monkey and performed the same movements. We looked at the two monkeys speechlessly. Are there any real ferocious beasts in this world? When the powerful monkey saw that the white-haired monkey was actually imitating him, he couldn't help but get furious. He wiped his hand on his butt and immediately pulled out a large pile of shit, which he threw at the white-haired monkey. Seeing the powerful monkey's actions, everyone looked at Shang in silence, and Shang's face suddenly turned red. Fei asked, "Shang, how did you teach the powerful ape? Why is it a little?" Shang shook his head. "This is none of my business. It came up with it on its own." Because the powerful monkey threw the cat suddenly, the white-haired monkey had no time to dodge. When it turned around to look at the powerful monkey, the flying cat hit its face. When the powerful ape saw that he had successfully hit the target, His face was immediately filled with pride, and his ugly face became even uglier when he smiled. Throwing shit at someone, this was the greatest form of humiliation in the beast world. This was intolerable. The white-haired monkey roared, shook off the shit from his face, and leaped to his feet. He grabbed a vine hanging on a tree and swung towards the powerful monkey. When the powerful monkey saw that he had succeeded, he immediately turned around and ran away. In a one-on-one fight, he really could not beat the white-haired monkey. Unfortunately, the furious white-haired monkey was very fast. After swinging over a few vines, it flew towards the powerful monkey. When the powerful monkey was jumping from one branch to another, the white-haired monkey flew over and bumped into the powerful monkey, and both monkeys fell to the ground together. Collapse. The two monkeys landed on the ground with a dull sound, followed by the roars of the two monkeys. Wuya immediately shouted, "Quick, go and take a look." Faye nodded and immediately told the Tyrannosaurus to run over there. When we arrived at the battlefield, we saw the powerful monkey and the white-haired monkey fighting fiercely, punching each other hard. Unfortunately, the powerful monkey was not as strong as the white-haired monkey. The white-haired monkey attacked him without any defense, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had internal injuries. Wuya looked at Shui. "Quick, go." He originally wanted to let the Tyrannosaurus Rex join the battle, but once the Tyrannosaurus Rex joined the battle, the white-haired monkey would definitely climb up the tree, which would make it more difficult for Shui. Shui nodded, jumped off the Tyrannosaurus Rex with the giant axe in hand, and immediately rushed towards the white-haired ape. Her speed was so fast that countless dead leaves flew behind her. In the blink of an eye, Shui rushed to the side of the white-haired monkey. Her huge speed made it impossible for her to stop for a while, so she could only rush directly towards the white-haired monkey. She believed in the defense of the battlesuit. After all, it would be difficult to break it without her using much force. When the white-haired monkey punched the powerful monkey in the face, Shui rushed in front of the white-haired monkey. Having been driven out of the tribe since childhood, Shui is also a veteran. He kicked the white-haired monkey directly in the chest. Collapse. The powerful monkey was knocked over by the white-haired monkey with a punch, but the white-haired monkey was also kicked in the chest by Shui. The huge impact force directly sent the white-haired monkey flying, crashing into a giant tree nearby, leaving a mark. Wuya watched and swallowed his saliva. It was too violent. This woman's fighting ability was extraordinary. After Shui kicked the white-haired monkey, he did a beautiful backflip, landed on the ground, and finally stabilized his body. She rushed too fast just now and almost got into trouble. The white-haired ape stood up, shrugged his shoulders, his bones making a clacking sound, looked at Shui, and let out a deafening roar. Shui dodged to the side unhappily to avoid the white-haired monkey's saliva, and looked at the powerful monkey. The powerful ape climbed up, shook his head, and then roared. Although he couldn't win, he couldn't lose in momentum. Infected by them, the Tyrannosaurus Rex beside them also excitedly let out a thunderous roar, ong. Wuya was originally watching the battle situation closely, but was suddenly startled by the roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and looked at Faye with displeasure. Faye felt Wuya's gaze and awkwardly jumped onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head and kicked it. "Why are you joining in the fun?" Shui couldn't help but curl her lips as she looked at the two monkeys who were both roaring angrily. She wanted to roar too, but her vocal cords didn't allow it. He couldn't help but look at the powerful ape. "Big monkey, come on." The powerful monkey's roar gave him a boost of morale, and he immediately charged towards the white-haired monkey. This time, he had help, so he felt more confident. However, the white-haired monkey is not a pushover, and even if it is kicked in the chest by snow, it has little impact. After the powerful monkey rushed in front of it, it dodged the monkey's attack and threw another uppercut, knocking the monkey away. Shui, who had just charged over with the giant axe in hand, was stunned. If she had a more eloquent vocabulary, she would have said, "I've never been so speechless in my life." Chapter 109, Fatal Attack. Now we finally knew how the powerful monkey was driven out of the salt mountain. My goodness, it must have been beaten badly back then. Shui was speechless, but after the white-haired monkey knocked down the powerful monkey, he immediately picked up the giant axe and rushed towards the white-haired monkey. The white-haired monkey originally wanted to step on the powerful monkey's head, but was hit by Shui's axe. He had no choice but to retreat. The white-haired monkey looked at Shui. Although her threat was not as great as that of the powerful monkey, she still caused the white-haired monkey considerable trouble. Shwe snorted. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll beat you to death. The white-haired monkey roared, then jumped directly towards the snow. Unfortunately, it stopped just as it jumped out. Looking back, it found that the powerful monkey had grabbed its foot. Well done, big monkey! Shwe roared and rushed to the white-haired monkey at an extremely fast speed and hit it directly with the back of the giant axe. The white-haired monkey was in a panic and could only block it with his hands. As a yellow-striped warrior, Shwe is extremely powerful, and the giant axe weighs over 1,000 pounds. When combined together, one can imagine how powerful he is. Boom! The back of the giant axe hit the white-haired monkey, sending it flying again, and it didn't stop until it hit a giant tree more than 10 meters away. The white-haired ape stood up and glared at Shwe. It now knew who was the biggest threat to it. Yeah, who was on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, saw that the fight was almost over, so he shouted, "Fei, grab a strong vine and use it like you tied the Tyrannosaurus Rex's feet to capture the white-haired monkey." Fei and E nodded, casually cut down a strong vine from the nearby tree, and then rushed towards the white-haired monkey. Shang watched curiously. He also wanted to know how the Suzaka tribe captured the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After Fei and E ran near the white-haired monkey, they immediately grabbed the two ends of the vine, straightened the vine, and continued to rush towards the white-haired monkey. The white-haired ape has discovered that 2 more people have joined the battle, but their aura is too weak, and it does not take them seriously at all. Shwe didn't know what Fei and the others were going to do. Anyway, when Fei and the others rushed over, she also rushed towards the white-haired monkey and decided to fight. But this time the white-haired monkey learned his lesson. He grabbed Shwe's giant axe, and when Shwe was off guard, he punched her in the face. Bang! The white-haired monkey knocked Shwe away with one punch. The huge force made Shwe fly dozens of meters before falling to the ground, and then rolled several times before stopping. In a one-on-one fight, the totem warrior is still no match for the ferocious beast. Wuya was shocked to see Shwe lying motionless on the ground near them. He quickly untied the vines, jumped off the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and ran towards Shwe. On the other side, after Shwe was knocked away, the powerful monkey gathered his strength and fought with the white-haired monkey again. The vines pulled by Fei and E finally reached the white-haired monkey. Fei shouted, "It's injured! Let the powerful monkey jump." When Shang heard it, it was basically the same as what the powerful monkey heard. After all, they were connected in mind, and the powerful monkey knew what Shang was thinking. So when the vine was about to touch it, it jumped up. The strong vine brushed against the powerful monkey's feet and finally touched the white-haired monkey. The white-haired monkey didn't care about things that didn't hurt him. When the strong monkey jumped up, the white-haired monkey punched the strong monkey down with another punch. After the strong vines touched the white-haired monkey, Fei and E immediately circled around it. The white-haired monkey didn't care what Fei and E were doing. After knocking the strong monkey down, it immediately jumped on the strong monkey and punched the strong monkey in the face again and again. Wuya came to Shwe's side and found that the thick earth pattern on Shwe's armor had stopped releasing magic. He was shocked and hurried to check on Shwe's condition. Although his first impression of Shwe was not very good, Wuya was a wizard after all, and Shwe was now a warrior of the Suka tribe. He couldn't let anything happen to Shwe. Fortunately, Shwe just fainted and had no external injuries. Wuya immediately used his spear and staff to cast a revitalization spell on Shwe, allowing her body functions to recover. After the revitalization technique was performed, Shwe woke up immediately. It hurts, it hurts. The first thing I did after waking up was to cover my head and scream in pain. Wuya squatted in front of Shwe. What's wrong? Headache. Shwe shook her head hard, then rubbed her face and said, No, my face hurts. Wuya looked at Shwe speechlessly. He was afraid Shwe had a concussion, so he even brought her lotus seeds. But it turned out that Shwe only felt pain in her face, not her head. This is not bad. It saved a lotus seed. Wuya said, If your face hurts, go fight back. Shwe nodded. Wuya checked her body and found that the barbarian pattern was not broken. He helped Shwe press the switch and said, Go, Shwe, go and get your face back. Shwe nodded, exhaled, and immediately rushed towards the white-haired monkey. At this time, the white-haired monkey was stepping on the strong monkey and punching the strong monkey in the face again and again. Fei and Yi's strong vines had already wrapped around the white-haired monkey 5 or 6 times. After seeing Shui coming, he shouted, "Fly! Straighten up!" Fei nodded, and then he and he started running away, breaking the strong vine. The strong vines suddenly tied up the white-haired monkey's legs. When it was about to attack the powerful monkey again, Fei and he suddenly pulled it hard. The white-haired ape suddenly lost its balance and stumbled and fell. When Shui saw this, her eyes lit up. "Well done, watch me." After saying that, she picked up the giant axe that fell on the ground, rushed to the front of the white-haired monkey, and then smashed the back of the giant axe fiercely on the white-haired monkey's face. Under Shui's angry attack, the white-haired monkey's face was instantly covered in blood and flesh, and he let out a scream. Wu saw that something was not right and was about to shout for his life, but Shui's second axe had already struck down. The giant axe, weighing over 1,000 pounds, hit the white-haired ape's face. Even though it was a wild beast with a high defense, it was useless. After Shui's second axe strike, the white-haired monkey's head finally couldn't hold on and exploded. Seeing the situation, the words Wu wanted to say got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak for a while. This woman is so cruel. After Shui finished off the white-haired ape, she caught sight of Wu's raised hand and asked, "Wu, what's going on?" Wu coughed dryly, put his hand down, and said speechlessly, "It's okay, pack up and let's go back." "Yeah." Shui nodded and looked at the white-haired ape. Suddenly she was shocked. "Ah, so much blood, don't waste it." As she spoke, she rushed forward to suck blood, but then she remembered that Wu was still there, so she looked at Wu and said, "Wu, you go first." Wu looked at the miserable state of the white-haired ape and couldn't help but shook his head. "You guys come on, I'll let it go." He cared, but Shui, Fei, and the others didn't care. There were not many opportunities to drink the blood of wild beasts. But a moment later, Shui happily took out a pale yellow crystal from the white-haired ape's head. "Wu, beast crystal, it's a beast crystal." Chapter 1:10 Provocation. There are actually beast crystals. Even though I didn't catch the white-haired ape alive, it's not a loss if I have the wild beast crystals. When Shui and the others were drinking the blood of the white-haired monkey, the Tyrannosaurus Rex came over and rubbed against Fei. Fei looked at Wu with an embarrassed look on his face. "Wu," the Tyrannosaurus Rex said he wanted to eat the flesh of the white-haired ape. Wu looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, thinking that it had not eaten meat larger than that of a wild beast for a long time. So he nodded and said, "Okay, give it to it." The injured one came to the side of the powerful ape, looked at the injured ape, and said with a sad face, "Wu, the powerful ape is seriously injured. I'm afraid he can't participate in the battle later." Wu was stunned and walked over to check on the powerful monkey. It was indeed seriously injured, with several ribs broken and its mouth full of blood. Wu originally wanted to feed it a lotus seed, but then he thought better of it. If he used one, it would be one less, so he couldn't waste it. So he said, "It's okay. Let it drink some blood later. Then let it and the Tyrannosaurus Rex eat the white-maned monkey's meat." After the situation here was almost settled, Yun and the others came over. After watching the battle for a while, Yun said, "Wu, the cave is almost done." With more than 20 totem warriors and several human-faced demon spiders working together, the pit was dug quickly. Wu nodded and returned to the trap with Yun and the others. At this time, a large pit about 40 meters deep and 50 meters in diameter had been dug out at the location drawn by Wu. By this time, it was already afternoon and it was time to fight. Wu asked Yun and the others to lay a huge net above the trap and then cover it with a large amount of leaves. Then, he looked at Shui again. "Shui, can you still fight?" After drinking the white-haired ape's blood, Shui was full of energy and said, "Of course." Wu nodded. "Okay, go and attract the beast here." "Ah?" Shui looked at Wu. "But I'm a yellow-striped warrior. Will they come after me?" This is indeed a problem, but Wu doesn't think it's a big deal. Go there and kill the bird on the back of the giant armor, and kill some ferocious beasts like the megalodon while you're at it. I guarantee they will come after you. Shui nodded. "Okay, that's no problem." "Well, go ahead," Wu said. Just as Shui was about to leave, Wu felt it was not safe and called her back. "Wait a moment." "Huh?" Shui looked at Wu, wondering what else was going on. Wu took off his shirt and threw it to Shui. "Take off your battle suit and wear this." His shirt has been improved and now has 6 thick earth barbarian patterns on it, which has very high defense. The other people's battle suits were still the original model, with only 3 thick earth patterns, and they had not been upgraded in time. Shui's battle suit was broken by the white-haired monkey once. After all, This time she was going to attract so many ferocious beasts, so it would be safer to wear Wu Ya's battle suit. Oh, Shui took off her shirt and put Wu Ya's clothes on. They were about the same height, so the clothes fit them perfectly. Wu Ya put on Shui's battle suit, but after putting it on, he felt something was wrong. He looked down and found that the suit was bulging at his chest. Seeing this situation, Wu Ya couldn't help but cough dryly. He asked from the side, "Wu, what's wrong?" Wu Ya shook his head. "It's okay. It seems that the production of future battle suits will not only take size into consideration, but also gender." Shui put on Wu Ya's battle suit and flipped the switch on it. The thick earth magic covering her body became much brighter. This defense was so strong that even her full-strength attack could not break it. "I'm going," Shui shouted, jumped up, grabbed a strong vine, and swung towards the salt mountain. Han's face was filled with worry, and he finally couldn't help but ask Wu Ya, "Wu, is Shui okay?" Wu Ya didn't know if there was any problem or not. After all, there were so many ferocious beasts in Yanshan, and who knew if Shui could do it? Wu Ya shook his head. Trust her. After all, she's a yellow-striped warrior and has the protection of her battle suit. He then chanted a spell and cast a pep spell on everyone present. "Everyone, get ready. The battle will begin soon." Shui quickly came to the salt mountain, swinging on the vines. Now that there were no wild beasts that could climb trees, she was not afraid of being attacked. Seeing many ferocious beasts licking the cliff, Shui was curious about what the cliff tasted like, but she did not try to taste it. She looked around and immediately saw the strange flowers on the cliff. Is the purpose of the witch attacking this salt mountain because of this strange flower? Shui said as she looked at the strange flower on the cliff that was more than 80 meters high and nearly 90 meters high. After watching for a while, her eyes suddenly lit up. So many ferocious beasts must be coming for this strange flower. After taking away all the strange flowers, these ferocious beasts will definitely come after me, and then I can lead them away. He did what he thought, and Shui went around and came to the top of the cliff. There were some ferocious beasts here, but they were all fierce beasts, and she easily dealt with them. Then she found the stone platform with the strange flowers and jumped down directly onto the platform. This stone platform was over 50 meters from the ground and over 30 meters from the top, and the yellow-striped warrior's jumping ability was only about 20 meters. Holding the giant axe, Shui jumped onto the stone platform and could only leave from below. The rhinoceros bird on the back of the giant rhinoceros was the first to discover the uninvited guest Shui and immediately issued a warning. The giant armored rhinoceros was basking in the sun, but suddenly saw snow on the stone platform and became furious. It was customary for these ferocious beasts to eat those exotic flowers only after a battle, but Shui went straight to take the exotic flowers, which obviously broke the rule. The giant armored rhinoceros roared, then stood up and charged towards the cliff. At the reminder of the giant armored rhinoceros, the other ferocious beasts also discovered the snow on the stone platform. This was a serious matter. From wild beasts to fierce beasts, all of them ran down the cliff. Boom! The giant armored rhinoceros crashed into the cliff with a loud noise, directly pushing a big hole in the salt mine at the bottom of the cliff. The hole was surrounded by cracks. Shui was also surprised when she saw the power of the giant armored rhinoceros attack. But she was just surprised. She turned around and plucked a flower. "Hey, big idiot, come and hit me." Collapse. Just as Shui finished her words, another muffled sound was heard. She turned around and saw that it was the work of the desolate beast, the sawtooth boar. Then, other wild beasts and ferocious beasts also began to hit the cliff, causing the entire cliff to tremble slightly, as if it was about to collapse. Looking at the dark mass of ferocious beasts below, Shui felt a little insecure. If she fell into the group of ferocious beasts, even though she was a yellow-striped warrior, she would be in great danger. Suddenly, something happened that left her speechless. Just below her, she saw thorns climbing up the cliff wall. Chapter 111 Sigh. Seeing the thorn climbing up, Shui was shocked. He quickly put the strange flower into his pocket and prepared for battle with the giant axe in hand. When Thorn crawled in front of her, she chopped it down with an axe. The phosphorus armor of the thorn has a very high defense, and the snow giant axe does little damage to its phosphorus armor, leaving only a little white mark. However, the thorns were not stable to begin with, and were struck by the snow, causing them to fall directly downwards. Shui was also very good at seizing opportunities. She jumped down immediately, kicked Cig's head, bounced up again, and flew towards the periphery of the ferocious beast. The faster wild beast, the megalodon, immediately rushed over, its huge fangs aimed at the falling snow top that could not change its position. Shue hit the giant tooth with his axe and was bounced away again, suddenly arriving at the outskirts where only beasts were present. Then she killed the triceratops with an axe and immediately crawled into the forest. As she ran, Shue also shouted, "You stupid beasts, come and chase me." Although it couldn't understand human language, the ferocious beast could still hear the sarcasm in the words with its intelligence. The giant boar, the giant armored rhinoceros, and the thorny beast roared at the same time, then knocked away a large number of ferocious beasts and chased after Shue. Those exotic flowers basically belonged to them. Now that one of them was stolen, how could they not be angry? Shue was a little timid when she saw the ferocious beasts chasing after her. She couldn't even beat one wild beast, let alone 3 angry wild beasts. Soon, Weah saw Shue running towards him. At the same time, he also heard the rumbling sounds of ferocious beasts running behind the snow, and the giant beast shaking constantly. My goodness, the snow must have attracted so many ferocious beasts that it caused such a big commotion. Weah was also surprised when he saw the large number of ferocious beasts behind the snow. He had thought that if Shue went to kill some ferocious beasts, they would become angry and come after Shue. But the number of ferocious beasts chasing Shue seemed to be too many. Of course, Weah never expected that Shue was so smart that she would actually steal strange flowers. This is really well done. Weah hoped that all the ferocious beasts would be attracted so that they could be caught in one fell swoop. Soon Shue was near the trap. Weah quickly looked at Chi and said, "Put down the vine." Chi nodded and immediately threw down a very long and strong vine. When Weah saw this, he immediately shouted to Shue, "See that vine? Lure the beast over here, then grab the vine, and we'll pull you up." Shue nodded. "Okay, witch." After she finished speaking, she immediately sped up. The beasts chasing after her also increased their speed immediately. Although they had already seen Weah and the others, they did not seem to be afraid of humans at all. Weah took a look and immediately turned to Fei and Han and shouted, "Fei, Han, get the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the man-faced demon spider to go around the back of the ferocious beasts." Fei and Han nodded and immediately ordered their ferocious beasts to go around behind the group of ferocious beasts. Although those ferocious beasts were puzzled as to why there were 2 more wild beasts here and why they did not go to the Salt Mountain to grab a position, they did not think about it carefully at all. After all, humans and ferocious beasts are natural enemies, and the ferocious beasts appearing here will only help them. When Shue came to the trap, she jumped up and grabbed the strong vine above the trap. When she saw this, he immediately grabbed the vine and pulled it upwards, and the snow flew upwards under the guidance of the vine. Seeing that Shue actually flew up, they could no longer catch Shue. The 3 fastest beasts in the lead ran to the edge of the trap and jumped towards Shue together, trying to catch Shue at the last moment. However, just as it was about to hit the snow, Chi pulled it again, and the snow flew upwards at an even faster speed. The 3 wild beasts, including the giant armored rhinoceros, fell directly to the ground after their momentum ran out. Seeing the 3 wild beasts fall into the big pit, Weah clapped his hands and said, "Well done." Bang! The giant armored rhinos that fell onto the trap did not stop, but instead knocked down the giant net and continued to fall downwards. If they see something unusual happening ahead, the beasts that are a little slower need to stop. Unfortunately, they ran too fast, and the wild beasts behind them bumped into them, so they fell into the trap one by one like dumplings. Some of the wild beasts braked, but the beasts behind them had already run up and pushed them down again. Weah saw this and immediately shouted, "Tyrannosaurus Rex and man-faced demonic spider, attack the beast behind and drive them all into the pit." As more and more ferocious beasts appeared in the pit, the bottom was filled up. Some ferocious beasts stepped on other ferocious beasts and tried to run up. The ferocious beasts that fell into the pit were already his possessions. How could Weah let these ferocious beasts get out so easily? "Everyone, throw spores into the pit," Weah shouted. "Remember, throw them accurately." Everyone immediately went to get the spores and threw them into the trap. After the spore group hit the ferocious beast, it exploded immediately, and for a moment the entire trap was filled with spores. With more than 30 people throwing out more than 100 spores, it wouldn't take long at all. They would all be gone soon. At this time, there was wailing everywhere in the trap. Some were roaring because they were paralyzed by the spores, and some were crying because they were trampled by other ferocious beasts. Go down and catch those ferocious beasts that crawled out first with a net. The pit was almost full, and the remaining ferocious beasts would not run into the pit, even when driven away by the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the human-faced demon spider. We gave the order immediately. Suddenly, all the totem warriors, except E and Lin who wanted to protect Weya and the others, jumped under the tree. Those white-striped warriors couldn't jump from such a high place, but that didn't stop them. They just slid down along the tree trunk, hit it with their giant axes, and then slid down. After Yun and the others went down, they immediately spread out the nets in groups of 2 to catch the ferocious beast that had not yet been paralyzed by the spores and had just escaped. As time passed, no more ferocious beasts jumped out of the pit. At this time, most of the ferocious beasts had been paralyzed and fell into the trap. Wu Yi saw this and continued shouting, Yun, Qi, Shui, and Shang, tie them up with strong vines, go down to the pit and throw the beast out. Leave some people to hold the vines and pull them out if necessary. The rest of you should pull the net and tie up the beast. Han and Yanwu were watching from the side in amazement. Although he was also a wizard, Wu Yi could come up with so many ways to deal with the ferocious beasts. There are so many ferocious beasts that can be caught at any time, but they can do nothing but hide in the tribe and practice witchcraft. Sure enough, the difference between witches is really huge. Yin Wu sighed in his heart. No wonder Wu can run around everywhere. It's because he is smart enough to come up with so many ways. It seems that I still need to learn more. Pull them out. Wu Yi, who had been paying close attention to the situation in the pit, suddenly shouted. Chapter 112 Disdain. The pile of ferocious beasts paralyzed by the spores in the trap suddenly began to stir, and something was pushing out. After Yun and the others came out, they also looked hurriedly into the trap. Then, a huge pig's head popped out. Because it is at the bottom and is a wild beast, it is less affected by the spores. Then, 2 more bulges appeared, and the thorn and the giant armored rhinoceros also popped out. All 3 wild beasts came out at once, and Wu Yi immediately shouted, Tyrannosaurus Rex, human-faced demonic spider, enter the pit and fight. The rest of you spread out the net and prepare for an ambush. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was teasing the tightly tied-up beast Megalodon, roared after being reminded by Faye, and jumped directly into the pit and rushed towards the Megalodon. It passed the salt mountain several times, and each time the giant armored rhinoceros looked at it with contempt. It had been annoyed with the giant armored rhinoceros for a long time. The human-faced demon spider didn't have so much drama. It jumped directly into the pit. Although its combat ability was not strong, it could still delay Thorn. There is still 1 Megalodon left, and we must delay it and prevent it from joining forces with the Titanosaurs to attack the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wu Yi immediately said, Shui, Yun, Qi, Shang, delay the giant boar, and the others prepare for a surprise attack. After hearing this, Yun and the others jumped into the pit with huge axes in their hands and stopped the Megalodon that was about to attack the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The battle started immediately. Wu Yi always pays attention to the situation in the pit. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is very powerful. Even though the armored rhinoceros has abnormal defense, it is still no match for the Tyrannosaurus Rex in terms of strength. In the battle between Shui and the others and the Megalodon, they were protected by their battle armor and were able to hold their own against the enemy. As for the soft human-faced demon spider, it was in a very difficult situation. The scales of the thorn were more defensive than the skin of the giant armored rhino. It could not hurt the thorn at all, but was beaten back by the thorn instead. Wu Yi saw what was happening and immediately shouted, Yi Yu Shan and Yao spread the net and go above the man-faced demon spider. Once the thorns have passed, go down and catch in your net. On the other side, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was obviously very excited that he could finally deal with this annoying guy. When the giant armored rhinoceros charged towards it, it simply turned sideways and stepped on the giant armored rhinoceros' forehead with its foot, crushing its head. It was also in a pit, fighting on the bodies of other ferocious beasts, which caused the giant armored rhinoceros to lose its balance. If it were on flat ground, the Tyrannosaurus Rex would have been knocked over long ago. However, it was normal for it to be knocked over. The face of the armored rhino was stepped on by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and its limbs were stomping around randomly, finally allowing it to find a point of leverage. Then, with a sudden force, it knocked the unstable Tyrannosaurus Rex over. Fortunately, the Tyrannosaurus Rex stood up quickly, and when the giant rhinoceros came forward again, it bit the giant rhinoceros' neck from above and then threw it away. The armored rhinoceros, whose fate was curbed by the back of its neck, felt uncomfortable. It was not as tall as the Tyrannosaurus Rex. If the Tyrannosaurus Rex wanted to attack it, it only needed to bite it from above, and it would have no way to stop it. While the battle was going on here, the ferocious beasts that were trampled by them suffered miserably. At this time, many of the beasts below had been trampled and suffered internal injuries, and blood kept flowing. The blood passed through the beasts and then slowly seeped into the ground. Although there were 3 of these wild beasts, they did not cause any major trouble to the Shizuku tribe. After a fight, they were successfully caught in a net by the totem warriors of the Shizuku tribe and tied up like dumplings. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was watching from the side. After they tied up the giant rhinoceros, they kept making all kinds of mocking growls beside the giant rhinoceros, showing off very much. Seeing that the 3 wild beasts had been subdued, Wuya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now most of the ferocious beasts in the pit have been trampled beyond recognition by the Tyrannosaurus Rex and his men during the battle, and many have died. There are no longer any that can threaten them. Wuya and Yin Wu immediately went down to the ground and came to the 3 wild beasts. After looking around, Wuya chose the giant armored rhinoceros. He looked at the fire wizard and said, "It's time for you to cast the bloodfall spell." The fire wizard nodded, touched some of the giant armored rhinoceros blood with his hand, and began to perform the blood-dropping spell with his new wizard staff, the spear. After all, Han and Yin Wu were already members of the Shizuku tribe, so they no longer used their original wizard staffs. After asking Wuya for his opinion, they all polished their wizard staffs into long spear-shaped wizard staffs like Wuya's, which is considered a characteristic of the Shizuku tribe. This time, the spell that the fire wizard chanted was much smoother than last time. After chanting the spell for almost a minute, the white light emitted from the top of his spear, and wizard staff was injected into the blood in the fire wizard's hand. After the white light ball was injected, the blood was immediately wrapped in white light, becoming brighter and brighter. After reaching the critical point, with a whoosh, the white light disappeared and the blood turned light blue. Then, the flame wizard pointed his staff, and a light blue blood flew up and rushed directly into the forehead of the giant armored rhinoceros. Once this witchcraft is cast, it is impossible to resist, and the blood will directly enter the giant armored rhinoceros's brain. In this way, the witchcraft was successful. The giant armored rhinoceros' eyes also changed. Its eyes, which were originally scarlet, have now become clear and transparent. When it looks at Wuya and the others, it is no longer as angry as before. Wuya immediately called Bird over and said, "Bird, give me some of your blood and the giant armored rhinoceros's blood." The bird was immediately ecstatic when he heard this. He had seen Wuya perform the contract spell several times, so he naturally knew what Wuya was going to do. Under everyone's envious gaze, the bird took a leaf and took the blood of the giant rhinoceros and his own blood. Wuya had performed the contract spell several times, so this time he was very familiar with it and quickly got it done for them. After the contract was made, the giant rhino's eyes changed again, and this time the look he gave the bird became more intimate. Once the contract is successful, there will be no malice between the beast and its master. Once malice arises, the contract will guide them to think in other directions. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw Wuya helping the giant armored rhinoceros to make the contract, he was stunned at first. Then he rolled his eyes at the giant armored rhinoceros and went to tease the megalodon without looking back. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was ashamed to associate with a war beast that had never been beaten. After signing the contract with the giant armored rhinoceros, Wuya asked Niao to loosen the net around the giant armored rhinoceros and said, "You can learn how to communicate with the beast from Fei." As the bird untied the vine, he said happily, "I understand, Wu." "Thank you, Wu." Wuya nodded, then looked at Han. "Han, can you use the beast taming technique to tame the thorn or the megalodon?" Han nodded. "Sure, Wu." "Okay." Wuya said, "Then let's tame the thorn first." Han nodded, and just as he raised his staff to chant a spell, he heard Lin, who had been checking the situation in the pit, shout, "There's something going on in the pit. Quick, use the vines to pull Yun and the others out." Chapter 113 Bloodthirsty Worms. After Lin finished speaking, he immediately came over and hugged Yinwu. He also picked up Wuya and ran to the tree. Seeing that no one was taking care of Han, Wuya quickly called out to the bird next to her, "Bird, protect Han." The bird nodded, quickly picked up Han, and ran up the tree. After reaching the tree branch, Wuya looked at the big pit. At this time, Yun and the others had been pulled up, and there were only some ferocious beasts that had been trampled to death in the pit. And in the middle, there was a big bulge, bulging up and down, as if something was about to burst out. Wuya frowned as he looked at the bulge. All the wild beasts had been captured by them, so there shouldn't be any powerful beasts left. But looking at the condition of the bulge, it shouldn't be something that a wild beast could create. Yun and the others have come out of the trap, and are keeping a close eye on the bulge. Puff! Soon, the bulge was pushed open, and the ferocious beast inside appeared in front of everyone. It was a ferocious beast covered with fine phosphorus armor, 3 meters thick and unknown how long it was, without limbs, and with only a round mouth full of teeth on its head and no eyes. Wuya was also shocked when he saw the ferocious beast. Bloodthirsty worms are a kind of ferocious beast that roams underground and often attacks other ferocious beasts that hunt and eat their prey. Unexpectedly, it was this ferocious beast. Wuya quickly shouted, "Everyone get to the tree." Because it often travels underground, the defense of this ferocious beast is abnormal, and its combat power is powerful, far exceeding that of ferocious beasts of the same level. It is simply not something that the current Sazaka tribe can deal with. Everyone quickly jumped onto the tree. Although the beast was strong, it was not invincible. Its inability to climb trees was its weakness. All they had to do was wait for it to leave the tree. Yun and the others all ran to Wuya, waiting for the next instruction. However, what surprised Wuya was that after the bloodthirsty worm paused in the pit, its huge mouth turned around to look around, and then, as if locking onto a target, it plunged into the soil again. Even though this bloodthirsty worm was in the soil, its speed was very fast. After just a few seconds, its entire body sank into the soil, leaving behind 2 holes about 3 meters wide. Was this bloodthirsty worm just passing by? Wuya shook his head. He had clearly felt the bloodthirsty worm's energy sweeping over here, and then paused. Just don't know what it means. Wuya soon knew what the bloodthirsty worm meant. He saw that the root of the giant tree where they were suddenly shook, and the bloodthirsty worm's huge mouth full of teeth appeared again. What is this for? As Wuya was thinking this, he saw the bloodthirsty worm come out from the ground, suddenly turn around, and plunge headfirst into the trunk of the giant tree where they were. Even if the Tyrannosaurus Rex used all its strength to hit the tree, it could only leave a mark. However, in the mouth of the bloodthirsty worm, it was like tofu. Wuya and the others only heard a cracking sound, and then a big hole was drilled in the tree trunk by the bloodthirsty worm. What the hell is this bloodthirsty worm up to? Wuya and the others immediately moved to another large tree. The trunk of the tree was bitten off by the bloodthirsty worms in just a few seconds, and then fell down. After the bloodthirsty worms discovered that Wuya and the others had changed to a new tree, they went underground again, then came out from under their tree again and bit the tree in half. Now Wuya knew why this bloodthirsty worm came out from underground. It was not here to eat meat, but to target them. This puzzled Wuya. Although humans and ferocious beasts were incompatible, it was rare for a ferocious beast to come specifically to fight humans. Unless there was something on Wuya and the others that caught the bloodthirsty worm's eye, it would not have kept chasing Wuya and the others so closely. But apart from a few lotus seeds, there's nothing else on my body. Although lotus seeds are good, they're not good enough to be pursued so closely by bloodthirsty worms. Then Wuya looked around at everyone, but couldn't tell what good things they might have. Seeing Wuya looking at them, Yun asked, "Wu, what's wrong?" Wuya said, "There's something on us that this bloodthirsty worm has taken a fancy to." Yun and the others looked at each other in bewilderment, having no idea what Wuya was talking about. They were even poorer than Wu. "Oh," Shue suddenly realized, "I know what it is." As she spoke, she took out a flower from her pocket and handed it to Wuya. "Wu, is this it?" Wuya looked at the flower in Shue's hand. "Isn't this the strange flower on the cliff of Yinshan? Where did you come from, this strange flower?" Shue explained, "When I was attracting the beasts, I picked a strange flower from the cliff, and that's why they kept chasing me." Wuya suddenly realized, and he said, that Shue was just going to kill a few ferocious beasts, so how could there be so many ferocious beasts chasing him? After Shue took out the strange flower, the bloodthirsty worms below suddenly became excited and sped up to bite off the tree where Wuya and the others were. Wuya frowned and looked at the bloodthirsty worm. If it was because of this strange flower, then today would be a fight to the death. He immediately shouted, "Prepare for battle." Yun and his men immediately perked up. They had been being chased and had long wanted to go down and fight. Wuya took out a lotus seed and threw it to Shang. Let the powerful monkey eat it. Then he looked at Yi and said, Yi, give your giant axe to the powerful ape. The bloodthirsty worm's defense is too strong. Even the orange-striped warrior can't chop it open. So the only option is to send the powerful monkey to do it. After the powerful ape recovered, Wuya immediately shouted, except Yi and Lin, all the orange-striped warriors get down from the trees. Shui and the powerful ape will lead the attack, while the others will provide support from the side. He originally wanted to let the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the armored rhinoceros join the battle. But although they were powerful, they were too clumsy and could not deal with the bloodthirsty worms. After arranging the tactics, Shui and the powerful ape immediately climbed down the tree with their giant axes and rushed towards the bloodthirsty worms. However, when the bloodthirsty worms saw them coming down, they burrowed directly into the soil and did not make any direct contact with them. Then, Shui suddenly jumped up, and the ground suddenly broke open, revealing a bloody mouth that enveloped Shui. The snow in the air couldn't change direction at all, and was about to be swallowed by the bloodthirsty worms. Fortunately, the powerful monkey was right next to Shui, and he chopped the bloodthirsty worm directly with his axe, causing sparks to fly and cutting off the bloodthirsty worm's head. Wuya looked at the place where he was chopped by the powerful monkey. There was no wound on the phosphorus armor there except for a few cracks. The bloodthirsty worm was also furious after being hit off course. It closed its mouth, and its entire body was suddenly covered with phosphorus armor. It then charged towards the powerful ape. The powerful monkey hurriedly chopped the bloodthirsty worm with an axe. After a clang, the powerful monkey was knocked away, while the bloodthirsty worm was not affected except that its phosphorus armor was slightly broken. Chapter 114 arriving just in time. Then, the bloodthirsty worm burrowed into the ground again, and no one knew where it would come out. Wuya closely observed the movements of the bloodthirsty worms, then shouted to Yun, Yun, get out of the way. Yun immediately ran to the side, and then the bloodthirsty worms brushed past Yun's body and crawled out from the ground. Fortunately, Yun dodged quickly, otherwise he would have been swallowed. Wuya looked at the bloody mouth of the bloodthirsty worm, put his spear and wizard staff aside, then took out a bow and arrow and shot it into the mouth of the bloodthirsty worm. The arrow successfully hit the bloodthirsty worm's mouth, but what we didn't expect was that even in its mouth, the bloodthirsty worm's defense was very high, and the arrow couldn't even scratch its skin. This is still a wild beast, Wuya complained and shouted to Yi and Lin, shoot its mouth and see if you can hurt it. The most difficult thing about the bloodthirsty worm is not its high defense, but its ability to burrow into the ground. Once it enters underground, Wuya and the others will not be able to attack it and can only wait for it to attack them on its own. When the bloodthirsty worm came out from the ground again to attack Shui, Yi and Lin shot their arrows at the same time and hit the bloodthirsty worm's mouth at the same time. What made Wuya feel relieved was that the arrow only scratched the bloodthirsty worm's skin. Although this little bit of damage is not worth mentioning for a behemoth like the bloodthirsty worm, it is a breakthrough for Wuya and his team from 0 to something. Wuya quickly looked at Han. Han, the human-faced demon spider is calling over here. If you can scratch the lips of a bloodthirsty worm, then dealing with it won't be a difficult task. After the human-faced demon spider came here, Wuya observed its mouth closely and found a lot of mucus. So he rolled the arrowhead over it, and the white animal bone arrowhead suddenly turned black. Seeing this effect, Wuya was shocked and couldn't help but smile slightly. He got a few arrows and handed them to Lin Hai. Use this arrow to shoot it, or shoot its mouth. But looking at the bloodthirsty worm, Wuya almost vomited blood because after being hit by the arrow, it could not open its mouth. This is too much. I finally found a way to deal with it. How can I shut up? Wuya immediately yelled to Shui. Shui, make this guy open his mouth. Shui nodded and immediately rushed towards the bloodthirsty worm with a huge axe. The bloodthirsty worm had just knocked the powerful monkey away, and when it saw Shui rushing towards it, it opened its mouth and bit Shui again. Unfortunately, Shui was just facing Wuya and the others, and now the bloodthirsty worm is opening its mouth on the other side. Wuya was speechless for a moment. Let it face us. After hearing this, Shui hurriedly braked and fell down, slid under the huge mouth of the bloodthirsty worm, then chopped herself upside down and slipped away from behind the bloodthirsty worm. The bloodthirsty worm did not chase after them, but dived into the ground and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. This is not a solution. Wuya looked around, Then his eyes lit up, and he took out a strange flower from his pocket. Then he threw it to Shwe. "Catch it, Shwe, and lure the bloodthirsty worms to our side later." Shwe nodded and ran towards the direction where Wuya threw the strange flower. However, the mound of earth in front of her suddenly broke open, and the bloodthirsty worm was one step ahead of her and bit towards the strange flower. We almost cursed when he saw this. He had wanted Shwe to use the exotic flowers as bait, but he hadn't thought of using exotic flowers as bait. But it would be superfluous to say anything now, as the bloodthirsty worms were right below them, which was a good opportunity to shoot arrows. Yi and Lin didn't need Wuya's notification at all. They just shot arrows directly. With a whoosh, the bloodthirsty worm's mouth is so big and at such a close distance, it can be shot even if it is flying. During the time when the bloodthirsty worm was swallowing the strange flower, Yi and Lin simply drew their bows and shot arrows, drew their bows and shot arrows again and again, all in one go. When the bloodthirsty worm bit the strange flower, the two of them had shot a total of 12 arrows, using up all the poisonous arrows. And those poisonous arrows were shot directly into the mouth of the bloodthirsty worm, scratching the corner of its mouth and allowing the poison of the human-faced demon spider to enter the bloodthirsty worm's body. Shwe was rushing over here, but was intercepted by the bloodthirsty worm. She immediately increased her speed, then jumped up and kicked the bloodthirsty worm. When the bloodthirsty worm took a bite of the strange flower, Shwe's foot kicked over. Collapse, collapse. Suddenly, Shwe kicked the bloodthirsty worm, and its huge body fell to the side. After hitting the ground, it made another dull sound. When Yun and the others saw this, more than 10 iron axes attacked the bloodthirsty worms together. However, the bloodthirsty worms that ate the strange flowers didn't care about these things at all and just dived into the soil. Shwe was furious when she saw this, because she was the one who picked the strange flower. When the bloodthirsty worm's huge pointed tail emerged from the soil and was about to go underground, she threw away the iron axe and grabbed the tail. When Yun and the others saw this, they hurried over to help. The bloodthirsty worms can move freely underground, so you can imagine how powerful they are. Even though Shwe and the others held its tail, it was still digging underground. Shwe and the others held on tightly, and cracks had been created by their steps on the ground. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was flying and shouting also came over. It bit a piece of the tail and pulled hard. Later, the giant armored rhinoceros and the powerful ape also came to help. 3 wild beasts and more than 10 totem warriors. The combined power is so great that even the evil beast cannot shake it. The bloodthirsty worm and everyone else suddenly froze. It couldn't pull everyone into the ground, but its fine scales were all upside down, so no one could pull out. Wuya immediately ordered Yi to take them down, then shouted to Han, "Han, have the demon spider bite its tail and inject venom into its body." The bloodthirsty worm would never have imagined that this group of people would be so immoral and have no martial ethics at all. It would have been fine if they just grabbed its tail, but they actually went so far as to pick off its scales and let the human-faced demon spider bite its flesh and inject venom. However, when the human-faced demon spider injected venom into its body, the bloodthirsty worm finally discovered something was wrong. Suddenly, the ground next to him cracked open, and the bloodthirsty worms broke out of the ground again. Seeing so many people pulling its tail, the bloodthirsty worm was stunned, then roared at everyone and rushed over immediately. "Protect Wu and the elders." Yun immediately let go of his hand, picked up the giant axe, and blocked Wuya and the others. Yi and Lin drew their bows and arrows and kept shooting arrows into the mouths of the bloodthirsty worms. We saw that the places that had just been shot had turned black, and it was obvious that the venom was taking effect. So he shouted, "Protect the man-faced demon spider and inject it with venom. This is the only way to kill it." Yun and the others nodded, but a shadow had already jumped out. We took a look and saw that it was Snow. She had no place to vent her anger because the strange flower was intercepted, and now the bloodthirsty worms dared to come out. You came just in time. Chapter 115 Pull. TSK, TSK, TSK. As the saying goes, an angry person should not be provoked, and an angry woman should be even more so. After Shwe rushed out, the moment he approached the bloodthirsty worm, he swung the giant axe in his hand directly towards the bloodthirsty worm's bloody mouth. The extremely powerful bloodthirsty worm was stopped by the giant axe thrown into its mouth. It wanted to bite the giant axe into pieces, but the giant axe made of fine steel was no match for things like soil or wood. Although it can bite through it with some time, It can't do anything in a short time. And the snow has arrived. She completely ignored the danger, jumped up next to the bloodthirsty worm, and kicked in the mouth. Collapse. Shue kicked the side of the bloodthirsty worm's mouth, and the bloodthirsty worm's entire head was kicked crooked by her. The miserable bloodthirsty worm wanted to close its mouth, but it couldn't because its mouth was stuck by the giant axe. He could only tilt his head back, throw up the snow before it could stabilize his body, and then fan it away with his lips. Wow, that's too violent. Wuya's impression of Shue changed again. Then Wuya shouted, "Use the strong vines to tie up the bloodthirsty worms." Yun and the others nodded and immediately went to cut the strong vines. The snow was blown away and hit a tree, leaving a mark on it. Fortunately, she changed into Wuya's battle suit, which had abnormal defensive power, otherwise her battle suit would not be able to withstand it. After landing on the ground and checking that he was okay, Shue rushed towards the bloodthirsty worm again. This is the most primitive fighting method of totem warriors. There are no fancy techniques, only head-on confrontation. Whoever is tougher wins. The bloodthirsty worm was in pain because its tail was caught and it couldn't run away. Now his mouth was stuck and he couldn't even get into the soil. Seeing Shue rushing towards it again, the bloodthirsty worm became furious and turned its head to the side and crashed into Shue. After all, the bloodthirsty worm is a wild beast and Shangxue is still not as strong as it, so he is directly knocked away by it. It was also at this time that the bloodthirsty worm finally spat out the iron axe in its mouth and burrowed into the soil. But its tail was caught, and it couldn't run far. Of course, it also comes to trouble those who catch its tail. After feeling the ground shaking, Wuya suddenly felt something was wrong. Leave quickly. Lin and Yao hugged Wuya and the others and left where they were. Then, the ground there suddenly broke open, and bloodthirsty worms broke out from the ground. Its target is the human-faced demon spider, which poses the greatest threat to it. The human-faced demon spider was slow to begin with, and it was still biting the bloodthirsty worm's tail at this time, when it was bitten by the bloodthirsty worm that rushed out of the soil. No! Han and Shue shouted at the same time. This wild, beast-faced demon spider was their only support. It had been with them for several years, protecting them all the way as they grew up. But now it was bitten by the bloodthirsty worm and burrowed into the ground again. Obviously, the human-faced demon spider couldn't survive either. When Wuya saw this situation, his face also became gloomy. He had finally found a poison that could be used, but was killed by the bloodthirsty worm. Besides, this human-faced demon spider was a wild beast from their tribe. Seeing Yuan and the others retrieving the strong vine, Wuya originally wanted them to tie up the body of the bloodthirsty worm, but now seeing the tail that had been bitten by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he had a new idea. Wuya threw the staff to Shue, who had just come running over, and pointed at the part where the scales had been picked off. Shue used the staff to drill a hole in its tail. After Shue caught the wizard's staff, he stabbed it towards that position. There was no phosphorus armor there, but Wuya's staff was made of wild beast bones, so it penetrated easily. Then Wuya continued, "Put the vines through the wound. Use a few more." After hearing this, Yun and the others immediately did as they were told. Feeling the pain, the bloodthirsty worms came out from underground again, this time targeting the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It bit the Tyrannosaurus Rex's leg, but unfortunately the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body was too big to be pulled into the soil, and it was stuck there for a while. The bloodthirsty worm bites the Tyrannosaurus Rex's legs, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex bites the bloodthirsty worm's tail. You push hard, and I push hard too. However, the bloodthirsty worm's mouth is somewhat different from that of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It pulled the Tyrannosaurus Rex's leg into the soil and immediately began to gnaw on it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex cried in pain and finally couldn't hold on any longer. After loosening its mouth, it pulled out its leg and ran to the side. Wee was also horrified when he saw the bloody thigh of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Seeing Yun and the others thread 3 strong vines through the bloodthirsty worm's tail, they immediately shouted, "Throw the strong vines onto the tree branch and hang them down. Have a giant armored rhinoceros and the powerful ape hold them. Everyone get up the tree." Yun and the others immediately did as they were told. Seeing the miserable state of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the armored rhino and the Hercules ape were so frightened that they wanted to let go. But they had the order from their master and could only keep biting or pulling the bloodthirsty worm's mouth. After receiving the order, the 2 guys let go faster than anyone else. After Wuya reached the tree, he immediately threw a lotus seed to Fei. Give it to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. We still need its strength. Faye nodded and immediately swung the vine to chase the Tyrannosaurus Rex. On the other side, after its tail was released, the bloodthirsty worm's tail immediately burrowed into the soil. Now it feels that its health is getting worse and worse. If it doesn't leave, it will soon be unable to hold on. But just as it moved forward, it felt something was wrong, and the stinging pain from its tail became much stronger. On the ground, the giant armored rhinoceros began to exert their strength, and the bloodthirsty worm immediately felt that the entire tail was no longer its own. Originally, it felt nothing when its tail was grabbed and could move freely, but now the pain in its tail forced it to retreat. Wuya breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the bloodthirsty worm's tail emerge from the ground again. It had caused him heavy losses, and Wuya would not let it go easily. Then, on the ground next to it, the bloodthirsty worms broke out of the ground again. When it saw the strong vine that tied its tail, it immediately bit the vine. "Snow, stop it!" Schwinn nodded, jumped up immediately, grabbed a vine, and flew towards the bloodthirsty worm. When the bloodthirsty worm was about to bite the strong vine that bound its tail, it suddenly felt a strong wind. Then, a black foot appeared beside its head. Collapse. The snow flew backwards, and the bloodthirsty worm's head was kicked away and hit the ground. This time it was really angry, but just as it was about to crawl towards the snow, its tail suddenly felt a force greater than its sense of hearing pulling it. On the other side, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had recovered after eating the lotus seeds, was pulled to the strong vine together with the giant armored rhinoceros and others under Faye's command. The bloodthirsty worm had no choice but to go towards its tail again. How could Shui let it succeed? She flew towards the bloodthirsty worm again. Chapter 1:16 Taming Beasts. When the bloodthirsty worm was about to bite the strong vine that tied its tail again, Shui kicked it again and kicked it aside. Seeing this, Wuya suddenly remembered that many people in the tribe like to kick when fighting. But because he was used to it and Wuya had no experience in making shoes, he never made shoes for the people in the tribe. It seems it's time to make shoes for the people in the tribe, Wuya thought to himself. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex joined, they pulled the vines much faster. The bloodthirsty worms had no idea that the root of the problem lay with them, so they didn't bother them. Soon, a large crack appeared on the ground. The entire body of the bloodthirsty worm was finally fully exposed. Its body is 3 meters wide and about 100 meters long, making it a giant. No wonder it is so ferocious in combat. This was the first time that the bloodthirsty worm's entire body was exposed on the ground, which made it very uneasy. Although it has strong fighting power, its morale has dropped without the protection of land. Wuya and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the bloodthirsty worm had been pulled out. Enemies that can be seen, even nightmare beasts, are not that scary. By this time, the bloodthirsty worm's tail had already reached the branch. Wuya immediately had the powerful ape bring vines one by one and tie it to the branch. Now, the bloodthirsty worm's tail was fixed on a huge branch dozens of meters high, and its combat effectiveness was weakened by more than one level. What made the bloodthirsty worm feel even more desperate was that it felt that its body was beginning to lose control. There are enzymes in its body that can fight against the venom of the human-faced demon spider. Although the venom of the human-faced demon spider cannot kill it, if it spreads all over, it will take a long time for it to rest and recover. The battle situation has completely turned to Wuya and his team. Wuya said immediately, "Everyone, come together and cover its mouth with a net. Then tie it up with strong vines." Yin nodded, and he, Qi, Shang, and Yi spread a net and jumped down from the branch, covering the bloodthirsty worm's head. The others, in pairs, jumped down holding a strong vine and used it to press the bloodthirsty worms to the ground. Under the influence of the venom of the human-faced demon spider and with the cooperation of many totem warriors and wild beasts, the bloodthirsty worm was tied up and pinned to the ground. With its head and tail tied up, it can no longer move. Wuya and the others came to the ground again, looking at the bloodthirsty worms with weak breath. Wuya looked at Han and said, "Han, use the beast-taming technique." Han's eyes were red, obviously still sad about the incident with the human-faced demon spider. Although their emotions were not as rich as those of modern people, no one would feel good about the death of the human-faced demon spider that had been with them for so long. Although the human-faced demon spider sacrificed itself, it brought you a more powerful bloodthirsty worm. So don't be too sad. We had been single for decades and knew nothing about comforting people. He could only say what he thought was the best comfort. Han nodded, and then began to use the beast-taming technique on the bloodthirsty worm. She came to the front of the bloodthirsty worm, closed her eyes, and began to chant a spell. As she chanted the spell, light began to shine on her spear and staff. After the spell was finished, Han suddenly opened her eyes. At this time, her eyes had turned white and emitted a white light. Wuya, who had been observing Han, suddenly felt a chill in his soul. Han's eyes glowed white, and he reached out with his other hand to grab the bloodthirsty worm. Wuya used his spiritual sense to investigate, and saw that a soul force was captured by Han from the body of the bloodthirsty worm. That should be a part of the bloodthirsty worm's soul. Wuya marveled at it. Afterwards, Han threw part of the bloodthirsty worm's soul into the white light at the top of the wizard's staff. When he retracted his hand, the white light disappeared and the beast-taming technique was completed. Wuya looked at Han. Is it over? Han nodded. It's over. Wuya recalled the details of the beast-taming technique in his mind. A part of the ferocious beast soul needed a ferocious beast bone as a carrier. Obviously, Han used this wizard's staff as a carrier. Wuya nodded and looked at everyone. All right, let go of the bloodthirsty worms and clean up here. It's almost time for us to go back. Yin and the others nodded and immediately began to arrange for the cleanup of the battlefield. After the bloodthirsty worms wreaked havoc, the scene here was in a mess. Many ferocious beasts had been killed by the bloodthirsty worms in their rage, and less than half were left. This time Yin and Qi could arrange everything, so he didn't have to worry about it. So he called Shui over. After venting for a while, Shui felt a little better. Wuya promised to give her the thorn, and her face immediately regained its former liveliness. These primitive people were like this. Life and death were determined by fate, and wealth and status were determined by God. They had long been accustomed to the death of those around them. The sadness was real, but the quick recovery was also real. In a wild continent, there is no room for sentimental people. After arranging the snow, Wuya asked, when you went to pick that strange flower, was there only one? Shui shook her head. No, there are two, but at that time I wanted to attract those ferocious beasts, so I only picked one. That's good. We didn't even have time to take a good look at what kind of strange flower it was. If it was ruined like this, he would be the saddest person today. Let's go pick some flowers. Wuya called Lai Fei, and several other witches and the warriors who protected them went to the Salt Mountain. When we arrived at the cliff of the Salt Mountain, there were only a few scattered ferocious beasts licking the salt mines. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex arrived here, they just took a look and then continued to lick the salt mine. Seeing this situation, everyone except Yi and Fei looked at Wuya. Obviously, they were very curious about why the ferocious beast behaved like this. Wuya said, "Didn't you ask me why this mountain is called Salt Mountain when there is no salt?" He pointed to the gray rocks and said, "These are salts, but they haven't been purified, so they look like this." Yanwu looked at the mountain and finally understood why the witch said that he could provide salt that would never be eaten up. There's so much salt. How long will it take to finish it? But how can these stones be made into salt? What do you mean by purification, Wu? Han asked. Wuya smiled and said, "You will gradually learn about these things. It just so happens that we hunted so many ferocious beasts this time that we can't eat them all at once. Fei, go dig some salt mines. When we get back to the tribe, we'll purify it and show them." Fei had absolutely no idea what the witch's statement about the ferocious beast meat not being able to be eaten had to do with salt. If they couldn't finish it, wouldn't the tribe still have the refrigerator that the witch had mentioned? But since Wuya gave the order, Fei of course went to mine. Wuya was looking at the green on the cliff and the red in the green. Chapter 1:17 Captivity. Wuya asked Yi to take him to the stone platform. After so much trouble, he could finally pick this strange flower with his own hands. After observing it closely, Wuya recalled the name of this strange flower in his mind. Soul-nourishing grass is a strange grass that can quickly replenish soul power, and the flower it blooms is called soul-nourishing flower, which can increase soul power after taking it. When observing it from a distance before, Wuya thought it was a strange flower for healing, but he didn't expect it to be used to restore soul power. Thinking back to when Yanwu had asked Lin and the others to pick this soul-nourishing flower because of the tumor, Wuya couldn't help but laugh. If Lin and the others risked their lives to bring the soul-nourishing flower back, Yanwu would definitely look very happy. Wuya immediately collected the entire bunch of strange grass, leaving only the roots, and then went down. Yanwu and the others came over curiously, and from their expressions, it was obvious that they wanted to know what kind of strange flower it was. Wuya looked at Yanwu and said, You should be thankful that you met me. Otherwise, you would be hopeless. Ah. Yenwu looked at Wuya in confusion. Wuya handed 2 blades of grass to Yenwu and Han respectively. Look for yourself what kind of exotic flower it is. After seeing that it was the soul-nourishing grass, Yenwu smiled awkwardly. It seems that fate has its own will. Han's knowledge inheritance was much less than Wuya's, so he couldn't tell what kind of exotic flower this was. So he asked Wuya, Wu, what kind of exotic flower is this? It looks very beautiful. You'll know after you eat it. Wu said. Yenwu nodded beside him. Hee, this is the best food for you now. Han looked at Wuya and Yenwu with a confused look on his face, but he still listened to Wuya and the others and ate the soul-nourishing grass. As soon as the soul-nourishing grass entered her mouth, Han felt a coolness coming from it, and then the entire leaf of grass turned into soul power, continuously replenishing her. After a while, Han's soul power recovered to the state before she used the beast taming technique. Han, feeling his soul power overflowing, suddenly shouted happily, Wu, this is a strange flower that replenishes soul power. Wuya nodded and smiled. Well, how about this? Can I use the beast taming technique on that thorn again now? Han nodded. Yes, as long as there is soul power, it can be used. However, there is no carrier. Shue's iron axe cannot be used as a carrier for the thorn soul. That's easy. Wuya threw the spear and staff to Shue. This spear will be yours from now on. Thank you, Wu. Shue took the spear, thanked Wuya, and immediately picked up Han happily and ran toward CIG. Why are they in such a hurry? Wuya thought speechlessly, then shouted to Fei, who was digging in the salt mine. Dig faster. It's almost time to go back. This time, the Suzuka tribe had a great harvest, obtaining a large amount of meat and a considerable amount of soul-nourishing grass. The most important thing, which is beneficial to the future development of the tribe, is that the tribe now has several more wild beasts. With them, Wuya was much more confident about the upcoming battle, especially the bloodthirsty worms, which are basically invincible except for the evil beasts. With such powerful fighting power, Wuya can hardly find any rivals nearby. After Fei has dug the salt mine, use the Tyrannosaurus Rex to carry it back to the trap pit. Han has already performed the beast taming technique on CIG, and Shue is playing with CIG. Wuya went over and gave Han another piece of soul-nourishing grass. Can you still use the beast taming technique? Han Jigwa nodded while looking at the soul-nourishing grass. Which beast is the which going to use the beast taming technique on? Wuya looked around and saw that there were only wild beasts and fierce beasts on the field. There are so many wild beasts in the tribe now. Wuya actually looks down on them. After thinking for a long time, Wuya shook his head and said, let's talk about it after we return to the tribe. Next, the tribe made baskets for the tame beasts, put the beasts in them, and then each person took 1 or 2 and returned to the tribe in a mighty procession. It was already dark before we reached the tribe, but this time was different from usual. Wuya and his group had a total of 5 wild beasts. The ferocious beasts in the forest felt the pressure from so many wild beasts and stayed away. Even though the night is the world of ferocious beasts, with so many ferocious beasts, Wuya and his men no longer have to fear any ferocious beasts daring to attack. After returning to the tribe, Wuya immediately asked Yun and the others to go to the tribe's cave and cut down a large number of trees. Then a large number of bricks were used to build a large square circle with a length and width of 100 meters and a height of 40 meters. Divide the area into 4 areas, and then put the captured wild beasts and beasts into them. Among these wild beasts and ferocious beasts, more than 30 are saw-toothed boars, which are the focus of Wuya's attention. As long as they are raised well, the tribe will not have to worry about meat in the future. The rest of the ferocious beasts included some herbivorous beasts such as wild bulls and giant deer, and Wuya locked them up together. The remaining ferocious beasts were basically carnivorous beasts. Wuya locked them up together and waited to kill them and eat them slowly. Carnivorous beasts are difficult to tame, and Wuya doesn't have the energy to do so, so killing them directly is the easiest way. The food of herbivorous beasts is easy to find, so you don't have to spend too much energy. Just give them food. When the tribe develops well in the future, hunting will be reduced, and the meat of the tribe or the blood needed by the barbarians will be provided by these ferocious beasts. It was already daybreak. Standing on the high wall, Yun and the others marveled at Wuya's cleverness and couldn't help but ask him, Wu, is this what you call raising a child? Wuya nodded and said, that's right. Once we build the city, we only need to raise these beasts. We will have enough meat to eat, and we won't have to go out hunting. Imagining this scene, Faye couldn't help but say, I really want to build the city quickly, Wu. When do we start building the city? We can't wait any longer. It's almost there. Wu said, now the tribe's foundation has been dug and the bricks are almost ready, but what is lacking is sand and cement. Yun and the others looked at each other. Wu had said several times that it would be soon, but construction had not started yet. All right. Wu looked at everyone's disappointed expressions and said, go purify the salt. I can use it. Faye then remembered that when they came back, they also dug up a lot of salt mines. So he asked, doesn't the tribe have plenty of salt? Why do we need to purify the salt? Wu smiled and said, go down, I will make new food for you. When they heard Wu mention the new food, they immediately became interested. They immediately picked up Wu and jumped down from the wall that was dozens of meters high. Wu took them to the place where the ferocious beast meat was stored, then took some salt, sprinkled it on the meat, and began to knead it. After being in this world for so long, Wu has been working hard to make the tribe stronger and rarely thinks about improving everyone's quality of life. Thinking that the tribe's strength has increased, Wu also wants to start improving the quality of life for the tribe. Chapter 1:18 Map. After preparing the salt, Wu put the meat into a large vat and let others deal with the rest of the meat. Wu, is that all? Everyone else went to boil salt, and Zhu Fei stayed there. When he saw Wu putting the meat into the stone jar, he couldn't help but ask. Wu nodded. Yes, what else? Can I eat now? Fei asked hurriedly. Wu shook his head. Well, not yet. Wait until it's pickled for a few days and then dried before eating. Fei looked at Wu speechlessly. Oh, didn't you say you would cook for us? Wu nodded. Isn't that what we are doing? It just takes a little longer. Fei said that he was speechless now. He thought he could eat it directly, but Wu did this. It was made by Wu, which is bacon that allows the meat to be preserved for a longer time. Seeing Fei's expression, Wu smiled and said, just wait a few days, it's okay. He originally wanted to fry some meat, but suddenly remembered that he had asked Yi and Shui to use the iron to make tools, and there was no iron pot. There was no choice but to wait a few days to get the iron before seriously considering making new food. Fei nodded deflatedly. Okay, Wu. After Wu arranged several people to marinate the meat, he went to see how Yun and the others were doing with the salt purification. When we arrived at the salt boiling place, Yun and his team had already boiled a pot of salt. Han, Yin Wu, and the others were all there. When they saw the white salt, their expressions were so vivid. Yin Wu couldn't help but sigh. There is such a huge salt mountain right there, but the blazing Firebird tribe often lives without salt. Han nodded. Wu is really very wise. How could he come up with such a method to make the salt so clean? It's actually not that difficult to understand the reason. Wu laughed and said, I will tell you these things later. Which? Seeing Wu coming, they all greeted Wu. Wu nodded and then asked, by the way, do you know how to get the knowledge into the inheritance stone? He has a lot of knowledge, but if he does everything alone, it will be very slow. If we teach them one by one, we have to start from the basics, which is very time-consuming. If that knowledge could be put into the inheritance stone, Wu could save a lot of time, and Yin Wu and Han could also quickly master the new knowledge. Han shook her head. When she was in the giant bear tribe, she learned very little knowledge. Even when she inherited the spider tribe, there was not much in it. Yin Wu nodded. Wu, the tribe's fate, which knowledge inheritance has a way to add knowledge to the inheritance stone. After hearing this, Wu was speechless. He was only a sacrificial wizard now, not even a fortune-telling wizard. It was impossible for him to read the contents of the inheritance stone. This road is blocked, and I can only teach Yin Wu and the others slowly. Wu nodded and said, all right, if you two are satisfied with what you have done, go and engrave the barbarian patterns. We need to engrave some barbarian patterns. What kind of barbarian patterns will we engrave this time? Asked Yin Wu. What other barbarian patterns could it be? Thick earth barbarian patterns. Wu said, upgrade the tribesmen's battle uniforms. The enemies we face later will be more difficult to deal with. Wu couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought of the evil beast, the alligator turtle, on the Tongtian River beach. The sand tribe must be taken, and to get the sand, we can only fight with the alligator snapping turtle. After Wu made all the arrangements, he returned to the cave. After sitting cross-legged and recovering his spirit, he took out the somewhat shriveled, soul-nourishing flower from his pocket. Afterwards, Wu swallowed the flower and began to practice. After swallowing the soul-nourishing flower, it immediately turned into liquid. Before entering the stomach, it had already turned into soul power and entered Wu Yu's mind space. Wuya suddenly felt his head become clear, and his spiritual awareness was gradually becoming stronger. Then, Wuya released his spiritual sense, which successfully crossed the limit of 100 meters and slowly expanded outward. Then Wuya used his spiritual sense to see Yun and the others frying salt while chatting and laughing. As his spiritual consciousness continued to expand, Wuya could see the ferocious beasts in the circle were testing each other for attacks, and Lin and Shan were betting on which beast would win. The spiritual consciousness passed the circle of ferocious beasts and continued to expand outward. When Wu Ya's spiritual consciousness could see the foundation below, it suddenly stopped and no longer expanded outward. His spiritual consciousness has surpassed the strength of the sacrificial witch and is the same as that of the fortune-telling witch. This also shows that his soul power is already very strong, many times stronger than the sacrificial witch. Feeling the benefits brought by the soul-nourishing flowers, Wu Ya couldn't help but recall that when he first discovered the soul-nourishing flowers, there were still 5 of them there. After so long, this is the last soul-nourishing flower left. For soul-nourishing flowers, 4 of them. Wu Ya opened his eyes, gleaming with a brilliant light, then felt a little regretful. A soul-nourishing flower has so many benefits. If you eat them all, how great would the effect be? After a moment of regret, Wu Ya came to his senses and turned his thoughts to other aspects. He picked up a slate and drew the approximate locations of Zhuke Mountain, Yinshan Mountain, Yushan Mountain, Hongshan Mountain, and Tongtian River Beach. If a tribe wants to build a city, it will definitely need a lot of resources. At that time, things like sand will no longer need to be transported by ferocious beasts like spirit stones or saltpeter. Things like sand are definitely not enough if they're just carried back by ferocious beasts. Then, we can only use a car to pull it. If you want to use cars, you need to build roads. We have thought about Tongtian River Beach and Hongshan for a long time, and drew a line that first led to Hongshan. Afterwards, one line leads to Tongtian River Beach, and the other line leads to Yushan. The resources of Hongshan are hematite, the resources of Tongshan Beach are sand, and the resources of Yushan are limestone and saltpeter. These things were resources that the tribe urgently needed. To transport them back to the tribe in large quantities, Wu Ya's plan was to build a road. At this time, Han and Yin Wu came back. Seeing the slate in Wu Ya's hand, with some drawings on it and the words we have mentioned written on it, Yin Wu couldn't help but ask, "Wu, what is this?" Wu Ya handed him the slate. "A simple map." "I don't understand." Yin Wu handed the slate to Han. "What is a map?" "A map is a drawing of the ground." Wu Ya pointed at the words on it and said, "This is Zhuke Mountain. This is Yinshan." Han nodded. "Wu, why are you drawing this?" "Drawing this is naturally useful." Wu Ya said with a smile, "Building roads." "Build a road." Yin Wu was confused. "What is a road? Why should we build it?" Wu Ya was speechless for a moment. "Roads are for walking, so that we can transport things back to the tribe." "Oh," Yin Wu nodded. "But even if there is no road, we can still transport the things back to the tribe." Chapter 119, Steamroller. Wu Ya looked at Yin Wu speechlessly. "You don't understand? You are such a chicken feather. The amount of shipping is different." Han also asked nearby, "But with so many wild beasts, shouldn't we be able to bring back a lot of things?" Wu Ya exhaled. "You'll know once the specific things are made." "All right." "Bullshit." Wu Ya looked at Han and Yin Wu and said, "Hurry up and carve the barbarian patterns. Our tribe will have a big war later. Try to carve as many thick earth barbarian patterns as possible." After saying this, Wu Ya immediately left the cave, leaving Han and Yin Wu looking at each other in bewilderment. "Han, what does the war that Wu is talking about mean?" Yin Wu broke the quiet atmosphere. Han thought for a moment and said, "It might be the summer beast tide. There will be so many ferocious beasts at that time, and our tribe's belongings are all outside. There will definitely be a big war then." Yin Wu thought of the beast tide and shook his head. "No, it will take some time before the beast tide comes. By then, our tribe's wall will have been built." Han shook his head. "I don't know. Let's engrave the barbarian pattern." Yin Wu nodded and said, "Well, you engrave the thick earth savage pattern, and I'll engrave the solid stone savage pattern." After coming outside, Wu Ya identified the direction at the entrance of the tribe, got some lime powder, and drew a road about 50 meters wide. Yun, who had just fried the salt and carried it back to the cave, saw Wu Ya tinkering with something new again and couldn't help but run over out of curiosity. "Wu, what are you going to do now?" Yin couldn't help but ask as he looked at what Wu Ya had drawn with lime. Wu Ya saw Yin coming over and said, "You've come just in time." Organize those totem warriors who have nothing else to do right now and cut down all the trees in the direction I drew. Yin looked at the densely packed giant trees in front of him and couldn't help but look at Wuya, his eyes full of "Are you sure?" "Well, what is this for?" Since Wuya didn't want to answer any more questions, he said directly, "Don't worry about it for now. Just send someone to cut down these giant trees." Yin nodded. "Okay, I'll go get someone right away." Wuya looked in the direction of Hongshan, thought carefully for a moment, then turned around to fetch Yi and Shui and led them towards the construction site. At the construction site, Yin and his men were leading the warriors without patterns and warriors with white patterns to dig a new foundation. After seeing Wuya coming, Yin immediately ran towards Wuya. "Wu, do you have any instructions?" Wuya nodded. "Come with me, bring the pangolin." Afterwards, Wuya brought them to the center of the excavated foundation and used his wizard staff to draw an outline on the rock layer that was 50 meters wide and about 30 meters high. Then he looked at Yin and said, "Yin, ask Pangolin to dig out this stone. I need it." Yin didn't know why Wuya wanted such a big stone, but he just dug it anyway. Although it is more difficult for pangolins to dig in rock layers than in soil layers, they can still dig, except that they dig more slowly. In the gap dug by the pangolin, Wuya was on the ground talking to Shui and Yi about what shape they needed to polish the dug stones into. What Wuya needs is a steamroller, a very primitive steamroller. The excavated boulder is polished into a cylinder, a hole is dug in the middle, and then something is passed through the middle and pulled to make it rotate. The road rolling effect is several times better than that of modern steamrollers. After Yi and the others explained everything, the pangolin had only dug half of the dirt when Wuya immediately returned to the tribe. At this time, Yun and the others were already cutting down trees. The huge iron axes, combined with their abnormal strength, would chop off a very large wood chip with each strike. Behind them, several trees had already been cut down. Wuya asked them to cut off the branches of the felled trees and place them on both sides of the road, which would serve as a good protective belt. Looking at the remaining tree stumps, Wuya thought for a while, then returned to the cave and borrowed her wizard staff from Ihan. Of course, what he borrowed was not the wizard staff, but the bloodthirsty worms controlled by the staff. After Wuya injected his spiritual consciousness into the witch staff, he could give orders to the bloodthirsty worms. Push out all those tree stumps. This was the first order Wuya gave to the bloodthirsty worms. After hearing the order, the bloodthirsty worm immediately drilled into the ground and came out from under one of the tree stumps a few seconds later. After circling the stump 3 or 4 times, the stump was pushed out by the bloodthirsty worm with its huge roots. It is indeed easy to use ferocious beasts to do work. Wuya continued to let the bloodthirsty worms push against the tree stump, while he went to pull a few strong vines to draw a path for Yun and the others. Yun and his team chopped for almost an hour and finally reached the foundation. Seeing Yi and Shui, Chi couldn't help but say, "Great, I've been looking for you for a long time, and you're actually here. Come and chop down the trees." Yi and Shui were polishing a boulder. Seeing them chopping down trees, they couldn't help but ask, "Wu asked us to polish this. Why are you chopping down trees?" These giant trees are the tribe's protective umbrella, preventing attacks from flying beasts in the sky. If we cut down all the trees now, it will tell the flying beasts that we are here. We are cutting down trees. I wonder what the witch wants us to do next. He said. Wuya, who had just returned to the tribe to drink water, saw Yi and the others polishing the boulder, so he smiled and said, "You guys keep asking me when we'll start building the city. We're already preparing now." When they heard that it was related to building the city, Yun and his friends became even more enthusiastic in cutting down trees. In the evening, Yun and his team successfully cut down the trees and reached the foot of the mountain. Without the giant tree blocking their view, Wuya and the others could see the tribe, even from the foot of the mountain. At this time, Yi ran down. "Wu, we have polished the things you want. Well, let's go up and take a look." Before going up, Wuya cast a cheering spell on Yun and the others. "Keep cutting," and return to the tribe after dark. Yun and the others sighed but did not stop. Back at the foundation, Wuya saw the huge cylinder and just wanted to try out its effect, only to find that those ferocious beasts had been taken away to help cut down and push trees. So he looked at Yi and said, "Yi, make another run and ask the bird to bring the giant armored rhinoceros back." After Yi left, Wuya looked at Shui and said, "Shui, go find some thicker vines. They might be useful." When Niao Hai came back riding the giant armored rhinoceros, Shui, Jinting also came over. Wuya immediately asked them to pass the vine through the hole in the middle of the boulder, then shape it into a circle and put it on the giant armored rhinoceros. After doing all this, Wuya immediately asked the giant armored rhinoceros to pull the huge stone towards the tribe. As the giant armored rhinoceros moved, the huge rock was immediately pulled up. The roads that were cut out became soft after being drilled by the bloodthirsty worms. Now, under the pressure of the huge rocks, they were directly pressed into the ground about 1 meter. This primitive steamroller is really useful. Chapter 1: 20-Car Manufacturing. After the steamroller rolled past, Wuya went over and poked it with his wizard staff. This hardness is enough for walking, even if it is not as hard as rock. Wuya asked Niao to continue marching with the giant armored rhinoceros, while he himself returned to the cave. After greeting Yin Wu and Han, Wuya immediately picked up a slate and started drawing. Yin Wu and Han saw Wuya drawing something else and couldn't help but come over to take a look. What Wuya painted was a car running on the road. In his previous life, he was a child of a genuine farmer. When he was young, machines were not yet popular, and his family used ox carts to pull things. It was not until machines became popular that Wuya's family started using tractors. His family's original ox cart was still lying there gathering dust. Having driven an ox cart for more than 10 years when he was a child, Wuya is naturally very familiar with ox carts. When it was dark and Yun and the others were returning to the tribe, Wuya drew the ox cart. The ox cart is divided into several parts, including wheels, carriage, support poles, etc. Wuya drew all these things in detail, which would make it easier to build a car later. Yin Wu and Han saw this structure for the first time. Although they were curious, they never asked. After Wuya stopped, they asked curiously, "Wu, what is this?" "This is a car," Wuya replied. "It runs on the road and can carry a lot of things, much more than a beast could carry." "Amazing, Wu. How did you come up with something like a car? If it were me, I would never be able to think of it in my entire life." Yin Wu sighed. Han nodded. She couldn't think of it either. Wuya smiled in his heart. It was not just them. If he didn't have this knowledge, he wouldn't be able to think of it. After dinner, Wuya showed the stone slab to Yi and Shui. They were surprised to know that this thing was used for running on the road. And because this thing was extremely complicated for this world, Wuya explained it to them for a long time, and it was only in the middle of the night that they finally understood it roughly. After a night's rest, Wuya went to build the world's first car with Yi and others. The first thing they built was the wheel. Wuya and his men took a large amount of wood and cut it into cylinders that were 7 meters long and 30 centimeters thick. Then, under Wuya's guidance, they used a rope to draw a circle on a giant tree, hollowed out the inside, and made an inner wheel. Then they chiseled a few holes on the inner wheel, inserted the cylinders on them, nailed wood on the outside, and rounded it off. Thus, a wheel was born. The second wheel was made in the same way, and the 2 wheels took a total of 1 day to make. Yun and his friends heard that Wuya and his team were making a car specifically for running on the road, so they came over curiously to check it out after cutting down trees. Everyone was shocked when they saw the huge wheels that were 15 meters wide and about 2 meters on the side. It was the first time they saw that what could be made into this shape. Early the next morning, Wuya and his men began to build the carriage. They first cut a piece of wood into a thickness of 1 meter to make a shaft. I measured it, and it was about 20 meters. Afterwards, Wuya and the others began to build support points, cutting several pieces of wood into squares to raise the position of the carriage. At the top are 2 support poles that are 1 meter thick on one end of the carriage and slightly thinner on the other end. After installing these things, Wuya and the others sought out a few wooden boards and put them together to make the carriage. The entire carriage was about 20 meters wide and 30 meters long, surrounded by 5-meter-high wooden planks. It could hold at least 3,000 cubic meters of cargo. After the car was completed, Wuya and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Making it sounded simple, but the actual operation was quite difficult. After Yi and Shui were done, they happily walked around the tribe, showing off their new creations to everyone. After seeing it, Wu discovered a flaw. The support rod was too high. The height of the support pole is about 8 to 9 meters, and the entire tribe is about the shoulder height of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex Wuya is often requisitioned and cannot pull the cart for a long time. Wuya's idea was to have Niao's giant armored rhinoceros pull the cart. After all, Niao was the head of the transportation hall, and Wuya had this in mind when assigning Niao his duties and contracting the giant armored rhinoceros. The shoulder height of the giant rhinoceros is about 6 or 7 meters. When it pulls a cart, the cart will tilt downward and the weight will be on the body of the giant rhinoceros. Wuya called Yi and Shui, who were showing off, and then pulled the car back for renovation. The modification is also very simple. Just add 2 small wheels in the front. This way, there are 4 points on the ground, and the weight will not be on the giant rhinoceros. Then Wuya cut a groove at the top of the support pole and tied it with strong vines, weaving it into a belt that could be tied around the giant armored rhinoceros without making it feel uncomfortable. The car is completely finished. It took 3 days to build this car, but it was all worth it. How much sand can such a big truck carry back to the tribe at once? In the evening, the giant armored rhinoceros came back. Wuya immediately asked the bird to pull it over, put the cart on its body, and let it walk around a few times. It was very suitable. Faye said sarcastically, "Woo, where's the Tyrannosaurus Rex's car?" The Tyrannosaurus Rex wants a car, too. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had been bullying the Titanoceratops, which had never experienced pain. Now that it saw that it not only had a huge roller, but also a cool car, it was very dissatisfied. Moreover, the powerful ape also had a giant axe, and when it was chopping trees, it showed off in front of it. Among these contracted wild beasts, it had nothing, and it was very unremarkable. So when Faye shouted, the Tyrannosaurus Rex also looked at Wuya with wide eyes, full of expectation. Through Faye, it knew who was the boss of the tribe. Only when Wuya spoke could it have the right to speak. Can you imagine a Tyrannosaurus Rex with its eyes wide open, looking at you expectantly? Wuya looked at the sincere eyes of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and felt speechless. "Don't worry, Tyrannosaurus Rex will have something better." Wuya said, "Tyrannosaurus Rex, these 2 wild beasts are very useful. Wuya will definitely transform them well, but the tribe has no iron now, so we can only talk about it later." Faye looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex helplessly. "Just wait, you will definitely be stronger than them." After the car was built, Wuya finally had some free time. The next day, he went to repair the road with Yun and others. The road is now so thick due to the huge cylinder pulled by the giant rhinoceros that even a Tyrannosaurus Rex would not leave any footprints on it. On both sides of the road are those cut down giant trees and branches. These giant trees are just right to be used as protective belts, which can block most of the ferocious beasts from destroying the road. "Woo, we're here," Yun said, pointing forward on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 121 Shoes. We had turned around and saw that he had reached the end of the road. There were still some tree stumps on the ground that had not been cleared by the bloodthirsty worms. There was some white latex on those tree stumps, and I didn't know what it was. Wu Yarang jumped off the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, walked to the tree stump, picked up a small branch, and poked it. What puzzled Wuya was that after the branch poked the latex, it couldn't penetrate into it, and it even had a sense of elasticity. Wuya then poked it with his wizard staff, and this time he finally managed to poke it in. Wuya turned to look at Yun and asked, "Have you ever encountered this thing?" Yun nodded and said, "Yeah, I've often encountered this kind of juice after cutting here these past 2 days. After it got bigger, nothing happened." After hearing Yun say this, Wuya felt relieved and took it in his hand to examine it carefully. This lotion has some elasticity when you pick it up, but it is not sticky, and it is very similar to rubber. Wuya looked around and found that there were such trees everywhere. Then he used a large leaf to take some lotion and told Yun and the others, "Keep repairing the road. I think I've discovered something incredible." Hearing Wuya's words, everyone looked over curiously. They had been in contact with this thing for the past few days, but apart from being somewhat elastic, they hadn't found any use for it. It was normal that they couldn't understand. After Wuya collected enough information, he immediately asked Faye to ride the Tyrannosaurus Rex to send him back to the tribe. After returning to the tribe, Wuya found a stone pot and put the white emulsion into it to cook. When the heat reached them, the lotions melted instantly and emitted a foul odor. I have never seen or processed natural rubber with teeth, but the smell is a bit similar to it. Faye, who had been following Wuya, pinched his nose in disgust. "Wu, what is this? It stinks." Wuya shook his head. "I don't know what it is, but it looks like it should be very useful." When it was almost done, Wuya put out the fire and poured out the lotion. After the lotions cooled down, Wuya picked up another piece and experimented with it. He found that there was nothing special about it, except that it was a little hard. He rubbed on the ground, and it quickly fell off. Wuya looked at the large piece of emulsion on the ground and immediately asked Faye to get salt, saltpeter, and lime. Then continue to cook this thing in the pot. Add salt, saltpeter, lime, soil, and other things into it, and add all of them in the last pot. After the liquid became very viscous, we poured it out immediately. After cooling, their physical properties were tested one by one. It was found that the properties of the emulsion with the addition of saltpeter had changed, and it no longer fell off easily when ground like the original emulsion. Now, no matter how Wuya rubs this thing on the ground, he can't wear it off at all. Wuya was very happy about this discovery and immediately said to Faye, "I'll give you a new mission. You will lead 5 white-striped warriors to collect this tree sap." "Well, what do you want this thing for?" Faye picked up a piece of lotion without saltpeter added and squeezed it. It was very soft, and he had no idea what it could be used for. Wuya smiled and said, "You'll know when I make the thing." Faye nodded, and just as he was about to leave, Wuya stopped him again. "You probably don't know how to collect this." As he spoke, Wuya went to get a small knife and found a tree to demonstrate to Faye. He drew a V-shaped mark on a tree, then sharpened a branch and inserted it into the bottom. He then folded a large leaf to make a triangular funnel and placed it underneath. "Just do this when the time comes, and the sap will flow in on its own." Faye nodded and immediately jumped onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just as he was about to leave, Wuya called him back. "By the way, remember to call 2 and you back." "Whoa, are you going to make something new again?" Faye asked. Wuya nodded, and Faye immediately said, "I must be the first to use what you made this time. Let's wait until it's done. Don't worry, this thing is made very quickly. Maybe you'll have everything by the time you come back." After Faye got the answer, he immediately ran along the road happily with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wuya turned around and continued to boil a large pot of this lotion. This latex should not be rubber, but since there's no such thing as rubber in this world, Wuya simply gave it the name rubber. After putting saltpeter in, the rubber reacts very quickly and the finished product can be obtained in just a few minutes. Then Wuya started to take a piece of wood and cut the mole with a knife. The witch tooth was half cut when 2 and you ran to the tribe breathlessly. Seeing their miserable state, Wuya thought something had happened. "What's wrong? Is there a problem at the construction site?" Yi shook his head and said angrily, "Faye said that Wu wanted to see us for something, so we wanted to follow him and borrow the Tyrannosaurus Rex to hurry back. But this guy refused to lend it to us. We had no choice but to run back." Wuya was speechless. He couldn't help but call Faye an expert. He even dared to offend 2 and you. Wasn't he afraid that the new things made by these 2 people would be given to him in the end? "Whoa, do you have anything new to make for us?" 2 asked after they finished complaining. Wuya nodded and handed them a slate. "Take a look at this, and I'll make something for you later." On the stone slab, there was a pair of shoes drawn, or to be more precise, a pair of military boots. Wuya actually wanted to make shoes for a long time, but he never had good materials. Animal hides that have not been processed are too hard, and those that have been processed are too soft, and iron ones are even more difficult to deal with. Now, I've discovered this rubber-like thing, which can be used to make soles of shoes. Wuya put the cut mold aside, then poured the heated rubber into it. After cooling, the sole was completed. Then Wuya found a thinner piece of animal skin, cut it, and used animal tendons to sew the skin to the sole of the shoe. Wuya had asked Yi and Shuei to make scissors and needles out of iron a long time ago to facilitate the tribe in making war uniforms. It's just right to use it to make shoes now. After sewing the leather together, a pair of ugly boots was completed. The wizard walked a few steps on the ground in them and immediately felt very comfortable. Although it was a bit ugly, it was indeed comfortable to wear. Thus, Wuya finally had clothes and shoes to wear. Wuya took off his shoes and let 2 and the others try them on. They all liked the soft feeling very much. After they got over the novelty, Wuya immediately drew the outline of most of the tribe's footprints on a large wooden board. Then, let 2 and you carve out the molds. After being equipped with shoes, the people in the tribe no longer have to walk around barefoot every day. Chapter 122 Conflict. Wuya was carving the template with 2 and the others, but in the afternoon, Yun and the others came back. They usually arrive at the tribe after dark, but it is still some time before dark. It's so abnormal. Obviously something has happened. Sure enough, under Wuya's questioning, Yin revealed the reason for the incident. It turned out that when they were repairing the road today, a few people suddenly jumped out from the front. Judging from the totems on their chests, they were from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. It was Ya and others who had conflicts with Wuya and his men. After the last conflict with Wuya and his men, the Xiaoyet Sanglong tribe sent Yi to lead a group of people to be stationed in Hongshan. After several days of road construction, Yun and his team had built about 60 kilometers and were very close to Hongshan. When the tree was being cut down, the noise was heard by Ye and his men who were more than 20 kilometers away, and they came over to check. After seeing that the Suzuka tribe was using weapons made of a strange material, Ye and the others were very surprised, and then they thought of the red stones that the Suzuka tribe had dug from Hongshan. This made them very angry. As a result, when asked, Ye not only said that he wanted to build a road, but also told you the benefits of building a road. I was quite angry when I heard that the road was built to make it more convenient to transport things. Judging from the direction, the road built by the Suzuka tribe leads to Red Mountain. They must have discovered the benefits of red, so they decided to build a road to facilitate the transportation of more redstone back to the tribe. Yet immediately issued a warning. Stop building the road, otherwise the Howling Moon Wolf tribe will gather all its strength and attack your Suzuka tribe along the road you built. Yin had been to the Howling Moon Wolf tribe and knew the tribe's strength. He couldn't make up his mind for a moment and could only take his people back to the tribe first. After listening to Yun's description, Wuya frowned. Building roads to Hongshan and Tongtian River Beach is a must. We will never let anyone off if they dare to stop the development of the Suzuka tribe. So he asked, what is the strength of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe? Yin replied, Howling Moon Wolf has 1 yellow-striped warrior, over 20 orange-striped warriors, and over 100 white-striped warriors. Where's the war beast? As for war beasts, there are 7 wild beasts and more than 30 savage beasts. Yin replied, wow, it seems he is quite powerful. No wonder he is so arrogant. After thinking for a while, Wuya asked everyone to rest and wait for him to come up with a solution. Howling Moon Wolf is about 100 kilometers away from the Suzuka tribe, southwest of the Suzuka tribe, a little farther than the Blazing Bird tribe. In terms of personnel strength, the Howling Moon Wolf tribe is much stronger than the Suzuka tribe. As for equipment, they also used iron tools, but I don't know how they worked. The only advantage of the Suzuka tribe is its battle uniform. After so many days, Yin Wu and Han have upgraded the battle uniforms of all the totem warriors in the tribe. There are more than 10 thick earth patterns on each person's battle uniform. Moreover, the weapons have also been upgraded. Yin Wu engraved the hard stone barbarian pattern on the wild beast bones, and used the knife made of the wild beast bones to engrave it on the iron axe. Now everyone's giant axe has the hard stone barbarian pattern on it. The defense is comparable to that of wild beasts, coupled with the sharp giant axe, making the totem warriors of the Suzuka tribe much more powerful. Even if a white-striped warrior faces an orange-striped warrior, he will not be at a disadvantage. In this way, the actual strength of the Suzuka tribe should be stronger than that of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. After figuring all this out, Wuya asked Yi and Shui to help too, and you make shoes. Once the shoes were finished, Wuya would take people to the Xiaoyet Songlong tribe to find a place to fight. On the other side, he was also explaining the situation to the witch of Xiaoyet Songlong tribe. The wizard of Howling Moon Wolf is a middle-aged man in his 30s, about 1.9 meters tall, with an inverted triangle body. His body shape does not look like a wizard, but more like a totem warrior. After listening to Ye's report, Xiaoyet Songlong Wu's face was gloomy. The secret of Hongshan was the foundation of Xiaoyet Songlong's survival. Because they can use amphibole, iron, to exchange salt with the Daohu tribe, they can save a lot of beast crystals and use them to improve the strength of the tribe's totem warriors. The secret was discovered by the people of the Suzuka tribe, so it would have been fine if they didn't do anything. Now they dare to build a road to Hongshan and prepare to transport redstone back to the tribe on a large scale. This means that they don't take the Howling Moon Wolf tribe seriously. Who gave the Suzuka tribe the courage to steal the secrets of my Xiaoyet Songlong tribe? Said Xiaoyet Songlong Wu. Xiao, the leader of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, looked at Ye and said, I haven't been to the Suzuka tribe for a long time. What's their strength? Zhao's height is completely opposite to Xiaoye King Langwa's. He is relatively thin and only about 1.8 meters tall. If it weren't for the bright yellow Howling Moon Wolf totem on his chest, representing that he was a powerful yellow-striped warrior, others would have mistaken him for a witch when seeing him from behind. Ye thought for a moment and said, I don't know why, but it seems that everyone from the Blazing Firebird tribe has joined the Suzuka tribe. I saw Qi, Lin, Shang, and the others, all with Yun as their leader. Wait a minute. Xiao looked at Ye. You mean Zhu is not here? Zhu was the previous leader of the Suzuka tribe. He died after meeting Wuya. Ye thought about it and didn't mention Zhu, so he shook his head. No, Zhu is not here. Xiao looked at Xiaoyet Songlong Wu. Wu, there's something wrong with the Suzuka tribe. Last time, their Wu had all come out, but Zhu was nowhere to be seen. Now Chi and the others regard Yun as their leader. Do you think Zhu is dead? Howling Moon Wolf Shaman's expression grew even darker. The yellow-striped warriors of their tribe are dead, yet they still dare to offend our Howling Moon Wolf tribe. They're courting death. Then he looked at Xiao. How's the weapon I asked you to make going? It's done, Xiao said as he walked out, and came back after a while, holding a bow and arrow in his hand. The arrowheads are made of iron. Obviously, after he shot an arrow into the owl's anus last time, the Howling Moon Wolf tribe imitated the bow and arrow. And the disciple is even better than the master, with arrows made of iron. Xiaoyat Sanlong Wu took the bow and arrow, tried to shoot, and directly shot through a thumb-sized apple on an apple tree outside that had just borne fruit. Feeling the power of the bow and arrow, Xiaoyat Sanlong Wu nodded and handed the bow and arrow to Xiao. It still needs to be modified. Remember to make more and equip each of the tribal warriors with one. Xiao nodded and took the bow and arrow. Wu, what about the people of the Sisika tribe? If they dare to come and build a road again, we'll kill them immediately. Xiao Wu said viciously. If they don't come, we'll wait until the tribe's warriors have bows and arrows, and then we'll attack the Siku tribe. Wu was carving a mold for the soles of shoes with Yi and others when he suddenly sneezed. Wu took a deep breath and said, Who is thinking about me? Who do I know in this world? Chapter 123, Frost Sun. Since he had to make shoes for everyone, Wu asked everyone not to build the road for the time being, but to go dig the foundation with Yin and the others. Now the second foundation has been dug more than halfway. If the sand is not transported back, the construction of the Sisika tribe may not be completed before summer. In summer, heavy rain may fall at any time, and when it does, floods are likely to occur. The floods in this world are so terrible that they can directly submerge the foot of the mountain. When the time comes, the ferocious beasts that are left homeless by the flood will gather in places that are not flooded and form a beast tide. In previous years, during the beast tides, the Sisaka tribe would hide in caves for a month or so. Weah built the city wall to keep the ferocious beasts outside during the beast tide and give himself a living space. Otherwise, who knows if there will be ferocious beasts like pangolins or bloodthirsty worms living in the cave one day that will break through the cave's defenses and enter the cave. If that happens, the tribe will basically have no way to survive. Once the city walls are built, there will be fewer ferocious beasts that can dig into the rock strata, and the tribe will be safer. However, while the Sisika tribe was preparing, the Xiaoyat Sanlong tribe was also not idle. It takes much less time to make a bow and arrow than it does to make a pair of shoes. Moreover, after discovering that not everyone has a talent for archery, Xiaoyat Sanlong produced fewer bows and arrows. When Wuya and his men had just equipped all the orange-striped warriors with shoes, the Howling Moon Wolf tribe was already ready. Early in the morning of that day, Ya and his men gathered in the large open space at the entrance of the tribe. They divided about 2/3 of the tribe's totem warriors into 6 teams, standing beside the 6 wild beasts. The 6 wild beasts are all the same, named Bighorn Ox. They are slightly smaller than the giant armored rhinoceros, about 6 meters tall and 8 meters long. When sprinting, they can fight head-on with the giant armored rhinoceros. Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't dare to take its attack head-on. In fact, the Tyrannosaurus Rex could not do anything to the Titanoceratops. It was just that the Titanoceratops was in the pit and could not stand steadily, so it was bullied by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. If it were on an open space, the Tyrannosaurus Rex could tease the Titanoceros, but it really couldn't subdue it. Let's go. I hope to hear good news from you before dark, said Xiaoyat Sanlong Wu. This time, the Howling Moon Wolf tribe dispatched 20 orange-striped warriors, 70 white-striped warriors, and 7 wild beasts. With such a large force, they can easily destroy a tribe. Janadith, Okegu. Then he jumped onto the owl's head and shouted to the soldiers going out to the battle, Go! Those totem warriors also jumped onto the green bulls beside them and followed the owl. About 1 kilometer below the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, there was a person covered in leaves who was closely observing the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. Judging from the yellow giant bear totem on his chest, he is from the giant bear tribe. After seeing so many people from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, he immediately jumped down from the tree and ran to the west. He is Dao, another yellow-striped warrior of the giant bear tribe. Wei was sewing boots with 2 and the others. He always felt that something was wrong today, which made him a little uneasy. Unfortunately, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what was going to happen. After sewing another shoe, Wuya suddenly realized, oh my god, that meat has been marinated for many days. It should be taken out to dry in the sun. Thinking of this, Wuya immediately threw the shoes to Shui, who had been waiting there for the shoes, and said, you can sew the other one yourself. Ah, Shui didn't understand. But I don't know how, Wu. If you don't know how, let them teach you. Don't worry, you have the racial talent and can sew it. Wuya's voice came. Shui exhaled and could only look at Yi. Hurry up, teach me how to sew. When he came to the stone vat where the pickled meat was stored, Wuya could smell the slightly stinky odor. So he quickly asked someone to open the stone jar and check what was inside. The meat inside has lost its former bright red color and has turned dark. Fortunately, it was rescued in time and will be fine as long as it is dried. Wuya immediately asked a few people to find some vines, use them to tie up the meat, and take it outside to dry. Wuya dried a large vat of meat for more than an hour. Looking at the branches next to him that were full of hanging fruits, Wuya nodded with satisfaction. After drying, slice them, boil them in water, and then stir-fry them. How delicious they will be. Thinking of this, Wuya suddenly became discouraged again. Now the tribe has no extra iron and cannot make iron pots at all. You can't use the soldiers' weapons to make iron pots. Wuya hasn't squandered his fortune to that extent. This is just a thought. Speaking of iron, once the Xiaoye Songlong tribe is defeated, the Suzaka tribe will no longer be short of iron. On the way back, Wuya was suddenly stopped by two teenagers, a boy and a girl, both in their teens. They each held a stone tablet in their hands, obviously having something to show Wuya. What's wrong? Seeing that they were hesitant to speak, Wuya asked first. It was obviously their first time talking to the witch. The boy said timidly, Witch, didn't you ask us to learn how to draw a barbarian pattern? Wuya nodded. Have you finished drawing it? Let me see it. The two men quickly handed the slate to Wuya, and it did have the thick earth barbarian pattern already painted on it, and it had already been carved. Their drawings were much better than the ones that the original people showed to Wuya. Wuya checked them with his spiritual sense, and found that the error was very small. Finally, there were two people who had come to their senses. Wuya was very happy and looked at them. What are your names? Wu, my name is Yang. The boy Yang replied. Wu, my name is Shuang. The girl Shuang replied. Wuya nodded. It's a nice painting. Did you draw it yourself? Yang Heizhuang nodded. Yes. Wu. Yeah. Wu smiled and looked at the two of them. We said that whoever can draw it will be rewarded by me. Now that you have drawn it, tell me, what reward do you want? Yang and Shuang looked at each other, and Yang asked cautiously, Wu, can we have a set of battle clothes? Although they already had clothes to wear, there were no barbarian patterns engraved on their clothes. Wuya's mouth curled up slightly. That's easy. How about giving you a task? Huh? Yang and Shuang were surprised. It was the first time they heard the witch ask them to do a task. Although they were a little nervous, they were still very excited. After all, they were just ordinary people, and this was their first time doing a mission. Wu, what is the mission? Wuya smiled and said, the mission isn't difficult. You just need to make battle uniforms for yourself and for the people in the tribe. Can we? Sure. Chapter 124 Bull Raiden. After arranging Shuang and Yang to study with Yin, Wu, and Han, Wuya walked towards Yi and the others. I don't know why, but after doing all this, Wuya still feels that something is going to happen. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out what it was. On the other side, after several hours of trekking, the people of the Xiaoye Songlong tribe finally arrived at the road built by the Suzaka tribe. Running on the road, without the obstruction of those giant trees, they moved much faster, rumbling towards the Suzaka tribe. Wuya came to Yi and the others and found that they all had bitter faces. He immediately asked, what's wrong? He complained to Wuya, Wu, please take care of Shui. We tried to teach her how to sew shoes, but after a while she found it troublesome and snatched the shoe I just made. It was only at this time that Wuya discovered that Shui was gone, and it seemed that he was sewing Fei's shoes. This woman, Wuya asked speechlessly, where did she go? After stealing the shoes, she rode on Thorn and ran away. If she wasn't in the tribe, she should have gone to the construction site, said Tu. Wuya was speechless. It seemed that she went to show off after getting the shoes. So Wuya asked Yi to continue sewing boots for Fei, while he asked Han to get the wizard's wand and summon the bloodthirsty worms out from the ground. Seeing the compacted ground being pierced by the bloodthirsty worms once again, Wuya couldn't help but use his spiritual sense to issue an order to the bloodthirsty worms. If you go underground again in the tribe, don't even think about having anything to eat. Unexpectedly, The bloodthirsty worm expressed dissatisfaction. It had no contract, so its hatred for the Sazako tribe remained. It was only because of the threat of the soul fragment that it refrained from attacking the tribe. It seems that a contract is better. Wuya immediately ran back to the cave, called out Yin, Wu, and Han, and made a contract between Han and the bloodthirsty worm in person. After the contract was signed, Wuya went over and kicked the bloodthirsty worm. You are slacking off. Once the contract is signed, the ferocious beast will have a bit of spirituality, and after eating the soul-nourishing flower, its spirituality will be even stronger. It turned its head, opened its bloody mouth, and roared at Wuya. Obviously, it is still very dissatisfied. Wuya was speechless and too lazy to argue with the ferocious beast. He then asked Han to order the bloodthirsty worm to take him to the construction site. After arriving at the construction site, Wuya saw Shui moving bricks and showing off her shoes to those who didn't have shoes yet. However, one shoe is bigger than the other, so they don't look like a pair at all. Wuya walked over and kicked Shui's, but from behind while she was still showing off. It's yours. Ouch shit. Wuya kicked the snow and said, Are these your shoes? How dare you wear them to show off? However, as a warrior without stripes, kicking a warrior with yellow stripes would be asking for trouble. So Wuya kicked Shui on the butt, but he himself was bounced away. Wu, fortunately, Chi was quick-witted and caught Wuya. Otherwise, Wuya would have been embarrassed for several days. Yun and the others immediately picked up the giant axe that was placed aside and pointed it at Shui. What do you want to do? No matter who dares to hurt Wu, they will definitely fight to the death. Shui looked innocent. I didn't do anything. Wuya asked Chi to put him down. It's not her fault. It's my fault for not being careful. It was a bit embarrassing to say, and Wuya didn't want to dwell on this issue. So he said to Xiang Shui, Your shoes are not a pair. Take them off and return them to Yi so she can make you new ones. It was at this time that he discovered that the shoes Shui wore were not only of different sizes, but also on the same side. Wu, whose clothes are those wearing snow? Fei asked. Wu looked at Fei and said with a smile, The big one is yours. After hearing this, Fei looked at Shui angrily. You wear my shoes and show off to me. Shui looked embarrassed and argued. Yes, it was Yi who didn't tell me whose shoes they were. Wuya was speechless for a moment and stopped this meaningless quarrel. All right, let's suspend the construction for now and go back to the tribe. Wu, what happened? Yin asked. Wuya shook his head. I don't know. I'm always uneasy. Something must be happening. Go call Yin and the others. Stop digging and go back to the tribe. On the other side, Howling Moon Wolf was still on his way riding a cow. To the west of the Sisako tribe, there is a mountain more than 100 kilometers past Yushan. In the central cave of the giant bear tribe, Dao and the giant bear shaman reported what they had seen this morning. That's it. After listening to this, the giant bear shaman frowned and thought for a while before asking, Do you know which tribe they went to? Dao shook his head. I don't know, because I was afraid of being discovered. I didn't get too close. The giant bear shaman looked at the bear and asked, Has the Howling Moon Wolf tribe had any conflict with any other tribe recently? Xiong also shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Judging from the number of people they went with, the other tribe should be quite strong, but there are no yellow-striped warriors. If there were yellow-striped warriors, Xiao should have set off as well, but it was not Xiao, who made the decision. The giant bear shaman nodded, then said, Dao, take your men and wait for them on the path they must pass. As soon as they return, kill them. This will make it much easier for our tribe to attack the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. Dao nodded. Wu, how much strength should I bring with me? 3 giant bears, 2 giant mammoths, and 20 orange-striped warriors should be enough, said the giant bear wizard. The giant mammoth is enormous, standing 8 meters tall and over 10 meters long. Its combat power is formidable, and it has few rivals of its rank. Dao's eyes lit up when he heard that he could actually bring 2 giant mammoths with him, and he immediately promised, Wu, I will definitely kill ya and the others on the way back. The giant bear wizard nodded and said, Go ahead. Dao nodded, went to call for help, and set off immediately. After the knife left, the giant bear wizard's eyelids twitched, which made him feel a little strange. After thinking for a long time, he finally gave up on divination. Divination would consume a portion of his lifespan, and he would not use divination for such a trivial matter. On the other side, Xiayet Sanglong's men were still riding cattle on their way to the Sisaka tribe. Driving along this newly repaired road gave Howling Moon Wolf a completely new and unprecedented experience. If allowed, they would also like to ask the witch to have their tribe build a road as well. After Wuya called everyone back to the tribe, he felt even more uneasy, but he couldn't explain why. In the afternoon, the people of the Xiaoyet Songlong tribe finally arrived at the foot of Suzuka Mountain. Looking at the road that leads directly to the Suzuka tribe, you couldn't help but shake his head. Is the Suzaku tribe afraid that the ferocious beasts can't find their tribe, so they specially build a road pointing to their tribe? Everyone take a break. I'll go up and take a look. After saying that, Ye immediately rode the owl and flew up the mountain. Chapter 125, on the verge of breaking out. Riding an owl, Ye arrived at the top of Suzuka Mountain. Looking at the situation of Suzuka Mountain, he fell into deep confusion. The huge ravine below the Suzuka tribe is very conspicuous, but seems to have no effect. After all, the ravine is so deep that any ferocious beast can pass through it, so it is completely useless. The witch who drove the tribe members back in a cave was standing in front of the cave with other totem warriors. Wuya was wondering what was going to happen when he suddenly felt a shadow covering them, and then the shadow quickly passed through. There is a ferocious beast. Wuya looked up and saw a huge owl flying over their heads and flying towards the back. This owl looks familiar. As the owl continued to fly to the top of the mountain, Wuya saw a figure emerging from the owl's back. Now he knew why he was so uneasy. It turned out that someone was targeting their tribe. Wuya didn't care who it was. Turning his head, Wuya looked at the tribe's totem warriors and said, "A tribe is about to attack ours. Everyone, be prepared for battle." To be prepared for battle. Actually, it is just a matter of opening up the thick earth patterns on the armor. Then Wuya asked everyone to take bows and arrows and wait there to break the foundation dug below. The battles in this era are actually just battles between totem warriors. Unless it is absolutely necessary, totem warriors will not make things difficult for ordinary people. Therefore, it was just right for Wuya to move the battlefield directly to the foundation. Anyway, no matter what tribe it is, they will attack from the front. After arriving at the foundation for a while, Wuya saw the owl flying down the mountain again. This time, he finally remembered which tribe the owl belonged to. Howling Moon Wolf tribe, I haven't come looking for you yet, but you came looking for us first. Wuya shouted, "Spread out. Shoot the people coming down below with arrows. It doesn't matter if you can shoot accurately or not. Shoot them all." Bows and arrows, when used on the battlefield, are not made for accuracy, but for suppression in battle. There are more than 70 totem warriors and witches from the Suzuka tribe, with more than 70 bows and arrows firing at the same time. Even if the shots are not accurate, they can still cause great damage to the enemy. About half an hour after the owl flew down, Wuya felt the ground shaking, and then saw 6 black spots running up from the bottom of the mountain. My goodness, they all came here riding on ferocious beasts. Wuya shouted, "Wait for my command, and then shoot when I say shoot." When he could see the ferocious beast coming, Wuya couldn't help but marvel at it. The war beasts of the Xiaoyet Songlong tribe were all blue bulls. Yanwu couldn't help but tremble beside Wuya. "Wu, it's Qing Niu who's coming. Do we really have to fight? Are you scared?" Wuya looked at Yanwu. Both Han and Yanwu came to this battle. Even though they were witches, they could not remain immune to this kind of tribal fighting. Yanwu smiled and said, "I'm not afraid. I'm just a little timid." "Isn't this still fear?" Wuya raised his head towards Han and said, "Look, Han is not afraid of a girl. So what are you afraid of?" "Ah, Wu, what is a hammer?" Fei and Shui, who were next to Wuya, looked at Wuya curiously. Wuya shook his head speechlessly. "Nothing." Yanwu spread his hands. "Han has bloodthirsty worms. I have nothing." Wuya said disdainfully, "I don't have anything either." Yanwu thought about it, and it made sense. Wuya not only had nothing, but he was also a sacrificial witch, and he was not as powerful as him. Wuya was not afraid of him, so why should he be afraid of him? By the way, what is a hammer? He was on top of the owl, following the charge of his tribe's warriors. He had already seen the Suzuka tribe reaching the ditch, so he shouted, "Get ready to attack them with our sticks." The small wooden stick is actually an arrow. They imitated the arrow that was stuck in the owl's chrysanthemum, and because they didn't know its name, they named it a small wooden stick. With the charge of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, the distance between the two tribes was quickly shortened to about 1 kilometer. At this distance, Wuya could see clearly with his current eyesight. He discovered that there were more than 10 people from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe holding bows and arrows. Seeing this, Wuya was stunned, and then he remembered that the bows and arrows of his tribe had been imitated. It seems that tools that are too simple are easy to imitate. Wuya yelled, "Draw the bow." Everyone in the Suzaku tribe immediately drew their bows and waited for Wuya to speak. Raise your bows. Wuya watched everyone's movements, and when the distance between the two sides was only about 500 meters, he immediately shouted, "Release!" Given the strength of the totem warriors' bows and their position above them, they can already shoot at this distance. However, the specific situation is a bit horrific. There are more than 10 people who, after releasing the bowstring, did not let go of the arrow with their hands holding the bow, and the arrows were still in their hands. A few people did shoot arrows, but they landed in front of them. A few people missed it, and their arrows shot directly into the sky. Since we had been making everyone work, they had no time to develop their archery skills, so this result was normal. In the end, only a dozen arrows reached the enemy range below. However, due to the distance, they easily avoided it. Sure enough, the distance was too far, and it was not possible. Wuya gave up the idea of firing a volley of bows and arrows. Gather the bows and arrows to us, and prepare for battle. Instead of letting everyone waste arrows, it would be better to gather the arrows with the three Wus, Yi, and Lin. The Xiaoyatsanglong tribe below saw the Suzaku tribe shooting arrows, so they also shot arrows. Unfortunately, their archery skills were even worse, and no one could shoot into the Suzaku tribe's position. When the people of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe charged to about 200 meters, Wuya and the other 5 immediately drew their bows and arrows. "Shoot the blue ox's eyes," Wuya said, and the arrow had already been shot out. Whether it is Yin Wu, Han, Lin Hui, they all know how to shoot arrows. Wuya's guidance in archery actually hinders them. Suddenly, 5 arrows whistled towards the green ox, making a whistling sound in the air. Unfortunately, these 6 green bulls were wild beasts, and they closed their eyes before the arrows hit them. The arrows shot by the 3 witches, including Wuya, hit the blue ox's eyelids and were directly bounced away. Only Yi and Lin's arrows hit the blue ox's eyelid and scratched it. Sure enough, the wild beast defense is still abnormal. Wuya saw that the distance was almost right, so he shouted, "Orange-striped warriors, follow the beast and charge." The other white-striped warriors wait a moment. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and rushed out first. The giant armored rhinoceros, the powerful monkey, and the thorn also follow behind. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 1:26 Doubts. Seeing the ferocious beast from the Suzaku tribe rushing out, he was obviously stunned. He had been to the Suzaku tribe several times, and there had never been any ferocious beast there before. He hadn't cared much about the Tyrannosaurus Rex the last time, but it had only been a short time, and there were already so many ferocious beasts, all of them wild beasts. The people of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe shot arrows at the Tyrannosaurus Rex several times, but when they found it was useless, they immediately put the arrows aside and picked up their swords to prepare for battle. When Wuya and his men found that shooting the green ox was useless, they immediately shot the person on top of the green ox. Those people were all shirtless, and we basically shot them one by one. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were shot and killed. He had not expected the Suzaku tribe to be so skilled in archery, and immediately shouted, "Get down from the blue bulls and hide behind them." The people of the Xiaoyatsanglong tribe had long been frightened by the arrows. After he shouted, they immediately jumped off the green ox. At this time, the ferocious beasts from the 2 tribes came into contact. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was the first to come into contact with a blue bull. After dodging a charge from the blue bull, it used its height advantage to bite the back of the blue bull's neck. Unfortunately, it was the one being taken special care of, and before it could bite off the neck of the blue bull, it was hit by another blue bull that rushed over. On the other side, the giant armored rhino lowered its head and collided with one of the blue bulls. From a distance, Wuya and the others heard a muffled sound. Thorn was in trouble. Although its defense was high, it was no match for the green ox in terms of strength, and was being chased and gored by a green ox. The powerful monkey took advantage of its flexibility. When the blue bull rushed in front of it, it grabbed the blue bull's horns and swung itself onto the blue bull's neck. Unfortunately, just when it was about to chop the blue bull's neck with the giant axe in its hand, it was attacked by the Howling Moon Wolf warrior, who followed up and could only deal with the totem warrior first. There was one last green ox, but it was stopped by Yun and the others. With the protection of their battle suits, Yun and his men rushed forward and engaged the green bull head-on. With the advantage of numbers, they had already chopped the blue ox's body several times with their axes. However, after the totem warriors of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe arrived, some people were dispersed, and the situation was balanced. We took a look and found that although the totem warriors of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe also used iron tools, their iron tools did not seem to be of very good quality. If they come into contact with the iron axes of the Sazaka tribe, their teeth will be chopped out. It was too weak. Wuya hadn't even let the bloodthirsty worm come out yet, and the white-striped warriors of his tribe hadn't even joined the battle, but he had already basically controlled the situation. He thought the Howling Moon Wolf tribe was so powerful, but this is what happened. All white-striped warriors joined the battle. Among the white-striped warriors, only a dozen or so had iron axes as weapons, and the rest mostly used weapons made of wild beast bones, while a small number used weapons made of wild beast bones. But with the protection of the battle suits, they don't have to fear death. Yeah, who had been in the air, saw that there were only 5 people next to Wuya. His eyes lit up as if he saw hope. So he immediately ordered the owl to descend, called 5 orange-striped warriors to get on the owl's back, and flew towards Wuya. Although the people of the Sazaka tribe were wearing clothes, their chests could not be seen. But things like aura and temperament are still very different between witches and totem warriors. Wuya had already discovered that Han and Yinwu, who were standing next to Wuya, were both wizards. The remaining Yi and Lin were just orange-striped warriors. As for the remaining Snow, although it is a bit strange and exudes the aura of a totem warrior, I don't think it will be very strong. They are an orange-striped warrior and a wild beast owl. As long as we kill the witch of the Sazaka tribe, today's mission will be completed. We naturally saw the situation of the owl. He was racking his brains over how to deal with the owl, but the owl ended up delivering itself to him. So Wuya whispered to Han, Han, let the bloodthirsty worms come below us. When the owl comes over, I shout attack, and you let it out immediately and kill the owl. Han nodded, okay, vu. Wuya's mouth corners rose slightly, and then he showed a panic and asked E and others to shoot the owl with bows and arrows. Yeah, and the others were smart. They hit directly on the back of the owl without showing their heads at all. Wuya and the others' arrows could not hit them at all. Seeing that the arrows of the Sazaka tribe had no effect, you couldn't help but feel complacent about his own plan. So what if I'm a witch? I'm still wiser than you. After the last anal sex lesson, the owl learned its lesson and did not expose its anus again. Instead, it flew directly towards Wuya and the others. It had seen E, who had made it suffer from the pain of its chrysanthemum last time, and its eyes turned bloodshot. Unfortunately, this owl was unlucky and followed the wrong owner. When it brought Ya and the others to Wuya and the others, only 3 or 4 meters away from the ground, the Snow suddenly flew up and chopped them down with an axe. Yellow-striped warrior. Ya and the others on the owl's back were surprised. They had only felt this kind of pressure from Xiao, the leader of their tribe. However, what can a yellow-striped warrior do? He still can't defeat the wild beast. Yu was complacent. There were 6 of them now. Without delaying the yellow-striped warrior, they were enough to kill all 3 witches of the Sazaka tribe. But why did this witch from the Sazaka tribe, whom he had met once, seem so proud? You couldn't figure it out, and was just about to ask everyone to get off the owl to kill Wuya and the others, but suddenly he felt a palpitation in his heart. Then, he suddenly heard Wuya shout, Han, cold? What do you mean? Are they afraid of the cold now? Soon, Ya and the others knew what Han meant. The ground suddenly exploded with a loud bang, and a bloody mouth with a diameter of 3 meters suddenly rushed out from the exploded ground and bit the owl. The owls first stood up and it tried to dodge, but it was entangled in the snow and couldn't get away at all. Then, the bloodthirsty worm bit the owl's chest directly and pulled it underground. The 6 people, including Ya who were on the owl, jumped away immediately. Seeing the proud Wuya and the others, he immediately rushed over with bloodshot eyes. Even if we lose the owl, we won't lose anything as long as we kill the witch of the Sazaka tribe. Unfortunately, he was stopped by Shui just as he rushed towards Wuya and the others. Shui didn't say anything and swung her axe at Ya and another orange-striped warrior who were in the front. He was shocked and quickly responded with a big knife in his hand. Unfortunately, the iron of the Sazaka tribe was originally better, and it was also engraved with the hard stone barbarian pattern. With one contact, Ya's big knife was cut off. The power of the giant axe remained undiminished as it slashed across the chest of Ya and the orange-striped warrior. Startled, Ya suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and then his vision began to shift. Shui chopped them into 2 with one axe. Chapter 1:27 Victory. Ya, as the hunting captain of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, was the strongest among these people, but he was killed instantly by Shui, not to mention the remaining 4 people. Although they attacked together and stabbed Xue, the defense of Xue's armor prevented them from even leaving a mark on her. Then, Xue took them away one by one with his axe. After dealing with the 6 people who rushed over, Xue turned to look at Wuya with excitement. Go and help them, Wuya said. Xue nodded and then rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he jumped to where Thorn was being chased by the green ox. When the blue ox saw that someone dared to come and join the battle, it mooed and went straight to the top of the snow. Xue was not a pushover either. He dodged sideways and then chopped off the green ox's neck with an axe. Unfortunately, although the blue ox is a little clumsy compared to ferocious beasts, it is still very fast compared to humans, and the snow cannot hit it at all. Thor, go ahead and fight it head-on. After Xue Pai was deflected, he immediately turned around and looked at Thor. After returning to the tribe, she had already pestered Wuya and asked Wuya to sign a contract with them. Encouraged by Xue, Cig also growled and then rushed towards Qingyo. The green ox was worried that it couldn't attack the thorn, but when it saw the thorn dare to rush towards it, it immediately growled and charged towards the thorn. Xue dodged to the side, looking for an opportunity to attack. The blue ox and the thorn collided with each other, and the thorn was knocked dizzy and fell to the side. The blue ox was also pushed to a halt for a moment, and Xue seized the opportunity, rushed over, and kicked the blue ox in the stomach, directly kicking the blue ox several meters away and rolling several times. Xue twisted her foot and felt the softness of the shoes, feeling very satisfied. With the shoes, attacking the beast was much more comfortable. But the green bull was unlucky. It was kicked by Xue to the side of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex was annoyed by being besieged by 2 green bulls. Suddenly, there was a green bull, and it was so angry that it kicked the green bull in the stomach again. The poor blue ox was kicked by the Tyrannosaurus Rex before it could even stand up and rolled to the other side, next to Yin, who was fighting with the totem warriors of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. After seeing this, Yin directly withstood the hacking of the 2 orange-striped warriors and swung his axe at the neck of the green bull. Although the blue ox was a wild beast, the skin on its neck was not as defensive as the skin on its back. Yin Yi's axe chopped a wound more than 1 meter long and half a meter deep on it, and it was obvious that it was dead. When Yin saw that he had succeeded, he immediately dodged away. The dying struggle of a wild beast is devastating. The green bull howled and struggled on the ground, then ran around everywhere. At this time, it could no longer distinguish between friend and foe and was attacking everywhere. 3 or 4 totem warriors from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe have been killed by it, and several from the Siska tribe have also been knocked away by it. Fortunately, they were protected by their battle suits and only suffered some internal injuries. When Wuya saw this, he immediately shouted, "Kill it! Don't let it run away." As he was speaking, the green bull actually ran towards them. Fuck! Before Wuya could say anything, Yanwu next to him started complaining first. When Xue saw this, she hurried over here. When the green bull was only 10 meters away from Wuya and the others, Xue caught up with it and kicked it in the butt. Then the green bull that was kicked suddenly somersaulted and rolled towards Wuya and the others. Fuck! They're trying to murder Wuya. Wuya shouted, but he was quick enough to hug him and ran to the side. Yanwu also shouted fuck and was hugged by Lin and ran to the side. Only Han was surprised, but when the green bull rolled over, the ground suddenly exploded and bloodthirsty worms rushed out and knocked the green bull away, falling to the side without hurting Han. Wuya looked at Xue and pulled out an arrow and shot it at Xue. Watch out! Xue was hit by an arrow and took a step back. She nodded awkwardly, then quickly turned around and went to help the Tyrannosaurus Rex with her giant axe. Wuya let out a breath. He had to improve his defense, otherwise he would be killed by these totem warriors one day. Xue rushed over to the Tyrannosaurus Rex and kicked a blue bull that was obstructing the Tyrannosaurus Rex away. She seemed to particularly enjoy kicking, and the iron axe in her hand was just a decoration. With only 1 blue bull, it would be much easier for the Tyrannosaurus Rex to deal with it. It directly knocked over the green bull that was charging towards it, then stepped on the green bull's belly, bit the green bull's throat, and began to suck blood. The blue bull that was kicked away by Xue rolled a few times, stood up and shook its head. After waking up, it rushed directly towards a group of white-striped warriors closest to it. Wuya immediately shot an arrow at the blue ox's eyes. When it closed its eyes, he shouted to Yi and Lin, "See? Shoot its eyes when it closes its eyes." Yi and Lin nodded, and then one of them shot first. When Qingyo closed his eyes to avoid the arrow, the other one shot. The blue ox opened its eyes, and the arrow behind it went straight into its eyes. The huge pain made Qingyo give up, attacking the warriors with white stripes, and rush towards Wuya and the others. Han. Wuya chutait d'autant. Han nodded, and then, when the green bull was more than 20 meters away from them, the bloodthirsty worm suddenly rushed out, bit the green bull's head, and rushed underground. Unfortunately, because the blue ox was too big, only its head was taken underground by the bloodthirsty worms. But the green ox was doomed to fail. After struggling for a few times, its body fell down, and its head had been bitten off by the bloodthirsty worms. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sigh that catching this bloodthirsty worm really improved the strength of the tribe by several levels. Now, as long as there are no evil beasts or large groups of ferocious beasts attacking, the tribe basically does not have to fear the enemy. We looked at the battlefield and saw the 4 blue bulls and dozens of totem warriors of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Soon, the blue bull bitten by the Tyrannosaurus Rex gave up struggling, and its body slowly went limp. When the number of totem warriors who were hindering it decreased, the powerful monkey chopped off half of the blue ox's neck with one axe. After struggling for a few times, the blue ox also died. The Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Hercules monkey who had escaped immediately joined other battles. However, it only took a few minutes for the last blue bull to fall, and the totem warriors of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe had all died. We looked at the battlefield and shook his head. He had no idea what evil this Howling Moon Wolf had done. He hadn't even figured out the strength of his tribe, yet it rushed here to die. However, now that the Sizaka tribe is equipped with all kinds of equipment, even if the entire Howling Moon Wolf tribe attacks, what is the probability of them winning? Wu. After Yun arranged for Rang Rang to clean up the battlefield, he came to report to Wu. What should we do next? Should we attack the Howling Moon Wolf tribe? Chapter 128 Ignition. Attack the Howling Moon Wolf tribe? Wu nodded and said, let's clean up the battlefield. We're going to the Howling Moon Wolf tribe to seek justice. There is no grudge between the Xiaoyet Songlong tribe and Wuya, but their tribe has hindered the development of the Sizaka tribe. Wuya originally didn't want to engage in war, but before he could think of a solution, the people from the Xiaoyet Songlong tribe rushed forward to offer their lives, and he could only go with the flow. Now that he can no longer be good, Wuya can only be a bad person. After Yun and the others finished clearing the battlefield, Wuya said, all warriors with iron axe weapons, get on the backs of the war beasts. We're going to Howling Moon Wolf to demand an explanation. Then he turned to look at the Flame Wizard and said, Flame Wizard, cast a spirit-boosting spell on the warriors, and then take the remaining white-striped warriors to stay behind in the tribe. Ah, but want to go too, said Yenwu. Wuya shook his head. The tribe has built a road, and the bloody smell from the recent battle will attract many ferocious beasts. The tribe needs someone to stay behind to guard it. You don't have any war beasts, so you're perfect. Yenwu was immediately discouraged. Then be careful. I will wait for you in the tribe. After he finished speaking, he immediately cast a cheering spell on everyone. Suddenly, everyone's physical strength and spirits recovered. Wuya jumped onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Let's go. The sun has just set. If we hurry, we can reach the Howling Moon Wolf tribe before dawn. The other totem warriors also climbed onto the backs of the giant armored rhinoceros and thorn. With more than 30 people, the 3 ferocious beasts can be completely defeated. Although there are fewer people, there should not be many people in the Howling Moon Wolf tribe now. Everyone in the Shizuku tribe is well-equipped and can definitely win. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared at the sky and then began to rush towards the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. After running for about 2 hours, Wuya and the others reached the end of the road. After entering the forest, their speed slowed down a lot. They have a total of 5 wild beasts, so they don't have to worry about any ferocious beast daring to attack them. After another hour or so, Wuya and his companions arrived near the Red Mountain. Due to the war with the Sizaka tribe, no one from the Xiaoyet Songlong tribe is left here. However, when Wuya approached here, he felt uneasy again. Moreover, this time he felt much more intense than during the day. It is now midnight. Although there is a bright moon in the sky, the dense treetops block all the moonlight, so the forest is very dark. Wuya stretched out his hand and took a look, but could only vaguely see his fingers. It was really too dark. Wuya's eyesight was very good now, but he still couldn't see anything in the forest. He used his spiritual sense to scan the area within a kilometer and found nothing unusual. Could it be that there was some danger to the Howling Moon Wolf tribe? Wuya thought about withdrawing his consciousness. If Wuya continues to use his spiritual sense, he will feel dizzy and can only take a break before using it again. Wuya looked at Yun He and said, "What's so special about the Howling Moon Wolf tribe?" Yun and Chi exchanged a glance, and Chi replied, "The only thing that's special is the weapons they use, which are made of iron. But their iron isn't as good as ours, so there's nothing else special about it." Wuya continued to ask, "What about your strength?" "The Howling Moon Wolf tribe has 1 yellow-striped warrior and 10 wild beasts. The others are nothing special," he replied. "No," Wuya continued. "There won't be any evil beasts in the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, right?" Chi and Yin shook their heads. They had been there several times, but had never seen any ferocious beasts in the Howling Moon Wolf tribe that were above the level of wild beasts. Then why was he so uneasy? Wuya was puzzled. "Wu, there is a ferocious beast." Wuya was thinking when Han suddenly said. Wuya looked at Han. "Where is it?" Han pointed in the direction of Hongshan. "Over there." Guja Fronith. Could it be that the alligator snapping turtle is coming from the direction of Hongshan again? So he also used his spiritual sense to check in that direction, and found that there was a huge monster staggering towards him. After seeing the ferocious beast, Wu Ya's eyes lit up. It was a giant mammoth, and a wild beast at that. Unexpectedly, I gained so much on the way to the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. The giant mammoth is a ferocious beast with strong combat power. No wonder Wu Ya and his men are not afraid of the aura of 4 wild beasts. Wu Ya immediately said, "Yi, get a torch and let's go capture that giant mammoth." Yi nodded, and immediately went to cut some branches and made a few torches with them. After lighting the torch, Wu Yu was finally able to see the surroundings clearly. He then waved his hand in the direction of Hongshan and said, "Let's go and catch the giant mammoth." On the top of Red Mountain, there are 3 giant bears and a giant mammoth, but these 4 beasts are standing there quietly and not fighting. The reason is that they have a master, and their master is standing not far in front of them. Dao of the giant bear tribe and 20 totems of the giant bear tribe were standing on a huge rock, observing the situation below. They are worthy of being from the giant bear tribe. Each of them is about 1.9 meters tall, with thick limbs, blasting muscles, and full of explosive power. Yang, who had clashed with Wu Ya and the others before, was also there. He came to Dao's side and asked, "Dao, is this really okay?" Dao glanced at Yang and said, "Yang, do you know why you can't break through the yellow-striped warrior after so many attempts?" "Why?" Yang looked at Dao in confusion. He had tried to break through the yellow-striped warrior several times, but failed. Now listening to the experience of the yellow-striped warrior may be helpful to him. Dao looked at Yang. "Because you have no wisdom." Yang looked at Dao speechlessly. "If you have wisdom, why aren't you a witch?" Dao, however, didn't even look at Yang, but pointed at the giant mammoths wandering below and said, "Whatever tribe ya and the others attack, they'll definitely be very inflated when they come back. Seeing such a rare beast as the giant mammoth, they will definitely want to catch it. Even if they can't catch it, they will still want to kill it. Just think about it. How much meat a giant mammoth can have." Yang's disdainful look slowly turned into one of admiration. No wonder Wu valued the knife so much. It turned out he was so wise. As expected, anyone who can become a yellow-striped warrior is not simple. Dao and the others were talking here when they suddenly saw the light of fire coming from below. In this dark forest, it seemed particularly dazzling. "They are coming," Dao said. Yang looked at the fire below and asked doubtfully, "But I've seen this guy named you before. He wouldn't light a fire at a time like this." Dao was also deeply confused. Totem warriors could see things at night. Even if they couldn't see clearly, there was no problem in moving. Why did they light the fire? At the foot of the mountain, Wu Ya and his men were slowly approaching the giant mammoth. They have 5 wild beasts, and the giant mammoth is already in their hands. Chapter 129 Recognition. "No, they're not from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe," Dao shouted. "Quick, go down and see which tribe they are from." After saying that, Dao leaped back and landed on the head of the giant mammoth. The others also immediately ran back and jumped onto the backs of the giant mammoth or giant bear. Then the 4 ferocious beasts rushed down the mountain in a hurry, causing a huge commotion. Wu Ya and the others came to the giant mammoth and were about to take action when they heard some movement on the mountain. After using his spiritual sense to investigate, Wu Ya frowned and said, "Someone is coming. Don't do anything yet." Soon, Dao and his men arrived above Wu Ya and his men. Dao jumped onto the head of the giant mammoth that Wu Ya and his men were targeting. It was his war beast. Seeing Wu Ya and his men's attire in the firelight, Dao immediately recalled which tribe had such attire. Unfortunately, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out which tribe it was. Which tribe are you from, and what are you doing here? Dao asked directly. Although their numbers are a little smaller, they have powerful beasts such as giant bears and giant mammoths, and their momentum is intimidating. In the light of the fire, Wu Yi saw the totem on the other person's chest and said, "We are from the fire dragon tribe. We passed by here and saw the giant mammoth, so we wanted to come and take a look. But it looks like it's your tribe's war beast, so we won't bother it." Then he turned and shouted to the tribesmen, "Let's go." Fire dragon tribe? Dao looked at Wu Yi and the others, thinking quickly. He had no idea what kind of ferocious beast the fire dragon was. Moreover, there is no fire dragon tribe nearby. Dao chuckled. You should tell me which tribe you are from. I've been around here for so many years, but I've never heard of any fire dragon tribe. Yang, who was on the back of the giant bear next to him, heard Wu Yi's voice and felt a little familiar. Then he looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, where Wu Yi was. Wasn't that the firebird tribe that had conflicts with them? Yang looked carefully and finally saw Shui and Han hiding behind Fei and Yi. So he chuckled and said, "Fire dragon tribe. I think you are the blazing firebird tribe. Cursed child, there's no need to hide. We've all seen you." Dao turned to look at Xiangyang. "What's going on?" Yang Hadao talked about his last conflict with Wu Yi and the others, and the fact that Shui and Han had joined the firebird tribe. After listening to this, Dao looked at Wu Yi and the others sarcastically. The blazing bird tribe? Not bad. In fact, he was very confused. When did the witch of the firebird tribe change? And when did the tribe suddenly become so strong? It has always been the giant bear tribe that bullies other tribes. How dare your little firebird tribe bully the totem warriors of the giant bear tribe? Wu Yi looked at Dao and Yang. When he saw Yang, he knew that things were going to be difficult. But the giant bear tribe is quite far away from here. Why would they come here for no reason? Moreover, they released the giant mammoth as bait and used this thing to test people. Who can withstand such a test? So, why are you from the giant bear tribe coming here? Wu Yi asked. Dao looked at Wu Yi and said, "Fiery bird Wu, do you want to get some information out of me?" "Oh, that's quite clever." Wu Yi smiled and said no. "What is that?" Dao asked. "I'm just asking. The giant bear tribe is quite far from here. You guys came here late at night, instead of staying in the tribe. I'm afraid there must be ghosts." Wu Yi said. Dao looked at Wu Yi in confusion. "What is a ghost?" Wu Yi said speechlessly, "Don't worry about this. Tell me why you are here. I promise not to tell anyone." Yang chuckled. "You can't tell anyone. From what I heard, they were about to take action. We're not close to here, but blazing bird Wu, what are you doing here so late at night?" Dao looked at Wu Yi with contempt. "If I remember correctly, your blazing bird tribe is not in that direction. You, a witch, are running away with the tribe's totem warriors. Isn't that even more abnormal than our tribe?" Good guy. He even got the upper hand. Wu Yi was about to speak when he was interrupted by the knife again. "You look familiar to me. I think I saw you in a small tribe before." Dao recalled for a moment and said with sudden realization, "I remember now. Suzaku tribe." Dao looked at Wu Yi and said, "You are the witch of the Suzaku tribe. I didn't expect that after 2 years, the Suzaku tribe already has a witch." There was frequent communication between tribes. Dao had been to the Suzaku tribe and had seen Wu Yi. After hearing this, Yang suddenly realized and said, "I said to you, a tribe of dead fish and rotten shrimp. How dare you come to provoke our giant bear tribe? So, it's under the name of the blazing bird tribe." Wu Yi smiled and said, "Since you have discovered me, I won't pretend anymore. Yes, I am a witch from the Suzaku tribe." "Very good." Dao nodded. "Knowing what tribe you belong to, it will be convenient for me to capture the people from your tribe after I kill you all. It seems that today will not end peacefully. What Wu Yi is still confused about now is why the giant bear tribe came here. The Suzaku tribe came here to settle accounts with the Xiaoyet Songlong tribe. On the way to the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, they encountered the giant bear tribe. Howling Moon Wolf tribe. Wu Yi suddenly realized that these people from the giant bear tribe were waiting for the people from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe to come back and then kill them. It seems that the giant bear tribe wants to attack the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. After thinking through all this, Wu Yi suddenly felt a headache. If he had known earlier, he would have waited for a while before looking for the Xiaoyet Songlong tribe. No, don't come to the Howling Moon Wolf tribe directly. Just wait for the giant bear tribe to defeat the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. Then they won't have to worry about so many things. Wouldn't it be better to build roads and mine? But the current situation is that Wu Yi and his men encountered the giant bear tribe, who came to ambush the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. It would have been fine if there had been no conflict before, but there was a conflict and Shui and Han are still here. Hey, why are you in a daze? Are you scared? Young Smealed. We made him lose face last time, and now he finally got back at him. Finally, he glanced behind them and said, "You two cursed children, don't hide. We have seen you all." Dao echoed from the side. "Cursed son, we've been searching for you for so long and couldn't find you. I didn't expect you to be hiding in the Sizaka tribe. Perfect, we'll get rid of you today." Then he did not forget to say to Wuya, "Sizaka Wu, what are you thinking? Bringing the two cursed children back to the tribe. Now, I'm going to destroy your tribe." Han and Shue's faces were pale, and it was obvious that Dao's words had dealt a great blow to them. Finally, a tribe took them in, and they lived happily in the Sizaka tribe. But unexpectedly, their curse came true. The Sizaka tribe will perish because of them. Chapter 130 Release. Don't worry about what I think. Wuya pulled Yi and Fei apart, letting Shue and Han face the people from the giant bear tribe. They are from my Sizaka tribe, and my Sizaka tribe will not perish because of them. Ha! Yang laughed. You're just being stubborn. You witches are really bad. You just say all kinds of things. Wuya looked at Xiang Yang and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, is Giant Bear Wu such a person? After hearing Wuya's words, the people of the Giant Bear tribe looked at Xiang Yang with some displeasure in their eyes. You can just talk to Zhuke Wu in a nice way. Why are you firing such nonsense? Yang couldn't help but get angry and say, "You are such a bad witch. You just want to sow discord between us." Wuya was too lazy to talk to Yang. He turned his head to look at Han Heshue, who looked pale and absent-minded. Rumors can be deadly. Wuya thought of Shue's sunny disposition and Han's gentle and refined demeanor, and a pang of sadness welled up in his heart. Two such wonderful girls, yet, because of a fabricated curse, they were constantly being looked down upon. Even though he has been expelled from the Giant Bear tribe, he will still lose his balance mentally because of a curse from someone else. Wuya placed his hands on their shoulders and forced a smile. Don't listen to them. I will break your curse right now. As he said this, he grabbed Han's wizard wand and began to chant a spell, casting a spell on the two of them. Shue and Han, one a yellow-striped warrior and the other a witch, both commanded war beasts. Wuya needed their strength at this time and had to boost their morale. After performing the blessing spell, the witch asked, "How does it feel?" Shue and Han looked at each other. They didn't feel anything at all. Han asked, "Wu, is the curse really lifted?" Wuya nodded, "Of course. Do you feel that your body is no longer restricted and you feel refreshed?" Shue and Han felt it and found that it was indeed as Wuya said. Wuya continued, "Because the curse has been lifted, the restrictions on your body have been removed, so you feel this way." Shue felt it again and found that it was indeed as Wuya said. Then the paleness on her face disappeared and she returned to her normal state. He suddenly burst into laughter. Our curse is lifted." The word curse is a burden they have been carrying, making them feel suffocated. Now that the curse is gone, they no longer have to worry about killing the tribe. "Han, our curse is lifted," Shue said, holding Han's hand, unable to contain her joy. Han also nodded. "Yes, our curse has been lifted." If Yanwu were present, he would definitely despise Wuya. How could the magic performed by Wuya be a magic that could remove a curse? It was clearly a blessing magic that could be learned by the witches in the tribe's tradition. But it must be said that Shue and Han have now regained their confidence, which is very beneficial for the upcoming battle. Dao and Yang looked at each other in confusion. They exchanged glances, and then Dao's tone was a little low. If a curse is so easy to break, is it still a curse? Today I will show you how the cursed child destroyed your tribe. The most important thing is to ambush the Howling Moon Wolf tribe and kill the cursed child. The knife man waved his sword. Go. The two giant mammoths roared and charged towards the Sizaka tribe, followed closely by 3 giant bears. Good fellow, so impatient, Wuya immediately shouted, "Scatter!" The fighting power of the giant mammoths is very strong, and being hit by them is no joke. After the war beasts dispersed, Wuya immediately shouted, "Use strong vines to tie yourself and the war beast together, leaving some rope." Among the war beasts of the Sizaka tribe, except for the Tyrannosaurus Rex that can fight against the giant bear, no other war beast can be a match for the giant mammoth in a head-on battle. Therefore, the cooperation of totem warriors is necessary to defeat the war beasts of the giant bear tribe. Wuya took a look and immediately asked Yin to go to the giant armored rhinoceros, while Yi and Yu went to the back of the thorn. They all have experience fighting on the backs of war beasts, allowing them to guide others in battle. Yi and Lin shot arrows at the eyes of the giant mammoth that was charging towards them, but it easily opened the eyes with its nose. The giant mammoth's eyes are not big, so even if the arrow breaks through the defense of its nose, it will be opened by the giant mammoth's 2 ears as big as door panels. We all looked at the giant mammoth and turned to look at Han. Han, take the bloodthirsty worms to help Yun. Remember how the bloodthirsty worms sneak attack the giant mammoth's hind legs. Take a bite and run away. Don't fight too long. Got it. After seeing Han nod, we immediately asked Chi to take Han to swing over a vine and go to the giant armored rhinoceros. Now here is Tyrannosaurus Rex, and they're also flying clouds, forests, snow, and earth. After arranging Han, we looked at Shue, who was already eager to try. Shue, do you dare to sneak attack the giant mammoth? Shue looked at Wuya, then at the giant mammoth and nodded. I dare. Okay, Wuya said, although the giant mammoth is powerful, it is not invincible. Go behind it and attack its hind legs. Snow nodded, then jumped off the T-Rex with her giant axe. We all looked at the giant mammoth and couldn't help but sigh. If only there were still spores. Chasing Wuya and the others were Dao and 2 orange-striped warriors. Dao saw Shue jump off the Tyrannosaurus Rex from the giant mammoth's head and immediately turned around and said to the 2 orange-striped warriors, hold them. After saying that, Dao jumped directly off the giant mammoth. Shue approached the giant mammoth's hind legs from the side. Just as he was about to chop it with his giant axe, he suddenly felt a strong wind. She dodged immediately, and a bone knife, almost as big as her, flew past her neck. Dao was also stunned when he saw that the chop was crooked. Then he looked at Shue. Yellow-striped warrior? Haha, very good. Then he attacked Shue again. Shue still remembered the task assigned by Wuya. Haha, your sister. After shouting a curse word that Wuya often used, Shue didn't do anything to defend himself and just chopped at Dao with the giant axe. Dao was still wondering what Shue meant by calling her sister. When he saw that Shue didn't defend herself at all and wanted to exchange injuries with him, he couldn't help but laugh. The breath of snow had only just entered the yellow-striped warrior. If he wanted to exchange injuries with someone who had been a yellow-striped warrior for several years, he would be a fool. The knife simply didn't defend itself, but simply increased the force of its strike towards the snow. Shue saw Dao's movements, and she relaxed a lot. She had just entered the yellow-striped warrior realm, and her strength and speed were not as strong as Dao's. But she has one thing that is several times stronger than a sword, and that is defense. Boom! Collapse! The 2 men swung at each other, and Shue was hit directly on the shoulder by the knife, falling to his knees on the ground. There was a wound on Dao's chest, at least half a meter long, from his shoulder to his stomach. Chapter 131 Blackfoot. Shue smiled and stood up, looking at Dao. Dao's eyes were filled with shock. Shue's strength was obviously not as strong as his, but when he chopped her with his sword, Shue was not hurt at all. As for him, if he hadn't noticed something was wrong and dodged back, his left hand would have been chopped off. Dao raised the bone knife with a ferocious look on his face and was about to chop toward Shue. Unfortunately, Shue rolled backwards and dodged it. Then Shue stepped on the giant tree and flew towards the knife with a breath. Dao was shocked and quickly stepped back. But Shue chuckled, tapped the ground with her giant axe, and flew towards the knife at an increased speed. Dao saw this and immediately chopped it down with his sword. This knife struck directly at Shue's feet. Unfortunately, Shue was unharmed due to the protection of the thick earth technique released by the thick earth barbarian pattern. After the snow fell to the ground, he turned around and swung an axe. He chopped a tooth out of the bone blade of the knife and at the same time knocked the knife away. Shue looked at the giant mammoth and saw that it had already run a long way away. Worried about Wuya and the other situation, Shue ignored Dao and hurriedly chased after the giant mammoth. The knife flew out, turned a few times, and then stood up. He looked at the gap on the bone knife with shock in his eyes. This is a bone knife made of wild beast bones, but I didn't expect that a hole could be cut into it so easily. The weapons of the Sizaka tribe are strange. Although he was shocked, Dao immediately chased after the giant mammoth. He just didn't believe that he would lose with the giant mammoth. When Wuya saw Dao also jump off the giant mammoth, he felt something was wrong. Even if Shue is protected by the armor and can beat the sword, they are in trouble. The Tyrannosaurus Rex cannot beat the giant mammoth. At this time, Wuya could only use his brain again. He thought about setting a trap, but unfortunately, although the giant mammoth could not catch up with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was still closely following behind, giving Wuya and the others no time to set a trap. Wuya couldn't think of any other shortcomings of the ferocious beast, the giant mammoth. except that it was not flexible enough. E and Lin's arrows were almost all used up, but they still hadn't hurt the giant mammoth at all. However, after observing the giant mammoth for a while, Weah finally came up with a solution. The body of Tyrannosaurus Rex was more than 3 meters wide, while the body of the woolly mammoth was at least 4 or 5 meters wide. With such a large width, Weah can make good use of it. He hurriedly released his spiritual sense and searched for a suitable place nearby. When his head was feeling a little dizzy, he finally found a decent place a few hundred meters to the right. So he immediately pulled the trigger. Fly, let the Tyrannosaurus Rex run over there. Faye nodded, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately ran over there. Just a few tens of seconds later, the Tyrannosaurus Rex arrived at the place chosen by Weah. There are 2 giant trees growing side by side here, with a distance of only a little over 3 meters between them. Weah immediately pointed to the gap and said, "Let the Tyrannosaurus Rex run from there." After receiving the order, the Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately ran there. Soon, the Tyrannosaurus Rex passed through the gap between the giant trees. After the giant mammoth chased after it, it chose to take a detour without even looking at it. It was a ferocious beast, but it wasn't stupid. Knowing it couldn't get through, the giant mammoth wouldn't foolishly get stuck in the gap. When Weah saw this, he was so embarrassed that he almost tore the soles of his shoes with his toes. He always looked down on the IQ of people in this world, and now the giant mammoth slapped Weah hard in the face with actual actions. If the giant mammoth could speak, he would definitely laugh at Weah. "Hey, you are stupid. I won't fall into the trap you set." However, although it only circled a few meters, it still wasted almost a second, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex took this opportunity to increase the distance a little. Seeing that the plan was not going as planned, Weah had no choice but to think of other ways. Now, they only have a few orange-striped warriors and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but they can't defeat the giant mammoth. Not knowing what the situation was over there with the snow, Weah glanced at the giant mammoth, then asked the Tyrannosaurus Rex to take a detour and run back. On the road, Weah suddenly saw a black shadow jumping out. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Shwe. Shwe's expression was excited, and she was obviously very happy. Weah saw how happy she was, so he asked, "What did you do? You look so happy." Shwe's excitement remained undimmed. "I defeated Dao." She gestured, "Hey, I could have wound this long on him." Dao had already become a yellow-striped warrior as early as the year Shwe was driven out of the tribe. He was very powerful and was of course happy that Shwe could defeat him. It turns out that the yellow-striped station was called Dao. Weah nodded and said, "What about Dao? Did you kill him?" Shwe shook her head. "No, after I injured him, I was afraid that something might happen to you, so I rushed over." Guijafronith. Shwe meant that Dao was still alive, and now they were rushing towards Dao. Just as he thought of this, Weah suddenly saw a black shadow appear in front of him again. When Weah saw it clearly, it was a dark, callous foot. The foot was in Weah's sight and was getting bigger and bigger. When Weah discovered something was wrong, it was already too late. The foot kicked Weah directly in the face, and Weah flew backwards. Just as Faye and the others reacted, Weah had disappeared and another person had taken his place. Wu, Faye, Lin, and E hurriedly jumped towards Weah. Shwe was surprised, then fell to the side and kicked Dao in the neck as he was about to stand up. Before Dao could do anything, he was kicked by Shwe and flew towards the giant mammoth behind him. The kick made Weah's head buzz. He bit his tongue and finally woke himself up a little. Fortunately, he tied a strong vine, and now it was hanging on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, swinging and hitting its legs continuously. If he hadn't tied up the strong vine, Weah might have fallen off the Tyrannosaurus Rex and been trampled under the feet of the giant mammoth, turning into a meat patty. After shaking his head hard, Weah finally woke up. He remembered that when he was dizzy, 3 dark shadows fell beside him, but he dodged them all with his quick reaction. At the same time, he kicked the biggest one of them. Weah turned his head to look behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex and saw that Faye, E, and Lin were being dragged on the ground by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, rolling from time to time. In order to facilitate the fight, they tied the vines longer, but because the Tyrannosaurus Rex was so fast, it was difficult for them to keep their bodies steady. After Shwe kicked the knife away, she was about to jump down to save Weah, but Tu, who had reacted quickly, suddenly grabbed a strong vine and pulled it upwards, and Weah flew up. Then, Tu used the same method to pull Faye and the others up. Seeing Weah being pulled up, Shwe's eyes widened. "Wu, You can actually catch up with the Tyrannosaurus Rex and climb up after being kicked by a knife. Chapter 132. What's wrong? Wuya was angry because Zuamadaha had caused him to be framed. When he heard Shui say this, he laughed out of anger. Why bother with these primitive people? They have no brains anyway. Tie some strong vines and start dealing with the giant mammoth. Wuya shook his head and said to Shui. Shui nodded and began to tie the vines around herself. At this time, Fei said to Wuya in a wrong tone, Wu, I didn't expect your body to be so weak. It hurts so much when you kick someone. Wuya looked at Fei and saw that he was covering his nose. He just remembered that when he was semi-conscious, he kicked someone, and it turned out to be Fei. Wuya coughed dryly. Ahem, that's a stress reaction. Are you okay? Fei took his hand away and said with a smile, It's okay, just a small problem. Wuya, can't these primitive people give themselves a little peace of mind? Whoa, I've tied it up. What should we do? At this time, Shui tied up the strong vine and shouted to Wuya. Wuya nodded and said to Fei, Fei, tell the Tyrannosaurus to turn around and we will fight them. Since strategies are useless, we can only fight head-on. After receiving the order, the Tyrannosaurus Rex stopped suddenly and then turned around. Wuya was not paying attention and was almost thrown off by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fortunately, he was caught by them and did not fall again. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stopped, and the mammoth also stopped. The atmosphere suddenly fell to freezing point. After being chased for so long, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was already feeling very frustrated. We are all wild beasts. Why can you chase me for so long? The extremely angry Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its mouth and roared at the giant mammoth. Ong. The giant mammoth is not to be outdone. Moo. Then, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the ground and jumped onto the head of the giant mammoth. The other two orange-striped warriors on the giant mammoth had long been shot to death by Yi and Lin with arrows, and now only Dao was left. Dao was stunned when he saw that all the people on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex were still there. He could understand other people, but it was outrageous that Wuya, a wizard, was still alive after being kicked by him. Suzaka tribe, you truly amazed me, Dao said in a deep voice. Can you tell me why your defense is so high? Wuya smiled. I want to know. He glanced at the knife and said, I won't tell you. Humph. If you don't tell me, then I'll have to catch you and ask you slowly. Wuya snorted softly. Do you, the giant bear tribe, really like to talk so much? The villain dies because he talks too much, Wuya said in his heart. Dao smiled. Okay, then no more talking, come on. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant mammoth rushed over. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was not to be outdone and rushed straight towards it. When the two beasts collided, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's iron head was no match for the giant mammoth's huge fangs, and it was pushed back step by step. Sure enough, as a fellow wild beast, the Tyrannosaurus Rex really had no choice but to run. Go! We remained calm and ordered everyone to attack. Shui went to find Dao, while Fei, Lin, and Tu took their giant axes and went to help the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fei jumped up directly, holding the axe in both hands, and chopped at the head of the giant mammoth. Unfortunately, the giant mammoth casually flicked his nose and knocked him away, falling to the ground. He grabbed the vine that tied Fei, and Fei immediately flew onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The giant mammoth's nose was very flexible, so if the three of them attacked head-on together, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Even if one was lucky enough to hit the giant mammoth's nose with the giant axe, it was too soft to cause any wound. The one who still has the advantage on the scene is Shui. She had attacked Dao several times, already damaging him. Furthermore, she didn't have to defend herself at all, so the fight was extremely frustrating and she was beaten back step by step. It was only a matter of time before she could kill them. Zai was pulled onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex again. Just when he was about to rush over to chop the giant mammoth, he was stopped by Wuya. Wuya asked Fei to untie the vines and said to Fei, carefully go around the back of the giant mammoth and chop its legs. Since he couldn't win in a head-on fight, Wuya decided to use a trick. Fei nodded, untied the vines, and flew towards the giant mammoth again. After being blown away by the giant mammoth's ear, Fei sneaked behind the giant mammoth. Then, the power of the totem was activated, and he exerted his greatest strength to chop at the giant mammoth's legs, which were 2 meters thick and like pillars. The giant mammoth had a very high defense, and the flying axe could only cut a hole on it that was 1/2 meter long and 10 centimeters deep. This small wound was nothing to the giant mammoth. The fatal thing was that it was distracted and kicked the flying creature away without reacting. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex seized the opportunity and pushed it back. The giant mammoth was shocked and immediately pushed hard against the Tyrannosaurus Rex again. Faye, who was kicked away by the giant mammoth, got up from the ground. After finding that he was fine, he immediately picked up the giant axe again and chopped at the wound of the giant mammoth. This time, without the protection of fur, Faye was directly slashed and left a wound half a meter deep. The giant mammoth felt pain and its body softened and was pushed back again by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Faye was kicked away again. He quickly got up and ran over to pull out the giant axe that was stuck in the giant mammoth's leg. This time, the stimulating pain made the giant mammoth give up fighting the Tyrannosaurus Rex and turn around to fly forward. The Tyrannosaurus Rex seized the opportunity and bit the giant mammoth's neck as the mammoth just turned its head, biting it with all its strength. Finally, the situation was resolved, and Wuya shouted, "Quick, chop its neck!" Dao, who was chopped off by Shui Yi's axe, was also shocked when he saw this situation. When he heard Wu shout, his eyes suddenly became cold. Then he kicked the trunk of a giant tree, leaving a very deep footprint, and flew towards Wuya. Shui, who had been chasing Dao, saw this and immediately shouted, "Protect Wu!" At the same time, they hurried over here. He immediately came to Wuya with a huge axe and was ready for battle. Unfortunately, Shui is not as fast as her sword, and Yi is just an orange-striped warrior. His high defense can only make him withstand beatings, but he cannot block the sword at all. The knife rushed over quickly and cut Yi in half with one blow. He himself fell on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, facing Wuya. He placed the huge bone knife on Wuya's neck. "Don't move." The giant mammoth has been killed by Tyrannosaurus Rex and Lin and others. Dao can only use Wuya as the last bargaining chip to deal with the Suzaku tribe. Dao said contemptuously, "Now, you can tell me why your tribe can't be hurt no matter how they attack." After he said that, he felt something was not right. As for what was wrong, he couldn't tell. Chapter 133 Nothing. Wuya looked at the knife as if it were a fool. He said that no matter how he attacked the people of the Suzaku tribe, they would not be hurt, yet he used a knife to threaten others. Wuya's mouth curled up slightly. "You want to know? Speak quickly." The knife was pierced by the snow and had several wounds. His breathing was a little unstable, and he was now at the end of his strength. Wuya smiled and said, "What do you want to know?" Dao's face was gloomy. "I say, hurry up and raise the defense of your tribe so high." Having said that, Dao was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He quickly raised the bone knife and chopped at Wuya's neck. He didn't believe it. He could even injure the evil beast. Could it be that the defense of Zhuke Wu's neck was higher than that of the evil beast? Wuya was also surprised when he felt the strong wind coming from the bone knife. This was even more powerful than the kick. There is no way to avoid it. Wuya is a witch, and Dao is not only a totem warrior, but also a powerful yellow-striped warrior. In terms of speed, Dao is several times faster than Wuya. Wuya turned his hand and switched the staff to try to block it a little. Card. Dao's bone blade directly chopped the witch staff into pieces and continued to chop towards Wuya's neck. "Witch, stop." Yi and the others were too far away and could do nothing. Shui was rushing towards this side quickly, but there was nothing he could do before the knife hit Wuya's neck. At this time, Wuya could only place his hope on Ho-Tu manhwa. Collapse. The bone knife hit Wuya's neck, and the huge impact force directly knocked Wuya away. Faye and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Wuya's head did not fly out. As long as his head is still on his body, Wuyu's lotus seeds can bring him back to life. Shui had just arrived at this time and chopped the knife with an axe. The sword had just run out of power, leaving him no time to resist, and he could only laugh. Although he had lost, the sword that had blocked Suzaku Wu's attack would definitely not survive. Shui's giant axe directly split the knife in half. Then, without even looking, she immediately jumped off the Tyrannosaurus Rex and headed in the direction where Wuya flew out. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find it. Wuya was in a very bad situation at this time. Although the battle suit protected him, the bone knife was too powerful and the impact should have broken Wuya's neck. At this time, Wuya was hanging on to his last breath. If no one came to help him feed the lotus seeds, he would surely die. Faye and the others ran away in a hurry, instead of going into the woods to look for Wuya like Shui did. Instead, he found Wuya on the leg of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Seeing Wuya's appearance, He hurriedly found lotus seeds in Wuya's pocket and fed them to Wuya. Wuya, who was holding on to his breath, finally breathed a sigh of relief and fainted when he felt something enter his mouth. He and the others looked at each other in surprise. They had felt Wuya's breath just now, but after feeding him the lotus seeds, they could not feel anything anymore. Faye hurriedly shouted, "Wu, if Wuya dies, the Sifko tribe, well, seems to be doomed because there are still 2 witches. However, Wuya is the real witch in their hearts." He used his hand to feel Wuya's breath. After feeling that Wuya was still breathing, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wuya is still alive. Wow. As he finished speaking, Wuya suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Fei Lin and Tu looked at E. Which? I'm Fine. Wuya slowly opened his eyes. The black blood was stuck in his neck when it was broken. Now that Lianzi has cured him, he vomited the blood. Fei hugged Wuya excitedly. That's great, Wu, you're okay. Wuya pushed Fei away speechlessly and took a deep breath. Fei just hugged him so tightly that it was difficult for him to breathe. What can happen to me? It's no big deal. Wuya grabbed the vine and climbed onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After twisting his nose, Wuya realized that Shui was gone, so he asked, "Where's Shui?" He pointed to the woods nearby and said, "Well, she went over there to look for you." Wuya was now even more speechless. Just as he was about to call Shui back from the woods, a dark shadow suddenly jumped out from the woods. Wuya was so scared that he quickly jumped behind E, and E and the others also hurried to protect Wuya. "Wu, you're okay." "That's great, Wu, you're okay," Shui said happily. Seeing that the shadow was Shui, Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. "Yeah, I'm fine. Let's go and help Yun and the others." Fane nodded and was about to leave when he remembered that the body of the giant mammoth was still here. So he asked, where's the body of the giant mammoth?" Wuya took a look at the giant mammoth's corpse and said, "Let's dig to see if there is any beast crystal. If not, let's leave first." Faye immediately jumped onto the giant mammoth's head and split it open with a giant axe. He searched around but didn't find any beast crystal. "Let's go." Seeing that there were no beast crystals, Wuya lost interest. On the way to find Yun and the others, Wuya took off his battle suit and checked it. This inspection surprised him. There were 8 thick earth patterns on it, and 5 of them were broken. It can be seen how powerful the knife is. No wonder, after giving Wuya a knife, he had no energy left to deal with the snow. Wuya changed the spirit stone and turned on the switch again, and the battle suit immediately resumed working. After putting on his battle suit, Wuya looked at the others and found that the barbarian patterns on their battle suits had more or less stopped working, so he asked them to change their spirit stones as well. The battle suit can be said to be the most important equipment of the Suzaka tribe at present. After several battles, Wuya increasingly felt the importance of the battle suit. It seems that after returning, I should study the functions of the battle suit more. Thinking of this, Wuya looked at E and the others. When he saw Shui's chest, Wuya's brain became congested, and he quickly turned his head. It's not okay to do this all the time. Wuya thought speechlessly. It seems that in addition to the battle uniforms, we should also study how to make the women of the tribe dress more comfortably. Shui saw Wuya's actions and couldn't help asking, "Wu, what's wrong?" She looked at herself and didn't find anything wrong. Wuya shook his head. It's okay. Hurry up and change your spirit stones and put on your clothes. It's cold outside." Oh, Shui installed the spirit stone and then put on the battle suit. It's already quite hot, but Wu keeps asking everyone to put on more clothes, saying it's cold. This statement of Wu's is really hard to understand. After exchanging the spirit stones, a few minutes later, Wuya and the others heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. Several roars of beasts mixed with human voices rang out one after another, and the quiet night suddenly became lively. After hearing the beasts roar, Wuya immediately stood up, looked ahead, and said, "Prepare for battle." Chapter 134 Abnormal. As they got closer, Wuya and the others finally felt how fierce the battle here was. Another giant mammoth had been killed by Yun and his team. The remaining 3 giant bears climbed directly onto the trees and fought with Yun and his team between the giant trees. The powerful monkey approached the giant bear several times with a giant axe, but was slapped away by the giant bear each time. Thorn wasn't much better off in this situation, as the giant bear kept jumping on him and hitting him on the head. The giant armored rhinoceros and bloodthirsty worms are in a difficult situation. They can't climb trees and can only stare blankly on the ground. After seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex coming, Yun immediately asked Bird to order the Titanosaur to run over. From Yun, we learned what had happened. When the battle started, Yun and his men chose to fight head-on. Although the giant rhinoceros could not defeat the giant mammoth, it attracted the giant mammoth's attention, and the bloodthirsty worms successfully attacked the giant mammoth's hind legs. Although the giant mammoth is powerful, it has no way to deal with the bloodthirsty worms. Killed. When Yang saw that there were bloodthirsty worms in the Shizuka tribe, he was also shocked and quickly ordered everyone to let the giant bear climb the tree. As a result, the battle suddenly came to a stalemate. Wuya looked at the giant bear tribe warriors standing on the giant tree and smiled slightly. Han, bring the arrows over. Elin, kill all the people from the giant bear tribe for me. The orange-striped warriors were unable to defend against the arrows shot by Yi and Lin. After a few shots, half of the people in the giant bear tribe were killed. The rest of the people hid behind the branches or simply hid on the giant bear. Wuya smiled slightly and said, "What's the big deal?" Then he looked at Shui and said, "Shui, I'll leave these people who have been bullying you to you." Shui nodded. "Okay, Wu." After saying that, Shui jumped up, grabbed a vine, and then came to the branch. After aiming at a giant bear, Shui rushed towards it. Then he jumped towards the giant bear. When the giant bear noticed the snow, it was too late. The bear was kicked by the snow and fell under the tree. Wuya saw this and called out to Shui Nai Guan, then shouted Han. Just as he finished speaking, the giant bear was about to get up when the ground next to it suddenly cracked open. A bloodthirsty worm suddenly rushed out and bit the giant bear's shoulder. The giant bear felt pain and slapped the bloodthirsty worm on the head. The bloodthirsty worm quickly retreated and pulled the giant bear down, but unfortunately the giant bear was too big to be pulled into the soil. "Fly, go help the bloodthirsty worms." Fei nodded, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately roared and ran towards the giant bear. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex rushing towards it, the giant bear roared in anxiety, but unfortunately it was bitten by the bloodthirsty worm and could not leave that position at all. The Tyrannosaurus Rex approached the giant bear and bit its neck. The giant bear wanted to pat the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head, but unfortunately the Tyrannosaurus Rex bit its hand. With a snap, the giant bear's arm was bitten off by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The intense pain made the giant bear lose his mind. He suddenly exploded, tore off a piece of flesh from his shoulder, and stood up. Unfortunately, this was the last gasp of its strength. It was knocked over by the Tyrannosaurus Rex's iron head, which then stepped on its chest and bit its neck. On the other side, Shui kicked the giant bear down with one foot, and with the help of that force, he jumped toward the location of the giant bear tribe warriors and landed on the branch where they were. When Yang saw Shui rushing over, his expression darkened. "Son of the curse, you betrayed the tribe and dared to attack us with the Shizuka tribe. Don't call me the son of the curse. Our curse has been lifted by the witch," Shui said as he rushed towards Yang and the others with a huge axe in his hand. Yang and his men only had 5 orange-striped warriors, so they were no match for Shui and were killed by Shui in no time. "Kill them." Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief. These annoying people were finally killed. At this time, the other 2 giant bears suddenly fell down for some unknown reason. Wuya and his men, who had just killed the giant bear, thought it was made of dried snow when they saw the giant bear fall down. Wuya immediately said, "Let's go together and kill the other 2 giant bears." Suddenly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the armored rhinoceros, the Hercules monkey, and the thorn roared and rushed towards the giant bear. As they got closer, Wuya suddenly felt something was wrong. What were these 2 giant bears doing? I saw these 2 giant bears holding their heads and roaring for some reason. Got kicked in the head by the snow. Wuya looked up at the tree and saw that Shui had just killed the last member of the giant bear tribe. Something is wrong. Roar dash, roar. At this moment, 2 beast roars suddenly came. Wuya looked at the giant bears. He didn't know when they had stood up, and their bodies seemed to have become a little bigger. What is going on here? Before Wuya could say anything, the Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed forward with a roar. "What are you roaring about? Let me show you who is the #1 beast in the wild." However, when the Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed to the giant bear and opened its bloody mouth to bite it, the giant bear suddenly slapped it. This speed is much faster than before. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was caught off guard and was hit directly by the giant bear. We only heard a snapping sound, and then he felt a sudden push on his feet, and his body fell to the right. Collapse. The Tyrannosaurus Rex fell to the ground after being hit by the giant bear and rolled several times. After stopping, the Tyrannosaurus Rex stood up and shook its head. The slap just now was quite hard and made it dizzy. Wuya and his men, who tied themselves to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, had an even harder time. Can you imagine what it would feel like to have a huge monster weighing dozens of tons pressing down on you? We had just experienced it. A huge weight pressed down on him, and at that moment Wuya seemed to see the Jade Emperor. No, in this world, it should be said that he saw the barbarian god. Fortunately, it was only a moment, and the battle suit blocked most of the pressure. Otherwise, with Wuya's current physical condition, he would have died. Roar! The giant bear succeeded with a slap and wanted to continue attacking the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but the ground under its feet suddenly exploded and a bloody mouth bit towards its feet. Wuya, who had just recovered a little, saw a scene that surprised him even more. After the giant bear's leg was bitten, it let out a roar and then kicked forward with its bitten foot. The huge bloodthirsty worm was directly brought out by the giant bear's kick. What happened to this giant bear? Did he take a powerful pill? The bloodthirsty worm didn't dare to keep biting the giant bear's leg, so it quickly opened its mouth and shrank underground. When the giant bear saw this, he was furious. He bent down and attacked madly where the bloodthirsty worm had retreated. Taking advantage of this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex finally recovered and then rushed towards the giant bear with a roar. The giant bear was still attacking the ground frantically, and it ignored the Tyrannosaurus Rex rushing towards it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex came over and hit the giant bear, knocking it to the side. Finally gaining the upper hand, the Tyrannosaurus roared triumphantly at the giant bear. Chapter 135 Decision. Unexpectedly, the giant bear rolled a few times and then stood up. We saw that the giant bear's eyes were emitting a faint red light. Obviously, the giant bear must be under a spell now. We looked to the other side and saw that the other giant bear was also extremely brave and was not at all inferior to the three ferocious beasts, the giant armored rhinoceros, the powerful ape, and the thorn. Even the powerful ape had been injured by the giant bear and was now fighting entirely on his own strength. Shue jumped from the branch onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wu, are you okay? Wuya shook his head. What happened to the giant bear? Do you know? I don't know. When we were in the giant bear tribe, we knew very little. Shue replied. Wuya looked at Han on the giant armored rhinoceros, wondering if she knew. Unfortunately, it's too far away and I can't go over to ask. At this time, the giant bear came over, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex was not to be outdone and rushed forward. After a confrontation, the Tyrannosaurus Rex successfully bit one of the giant bear's hands. However, the giant bear acted as if it didn't feel any pain and slapped the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head with its other hand. There was a dull thud, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex croaked, opened its mouth, and dropped its head to the ground. Here we go again. Wuya felt his body tilting, and it was obvious that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to fall again. However, it was only a matter of a moment before the Tyrannosaurus Rex stood up again. Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. If it happened again, he would probably have to meet the barbarian god. Snow, go help the T-Rex. Shue nodded. Okay. After saying that, she jumped up and flew towards the giant bear. Seeing this, Wuya couldn't help but shout, Fool! Sure enough, just as Shue flew in front of the giant bear, she was slapped by the giant bear, which was even faster and flew out at an even faster speed. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also took advantage of this opportunity and suddenly used its iron head to hit the giant bear's chest, knocking it over. Then it immediately rushed forward, stepped on the giant bear's chest, and tried to bite the giant bear's neck. Unfortunately, for some reason, the giant bear was so strong that it pushed the Tyrannosaurus Rex so hard that it almost couldn't stand. Wuya yelled in his heart, Your uncle. Then he said to next to him, Let's go to the tree next to us. It's painful to be on the back of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, so it's better to stay away from it. He quickly cut the strong vines and took Wuya away. The giant bear stood up and was about to attack again when a dark shadow suddenly jumped out from the woods. Shue kicked the giant bear hard in the neck. The giant bear had just stood up when it rolled to the side again. At this moment, the bloodthirsty worm suddenly rushed out and bit the back of the giant bear's neck. The giant bear's arms were too short, and he wanted to reach back, but unfortunately he couldn't hit the bloodthirsty worm. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also rushed over, took a slap from the giant bear, and bit the giant bear's throat. Shue also rushed over with a huge axe and chopped the giant bear's neck several times. After a few seconds, the giant bear finally stopped struggling. On the other side, the giant bear was like a god of war. No matter whether it was the powerful monkey or the thorn, he would slap them away as soon as they approached. When it was hit by the giant armored rhinoceros, it grabbed the giant armored rhinoceros horn and threw it away. Even when fighting against 3 wild beasts, it still had the upper hand. However, after the Tyrannosaurus Rex eliminated another giant bear and joined the battle here, it could not withstand the siege of 5 wild beasts. After letting out an unwilling roar, the giant bear completely lost its breath. After the battle, Wuya came to Han's side and said, "Han, what happened to the giant bear? Do you know?" Han thought for a moment and said, "This should be related to the way the giant bear tribe tamed the giant bears. I heard that after the beast's owner dies, the beast will go berserk and its combat power will become much stronger." We suddenly realized that the giant bear's behavior just now was indeed consistent with the symptoms of frenzy. However, this frenzy comes a little late, and it will only occur after the owner dies. This is like taking someone down with you even when you die. How mean! Faye shouted at this time, "Woo, there's a beast crystal." We looked at Faye, wondering when he had gone to dig for beast crystals. After taking the beast crystal, we asked them to dig for other giant bears and giant mammoths, and as a result, they got another beast crystal. In other words, in this battle, they not only harvested a lot of wild beast meat, but also obtained very precious beast crystals. However, we now has to think about another problem. Does that mean we should continue to attack the Howling Moon Wolf tribe? Now, the Howling Moon Wolf tribe has been targeted by the giant bear tribe, and both tribes have been weakened by the sorcerer tribe, so an attack should be a sure win. But is it necessary? We looked at the situation on the scene. Except for the bloodthirsty worm, the 5 wild beasts were all injured to some extent. The powerful ape was more seriously injured and had basically lost its ability to fight. After careful consideration, we decided to go back. Since the Howling Moon Wolf tribe has been targeted by the giant bear tribe, it should not have the extra energy to cause trouble for the sorcerer tribe. Let them fight. It's good that no one will interfere with the development of the sorcerer tribe. Of course, if those tribes dare to come, we all will welcome them. Now the combat effectiveness of the sorcerer tribe ranks among the top among the surrounding tribes. If the 2 tribes that were injured by the sorcerer tribe dare to come and cause trouble, the sorcerer tribe will definitely completely destroy them. We asked everyone to pack up and immediately walked back to the tribe with the corpses of the 5 wild beasts. After dawn, the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. Xiaoya Kanglang's expression was a little impatient. He looked at Xiaoya and asked, "They haven't come back yet?" Xiao nodded. He didn't come back. He must have been delayed by something. They still believe that they could easily destroy the sorcerer tribe. After all, the sorcerer tribe is known to all tribes. With just that few people, even if the blazing bird tribe is added, they cannot stop the attack of the 7 wild beasts from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. Sayat Sunglong Wu said impatiently. Even if something delayed us, why would it take so long? Xiao thought for a moment and said, maybe they want to bring back ordinary people from the sorcerer tribe. Don't worry, Wu. The people our tribe sent are so strong. There won't be any accidents. I hope so. Xiaoyet Songlong Wu nodded. You go down. I will rest for a while. On the other side, Wu Ya and his companions finally returned to the tribe after a night of travel. All traces of the battle at the entrance of the tribe have been erased, and there is no sign that a battle had ever taken place here. After arranging people to deal with the corpses of the ferocious beasts, Zhu Qi found Wu Ya. Wu, the sand moth eggs have hatched. Seeing that they came out so quickly, Wu Ya quickly said, let's go and take a look. Chapter 136 Rest. Shui, who was standing next to him, followed after hearing this. When they arrived at the 3 large stone vats, Wu Ya looked inside through the gap and saw many gray insects about as thick as arms crawling around inside. Hey, what are these? Why do you keep them, Wu? Shui asked. Wu Ya looked at the sand moth larva and replied, this is a sand moth larva, raised to extract spores. He didn't forget to mention, it's the spore that was used to catch you. Thinking of the function of spores, Shui couldn't help but ask, this thing can grow that thing? Guja nadif. They're still larvae now. When they grow up and form pupae, they will emerge as sand moths. I don't know whether the sand moth larvae form pupae or cocoons. If they do, I don't know whether their cocoons can be used. Wu Ya said to Zhu Qi, go pick some leaves to feed them, and tell me if there are any changes. Yes. Zhu Qi was very happy that he could carry out the task assigned by Wu. It was an opportunity that many people did not have. Wu Ya thought for a moment and handed Zhu Qi a newly acquired giant bear crystal. This is your reward for taking care of the sand moth larvae. When Zhu saw that it was a wild beast crystal, his eyes widened and he said, "Thank you, Wu. I will definitely take good care of the sand moth larvae." Shui curled her lips beside her. "Wu, what about me? What about me? What's wrong with you?" Wuya looked at Shui. Shui looked at Wuya's pocket, which contained another beast crystal. Wuya said speechlessly, "This wild beast crystal is used to awaken the warriors without patterns. Don't even think about it." After saying to Zhu, "Come to me if you need anything," Wuya left. Shui sighed and left. Wuya waited in front for a while. When Shui came over, he said, "You can use the savage beast crystals and fierce beast crystals in the tribe as you like. Keep the wild beast crystals." Snow undoubtedly played a significant role in every battle, and Wuya naturally wouldn't treat Snow unfairly for all the effort she put in. Shui's face suddenly became joyful. Ever since she entered the yellow-striped warrior realm, her cultivation speed has slowed down a lot. Now that she has the beast crystal, her cultivation speed will undoubtedly become faster. "Thank you, Wu," Shui said as she was about to run to collect the beast crystal, but was stopped by Wuya. "Wait a minute." Shui looked at Wuya in confusion. She thought Wuya had changed his mind, and her face fell a little. After seeing this, Wuya said speechlessly, "How did you get into the yellow-striped warrior? Tell me." His cultivation speed has become very fast now with the help of the soul gathering pattern. Before summer, he should be able to cultivate to the level of divination. Yin and his companions had already been orange-striped warriors for quite some time, but had not made any progress. Wuya wanted to ask Shui for her experience and help Yin and his companions advance to yellow-striped warriors as well. Shui thought for a moment and recalled, "It didn't seem like there was anything special. It was just like any other training. I woke up one morning and I was already a yellow-striped warrior." This answer is the same as not saying anything. Wuya said speechlessly, "Is there nothing special about it?" Shui shook her head. "No, there are no obstacles in my cultivation. It goes smoothly." Wuya looked at Shui. This shouldn't be possible. Shui was only about 20 years old. Even if she had great talent, it wouldn't be so easy for her to break through the bottleneck. "By the way, when did your totem awaken?" Wuya asked. Shui thought for a moment and replied, "Well, it was about the 3rd year after we were driven out of the tribe. At that time, after Shui broke through to the level of a witch, she suddenly had the idea of seeing if she could become a totem warrior. We tried it with a beast crystal, and it worked." "What level of beast crystal?" "Well, at that time, all we had were savage beast crystals," Shui replied. "This is even more wrong. Shui, who was awakened by the savage beast crystal, did not encounter any bottleneck when breaking through the yellow-striped warrior." Wuya said, "Think about the details carefully again and tell me when you have thought of them." Shui nodded and left. Wuya thought for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking, and then walked into the cave. After resting for a while, the clouds came over at noon. "Wu, everyone has nothing to do now. Should we go and build the road?" It seems that he is a man who can't sit still. Wuya shook his head and said, "Let's rest for a day or two first. Wait until the beasts have recovered, then you can go." Yin nodded, and before he left, Yi and Shui came over. Yi asked, "Wu, now that we've defeated the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, should we go get some hematite?" Obviously, they can't sit still either. Now that the tribe's food problem has been solved, and there are so many wild beasts that are enough for everyone to eat for a long time, they're thinking about finding something to do. We happened to have some free time these 2 days, and he also wanted to take care of other things first, so he nodded and said, "Okay, you and Yao go. You can take the car there, transport a few more times, and then use the car to bring it back." He nodded and was about to leave when Wuya stopped him. "Wait a minute, go call Shui, Lin, and Shang and ask them to go together. 5 totem warriors, plus the giant armored rhinoceros, should be enough." Yi and the others nodded in agreement and left immediately. Yin saw that nothing was wrong and was about to leave, but Wuya called him and they went to the beast circle together to check. Of the ferocious beasts imprisoned here, the carnivorous ones have all been killed by the Suzuka tribe, and now only the herbivorous or omnivorous ones are left. Wuya looked at the giant boar below and said to Yun, "These beasts must be taken care of. If you have time, find some plant roots or something to feed them." Before Yin could answer, Wuya continued, "By the way, when you were hunting outside, did you ever see any edible grass seeds or plant roots buried underground?" Yin looked at Wuya. Do these things exist? He had never noticed grass seeds, but he had seen edible roots. However, those were eaten by ferocious beasts, and they hadn't thought of trying them yet. After Wuya heard this, He immediately said, "That's perfect. We've been free for the past 2 days. Take a few white striped warriors out to look for them, and bring them back once you find them." "Whoa, do you really want to go? The people from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe and the Giant Bear tribe will not come to attack our tribe at this time," Yin said. Wuya shook his head. "Their two tribes probably don't have much strength now. We have the battle suits, plus Han's bloodthirsty worms and Faye's Tyrannosaurus Rex. We can protect the tribe." Speaking of this, Wuya remembered that Yin didn't seem to have any ferocious beast to travel with. "Forget it. Go down and bring Han here first, and let her help you get a fierce beast." As the leader, Wuya must have gotten Yin a decent beast contract. Since he didn't have one yet, he could use beast taming to give him a temporary way out. Chapter 137, The Great Disaster. After helping Yin and the others deal with the ferocious beast, Wuya had nothing better to do, so he went to study the ironware of the Xiaoyat Songlong tribe. What he was most curious about was that the surface of the ironware of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe never oxidized and remained silver. The ironware of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe was much softer than that of the Suzuka tribe. Wuya touched the two kinds of ironware together and found that a gap was easily cut in the ironware of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. Looking at the gap, Wuya was extremely surprised. This iron looked like pure iron. The Howling Moon Wolf tribe can actually produce pure iron. This discovery surprised Wuya greatly. In this world, some primitive people could actually make pure iron. This was too unbelievable. Howling Moon Wolf must have some special manufacturing technology to be able to produce pure iron. Unfortunately, the situation is a bit chaotic now. Although Wuya is curious, he still did not directly ask about the Xiaoyat Songlong tribe's plans. After all, pure iron is not as useful as steel. After figuring it out, Wuya came to the cave inside the cave. Han and Yin Wu were still discussing the process of the battle. When they saw Wuya coming, they immediately fell silent. "What's wrong? Keep talking." Wuya looked at the two people who were silent. Yin Wu looked at Wuya and said, "Wu, what are you going to do next? Are you going to lead your men to attack the Howling Moon Wolf tribe and the Giant Bear tribe?" Wuya exhaled, "I don't know for now. Let's wait and see." Yin Wu nodded, then continued, "Let's not talk about the Howling Moon Wolf tribe for now. What about the Giant Bear tribe? Do you plan to keep them or destroy them?" Wuya looked at Yin Wu. "Why are you suddenly interested in this?" Yin Wu said, "Hey, I suddenly thought of something interesting. Do you want to hear it?" "Just you say it." Wuya looked at Yin Wu speechlessly. When did this guy learn to keep people in suspense? Yin Wu looked at Han. Now the Suzuka tribe and the Giant Bear tribe are at odds. If we destroy the Giant Bear tribe, then the curses of Han and Shui. He looked at Wuya. Although Han and Shui have joined the Suzuka tribe, they were born in the Giant Bear tribe. If the Giant Bear tribe is destroyed by us. When Wuya thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Yin Wu. When did this guy become so smart? Their curse has been lifted. The fate of the Giant Bear tribe has nothing to do with them anymore. Wuya said, "Tribes are destroyed every day in the savage continent. You can't say they all have a curse." Yin Wu thought about it and nodded. "That's what I thought wrong, hee." Wuya glanced at Yin Wu and said, "Besides, when did our tribe become enemies with the Giant Bear tribe? Don't talk nonsense." Huh? Yin Wu and Han looked at Wuya in confusion. They had already killed so many of the other party's totem warriors and wild beasts, but they had not yet become enemies. Wuya laughed and said, "The totem warriors of their tribe came out and met the evil beast and died. What does this have to do with our Suzuka tribe? It wasn't just the Giant Bear tribe. The Howling Moon Wolf tribe did the same. They came out and encountered the evil beast, and everyone died in battle. We haven't even seen the totem warriors of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe and the Giant Bear tribe, so their deaths have nothing to do with us." Yin Wu and Han were both stunned. They stared at Wuya blankly, unable to speak. Anyway, there were no outsiders present during yesterday's battle, and those people were killed without any evidence. As long as Wuya and the others deny it, their deaths have nothing to do with them. On the other side, Xiaoyat Songlong Wu woke up slowly. It was already afternoon. After calling Xiao over, Xiaoyat Songlong Wu frowned and asked, "Have ya and the others returned?" Xiao shook his head. "Wu hasn't come back yet. Something must have happened. It has been so long. Even if we walk slowly, they should have returned, but until now, there is not even a trace of them." Xiaoyat Songlong Wu's expression was extremely gloomy. "Go there in person and see what they are doing." Xiao nodded and went out. Xiaoyat Songlong Wu sat on a stone. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, so he took out 3 tortoise shells with runes on them and began to divine. When Xiaoya King Langwu saw the hexagram, his face suddenly changed. The hexagram showed that it was a very bad omen. They are in great danger. In the giant bear tribe, the giant bear shaman looked at the sun outside and felt something was wrong. He then said to the bear, "Bear, Dao, and the others have been gone for so long. They should be back by now." Xiao nodded. "Yeah, he should be back soon. Maybe something delayed him." The giant bear shaman raised his eyes to the sun in the sky and said, "I hope their operation goes smoothly." After Wuya and Yinwu boasted for a while, Yi and the others came back. Yi and the others ran into the cave excitedly, holding a silver object. When they saw Wuya, they immediately said, "Wu, look at this thing." Wuya looked at what Yi was holding and asked in confusion, "Why are you bringing the iron from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe?" Just when he said this, Wuya felt something was wrong. When the people from the Xiaoyatsalan tribe came, they all brought ready-made weapons. What Yi was holding was a round iron ingot, which was completely different from the one brought by the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. Yi and the others said happily, "Wu, we found this in Hongshan." Wuya asked hurriedly, "What's going on? Tell me in detail." It turned out that when Yi and his team arrived at Hongshan, they found it difficult to dig the hematite ores that were connected together, so they thought of the cave that was collapsed by the alligator snapping turtle. There was some loose hematite there, so they just had to go there and move it. However, what puzzled them was that when they went there, they found that the cave that was collapsed by the alligator snapping turtle had been cleaned up at some point, and the cave was exposed again. At first, they thought it was done by the alligator snapping turtle, but Shui, relying on the protection of his battle suit, went in directly to check the situation. But when I went in, there was nothing inside. Later, Yi and his friends went in and found that there was something there. At the deepest part of the cave, there were many iron ingots lying on the ground. Also, we have made a discovery. The location we dug out last time is no longer the deepest. Lin added. We all nodded. Go on. Yi continued to talk about their experience. They were very happy after finding the iron ingots, and hurriedly moved them into the giant armored rhinoceros basket. As a result, when they were about to finish moving, the deepest wall suddenly moved. This discovery frightened them, and they thought it was a ferocious beast, so they quickly left. As a result, they waited for a long time, but did not see any ferocious beast running out. Shui went to check again, and found that there was no ferocious beast inside. You will definitely be surprised by what we're going to talk about next. Shui said, Chapter 1, 38 Doubts. Hurry up and tell me. Wuya looked at Shui speechlessly. These primitive people didn't learn the good things, but learned the bad things. They even learned to keep people in suspense. Shui chuckled and said, After I went in, I found a few more pieces of iron ingots on the ground. Yes, they're iron ingots. Wuya Black Man said with a question mark face, Don't tell me. That cave can produce iron ingots by itself. Shui nodded. Well, okay, then I won't tell you. In the end, she really didn't say anything. Wuya said that communicating with these primitive people would leave him completely speechless. Why don't you speak? Shui looked at Wuya in confusion. Wu, didn't you tell me not to say it? Wuya said speechlessly. I was just being sarcastic. Just tell me what you found. Shui nodded. Okay, after we discovered the extra iron ingots, we were very curious, so we just waited and waited. Just tell me the result. Wuya said from the side. We waited and waited, and then the wall moved again, and then something fell out. It's this. Shui pointed at the iron ingot in Ye's hand. A wall that can directly eat hematite, refine it, and spit out pure iron. After listening to their descriptions, Wuya sorted them out and came to this conclusion. If this is really the case, then the tribe will have to save a lot of effort in iron smelting. Wuya immediately asked, Did you bring back a piece of that thing from the wall? Shui and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. They had never thought about bringing the things back. Wuya felt like he was about to vomit blood. Such an important discovery, but they didn't even bring any of it back for him to study. Okay, let's go check it out tomorrow. Wuya looked at Yi. Bring the iron ingot here for me to see. After taking the iron ingot, Wuya took a look and confirmed that it was the same iron weapon as the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. Now we have finally understood. No wonder the Howling Moon Wolf tribe had such advanced iron smelting technology. No wonder the Howling Moon Wolf tribe became so nervous after Wuya and his men approached Red Mountain. It turns out that the Howling Moon Wolf tribe was afraid that the Suzaka tribe would discover this secret. Wuya looked at the iron ingot in his hand, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Now, this secret has been discovered by the Suzaka tribe. With this discovery, the Suzaka tribe can save a lot of time and do other things without the iron smelting step. Very good. Your discovery is of great help to our tribe. Wuya smiled and said, I will remember your discovery and reward you later. I want the wild beast crystal. Shui immediately opened her mouth loudly. As soon as she said this, everyone looked at her in shock. Good boy. She actually dared to speak like that. Wuya immediately jumped up. Don't even think about it. She has been allowed to use the beast crystals at will, but now she dares to ask for the wild beast crystals. Shui smiled awkwardly. Hey, I'm just saying. Okay, go and smelt the iron and fry it. I will teach you how to make new tools later. Wuya said. Then I'll be the first one to get that new tool. Shui said again. Wuya smiled proudly. Okay, I promise to give you the first tool. After they left, Han sighed and said, Wu, Shui is really too rude. Don't blame her. Shui was noisy and Han was also very troubled, but they were driven out at such a young age, and Shui had no restrictions of the tribe, so she developed this kind of personality. I thought Shui would be more restrained after arriving at the Cisco tribe, but because Ya hadn't said anything to her, after a few days of restraint, Shui completely let out her true nature. Yin Wu laughed beside him and said, Han, you don't understand witchcraft. Han looked at Yin Wu in confusion. Yin Wu said, I can see that Wu likes Shui's lively personality. Look around the tribe and see who has a more lively personality. Does Wu like to get along with him? Wuya looked at Yin Wu speechlessly. He really preferred to get along with lively people. In the past, when there were fewer people in the tribe, he was close to Fei because Fei was not as timid as the others. After Shui joined later, it did cause a lot of trouble for Wuya, but it also made Wuya more fun. Otherwise, if he keeps hiding in the cave like the original one and doesn't talk to anyone, Wuya won't be able to stand it. Wuya sighed and said, We are all witches. You all know our situation. Although the people in the tribe respect us, they treat us like ghosts. It's actually quite good to have a warrior like Shui. Also, you two shouldn't stay in the cave all day. Go out and interact with the people in the tribe more often. Han nodded. She actually also wanted to get along well with everyone. Yin Wu complained to Wuya, we also want to go out and spend time with the warriors. But you keep asking us to engrave the barbarian patterns day after day, and we simply don't have the time to spare. Wuya looked at Yin Wu with disdain. Don't tell me that. Now that Yang and Shuang have joined, your workload has been reduced a lot. You still don't have time. Have you learned the contract technique yet? Yin Wu smiled awkwardly. Almost there. After Wuya pushed Yin Wu back, he went to the side, picked up a slate, and started painting. Yin Wu and Shui saw Wuya drawing something new, so they came over to check it out of curiosity. Wuya ignored them and continued painting. In the blink of an eye, it was dark. Outside the tribe, a dark shadow came to the foundation dug by the tribe, stayed for a while, and then continued to run towards the location of the tribe. After approaching the tribe, he immediately climbed up a tree to check the situation of the Suzaku tribe. Xiao was sitting on a tree branch, looking at the situation of the Suzaku tribe below, his brows furrowed. After arriving at the Suzaku tribe, Xiao felt that there were many strange things about the Suzaku tribe. The wide road and the huge ravine under the tribe were so strange that Xiao couldn't figure out what these things were used for no matter how hard he tried. The purpose of making so many things is to tell the ferocious beasts that there's a tribe here, and they are welcome to attack. Moreover, the Suzaku tribe exuded a sense of peace, and it didn't look like a war had just taken place. Where had Naya and the others gone? Xiao watched from the tree branch for a long time, but couldn't figure out what was going on, so he had no choice but to leave. It seemed as if Ya and the others had never come to the Suzaku tribe. They had to go back and tell Wu about this as soon as possible. Wuya's painting was almost finished, and he had no idea that their tribe had been scouted by Xiao. Yin Wu and Han looked at Wuya's painting and couldn't help but look at each other, full of confusion. What Wuya drew looks like the battle suit, but the tribe already has battle suits, so why did Wuya draw the battle suit? At this time, a person came in from the cave. Yi said, Wu, the iron is ready. What do you want to beat? Chapter 139 Eat. Oh, okay. After Wuya finished the painting, he threw it aside and was about to go out with Yi. Han and Yin Wu saw Wuya throw the painting aside and asked in confusion, Wu, don't you want Yi to play this? Wuya took a look and nodded. This thing is a bit complicated. Let them fight later. It's still early now. Yi came to the blacksmithing area, and Shui was still waiting there. It was obvious that she really wanted to be the first one. Wuya didn't care and asked Yi and Shui to make a mold with clay first, pour the molten iron into it, and start hammering it after it cooled. What Yi and the others were asked to fight for was not something very advanced, but the iron pot that Wuya had always been thinking about. Now that the bacon has dried, Wuya has wanted to fry it for a long time, but unfortunately he never had the chance. The pot made of leaves and water is about 1 meter wide and half a meter high. It can be used to stir-fry side dishes or cook a large pot of rice. After beating it and then quenching it with water, Shwe looked at the cauldron and said, "Which, is it over?" Wuya nodded. "Yes, it's over. If you want it, take it." Shwe looked at the cauldron, then at Wuya. "Wu, is this a cauldron?" Wuya nodded. "Of course it's the pot. Do you want more?" "Hey, doesn't the tribe have stone pots? Why do we let them waste iron?" Shwe asked. Wuya smiled slightly and said, "You don't know this. Wait for me to show you my cooking skills." "Wu, we are back late." At this time, Yun's voice came. Wuya looked at Yun. "I'm glad you're back. Did you encounter any danger?" Yun nodded. "No, everything went smoothly for me this time." Wu looked at the thing wrapped in animal skin in Yun's hand and asked, "How was the harvest?" Yun opened the hide and said, "We didn't know if anything was edible, so we dug some up. Wu, please take a look at which ones we can use." Wuya took a look in the light of the fire next to him, and when he saw something with a brown surface about the size of 2 fists in the pile, his eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, the first thing I discovered when I came to this world was potatoes. Wuya picked up the potato, ran over and washed it with water, revealing the pale yellow skin inside. It was undoubtedly a potato. Finally, I don't have to eat meat every day, and I can finally eat vegetarian food. Wuya looked at the potatoes in his hand and almost cried. For more than a month, he has been eating meat all the time and is about to collapse. Looking at Wuya's expression, Yin asked doubtfully, "Wu, can't we eat this?" "You can eat it. Of course you can eat it," Wuya said with his mouth watering. "Just right. The pot is ready. I will make you a delicious meal." He peeled the potatoes himself and cut them into shreds, and he sliced the air-dried bacon and boiled it in water to remove the saltiness. After doing all this, Wuya moved a few stones and built a simple stove. Then he took the fat of the ferocious beast, refined it into oil, and started to stir-fry shredded potatoes and bacon. Soon, the delicious aroma spread throughout the tribe. Ordinary white-striped warriors did not dare to approach when they saw the witch and the leader present. And those orange-striped warriors and fire wizards all ran over. When they saw Wuya frying something, they all drooled and asked Wuya what he was making because it smelled so good. Although there were no extra seasonings, the aroma of the beast oil was enough to drive these primitive people who had never eaten fried food crazy. Seeing everyone gathering around and getting closer, Shwe couldn't help but start protecting her food. "Go away. Everyone, this is the first one Wu promised to give me. Don't grab it." Wuya looked at Shwe. "When did I say I'd give you the first one?" Shwe didn't feel embarrassed at all. "Hey, since the pot, which has already given me this name, shouldn't the things made with my pot be given to me first?" "Good fellow," Wuya laughed and said, "You wish. I haven't even tasted this yet, and you want to be the first to taste it." Seeing that it was almost done, Wuya sprinkled some salt in it, and the first pot of shredded potatoes was ready. Wuya looked at everyone's eyes widening and drooling, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry, everyone can eat it." He fried a lot of shredded potatoes, enough for everyone. Faye immediately flattered him. "See, Wu is still the best to everyone. He gives us all the good things to try." Wuya smiled and said, "Go, bring your bowls here, and I'll divide it among you." Shwe was the fastest. In the blink of an eye, he had 3 in his hands. "Hey, Wu, I brought your bowl too," Shwe said impatiently as she looked at the shredded potatoes in the stone basin. Wuya looked at her like this, shook his head, and gave her a spoonful of soup. Shwe quickly took the bowl to catch it, and then handed it to Han. Obviously, she would remember Han when she wanted to eat again. The tribe had already been using chopsticks under Wu Ya's regulations. Han picked up a little with chopsticks and tasted it. Then he lost his usual shyness and started eating with big mouthfuls. When Shwe saw this, she couldn't wait to take the bowl over and said, "Wu, hurry up, I want to eat." After Wu Ya gave her a spoonful, she immediately picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Afterwards, Wu Ya also poured himself a bowl and picked up some with chopsticks to taste. After taking a bite of the shredded potatoes, Wu Ya felt a sense of satisfaction. Modern people value a balanced diet, and he was the least accustomed to eating meat all the time. Although the shredded potatoes were only salty, Wu Ya found them particularly delicious. Moreover, after the shredded potatoes entered his stomach, Wu Ya felt a long-lost energy slowly flowing to his limbs and bones. This discovery surprised Wu Ya very much. Wu Ya's physical condition has now reached a bottleneck. Neither eating raw wild beast meat nor drinking blood can help improve his physical condition. So after killing the ferocious beast, Wuya is no longer keen on drinking blood. I didn't expect that potatoes in this world have such an effect. Just eating them will make you stronger. This is really good news for foodies. A pot of shredded potatoes was quickly finished by everyone. Everyone was looking at Wuya, obviously still not satisfied. Vegetables are most delicious when fried. The food they ate together was either boiled or grilled, and they were already tired of it. Wuya was not full either, so he started frying bacon immediately. Facts proved that Wuya's conclusion was correct. Fried food was delicious. After everyone finished eating, they licked their bowls clean, still wanting more. Of course, it's also because Wuya is a good cook, otherwise there wouldn't be such a big response. After finishing the bacon, Wuya was very satisfied. It seems that no matter where the Chinese people go, eating is still their top priority. While picking his teeth, Wuya was thinking about whether he should put aside his current affairs and concentrate on eating before studying other things. Chapter 140, Another Big Fierce. However, Wuya was just thinking about it. Once the tribe started building the city, it was irreversible. Now, Zhuke Mountain has been turned into this mess by them. Many big trees have been cut down, and they have also built a conspicuous road outside. This is equivalent to saying to the ferocious beasts, "Hey, our tribe is here. Welcome to our tribe to eat people." Which we still have these things. Can we eat them? Yin came over with the animal skin and asked. We took a look and saw that half of it was sweet potato, and the other half was roots of several plants that he didn't recognize. He picked up the sweet potato, peeled it with a knife, and bit into it directly. This is called sweet potato, it's edible. I don't know the rest. By the way, can ferocious beasts eat these things? Yin nodded. Well, these are what we found the beasts had eaten, so we dug them up. That's good. Aside from the sweet potatoes and potatoes, the rest can be fed to the giant boar. People need to eat, and so do ferocious beasts. Since we doesn't recognize these things, there's no need to research them. Just feed them to the pigs. Yin immediately wrapped those things with animal skins, came to the huge pig pen, and jumped up one step at a time. This pig pen is about 40 meters high, and each step is 6 meters high. It is really difficult for Wuya to climb up alone. After Shui saw Wuya eating sweet potatoes, she also picked up a sweet potato, peeled it, and started eating it. These sweet potatoes are very sweet and leave a cool feeling in your throat. Shui couldn't help but sigh. Wu, how did you know that this thing can be eaten and it tastes quite good? Wuya was about to answer when he saw Fei pick up a potato, peel it, and start eating it. He couldn't help but shout, "Fool, you can't eat that." Fei looked at Wuya and the other sweet potatoes, then looked at his own potatoes, and asked in confusion, "Wu, why can't we eat them? Those are potatoes. They have to be cooked before they can be eaten." Wuya said. Fei looked at the potato in his hand, "But we can eat the meat of ferocious beasts. Why can't we eat this thing raw?" This touched upon Wuya's blind spot in knowledge. Ever since he first ate potatoes, he had only eaten them cooked and had never eaten them raw. "Well, you can try it and tell me what it tastes like." Wuya said. It wouldn't kill him to try it anyway, so he let Fei try to solve his doubts. Fei bit off a large piece of potato, chewed it, and immediately spat it out. Pa, it's so disgusting." "What does it taste like?" Wuya asked curiously. Fei frowned. It's a bit astringent. The taste is a bit strange. It's hard to eat. No wonder it has to be eaten cooked. Wuya finally solved this blind spot in knowledge. At this time, Yin came down after feeding the sawtooth boar. Wuya asked, "Yin, are there many of these things outside?" Yin shook his head. "Not a lot. We searched for a whole day to find this much. It seems that I still have to grow it myself." Wuya then said, "Then go back tomorrow and take Fei with you to bring back the sweet potato plants. As for the rest, try to dig up as many as you can." "Wu, what are you doing?" Shui asked curiously. Wuya said to everyone, "Didn't you ask me what planting is? We bury these things in the ground and they will grow. In the fall, we can harvest more potatoes or sweet potatoes." Fei couldn't help but think longingly while chewing the sweet potato. Wu, will we have endless sweet potatoes and potatoes to eat in the future? We also took a bite of the sweet potato and said, "That's right. Once we build the city, we can raise giant boars and grow potatoes and sweet potatoes inside, and then we can enjoy life." Of course, thinking about that now was a bit far-fetched, so Wuya brought everyone back to reality. Shui, make a few more cauldrons and a few more spoons, and then distribute them to everyone in the tribe. It is easy for their totem warriors to live a good life, but their families are ordinary people. Only when ordinary people can live a good life can the tribe truly live a good life. The Suzaku tribe was living happily, But the Xiaoyat Songlong tribe, not far away, was not doing so well. After Xiao returned to the Xiaoyat Songlong tribe, he immediately went to report to the Xiaoyat Songlong Wu what he saw in the Suzaku tribe. Wu, this is the situation in the Suzaku tribe. I just don't know where Ya and the others went. Xiao still thinks that Ya and the others have never been to the Suzaku tribe. After all, with such a powerful formation, they would not be wiped out even if they encountered an evil beast. But the Suzaku tribe looked like it obviously did not suffer any losses at all. Howling Moon Wolf Wizard's expression was no longer as gloomy as before, and a look of trance appeared between his brows. Something happened to them. It's very likely that none of them survived. Xiao only then realized that Wu looked a little tired, obviously because he was stimulated by something. Xiao said puzzledly, but they have 7 wild beasts in total. Even if they encounter an invincible evil beast, Ya and the others can ride back on an owl and ask the tribe's guardian beast to help. Judging from his appearance, the guardian beast of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe should be very powerful, at least at the level of a nightmare beast. Howling Moon Wolf Wizard exhaled. I used divination to calculate it, and the hexagram shows that it is very bad. Very bad, indicating that their situation is not optimistic at all. Thinking about the sudden loss of such a huge force in the tribe, Xiao was also unable to react for a moment. Wu, what should we do next? Alas, Howling Moon Wolf Wizard looked at the huge bright moon in the sky through the leaves. Let's leave it at that for now. If the Suzaku tribe dares to come, we will directly use our guardian beasts to fight back. Wu, what about the secret of Hongshan? Xiao continued to ask. Howling Moon Wolf Wizard smiled bitterly. Since they've already planned to occupy Red Mountain, let them take it. Our tribe can no longer afford to lose any more warriors. On the other side, the giant bear wizard was looking at the moon in the sky in front of the tribe cave and asked the bear next to him, Aren't they back yet? Xiong's expression was also somewhat serious. Wu hasn't come back yet. Bear, do you think this is a trap set by the Howling Moon Wolf tribe? Wait until they come to our door, and then send out the evil beasts to kill them all. The giant bear wizard said solemnly. Xiong was also unsure. It shouldn't be. Dao went to check on the Howling Moon Wolf tribe and was not discovered. The giant bear wizard sighed and walked back to the cave. His gaze became determined, and he took out 3 turtle shells with special runes painted on them from the animal skin package on the side. Then, the giant bear wizard began to chant spells and perform divination. The turtle shell flew up and fell to the ground. The giant bear wizard looked at the hexagram, and his face suddenly changed. Because the result of this hexagram is the most serious disaster. Dao and the others were already in trouble, and there was no possibility of survival. Chapter 141 Planting. The giant bear shaman pondered for a long time before finally sighing. Could it be that letting Han and Shuego was really a mistake? Does heaven really want to destroy our giant bear tribe? The giant bear wizard seemed to have aged several years in an instant, with a trace of sadness between his brows. Xiong and a little boy came in at this time. Wu, Dao, and the others haven't come back yet. Do you want me to send someone to check on the situation? The giant bear wizard shook his head. No, they've already been in trouble. How was it done by the Howling Moon Wolf tribe? Asked Xiong. The giant bear shaman exhaled. It doesn't matter now. If it was done by the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, then we are no match for them. If not, then we have no idea who did it. Perhaps it was a ferocious beast. Before Xiong could say anything else, the giant bear had already persuaded him to leave. That's all. For the next 2 days, have everyone pay attention to whether there are any people coming to investigate. Zhou Yuliao, you go out first. Zhou is the little boy. 8 years ago, because of his birth, Shui and Han were expelled from the tribe. Zhou seemed a little restrained. Although he had been designated as the future shaman of the giant bear tribe, he still felt an inexplicable fear of the giant bear shaman. The giant bear shaman picked up a black stone the size of a fist and handed it to Zhou. Zhou, are you almost ready to open up your chi palace? Zhou nodded. Yes, Wu. The giant bear wizard used his divine sense to check Zhou's physical condition, then handed the inheritance stone to Zhou. I don't have much time left, so you can take the inheritance stone first. After saying this, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Which? Zhou shouted anxiously. The giant bear shaman smiled calmly. He was a person who valued feelings. When the tribe wanted to execute Han and Shui, he saved them and expelled them instead. But being separated from his children had already made him sick with longing, and now the tribe had suffered such a great loss, it was hard for him to accept it all at once. The giant bear shaman patted Zhou's head and said, Remember, Once I die, you will be the next shaman of the giant bear tribe. The tribe cannot be without a shaman for a single day. You must open up the Chi Palace this year. Zhou nodded firmly. Woo, I will definitely do it. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. Yun and his friends found many potatoes, a large number of plant roots, and some sweet potato plants, as we requested. After Wu Yi fried another pot of shredded potatoes for everyone, he immediately cut the remaining potatoes into small pieces according to the eyes, and then cleaned the cuts with ash. Then he asked Han to order the bloodthirsty worms to find a piece of land near the tribe, push out all the giant trees, and loosen the soil. Then, early the next morning, Wu Yi asked Yin and the others to move away the giant trees that were pushed out and tilted, and then planted potatoes, sweet potatoes, and a large number of unknown roots. Here, the 4 seasons are distinct, and it is still mid-spring, which is the best time for planting. It was Yun and his friends' first time planting, and they were obviously very interested. In less than one morning, they had planted nearly 20 acres of land. Planting so much, the harvest in autumn should be quite good. Wu looked at the first piece of land he had planted since he came to this world, and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. After starting to plant and raise livestock, the tribe was not far from becoming self-sufficient. Fei looked at the planted land and couldn't help asking, Wu, can these things really grow? Wu Yi smiled and said, Of course. After all, we had been farming for a few years, so growing potatoes or something was no problem at all. Shui excitedly shouted beside him, Wu, how about building a planting hall? Why build a plantation? Wu Yi shook his head. There's no need to do that now. I still want to be the hall master. Shui said dejectedly. It turned out that he had this in mind. Wu Yi smiled and said, Wait, when we need someone to manage it in the future, I will set up a planting hall, and you'll be the head. Shui immediately smiled happily. Then it's settled. Yin then asked, Wu, what should we do next? Well, that's about right. We'll use the rest of the day to dig the foundation, and then continue building the road tomorrow. Wu Yi said. Everyone was very happy to hear that road construction was going to start again. In their eyes, planting crops is not as important as building a city. After everyone left, Wu Yi returned to the cave and continued to draw on the slate. Yin Wu and Han went out for a walk and just came back. Seeing Wu Yi drawing, Yin Wu asked curiously, Wu, what are you going to draw? Battle suit. Wu Yado answered without raising his head. Another battle suit to be drawn. Yin Wu took a closer look and found that the battle suit this time was a little different. It did not look like a battle suit worn by a human. So he asked, What is this? Oh, it's the battle suits painted for the tribe's war beasts. Wu Yi said, Although the tribe's war beasts are wild beasts, their defense is already high enough. But who would object to having higher defense? Wu Yi plans to arm all the war beasts. The first thing I drew was the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which Wu Yi had promised Fei and the Tyrannosaurus Rex a long time ago. After finishing the painting, Wu Yi made a few more revisions and immediately went out to find Yi and Shui. Wu. At this time, Yin Wu called out, Now we have almost finished engraving the stone barbarian pattern. Should we engrave a new barbarian pattern? Wu Yi looked at Yin Wu speechlessly. You and Han can see more barbarian patterns than I can. Why don't you discuss it among yourselves? Han shook his head. We don't know what to engrave, so let's ask the witch for advice. Wu Yi silently recalled the barbarian patterns in his head, but was suddenly surprised. He immediately sat cross-legged. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes with a little excitement. Yin Wu and Han looked at Wu Yi strangely. Wu, what's wrong with you? Wu Yi smiled slightly. Only then did he realize that after eating the soul-nourishing flower, the changes it brought to him were not just the expansion of the range of his spiritual consciousness. Now that his soul power has grown stronger, he can already see more of the barbarian patterns and witchcraft inherited from the Phoenix tribe. Then Wu Yi said, Engrave the fireball barbarian pattern. The fireball mark, which is a mark that can analyze the fireball spell. Initially, Yin Wu did not use the Wu Yi mark because the fireball spell released by this mark was too weak and unsuitable for use. But Wu Yi didn't think about this. If one barbarian pattern was not powerful enough, then he could use 2 barbarian patterns. Just like the thick earth barbarian pattern, with multiple barbarian patterns superimposed together, Wu Yi doesn't believe that its power is still low. But this barbarian pattern is not easy to use even after it is engraved, said Yin Wu. Fireball barbarian pattern. Although it can be stacked like thick earth barbarian pattern, the stacking effect of thick earth barbarian pattern covers the entire body. This fireball pattern is not easy to stack. Chapter 142 Armor. Imagine engraving multiple fireball patterns on a weapon, and when the switch is pressed, the fireballs scatter and attack indiscriminately. When Yin Wu thought of this, he felt that the fireball pattern was unreliable. You don't have to worry about this. I will find a way to solve it. Wu said, once the fireball barbarian pattern is engraved, will the tribe enter the era of hot weapons? Wu felt excited just thinking about it. I think we should study it. This offensive barbarian pattern seems to be more complicated. He originally wanted to go directly to Yi and the others, but when he thought that his current soul power was already on par with Zhang Wu, he put the stone slab aside, picked up the inheritance stone of the Suzaku tribe, and began to check it. This time, after Wuya's consciousness entered the stone that recorded the inheritance of the witch, he was tested immediately, and the tribe's inheritance information was constantly flowing into his mind. There are still only 2 witchcrafts recorded this time. One is the sealing technique that Wuya has seen Yin Wu use, and the other is the divination technique that Wuya has heard Yin Wu use. In addition to these things, there are also the names of some medicinal herbs and various animals and plants. Seeing that these were all there Wuya felt a headache. Since the Suzaku tribe was once a large tribe in the central part of the savage continent, it would be much better to pass on one of its traditions. There is indeed a lot of knowledge, but the inheritance of witchcraft is pitifully small. Could it be that the tribe's inherited witchcraft is the same as that of the Phoenix tribe, and is specially placed in a heritage stone? Wuya looked at the last inheritance stone, hesitated for a moment, then picked it up and began to inject chi into it, then used his spiritual sense to investigate. Unfortunately, after his spiritual sense entered this time, Wuya felt a pressure that made him unable to look directly at it. Before he could react, Wuya's spiritual sense was shattered. It took Wuya a long time to recover, and he was gasping for breath. Seeing Wuya's expression, Yin Wu couldn't help but laugh and said, "Wu, you'd better not even think about it. I wouldn't even dare to examine the 4th fastest inheritance stone from the Blazing Bird tribe, let alone one from the Suzaku tribe." Wuya looked at Yin Wu and asked, "Does the Blazing Bird tribe also have a 4th inheritance stone?" Yin Wu nodded. It is said that the inheritance stone records the realm above the Fate Wu. Also, Yin Wu looked at Han and hesitated before saying, "The 4th inheritance stone contains the secret of why the tribe declined, and why our tribe migrated here from the savage continent." After Yin Wu said this, Wuya became even more curious about the 4th inheritance stone. Unfortunately, none of them could check the 4th inheritance stone now, so they could only stare blankly. Therefore, Wuya said, "You two, don't engrave other barbarian marks yet. Engrave some more spirit-gathering barbarian marks, and place them inside the cave to increase our cultivation speed to the maximum." After saying goodbye to Yin Wu and the others, Wuya came out of the cave and found that it was already dark outside. This just saved him from having to look for it himself, so Wuya called Fei and Yi, who had just returned. When Fei heard that he was going to make a battle suit for his Tyrannosaurus Rex, he was so excited that even the Tyrannosaurus Rex beside him shouted excitedly. After measuring the length of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Wuya immediately went with Yi and others to make a battle suit for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Of course, even with Wuya instructing him from the side, he couldn't swing Yi and the others' big hammer. The most important part of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's suit is the head. Wuya customized a helmet with a single horn for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. According to the lines of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head, the next part of the helmet is the neck, which is designed by Wuya and is completely covered with iron. After all, the neck is the least defended part of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. If the neck is well protected, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's combat effectiveness will be much stronger. Next is the body. The Wuya on the back does not have any defense design. Firstly, the back and skull of the Tyrannosaurus Rex are its most defensive parts. Secondly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is often requisitioned by him as his mount, and iron armor is installed on its back, making it uncomfortable to sit on. Wuya chose to completely cover the thighs and tail, as the tribe is not sure of that little bit of iron now. It took a total of 2 days for Yi and his team to finally build the Tyrannosaurus Rex armor. Then, after Yin Wu and Han engraved a large number of thick earth patterns and hard stone patterns on it, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's armor was completely completed. When Fei and his men returned from repairing the road, Wuya immediately asked them to put armor on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, plus the armor, has a kind of rough beauty of cyberpunk. Wuya is very satisfied with the armor he designed. The Tyrannosaurus Rex himself obviously liked this set of equipment very much. After putting it on, He immediately ran to show off to the Giganotosaurus and Thorn. Wuya couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex like this. It is said that pets follow their owners, and now this Tyrannosaurus Rex is following its owner more and more. Seeing how handsome the Tyrannosaurus Rex was, Shui hurried over and said, "Woo, I want one too. I want one too." Wuya shook his head. "Let's get the powerful ape first." The powerful ape is the only ferocious beast that can use weapons, but it suffers a great deal every time there's a battle in the tribe. Almost every time, it suffers the most serious injuries. Giving it a set of iron armor will increase its defense, which is also the basis for the tribe to fight for a long time. Shui had just left in frustration when Yun and Qi came over. Yun looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex with a bit of envy, and then he started to talk business with Wuya. "Wu, we have already built the road to Hongshan. Tomorrow should we build it to Tongtian River first or Yushan first? Let's go to Tongtian River to repair it first." Wuya said, "Yushan has limestone, which is needed when burning lime and cement. But the amount of lime and cement used is completely incomparable to sand. At that time, we can use ferocious beasts to transport the limestone for a distance to the roadside, and then use cars to transport it back to the tribe. But now that he has reached Hongshan, Wuya has started thinking about how to deal with the powerful evil beast, the alligator turtle. Hongshan is only about 50 or 60 kilometers away from Tangshanhetan. Yun and his team will be able to build the road there in about 5 or 6 days. If the problem of the alligator snapping turtle is not solved, when Yun and his team encounter the alligator snapping turtle, the Suzaka tribe without spores will be in big trouble. After Wuya and Yun discussed the plan, they returned to the cave and began to draw a battle suit for the powerful monkey. Although the alligator snapping turtle is powerful, it cannot climb trees. When dealing with it, the powerful monkey will be very helpful. Therefore, if the powerful ape puts on the battle suit, the success rate of this battle will be greater. After a busy night, Wuya revised it several times and finally finished it. On the stone slab is a monkey that is almost completely covered in armor. Wuya wants to wrap up the powerful monkey completely to maximize its survivability. Wuya stretched, then took the stone slab and walked out of the cave to find Yi and the others. Chapter 143 Plan. It took a few more days for Yi and his team to make armor for the powerful monkey. After Yin Wu and Han engraved the barbarian patterns on the armor, the powerful ape put on the armor and looked like an iron monkey. However, its defense is really high now, and it may be comparable to that of the nightmare beast. With an iron axe, the powerful ape now looks like a 4-meter-tall armored warrior. Yi Hashui looked at his masterpiece and felt a sense of pride. Can this iron armor also be made for the warriors of the tribe? Shui suddenly asked. Wuya nodded. Of course, but it's not necessary yet. Oh, why? Yin Wu asked in confusion. He thought it would be very handsome to wear iron armor. Wuya glanced at everyone, and they were all curious about what reason Wuya would give. Firstly, iron armor is much more difficult to make than leather armor. It's a waste of time. Wuya looked at everyone. Secondly, wearing iron armor is much hotter than wearing leather armor. Do you want to wear it? You all button your shirts lower than the other, and yet you still want to wear armor. You'll be so hot you'll die. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and wearing leather clothes was quite uncomfortable. However, Wuya required everyone to wear clothes, and they could not resist. Therefore, now the buttons on everyone's clothes are buttoned lower and lower. Those ordinary people who do not need to fight and cannot even be seen by Wuya simply unbutton their clothes and put them on. Even so, they still dared to think about wearing armor. After hearing Wuya's words, everyone immediately gave up the idea of wearing armor. Leather jackets were so hot, they didn't dare to think about armor. Okay, everyone, have a good rest today. Tomorrow our tribe will face the most difficult battle, said Wuya. Shui looked at Wuya in confusion. Wu, are there any more enemies? Wuya nodded and said, Lin, tell everyone what the Tongtian River stall has. Lin stood up and said, there's a beast laying eggs at the Tongtian River stall, the alligator snapping turtle. When they heard the word evil beast, everyone gasped. Shui was the only yellow-striped warrior present, while the others were orange-striped warriors. The gap between them and the nightmare beasts was 2 levels. Yin couldn't help but say with some worry, Wu, can our tribe defeat the evil beast? The nightmare beast is very rare, and everyone's first reaction when encountering it is to run away. But now that we know there is a nightmare beast in Tongtian River, why do we still want to fight it? Isn't that a bit stupid? Wuya looked at Yun with a smile. Are you scared? Yin shook his head. If Wu is not afraid, then I am not afraid either. Don't worry, our tribe has so many warriors and war beasts, as well as battle suits. It will be no problem for us to deal with an evil beast. Wu said. In fact, he was not very confident because the alligator snapping turtle was too strong and was very vindictive. But there was no way. It laid its eggs in that place, and there would inevitably be a battle between the Suzaku tribe and it. Wu fried a big pot of bacon for everyone. After eating, everyone went to rest quickly. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Wu, Han, and all the totem warriors of the tribe with orange stripes and above spread out on the backs of several war beasts and headed towards Tyrannosaurus. Before noon, Wu and his men had arrived at the location where they were chased by the alligator snapping turtle last time. This place is already full of sand, but if the alligator snapping turtle is not killed, the risk of the tribal warriors coming to get the sand will be too great. We had already thought of a way to deal with the alligator snapping turtle, which was to kill it in a pit just like the last battle in Yinshan. After choosing a location far away from the riverbank, everyone in Wu started digging the hole. He himself, under the protection of the snow, swung on a vine and came to the Tontian River stall. Wu checked the sand pile and didn't see any ferocious beasts nearby. Obviously, the alligator snapping turtle should still be in Tontian River, but if you disturb its eggs, it will definitely come out of the river soon. Now is not the time to disturb it. Wu took a look at the sand pile and saw no signs of being broken, so he didn't stay here for long. After returning to the place where the trap was dug, Wu called Shang and Dolly Ape and came to the Tontian River stall again. Wu pointed at the sand pile and said, Shang, do you see that sand pile? Shang nodded, and Wu continued, Tell the powerful ape to pay attention to that sand pile. After seeing the powerful monkey also yell, Wu continued, When the time comes, the powerful monkey will jump over and destroy the sand pile, no matter what is inside it. After destroying the things in the sand pile, the powerful monkey immediately returned to the tree without caring about anything else. Wu pointed at the vines hanging from the trees and said, Let's tie some strong vines to these trees. Once the powerful monkey gets on the tree, it can quickly swing on the vines and rush outside. After finishing speaking, Wu looked at Shang. Do you understand? Shang nodded, and the powerful ape also nodded. It was obvious that they both understood. Okay, let's start tying the vines. Wu said, The speed of the Hercules monkey is not even as fast as that of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, let alone the alligator snapping turtle, which is a nightmare beast. But it is the only one that can move quickly in the tree, and his armor is protected by so many barbarian patterns, so it is the only one that can be used as bait. After placing a large number of vines on the tree, Wu and his companions returned to the trap site. The width of this trap is still 50 meters, and Wu's plan is to make it 100 meters deep. With the help of the bloodthirsty worms, everyone dug the soil very quickly. In the afternoon, a super large pit was dug out. On both sides of it are two huge piles of earth. After Wu had them set up a trap, he immediately turned to Shang and said, Shang, you go with the powerful monkey. Remember, just hide in the tree. No matter what the powerful monkey does, don't come out. Just teach the powerful monkey what to do, okay? Shang looked at Wu and said firmly, I understand, Wu. Wu patted his injured shoulder and said, Go ahead, be careful. He nodded, immediately jumped onto the ape's back, and grabbed a piece of armor. Then the ape leaped up, quickly climbed up a tree, swung over a few vines, and disappeared from everyone's sight. All right, everyone, get to the trees. The war beasts should run away and avoid gathering together. Wu said, looking at Han, Han, keep the bloodthirsty worm under the trap. On the other side, Shang and the powerful ape came to the riverbank. Shang patted the powerful ape on the head and said, This is the first mission we will carry out on our own. We must complete it well. Go. The powerful ape looked at his wound, then fell to the sand and ran towards the sand pile. Chapter 144, Biting the Tail. The powerful monkey came to the sand pile, looked around, and saw nothing unusual, then picked up the giant axe and chopped it down a few times. After a few chops with the axe, the powerful monkey seemed to hear a cracking sound, and then it smelled the scent of eggs. Roar. The powerful monkey had just smelled the eggs when he heard a roar coming from the river. Is the alligator snapping turtle very angry? It has only laid 2 eggs in total. One was destroyed last time, and now something it doesn't recognize has come and destroyed the last egg. When the powerful ape saw the giant alligator snapping turtle, his eyes widened, and then he felt the pressure that far exceeded his own. It didn't dare to be careless, and even threw away the giant axe and ran quickly to the tree next to it. The alligator snapping turtle rushed over at a very fast speed and became even more angry after seeing the egg liquid in the sand. After the powerful monkey came up the tree, it became much bolder and stood on the tree to watch what the alligator snapping turtle was doing. The alligator snapping turtle looked at the powerful monkey with its eyes completely red, and then immediately rushed towards the giant tree where the powerful monkey was. Boom! Under the extreme anger of the alligator snapping turtle, the giant tree was directly broken. When the powerful monkey saw this situation, his eyes widened. Fortunately, he was very good at climbing trees. He quickly grabbed a branch and went to another tree where there was a strong vine tied there. The alligator snapping turtle was furious and immediately chased after it. Shang was also horrified when he saw this situation from a distance, and immediately let the powerful monkey run away. The powerful ape now wanted to run away more than it was injured, because it felt that the alligator snapping turtle's pressure had locked it down. It immediately grabbed the vine and swung to the other side. The alligator snapping turtle has been locking onto the powerful monkey, and it will not give up until it kills the powerful monkey this time. When the powerful monkey swung to another tree, the alligator snapping turtle fired a water arrow, which hit the powerful monkey's armor at an extremely fast speed. The huge impact force almost caused the powerful monkey to fall down. Fortunately, the armor's defense was strong enough, and the water arrows didn't harm the powerful ape. However, if you look closely, you can see that two of the thick earth barbarian patterns have stopped working at the locations hit by the water arrows. When the alligator snapping turtle saw that the water arrows could not hurt the powerful monkey, it was stunned for a moment, and then more water arrows were shot at the powerful monkey. The powerful monkey didn't dare to stop at all, and quickly swung on the strong vines and moved towards the trap. Soon, Wu Ya and the others could hear the roar of the alligator snapping turtle and the thud of water arrows hitting the iron armor. Wu Ya looked at the direction where the sound came from and couldn't help but become nervous. In a blink of an eye, they could see the figure of the powerful ape, and looking down, they saw the alligator snapping turtle chasing them rapidly. Wu Ya and the others were extremely quiet at this time, not daring to make any sound for fear that the alligator snapping turtle would mistake them for accomplices of the powerful ape, even though they were accomplices and the masterminds. The powerful ape could already see the trap and hurriedly moved towards it. Although its defense was high, the pressure from the snapping turtle made it very uncomfortable, and it wanted to get rid of it quickly. Getting closer, Wu Ya and the others were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. Success or failure depended on this one move. When it came near the trap, the alligator snapping turtle had already seen the two huge piles of earth. But its strength is unmatched within 100 miles. It doesn't care at all how the mound was formed. It just wants to kill the powerful ape. When they saw the alligator snapping turtle stepping on the big trap, Wu Ya and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had succeeded, and the stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. The alligator snapping turtle was focusing all its attention on the powerful monkey when it suddenly felt its feet go empty. Before it could react, the whole turtle plunged down. "Go!" Wu Ya shouted when he saw the alligator snapping turtle fall into the trap. Yun and the others immediately ran towards the cave entrance, while Han and Wu Ya were led by Yi and Shui to the branches above the trap. Looking at the alligator snapping turtle below that had just turned over and was looking at the trap, Wu Ya felt in a very good mood. So what if it's a nightmare beast? It's still trapped by itself. When the alligator snapping turtle discovered that this was a big pit, it became very angry. After a loud roar, it jumped directly into it. It's hard to imagine that with such short legs, it could jump to a height of 60 or 70 meters with just one jump. Wu Ya was startled when he saw this. He had originally planned to have everyone dig about 50 meters. Fortunately, he finally decided to let everyone dig more. Otherwise, the alligator snapping turtle would have jumped out now. After finding that he couldn't jump out, the alligator snapping turtle looked towards the trap mouth. When it saw Lin, it became even angrier. Its already red eyes were about to bleed. Obviously, seeing the new and old grudges combined together, it has realized that those who destroyed its eggs did it on purpose. The extreme anger made it completely lose its mind, and it jumped up again and again. Unfortunately, Its maximum height is only about 70 meters, and it is impossible to jump out of this 100-meter deep pit. Wu, do you want to let the bloodthirsty worms attack it by surprise? Han asked from the side. Wu Yi shook his head. There is no good opportunity yet. Let's wait a little longer. The evil beast was very energetic. It kept jumping and jumping. It was not until nightfall that the witch felt that its breath was a little disordered. Wu, are you ready to take action? Han asked for the 10th time. Wu Yi exhaled. Wait a little longer. Now is not the opportunity. Han nodded. Okay. By this time, the snapping turtle was a little tired and gradually regained its sanity. It finally realized that it was impossible for it to jump out. Since you can't jump out, dig it out. The alligator snapping turtle came to the edge of the big pit, and its claws dug up the hematite casually, digging the soil as if it were playing. Wu, the alligator snapping turtle, is digging the soil. Is it ready to start? Han asked again. It was dark now, and the two of them were taking turns using their spiritual sense to investigate. After hearing this, Wu Yi immediately used his spiritual sense to look downwards. Seeing the alligator snapping turtle digging the soil, Wu Yi's mouth corners slightly raised. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Then he said to Han, Han, did you see the tail of the alligator snapping turtle? I know that, ici, vu. Wu Yi continued. Well, get the bloodthirsty worm ready. As soon as I tell it to attack, have it bite the snapping turtle's tail. I know that, okay. Well, after biting the snapping turtle's tail, you will let the bloodthirsty worm shrink into the soil. Then, no matter what, you can't let go. Got it. Wu Yi continued, Han, success or failure, whether we can kill this alligator snapping turtle, whether the tribe can build a city, and whether it can continue to develop, all depends on this time. Han didn't expect that such a sneak attack would involve so many things. So he nodded firmly and said, Okay, which I have already told the bloodthirsty worms. Chapter 145 Divination, Turtle Shell. After communicating with Han, Wu Yi shouted down, Attack it with stones to attract its attention. When Yun and the others heard this, they immediately picked up stones and threw them down. The alligator snapping turtle that was hit by the stone immediately raised its head and looked upwards. Although the stone could not cause any harm to it, it was extremely insulting. But no matter how it roared, the people above ignored it and kept throwing stones at it. Wu Yi watched as the alligator snapping turtle kept raising its head and roaring upwards, its attention mostly drawn to Yun and the others. So he quickly reminded Han, Han, start. Han nodded, and then the bloodthirsty worms underground also received the order at once. The alligator snapping turtle was still confronting the people above when it suddenly sensed danger, but it didn't know where the danger came from, so it couldn't avoid it all. A bloodthirsty worm suddenly emerged from the soil and bit the alligator snapping turtle's tail. The alligator snapping turtle was shocked and tried to shake the bloodthirsty worm away, but the bloodthirsty worm's scales were firmly stuck to the ground, and it couldn't be shaken off at all. He had been using his spiritual sense to investigate the Wu Yi below, and when he saw the bloodthirsty worm below succeed, he immediately shouted, Quick, everyone, fill it with soil. What he wants to do is to really kill him. If you bury the alligator snapping turtle alive, the underground will become the home of bloodthirsty worms. No matter how evil a beast the alligator snapping turtle is, it will still be useless. After hearing this, everyone immediately went to the huge piles of earth on both sides and hurriedly dug the soil into them. Now they finally understood why Wu Yi asked everyone to put the dug soil here. When it comes to filling soil, the fastest one is the giant armored rhinoceros. It lowered its head and, like a bulldozer, a large amount of soil immediately fell into the pit. The alligator snapping turtle below discovered something was wrong. Although it could dig the soil, there were bloodthirsty worms biting its tail underneath, and it couldn't dig out at all. Soon, the soil that was dug up buried the alligator snapping turtle's body, with only its head exposed. Wu Yi did not call for a stop, but kept asking everyone to push the soil downwards until the entire pit was almost half filled. Only then did Wu Yi let everyone stop. Afterwards, he asked the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the colossal rhinoceros to go down and compact the soil. Now, no matter how dangerous the alligator snapping turtle is, it cannot come out. Wu Yi then looked to Han. Han, let the bloodthirsty worms kill the alligator snapping turtle. The alligator snapping turtle can shoot water arrows and so on. The tribe currently has no way to deal with it, so they can only kill it once and for all. Han nodded and immediately contacted the bloodthirsty worm that was still biting the alligator snapping turtle's tail. After receiving the order, the bloodthirsty worm immediately opened its mouth and moved towards the alligator snapping turtle's neck. In this underground, bloodthirsty worms are the masters, and alligator snapping turtles can't even move. When it reached the alligator snapping turtle's neck, the bloodthirsty worm wasted no time and took a bite. After about a minute, Han said, "Woo, the alligator snapping turtle is dead." Finally succeeded. Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. Can the bloodthirsty worm bring the alligator snapping turtle out? Han communicated with the bloodthirsty worm for a while, then shook his head. No, the alligator snapping turtle is too big. The bloodthirsty worm can't get up. Wuya said speechlessly, "Well, let it come up and dig with us. He hasn't eaten the evil beast yet, so he can't just bury it here." When they heard that they were going to bury the dead again, Faye and the others wailed. They came here today to do nothing but wait for the soil to be dug. Wuya saw this and laughed. Have you ever eaten a nightmare beast? Have you ever used its bones to make weapons? If not, hurry up and dig. When it comes to eating, everyone's passion immediately rises. It is rare to even see the evil beast, let alone eat it. This time we didn't need to dig such a big hole, so we had to dig faster. In the middle of the night, we finally saw the real body of the alligator snapping turtle. After pulling the alligator snapping turtle out, Yin wanted to dig out the alligator snapping turtle's animal crystal, but found that he couldn't cut through the alligator snapping turtle's skin at all. Finally, let the snow come. Shue took some effort this time, and finally split the alligator snapping turtle's head open. Then, she found a red crystal the size of a fist inside, which was the alligator snapping turtle's crystal. Seeing that the alligator snapping turtle's beast crystal was red, Wuya finally knew what level of warrior was next to the yellow-striped warrior. According to the comparison between the ferocious beast and the totem warrior should have red stripes above the yellow stripes. Wuya took the nightmare crystal and immediately felt a surge of energy. Sure enough, there was a reason why the nightmare beast was so powerful. Shue looked at the beast crystal eagerly. When Wuya saw it, he immediately put it in his pocket and said, "Don't even think about it." "Hee, just take a look," Shue said with a smile. "I won't even let you see it." Wuya rolled his eyes at Shue. This nightmare crystal must be used to awaken the white-striped warriors of the tribe, and it cannot be used for the warriors to practice. I wonder how talented the totem warrior awakened by the nightmare crystal will be. After Wuya put away the beast crystal, he immediately asked everyone to use the strong vines to pull the alligator snapping turtle out. During this time, he took out a piece of alligator snapping turtle meat to try it, and immediately felt the violent energy he felt when he first ate the wild beast meat. Obviously, eating nightmare beast meat will be of great help in improving physical fitness. A snapping turtle this big should be enough for me to eat until I become immune, Wuya thought as he looked at the snapping turtle. At this moment, Han suddenly thought of something and said to Wuya, "Wu, there should be a divination shell on the back of this alligator turtle." Divination tortoise shell? Wuya recalled the word. The divination turtle shell is an auxiliary item used by witches when performing divination. It is found only on the backs of fierce, turtle-like beasts. However, the chance of encountering it is very low. Even Han, who has been a divination witch for a long time, still does not have a divination turtle shell. Wuya nodded. "Just go and take a look and you'll know." Then he looked at Shue, who looked at Wuya in confusion. "Wu, why are you looking at me? What are you talking about? Go and take a look at the back of the alligator snapping turtle." Wuya said speechlessly. This alligator snapping turtle was about 7 or 8 meters tall, even when it lay down. Even without the help of the vines, Wuya was unable to climb up. Shue nodded and jumped up. She came to the center of the alligator snapping turtle's back, where the divination shell was usually located. After seeing the turtle shell with runes on it, Shue immediately turned around and said, "Wu, there's something here. I didn't expect there would really be one. I was about to ask Shue to get it for them, but then I thought it would be safer to get it myself. You come down and take us up?" After being brought up by Shue, Wuya saw the appearance of the divination tortoise shell. There are more than 10 pieces of turtle shells here, only half the size of a fist, covered with runes. You should know that each piece of this alligator snapping turtle's other shells is about 1 meter wide. Moreover, there were more than 10 pieces at once, which was enough for all the witches to use. A witch only uses 3 pieces of tortoise shells for divination. Today's harvest was really great. Wuya was very proud and said, "Let's go back to the tribe." Chapter 146 Water Wheel. After returning to the tribe, Yin Wu was very happy to hear that Wu Ya and his friends had obtained more than 10 divination tortoise shells. The divination tortoise shell is naturally made of the shell of a more powerful tortoise-like beast, and the more accurate the divination will be. The turtle shell of the flame, which is just that of a wild beast. Wu Ya gave 3 pieces to Yin, 3 pieces to Han, and kept 3 pieces for himself. The remaining 5 pieces were reserved for the next witch. The divination tortoise shell needs to be nourished with the witch's blood, which takes about 30 days. Moreover, after the witch died, the divination tortoise shell would also break into pieces. Therefore, the divination tortoise shell could not be shared. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, the Suzuka tribe returned to the process of building the tribe. Now the Howling Moon Wolf tribe does not have the strength to compete with the Suzuka tribe, and the problem of the alligator snapping turtle has been solved, so the Suzuka tribe can devote itself to building the city. Now, there's still about 30 kilometers to go before the road reaches Tangshanhetten. It will take about 3 days to complete the construction. We did some calculations and started asking the people in the tribe to prepare other necessary things. Among them, a large amount of charcoal is needed to burn cement, so Wu Ya kept Yushan. The two of them are responsible for calcining charcoal. Whether it is burning charcoal or something else, they're needed to do it. Wu Ya originally wanted to let Han and Yin Wu study the firewall pattern and use the firewall technique to calcine cement. But after seeing the giant trees everywhere on Zhuke Mountain, Wu Ya changed his mind. Using firewall to calcine cement not only saves time, but is also environmentally friendly. But there is no place to deal with so many giant trees on Zhuke Mountain. So, it is most appropriate to directly turn these giant trees into charcoal and use it to burn cement. However, it should be said that with the help of Barbarian Pattern, many things that pollute the environment can be made very environmentally friendly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed, and the road from the Suzuka tribe to Tongtian River Stall was finally completed. Now, the giant armored rhinoceros is pulling the cart, and without the obstruction of the giant trees, it only takes half the time to reach the Tongtian River beach. Then we pull the sand back, and we can make 2 trips a day. After the road was opened, Wu Ya immediately led the totem warriors and witches of the entire tribe to take a ride in the car to experience it. By the way, Wu Ya found clay near the river beach that was suitable for calcining into cement with limestone. After pulling these things back, the cement was successfully burned out after a night of calcination. Now, the city wall of the Suzuka tribe also began to be built. Wu Ya brought the entire tribe, all the warriors and ordinary people, even the newborn babies, to the foundation site in the southeast corner and held the earliest foundation laying ceremony in the world. After mixing the mortar, they poured it onto the foundation. Then Wu Ya and Yin placed a brick on the mortar. This was the successful foundation. Next, many totem warriors rushed forward and began to build the wall. In just one morning, a layer of the 10-kilometer-long city wall was built. At this rate, the most critical front and back city walls should be completed before summer. However, the next day after they started building the wall, the Suzuka tribe encountered another very embarrassing problem. Wu Ya was standing by the wall, instructing them on how to build the bricks more neatly, when Chi came over with a worried look on his face. After seeing Wu Ya, Chi said worriedly, "Wu, there's not enough water. There's a stream on Zhuke Mountain. The totem warriors dug a small pool near the tribe to store water, so there's always enough water for everyone to drink. But now the tribe needs water in many places, so the water in the pond is quickly used up, and the water flow in the stream is not enough to build the city." Wu Ya had made all kinds of calculations, but he never imagined that the tribe would be short of water. If the water shortage continues like this, the speed at which the tribe builds the wall will be greatly restricted. Before summer, the city wall of Zhuke City may not be built. This is when Wu Ya lowers his requirements and temporarily builds 2 walls. Wu Ya frowned and thought for a long time. Then he exhaled. "It's okay. I'll find a way." Since the water flow could no longer support the speed of building the city wall, Wu Ya immediately dispatched some people to dig the foundation on the steep slopes on both sides of Zhuke Mountain. There's a steep slope here, and the reason why Wu Ya decided to build it later is because he has already figured out how to deal with these 2 sides. He planned to cut the steep slopes on both sides into cliffs hundreds of meters high. No matter what kind of ferocious beast it would not be able to jump up. The others, Yi, Shui, Tu, Yu, and those who were more skilled, came to work with Wu Ya to solve the problem of insufficient water in the tribe. Wu Ya's solution is very simple. which is to divert water. There is no other place where water can be drawn except Tongtian River. When Yi and the others heard that Wu wanted to draw water from Tongtian River, they were surprised, but that was all they were surprised about. Wu always does things that they can't even imagine, and they have become accustomed to it. You know, in the past, when the Suzaku tribe encountered wild beasts, they would run as far as they could. But now, the tribe can kill the evil beasts. These were all brought by Wuya, although they didn't understand why Wuya had only brought these things to the tribe now. After Wuya proposed to divert water, he immediately told Yi and the others his idea, which was to build a water wheel to lift the water from Tongtian River and then dig a small river to let the water flow to the Suzaku tribe. When they heard the water wheel, Yi and the others were confused. What was a water wheel? Wuya knew that they definitely wouldn't understand, so he just drew a water wheel for them. The so-called water wheel is actually just a wheel that can rotate in the water and draw water out at the same time. Yi and his team had experience in building cars, so making water wheels was much easier. It took them 2 days to use several pieces of wood to make a huge water wheel that was hundreds of meters wide and had hundreds of buckets. After finishing the water wheel, Wuya called all the orange-striped warriors and the wild beasts to bring the water wheel to Tongtian River, which was just south of the tribe and about 50 kilometers away from Zhuke Mountain. The river bank here is much higher than other places. It is a cliff that is about 30 meters high. Installing the water wheel here also makes it easier for water to flow to the tribe. After making the selection, Wuya asked Yi and the others to cut down 4 tree trunks that were over 100 meters long. After burning the bark to carbonize it, they supported them into a 4-cornered frame, which would make it easier to support the water wheel. But after they were ready, Wuya and his team encountered a new problem. After all, Tongtian River is not their home ground. There are many ferocious beasts there. If they want to install the water wheel, a big battle may have to take place. But if we let everyone go into the water like this, I'm afraid they would be dead as soon as they got in. Chapter 147 Feast. Wuya couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw the Tongtian River where giant fish jumped out of the water from time to time. After thinking for a long time, Wuya really couldn't think of a solution this time. This time, Wuya had no choice but to throw the problem to everyone. Even though he was a witch, the tribe belonged to everyone, and he couldn't always find solutions for him. After Wuya pointed out the problem, everyone immediately lowered their heads and looked at their toes. No, now that everyone was wearing shoes, they couldn't see their toes at all. Seeing everyone's reaction, Wuya knew it was useless to ask, "Do we really have to use force?" Wuya looked at the water below the cliff. A black shadow about 7 or 8 meters long swam over, making his scalp tingle. Even if he wasn't the one going into the water, we couldn't let everyone take such a risk. Someone has to die if a water truck doesn't come down. Wu. At this time, someone finally spoke. Wuya felt that the word Wu was like the sound of nature. After turning around, Wuya found that it was Yin Wu who was speaking, so he asked, "Do you have a solution?" Yin Wu said, "Otherwise, we should tie up the person who goes into the water with a strong vine and pull him out if he is in danger." Wuya shook his head. The danger in the water was unknown. If he let someone go down like that, he was afraid that person would have already entered the fish's belly before he could even react. Seeing that Yin Wu's method was not working, Han whispered, "Wu, how about we lure the beast out of the water and then go down into the water to install the water wheel?" Wuya's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. As long as the ferocious beast is led away, you won't be afraid after going into the water." After thinking about it carefully, Wuya felt that this method was feasible. So Dang said, "Except for Lin, Yi, and Chi who are here to protect us, everyone else should split into 2 groups and go out hunting. The bigger the beast you hunt, the better." Wuya then pointed to the sky above and said, "Before the sun reaches here, bring your prey here. Regardless of whether you have any harvest or not, you must return by then." "Got it." "Understood, Wu." After everyone answered, they immediately divided into 2 groups and went into the forest to hunt. Wuya closed his eyes and rested on the spot, while perfecting the plan for this operation. At noon, everyone returned. Their harvest was also quite good, with 3 prey in total. The savage beast fierce fong boar, slightly smaller than the giant rhinoceros. The savage beast triceratops, the same size as the giant rhinoceros. And the fierce beast barbarian bull, much smaller than the blue bull, only 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. These should be enough. Wuya asked everyone to move the 3 ferocious beasts to a location about half a kilometer downstream of the water. Then he cut several wounds on them, tied strong vines on them, and threw them into the water. After being thrown into the water, the blood from the cut wounds immediately merged into the water, and then the bloody smell immediately attracted the ferocious beasts nearby. Just a few minutes later, Wuya saw dozens of ferocious beasts gathered here, frantically gnawing on the bodies of the three ferocious beasts. Wuya immediately said, "Yi and Lin, use arrows to shoot these beasts here, and the rest of you, follow me." Most of the ferocious beasts that came here were fierce beasts, and there were not many wild beasts. After a while, the wild beasts or evil beasts will be attracted here, so it is better to take advantage of this time to install the water wheel as soon as possible. After arriving at the chosen location, Wuya immediately asked everyone to tie strong vines around Shui, Yun and Qi's waists, and then let them down. Shui dived into the water, and when he found it was safe, he immediately asked everyone to lower the trees used for support. When the tree was placed in the water, Shui, Yun, and Qi immediately dived into the water, leveled the riverbed below, and then inserted the tree diagonally into the mud. After waiting for more than a minute, Shui and the others finally came out of the water. Wuya breathed a sigh of relief, and then let go of the second tree. On the other side, the big fish that were gnawing on the three ferocious beasts began to bleed more after being shot by Yi and Lin. After smelling the blood, many ferocious beasts that came from behind directly bit the injured beasts. Now the waters were boiling. More and more ferocious beasts were injured, and more ferocious beasts were attracted by the increasingly strong smell of blood. In this way, a vicious circle was formed. Unless all the ferocious beasts nearby died, any ferocious beast that wanted to get a piece of the pie would join the melee once it arrived here. At this time, a large area of water below had been dyed red with blood. Yi and Lin were also surprised when they saw the scene below. Now they don't need to do anything. These ferocious beasts will kill themselves. Lin couldn't help but say, "No wonder every time after killing a ferocious beast, we have to quickly remove the smell of blood. It turns out that this is what will happen in the end." Yi nodded. He always thought this was unnecessary when hunting in the past, but he didn't expect that by doing this he would actually save his life. "Are we looking for a witch?" Lin asked. He nodded and said, "I wonder if Wu knows the situation here. Let's go and talk to him. Wu is so wise. He should know the result. Otherwise he wouldn't let us do this." Lin said. He nodded. "Wu, you are indeed very wise." In fact, Wuya didn't know that such a small action of his would cause such a huge chain reaction. After listening to Yi and Lindy's report, Wuya was also very surprised. What level of ferocious beasts are there now? Are there any wild beasts or evil beasts? Lin said, 2 wild beasts have already passed by, but there are no evil beasts for now. Wuya nodded. Go over and take a look, there are. Quick, pull them up. Wuya was originally going to tell him when he saw the evil beast, but he suddenly felt a powerful pressure coming from below, so he quickly asked Yi and the others to pull Shui and the others up. After Shui and the others were pulled up, they were still frightened because a huge fish about 20 meters long had just swam past them. Judging from its appearance, it should be going to attend the obscene feast. As it passed by, it saw Shui and the others and swam over curiously. Fortunately, Wuya had everyone pull them up, otherwise the evil beast would have attacked them. The evil beast stuck its head out, looked at Wuya and the others above, and then continued to swim downstream. Now Wuya also knew what kind of ferocious beast it was. Judging from its slightly oval head, smooth skin, and 2 whiskers, it was a ferocious beast of the catfish family. However, there is no name for it in the tradition, so Wuya called it giant catfish. After the giant catfish swam away, Wuya used his spiritual sense to investigate and found that there were no ferocious beasts, so he asked them to continue installing the pillars. Now it's the 3rd one, and only the last one is left to complete it. But just as Shui and the others were about to go into the water, one of the trees suddenly made a noise and something hit it. Chapter 148 Oolong. Shui and Yun, who were about to go into the water, looked at Wuya with horror on their faces. Wuya was also very confused. He clearly didn't use his spiritual sense to detect any ferocious beast below. He used his spiritual sense to carefully investigate again, but still found nothing. Because the water in Tongtian River was not very clear and was too deep, they could not see the bottom. The river water also had a great influence on their spiritual sense, so they could only judge whether there were any ferocious beasts by their aura. When Wuya used his spiritual sense to investigate, there was no trace of any breath at all. Wuya didn't believe it and looked at Yenwu and Han. You two should also use your spiritual sense to check and see if there are any ferocious beasts below. Han and Yin Wu tried it and shook their heads, not finding any ferocious beasts. This is strange. There is clearly no ferocious beast coming, but this tree was really hit just now and is still shaking. After thinking about it carefully, Wu Yi concluded that it was probably not caused by a ferocious beast. So he looked at Xue and said, "Xue, go and see what it is. Don't worry, it shouldn't be a ferocious beast." Because she is Han's sister, when upgrading the number of barbarian patterns, Han engraved a lot of barbarian patterns on Xue's battlesuit, and she has the highest defense. Besides, she is the strongest in the tribe now, so it is most appropriate for her to go. With the triple protection of Wu Ya, Yin Wu, and Han, Xue felt much more at ease. "You have to hold me back and pull me up at any time." Wu Ya nodded. "Don't worry, you are so useful. No one will be willing to let you be eaten by ferocious beasts." Xue took a deep breath and then jumped down. When he entered the water, there was a huge splash. Wu Ya pursed his lips. His skin must be burning from such contact with water. After the snow entered the water, it immediately dived down. When it got close to the bottom, it saw a huge black shadow next to the tree, and it was so scared that it wanted to swim up quickly. But she didn't feel the breath of the black shadow at all, and the black shadow didn't move, which made her discover a lot. Then, she plucked up her courage and swam towards the black shadow. When she came to the black shadow, she finally saw what it was. This is a clam with a diameter of at least 10 meters and a width of 7 or 8 meters. Because its shell can reflect spiritual consciousness, no one could detect its breath. Xue was so close that she could feel the breath of the clam. This was a wild beast. But Xue is not afraid of this thing because its fighting power is not strong at all. After Xue walked around the clam to check it out, she immediately lifted up the giant clam, came under it, lifted it up, and swam to the surface of the water. The person who had been observing the people below on the cliff was startled when he suddenly saw a huge black shadow appear in the water. He hurriedly grabbed the vine and tried to pull Xue up. When they pulled the vine, they immediately found that it became loose. He was shocked. "Wu, the vine has become loose." When Wu Ya heard this, his heart skipped a beat. If anything happened to Xue, he would be held responsible. After all, it was he who forced Xue to go into the water. When Han heard Ye's words, his face turned pale. "Hurry, pull up the tough vine. If anything happens to Xue, no matter what kind of beast this is, I will make it pay with its life." Wu Ya said in a somewhat cold voice. Xue is not only a totem warrior of the Suzuka tribe, but also one of the few friends recognized by Wu Ya. If anything happens to her, Wu Ya will definitely give her an explanation. "Hey, there's something under the vine." Ye's words came, and then he increased the speed of pulling the vine. This time, the black shadow below moved even faster. Wu Ya looked at the black shadow with cold eyes. In fact, he didn't understand. Xue was a yellow-striped warrior after all. How could he be swallowed by this black shadow beast without a sound? Could it be that because its movements were restricted in the water, it was eaten by this ferocious black shadow beast? What kind of ferocious beast is this? It is so powerful. At this time, Wu Ya was already thinking about how to deal with this ferocious beast that was getting closer and closer to the water surface. No. The shadow was getting closer and closer to the water, and Wu Ya could feel the breath of snow. The breath of snow is in the belly of this ferocious beast. Wu Ya hurriedly shouted, "Quick, Xue is still alive. Pull her up quickly." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Wu Ya's words. Although Xue had joined the tribe later, she had gotten along well with everyone, and no one wanted to see her die. The snow under the giant clam had no idea that the people above were having such rich inner thoughts. Now she is still complaining about why the people above are pulling her with such great force, which makes it very difficult for her to take this thing out from under the giant clam. It's about to surface. Wu Ya clenched his fists. Everyone, prepare to fight. We must rescue Xue. After hearing the order, everyone except the one who was pulling the leaves of the vine tied the vines around their waists and came to the edge of the cliff with their giant axes. Even the powerful monkey was holding a giant axe, eager to try. As long as Wu Ya gave the order, they would jump down. It's out. Wu Ya was about to order an attack, but when the words reached his lips, he sighed. What a huge clam! Due to excessive concentration, Niao and Chi jumped down directly after hearing Wu Ya's words. Fortunately, they were caught by the people next to them and did not fall. Everyone looked at Wu Ya in bewilderment. Wu Ya's anger turned into confusion. It's just this thing, it swallowed the snow? Just as everyone was puzzled, Xue's little head popped out from the side, and she said to Wu Ya with a silly smile, "Wu, I found this big thing in the river down there. Wuya looked at Shui, who was grinning foolishly, and 1,000 alpacas were running in his heart. He even had an urge to hit someone. Just this giant clam made everyone's blood boil, and everyone wanted to avenge Shui. That's the result. That's it. Shui noticed that everyone was looking at her with a strange look in their eyes. So she asked, "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you all standing there with your giant axes? Is there a ferocious beast?" Wuya took a deep breath to keep his breath balanced. "Are you okay?" "It's okay. What could possibly happen to me?" Shui said with a smile. "Wu, this thing is so delicious. This is the first time I've seen such a big clam." Still thinking about eating, Wuya said speechlessly, "Then bring the giant clam up, and we will continue to install the water wheel." "Oh," Shui nodded and shouted to Yun and the others, "Throw down some more strong vines. I'll tie it up and you can pull it up." Yun sighed. Shui was often even less reliable than Fei, which was a real headache for him as a leader. After throwing the strong vine down, Shui tied up the giant clam and then asked them to pull the giant clam up. Wuya looked at the giant clam that was over 10 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide and couldn't help but sigh. What a huge clam. Even if you said it was a spirit and there was a person inside, I would believe it. Chapter 149, So Hot. Putting the matter of the giant clam aside for the time being, Wuya hurriedly asked them to put all the support poles into the water while there were fewer ferocious beasts. This time there were no unexpected problems, and the support rod was successfully placed in the water. After fixing the support poles with several trees, everyone went out together to put this giant water truck into the water. The water wheel entered the water and immediately started to turn under the impact of the water flow. Soon, those huge buckets brought up the water, and after turning it to a certain angle, the water flowed to the cliff. Seeing the water wheel actually bring up the water, everyone cheered. Wu truly was omnipotent. Even from such a high place, he had a way to bring up water. Okay. Although the water has been brought up, we still have to bring it to the tribe. We interrupted everyone's cheers. Yin asked, "Wu, what should we do then?" Wuya thought for a moment and looked at Han. "Han, let the bloodthirsty worm come out, put half of its body in the soil, and then move towards the tribe." Han nodded, and then the ground next to him suddenly exploded, and bloodthirsty worms came out from underground. Then, the bloodthirsty worm did as Wuya said, using half of its body to crawl through the soil and dig out a semicircular ditch that was 3 meters wide and about 1.5 meters deep. The water brought up by the water wheel also flows along the ditch. Wuya took a look and said, "The giant armored rhinoceros should follow behind and compact the ditch." As the bloodthirsty worm and the giant armored rhino moved forward and lost sight of them, Wuya immediately said, "Let's go, keep up." "Ah Wu, where's this giant clam?" Shui was still beside the giant clam, looking at Wuya eagerly. Wuya glanced at the giant clam and said, "Well, just carry it and carry it back to the tribe." Shui stared at the giant clam in surprise for a moment, then said, "But it's hard to see the road while carrying it." Wuya thought about it and looked at everyone. Then he said, "Shang, you and the powerful ape go help Shui. Bring this thing back to the tribe. I will make clam meat for you." On the way back, nothing unexpected happened. However, because they had to wait for the bloodthirsty worms to dig the soil, they didn't reach the foot of Suzuka Mountain until the next day. On the way back, we paid a little more attention this time and actually found a field with onions growing on the road. So we asked Fei to take people to dig a large piece and then let Tyrannosaurus Rex take the onions back and plant them on the land next to the tribe. After arriving at Zhuke Mountain, we temporarily asked some people to dig a reservoir at the foot of the mountain, while the rest went back and continued to make several small water wheels with Yi and the others, striving to bring water directly to the tribe. Back at the tribe, Shui, Shang, and the powerful ape Chi threw the giant clam to the ground, panting. "Are you injured? Hurry up and call Wu to finish cooking this giant clam. Everyone is hungry," Shui said while looking at Shang. But Shang shook his head. "You go, I dare not." Shui looked at Shang with disdain. "TSK, then don't come and fight with us for food." After saying that, Shui went to find Wuya. Wuya was really hungry now. When he saw Shui coming to find him, he immediately went to the giant clam with Shui. Looking at the huge clam, Wuya shook his head. He had originally thought of boiling it in water first, and then taking out the meat and frying it. But for such a big clam, how big a pot would be needed? "Wu, how about it? Have you thought of what to do?" Shui asked Wuya with shining eyes. Wuya held his chin with his hand and thought for a while. "Well, just burn it with fire." Such a large clam must have a lot of water inside. If you burn it with fire, the clam meat inside will cook itself, almost like boiling it. Shui nodded and immediately went to steal some firewood that you and the others had chopped for charcoal. She surrounded the giant clam and started burning it. Wuya watched for a long time and saw nothing was working. So he asked Shui and Shang to get more firewood, while he himself got some meat to roast and eat while waiting. Generally speaking, clams will open by themselves after being cooked, and Wuya is now waiting for them to open by themselves. However, just as Wuya took the meat and was about to start roasting it, the giant clam suddenly moved. Seeing the giant clam move, Wuya was so scared that he quickly threw the meat aside and ran away. Shui and Shang also hurriedly jumped in front of Wuya to protect him. After waiting for a long time, seeing that the giant clam did not make any unnecessary movements, Wuya walked back. However, just as Wuya approached, the giant clam moved again. Wuya looked at the giant clam speechlessly. Is there something wrong with this giant clam? It has always been against him. So, Wuya simply didn't leave and stayed next to the giant clam. But this time, after the giant clam started moving, it didn't stop and kept shaking there. It should be about to open, Wuya thought secretly in his heart as he looked at the giant clam. But just as Wuya was thinking this, the giant clam stopped moving again. Wuya, is this giant clam a real giant clam? Wuya already has the urge to ask Shui to split it open with a giant axe. Suddenly, the giant clam began to move again. This time, the shaking amplitude is much larger than the previous times. Wuya looked at the giant clam and quickly stepped back. He had a feeling that this shaking was definitely not simple. Sure enough, when Wuya had just left the giant clam more than 10 meters away, the giant clam suddenly exploded, and the juice inside splashed everywhere. Wow, it's so hot, so hot, so hot. A pleasant, ethereal, and very attractive voice came. Wuya was curious about when Shui's voice became so beautiful. He turned around and found that Shui was turning to look at the giant clam. Oh my god, who the hell actually burned me with fire? The pleasant voice came again. This time, Wuya knew that the sound was not made by Shui, but by the giant clam. Giant clam. Wuya looked at the giant clam and found that it had opened a gap about 1 meter wide. A large amount of water mist came out of it, making it impossible to see what was inside. At this time, the clear and pleasant voice came again. Hey, someone come and help me. It's almost done. It's almost done. Hearing the voice again, Wuya wasn't as surprised. After all, this was a world of extraordinary power, so it wasn't impossible for a giant clam to speak. Shui and Shang looked at Wuya, asking what to do. Wuya looked at the giant clam and said, "Go put out the fire." This is most likely his first contact with this kind of monster since he came to this world, so he must not roast it. However, now that the mist has dissipated, Wuya discovered that there was a human figure inside the giant clam. This surprised Wuya very much. Could it be that this monster has reached the point where it can transform into a human? Chapter 150 Threat. However, just as Shui and the others approached the giant clam, the monster inside the clam suddenly attacked. She suddenly rushed out from inside and knocked away Shui and Shang, who were caught off guard. Then, she came to Wuya at an extremely fast speed. Before Wuya could even see his appearance, she grabbed his neck and choked him. This person is too strong. Shui and Shang only reacted at this time, immediately picked up the giant axe next to them, and ran toward Wuya. Before Wuya could react, a finely polished bone dagger was pressed against his neck. A clear and pleasant voice rang out in his ears. Tell them not to move. Sure enough, people with nice voices and threats are so addictive. Of course, Wuya is not the kind of person who would get addicted easily. Or maybe he was too confident. This man looked powerful, but based on his aura, Wuya already knew that he was just a yellow-striped warrior. The defensive strength of his battlesuit is very high. Even if the yellow-striped warrior does not use all his strength, he cannot hurt him at all. The man's dagger moved even closer to Wuya's neck. I told you to stop the people in your tribe from moving. However, her voice was already loud enough that Shui and Shang had heard it, yet they still went to pick up the giant axe without hesitation. This person was dumbfounded. Are the people in this tribe so cruel that they don't even care about the witch's life? At this time, Wuya spoke, but what she said was not what she asked for. Which tribe are you from, and why are you inside this giant clam? Wuya wanted to turn his head to look at the other person's appearance as he spoke, but his neck was held too tightly, and he couldn't turn his head at all. Helpless, Wuya could only chop at the dagger that was against his neck. However, as soon as he lowered his head, Wu Yu was stunned. This person was actually wearing cloth clothes. In this world, there are actually people wearing cloth clothes. Compared with the civilization level of other tribes, this one is not even a little bit behind. Of course, this cloth was rather rough. Wu Yu touched it with his hand, and it felt just like the rough sack he had in his previous life. Wu Yu touched his arm, startling the man who had been paying attention to the snow and the injury, as well as the people from the Shizuka tribe who had rushed over. He exerted force on his hand and asked, "What are you doing?" "Let Wu go." Chi and the others also rushed over, and now there were more and more people. "Wu, what's going on?" Yin Wu also came over. The woman was also stunned when she saw the Yin Wu. She had never imagined that there was a witch in this tribe. Wu Yu sensed the other party's situation and said with a smile, "See, there is still a witch in our tribe. It's useless for you to kill me. Stop talking nonsense. If you dare to move, I will kill him." The man threatened again. Feeling the softness on his back, Wu Yu thought quickly in his head. This was the second female totem warrior he had met, but he didn't know which tribe she was from. "Why don't you tell your tribe to stop moving? I'm going to kill you." The man continued. Hearing her words, Wu Yu smiled. It was obvious that this person was doing this kind of thing for the first time, and now she was a little lacking in confidence. Wu Yu then smiled and said, Okay, everyone, don't move. Take a look at this. By the way, what's your name?" "Ling." Ling replied, "My name is Wu Yu." Wu Yu nodded. "Everyone, don't move. Look at what Ling is going to do." Ling looked at the people of the Shizuka tribe blankly. She couldn't remember any other tribe dressing like this. The clothes these people wore looked better than the common people in their tribe. "What tribe are you from?" Ling asked. The members of the Shizuka tribe were all wearing clothes, and their totems could not be seen at all. Wu Yu thought for a moment and said, "We are from the Shizuka tribe. What about you? Which tribe are you from?" "Impossible. I've been to the Shizuka tribe, and it's not like that at all." Ling's voice became a little angry again. "Don't lie to me, or I'll kill you." Ling's words stunned Wu Yu. They were from Zhuke, and Ling had never been to their tribe. Unless there are other Shizuka tribes. Wu Yu looked at Shang, then Shui, and then at Qi, and was suddenly speechless. He originally wanted them to take off their clothes to prove that their tribe was indeed the Shizuka tribe, but now none of Yun and the others were there. Wu Yu simply looked at Qi and said, "Qi, take off your battle suit and show it to her." Qi didn't know what Wu Yu meant, but he did as he was told and took off his battle suit, revealing the fiery bird totem on his chest. "See, it's the real Vermilion Bird totem," Wu Yu said. Ling looked at Wu Yu angrily. "Do you take me for a fool? This is the totem of the Blazing Firebird tribe." "You." Speaking of the Blazing Firebird tribe, Ling looked at Qi again. "Blazing Firebird totem?" Then she looked at Wu Yu again. "Are you really from the Shizuka tribe?" Wu Yu twisted his aching neck vigorously and said, "Yes, the genuine Shizuka tribe." Ling's grip loosened slightly, and she said doubtfully, "That's not right. I've been to the Shizuka tribe, and I've never seen you there. So where's this place?" "Shizuka Mountain. Guijari Place. It's not Zhuke Mountain. Zhuke Mountain is not like this at all." Ling said again. Wu Yu said speechlessly, "Tell me, is there a possibility that there are two Shizuka tribes?" "Two Shizuka tribes." Ling repeated Wu Yu's words, then shook his head. "Impossible. I have never heard of another Shizuka tribe." Wu Yu looked at Qi speechlessly. "Qi, go call Yi and the others." Yi and the others were still making a water wheel. When they heard Qi say that Wu Yu was in trouble, they hurried over. When they arrived here and saw Wu Yu being threatened, Yi and the others wanted to rush over to save Wu Yu, but Ling stopped them. "Stop, or I will kill him." "Which?" Yi shouted. Wu Yu sighed and said, "Listen to her and show her the tribe's totem." Yi didn't understand, but still showed Ling his totem. After seeing the real Shizuka totem, Ling slowly released Wu Yu, but he was still muttering, "That's not right. How could there be other Shizuka tribes?" After Wu Yu was released, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Ling. I was stunned for a moment. If I could use the word celestial fairy to describe Ling, it would be the most appropriate word. Her long blue hair set off her stunning face. Her well-fitting clothes accentuated her figure perfectly, and a sapphire on her forehead, tied with a vine, made her look even more ethereal. What a graceful and graceful woman. What a peerless beauty. Wu Yu could never have imagined that in such a world, there would be such a beauty. Chapter 151 level. What are you looking at? Ling couldn't help feeling annoyed when she saw Wu Yu staring at her in a daze. It was the first time she was stared at such a close distance. Wu Yu came back to his senses and coughed awkwardly. Ahem, Welcome to the Suzuko tribe. He considered himself a gentleman, and he had no interest in beauties like Shui and Han, and he always kept his eyes away from them. As soon as he saw Ling, he stared at her like a possessed person. Ling nodded. This is actually my first time visiting the Suzuko tribe. By the way, which tribe are you from? Wuya asked. Ling was wearing a cloth dress, which was a bit rough, but it was impossible to see what her totem was. Ling looked at Wuya. She felt that Wuya's eyes looked at her a little strangely. Qinglong tribe. Qinglong tribe. Wuya looked at Ling with wide eyes. This was the first time he had heard of this tribe. A tribe that belonged to the same four sacred beasts as the Vermilion Bird must be something special. Ling looked at Wuya in confusion. What's wrong? Wuya shook his head and told the tribe members to go about their business. He then asked Ling, where's your tribe? How did you end up in this giant clam? Ling was about to answer when Shue's voice suddenly rang out. Ah, Wu, all the meat in the giant clam has been eaten. Wuya looked at Shui speechlessly. It's over, it's over. I'll catch it next time. Shue's words came, but Wuya interrupted. Shang dragged Shui down to dig a reservoir. It's Wu. Shang nodded and immediately ran down the mountain with Shui. As Shui climbed, he shouted, my giant clam meat, the giant clam I carried back from Tongtian River. Wuya waited for Ling to leave and then looked at Ling. Tell me your story. Why does this sound strange? Ling didn't understand why, but she still explained her background. It turns out that Qinglong Mountain, where Ling grew up and the Qinglong tribe is located next to Tianqi. When Ling went out hunting with the totem warriors of the tribe for the first time, she saw a huge clam in the water of Tianqi Lake, and she volunteered to bring the clam up. Unfortunately, she underestimated the giant clam's strength and was swallowed by it. Fortunately, the sapphire on her forehead is called the water-repellent pearl, which can prevent her from drowning in the giant clam. However, once the giant clam of the wild beast level closes, Ling alone cannot open it. There was no other way. Ling could only stay in the giant clam and eat clam meat when she was hungry. At the end, just when she finished eating the clam meat and ended the life of the giant clam, she suddenly felt heat coming from the soles of her feet. So she tried her best to hit the giant clam. We had discovered that the first time the giant clam moved, it was Ling trying to push the giant clam away. When the giant clam opened later, Ling found Wuya and the others there, so she thought of capturing Wuya and using him to threaten the people in this tribe. After hearing Ling's words, Wuya fell into deep thought. Qinglong Mountain, Qinglong Tribe, Tianqi Lake. These are the first times he had heard of them since he came to this world. Wuya then came to his senses and said, You said you've been to the Suzuka tribe. Is that Suzuka tribe far from your Qinglong tribe? Ling nodded. It's quite far. Even for my father, it would take 10 days. Wu looked at Ling. Ling was a yellow-striped warrior. Judging from her level, her father's strength must be above the yellow-stripe level, red, or even higher. Seeing Wuya was silent again, Ling asked, What's wrong? Wuya shook his head. By the way, what is the realm above the yellow-striped warrior? Although he had already guessed it was Qi 1, he still wanted to confirm it. Ling looked at Wuya in confusion. Although the Suzuka tribe had declined a lot after experiencing the heavenly calamity, there was no reason for them not to know these things. Wuya saw Ling's confusion and said with a smile, Although we are also from the Suzuka tribe, the inheritance is basically not with us. It should be in the Suzuko tribe, you know. Ling nodded, and then talked to Wuya about the levels of warriors, wizards, and ferocious beasts. The levels of warriors are white-striped warrior, orange-striped warrior, yellow-striped warrior, red-striped warrior, red-striped warrior, blue-striped warrior, purple-striped warrior, and gold-striped warrior. The levels of witches are as follows: sacrificial witch, divination witch, fate witch, mysterious witch, great witch, transformation witch, holy witch, and divine witch. The levels of ferocious beasts are fierce beast, savage beast, wild beast, nightmare beast, forest beast, king beast, emperor beast, and holy beast. After listening to Lingdi's explanation, he finally solved the question that had been bothering him for a long time. However, when I think about so many realms and my own realm is so low, I feel a little confused. With so many realms, how long will it take me to complete the cultivation? Now, think about that paleo. It should be at the level of sacred beast. Ling saw Wuya was in a daze again and couldn't help but shake his head. I knew I shouldn't tell you this. Many people hear so many levels and develop inner demons when they practice, which eventually leads to them becoming possessed. Wuya looked at Ling. Then why are you telling me? You should ask it yourself. Ling replied. Then she asked Wuya, By the way, do you know where Qinglong Mountain is? I want to go back. My father must be very worried about me. Wuya shook his head. I'm afraid you can't go back, at least not now. Ling's face darkened. What do you mean? I just used you to threaten your tribe, but that was a misunderstanding. If you want to keep me in your tribe, aren't you afraid that my father will come looking for me? Wuya found Ling's angry expression very funny. As expected, beautiful people have a certain charm even when they are angry. What are you laughing at? Ling was confused. Wuya laughed and said, I'm laughing at you for not being able to see the situation clearly. I didn't even know there were other Suzaka tribes. How could I tell you where the Azure Dragon tribe is? Ling thought about it and found that it was indeed the case. But she still asked unwillingly, then where is this place? Wuya thought for a moment and said, this is the eastern part of the savage continent, the lower reaches of the Tongtian River. If my guess is correct, you must have been brought down from Tianchi by the giant clam. Ling's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then if I follow the Tongtian River, can't I find our tribe? Wuya looked at Ling and then shook his head. Don't even think about it. The Suzako tribe has been thinking about returning since they came here. But it's been so long, and we're still here. Why? Wuya replied, the Broken Sun Mountains. The Broken Sun Mountains are towering into the clouds, shrouded in mist. Its extent is unknown, and it directly isolates this small piece of land in the eastern part of the savage continent. If you want to go back, you can either take the mountain road or the waterway. But no matter which road you take, the danger level is extremely high. When Ling heard about the Broken Sun Mountains, her face changed. She finally knew where she was. Chapter 152, State the Purpose. When Ling was very young, he heard from the witch of the tribe that in the lower reaches of Tongtian River, that is in the east of the savage continent, across the Duanri Mountains, there is a place called the Abandoned Land. The spiritual energy in the Abandoned Land is thin, and it is very difficult for any witch, totem warrior, or ferocious beast to practice. How'd I end up in this place? Ling looked at the western sky, and tears filled her eyes without her knowing when. When Wuya saw Ling like this, he couldn't help but feel that he was a fellow wanderer in the world. He was thrown into a place where he was unfamiliar with the place. When he first arrived, he was just as confused as Ling. He had little hope of returning, and he had no idea how to get back. But Ling was different. Wuya looked at Ling and said, if you have nowhere to go, stay in the Suzaka tribe for the time being. Ling was unmoved. She was still sad about coming here. Wuya continued, don't worry, we will return sooner or later. Ling reacted now. She looked at Wuya and asked doubtfully, we? Wuya nodded. That's right, the Suzaka tribe's goal is to return to their ancestral land. We have the same goal. Ancestral land. Ling was speechless. Wuya had no idea about the ferocious beasts in Tongtian River and the horror of Duanri Mountains. I don't know what kind of existence is in the ancestral land. There is no hope of returning there. Even with the current strength of the Qinglong tribe, they dare not even mention the idea of returning to their ancestral land, let alone the Suzaka tribe, whose strongest force only has one yellow-striped warrior. Yes, the current Qinglong Mountain is not the ancestral land of the Qinglong tribe. Their ancestral land is the same as that of the Suzaka tribe, in the center of the savage continent. After chatting with Ling for a long time, Han and the others came back. Seeing Han, Ling was stunned again. She was not surprised that there were several witches in a tribe, but the witches all dressed the same. Just from their clothes, it was impossible to tell which witch was the leader of the tribe. Another point is that the three witches are all relatively young. Wuya and Yinwu are around 17, and Han is only around 20. This is the strangest thing about Ling. No matter how lucky a tribe is, it wouldn't have three witches born in a row. Of course, this is the Suzako tribe's business, and Ling will not interfere. Wu, the reservoir has been repaired. Yin came over to report to Wuya. Wuya nodded and said, okay, you guys take a break today, and we'll build the city wall tomorrow. After they left, Ling asked Wuya, Suzako Wu, what are these reservoirs you're talking about? And the city walls? Just call me Wuya. Wuya pointed at the huge pigsty and said, the city wall is just like that, used to protect against ferocious beasts. As for the reservoir, it's used to store water. Ling took a look at the huge pig pen and then jumped onto it. We was speechless for a while. Why couldn't they take her up there? No one explained to her, so what was the point of her watching? Ling was surprised for a while when he saw dozens of giant boars in the pig pen, and then he jumped directly down from the pig pen, which was dozens of meters high. Wu, yeah, why are you locking these giant toothed boars here? Ling asked. She simply couldn't understand why these ferocious beasts were kept here instead of being killed for their meat. Wuya explained, Keeping them here is to reduce their ferocity and tame them. Ling didn't know if he had heard or not, so he asked again, then they need to eat a lot of food. We pointed to the plot of land that had already been planted and said, we'll plant food specifically for them. Once it grows, we'll be fine. While talking to Ling, Wuya discovered that the potatoes had already sprouted and other things that had been planted were also starting to grow. Everything is moving in the right direction. Ling took a look and said, well, potatoes, and sweetwood roots. These are what people eat. You should plant them for the giant boar to eat. Unexpectedly, Ling also knew another edible thing. Wuya quickly asked, how do you know this? Ling gave Wuya a look and said, our tribe is a super tribe. We grow most of our own food. The Qinglong tribe grows all their own vegetarian food, and only meat is obtained by hunting ferocious beasts. Unexpectedly, the Qinglong tribe had already developed into an agricultural civilization. Wuya continued to ask, are all the tribes over there like this? Ling shook his head. Not really. Except for super tribes like our Qinglong tribe, other small tribes still rely on hunting ferocious beasts. In this way, Wuya knew the level of civilization of this world. So what does your tribe grow? Asked Wuya. Ling glanced at Wuya and said, I won't tell you. This is the secret of their tribe's development. How could they tell anyone about it? Wuya was stunned for a moment. He seemed a bit too familiar and almost forgot that Ling was not from the Suzaka tribe. However, Wuya still smiled slightly. What's the big deal? If one take you home, we must develop our tribe and become stronger so that we can bring you back. Ling snorted lightly. You don't understand at all. There is no way we can go back. That would be even better. Wuya looked at Ling. If you can't go back, you can't just stay and not eat anything. If you can't go back, why don't you think about making your life better here? Ling was stunned when she heard this, then frowned and looked at Wuya. She always felt that Wuya was difficult to deal with and was always trying to trick her. But what Wuya said did make sense. She wouldn't be used to eating meat all the time. You can't just find a place and set up a Qinglong tribe by yourself. Finally, Ling compromised. Our tribe can also grow corn, sweet potatoes, wheat, and other things. When Wuya heard this, his eyes lit up. With these things in this world, the tribe would no longer have to worry about food in the future. Then Wuya said, can you take the people from our tribe and go out to look for these things? Wuya finally told his purpose. Although Ling was pretty, the Suzaka tribe did not keep pretty girls. If Ling wanted to stay in the tribe, she had to work. No, Ling refused directly. Wuya was puzzled why. He just has too many things to do, otherwise he would have wanted to go alone. But if he goes, the tribe will need at least 5 totem warriors to protect him, which will have a great impact on the tribe's projects. Ling said, I don't even know what your tribe is like, yet you want me to help you. Besides, you can't find it even if you go out and look for it now. It's spring now, and many things are hard to find. Yun and the others can find them, but they do so based on their memory. Wuya thought about it and gave up. Well, you stay in our tribe for a few days and then go out and look for it in the autumn. Chapter 153, Heavenly Tribulation. At night, Wuya cooked, as usual, and fried meat for the tribe's hall masters and elders. As a yellow-striped warrior, Ling is naturally qualified to dine with the top leaders of the Suzaka tribe. After tasting the meat fried by Wuya, Ling's anxious mood finally improved a little. She asked Wuya curiously, Suzaka Wuya, what is this method? It's called stir-frying, Wuya explained. Many things taste better when stir-fried. Shui said beside her, it's a pity there are no potatoes left, otherwise stir-fried shredded potatoes would be the most delicious. Shredded potatoes? Ling said in surprise. Their tribe also grows potatoes, but they just roast them and eat them directly. The taste is just so, but the advantage is that they are easy to fill the stomach. Wuya nodded. Well, it's a pity that all the potatoes our tribe found have been planted. There are no extra potatoes to fry. Ling nodded. Well, that's okay. By autumn, there will be lots and lots of potatoes growing in the fields. Wow, Ling, your tribe also grows it? Shui asked curiously. Speaking of their tribe, Ling too lowered his head. Well, our tribe grows many things. On Qinglong Mountain, we live on the top of the mountain, and the rest of the land is used for planting. Then can your tribe build a city? Fei, one of the 2 most lively people in the tribe, also came over and asked curiously. Ling shook his head. No, this is the first time I've heard of this city. Fei nodded as a matter of course. That's right, our Wu is the wisest. The city was his own idea, and it has nothing to do with the inheritance. TSK. The tribe finally has someone with some sense. Wu Yu was ecstatic in his heart. Right, praise your witch in front of outsiders. Sure enough, when Ling heard that it was Wuya who came up with the idea of the city, he looked at Wuya in surprise. She didn't expect that this witch, who was about the same age as herself, would have such thoughts. Even the witch in their tribe, who had lived for who knows how long, had never thought of the concept of building a city. How could she know that Wuya actually still relied on inheritance? But it was not the inheritance of this world, but the inheritance of another world. Wuya smiled at Ling and said, I still have a lot of things that I need to help everyone with. Do you want to know more? Ling nodded. Well, although this Suzuka tribe is not as powerful as the one I know, you know a lot more than that Suzuka tribe. This is all thanks to us witches. Even Yun, who doesn't like to talk much, said this sincerely at this time. In the current Suzaku tribe, Yun can be said to be one of the people who has lived the longest. But he didn't want to recall how miserable the tribe was before Wuya. By the way, why are the clothes you wear so strange? I always feel like there is witchcraft covering them. Ling finally expressed her doubts. She had been curious about this question for a long time. Wuya pointed at the barbarian pattern on the clothes and said, That's it, the barbarian pattern, a special pattern that can be used to analyze witchcraft. Ling nodded. I know, because our tribe also has barbarian patterns, but what does this have to do with barbarian patterns? It turns out that the Feng tribe isn't the only one with barbarian patterns. Wuya couldn't help but ask. You'll find out about this later. Do the Suzaku tribe, also use barbarian patterns? Ling nodded. Of course, the barbarian pattern was passed down by the barbarian god. It's not something very special. Many tribes have it. After hearing Ling's words, Wuya finally understood that it wasn't that the Suzaku tribe had less inheritance. It was that their Suzaku tribe had less inheritance, while most of the other inheritances were in that tribe. I just don't know why they split up in the first place, and why the Suzaku tribe ended up in this kind of environment. Wuya continued to ask, Ling, how strong is the Suzaku tribe? Speaking of the Suzaku tribe, Ling couldn't help but think of a person from the Suzaku tribe. If nothing unexpected happened, she would marry into that Suzaku tribe in a while. The Suzaku tribe isn't as strong as our Azure Dragon tribe, Ling said, but it's much stronger than yours. Wuya was speechless. There was no need to criticize one and praise the other. That's okay. With our witch, our tribe will definitely be stronger than the Suzaku tribe. Shui couldn't help but say. Wuya rolled his eyes. They actually believed him. Then he turned to Ling and said, Ling, do you know why our Suzaku tribe split up? This is the question he is most curious about. Ling looked at Wuya in surprise. She really couldn't imagine that as a witch, Wuya didn't even know about the heavenly tribulation. You split up probably because of the heavenly tribulation. Ling, Wuya, and the others said. An unknown amount of time ago, the 4 divine beast tribes were unprecedentedly powerful, but for unknown reasons, they moved the heavens, and thus the heavenly calamity came. Under the heavenly calamity, the White Tiger tribe was directly destroyed. The remaining 3 tribes were also severely damaged and on the verge of extinction. It was also from that time that the 3 sacred beast tribes left their ancestral land. Wuya was also shocked when he heard this secret. Heavenly calamity. There actually is a heavenly calamity in this world. However, due to the long time that had passed, Ling couldn't explain the specific circumstances of the heavenly tribulation. We don't know the specific cause and circumstances of the heavenly tribulation. This question should only be known by the witch of our tribe, but he rarely mentions it. Knowing this is enough. Wuya now has a new understanding of his own position. This understanding is even clearer than when I saw Paleo. After eating, Wuya said as usual, Okay, it's time for the daily practice. Here we go again. Faye sighed. Wuya looked at Faye. Faye, make another cup of water. A cup of water is something Wuya recently made to set a timer. Put water in the cup, and then it slowly drips out. Every time Wuya does horse dance, he times it like this. Wu don't. Faye begged. Others were gloating. Hee, you deserve it. Let you complain. Shui laughed even louder. Poor Faye, come on. Wuya saw Shui smiling so happily, so he decided to make her happier. Well, Shui, add a glass of water too. Wu, this is not good. Looking at Shui's sad face, she smiled so happily. Faye also began to gloat at this time. Serves him right. Shui glanced at Faye and said, If you keep talking, I'll beat you up. Faye curled his lips immediately. He was not afraid of anyone in this tribe except Shui, because Shui would really beat him up. Ling looked at everyone laughing and chatting, and since it was the depressing time of the night, she couldn't help but feel out of place. Chapter 154, Cut Off. After seeing this, Wuya came to Ling and asked, Want to join us? Ling looked at Wu Yi in confusion. The cultivation method of a tribe can be said to be a secret. She didn't expect that Wu Yi would invite her to join. Wu Yi smiled and said, "Although you won't join the Suzaku tribe, you must stay here before you go back. Practice with everyone and get along with them, and then you'll fit in." Ling thought about it and nodded. "Thank you, Fine." However, when he saw everyone doing horse dance there, Ling encountered the same problem that Shui and Ling had encountered before. This posture is so ugly. In response to this, Wu Yi's way of persuasion was, "Do you want to go back? Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to integrate with everyone?" No one is better at persuasion than him. After hearing what Wu Yi said, Ling made up his mind to practice horse dance with everyone. Doing horse dance is to practice the 100 battles boxing technique, and in the blink of an eye it was late at night. After Wu Yi arranged for Ling and Shui to sleep together, he and Wu Yi returned to the cave. Then he looked at Yanwu. "What's wrong? It seems you have something to say." Yanwu had a worried look on his face. "Wu, can we really return to our ancestral land?" The heavenly tribulation that Ling talked about today made him feel panic, and even confusion and doubt. Since the ancestral land is so dangerous, why go back? Isn't it good to live a good life here? In fact, Wu Yi was also curious about what obsession the witches of the Vermilion Bird tribe and the Firebird tribe had that made them insist on returning to their ancestral land. Of course, this is also the reason why Wu Yi has never experienced leaving his hometown, either in his previous life or now. All he could imagine was that there must be something good in the ancestral land, or something that was very suitable for cultivation. Otherwise, according to the thinking of these primitive people, there is no need to return to their ancestral land. Wu Yi said to Yanwu, "Why, you don't believe I can lead everyone back to our ancestral land?" Yanwu shook his head, "No. Didn't you predict the rise of the Suzaku tribe long ago?" Wu Yi said, "Why not try divination again to see if we can return to our ancestral land?" Yanwu's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. "No. Divination involves the secrets of heaven. Every time it is performed, it costs a lifetime. You are still so young. What are you afraid of?" Wu Yi said with a smile. Yanwu looked at Wu Yi and said, "How about you, Wu?" Wu Yi shook his head. "I won't come. I know I can go back." Yanwu pursed his lips, went to the place where he had been practicing, sat cross-legged, and began to practice. Wu Yi looked at the surrounding walls and the ground covered with the spirit-gathering barbarian patterns, and thought about what Ling had said today. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but think about Ling's appearance. So, is it only Ling who has blue-green hair, or do all the members of the Qinglong tribe have blue-green hair? Wu Yi's mouth corners slightly raised. What was wrong with him? Then he sat cross-legged, with his 5 hearts facing the sky, and began to practice. A large amount of spiritual energy was continuously absorbed into his body, refined into qi, and then injected into the qi palace in his mind. Now the qi palace has been filled to 1/3. I think at this rate, it will take more than a month to fill the qi palace. By then, when the essence and qi turn into liquid, you will be able to break through to the level of a divination witch. The time spent in cultivation passed quickly. We only felt that only a few minutes had passed before it was already dawn outside. After Wu Yi finished his training, he felt that his spirit and everything had returned to their peak. He then kicked Yanwu, who was sleeping in after training, and said, "You need to practice physical strength in the morning. What's the point of you sleeping here?" Yanwu stood up, rubbed his eyes, and smiled awkwardly. "I'll be right there." At this time, Ling, Shui, and others came over. When Ling saw Wu Yi, he immediately asked, "Wu Yi, can I also wear your tribe's battle uniform?" After Shui and Han told her the use of the battle suit last night, she finally understood why the people of the Suzaku tribe ignored her warnings when she threatened Wu Yi. Because her weapon could not hurt Wu Yi at all. Thinking of Wu Yi's leisurely manner, Ling felt particularly stupid. At the same time, he also wanted to get a set of combat uniforms to wear. Wu Yi nodded. "This is necessary. You are now a member of our tribe." Then Wu Yi searched through the pile of battle uniforms and took out the one with thicker earth and barbarian patterns that Han had made for Shui. He handed it to Ling and said, "Try it on." When Han saw this, her face was filled with pain. She had been making that battle suit for a long time. Ling nodded, took the battle suit, and walked towards the cave within the cave where they slept. Han and Shui looked puzzled. Shui even asked, "Hey, why isn't Ling changing here? What's she going to do?" Wu Yi was speechless for a moment and tapped Shui's head. "Girls should understand the difference between men and women. Don't change clothes casually in front of men." Shui curled her lips. "What's the difference?" "It's just that the chest and the bottom look different." What's the big deal? Hey Wu, why did you hit me again? I'm going to hit you. Wu rolled his eyes at Shui and said, how dare you say such cruel words? At this time, Ling came out. This battlesuit adds a bit of heroic spirit to her already outstanding appearance. After seeing this, Shui even walked up to Ling and looked at her. Wow, Ling, you are so beautiful. Ling nodded. Thank you. Your tribe's battlesuit is really amazing. With this battlesuit, I dare to provoke the evil beast. Wu looked at Shui and said, look at Ling, and then look at you. The first thing you did when you saw the evil beast was to run away. Oh, let's go eat. Shui ignored Wuya's words and ran towards the pot of meat cooked by the tribe. Wuya. Ling smiled. Your tribe is really interesting. Wuya said as he walked, there are many interesting things. You will slowly discover them. After eating, Wuya went to see Yi and the others. They had already made 5 water wheels. These water wheels are not as big as those installed in Tongtian River. Each one is only about 50 meters in diameter. Wuya immediately asked everyone to transport the installed water wheel down the mountain and prepare for installation. After seeing the water wheel, Ling was also very curious about its special structure and immediately went with everyone to move the water wheel. However, after arriving at the foot of the mountain, Wuya and the others were dumbfounded, because the reservoir, which is about 50 meters wide and 50 meters deep, is only half full of water. The water source has been cut off. At this, Wuya's face suddenly turned gloomy. They had finally brought water here from the Tongtian River, but before even a day had passed, it was destroyed by something else. Let's go. Let's see what's going on, Wuya said angrily. Chapter 155. Good Dog. When Wuya and his companions arrived near Tongtian River riding on Tyrannosaurus Rex, giant armored rhinoceros, and other ferocious beasts, they were dumbfounded. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wuya couldn't help but sigh. What is this? Before their eyes, they saw many fallen giant trees. Judging from their roots, they must have been gnawed down by some ferocious beast. After these giant trees were gnawed down, the branches were bitten off and moved to the top of the giant trees, and together with the soil, a dam was formed. Wuya looked to both sides, but there was no end in sight. What on earth is this thing that can complete such a project overnight? This is much faster than the Suzaku tribe. Wuya already had a rough guess in his mind, but he was not sure for the moment. What's going on? Yin asked. Not only him, everyone looked at Wuya. They all wanted to see if the wise Wuya would know. Wuya shook his head and pointed at the dam that was more than 10 meters high and said, go up and take a look, and you'll know. Afterwards, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Giraffidee, and Thyrinus came to the dam and jumped onto it. When they arrived here, Wuya and the others were even more shocked. The dam is about 6 or 7 meters wide and is made of wood, leaves, and soil, and its length is at least several kilometers. When they got to the top, Wuya and the others finally saw the owner of this project, the beaver. Seeing the guys a few kilometers away busy gnawing on trees and piling up dirt and grass on the dam, Wuya gritted his teeth and said, I knew it. Huh? What do you know? Ling, who was beside him, asked Wuya. Shui asked curiously, Wu, what do you know? Wuya shook his head speechlessly. Nothing. Wu, what should we do now? Yin asked. There were a great number of beavers, at least 100 in number, and, judging by their size, at least dozens of them were wild beasts. With such great power, it's no wonder that such a large project can be completed in one night. Wuya looked at the beavers and said, this water belongs to us. If they dare to steal it, then we should kill them. Yin and the others nodded. They hated the ferocious beasts even more than Wuya. Wuya looked at the strength on his side and felt a headache again. Yin, Wu, and Han were in the tribe, and the bloodthirsty worms did not come over. Yi, Shui, too, and you were also making water wheels in the tribe, so none of them came over. They now only have 2 yellow-striped warriors and 10 orange-striped warriors, plus 3 wild beasts. There are so many ferocious beasts in Tongtian River. If I had known earlier, I would have called everyone here. Wuya couldn't help but think. Unfortunately, it is useless to say so much now. Wuya can only let them destroy the dam first, and then gather the strength of the tribe to fight these beavers. Tyrannosaurus Rex, armored rhinoceros, destroy this dam first. Wuya said. As he spoke, he jumped onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and tied himself up with strong vines. The others also returned to the beast's back and tied their waists with strong vines. This was the tribe's preparation for a battle. Ling looked at everyone, confused. Wuya brought a strong vine and tied it to Ling, explaining, this is to prevent the Tyrannosaurus from falling. so you can get up quickly. Ling blushed and nodded. Yeah. After Wu tied Ling up, he saw Ling's blushing face and couldn't help but remember that she had avoided everyone to change clothes in the morning. Her ideas were different from those of the totem warriors here. If it was Shui, she wouldn't care who helped her tie it up. She would have been looking at Beaver eagerly, wishing she could go up and fight him alone. There was no way she would blush. This discovery made Wu suddenly feel awkward. Some things everyone is used to, so they don't think too much about them. But when I met someone who thinks differently, I thought about it carefully and realized that we were indeed very close to each other just now. Wu quickly said to Ling, I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention just now. Ling shook her head. It's okay. You all seem to be like this. She thought about what she had seen and heard in the tribe that morning. Many people in the tribe had no concept of gender, so they would not avoid doing things. Ling naturally thought that Wu was such a person, so although he was a little dissatisfied, he couldn't get angry since he was under someone else's roof. If it were in their tribe, Ling would have slapped Wu with a slap, and Wu would have spun several times in the air. Fei saw Wu and the others like this and couldn't help but ask, Wu, what's wrong? Wu shook his head. It's okay, let's get started. Fei glanced at the two of them, his mind wondering what was going on. But he naturally couldn't figure out. Seeing that the giant rhinoceros had lowered its head and was rushing towards the dam, Fei quickly gave orders to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After receiving the order, he roared and rushed towards the dam. Collapse, collapse. With two muffled sounds, a giant tree used as the foundation of the dam was pushed away and a huge gap appeared in the dam. Afterwards, the water that had been blocked for a night suddenly poured out. Fortunately, the dam was big enough and the water was not very deep, so it did not wash away the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the armored rhinoceros all at once. Roar! The dam was broken, and before Wu and the others could feel happy, they heard a roar. Following the sound, I saw hundreds of beavers rushing towards this side rapidly. Run, run, run. Guyas joutit hididly. The armored rhinoceros and Tyrannosaurus Rex hurriedly ran towards the tribe. Seconds later, the beavers rushed out of the gap. Wow! Wu counted and found that there were at least more than 30 beavers at the level of wild beasts. Fortunately, although the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Titanosaur were relatively bulky, they were too far away and the beavers had no chance of catching up with them. The beavers stopped chasing after a distance and went back to continue building the dam. When Wu saw that the beaver did not chase him, he couldn't help but smile slightly and thought of a mean idea. Then he pointed in the direction where the beavers were building a dam and said to Fei and Niao, go that way. Since these beavers discussed me first, I will discuss them too. After arriving here, Wu immediately said, destroy the dam here as well. So, the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the rhinoceros immediately rushed forward and crashed into the dam that had just been built halfway. With a loud bang, the dam that had just been repaired was damaged. Roar! We heard another roar. The group of beavers roared at the place where they had just crashed out and then rushed over here. Run, run, run. Wu felt refreshed when he saw the beavers' angry look. Then he pointed to the dam on the other side and said, run over there. Fei and Niao knew what Wu was going to do this time, and immediately ordered the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the giant rhinoceros to rush over there. These beavers would never have imagined that there would be such a mean person in this world. Chapter 156 God of War. Boom! After knocking down the dam again, Wu saw the beavers running towards him in frustration. He laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't stop. Ha, let's go, let's go. Ling looked at Wu's smug expression and couldn't help but feel confused. Sometimes Wu looked like a wizard of his age, mature and steady. Sometimes he looked like a child, mischievous and playful, playing the beavers around and laughing happily. Moreover, he could actually get along so well with the people in the tribe. Ling couldn't help but shudder when he thought of the witch in the tribe who had lived for who knows how long. Seeing Ling looking at him, Wu couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Ling shook his head. It's okay, we still need to continue destroying this. Dam? Oh, Wu nodded. Since you're looking for excitement, then let's do it to the end. After seeing the beavers coming out of the dam, Wu immediately pointed to the middle part and said, go there. Boom. After destroying the dam again, Wu's mood reached its peak. Then he pointed to the other side and said, fly, bird, go that way. Looking at Wu's smug look, Ling couldn't help but shake his head. This Wu is even harder to figure out than those old witches. If the beaver could speak, it would have greeted all of Wu's tribesmen. However, from their roars that came one after another, Wu also knew how angry they were. After crashing into the dam again, Fei looked at Wuya and said, "Wu, do you want to continue?" Wuya shook his head. "No, let's go back first. Now the dam is almost destroyed, and it will take some time to repair these beavers. I will go back and gather people and then take their lives." There was another large-scale battle. Wuya couldn't help but think to himself, it would be great if there were spores. Then we could catch more beavers. After returning to the tribe, Wuya did not delay for a moment. After gathering everyone, he rushed to the dam again. This time, all the totem warriors of the tribe were dispatched. Now everyone has been equipped with high defense armor and iron axes. Even the white-striped warriors are strong enough to protect themselves from the attacks of the wild beasts, so Wuya naturally has to take everyone with him. It was already evening when we arrived at the dam. With the power they have now, Wuya and the others are no longer afraid of the night. If any ferocious beast dares to offend, it must be tied to the barbecue grill. It must be said that these beavers are very fast at building dams. Now the damaged parts in the middle of the dam have been repaired. Wuya asked everyone to form a formation, with the wild beast in the front, the orange-striped warriors in the middle, and the white-striped warriors at the end. Ling was on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, together with Wuya and Fei. She looked at Wuya. A fight is about to happen. You're just a ritual witch, without any offensive magic. Why don't you hide? I have you here. Wuya said with a smile. I've been through a lot of battles, so this little scene is nothing. Wuya looked at Ling. But you really don't need any weapons? Ling shook his head. The tribe's iron axe is too heavy. I'm not used to it. Wuya held his chin with his hand and handed his long spear and staff to Ling. Well, do you want to use mine? Ah, you don't have a witch's wand. How can you cast witchcraft on everyone? Ling asked. Besides, this is a witch's thing. I can't use it. Wuya shook his head. You can use this first. The tribe killed a beast, and I was planning to use its bones to make a wizard staff. Kill the evil beast. Ling took a look at the power of the entire Suzaka tribe. Such a tribe could actually kill the evil beast. After being surprised, Ling took the spear from Wuya. She quite liked the shape of the spear, but unfortunately she saw that only 3 witches, including Wuya, were using it in the tribe, so she felt embarrassed to ask for the same weapon. Wuya picked up the bow and arrow and looked at the giant armored rhinoceros next to him. Bird, let's start. The bird nodded, and the giant rhinoceros immediately rushed towards the dam. Wuya shot an arrow at the dam, a place made of only mud and leaves, with 2 huge trees on either side. Hit where I shot. The giant armored rhinoceros immediately rushed there, and after a muffled sound, the place was directly knocked down. Afterwards, Wuya heard the beavers roar from one side, apparently discovering that a ferocious beast was destroying the dam. Wuya immediately said, "The giant armored rhinoceros is back. Everyone prepare for battle. Capture those who can, and kill those who can't." The giant armored rhinoceros had just run back when Wuya saw a beaver flowing out from the gap along the water. It was just a ferocious beast, and when it saw such a big scene outside, it quickly swam back. Wuya shot an arrow at it, but missed the target. He could not help but curse. "Little thing, you're hiding pretty fast." At the beaver beast level, it was about the same size as an Alaskan, so it was fair to call it a small creature. After all, the savage beast level was the same size as a horse, and the wild beast level was even larger, at 3 meters tall and 6 meters long. We had just finished cursing when the ferocious beaver, which had just hidden itself, rushed out immediately. This time, it was very brave and rushed towards Wuya and the others, growling all the way. It's not that it's crazy, but because its backer has arrived. 2 wild beaver beasts squeezed out from the gap, not afraid of the situation on Wuya's side, and rushed forward without hesitation. Behind them, there's a black mass of beavers rushing out. "Prepare for battle," Wuya shouted, then drew his bow and arrow, shooting the ferocious beaver to death with 1 arrow. "Go! Hold that high!" The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared immediately, took huge steps, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed towards one of the beavers. It was originally suppressing the beaver, and now it has armor, so it should move forward. The beavers, relying on their large numbers, were not afraid of the Tyrannosaurus Rex at all. The 2 beavers rushed to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, jumped up, and tried to pounce on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head and bite it. Seeing this situation, before Wuya could say anything, Ling stepped on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and flew out like a cannonball. So fast! This was Wuya's only reaction. Just as the beavers were about to pounce on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head, one of them was bitten by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The remaining one had just felt proud when it felt a strong wind. Before it could react, it felt a sharp pain in its neck and stomach. Then, before the beaver could react to what was happening, it flew backwards. We saw it clearly. When Ling flew in front of the beaver, he shot the beaver in the neck without hesitation. The spear tip pierced the beaver's neck, and Ling kicked the beaver in the stomach. While kicking the beaver backward, she also flew backward and just managed to pull out the spear. With a click, the feather fell on the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It stood with a gun in hand, its hair moving in the wind, like a female war goddess. Chapter 157 Accident. Wuya looked at Ling's back and couldn't help but sigh. This woman is more cruel than snow. The beavers behind also rushed here. The giant armored rhinoceros panted and rushed directly towards the beaver group. Kill! Yin shouted and followed the wild beasts, rushing towards the beaver group. As soon as the Tyrannosaurus Rex killed the beaver with one bite, other beavers pounced on it. So it charged directly towards the beaver. The beaver had not expected that the Tyrannosaurus Rex would do such a thing. It was caught off guard and was knocked behind the beaver group. Shui rode on Thorn and rushed into the beaver group. She and Thorn cooperated with each other and moved around as if they were in an empty space. Although they did not kill a single beaver, they attracted the attention of a large number of beavers. Ling went out again, jumped from the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, jumped into the beaver group, and killed a beaver with one shot. When a wild beaver pounced on him, Ling dodged cleverly and then kicked the beaver over with a powerful kick. Then more beavers rushed towards her. When Wuya saw this, he immediately pulled up a strong vine and threw it towards Ling. Catch it! Ling caught the vine, and Wuya pulled it towards him, and Ling flew back. Now, after continuous training, Wuya's strength has reached about 600 kilograms, and pulling the feather is like a piece of cake. Ling returned to the Tyrannosaurus Rex's back, and Wuya immediately tied the vines around her again. This way, you'll have more options when fighting. Ling nodded, not looking at Wuya, but watching the battle between the Suzaku tribe and the beavers below. The wild beasts of the Suzaku tribe were still as brave as ever. Protected by their armor, they didn't have to worry about getting hurt at all, and they rampaged through the beaver group. And those warriors were also very brave. Even when the white-striped warriors encountered wild beasts, they did not retreat at all. Several people cooperated to fight against the wild beasts. After being slapped away by the beaver, he stood up again and rushed forward to fight. After Wuya tied the vine, he found Ling watching the tribe's battle. So he said, "How is it? It's a little different from your tribe's battle, isn't it?" Ling nodded. Although our tribe is not afraid of death, but without the protection of the battle suit, they will never fight against the wild beasts like this. This was the purpose of developing the battle suit in the first place, Wuya thought. With the battle suit, even a white-striped warrior would have defense comparable to that of a wild beast, and his combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. If the unmarked warriors weren't strong enough to cause any harm to the ferocious beasts, Wuya would have wanted to pull the unmarked warriors over. After Ling finished sighing, she looked at the strong vine around her waist, and her face turned red again. Apart from her father, this was the first man who had been so close to her. Even the one from the other Suzaku tribe, she had little contact with. Every time she and her father went to the Suzaku tribe, that one was always cultivating, and there was almost no communication. What's wrong? Wuya saw Ling staring blankly at the vine he had tied her up with, and couldn't help but say, "I'm sorry, I did this without your consent again." Ling came back to his senses and shook his head. "It's okay, I'm going to fight." After saying that, she stepped on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex again and flew towards a wild beast, a beaver, like a cannonball. Watching Ling pierce the wild beast's throat with another shot, Wuya couldn't help but shake his head. As both are yellow-striped warriors, Ling's combat power is much stronger than Shui's. This must be the difference between a large tribe and an individual. Ling has someone to teach her how to fight, while Shui just does it randomly. Wuya looked at Shui, who was struggling in the beaver pile, and looked at Yi and Lin speechlessly. Help Shui. She's having a hard time now. In such a melee, Lin Hai's bows and arrows were very effective. The beavers would be blinded before they could react, and would lose a lot of combat effectiveness. At this moment, Wuya suddenly felt a fluctuation of witchcraft. Turning around, I saw that it was the fire wizard who was performing an invigorating spell on everyone. Seeing that it was getting dark, Wuya immediately decided to speed up and stop playing with these beavers. So he shouted, "Han!" When Han heard that Wuya had finally given him an order, he immediately communicated with the bloodthirsty worm excitedly. Ling had just killed a beaver and was about to rush to the next beaver to rescue Shui. But suddenly he felt a vibration coming from the ground. She was so scared that she immediately pulled the vine and flew onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, because it was her first time pulling herself back like this, Ling didn't know how to control the strength. When she realized something was wrong, it was too late. Quick, get out of the way! After Han gave the order, we had already looked at the situation of the white-striped warriors of the tribe, so he did not pay attention to Ling's situation. After hearing Ling's words, Wu Yi turned around and saw Ling flying towards him. Fuck! Wu Yi shouted and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Ling pounced directly at Wu Yi, and then the two of them fell to the other side of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Because the vine that bound Wu Yi was relatively short, Wu Yi was hanging on the thigh of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, while Ling flew directly to the other side and lay on the ground. Wu Yi was feeling dizzy now. Just now, when Ling flew over, his entire face hit Wu Yi directly. Unfortunately, Wu Yi was not as stubborn as Ling, and he didn't even have the chance to savor the softness on his lips. He was already half fainted. Fei, who had just jumped down and killed a beaver beast, returned to the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and found that Wu Yi was gone. He immediately became very anxious and went to the edge of the Tyrannosaurus Rex to take a look. He found that Wu Yi was hanging on the leg of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, so he quickly pulled Wu Yi up. Wu, are you okay? Fei tried hard to wake Wu Yi up. Wu Yi finally woke up and shook his head vigorously to get rid of the coma. Ling is more dangerous than snow. This was Wu Yi's first reaction after he woke up completely. Wow, his first intimate contact with a girl caused his teeth to be loose and almost fell out. He looked to the side and found that Ling was not on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, so he immediately looked around. Then he saw Ling still lying on the ground and was shocked. Ling was a yellow-striped warrior. She bumped into him. Could it be that her injury was more serious than his? Wu Yi hurriedly asked Fei to pull Ling up and found that Ling was fine, just with a very red face. Fei saw Ling's expression and couldn't help asking, Huh? Ling, what happened to you? Which beaver hurt you like this? Ling's face suddenly turned redder. He quickly jumped off the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, picked up the spear, cut the vines with one shot, and rushed towards the beaver group. Fei was confused. Wu, what happened to Ling? However, when Wu Yi saw Ling, his face also turned red. This made Fei even more confused. Wu, why are you blushing too? Chapter 158, Gazing at the Moon. Wu Yi shook his head. It's okay, keep fighting. Fei looked at Wu Yi and then at Ling. He felt that both of them were weird. But Wu Yi didn't look like he was in any trouble, so he stopped thinking about it. Okay, I'm going to fight. After saying that, Fei picked up the giant axe and jumped off the Tyrannosaurus Rex again, cooperating with the Tyrannosaurus Rex to kill those beavers. Wu Yi recalled what had just happened and couldn't help but smile. He then looked at Ling, who was fighting in the beaver group. He also picked up his bow and arrow to share the pressure with Ling. The bloodthirsty worms joined the battle, and Ling's outburst made the progress of the battle much faster. When it was getting dark, the last beaver was kicked in the head by Shui and fainted. Seeing that the battle was over, Wu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Count the number of injured and the number of beavers captured alive. Yin nodded and immediately ran to check on the injuries of the tribe members, while Qi went to see how many beavers had been captured alive. After they finished the inventory, we have finally got the accurate data. A total of 17 people from the tribe were injured. All of them were white-striped warriors, and all of them suffered internal injuries. It is still difficult for the white-striped warrior to fight against the wild beasts. Even with the protection of the battle suit, he will still suffer internal injuries from the beavers at the wild beast level. Well, give them the collected wild beast blood first. We said, the wild beast blood contains a lot of energy and is most suitable as a tonic for healing wounds. Then, Qi and Wu Yi reported the spoils of battle. A total of 5 wild beasts, 8 savage beasts, and 16 ferocious beavers were captured alive. A total of 27 wild beasts, 38 savage beasts, and 60 ferocious beasts were killed. The beast crystals harvested include 3 wild beast crystals, 2 savage beast crystals, and 0 fierce beast crystals. Unexpectedly, after killing so many beasts, I didn't even get a single beast crystal. Wu Yi said, You keep the beast crystals first. Everyone, pack up and bring all the spoils back to the tribe. Shui came over riding on Thorn. Wu, I killed 7 wild beast beavers. Shouldn't I be rewarded with a wild beast crystal? Wu Yi rolled his eyes at Shui. This guy still didn't change his bad habits and was still staring at the wild beast crystal. Don't even think about it. Wu Ya answered directly. Shue didn't feel ashamed and rode on Thorn to find Han and Yanwu. Wu Ya looked around and found Ling standing with a white-striped warrior holding a spear. He couldn't help but shook his head. This primitive man either doesn't care about face at all, or he cares too much about face. He had no choice but to wait for Ling to recover before communicating with her again. Wu Ya smacked his lips. The most regrettable thing was that it happened so suddenly that he didn't feel anything. After packing up, everyone started to return to the tribe. Ling had not returned to the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex at this time, obviously not knowing how to face Wu Ya. At midnight, Wu Ya and his companions returned to the tribe. After handing the things over to the people in the tribe, everyone who participated in the battle today went back to rest. We had just started meditating when Shue and Han came in. Wu, Ling is missing, Shue said hurriedly after coming in. Wu Ya opened his eyes. What's going on? Han said. After we returned to the tribe, we went back to the cave to practice, but we waited for a long time and didn't see Ling come back. Wu Ya frowned and immediately asked, Have you used your spiritual sense to look for it? Han shook his head. Oh, I forgot. Wu Ya looked at Han speechlessly. She was afraid that she had been staying with her sister for too long and her brain was not enough. Han smiled awkwardly, then scanned the entire tribe with his spiritual sense. Found her. She's on top of a pigsty. Shue was about to leave the cave. I'll go call her back. But just as Shue was about to go out, Wu Ya stopped her and said, Wait a minute, go practice, I'll go call her. Han, Shue, and Yanwu looked at Wu Ya in confusion. They had no idea what Wu Ya was going to do. What are you looking at? You won't understand, even if you look at it again. Just practice. Wu Ya rolled his eyes at them and immediately walked out of the cave. When he came outside, he looked at the tall pig pen and saw a graceful figure sitting on the pig pen under the white moonlight, staring at the silver moon in a daze. Wu Ya shook his head and jumped onto the huge steps of the pig pen. This step is only 6 meters high, and Wu Ya was already out of breath when he reached the top. Ling didn't turn around, still looking at the silver moon in the sky. Wu Ya took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and sat down next to Ling. What's wrong? Are you missing home? Ling was still looking at the moon. The breeze blew through her hair, making her look vivid and beautiful under the moonlight. Wu Ya was stunned for a moment. After a long while, Ling finally started to speak. I'm sorry about what happened today. Not hearing Wu Ya's reply, Ling turned to look at Wu Ya and saw Wu Ya looking at him in a daze. You. Ling couldn't help but get angry. She had just thought about forgetting what happened today as soon as possible, but when Wu Ya looked at her like that, she had the urge to slap him. Wu Ya came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, you were so beautiful. I was mesmerized by you for a moment. Ling simply turned around and continued to look at the moon and remained silent for a long time. Wu Ya didn't care whether she spoke or not. He just sat next to Ling and looked at the moon in the sky with her. I have to say, the moon in this world is really big and bright. When Wu Ya was a child living in the countryside, he could often see such a moon. Unfortunately, due to my studies and later in order to fulfill my dreams, I rarely saw such a moon. As the saying goes, seeing the moon makes you miss your hometown. On a night like this, looking at the moon in the sky, Wu Ya couldn't help but recall his hometown. When Ling first came to this tribe, he had no one to talk to when he had something on his mind. Wu Ya is even worse. At least no matter what Ling is worried about, it will not be out of the scope of this world. And who could Wu Ya tell about his worries? I'm afraid that no one will understand what Wu Ya is saying no matter who he tells it to. Ling looked at the moon for a long time, then looked at Wu Ya again and found that he was no longer looking at her. So she couldn't help but look at Wu Ya curiously. She didn't know what impression Wu Ya gave her, but he was different from everyone she knew. A breeze blew by, and Wu Ya sneezed. He then looked at Ling and said, What happened today was just an accident. You don't have to take it to heart. Ling blushed again and nodded slightly. I know. Wu Ya smiled and said, By the way, you're new here and we don't know you very well. Can you tell me about your past? Ling nodded and began to tell Wu Ya about her past while looking at the moon. In this way, Wu Ya's understanding of Ling gradually deepened. Chapter 159 General. Ling was born in the Qinglong tribe. Her father was very strong, but Ling did not elaborate on how strong he was. Anyway, he was very strong. She grew up in a tribe, as everyone in this world seems to have grown up in a tribe. She has great talent, so the tribe members pay special attention to her. She's like a piece of candy in the palm of their hands, and everyone protects her carefully. In order to maintain communication with the Qinglong tribe, the Sizaka tribe directly proposed that the most outstanding genius of their tribe marry Ling. The reason why Ling went to the Shizuka tribe several times was because her father wanted the two children to develop feelings for each other. The original plan was to have them get married this spring. But the custom of the totem warriors of the Qinglong tribe is to hold a coming-of-age ceremony before getting married. Hunting down a ferocious beast of the same level as himself would be considered success. As a result, during her coming-of-age ceremony, Ling was tragically swallowed by a giant clam. What happened next was that he was picked up by Shui and then brought to the Shizuka tribe. Hearing that Ling was still getting married, Wuya looked at Ling in surprise. "Are you in love with that girl from the Shizuka tribe?" Ling asked doubtfully, "What is emotion?" Wuya thought for a moment and said, "I just took a look at him. After returning to the tribe, I wanted to go back and see him again." Ling shook her head. She got angry when she talked about this. "No, he just practices all day long. Every time I go to the Shizuka tribe, he doesn't even look at me. I'm too lazy to even look at him." "That's good." Wuya breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. After hearing this, Ling looked at Wuya in confusion. "What?" Wuya quickly shook his head. "Nothing. If you have no feelings for him, then you won't think about him." Ling snorted. "Why would I miss him? I miss my dad." Wuya nodded. "Yeah, that's true. After all, it's your first time leaving home like this." Speaking of her father, Ling's mood became bad again. She looked at Wuya seriously. "Wuya, can you really want to go back?" Wuya puffed out his chest and said, "Of course. How long will it take?" Ling explained, "I mean, how many years?" Wuya didn't know, and he himself didn't know the situation in the Duanri Mountains. So he shook his head and said, "I can't guarantee that either. It depends on the development of the tribe." When Ling heard Wuya talk about the development of the tribe, he thought of the strength of the tribe, and his heart sank to the bottom. With the current strength of the Shizuka tribe, it would probably take hundreds of years for them to have the power to cross the Duanri Mountains or pass through the Tongtian River. Thinking of her father's age, Ling couldn't help but shed tears. She felt that she would never see her father again in this lifetime. Ling now has lost all of the heroic spirit he had in battle, but has become more lovable. Wuya sighed, summarized the tribe's development, and then gave Ling a number, 5. Ling looked at Wuya. 5? What does that mean? 5 years. I will take you back to the Qinglong tribe within 5 years. Wuya said firmly. 5 years. Ling looked at Wuya seriously in surprise. When she found that Wuya had stopped talking nonsense, she asked doubtfully, 5 years, is that really possible? Who knows, but there's always hope in life. Wuya nodded and said, okay. If not, I will change Zhuke Mountain to Qinglong Mountain. Ling chuckled. Forget it. If the city can be built, Zhuke Mountain will be better than Qinglong Mountain. Yes. Guja Nadif. Guja. Ling looked at Wuya. Wuya looked at Ling and couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. What's wrong? I told you about myself. Can you tell me about yourself? Ling said seriously. With a skip, Wuya's heart beat even faster. But can we talk about his past? Obviously not, at least not now. Just make one up and use the memory of the original product to fool people. Wuya looked at Ling's bright eyes in the moonlight. He didn't want to lie to Ling. Wuya then said, my past is a bit complicated and I can't explain it clearly in a short time. That's okay, just tell me briefly. Ling continued to stare at Wuya and said. Ling's words reminded Wu of a conversation. Person A, it's a long story. B, then let me make it short. Wuya shook his head. I'm sorry, my past is really too complicated. Now is not the time to talk about it. When I can in the future, I will definitely tell you. Ling curled her lips. It's so mysterious, doesn't it make people want to know more? Wuya smiled dumbly. Don't worry, it won't take long. It's getting late, and I'm a little tired. I'm going to practice first. There will be dew at night, so you'd better be careful and go back to the cave early. Wuya was afraid that if he continued to talk to Ling, he would not be able to help but say it, so he hurriedly took his leave. After saying that, he jumped up quickly, ran to the stairs, and jumped down quickly. Ling sighed, practice, practice, practice again. Then she grabbed the spear and jumped down. Wuya just landed on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief when he heard a muffled sound. Turning around, I saw that it had just fallen to the ground. Wuya smiled awkwardly. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. I came down after seeing you get to the ground. Let's go back together. Ling said. Wuya nodded and walked towards the cave without saying a word. Back at the cave within the cave, Yinwu opened his eyes and looked at Wuya with a smirk on his face. Wu, what were you doing? Why did you take so long to come back? Wuya said speechlessly. Something unexpected happened today. Ling was feeling a little down, so I went to comfort her. Why did he feel that this Yinwu was just like himself in college, who would run up to his roommate and ask him questions in a rude manner after he came back from a date. Yin Wu smiled and said, "Hee, Wu is already an adult, he understands." In the tribe, in order to increase the number of children with witch talent, witches must get married after they reach adulthood. Wuya's body is already 17 years old, so it's time for him to get married. That's why Yin Wu asked this question. Wuya looked at Yin Wu and said, "Well, now that you mention it, it reminds me that you are an adult now. In about a month, it will be time for you to get married. How about it if there's anyone in our tribe that you like, I'll arrange for her to be betrothed to you." Yin Wu didn't expect that Wuya would turn the tables on him. Although he didn't understand things like love and affection, he would still feel shy instinctively when talking about this. Wuya looked at the hesitant Yin Wu and couldn't help feeling proud. "You little brat, you are still a little naive to try to play tricks on me." "How is it? Is there one?" Wuya asked. Flame Wizard was at a loss and could not help but change the subject abruptly. I feel that my training speed has increased a lot. I need to intensify my training and become a Fate Wizard as soon as possible." After saying that, he quickly closed his eyes. Cultivation requires peace and tranquility, but judging from Yin Wu's heaving chest, his mind is unstable. Could it be that he really has found someone he likes? Who could it be? Wuya couldn't help but think as he looked at Yin Wu. Chapter 160 Pipeline. The next morning, Yin came to find Wuya with a grim look on his face. The water flow has been blocked again. After hearing Yin's report, Wuya also had a headache. These ferocious beasts seemed to be endless. So he said, "Call Fei. Let's go and take a look at the situation." Yin and Wuya were just about to leave the cave when Han and the others came over, and Wuya immediately called them over. After all, the two yellow-striped warriors, plus the two wild beasts, are still a considerable force. When it came time to take the wizard's staff, Wuya was dumbfounded because he hadn't asked Yi and the others to polish it for him yet. So he asked Yin to wait for a while, find Yi and Shui, and asked them to use the bones of the alligator-snapping turtle to polish the wizard's wand for them. After the arrangements were made, Wuya could only use the spear and wizard staff polished by Yi and the others. When Ling saw that Wuya was still using the same spear as before, he rolled his eyes at Wuya. Wuya smiled awkwardly. "The bones of a nightmare beast are a bit slow to grind, so I'll use this first." "Whoa, I want to go too." Yin Wu ran over. Wuya looked at Yin Wu speechlessly. "We are just going to check what's going on. Why did you go there?" Yin Wu looked at Han. "If Han can go, why can't I go?" "Yes, if Han can go, why can't Yin Wu go?" So Wuya looked at Han and said, "Han, then don't go. Stay and study the barbarian patterns with Yin Wu." Han looked at Yin Wu. "After being locked up in the tribe day after day, I finally got the chance to go out, but my plans were disrupted by the fire witch." Yin Wu scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Oh, I didn't know the witch would arrange it this way." At this time, Fei and Yin came over riding on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wuya jumped on the Tyrannosaurus Rex and turned to give Han and the others a smile. "Keep going. The future of the tribe depends on you." After Wuya and the others left, Yin Wu said awkwardly, "Han, do you have a feeling? How does it feel?" Han didn't give Yin Wu a good look because he couldn't go out. Yin Wu held his chin with his hand. "Well, I always feel that I have been deceived by Wu. Obviously, my original intention of joining the Suzuka tribe was not like this. Now, in the Suzuka tribe, Yin Wu is more like a real witch, always stationed in the tribe, while Wuya is like a totem warrior, running away every day." Han rolled his eyes at Yin Wu and said, "How dare you say that? Aren't you afraid that Wu will kick you out of the tribe?" The fire wizard shook his head. "You're overthinking this. These wizards won't care. Unless we make a big mistake, they will drive us out of the tribe." Han sighed. "I can't see through Wu either. Isn't he the hope of the tribe? Why does he always say that the hope of the tribe depends on us?" Alas, Yin Wu also sighed. "Let's go and continue studying the barbarian patterns." "Well, the fireball mark should be ready to be engraved soon, right?" Han and Yin Wu talked as they walked towards the cave. "Almost. Once we teach them to Yang and Shuang, it will be almost done." Riding on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, they followed the dug ditch and stopped halfway. The ditch here was destroyed by some ferocious beast, and the water from the Tongtian River was flowing in other directions along the gap. Looking at this gap, Wuya felt a headache. The ferocious beasts in this world are like people who have nothing to do after eating, and they come here specifically to destroy their things. "Wu, what should we do?" Yin asked. We also wanted to know what to do. He looked at the ditch. Even if it was repaired now, after a while, ferocious beasts would destroy it again. It would be great if we could build a pipe to get the water underground. We stare at the ditch in a daze for a long time. However, as for the pipelines, how long will it take the tribe to get the steel pipes? I'm afraid it will be summer by the time it's done. Wuya, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you speaking? Seeing that Wuya didn't speak, Ling waved his hand in front of Wuya. Wuya shook his head. It's okay. I was wondering if there was a way to prevent these bees from seeing the water flow. That way they won't cause any damage. This is too difficult, Shui said in surprise. She had never heard of a way to hide the water flow. Fei said disdainfully, Tisk, that's just because you think it's difficult. Whatever I do is within your imagination. Shui was speechless and could only vent her anger on Fei. Be careful, or I'll beat you up. Wuya looked at the two funny guys in silence, then asked Yin, Yin, is there something that is hollow inside and can be used to hold water? Yin thought for a moment and then said, Wu, I wonder if bamboo can be used for this thing you mentioned? Bamboo. Wuya's eyes lit up. Why hadn't he thought of bamboo as such a convenient pipe? So he immediately stopped Shui and Fei, who were arguing, and said, Fei, let the Tyrannosaurus Rex go to the bamboo forest closest to us. Fei nodded and ordered the T-Rex to go towards the bamboo forest before continuing to argue with Shui. Ling looked bored and immediately asked Wuya, Wuya, what good idea have you come up with? Yin looked at Wuya and couldn't help wondering when Wu had a name. But he couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think about it too much. Wuya said, we can hollow out the bamboo, connect them together, and bury them underground. This way, water can flow through them without being discovered by the beasts. When they heard Wuya's method, the four of them were shocked. They didn't expect that there was such a method. See, you can't even imagine how wise Wu is, but he can always come up with a solution. Fei continued to argue with Shui. Shui was not to be outdone. Wu thought of it because he is a wizard. How could he be as stupid as you? Wuya shook her head. Shui said this as if she was not stupid. After listening to their quarrel, Wuya called a halt. All of you, keep quiet. We are still here. Aren't you afraid of ferocious beasts coming over? Shui and Fei immediately quieted down and didn't look at each other. Finally, it was quiet, and Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. However, Ling asked, Wuya, what is labor? It was time to explain the nouns again. Wuya said, I am the one who works for you. Ling looked at Wuya in confusion. When did you become a laborer? Wuya held his forehead with his hand. I mean, it's me when I speak. I represent myself when I speak. Oh, Ling suddenly realized. I understand. Then he looked at Wuya. Is that correct? Wuya coughed dryly. Ahem, it's better to say I when you're angry. Normally, just say I'd. Ling nodded. Yeah, I understand. By the way, I often hear you say WTF. What is this? During the time on the road, Wuya and Ling explained a lot of terms. At noon, Wuya and his companions arrived at the bamboo forest. That's right, this is the bamboo forest they visited last time. Chapter 161 Bamboo Shoots. Wuya estimated the time and found that it would take about 2 hours to get from the ditch to here. A round trip like this would take 4 hours, and including the bamboo cutting, you could make 2 trips a day. Although it is a bit slow, this is a long-term project. We can build the city wall and the pipeline at the same time. This time, Wuya just came to take a look at the situation. After checking at the edge, Wuya immediately let the Tyrannosaurus Rex enter the bamboo forest. Now that they have 2 wild beasts and 2 yellow-striped warriors here, they no longer have to worry about encountering the evil beasts, the black and white bears. Entering the bamboo forest, Wuya was mainly looking for something to eat bamboo shoots. After entering the bamboo forest for a while, Wuya saw several bamboo shoots with pointed tips just emerging from the ground. Then he pointed at the bamboo shoots and said, Fei, you and Yin go dig those bamboo shoots. Then he looked at Shui and said, Shui, you and Cig go out to the woods outside and get some strong vines. We can weave them into baskets so we can bring back more bamboo shoots. There was only 1 feather left, so naturally it was left to protect Wuya. Ling watched Fei and Yin digging bamboo shoots and then looked at Wuya in confusion. Wuya, why are you digging these bamboo shoots? Are you going to plant them in the tribe? Wuya shook his head. If you want to plant bamboo, you should dig up the roots, not the shoots. Then why did you dig it? Of course I ate it. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat and dried bamboo shoots stewed with bacon. These are all delicious. Wuya couldn't help but say when he thought of the bamboo shoots they had eaten together. Ling looked at the bamboo shoots. Her tribe knew a lot about edible plants, but she never knew that bamboo shoots were edible. How do you know bamboo shoots are edible? Ling asked. Obviously, no ferocious beast would eat them. Wuya laughed and said, Who says there isn't one? There's a ferocious beast in this bamboo forest called the black and white bear. It loves eating bamboo, shoots the most. The black and white bear is most likely a product of this place, so Ling has never heard of it. At this time, Fei and his friends dug out the first bamboo shoot. In this world, bamboos are so big, so bamboo shoots are naturally big as well. The bamboo shoot that Yin Hefei dug out was more than 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. We untied the vines that bound him, jumped off the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, peeled off the skin, and took a look, feeling very satisfied. Although this bamboo shoot is large, it is very tender and is most suitable for stir-frying with meat. Ling and Fei looked at the snow-white bamboo shoots, picked up a little out of curiosity, and were about to put it in their mouths to try. When Wuya saw this, he did not stop it, but instead raised the corners of his mouth slightly. What a taste! It's so bitter and not tasty. Ling tasted it and quickly spat it out. Seeing Wuya laughing, he couldn't help but say angrily, "It tastes so bad, and you lied to us that it tastes good." Fei nodded in agreement. "Yes, Wu, this bamboo shoot is not delicious, and the taste is very strange." Wuya was just about to speak when Shui came back. She didn't see Fei and the others trying the bamboo shoots. She only heard the word eat. So he got angry and said, "Okay, you told me to cut the vines, but you're here stealing food." Then she jumped off the thorns and hurriedly cut off a piece of bamboo shoot and put it in her mouth. Wuya stopped what he was about to say and looked at Shui with a smile. Pa, what the hell is this? It tastes so bad." Shui tasted it and quickly spat it out. Wuya laughed and said, "I told you it tastes better fried or boiled, but you just don't believe me and insist on eating it raw." Fei suddenly realized, oh, bamboo shoots are the same as potatoes. They taste better when they are cooked. Wuya nodded. Yes, it is crispy when eaten raw, but it is too bitter and astringent. Then why did you say there were ferocious beasts that like to eat it? Ling rolled his eyes at Wuya. Wuya smiled and said, the taste buds of vicious beasts are different from ours, so they taste different. Naturally, they like to eat it. Wu, what are taste buds? Shui asked. Well, it's used for tasting. Let's not talk about this for now. You guys continue digging. I'll weave a basket so we can take more back. We said. Shui, Fei, and the others nodded and went to dig bamboo shoots again. Ling was just about to follow them to dig bamboo shoots, but then she remembered that Wuya had no one to protect her, so she didn't leave. Seeing Wuya arranging the vines and starting to weave the basket, Ling said in surprise, Wuya, you can also weave. There's not much difference between cloth and woven baskets, nets, etc., so Ling was surprised when she saw it. Cloth is the patent of several tribes there. The Qinglong tribe can exchange the woven cloth for some resources every year. Wuya remembered the cloth clothes Ling was wearing when she first arrived and nodded. Of course I can, and the cloth I can weave is better than the clothes you are wearing. Ling expressed his doubt. Then why don't you see anyone wearing cloth clothes in your tribe? Wuya spread his hands. That's because I don't have good materials. Although the armor had high defense, it was really hot. Wuya wanted to wear cloth more than anyone else, but after so long, he hadn't found any good weaving materials. Ling thought about it and felt that it was true. The Wuya society already had enough things, so weaving should not be a difficult task for him. As he spoke, Wuya had already woven 2 baskets, and then he and Ling began to put the bamboo shoots dug by Fei and Yin into the baskets. When the 2 baskets were full, Wuya immediately called a halt, and everyone worked together to tie the 2 baskets to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Looking at the baskets hanging steadily on both sides of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Ling was also very surprised. This was the first time she saw a ferocious beast being used in this way. In the Qinglong tribe, those ferocious beasts are used for fighting and eating. They are not used like they are in the Suzaka tribe. Wu's mouth started to water as he looked at the bamboo shoots. With so many bamboo shoots, he could finally get rid of the days of eating only meat again. Okay, let's go back. Wuya said, Yin, starting tomorrow, Shui, Fei Niao, and a few others will come over to cut these bamboos and bring them to the ditch. Yes, Wu. Yin nodded. Wuya looked around and said, okay, let's go back. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a deafening roar of an animal from afar. Roar. Before Wuya could react to what was happening, another beast roar was heard. Quack. Judging from the shock these 2 roars had on people, they were definitely made by the evil beast. Wuya and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. The evil beasts were extremely rare and difficult to see. But now, 2 of them appeared at once. But judging from the sounds they make, they seem to be fighting. Wu, leave quickly. It sounds like the sound of an evil beast. Yin said with a serious expression. Wuya frowned and carefully identified what kind of evil beast was making the roar. After he recalled it carefully, he immediately raised his head and looked over there. Judging from the sound, it was a nightmare beast, Quetzalcoatlus, fighting with a nightmare beast, monochrome bear. Chapter 162 Cooperation. Wu Yun felt something was wrong when he saw Wuya looking in the direction of the beast's roar. Their wizard is good in every way except that he loves adventure. The key is that he is a rookie. He is the one who is both rookie and loves to play. Wuya looked at Yun. What's wrong? Yun said solemnly, let's leave quickly. Wuya shook his head. No need to rush. I knew Yun was speechless in his heart. That's the battle between the evil beasts. We can't join in. Wuya shook his head. It's okay. We don't need to join the battle. Unload the bamboo shoots, and let's go see what's going on. Cloud. Wu, this is very dangerous. They should be able to withstand one evil beast, but with two evil beasts combined, they have no room for resistance at all. Wuya nodded. I know. We won't join the battle. We'll just watch from a distance. It's hard to see two evil beasts fighting. Let's go over and take a look. Maybe we can pick up some bargains. The evil beast, the wind god pterosaur. Wuya has long wanted to get a flying beast for the tribe, but he never had the chance. Now is a very good opportunity. Ling stood by without saying a word. Not to mention the battles between the evil beasts, she had also seen the battles between the king beasts. Yin Jian had no way to convince Wuya, so he had to give up and unload the bamboo shoots with Fei. Shui didn't have much to say. The last time she saw the alligator snapping turtle being killed by the tribe, she was not so afraid of the evil beast anymore. After unloading the bamboo shoots, Wuya and the others immediately rushed towards the source of the beast's roar. More than 10 minutes later, they came near the roar of the beast. When Wu saw the Quetzalcoatlus with a wingspan of about 50 meters in the sky, he was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. Its wingspan is about 50 meters, and its body length is about 40 to 50 meters. It looks like a dark cloud when flying in the sky. What did this Quetzalcoatlus eat to grow so big? The Quetzalcoatlus was flying around a small mound several dozen meters high. A large area of bamboo on the mound had fallen, and an even larger part of the bamboo had broken into pieces and scattered on the ground. On the top of the mound, a black and white bear, standing more than 10 meters tall, was standing there, roaring at the Quetzalcoatlus circling in the sky. It was the black and white bear that Wuya and the others encountered last time. Its belly was now much bigger than before. After circling around the mound, the Quetzalcoatl suddenly folded its wings and shot straight towards the black and white bear in the air like a cannonball. Roar! The black and white bear opened his arms, roared, and chose to fight the wind god pterosaur directly. Boom! The two beasts collided, and the black and white bear's shoulder was directly pecked through by the Quetzalcoatlus's huge beak, while it held the Quetzalcoatlus's head tightly. Then the huge inertia of the Quetzalcoatl directly rolled the two beasts down the mound. The giant bamboos on the road fell down one after another. Wow, the evil beasts fight really fiercely. Wuya immediately looked at Fei. Let's go to the other side and take a look. When we got to the other side, the two beasts were still fighting. The Quetzalcoatlus was caught tightly by the black and white bear and could not take off, so it chose to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Bang, 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 all kinds of collision sounds were heard, and the number of bamboo forests that were crushed was slowly increasing. The ground was already covered with bright red blood, and no one knew whose it was. Wuya watched the black and white bear's movements become weaker and weaker, and knew that the wind god pterosaur had already secured victory in this battle. The Quetzalcoatl is still very strong, worthy of being a ferocious beast with the word God in its name. Watching the battle, Wuya immediately shouted, Shui, Ling, get ready. Shui and Ling looked at Wuya and asked at the same time. Wuya said, the wind god pterosaur is about to win. After it succeeds, we will sneak attack it. Ling nodded. Although the Quetzalcoatl had the upper hand, it had also suffered considerable injuries. If she launched a sneak attack, she would have a good chance of success. Shui looked at the wind god pterosaur, then at Wuya. Wu, are you sure? Wuya looked at Shui. Are you uncertain? Don't worry. You are protected by your battle suits. You won't die. The barbarian patterns on the battle uniforms in the tribe are worn by people other than Wuya and Yinwu, who made the battle uniforms. Shui and Ling's armors have the most inscriptions on them. One is Han's special care, and the other is the armor that Wuya snatched from Han. Both of them have very high defense. Even though they cannot be compared with the nightmare beast, as yellow-striped warriors, Their bodies already have good defense. However, after hearing the next words, Ling couldn't help but look at Wu Yi in confusion. Wu Yi said, "Remember, you have to be alive." Ling and the other three looked at Wu Yi in shock, their eyes all asking, "Are you sure?" Wu Yi smiled and said, "Ling will attract its attention, and Shui will use the giant axe to hit its head. This way, there is a high chance of success." Ling nodded, "Okay." Shui exhaled, "Yes." Wu Yi continued to watch the battle between Quetzalcoatl and the black and white bear. Now, the black and white bear's resistance was getting weaker and weaker. Its bare paws that hit the Quetzalcoatl were like they had no power and could not hurt the Quetzalcoatl at all. The Quetzalcoatl screamed, and then pecked at the black and white bear's head with its huge beak. With a loud bang, the black and white bear's head was pecked through by the Quetzalcoatl, and it completely lost its breath. "Go!" Wu Yi shouted immediately when he saw this situation. Shui and Ling, who were slowly approaching the Quetzalcoatl, immediately rushed towards it one after the other. Ling first flew up like a cannonball, carrying countless bamboo leaves, rushed to the front of the Quetzalcoatl, and shot at the Quetzalcoatl's huge beak. The Quetzalcoatl didn't expect that a weakling of the wild beast level would dare to attack it. It was caught off guard and its huge beak was hit by the feather. Ling was directly repelled, and the wind god pterosaur was also knocked to one side by Ling's shot. This level of force could not hurt the Quetzalcoatl at all, so it immediately turned its head back and wanted to attack Ling. Ling was very fast. After being knocked to the ground by the recoil, he immediately ran towards the front of the Quetzalcoatl. The Quetzalcoatl pecked at the feather in a hurry, but suddenly felt a strong wind coming from the back of its head. Before it could react to the situation, Shui, who had just arrived, used the back of the giant axe to hit it viciously on the back of the head. With a dull thud, the wind god pterosaur that was hit by the black hammer did not faint, but turned around hurriedly, wanting to kill Shui, who had attacked him first. Shui was smart. After hitting the target with a hammer, she kicked him and sent him flying backwards. As the Quetzalcoatl turned around, Ling rushed over again. This time, Shui did not use the spear, but suddenly jumped up and kicked the Quetzalcoatl in the jaw. Feeling pain in his jaw, the Quetzalcoatl ignored Shui and hurried to chase Ling. However, Shui attacked again. This time, she directly activated the power of the totem to its extreme, exerted all her strength, and hammered the axe on the head of the wind god pterosaur. Collapse. Another muffled sound was heard, and the Quetzalcoatl fainted. Chapter 163 Professional. Seeing the Quetzalcoatl being knocked unconscious, Wu Yi immediately looked at Shui and said, "Shui, hurry up and find some strong vines with CIG to tie up the Quetzalcoatl." Shui nodded, immediately jumped onto the back of the spiny crocodile, and rushed out of the bamboo forest. A bamboo forest is good in every way except that it only grows bamboo, which is a bit inconvenient. After Shui left, Wu Yi asked Fei and the others to use the strong vines on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex that they used to tie them up during battle to tie up the Quetzalcoatl first. Wu Yi came to Ling's side and said, "You did a good job just now. Very impressive." Ling smiled back, then pointed at the black and white bear and said, "Is this the black and white bear?" Wu Yi nodded. "Yes, its food mainly consists of bamboo, but it also eats meat sometimes. I didn't expect that there would be bear-like beasts that mainly eat vegetarian food." Ling said. At this time, Fei shouted, "Ha Wu, what is this?" Wu Yi turned his head and found Fei standing at the black and white bear's feet, looking towards the black and white bear's legs. "What's wrong?" Wu Yi asked as he came to Fei to check what was going on. Between the black and white bear's legs, a bear calf was exposed and swaying. Wu Yi was shocked. He had always felt that this black and white bear was a little strange. As a nightmare beast, no matter how weak it is, it should not be killed so easily by the Quetzalcoatl. It turned out that it was pregnant and it was time to give birth. Fei watched and was about to split the black and white bear's crotch open to see what it was. "Don't!" Wu Yi shouted to stop Fei. Fei stopped and asked in confusion, "Wu, what's wrong?" Wu Yi came to the black and white bear's crotch, grabbed the calf, and pulled it out. Suddenly, a whimpering sound was heard, and a 1-meter-long, flesh-colored, smooth bear with a child appeared. "What is this?" Ling asked curiously. Wu Yi explained, "This is the black and white bear's child. It was so easy for the wind god pterosaur to kill it, because it was pregnant." Ling looked at the black and white bear, then at the cub, and couldn't help shaking his head. "Not alike at all." Fei also agreed and said, "Yes, the black and white bear has black and white fur, but this one is smooth and has nothing on it. Wuya looked at Fei speechlessly. When you were born, you were also naked with nothing on you. Are you a human? Fei said in surprise. Wow, Wu. You were born after me. How do you know me? Wuya was too lazy to discuss these issues with Fei. I just know this. This black and white bear is still small, so it has no hair. It will grow back after a while. Will it grow into this big bear? Ling asked. Wuya nodded. That's for sure. Oh, the little black and white bear has been blinking its mouth, obviously wanting to drink milk. Guya Saif. This black and white bear had just been born and was already facing the problem of lack of food. He put the little bear on the black and white bear's chest, and the little bear immediately went to drink milk by himself. After getting milk, it stopped making any sound and started to drink milk like crazy. But the black and white bear died, and there was not much milk left. The little bear drank only half of its milk and could not suck out any more milk. Without milk, it started crying again. Wuya had no choice but to put on the other side, and it started sucking milk again. This time it finally drank its fill and fell asleep directly on the black and white bear's chest. However, what surprised Wuya was that its white hairs had now begun to harden, and the places that should have turned black were also showing signs of turning black. At this time, Shui came back from looking for Jian Tong. After giving Jian Tong to Fei and Yun, she hurried to the side of the black and white bear, wanting to drink some blood. After seeing the little black and white bear, Shui was about to chop it down with an axe. Frightened, Wuya quickly shouted, "What are you doing?" Shui was frightened by Wuya and pointed at the little bear. "Wu, this ferocious beast obviously doesn't take me seriously. It actually dared to come here to sleep." Wuya said speechlessly. This was born from the black and white bear, not some blind and vicious beast. Shui immediately looked at Monokuma curiously, but it doesn't look like Monokuma at all. Wuya was too lazy to explain this question. Don't worry about it. Just look and see if the black and white bear has any beast crystals. At this time, Ling said, "Of course there are. Fierce beasts above the evil beasts will have beast crystals. This is the first time I've heard of this." Wuya looked at Shui. At this time, Shui did take out a red beast crystal the size of a fist from the black and white bear's head. Wuya looked at Ling. "Is there a reason?" Ling looked at Wuya and immediately understood what he was asking. So he replied, "Evil beasts all have beast crystals. Our guess is that they have all awakened a divine skill. Activating a divine skill requires the energy of beast crystals." We have thought about the alligator snapping turtle, and his eyes lit up. The alligator snapping turtle's magical skill should be the water arrow. However, when the two evil beasts were fighting just now, he did not notice that they used any special skills. In response, Ling said, when the wind god pterosaur rushed down from the sky, it had already activated its divinely gifted skills. As for Monokuma, she was probably pregnant and couldn't use her divine skills, which led to her crushing defeat. Wuya then asked curiously, "What about the totem warriors? Will they be any different after becoming the Scarlet Stripe warriors?" Ling nodded. "Yes, after a totem warrior reaches the red vein, his vitality will be stimulated and his combat effectiveness will be greatly improved." "What about Wu?" Wuya continued to ask. Ling glanced at the witch and said, "You are the ritual witch now. There is no point in telling you this." Wuya was speechless. "Then I want to know in advance." Ling replied, "I don't know what a witch is like. After all, I am afraid of the witch in my tribe." Wuya. It's not that Ling doesn't express her feelings, but that she doesn't know either. "Wu, it's tied up." Yin walked over. Wuya looked at the wind god pterosaur. It had been tied up like a dumpling by Yun Hafei with strong vines, with even its eyes not showing. Wuya gave Yun Hafei a thumbs up. "Professional." Yun Hafei was puzzled. "Wu, what does this mean?" Wuya exhaled. "It means that you are awesome." "Oh." Fei also imitated Wuya and gave Wuya a thumbs up. "Professional." Wuya shook his head. "Just give a thumbs up, and whatever you say is a compliment to others." Then Wu demonstrated it and gave Ling a thumbs up. "Ling, you are very beautiful." Ling blushed immediately, and Wuya turned his head quickly after seeing it. "See? It should be like this." Fei nodded and imitated Wuya. "Well, Ling, you are very beautiful." Wu immediately frowned. Go. Pack up and go back to the tribe." "Wu, what should we do with this black and white bear?" Shui asked at this time. "The Quetzalcoatlus is too big, so if we want to take it back, we can't take the black and white bear with us." Wuya glanced at Monokuma and said, "Just put it here. Chapter 164, leave some for me." As for the little black and white bear, Wuya decided to take it with him. After all, Being able to raise a panda was the dream of many people in his previous life's world. So Tyrannosaurus Rex and Thorn together pulled Quetzalcoatlus out of the bamboo forest. When passing by the pile of bamboo shoots, I took some of them with me. With the evil beast aura of the wind god pterosaur, Wuya and the others finally no longer had to worry about any ferocious beast coming. When it got dark, they returned to the tribe safely. When Wuya returned to the tribe, the first thing he did was to call Yenwu. One of them cast the blood-dropping spell, and the other cast the contract spell, and they contracted the wind god pterosaur and E. Giving it to E, the wind god pterosaur, was a decision that Wuya had thought about for a long time. E is a deputy leader, but the tribe is actually managed by Yun and Shi, so he is somewhat dispensable. So, Wuya contracted a wind pterosaur for him so that he could do more things. After contracting the wind god pterosaur, Yenwu looked at the black and white bear lying beside him and couldn't help asking, "Wu, what kind of ferocious beast is this? Is it raised for food?" Wuya glanced at Yenwu and said, "Whoever dares to eat it, you will kill him." Yenwu walked closer to take a look and continued to ask, "Wu, why did you bring such a weak beast back?" Wuya looked at Yenwu, who was curious about the black and white bear, and couldn't help but come up with an idea. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Yenwu, how is your contract practice going?" "Well, it's almost there, but I haven't used it in practice yet," Yenwu replied. Wuya smiled slightly and pierced the black and white bear's leg with a gun, drawing some blood. "That's perfect. You could try to make a contract with the black and white bear." Yenwu looked at the sleeping black and white bear with disdain. "But it's too weak." Wuya shook his head. "It was born from a nightmare beast, and it has great talent. If you train it well, maybe it can cultivate into a nightmare beast or a forest beast." Yenwu took a good look at the little black and white bear and said uncertainly, "Really?" Wuya nodded with certainty. "Of course. As a witch, when have I ever lied to you?" When Yenwu heard Wuya say this, he immediately looked at Wuya with suspicion. "Wu, why do I feel that it is not simple?" "Good boy. You've learned to be a cunning fool." Wuya continued, "If you don't believe me, you can go ask Shui if this little black and white bear was born by the evil beast. You have to know that in this tribe, apart from you, only Shui will not lie for my sake." Hearing Wuya say this, Yenwu nodded awkwardly. "Well, okay then." Then he unbuttoned his clothes and took some blood from his chest. Yenwu had practiced the contract technique for such a long time, and although it was his first time using it, he was able to make a contract with the black and white bear very smoothly. After seeing Yenwu make a contract with the black and white bear, Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, this little black and white bear will be in your care from now on. When it cultivates to the level of a wild beast, you can go out with us." I knew it." Yenwu looked at Wuya speechlessly. Wuya was overjoyed. "Don't worry, I allow you to bring it with you to practice in the cave. The spiritual energy in the cave is much richer, and the ferocious beasts can absorb it and cultivate faster. Plus, it should have good talent. In a year or two at most, it will be your powerful war beast." Yenwu looked at the little black and white bear speechlessly and could only sigh, "Alas." At this time, the little black and white bear suddenly woke up, and because it was hungry, it began to cry. "Wu, it wants to drink milk. What should we do?" Yenwu asked hurriedly. Now he has a contract with the little black and white bear and can know what the little black and white bear is thinking. Wuya thought for a moment and said, "There are several giant boars in the tribe that are carrying cubs. Just ask Shank to catch you a giant boar with milk." Yenwu nodded and immediately ran to the pig pen with the little black and white bear in his arms. "Hee, we live in the same cave. If you raise a panda, it's the same as me raising one." Wuya's mood brightened up when he thought about being able to pet the panda in the future. He whistled as he walked toward the place where he usually cooked for everyone. At this time, except for those who had something to do, everyone else was peeling bamboo shoots. Seeing Wuya finally coming over, Shui ran over impatiently. "Wu, I've peeled a lot of bamboo shoots. Come on, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat and stew-dried bamboo shoots with bacon." In this tribe, only a few people dare to urge me. Wuya said speechlessly, dried bamboo shoots, they must be dried in the sun. How do we make them now?" "Then let's have stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat," Shui said quickly. Wuya sighed, then took out some bamboo shoots, cut them into shreds, and put them in the pot to cook. While cooking the bamboo shoots, he cut the beaver meat into slices. After cooking the bamboo shoots, Wuya filtered the water and then heated oil in a pan. After the oil was hot enough, Wuya poured the meat in. When the meat is cooked, add the drained bamboo shoots and stir-fry over high heat. Ling was watching from the side, and she was very interested in this way of cooking. After a few minutes, the fragrance of bamboo shoots began to emanate, and everyone was intoxicated by it. When Wu saw that the food was almost done, he poured in some salt and stir-fried it for a few times. Then he picked up a piece of bamboo shoot and a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put them next to Ling's mouth. "Open your mouth." Ling looked at Wu in confusion, then opened his mouth and bit him. "How does it taste? Is there enough salt?" Wu asked. Ling chewed a few times and nodded. "Very, very delicious." "Wow, Wu, I want to try it too," Shui said dissatisfiedly. "I want one too. I want one too," Fei shouted hurriedly. These two were the only people in the tribe who dared to shout like that. Yun and Qi exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly. These warriors were becoming increasingly aggressive towards the witches, and they simply couldn't control them. Wu rolled his eyes at them and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? It's already cooked." Wu brought out a large basin and poured the stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork into it. "I'm telling you, don't fight over it. I want to eat it first." Shui and Fei were just about to pick up the spoon to hit it, but after hearing what Wu said, they stopped immediately and stared at the basin with the spoon in hand. Being a witch is the best part. Wu thought about it, took out 2 bowls, filled them both, and handed one to Ling. "Okay, you guys can grab it now." Ling was originally looking at the basin with eager eyes. In the Qinglong tribe, someone would take care of her food, but that was not the case here. She had to compete with these people. However, she didn't expect Wu to hit her, so she took the bowl of fried bamboo shoots with pork with a blush and whispered thank you. Shui and the others were not affected by this incident in their enthusiasm for eating. They were still arguing about who would use the spoon next. Yin, Wu, and Shang, who had just finished feeding the little black and white bear, came here and found that everyone had already started eating. They hurriedly shouted, "Leave some for me." Then, Shang grabbed Yin Wu's clothes by the back of his neck and rushed over, hurriedly joining the group of people eating. Chapter 165, Medicinal Diet Verification. Wu looked at everyone scrambling for food and couldn't help but smile. He found a rock to sit down and slowly savored the stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. But when he swallowed the first bite of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork, his eyes widened. Because he felt a violent energy entering his body from the stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork he had eaten. This feeling is much more violent than drinking the blood of an alligator snapping turtle directly. You know, we can no longer feel the energy raging in his body when he eats raw wild beast meat. Is it because of the influence of bamboo shoots that all the energy in the meat is released? Or is it because bamboo shoots inherently possess powerful energy? Wu immediately stood up and ran to Ling Ling with shoveling stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat into her mouth. She felt that this thing was so delicious. Moreover, after eating it, she could feel extremely violent energy raging in her body, which was very comfortable for a yellow-striped warrior like her. Ling, who was putting stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat into her mouth, saw Wu coming in front of her. Then she looked at her own eating habits and blushed immediately. Wu smiled silently. Such a beautiful, dignified, and elegant girl was really very different when fighting and eating. "What's wrong?" Ling stopped scratching and asked after trying hard to swallow the stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Wu said speechlessly, "Well, I just want to ask you how you felt when you tried the raw bamboo shoots today." Ling thought for a moment and then replied, "Well, it's very bitter and astringent, not tasty." Then she took another bite and said, "It's still delicious when fried." "Wu, you are really amazing." Wu smiled and continued, "When you were eating it, did you feel that its energy was very high?" Ling shook her head. "I vomited after tasting it just now and didn't eat it." "All right," Wu nodded. "Is it enough to eat? If not, there's more." Ling quickly finished the food in the bowl, then said with a smile, "Hee, I want to eat more." Wu nodded, took Ling's bowl, then put his own bowl of fried bamboo shoots with pork next to it, and rushed to grab the fried bamboo shoots with pork with Ling's bowl. Make way, make way. Your Wu is here to make stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. Hurry up and get out of the way." Wu shamelessly used his privilege. When Yun Huchi saw this, he immediately pulled the person away. "The witch is coming. Let her go first." The people in the tribe are ignorant, and they are the leaders, so they can't just follow the ignorant. However, after the people dispersed, Wu looked at the only piece of meat left in the basin and fell into deep helplessness. Oh my God, the people of this tribe don't give Wu enough food. Wu came to Ling with an empty bowl and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know these people were such beasts. If I had known, I would have given them more just now." Ling smiled and said, You are the first one to be so embarrassed in front of the totem warriors of your own tribe. Wuya picked up his bowl of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork and handed it to Ling. You can have this. Ling shook her head. No, you haven't eaten yet. It's okay, I'll just continue. Wuya stuffed the bowl directly into Ling's hands and continued to cook. This time, what he made was not stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, but stewed bamboo shoots with meat. Let those who are not full to eat take the ribs of the beast, cut them up, and cook them with bamboo shoots. Although no one likes to eat cooked food, Wuya mainly wants to experiment. He has tried eating bamboo shoots raw and found that there is not much energy in them. The reason why the energy of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat is comparable to that of the evil beast's blood is probably because the bamboo shoots and meat work together to stimulate the energy contained in them. Wuya immediately thought of the medicinal food he had thought about when he first came here. Medicinal food is a combination of various foods that can better stimulate the energy inside. Cooking was the best way to unleash that energy. Wuya was going to use cooking to test whether what he was doing was right. But everyone obviously didn't have much interest in the cooked food. They didn't want to eat anymore because they were not full. Now only Wuya is still waiting here, and Ling is with him. Wuya, why don't you continue frying? Ling asked. After eating 2 large bowls, she was full. Now energy was circulating in her body, making her feel warm and comfortable. Wuya replied, let's do an experiment. Then he suddenly remembered that the Qinglong tribe also ate vegetarian food. So he asked, oh, your tribe also eats vegetarian food, right? Have you ever cooked meat with these vegetarian dishes? Ling thought for a moment and said, no, the food in my tribe is cooked separately. Wuya nodded. Well, you've eaten so much stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. Why don't you go practice for a while? Ling whispered, well, since you haven't eaten, I'll stay here with you. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat has a lot of energy. Ling now feels like she is in a sauna, and her whole body is red. Wuya looked at Ling's red face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then he said, by the way, after taking this high energy, you can practice the 100 Battles Fist, which can effectively consume energy and strengthen yourself. Ling shook her head, but I can't. I taught her on her first night, but she just couldn't learn it. Wuya glanced at the bamboo shoot stew that was just beginning to boil in the pot and said, let me teach you. As he said this, he kicked the firewood aside and began to teach Ling boxing. But Ling's movements were just wrong, and Wuya had no choice but to correct Ling one movement at a time. This would inevitably lead to physical contact. Wuya didn't think it was a big deal, but Ling's face was as red as an apple. He didn't know if it was because of the energy or something else. After finally correcting Ling's movements, Wuya was so hungry that he was starving. The bamboo shoot stew with meat was almost cooked, and since no one was eating with him, Wuya simply picked up his chopsticks and started eating next to the pot. What puzzled Wuya was that after he ate some meat, he didn't feel any energy raging in his body at all. After eating some bamboo shoots, I felt my energy level was even lower. Could it be that cooking is worse than frying? Ling, who was accompanying you, saw Wuya's expression and asked in confusion, Wuya, what's wrong? Wuya picked up a pair of unused chopsticks and said, you'll know once you taste it. Ling took the chopsticks, but unfortunately she didn't know how to use them, so she just used them to poke a piece of meat. Wuya now finally understood why this beautiful girl had to pick her food up because she didn't know how to use chopsticks. So he grabbed Ling's hand and said, that's not how you use chopsticks. Ling, whose hand was grabbed by Wuya, trembled and almost slapped Wuya against the wall, making it impossible to get him off. Chapter 166 Model. Fortunately, Wuya sensed a surge of anger and immediately released his hand, demonstrating with his other hand. This is how you use chopsticks. Use these 2 fingers to control. When Ling focused all his attention on using the chopsticks, Wuya finally breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed that it was a close call. After Ling picked up a piece of meat, he smiled happily and said, haha, I can use chopsticks now too. Wuya nodded in agreement. Try it and see. After Ling ate it, Wuya asked, how is it? Well, it's not as delicious as fried. Wuya shook his head. It's not that, it's energy. Well, the energy is not as much as the fried one, so you can just fry it in the future. Ling said. Wuya looked at the pot of bamboo shoot stewed with meat. Is it true that the energy content of boiling is not as high as that of frying? Well, since you've eaten so much, let me try some soup. Ling said as he scooped up a bowl of soup with a spoon and drank it. Ling was surprised when he took a sip of the soup, but then he drank it down without caring that it was still hot. Be careful, don't be afraid of the heat. Wu couldn't help but say when he saw Ling drinking the soup like this. After Ling finished drinking, she pointed at the soup excitedly. This. Wu looked at Ling. What's wrong? What's wrong with Tang? Ling nodded. This one has high energy. Wu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately remembered that the essence of medicinal food is its soup. He also poured a bowl of soup and took a sip. As soon as the soup entered his stomach, Wu felt a very terrifying energy. Whether it is the blood of the evil beast or the stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots, there is not as much as in this soup. This discovery made Wu very happy. He quickly took a few more big gulps and finished the whole bowl of soup. After drinking the soup, Wu's body turned as red as a cooked lobster. He quickly put the bowl aside and started boxing. With each fight, he felt his body getting stronger. After all his energy was used up, Wu sat down on a rock, panting. Now he is very happy because he has finally found a way to make his physique stronger. With this level of energy, by the time I am completely immune, I can at least increase my strength by several hundred kilograms. But he was really tired, so Wu moved a wooden stake and continued eating meat. Seeing Wu eating so happily, Ling also joined in eating. Early the next morning, Wu woke up from his practice with indescribable excitement in his eyes. He really didn't expect that after his physical fitness improved, his cultivation speed would become slightly faster. Looking at the Qi in the Qi Palace, I should be able to advance to the level of a fortune teller in about a month. After breakfast, Fei found Wu and asked, Wu, what should we do with the beavers in the tribe? The beaver's own combat capability is not outstanding, and Wu alone does not intend to make a contract with the people of the tribe. But with so many beavers, it would be a good choice to let them work with the bloodthirsty worms to cut the steep slopes on both sides of Suzuka Mountain and the cliffs. So Wu found Han, stuffed a big bag of soul-nourishing grass in a Han, and asked Han to use the beast-taming technique to catch all the beavers. After arranging this, Wu called some people and asked them to peel the bamboo shoots, cut them into pieces, boil them, and then dry them in the sun. Afterwards, Wu took a stone tablet to the wind god pterosaur and found, take me to the sky to see. The Quetzalcoatl didn't suffer any particularly serious injuries in yesterday's battle, so it has no problem taking off now. Wu came to the back of the Quetzalcoatl. The Quetzalcoatl spread its wings and flew into the air dozens of meters high. Fly to the top of the mountain, Wu said. When they reached the top of the mountain, Wu ordered the Quetzalcoatl to fly higher. Only when it was several hundred meters high did he stop it. Afterwards, Wu immediately drew the entire Zhuke mountain on the stone slab. Although I had overlooked the entire Zhuke mountain last time, it was still not as clear as this time from the sky. After drawing the Zhuke mountain and its surroundings, Wu immediately asked the wind god pterosaur to take them back to the tribe. Then, Wu found a large stone slab and got some sand, and began to make a model of Zhuke mountain. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but unfortunately he never had the chance to go up to the sky. Now that the tribe has started to build a city, and he has seen all of Suzuka Mountain, it is time to make a model of Suzuka Mountain. In addition to the original model of Suzuka Mountain, Wu also created the specific appearance of Suzuka City according to his own ideas. This time, Suzuka City is finally no longer the kind of thing that we could only imagine by looking at the sketch. Now we can see Suzuka City directly. Suzuka City is 10 kilometers long and wide, standing 500 meters above Suzuka Mountain. It was built by flattening Jizwa Mountain. The person who built this first city in human history was that great? What's so great about it? We looked at the model he had made and couldn't help but imagine how people in the future would describe Suzuka City. Hey, what is this? Everyone in the tribe had something to do. Even Shuya and Niao went to transport sand. Ling had nothing to do, so after walking around the tribe, she had no choice but to come to Wu and ask him to find something for her to do. After all, her father said that to integrate into a tribe, one must do things with everyone, so that everyone will accept oneself more quickly. Wu smiled and said, "This is called a model. How is it? Isn't it much better than the sketch at the entrance of the tribe?" Ling looked at the model of Suzuka City and couldn't help but admire it. "I really didn't know how smart you were to come up with such a masterpiece." Wu smiled and nodded. If I say this is not my own idea, would you believe it?" Ling looked at Wu, "But I have never seen any tribe that has such a heritage." "That's true." Wu nodded and said, "By the way, is there something you want to talk to me about?" "Well, there's something. I see that everyone has something to do. Can you also arrange something for me to do?" I want to integrate into the tribe. Ling said. Now in the tribe, apart from Shui, Ling, and Wuya, she is not familiar with anyone else. Wuya nodded. That's a problem. After thinking for a moment, he said, how about you help me find a ferocious beast? What kind of ferocious beast? Ling asked in confusion. There are so many ferocious beasts in the Suzaka tribe now, so they should not be short of ferocious beasts. As he walked out, he said, it's actually a kind of insect. I needed to weave cloth for the people in the tribe. Arriving at the large stone vats where the sand moth larvae were being raised, we pointed at the sand moth larvae inside and said, those bugs are similar to this one, but they are white. They generally like to eat mulberry leaves. You might want to keep an eye out for them. Chapter 167 Fireball Concept. Weaving requires insects, and Ling felt that his 3 views were greatly touched. Their tribe also weaves cloth, but the kind that uses hemp has never had anything to do with insects. Sure enough, his ideas were completely different from what he knew. Ling thought so and nodded, okay. But Wu was in a dilemma about who to send. Afterwards, he went to the construction site to find Chi. Chi, call 5 married white-striped warriors from the tribe. I have a mission for them. Chi was confused for a moment and didn't know why Wuya wanted 5 married totem warriors. I guess Wu has his own considerations, Chi thought, and quickly called people over. Apart from Shui and Ling, there are no other female totem warriors, which is a problem. Wuya thought so and immediately told them about the mission. When they heard that the witch wanted to make something but needed a kind of insect, they were very excited and said that they would definitely find it. After Wuya let Ling get to know everyone, he also told Ling to bring back any edible plants he found outside. When they arrived at the cliff on the east side, in order to prevent Ling and the others from riding the same ferocious beast, we had directly asked for a wild beast and 5 savage beasts. In this way, we have finally felt relieved. Watching Ling and the others disappear, we immediately wandered around the tribe. Before I knew it, I arrived here with Yi and the others. Seeing Wuya coming, Yi quickly took out a spear as white as jade and handed it to Wuya. Wu, what do you think of this spear and which staff? Wuya took the spear and staff and immediately felt the huge weight. He weighed it and found that it was at least twice as heavy as the wild beast bone. This weight is just the maximum weight that Wuya can use. Wuya was also speechless. He had just gotten used to the weight of the wild beast bone wizard staff, but he didn't expect to have to use an even heavier one now. Well, very good. How many did you polish in total? Wuya asked. He pointed to the 4 wizard staffs placed aside and said, that's all. The bones of the evil beast are quite difficult to polish. Wuya nodded. Well, not bad. That's all for now. Afterwards, Wuya carried the wizard staff and returned to the cave. Yin Wu and Han were teaching Yang and Shuang how to engrave the fireball barbarian pattern. Seeing Wuya coming in breathlessly, carrying a spear and a staff, Yin Wu couldn't help but ask, Wu, what's wrong with you? Huh? What? I'm Fine. Wuya said. Han frowned. But why are you out of breath? And it seems like you can't even hold the wizard's wand. Wuya handed the staff to Han, speechlessly. You try it. Han took the staff and almost dropped it. He said in shock, what the hell is this? It's so heavy. Wuya curled his lips and said, the spear and staff made from the bones of alligator snapping turtles. Of course, the bones of evil beasts are heavy. Yin Wu's eyes suddenly lit up, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Wu. He has polished 5 in total. You 2 take 1 each, and the rest are mine. Wuya said. Hee. Yin Wu immediately jumped up and ran outside. Han also wanted to go, but Wuya was here. Obviously something happened. Go if you want to, Wuya said. Han smiled and ran out of the cave impatiently. Yang and Shuang, who stayed behind, looked at each other, wondering what Yin Wu and the others were so excited about. Wuya looked at Xiangyang and Shuang and asked, what kind of barbarian patterns have you 2 learned to engrave? Yang replied, Wu, I already know how to engrave the soul-gathering savage mark, the thick earth savage mark, and the solid stone savage mark. Shuang nodded. Yes, we're learning the fireball pattern now. That's easy. Wuya placed the staff in front of them and said, help me engrave the soul-gathering mark and the stone-solidating mark on it. Shuang and Yang looked at each other. This was the first time they were asked to engrave barbarian patterns on their wizard staffs. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if the engraving is not good. Wuya said again. Yang Hushuang nodded and began to engrave on it. Wuya took out a slate and started drawing again. Yin Wu and Han came back panting for a long time, carrying their spears and staffs. They were not as diligent as Wuya in their physical training, But now Wuya's strength was almost as great as theirs. Seeing the two of them sitting down on the ground, exhausted after returning, Wuya smiled and said, "How is it? Is the evil beast bone wizard's staff useful?" Yanwu rolled his eyes. "It's too heavy. It's good that you know how serious it is. I wonder if you will practice the Hunter Battle's fist." Wuya curled his lips. At this time, the little black and white bear woke up and started crying again. Now it just eats and sleeps, eats when it wakes up, and sleeps again when it is full. It doesn't do anything else. But it grows very fast. In less than a day, its body is covered with hair. Wait another 2 or 3 days, and its hair should be fully grown. Then we can start petting, Wuya thought as he looked at your little black and white bear. "Ah, didn't you just eat and drink? Why does he want to drink again?" Yanwu carried the little black and white bear out frantically, obviously going to feed the little black and white bear. Looking at Yanwu's crazy look, Wuya couldn't help but shook his head and smiled, and then he couldn't continue to draw his own things. What he wanted to draw was a cylinder with an opening on one side and a sphere on the other. This is the purpose of the fireball patterns that Wuya envisioned. At that time, a large number of fireball patterns will be engraved on the sphere, and they will condense into a fireball at one point. In this way, the problem of insufficient power of a single fireball can be solved. After finishing the drawing, Wuya drew the appearance of the gun that he was most familiar with in his previous life, according to his own usage habits. After finishing drawing all the structures, Wuya looked at the round ball in the center that condensed into a fireball. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a water gun that he used to play with as a child. Yanwu came back with the little black and white bear, who was sleeping soundly after eating. Seeing the sketch of the gun drawn by Wuya, he couldn't help but ask, "Wu, are you going to make something again?" Wuya nodded. "Yes, this is why I asked you to engrave the fireball barbarian mark." Yanwu took a look at the sketch drawn by Wuya, but with his knowledge, how could he tell what the connection was between this and the fireball pattern? Wuya naturally knew that Yanwu would definitely not understand, so he drew a circle on the ground and then drew several intersections. Then he pointed to the sphere on the sketch and said, "Look at this sphere. It's almost the same as the circle on the ground. When the time comes, you will engrave the fireball barbarian pattern inside this ball." Wuya pointed to the edge of the circle, then to the central intersection. After the fireball barbarian pattern is activated, they will simultaneously condense into a fireball at this point. Just think about it. If multiple fireballs were to gather together, how powerful would they be? Wuya said, "If a fireball were to fly out and hit something, how powerful would it be?" Chapter 168 Eager. Yanwu thought for a moment and said, "Well, it sounds like it should be quite powerful, but it won't be easy to use." Wuya nodded. "That's true, but having a direction will be beneficial to your and Han's research." "Ah!" Yanwu's face suddenly fell. "I knew it." Wuya smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'll make you a promise. Once I get this thing out, I'll give you some time to rest." Yanwu thought about it carefully and nodded. "Okay, but what is this thing you drew?" "Yes." Wuya was about to say it was a gun, but after thinking for a moment, he replied, This thing is called justice." "Justice?" Han and Yanwu said at the same time. Even Yang and Shuang looked at Wuya curiously. Wuya nodded. "Yes, this thing is called justice. Anyway, in this world, many things appear for the first time, and I have the absolute right to name them. But what does this have to do with justice?" Yanwu looked at the sketch of justice. Wuya smiled and said, "We are the ones who name things." After carefully explaining the structure of justice here to Yanwu and the others, Wuya walked out of the cave. Watching the sunset, Wuya couldn't help but sigh that time passed too quickly. When I arrived at the tribe, there was nothing. The tribe was facing the threat of ferocious beasts every day and was wondering how to get salt to eat. But now, eating is no longer a problem that troubles the tribe. About 1/10 of one side of the city wall has been built. Once there is enough water, we can start building the wall at full capacity. The most important thing is the barbarian pattern. After knowing about the barbarian pattern, Wuya realized its infinite possibilities. Making battle uniforms is just the beginning. In the future, things like guns and even industrial civilization will appear one after another. Because these things are related to barbarian patterns, Wuya calls them barbarian pattern technology. But now the tribe is in an awkward situation. That is, there are too few people with brains who can conduct research. People like Yin and his friends, although not stupid, are far behind when it comes to things related to witchcraft, because they cannot check what is inside the inheritance stone at all. People like Yi and Shui, who can make tools, are already considered very important scientific researchers in the tribe. Every time Wuya needs to make something new, He needs to explain it slowly, and someone needs to follow up alongside him. The only good thing is that they learn very quickly. Once they make something, Wuya doesn't need to teach them anymore. But there are too few such talents. We also thought about finding the smarter ones among the large number of ordinary people, but these people are even more difficult to teach. We can only wait until education is popularized among the people in the tribe and their cultural level is improved. But Wuya doesn't have time to teach these things slowly. I can only wait until he checks the inheritance of the Fate Wizard and knows how to get the knowledge into the inheritance stone before I can start to arrange such things. But when it comes to this, Wuya starts to have a headache again. There are still too few witches in the tribe, not enough. After Wuya passes the knowledge to the inheritance stone, someone will be needed to be responsible for popularizing the knowledge to everyone. There are too few witches in the tribe now, so no one can do it. If people from other tribes heard Wuya complaining about the tribe's wuxiao, they would definitely shout, "Bah, shameless." People in other tribes generally only have one shaman. They are very happy to find someone to inherit their legacy before they die. How could there be a tribe with 3 shamans? By the way, why hasn't Ling come back yet? We looked at the setting sun and came to the entrance of the tribe and looked down along the road. The city wall under construction below has not yet emerged from the ground, so we can see all the way to the end. We came to the city wall and took a look. It had now reached the 3rd level. An 80-meter wall would require at least 20 layers of construction, so it seems the pace is still a bit slow. Once the water problem is solved and everyone's skills improve, it should be much faster. It will definitely be completed before summer comes, so Wuya doesn't have to worry at all. However, considering the powerful jumping ability of the nightmare beast, Wuya planned to build the city wall and then dig a moat outside. The moat was dug to a depth of 100 meters, plus the height of the city wall itself, a total of 150 meters. It would be impossible for the evil beast to jump out of the moat. As for the width of the moat, we also plan to dig it to be 100 meters wide. At that time, we will build a huge suspension bridge and pull it back. No matter whether it is a wild beast or an evil beast, it will never be able to come to Suzaka City. At this time, Wuya saw several black spots at the foot of the mountain coming up the mountain. He couldn't help but look carefully, wanting to see if Ling and the others had returned. However, after seeing the outline clearly, he found that it was Yun and the others who had returned. Guijafronith, Ling, and the others were just searching near the tribe. It didn't make sense that they hadn't returned yet. When they reached the city wall, Wuya immediately asked, "What's going on?" "Wu, we have already paved almost half of the ground with the bamboo we cut today." Yun said. Wuya nodded. "Well, it should be done in about 3 days. Thank you for your hard work." Yin replied with a yes, and then said, "Wu, why are you here?" Wuya smiled and said, "Too many people went out today, so I'm waiting for you to come back here." Yin nodded. "Wu has worked hard. We shouldn't let Wu worry. It's okay, you guys go back and rest." We had just finished speaking when a dark shadow swept by with a strong wind. Wuya looked up at the sky and saw that it was Yi who had returned. After transporting the bamboo, he went to the bamboo forest to dig up some bamboo shoots. Yi nodded. "Okay, let's go help you deal with the bamboo shoots. There's still some people building a wall here, so Yun doesn't have to worry about Wuya's safety." Just as Yun and the others left, Wuya saw another black spot appear at the foot of the mountain. But when he looked carefully, he found that it was Bird, Snow, and the others. They brought in several loads of sand today, enough to last for several days. Seeing that it was them, Wuya frowned, thinking that maybe something had happened to Ling and the others. But after thinking about it for a long time, Wuya felt that it was impossible. After all, there were no powerful beasts near the tribe. Even if he encounters a nightmare beast, he can still run away with Ling's strength and the protection of his battle suit. By the time Shui, Niao, and the others arrived at the city wall, it was already completely dark. Shui saw Wuya standing there alone and couldn't help asking, "Wu, what are you doing here?" Wuya shook his head. "It's okay, let's go back to the tribe." After saying that, he immediately walked towards the tribe. Something must have happened to Ling and the others, and Wuya had to organize people to find them quickly. However, when he arrived at the tribe, Wuya saw Ling holding a spear and trying out the feel of it. Chapter 169 Spring Festival. When Wuya saw Ling, he immediately felt much more relaxed. "I don't know why I'm so worried about Ling. When did you come back?" Wuya came to Ling. Ling looked at Wuya. I came back just as the sun was setting." Wuya was speechless. It turned out that Ling and the others came back just when he was waiting for them at the city wall. Thinking they were coming from another direction, Wei was too lazy to dwell on this question. How was it? Did you gain anything? Ling shook his head. No, we searched for a whole day on Zhuke Mountain and found nothing. Well, you could probably guess the result. It's okay, just take your time. There's no rush. From then on, the Suzaka tribe slowly got back on track. Yin and his team spent 3 days laying the bamboo pipes to the tribe. Then, under Wu Ya's command, everyone installed the water wheel and used beavers as power to make the water wheel turn. Looking at the water flowing to the entrance of the tribe, everyone was undoubtedly amazed again. The witch is indeed extremely wise. If he were not a witch, who would have thought of getting water from Tongtian River? That night, we even led everyone in holding a banquet to celebrate the Suzaku tribe's use of tap water. The food at the banquet was simple, consisting of a large amount of potatoes that Ling and his friends had found in the past 2 days, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, and stewed meat with dried bamboo shoots. All external influences on the Suzaka tribe have now been resolved, and they can concentrate on building the wall. Wuya immediately decided that everyone should stop going out temporarily and work together to build the wall. In this way, the speed of building the city wall increased a lot. As everyone became more familiar with the construction, the pace of construction accelerated again. On the 11th day of the full-scale construction of the city wall, the front wall was finally completed. The exposed part of the entire wall is more than 50 meters high, with a huge gate in the middle that is 30 meters wide, 40 meters high, and has a semicircular top. The door was made by going out and finding 2 super huge trees, and then coming back and carving 2 wooden boards out of them. Each wooden board is about 2 meters wide, with one side directly embedded in the wall. The top of the wall is capped with a huge rock groove that is 30 meters long and wide, 2 meters high, and has a sidewalk carved out in the middle. Standing on this huge city wall, everyone in the Suzaku tribe couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This is the unopened city wall of their Suzaku city. Wuya was standing above the giant gate, looking at the 50-meter wide road leading directly down the mountain, and he couldn't help but feel very satisfied. After being here for so long, I finally see some trace of civilization. Then, Wuya turned to look at Yin and said, starting tomorrow, you will lead the warriors without patterns to dig up the soil under the city wall. It's just like digging a foundation. Just dig straight down. Wuya then picked up a stone and threw it down the wall. It stopped about 100 meters away. It's about the width and this deep. Got it? Yin nodded. I understand, Wu. Yeah. Wuya nodded. If you don't know anything, come and ask me again. That evening, the tribe held another banquet. While Wuya was rubbing the black and white bear, which had grown to the size of a full-grown giant panda in his previous life, he arranged the next steps with everyone. Now one side of the tribe city wall has been built, and the slopes on the east and west sides have been cut into cliffs hundreds of meters high. Only the last city wall remains. Wuya said, the walls of our Suzaka city are almost finished, and the Spring Blossom Festival should only be around 20 days away. Yinwu looked at Wuya, who was right next to him, and kept pulling the little black and white bear, but he couldn't grab Wuya. Well, Wu, it's only about 18 days. The Chunhua Festival is the day when primitive tribes marry each other, and it lasts for 5 days. By that time, each powerful tribe will have its totem warriors protect all men and women of marriageable age and go to other tribes to find their other half. When a boy meets a girl he likes, he will take her back with him, and the girl will stay in that tribe and become a member of that tribe. This is the most primitive version of blind date. Wuya nodded and said, in the past, our Suzaka tribe was weak and had too few people, so we could only passively wait for others to come. When those tribes came, our tribe could only choose what was left. But now that our tribe has become stronger, we will make changes. At this moment, Fei immediately jumped up and said, Wu, I am willing to lead the people of our tribe to other tribes. Although he already has a wife, he now has an armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is the perfect time to take the Tyrannosaurus Rex out to show off. Wuya glanced at Fei and said, I haven't finished yet. Why are you so anxious? Oh, Wu, please continue. Fei sat down awkwardly. Wuya looked at everyone and said, the change I want to make is not for us to go to other tribes and recruit people ourselves. These words filled everyone's minds with doubts, and they all looked at Wuya. Wuya continued, we are not going to other tribes to select people, but we need people from other tribes to bring their own people to us for selection. This made everyone even more confused. Isn't this the same as the original one? Yin asked, but Wu, this is just like before. If we don't take the initiative to go out by the time the other tribes have finished exchanging, there won't be many left in our tribe. Then let them come to our tribe first. This is what we wanted to say. the first one to come to the Shizuka tribe? Yin and the others said that this situation was not optimistic. There were 6 or 7 tribes near the Shizuka tribe, but most of them were weak tribes. These small tribes will not take the initiative to replace people, but wait for other tribes to come and replace them. As for those tribes that are a little further away, they will give priority to exchanging with nearby tribes and will not be foolish enough to run directly to the Shizuka tribe. Wuya naturally has his own way to deal with this. You don't have to worry about this. What I want to do is to build the city wall the day before the spring festival. Can you do it? Said the witch. Yin nodded. According to the current progress, it can be completed. That's fine. Wuya nodded, then looked at Now I have a task for you. He immediately stood up and said, Wu, you say? Wuya nodded and said, well, the task for you is very simple. It is to notify all the nearby tribes to be the first to come to our tribe during the spring festival. All tribes. He thought he had heard wrong and asked quickly. Wuya nodded. That's right. All tribes, including those without the strength to escort them. If they can't come, we'll go pick them up. Chapter 170 Method. But Wu, there's no reason for them to come here. Hans said. Wuya smiled and said, then give them a reason to come. What reason could have made those tribes come here first? Everyone looked at Wuya curiously. Wuya didn't keep the secret and shook a stone jar next to him that was used to store salt. When Yin Wu saw this, he exclaimed, salt. At the beginning, their tribe considered joining the Shizuka tribe because Wuya said he would give them endless salt. Now, if we give some salt to other tribes, they will definitely be the first to come, since there's nothing to lose anyway. Wuya nodded and said, that's right. Starting tomorrow, you will take 5 white-striped warriors and a large amount of salt to other tribes. After they met, he gave them a jar of salt and promised that if the tribe came to our Shizuka tribe first, he would give them twice as much salt or even more. After hearing Wuya's words, Yin couldn't help but say with regret, with so many tribes, they should have given away a lot of salt. Wuya laughed and said, it's just salt. We have a salt mountain. What are we afraid of? Even if the salt in the salt mountain is used up, I can still get more salt for the tribe. When Ling heard that the Shizuka tribe had a salt mountain, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Wuya, where's the tribe's salt mountain? Why haven't I heard of it? Even in the Qinglong tribe, salt can only be purchased from a tribe that specializes in producing salt. Well, the tribe may not have enough salt to deliver now, so you can go dig salt mines with the people in the tribe. Wuya said. At this time, Yin Wu asked, Wu, the salt in the salt mountain has been eaten up. How can you get more salt? Wuya laughed and said, of course it's just like the Daohu tribe, getting salt from the sea. Now the tribe even has the nightmare beast, so they can go to the beach whenever they want. Yin exclaimed, Wu, do you know how the Daohu tribe gets salt? Wuya said speechlessly, what a fuss. You already know how to boil salt, but can't you boil seawater to make salt? Yin only realized at this moment that this was indeed the case, so he smiled awkwardly and said, I forgot. In fact, the more things Wuya made, the more confused Yin became. Why didn't Wuya do these things before? Ling asked curiously again, Wuya, what is the sea? As a landlocked person, she had never seen the sea. Wuya smiled and said, I'll take you there to see it later. After arranging these matters, Wuya said, now, the most important thing for our tribe is to build the last wall. Starting from the next day, except for Ling and Yi who each took a few people to handle their own affairs, the tribe began to quickly build the city wall. Even Wuya stole Yin Wu's little black and white bear and used it to supervise the construction site. Yin Wu also couldn't understand. Since Wuya liked the little black and white bear so much, why didn't he make a contract himself? But Yin Wu was very happy to have Wuya help him take care of the little black and white bear. Han, how about this? Is it okay to do this? Yin Wu held a stone slab and discussed the structure of justice with Han. Han took a look and sighed, shaking his head. Sigh, I don't know how Wu could have come up with this whimsical idea of justice. We've been studying its structure for so long, and we haven't made any progress yet. Yin Wu also sighed. This is why he is a witch and we are not. Come on, once this thing is made, we can rest. Little did they know that once this thing was created, they would have a steady stream of other things to research. Come here and join us. Wuya said to the little black and white bear who was looking at him cutely in front of him, holding a piece of bamboo shoot. The little black and white bear rolled over immediately, and its white fur had been dyed brown by the dust. Wuya handed the bamboo to the little black and white bear with great satisfaction and patted its head. Well, you are so good. The little black and white bear is growing very fast and no longer needs to drink milk all the time. which is why Wu Ya is willing to take it with him. Oh. After the little black and white bear finished eating the bamboo shoots given by Wu Ya, it sat on the ground and looked at Wu Ya with a silly and cute face. It really couldn't understand why this human liked to touch its head so much. Looking at the little eyes of the black and white bear, Wu Ya liked it even more and ran around holding it. No one can resist the little panda's expression, and people like Wu Ya who have long wanted to pet a panda can't resist it even more. Yin and the others couldn't help but frown when they saw Wu Ya having fun. The current Wu Ya was completely different from the taciturn original one in their impression. On the other side, Ling came to Yinshan. Now the large number of ferocious beasts have gathered here again. Although the soul-nourishing grass is still growing slowly, and there are no soul-nourishing flowers, most of the ferocious beasts that come here are here to eat salt. Captain, this is the Salt Mountain. A white-striped warrior pointed at the Salt Mountain and said. Ling nodded. She had heard that salt mountains would attract a large number of ferocious beasts, and this was exactly what she had heard. Let's dig. Swipe. Every time the Quetzalcoatl flaps its wings, a loud sound of breaking through the air can be heard. He stood on the Quetzalcoatl and looked at a lone mountain in front of him. The Velociraptor tribe has arrived. Everyone get ready. We will land at the foot of their mountain. Hey, what is that thing? In the Swift tribe, a white-striped warrior who was skinning a wild bull pointed at a huge black shadow in the sky and said to his companions. As soon as they finished speaking, they felt the powerful aura of a ferocious beast. This is definitely the aura of a wild beast. A ferocious beast is coming. Everyone, hurry back to the cave. The white-striped warrior who discovered the arrival of the wind god Pterosaur shouted. As he started running, he saw the warrior who had been dealing with the prey with him, actually trying to pull the prey back into the cave. He immediately kicked the man, sending him rolling towards the cave. Don't you want to die? That's a wild beast. With his limited knowledge, he thought that this Quetzalcoatl was just a wild beast. Immediately, the leader of the Velociraptor tribe came out to take a look. With his greater experience, he knew that this wind god Pterosaur was a beast even more ferocious than the wild beasts. He hurriedly shouted, Hurry, return to the cave. Seeing someone rolling over, Sun went straight over, grabbed his shoulders, lifted him up, and then threw him into the cave. Soon, the Velociraptor tribe returned to the cave. All the totem warriors were guarding the huge rock at the entrance of the cave to prevent the beast from attacking. When Yi and his companions arrived at the swift and lonely mountain, there was no one to be seen. After letting the Quetzalcoatl land at the foot of the mountain, he took out a jar of salt and then walked towards the Velociraptor tribe with the 5 totem warriors. Chapter 171 Shock. Looking at the messy Velociraptor tribe, Yi and the others looked at each other in confusion. Then he came to the entrance of the Velociraptor tribe's cave. Is there anyone inside? Sun was discussing with the Velociraptor shaman why the wind god Pterosaur above the wild beast came to their tribe, when he suddenly heard Yi's voice. After they exchanged a glance, Sun came to the cave entrance and asked someone, Who are you, and what are you doing in our tribe? Are you Sun? He asked after hearing the voice inside. One year, the totem warriors of the Velociraptor tribe and the totem warriors of the Suzaku tribe went to the Daohu tribe together. At that time, Sun was still the captain of the hunting team, and he remembered his voice. Sun asked doubtfully, Who are you? I am E from the Suzaku tribe. I have something to do in your tribe, he said. Sun hurried to the Velociraptor witch and said, Woo, he is from the Suzaku tribe. The swift wizard was a boy of only 13 or 14 years old, and his features looked relatively immature. Since it's the Suzaku tribe, you should let them in quickly. There are more ferocious beasts outside than wild beasts. The swift wizard said after a little thought. Sun nodded and immediately came to the cave entrance and pushed the boulder away. Come in quickly. There is a wind god Pterosaur above the wild beast outside. E and the others looked at each other, then walked into the cave. The Swift tribe is very weak, with only 5 orange-striped warriors and only about 30 white-striped warriors. The entire tribe has a total of more than 300 to 400 people. When E and the others came in, Sun was stunned. However, after not seeing him for 2 or 3 years, he has changed a lot. His hair was shaved short, and he was wearing clothes made of some unknown animal skin, which was very decent. What attracted the Velociraptor tribe the most were the 6 people, including E. Each of them held a giant axe that was almost the same size as them and was made of unknown material. Your tribe has a witch? Sun said in surprise. He was an orange-striped warrior, and he could immediately sense the aura of a white-striped warrior. He smiled and nodded. Yes, our tribe finally made it through. Congratulations, Sun said happily, and then quickly took E and the others to see the velociraptor which, woo, they are from the Suzaku tribe. E, representing the people of the Suzaku tribe, saluted the velociraptor shaman and said, Hello, velociraptor shaman. I am E, the deputy chief of the Suzaku tribe. Sun was surprised. E, you are already the deputy leader? He nodded. Well, our tribe has changed a lot now. Sun was even more surprised. He clearly remembered that the leader of the Suzaku tribe was Zhu and the deputy leader was Yun. Now, E is the deputy leader. So what about Zhu? Sun sighed. Oh, damn beast. The swift wizard remained silent. He had only just taken over the wizard's position and many things still needed his help. After discovering that E and the others had fluctuations of witchcraft, he was very confused, but since this might involve the secrets of the Suzaku tribe, he did not ask. By the way, what are you doing here? The interrogator asked. He handed over the stone jar and said, The spring festival is coming soon. The witch asked me to send some gifts to the surrounding tribes and tell you something. Sun looked at the velociraptor wizard, who nodded. What is it? He pointed at the stone jar and said, Open it and take a look first. Sun and the raptor wizard exchanged a glance. Then Sun opened the stone jar. Seeing the white crystals inside, Sun asked in confusion, E, what is this? He smiled and said, Try it. You will be surprised. Sun handed the stone jar to the velociraptor wizard. Although he needed to help the wizard with many things, the wizard still had to come at times like this. The raptor wizard pinched a little with his hand and put it in his mouth. After tasting it, he said in shock, This is salt. Sun also looked at the salt in the stone jar in surprise. He never knew that salt could look like this. He smiled and nodded. Yes, this is salt. It is much better than the salt from the Daohu tribe. Is this the salt from your tribe? How much is it? The velociraptor shaman asked hurriedly. The strength of their tribe was declining, and they had not bought salt for a long time. If the Suzaku tribe sells salt, I can go and buy it. After all, it is quite close. He shook his head. Our witch said that our tribe's salt will not be sold for the time being. Ah, then why are you here? The interrogator asked. You didn't keep the secret. Our witch said that she hopes your tribe can be the first tribe to go to the Suzaku tribe during the spring festival. Sun looked at E and the others in surprise. He really couldn't imagine that E and the others came here specifically to talk about this. Then he shook his head. E, I used to be the captain of the hunting team, but now I am the leader. What this means is that the leader and deputy leader of their tribe are both dead. Our tribe no longer has the strength to take our people to other tribes. He shook his head. Our witch also said that if there is no tribe with the strength to bring people here, our tribe will be responsible for picking them up. And for any tribe that brings people to the Suzaku tribe as their first destination, our tribe will give them more salt as a gift. After Eve finished speaking, Sun and the velociraptor wizard were stunned. What kind of operation is this? Just to be the first to choose someone, such good salt is actually given away. Sun and the velociraptor wizard looked at each other and immediately understood what the other meant. The raptor shaman replied, If your tribe really offers transportation, we'll go. But does your tribe have the power to do so? He nodded and said, The evil beast, the wind god pterosaur that you just saw, is mine. We have many wild beasts in our tribe now, enough to protect anyone who wants to come to our tribe. After hearing this, Sun took a long time to react. E, you said that the wind god pterosaur is from your tribe. He nodded. That's right. As long as you agree, I will come and pick you up in person. The news completely shocked everyone. What on earth had the Suzaku tribe experienced? How could they suddenly become so powerful? The velociraptor shaman was also surprised. In that case, we agree. We'll be waiting for you to pick us up at the tribe during the spring festival. Since they provide pick-up and drop-off services and also give such good salt, only a fool would disagree. He nodded and said, Okay, we still need to go to other tribes to inform them, so we won't stay here. Okay. The velociraptor shaman also nodded. E and the others walked out of the cave, and then a huge shadow covered them. Sun, who had been sent out of the cave, felt the presence, and his face became very nervous. Collapse. The Quetzalcoatl landed on the ground, only a few meters away from E and the others. Sun looked at the Quetzalcoatl in surprise. It was the first time he was so close to such a powerful beast. E and the others jumped onto the back of the Quetzalcoatl. Okay, see you at the spring festival. After saying hello, The Quetzalcoatl immediately spread its wings and flew away, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Chapter 172 New Goal. After watching the Quetzalcoatl fly away, Sun breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the cave. Okay, let's get back to what we need to do. The Velociraptor shaman came to Sun and said, Sun, tell me about the situation of the Suzaku tribe. Sun nodded and immediately told him about his impression of the Suzaku tribe. After hearing this, the Velociraptor wizard pondered for a long time before saying, You're saying that 2 years ago, the Suzaku tribe was not as strong as ours, except for having one more yellow-striped warrior? Sun thought for a moment and replied, Yes, a witch. The Suzaku tribe has been declining because it has no witch. But our tribe is the same, so we have no contact. The Velociraptor shaman sighed and said, During this period of time, you should lead the tribe to hunt more ferocious beasts. Bring back some beast crystals and see if you can exchange them for some salt. After E and his companions left the Velociraptor tribe, they immediately sped up and headed towards the bull tribe. In the evening, when it was dark, E and his companions finally returned to the tribe. We'ai had been waiting in the open space at the entrance of the cave, rubbing the black and white bear's head. He jumped off the Quetzalcoatl and came to We'ai. Woo, we are back. Well, you're glad to be back. Tell me about what you gained today. We'ai said. He nodded and said immediately, Well, today we're going to the Velociraptor tribe, the Barbarian Bull tribe, the Snowy Night Wolf tribe, the Snow Owl tribe, and the Mighty Ape tribe. What did they say? We'ai asked. He was obviously very happy. They all agree, but the Velociraptor tribe, the Barbarian Bull tribe, and the Snowy Owl tribe need us to pick them up. This was within the witch's calculations. He nodded and said, Well done. Tell me what the witches in each tribe are like. This is exactly Wuya's purpose. He wants to understand these tribes so that he can recruit more witches to work for him in the future. He didn't expect Wuya to ask this, so he told him everything. He had never seen the witch from the Snowy Night Wolf tribe and the Snowy Owl tribe, but had only seen witches from the other 3 tribes. The witch of the Barbarian Bull tribe is already quite old, with gray beard and a rather calm personality. The witch of the powerful Monkey tribe is still very young, probably in his 30s, and his build is similar to Yi's. The witch of the Velociraptor tribe is a teenager who is not yet an adult. When We'ai heard that the witch of the Velociraptor tribe was still young, his eyes lit up. It is not easy to deceive or fool those witches who have lived for a long time, but his chances of successfully fooling teenagers are greater. We'ai then said, Tell me the details of the Velociraptor tribe, including the relationship between them and ours. After listening to Yi's description of the relationship between the 2 tribes, We'ai was overjoyed. This Velociraptor tribe is easier to fool than the Firebird tribe, led by the Fire Wizard. Yin Wu and Han were instructing Ling on how to purify salt. When Yin Wu was helping Xue hold the funnel and letting Xue pour the brine over to filter it, he sneezed unexpectedly, almost scaring Xue so much that she couldn't hold the stone jar steady. Xue cursed angrily. Are you going to die? You scare me. Yin Wu smiled awkwardly in response, muttering to himself, What's going on? Why did you suddenly sneeze? After We'ai had thought about it, he said to E, Let's leave it at that. Go find other tribes tomorrow. He then asked, Wu, should we go to the Howling Moon Wolf tribe and the Giant Bear tribe? These 2 tribes had fought with their tribe before, and he didn't know whether he should go over to negotiate. We'ai didn't care. With the current strength of the Suzaku tribe, there was nothing nearby that he could care about. Go ahead, they don't know that it was us who killed people from their tribe. We'ai said. He nodded and was about to leave when We'ai stopped him again. When you go to a large tribe like this, give 2 jars of salt. The power of the big tribe is enough to buy salt from the Daohu tribe, so it is very likely that they will not give face to the Suzaku tribe. Adding more salt is also for this reason. Yi no did, okay? Woo. After explaining things to E, We'ai touched the little black and white bear's head with satisfaction and came to the salt-making area. When the little black and white bear saw his owner, he started to move around. We'ai had played with it enough today, so he put on the ground and it ran towards Yin Wu by itself. Yin Wu was still holding the funnel for Xue when the little black and white bear suddenly ran over and hugged his legs, frightening him so much that he jumped up. Fuck! This time, Xue fell completely over and landed directly on the head of the little black and white bear. We'ai saw it and said, Whatever you are doing, be serious about it. Yin Wu looked at We'ai speechlessly. Wu, the little black and white bear wants to drink milk, can you? No, don't even think about it, go by yourself. We'ai refused directly. The giant boar was so ugly and smelled bad, he would never come into contact with them. Yanwu rolled his eyes and yelled, "Hurt!" Shan was playing with the powerful ape. When he heard Yanwu's words, he immediately knew what Yanwu meant. "I know." Then, Shan jumped onto the back of the powerful monkey, who immediately ran towards the pig pen. Wuya smiled and came to Ling, who was frying salt. "How is it?" Ling said seriously, "It's amazing. This is the first time I've seen salt made this way." Wuya nodded. "Well, the salt you eat should also come from salt mines, right?" Ling thought for a moment and shook his head. "Well, probably not. The salt we eat is bought from the Tungsha tribe. Although their salt is not as good as yours, it is still much better than the salt mine." "Oh, is there anything special about the area where that tribe is located?" Wuya became interested. Ling thought for a moment and said, "Well, my father told me that the Tung Snake tribe is near a very large lake. That should be a saltwater lake," Wuya thought. "Well, you guys continue making salt. I'm going to cook." "Okay, I want to eat bamboo shoots stewed with meat," Ling said with a smile. Wuya nodded. "Okay, take your time." Now the Suzaka tribe has a lot of iron pots, and Wuya has provided them with bamboo shoots and meat and taught everyone how to cook with iron pots. So at this point in time, the Suzaka tribe is already bustling with activity. Wuya looked at the tribe, where groups of people were gathered around the pot, waiting for the cook to finish cooking the dishes. He couldn't help but smile slightly. The Suzaka tribe is getting better and better. Once the city wall is repaired, it will be time to focus the development of the tribe on improving people's lives. Wuya came to the place where he often cooked, and while cutting vegetables, he did some calculations. So today shouldn't be too far away. Chapter 173 Tension. Early the next morning, Wuya waited for Yanwu to finish feeding the black and white bear, then snatched it away and went to the construction site to instruct the work, but in fact he came here to play with the little black and white bear. "Wuya, why do you like this little black and white bear so much? You take it with you wherever you go." Ling was helping to chisel the boulder and asked curiously. Wuya shook his head. "You don't understand. This black and white bear is so cute. Of course it deserves to be loved." Ling looked at the little black and white bear and shook his head. "Bear meat is delicious." Wuya looked at Ling speechlessly. How come she was also turning into a foodie? When Wuya saw the blue gem tied with vines on Ling's forehead, his eyes suddenly lit up. He always felt that he had something to do these days, and now he finally knew what he wanted to do. "Ling, can you lend me the sapphire on your forehead?" Ling glanced at Wuya and said, "This is called the water-repellent bead." "Hee, they're all the same. Lend it to me for 2 days." Wu continued. Puzzled, Ling took the water-repellent bead off and handed it to Wuya. "Why do you want this water-repellent bead? You're not going into the water." Wuya's lips curled up slightly. "Don't worry about this. I'll return it to you in a few days." Afterwards, Wuya took a look at the situation on the construction site and asked everyone to come to him if they had any problems. Then he and Black and White Bear immediately returned to the tribe. After returning to the tribe, Wuya immediately went to the blacksmith's place. He and his men were doing very well today. They had already notified 2 tribes. For Yi's sake, they were all willing to set the Suzaka tribe as their first destination. At this time, they came to a solitary mountain that was slightly larger than Juke Mountain. "We've finally arrived at the Howling Moon Wolf tribe." "Everyone cheer up," said Yi. The Howling Moon Wolf tribe was not far from their tribe, but because they had fought a war before, Yi did not come here immediately today. "Just follow the old way and let the wind god Pterosaur land at the foot of the mountain." He pointed to an open space at the foot of the mountain and said to the wind god Pterosaur, "Go there and stop." However, when the wind god Pterosaur got closer to Tsanglong Mountain, where the Xiaoya Tsanglong tribe was located, Yi and his companions suddenly felt a huge pressure coming from Tsanglong Mountain. This is the pressure of the evil beast. This pressure was full of warning, as if Tsanglong Mountain was its territory. He was also surprised when he felt the pressure. After taking a closer look, he found that the Howling Moon Wolf tribe was still quiet and peaceful, with no signs of fighting. It seems that this evil beast should be from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. This discovery surprised Yi very much. They had dealt with the Howling Moon Wolf many times before, but they had never heard of any evil beasts in the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. But considering that the name of the nightmare beast was learned from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, the Howling Moon Wolf tribe should have had the nightmare beast a long time ago. Fortunately, Wu Zhihui didn't lead everyone to attack the Xiaoya Tsanglong tribe directly. Yi, who understood the whole story, couldn't help but shout that he was lucky. With the Suzaka tribe at that time, if they were to encounter the evil beast head-on without any preparation, they could win, but there would definitely be heavy casualties. After hesitating for a while, he did not let the wind god pterosaur leave, but flew towards the foot of Songlong Mountain. In the Xiaoyet Songlong tribe, Xiao was holding a domino and looking at the huge figure flying towards them with a serious expression. He had taken the dominoes from the witch that could control the tribe's guardian beast, the six-winged longicorn, and asked it to warn the Quetzalcoatlus not to approach the tribe, but the Quetzalcoatlus didn't seem to care and was still flying towards them. This is understandable, as the Quetzalcoatlus is already the top one in its class. After being warned by a ferocious beast of the same level, it depends on whether it is willing to fight against the ferocious beast. As things stand now, it is clear that Quetzalcoatlus did not have the six-winged bird. Zhao's face turned very ugly, and he immediately shouted, "Prepare for battle!" Although their tribe's strength had plummeted, with only 8 orange-striped warriors and just over 30 white-striped warriors, they still had 9 wild beasts and a 6-winged longhorn beetle. It was far from a place where a single evil beast, the wind god pterosaur, could wreak havoc. But what surprised Xiao was that for some reason, the wind god pterosaur did not rush towards the Xiaoyet Songlong tribe immediately after arriving at Songlong Mountain, but landed at the foot of the mountain. Later, when Xiao was thinking about whether to go check on the wind god pterosaur and what it was doing, he suddenly heard a voice coming from below the tribe. "E from the Shizuku tribe is visiting the Xiaoyet Songlong tribe to discuss the spring festival. Can I go up?" Hearing this shout, Xiao was puzzled and had to go back to the cave to ask the witch for her opinion. "Shizuku has a demonic beast too." Howling Moon Wolf Wizard was very surprised. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let them come up. I want to see what their purpose is." After getting permission, he came to the Xiaoyet Songlong tribe alone with 2 jars of salt and a bow and arrow. It was Xiao who received him, but Xiaoyet King Langwu did not come out. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Xiao did not give you a good look. Firstly, he was just an orange-striped warrior. Secondly, Xiao still attributed the murder of Ye and others to the responsibility of the Shizuka tribe, especially after the appearance of the wind god pterosaur. He threw 2 jars of salt to Xiao and said, "Our witch asked me to come and tell your tribe that we hope that the first tribe you visit during the spring festival will be our Shizuku tribe. This is a gift." After Xiao took the stone jar, he shook his hand, and the lids of the 2 stone jars popped out by themselves. After seeing what was inside, Xiao frowned. "What is this?" He didn't say directly. "You will know after you try it." Xiao looked at Yi with a bad face. There was only one opponent, and he was an orange-striped warrior. He could kill Yi in a very short time. However, Xiao was just thinking about it and didn't take any action. He shook his right hand, and then a pinch of salt was shaken up. He swallowed the salt in one bite. However, the salt is still a bit too much. After discovering that it is salt, Zhao's face changed. So much salt, it makes him feel salty. I wanted to vomit it out, but that would be embarrassing for the tribal leader. So, Xiao hardened his heart and swallowed the salt. When he saw Zhao's expression, he wanted to laugh, but because of the atmosphere, he didn't laugh. Instead, he said at the right time, "If you're the first tribe to go to the Shizuka tribe will give you more salt." "Does your tribe have a lot of salt?" Xiao asked. He thought about it for a moment and didn't say it directly. "Anyway, it's enough to give salt to every tribe that goes to the Shizuku tribe." This was tantamount to a disguised admission. Xiao thought for a moment and said, "I'll go ask Wu." Chapter 174 Exposed. The Shizuka tribe is very generous. Each stone jar contains at least 10 pounds of salt. After Xiaoyet Songlong, Wu tasted the salt from the Shizuka tribe. He was also stunned. He never knew that salt could be so salty. The salt from the Daohu tribe and the salt from the Shizuka tribe are simply incomparable. The Shizuka tribe has evil beasts and salt. It seems that their tribe is about to rise. Xiaoyet Songlong Wu sighed. Considering that the Shizuka tribe came from the central part of the savage continent, Xiaoyet Songlong Wu could understand it. "Wu, should we agree?" Xiao asked. Xiaoyet Songlong Wu gave a helpless smile. "Why would we disagree? Since the Shizuka tribe is so sincere, we should just agree. We won't lose anything anyway." "Wu, do you think they have any ulterior motives?" Xiao expressed his doubts. "No matter if there's a purpose or not, when the time comes we just need to send a few white-striped warriors and 2 wild beasts to lead the people there," Xiaoyet Songlong Wu said. In this way, even if the people who went there were lost, the foundation of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe would not be harmed. Wu is still very thoughtful. Xiao nodded and immediately went out to inform Yi that their tribe had agreed. Seeing Zhao's agreement, he did not stay any longer. "Okay, we will wait for you in the Shizuka tribe. I still need to notify the other tribes, so I will leave first." No need to see me off. Xiao didn't say much. He came to the foot of the mountain and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Among all the tribes, the one he was most reluctant to come to was the Howling Moonwolf tribe. Fortunately, the Howling Moonwolf tribe completed the notification smoothly. They jumped onto the back of the Quetzalcoatl and headed towards other tribes. From a corner of the Sizuka tribe, the sound of blacksmithing could be heard. Wuyu was hammering a small iron ingot with a small hammer. After he flattened the small iron ingot, he folded it in half and continued hammering it. After folding it 10 times like this, the piece of iron will become the legendary 1,000-layer steel. After cooling, it will have beautiful patterns on it. After making the 1,000-layer steel, Wuya immediately beat the iron block into a small cylinder and then took out a thicker steel plate. There are many holes on this steel plate, which were drilled by Wuya and others for use in pulling wire. After pulling the piece of iron into an iron wire about 4 millimeters thick, Wuya immediately took Ling's vine ring and started hammering it in the same way. It took Wuya a whole day to finally make the headband. After polishing it with a grinding stone, Wuya installed the water-repellent beads, and an iron headdress with many patterns, like vines, was completed. Wuya took the forehead ornament and examined it for a moment before shaking his head in regret. What a pity there's no silver. It would have been much better if there was silver. It was already dark at this time, and the people on the construction site had returned. Wuya was afraid of being seen, so he wrapped it in an animal skin and put it in his arms. When I arrived at the cave, I met Ling, who had just returned. Ling saw Wuya put his hands in his arms and couldn't help asking, "Wuya, what did you put in your arms?" Wuya quickly shook his head. "Nothing, nothing." Ling looked at Wuya suspiciously and said, "Well, where's my water-repellent bead? My father got it from our witch. You can't lose it." "No, don't worry." Wuya said. "Okay, when will you return it to me?" Ling asked again. Wuya thought for a moment and replied, "I'll return it to you after today. No need to rush." Ling looked at Wuya seriously and nodded. "Okay, don't lose it." After saying that, Ling went to wash her face immediately. Wuya breathed a sigh of relief and then entered the cave. While Han and Yen Wu were not paying attention, he hid the water-repellent bead forehead ornament. Finally, everything was hidden. After Wuya put the things away, he immediately went out to cook for everyone. After Wuya left, Yen Wu looked at Han and said, "Han, Wu just put something there mysteriously. Do you want to take a look?" Wuya, who placed the forehead ornament there, could never have imagined that when he was hiding things, Han and Yen Wu, who were seriously studying the structure of justice, were using their spiritual sense at this time. Han also wanted to take a look, but was a little hesitant. This is not good. Yen Wu used his spiritual sense to check. Wu has gone to cook. "Well, take a look," Han said immediately. Yen Wu nodded, and then took out the forehead ornament that Wuya had hidden. "Wow, it looks so beautiful." Han couldn't help but praise after seeing the forehead ornament made by Wuya himself. Yen Wu said, doubtfully, "Isn't this the water-repellent bead on Ling's forehead? Why did Wu hide it here?" Han shook his head. "Who knows? Wu must have a reason for doing this. But this thing is really beautiful." Hempreistekin. Yen Wu put the forehead ornament back to its original place and looked at Han. "Do you like it?" Han nodded. "It's okay, it looks pretty good." Yen Wu nodded. "That's good." "What?" Han asked confusedly. Yen Wu hurriedly shook his head. "It's okay, we were tired all day. Let's go out for a walk and relax our consciousness." Han was also a little tired and agreed. "Well, remember what Wu said? We should combine work and rest." "Yes, that's it. Let's go take a rest." "Oh, by the way, I'm going to the bathroom. You can go for a walk by yourself first." Yen Wu seemed to remember something and ran out in a hurry. Han looked at the running Yen Wu speechlessly and had to leave the cave alone to find Shui. Wu was obviously very happy to get the forehead ornament out. He was whistling and cutting bamboo shoots when he saw Yen Wu coming here mysteriously. "What are you doing here?" the little black and white bear asked me to go up and feed it. When Wuya saw Yen Wu coming, he thought he was looking for the little black and white bear. Yen Wu came to Wuya and said, "Wu, I saw it." "Well, I'm glad to see it." Wuya was still whistling, completely unaware that what Yen Wu said was completely different from what he said. Yen Wu looked around at this time, then approached Wuya and whispered, "Wu, teach me how to do it." Wuya looked at Yen Wu in confusion. "What? Teach you how to cook?" Yen Wu looked around again. The tense atmosphere made Wuya nervous. "No, Han likes the thing hidden in the cave very much. Can you teach me how to make it?" asked Yen Wu. Fuck. Wuya threw away the kitchen knife, grabbed Yen Wu's neck, and shook it hard. "How the hell did you find out? How dare you rummage through my things?" Damn it, I'll fucking strangle you to death. Yin Wu said, speechlessly. Ahem, while you were hiding that thing, we were using our spiritual sense to study the location where the wild pattern condensed the fireball. Chapter 175 Reason. No. Wuya looked at Yin Wu. No. Oh, what's wrong? Yin Wu asked in confusion. Wuya's mouth curled up slightly. What did you just say? Who liked it? Yin Wu blurted out. Han likes it, Wu, can you not? After saying it, Yin Wu found something wrong. Ahem, I like it. Wu, can you teach me how to do it? Wuya looked at Yin Wu with a sly look. Hee, I've caught you. Yin Wu's face suddenly turned red. Ahem, what is Wu talking about? I don't understand. Wuya smiled and said, It's okay. You're not a child anymore. Everyone understands these things. Although primitive people did not understand things like affection and love, they still knew what it meant to have feelings for someone. Yin Wu was so shy that he forgot that he also had something on Wuya and said nothing. Wuya, on the other hand, turned into a gossip expert, asking questions here and there. When did it start? Why did you fall for Han? All kinds of questions made Yin Wu so embarrassed that he almost tore his shoes with his feet. After satisfying his curiosity, Wuya promised, Don't worry, we are not related at all. I will definitely help you. In the tribe, although Wuya gets along well with everyone, there are only a few people who can be considered friends rather than superiors. But let me be frank with you. Although you like Han, you have to gain her approval yourself. I won't use Wu's name to force her to agree to you. Wuya said. Yin Wu nodded. I understand. Well, that's it. Wuya continued chopping vegetables. Tomorrow I'll have Han personally guide Yin and the others in digging the moat. I'll also teach you how to make a forehead ornament. Okay, thank you. Yin Wu was very happy, and then went to find his little black and white bear. Looking at Yin Wu's happy expression, Wuya shook his head and continued cutting vegetables. At this time, a strong wind came from the sky. With a dull thud, it landed directly near Wuya, stirring up a large cloud of dust. You want to die? You made all the vegetables dirty. Go wash them clean for me. Wuya erst. Oh, okay. He went to wash the vegetables awkwardly. He just wanted to report today's results to Wuya as soon as possible, but he didn't expect to make Wuya angry. Wuya wasn't really angry. He took a piece of meat and cut it while asking, How was it today? He answered truthfully, Wu, everything went smoothly today. 4 tribes in total, including the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, agreed. Tell me what I want you to pay attention to. Wuya said. He nodded and said, Yes, the witches of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, the Woolly Rhino tribe, the Red Fox tribe, and the Giant Bear tribe are all old men. Wuya suddenly lost his sense of anticipation. They were all old people, and it would be difficult to fool them. The old witches in this world are the kind that become more and more clever as they grow older, and are not easy to deceive. However, Yi's words gave him hope. He said, However, the Giant Bear Wizard's condition seems to be very bad, and his breathing is not very stable. It is very likely that he will not live long. He seemed to remember Han and the others saying that the Giant Bear Wu was their father. Tell me in detail what you saw and heard when you went to the Giant Bear tribe. Wuya said. He nodded and told him everything immediately. When they approached Giant Bear Mountain, they encountered a situation similar to that of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. No, the aura and pressure he encountered was even more terrifying than that of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. Even the overlord of the sky, the wind god Pterosaur, the best among the same level, was intimidated by this pressure, and all that was conveyed to E was fear. However, he and his men were not looking for trouble, so they immediately asked the wind god Pterosaur to stay somewhere far away, and he went to the Giant Bear tribe alone. After E arrived at the Giant Bear tribe, the pressure disappeared, and the one who received E was the leader of the Giant Bear tribe, Xiong. After knowing that the salt brought by E was much better than the salt from the Dahu tribe, Xiong took E to see the dying Giant Bear Wizard. The Giant Bear Wizard's condition was very bad. He was sick with homesickness, and Dao's sacrifice was a great blow to him. His health was getting worse day by day. What he was more concerned about was a little boy next to the Giant Bear Wizard. Although it is only 8 or 9 years old, it is already a sacrificial wish. After hearing this, we immediately understood. The Giant Bear Shaman must be running out of time, so he began to focus on training another shaman of the Giant Bear tribe. I just don't know how Shui and Han will react when they know their father is about to die. As for the rest, there's nothing special. Ishui said. Wuya nodded and said, Of those who usually come to the Suzuka tribe, how many tribes are there that you haven't visited yet? He thought for a moment and said, There are still 5 of them, but they won't come here often. After all, it's far away, and it's not safe for them to come. Well, all the tribes near the Siska tribe must be notified, regardless of whether they can come on their own or not. We said. He nodded, then asked, but Wu, our tribe only has so many people. There's absolutely no need to exchange with so many people from other tribes. Wu shook his head. What's the big deal? Although there are only a few people in our tribe, can you guarantee that they will find someone they like? We can't force them to come. We can only find more people. What if the person they like happens to be someone who hasn't come to my tribe yet? He didn't understand so much. When he was looking for a wife, he chose the ones left over by others. He just married her because she looked okay. Wu looked at E and obviously didn't understand. So he changed his words to something more understandable. Do you know why I must invite so many tribes to come? He replied, Wu, you just said that it is to allow the people of the tribe to find the most suitable partner for themselves. Wu shook his head. This is only one of the reasons. Another point is to let the neighboring tribes know how powerful our tribe is. The reason why he was asked to deliver salt in this way was to let other tribes know that the Sizaka tribe had more salt than they could eat, and they could give it away as much as they wanted. At that time, those tribes would definitely give up buying salt from the Dahu tribe, and instead come to the Sizaka tribe to buy salt. In this way, Wu can use salt to let these tribes find resources for him. After all, there are only so many people in the Sizaka tribe, and using salt to get other tribes to work for them is the simplest and most practical way. And the most important point is to show off. The Sizaka tribe exhausted a vast amount of resources and manpower to build Sizaka City. Why not just admire it from home? We need to bring people from other tribes over to see it. Only then will the construction of Sizaka City be meaningful. If we don't let others envy us, it's as if Zhuke City has never been built. These are the reasons why Wuya must call other tribes over. Chapter 176 Retreat. Of course, we did not tell you about this. After all, he was too lazy to explain to you what pretending to be cool meant, so he just let him bear the feeling of pretending to be cool alone. Well, it's really good to let other tribes know how powerful our tribe is. Yi nodded. Although they don't know what it means to show off, they feel proud that their tribe is strong. Nothing happened that night. The next day, after breakfast, Wu found Han and said, I'll give you a day off today. Go get the bloodthirsty worms to help Yin and the others dig a moat. Han didn't know why Wu suddenly gave her a day off, but it was okay to go out for a walk. She immediately summoned the bloodthirsty worm excitedly, jumped on it, and headed towards the city gate. Wu looked speechlessly at the soil loosened by the bloodthirsty worms. If you let the bloodthirsty worms out like this again, I won't give you a holiday. Han smiled sheepishly. Just as he was about to leave, he thought of Yin Wu again. Wu, where is Yin Wu? As for him, you have a mission, and he naturally has a mission too. You should just go and take care of your own things. Wu said, Okay, see you at noon. Han nodded and went downstairs with the bloodthirsty worm. Yin Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Wu, thank you. Wu glanced at him and said, It's okay. I'll just give you fewer days off in the future. Yin Wu didn't complain and simply replied, Okay. Now Wu looked at Yin Wu differently. He didn't expect that he liked Han so much. Immediately, Wu and Yin Wu began to forge iron. On the other side, Yi and his team went to cut down several giant trees, which was what Wu requested. Now the city gate has been dug out to the rock layer, and Wu has also started to ask Yi to build a suspension bridge. It is not difficult to make a suspension bridge. The felled trees are sawed into planks and then nailed together. A giant suspension bridge that is more than 100 meters long, 2 meters thick, and more than 30 meters wide is slowly being completed. When Wu and the others had finished making the forehead ornament and then laid a nice-looking spirit stone on it, Yi came to find Wu. Wu, the bridge has been built. What should we do? Yi asked. Wu asked Yin Wu to hide the forehead ornaments he had made, while he and Yi and the others came to the front door. Looking at the bridge that had already been built, Wu originally thought of making iron chains to hang the bridge. But after thinking about it, he was afraid that there was not enough time. So he said, Go find some strong vines, preferably as thick as this. Wu gestured, and it was about half a meter. Yi nodded. Wu, do you have any other requests? Wu thought for a moment and said, Try to get something longer, not too short. Okay, let's go right away. Yi nodded in agreement and immediately ran towards the woods nearby. There were strong vines everywhere, so it didn't take them long to find them. We asked them to dig 3 holes on the other side of the bridge, pass the vines through, and then pull the vines towards the door. There are a total of 6 strong vines supporting the suspension bridge, which is enough for a period of time. When I have time, I will replace it with an iron one. After the strong vines were tied up, Wuya asked Yi to bring the 3 extra water wheels they had made last time. After simple modifications, the water wheel was installed in the city, and then the strong vines outside were pulled in and tied to the wheels of the water wheel. Since the water wheel is installed in the city, slightly higher than the city wall, the vine will not rub against the city wall when it is pulled. This will reduce the damage to the city wall and the vine and extend its service life. After finishing all these, Wuya immediately asked Yi and the others to try turning the water wheel. After the water wheel turned, the vine was immediately straightened, and then the other end of the suspension bridge was pulled up. Wuya heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. Go on, pull the suspension bridge back completely. Although the suspension bridge was large, Yi and his group were able to easily pull it upright together. Because it is more than 100 meters long, when erected, it is much higher than the city wall. Wuya looked at the towering suspension bridge and couldn't help but exclaim that it was too hasty. This suspension bridge stands here like a tombstone. But now we have to finish it before the Spring Festival, and Wu is not too picky, so we can only wait until we have the time and energy in the future to study the folding bridge. It is easier said than done to erect a suspension bridge, but the actual process took us a total of 4 days, and now the Spring Festival is getting closer and closer. We all spent several days running back and forth between the front door and the back door. On the day when the moat of Qianmen was dug, there were only 10 days left until the Spring Festival. Wuya calculated the time and immediately asked Yin and the others to go to the back door to continue digging. At this time, the wall at the back gate was half built, and Wuya continued to provide guidance here for 2 days. After dinner that day, Wuya announced something very important to everyone. I've been practicing rapidly lately, and I already have a feeling that a breakthrough is imminent. Everyone was very happy when these words were spoken. Although Wuya is the backbone of everyone, there is one regret. He is too weak and is just a priest. So, starting from tonight, I plan to go into seclusion and focus on attacking Wu. Wuya continued. Wu, just go ahead and attack with confidence. We will definitely manage the tribe well. Yin said, As for how to build a city and manage a tribe, you all already have experience, so I won't say much. I hope that when we meet again, I will already be a fortune teller. Wuya, you can do it. Ling gave Wuya a smile and encouraged him. Wuya smiled back. Well, that's it. See you in a few days. After saying goodbye to everyone, Wuya immediately returned to the cave within the cave and began to practice in seclusion. Now the chi in his chi palace is almost full. If he practices a little more, he can fill the chi palace completely. At that time, the chi will be compressed and used to attack the witch. Wuya sat cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky and began to circulate chi. The spiritual energy in the cave continued to form vortices, entering Wuya's meridians through his 5 hearts. I don't know how long it took, but Wuya felt that no matter how he refined the spiritual energy, he could no longer merge chi into the chi palace. This is the peak of witchcraft. Wuya opened his eyes, relaxed his hands and feet, then closed his eyes and continued to practice. Impact divination means compressing the chi. Although Wuya didn't know why he was a fortune teller, just because he compressed chi into liquid based on his knowledge, there must be more liquid than gas under the same volume. His chi palace is only that big, and compressing the chi into liquid also makes his chi become more. After starting to practice, Wuya immediately followed the inherited method, concentrating all his spiritual consciousness into the chi palace and continuously squeezing the chi. Compressing gas into liquid is obviously very difficult. Wuya kept using his spiritual sense to squeeze, but his spiritual sense could not hold on and was exhausted, which made him feel dizzy. Chapter 177 Celebration. Failed again. Wuya opened his eyes and shook his dizzy head. This was the nth time he had tried to attack Zhan Wu, but he had not succeeded yet. Every time I am about to succeed, my spiritual awareness is always not enough. It takes a long time to recover his consciousness every time, which makes Wuya very uncomfortable. It would be great if I could recover my consciousness quickly, Wuya thought as he ate. Restore consciousness. Wuya suddenly remembered that he still had a lot of soul-nourishing grass to use. So he immediately picked up a leather bag and took out a handful of soul-nourishing grass from it. After picking up a piece and eating it, Wuya immediately continued to attack. Generally speaking, Wuya's spiritual awareness far exceeds the level of a priest witch, so it should be easier for him to break through the bottleneck. But all in all, Wuya has only been practicing for less than 3 months. In such a short period of time, Wuya lacked the most important aspect of cultivation, which is sedimentation. Although Yanwu was a fortune-telling wizard at such a young age, it took him 3 or 4 years to practice from being a sacrificial wizard to a fortune-telling wizard. Wuya lacks the accumulation of time, so even after eating the soul-nourishing flower, his spiritual awareness is strong, but there is always something missing when he wants to attack Zhanwu. But now it's different with the soul-nourishing grass. If there is not enough time, then we can make up for it with quantity. As soon as his spiritual consciousness was exhausted, Wuya ate a piece of soul-nourishing grass. After so many times, Wuya felt that he was getting closer and closer to success. Finally, after countless impacts, Wuya felt his consciousness relax, and a drop of liquid suddenly appeared during the compression of qi. With the beginning, the remaining qi will be continuously absorbed by the small drop of liquid. In the end, all the qi was completely absorbed, leaving a transparent liquid the size of a mung bean in the qi palace. Wuya sensed the liquid in his mind and immediately opened his eyes. He finally succeeded. However, this time the breakthrough of the bottleneck was successful, and it was not like the first time, which was a complete destruction of my body. Now that he has become a fortune teller, the only thing Wuya feels is that his qi has become about 10 times stronger than before. His spiritual awareness also increased a lot. When the witch released his spiritual awareness, he could already observe the distance near the back door. Although the range of spiritual awareness has become wider and the observation is not as detailed as before, it will be very useful for detecting the breath of ferocious beasts. After testing the strength of his spiritual sense, Wuya excitedly took out the tribe's 3rd inheritance stone. This is a heritage stone of the Fate Wizard level, and it contains a method to retain knowledge in the heritage stone. This is what Wuya needs most right now. Wuya was already familiar with reading the contents of the inheritance stone. About an hour later, Wuya took away the inheritance stone. There are only 2 witchcrafts in this inheritance stone. One is the witchcraft that Wuya has long wanted, the trace-leaving technique. After performing the witchcraft, he can leave the knowledge he wants to leave in the inheritance stone. The other witchcraft is called berserk. After casting witchcraft, the totem warrior's body will swell rapidly and his combat power will become stronger. But there's also a flaw. After using berserk, the totem warrior will be weak for a period of time. Even the use of the reinvigoration spell cannot restore it. What remains is some survival knowledge of the Suzaka tribe. Both of these witchcrafts are very useful. Wuya stood up, rubbed his shoulders, and then walked outside. It is still afternoon, and Wuya wants to go out and see how many days it will take him to break through this bottleneck. When they came outside, all the totem warriors and unmarked warriors of the tribe were gone. Only ordinary tribesmen were idle and doing nothing. When Wuya saw this, he couldn't help but frown. Since he came to this world, most of the tasks were left to the warriors, and he rarely gave tasks to these ordinary people. In this primitive world, there are no entertainment activities at all, and these ordinary people live like salted fish. Apart from contributing to the reproduction of the tribe, it has no other function. This is not what Wuya wants. He wants to change everyone's lives, but that requires everyone to work together, rather than relying solely on the warriors. After the spring festival, it's time to start finding something for everyone to do. Wuya thought as he walked out. When he came out of the cave, Wuya looked at the sun in the sky and then ran to the back door. As he ran, Wuya felt the difference between divination and sacrifice. Now his speed and strength have increased, and he's almost reached the limit of a warrior without patterns. When Wuya arrived at the back door, he saw everyone standing together, retracting the huge suspension bridge. Wuya used his spiritual sense to investigate and found that the back door had also been built. They retracted the drawbridge and prepared to finish work. Well, Wuya, you're here. Ling was the first to notice Wuya's arrival. You succeeded. Wuya smiled and said, yeah, it worked. The others also turned around and saw that Wuya's aura had turned into that of a fortune teller. They were very happy and congratulated Wuya one after another. Even the few ferocious beasts in the tribe were running around happily under the influence of their master's emotions. Of course, except for the little black and white bear sitting on the ground and looking at everyone. When it saw Wuya coming, it hurried over and hugged Yanwu's legs, fearing that Wuya would kidnap it again. After seeing the little guy's actions, Wuya couldn't help but like him even more and quickly ran over to pick it up. While stroking its head, I sighed that it had grown so big in just a few days. The current black and white bear is already bigger than the giant panda in Wuya's previous life. But Wuya's strength increased, and he could pick it up easily. How many days did it take me to break through the bottleneck this time? Wuya asked. Yin replied, Wu, it took you 8 days in total. Wuya was surprised. It was true that time seemed to disappear during cultivation. He felt that it had not taken him long, but in reality, it had been 8 days. However, the city wall has been built and the tribe's first plan has been completed, which is something worth celebrating. Wuya then said, today is a good day, Shui, Fei, Niao, Shang, Lin, and Shang. Each of you should take some people with you to go out and find edible fruits and plant roots. Let's celebrate with our tribe tonight. Summer is just a few days away, and some fruits are ripe and ready to be picked. Okay. When it comes to celebrating, Shui and Fei are the most enthusiastic. After all, every time Wuya said he wanted to celebrate, he would make more food so that everyone could enjoy it. Go come back before dark. After Wuya said that, Shui and the others immediately found some white-striped warriors, closed the door, and went out. That night, Wuya cooked a lot of dishes for everyone to eat to their heart's content. Chapter 178, Decoration. The next morning, Wuya got up early and went out to exercise. He hasn't exercised for several days, and now he comes out to move around and feels relaxed all over. After breakfast, Wuya immediately asked Yin to take the Wuan warriors to start digging a cave a little away from their tribe. These caves are intended to be used as residence for the tribes that will come to the Sizaka tribe for a blind date in the future. Some of those tribes are quite far away, so we need to stay temporarily in the Sizaka tribe. In order not to affect the members of the Sizaka tribe, Wuya asked them to live farther away. There are a total of 19 tribes that promise to come this time, namely the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, the Giant Bear tribe, the Snowy Night Wolf tribe, the Wild Bull tribe, the Velociraptor tribe, the Snowy Owl tribe, the Woolly Rhino tribe, the Powerful Monkey tribe, the Red Fox tribe, the Giant Armored Rhino tribe, the Mountain Giant Eagle tribe, and other tribes. If 50 people come from each tribe, that would be close to 1,000, which is close to the current number of people in the Sizaka tribe. There is nothing to do these 2 days, so Wuya asked the people in the tribe to prepare for the spring festival. In the final analysis, Wuya is just like holding a blind date meeting for everyone this time. One purpose is to help the young people from the tribe who come here find their other half, and the other is to expand the influence of the Sizaka tribe. The Chunhua Festival matchmaking meeting was held beautifully, and it also made those small tribes yearn for the Sizaka tribe. It will be easier to annex them later. As time went by, it soon arrived the day before the spring festival. On this day, the Sizaka tribe was particularly lively. Early in the morning, Wuya called the people from their calcination hall. A very primitive soap was made using lime water and animal fat, and then the people of the Sizaka tribe suffered. After lunch, Wuya issued an order. Everyone must take a shower. For most people who have never taken a bath, this order is terrifying. After Wuya separated the men and women, he boiled several large pots of water. Call a few more people, throw the soap into the pot, and rub it like washing potatoes until it is clean. As a result, sounds like pigs being slaughtered were heard from the Sizaka tribe from time to time. Be gentle. It hurts, be careful. Holy shit, hot. Wuya was in the pig pen watching the screams of the people below and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. I told you not to take a bath. Ling blushed beside Wuya and said embarrassedly, Wuya, do I have to be like them? Wuya looked at Ling like to be clean, but the number of times he could bathe her was limited. Of course, Wuya didn't know how many times she had taken a bath, nor did he know where she took a bath. Well, you are definitely different from them. Wuya said, you can boil a pot of hot water and go wash in the cave. Ling nodded. Thank you. The soap you made is very useful. After saying that, Ling jumped out of the pig pen and went to boil water. By evening, the screams of the Sizaka tribe finally stopped. Wuya distributed a new set of battle clothes to everyone. From now on, these clothes can only be worn for 7 days at most, and then you must change into another set. After changing, the clothes you have worn must be washed. Now that everyone has taken a shower, everyone's spirits and outlook have improved a lot. Standing next to them, Wuya finally could no longer smell the faint stench. Now that the city walls have been built and the tribe is very safe, Wuya finally has time to tinker with these things. It's time to change people's lives. Early the next morning, all the tribes on the Savage Continent began to get busy. This Chunhua festival is just like the New Year in Wuya's previous life. After all, this is a day that is closely related to the reproduction and continuation of the tribe, and everyone is very concerned about it. The Sizaka tribe also got up early. After breakfast, Wuya immediately asked the tribe's orange-striped warriors to form groups of 2. take a wild beast, and go to the tribes that needed to be picked up. Wuya did not leave the remaining people idle. Wuya asked them to go out and look for a vine called red vine. The leaves of this vine are fiery red and are most suitable for decoration. Ling had nothing to do, so he went to find Wuya. Wuya, where are my water-repellent beads? Where did you take them? She hadn't come to ask Wuya for several days, and Wuya thought she had forgotten. Wuya laughed and said, well, I'll borrow it for 2 more days and I'll return it to you right away. Ling sighed. You didn't lose it? Wuya quickly shook his head. How is that possible? I won't lose your things, don't worry. Okay, is there anything I can do? I'm so bored. Ling said. Wuya thought for a moment and nodded. Well, it just so happens that we need a lot of firewood tonight. Can you help us chop some? That's it? What do you need firewood for? It's enough for cooking. Ling asked. Wuya kept it a secret. You'll find out tonight. It's a secret. Ling gave Wuya a look and said, okay, I'll go. Okay, keep going. Around noon, the white-striped warriors of the tribe returned, bringing with them a large amount of red vines. Wuya immediately asked them to hang red vines on the city gate and all the giant trees next to the tribe. Now it seems that there is a hint of joy. Looking at the sun in the sky, Wu felt that the nearby tribes should be almost there before they arrived near Suzaka City. So, Yin Wu, Hao Han, and all the white-striped warriors of the tribe came to the city gate, ready to wait for the guests coming to Suzaka City. The first to arrive at the foot of Seventh Mountain was the Xiaoyat Songlong tribe, which was some distance away from the Suzuka tribe. There was no other reason. It was just because the road built by the Suzaku tribe greatly increased the speed at which they could come here. Leading the Howling Moon Wolf tribe were 5 white-striped warriors, all of whom were already middle-aged. They obviously had average talent and had not yet become orange-striped warriors. The leader was a white-striped warrior named Yang. There were more than 100 men and women of marriageable age from their tribe, sitting on 3 wild beasts. These 3 wild beasts are the same. All of them are giant deer. They're not very powerful in combat, but they are very fast. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, they were also surprised when they looked at the Suzaka city wall on the mountainside. They had heard about what the Suzaka tribe was up to, but they didn't expect them to create something they had never seen before. Yang, do you want to go up? Asked a white-striped warrior next to Yang. They came here this time with the determination to die. If the Suzaka tribe wants to attack them, they will definitely make the Suzaka tribe pay a price. Yang nodded. Of course we have to go up. If the Suzaka tribe dares to ask us to come, we from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe will dare to come. Then, the giant deer ran up the mountain. Chapter 179. We are here. The closer you are, the clearer you see. When they arrived at the foot of Suzaka City, the shock in their hearts was beyond words. They calculated that this thing made of stones of the Suzuka tribe could not be broken even by the evil beast. Wuya, Yin Wu, and Han stood on the city wall at the main gate and shouted to the people below, guests from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, welcome to my Suzuka tribe. Although they were standing on the city wall and a little far away from the opposite side, Wuya and the others had enough eyesight to see the totem on the other side's chest. Yang and his companions were too far away and could only see Wuya and his companions on the city wall. They could not sense their presence at all and did not know that Wuya and his companions were witches. Yang nodded and said, I am Yang from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. Following the orders of our tribal witch, I am leading our people to the Suzuka tribe. Gomain. Gujas. At this time, the white-striped warriors below immediately lowered the suspension bridge. The drawbridge wasn't completely retracted, so it was lowered very quickly. When Yang and his friends saw the lowered suspension bridge, they finally understood how the Suzaku tribe entered and exited the tribe. After walking onto the suspension bridge, they looked into the moat and swallowed their saliva. The ditch is so deep that even an orange-striped warrior would be injured if he fell into it. Not to mention ordinary people like them and the white-striped warriors. They would definitely die if they fell down. After arriving at the city gate, Wuya immediately ordered the white-striped warriors below to open the door. Gomain, the city hasn't started building houses yet, so you'll have to live in a cave like me. Wuya said, and then shouted to the people below, Lie sure, take the guests from the Howling Moon Wolf tribe to rest. Yang asked doubtfully, Aren't we just coming here to exchange people and then leave? Wuya shook his head and said, Don't worry. Several more tribes will come. Then we can let these young people choose together. You won't have to run around to other tribes anymore. Yang didn't understand Wuya's words, but before they set out, Xiaoyat Songlong Wu had told him not to turn hostile unless absolutely necessary. He had no choice but to accept the Suzaku tribe's arrangements. Han, let the bloodthirsty worms pay attention to them. Wu said. Wu has noticed that the people coming from Xiaoyatsunlong are all white-striped warriors with insufficient strength and ordinary people. There is not even a white-striped warrior who awakened this year. Obviously, the Howling Moon Wolf tribe is still feeling guilty. Wu was too lazy to deal with these weaklings, but if they dared to do anything out of line, he wouldn't mind killing them. Han nodded. It's over. Wu responded, and seeing that nothing was happening at the moment, and that Han and Yenwu were both here, he couldn't help but become curious again. Cough, cough, cold. Wu just shouted. Yeah. Han looked at Wu and asked doubtfully, how old are you and Shui? Han thought for a moment. Well, I'm 20 this year. You're so old now. Wu looked at Han. Have you ever thought about getting married? People in the tribe usually turn 16 this year and look for a partner during the spring festival next year. People like Han and Shui are older single women. Han nodded. Yeah, I thought about it, but I'm so old. Will anyone still be interested in me? Primitive people are not as sensitive about emotions as Wu and Ling. If I want to get married, I will get married. I won't be too shy to say it out loud. Wu nodded and said, well, it's good that you want to get married. It happens to be the spring festival now. I have prepared an event for everyone tonight. You can join in. Okay. Han nodded in agreement. Then she looked at Yenwu and Wu. Well, Wu, you and Yenwu should be old enough, right? Do you want to join? Why did you bring this up? Wu hurriedly said, well, Yenwu will participate, but I'm not sure. Yenwu looked at Wu speechlessly and said, I do want to participate. After all, as a witch, my child is the most likely to have witch talent. Then I hope you all find someone you like. Wu said with sincere blessing. Another tribe is coming. Yenwu said while looking down. Wu looked down at the city wall and saw a group of more than 60 people coming to the suspension bridge and looking at the Suzaku city wall curiously. After observing for a while, Wu saw that the leader was an orange-striped warrior with a woolly rhinoceros totem on his chest. Their tribe didn't have any war beasts, so they came on foot. Among these people, there are 8 orange-striped warriors and 20 white-striped warriors. Obviously, they were not wary of the Suzaku tribe. They just came here for a blind date. At this time, the leader shouted, Are the people from the Suzaku tribe here? I am Rhino from the Woolly Rhino tribe, and I am bringing people from our tribe here. Wu immediately responded, Yes, we are here, and you are welcome. Then he looked behind him and said, Lower the drawbridge and let them in. After the suspension bridge was lowered, she and the others were all surprised. They originally thought that this strange thing could be jumped on by themselves and then enter the Suzaku tribe, but they didn't expect that it could be put down. Thinking of the witch's instructions, she felt relieved. A tribe that can give away such good salt must be very powerful. There are still dozens of beast crystals in the rhino's animal skin bag, and he wants to see if he can exchange them for salt. After she and the others arrived at the city gate, Wu said again, Welcome guests from the Woolly Rhino tribe. Yeah, and Gu, take them to rest. You guys go rest first. We have an event planned for tonight, and you could join us then. She didn't care about Wu Ya's arrangements. After all, if they went back today, they might not be able to return to the tribe. Are you the Suzaku wizard? As they entered the city wall and the distance became closer, she could already sense that there were 3 wizards standing on the city gate. Wu Ya nodded. That's right. Rhino hurriedly said, Suzaku, in addition to replacing people, our tribe also wants to buy salt from your tribe. Is that okay? We could discuss these matters after the Chunhua festival is over. You guys should go and rest first. Wu said. Seeing that Wu Ya did not mention the salt, she had no choice but to agree. Wu, how do we sell our salt? Yenwu asked curiously after she and the others left. Wu smiled and said, As for the salt from our tribe, I'll tell you more later. At this time, a group of people were standing in front of the huge moat of the Suzaku tribe at the back door, looking at each other with confused eyes. Scar, I think we came to the Suzaku tribe last year. The Suzaku didn't look like this then. How come it has grown so big in just 1 year? Said an orange-striped warrior with an orange-yellow triceratops on his chest. An orange-striped warrior next to him, with an orange-yellowish-green mantis on his chest, shook his head. Hunter, you ask me. How should I know? Sho shouted towards the city gate. Are the people from the Suzaku tribe here? We, the people from the Triceratops tribe and the Green Mantis tribe, are here. Chapter 180 touched. Unfortunately, no matter how they shouted, the people of the Suzaku tribe did not respond. Sho asked doubtfully, What's going on? Is there no one from the Suzaku tribe? Scar shook his head. Who knows? How about we go to the other side and take a look, said an orange-striped warrior from the Green Mantis tribe. Sho nodded. That's the only way. I remember the Sizaka tribe is on the other side of the mountainside. Let's go, we still have to hurry. But when they reached the edge and were about to go down, they saw a cliff that was several hundred meters deep. Is the Sizaka tribe crazy? They changed Toriyama into this. Sho complained. Scar shook his head. I think that if the Sizaka tribe is built like this, many fierce beasts will no longer be a threat to the Sizaka tribe. At this height, even the wild beasts can only stare blankly. Sho sighed, that's true, but we still have to go down the mountain and take a detour to the other side to go up the mountain. There's nothing we can do. Our tribe has already promised the Sizaka tribe. Scar shook his head. Besides, the Sizaka tribe said they would send us more salt. Sho nodded. Well, that's true. Let's go for the salt. Their two tribes had a total of more than 150 people, but without any ferocious beasts, they had to walk. They had just come down the mountain when they suddenly felt a powerful aura coming towards them quickly. Sho hurriedly shouted, There is a beast, scatter. Soldiers, protect the ordinary people and climb the tree. No matter what kind of ferocious beast comes, climbing a tree is the safest option. After all, there are only a few ferocious beasts that can climb trees. Scar frowned and looked at it for a moment, then shook his head. It's riding the wind god pterosaur. He set out early in the morning to pick up more than 100 people from the Velociraptor tribe, Snowy Owl tribe, and Barbarian Bull tribe. When approaching Sizaka Mountain, he suddenly received a message from the wind god pterosaur. There are many people below. He immediately stopped the Quetzalcoatl and looked down. After seeing that it was the hunting captain Sho of the Green Mantis tribe and the hunting captain Scar of the Triceratops tribe who brought people to Sizaka Mountain, he jumped down immediately. Scar, Sho, you are here. He shouted to them. Sho complained, We've been shouting at the gate of your tribe for a long time, but no one responded. How can we get in? He thought for a moment and replied, Well, this is the back door. Our tribe isn't using it right now, so there shouldn't be anyone here. What should we do then? Scar asked. He immediately replied, How about this? You wait here for a while. I'll send the Velociraptor tribe to the tribe, and then come back to pick you up. When they heard they could ride the evil beast, Scar and the others immediately agreed. Okay, then hurry up. This is a nightmare beast. They rarely see it. They're satisfied to be able to ride it this year. He nodded. Well, wait a moment, I'll be back soon. After saying that, he immediately grabbed a strong vine tied to the wind god pterosaur and flew upwards. Afterwards, the wind god pterosaur flew towards Sizaka City at a very fast speed. Sho looked at the flying Quetzalcoatl and couldn't help but sigh. How majestic! I wish our tribe had a beast like this. I would even sleep on its back. Scar nodded. Who wouldn't? Sun, watching the changes in the Sizaka tribe from the wind god pterosaur, couldn't help but say to the witch in your tribe must be very powerful. They made you so strong in such a short time. He was the highest-ranking official in the Sizaka tribe this time, but when facing he still felt inferior. He nodded and said, Yes, our wizard is the wisest wizard I have ever seen. If you saw him, you would definitely admire him. Will he see me? Sun asked hurriedly. As he spoke, he tightly grasped the animal skin bag hanging around his waist, which contained the animal crystals that their tribe wanted to exchange for salt this time. Not only Sun, almost everyone who led a team to the Sizaka tribe had this purpose. He always remembered what Wuya said about keeping an eye on the Velociraptor tribe, so he replied, Our Wuya is very easy to get along with, and he will definitely meet you. Sun nodded. That's good. Their tribe hasn't eaten salt for 2 years, and now everything they eat has no taste. The worst thing is that without salt supplementation, they always feel weak. Soon, the wind god pterosaur arrived at the Sizaka tribe. He did not let the wind god pterosaur land inside the tribe, but landed in front of the city gate. We had told him that letting these people go through the door was an important etiquette and must not be broken. After landing, he asked the people on the Eolus to disembark while saying, Do you see the 3 people looking at us from the city gate? They are the witch and 2 elders of our tribe. They are here to greet you personally. They didn't expect that the witch of the Sizaka tribe would pay so much attention to their small tribes. Soon, the hunting team leader of the Barbarian Bull tribe, Lai, and Yi of the Snowy Owl tribe were all very moved. The witch of the Sizaka tribe was indeed, just as he said, approachable and easy to get along with. After everyone went down, he said, I still have to go pick up Scar and the others. You guys go in first. Sun nodded. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Then, the Quetzalcoatl spread its wings and flew away, and soon only its back was visible. They looked at each other and introduced themselves immediately. The leader of the Velociraptor tribe is here to exchange personnel with the Suzuka tribe under the orders of the witch. Captain Lai of the Barbarian Bull tribe has come to the Suzuka tribe to exchange personnel following the orders of the witch. Captain Yi of the Snow Owl tribe's hunting team, under the orders of the witch, has come to the Suzuka tribe to exchange personnel. Weiyao was also surprised when he heard this. People from other tribes were led by the hunting team leader, but the Velociraptor tribe actually let the leader come in person. But it is enough for these primitive people to introduce themselves. What does it mean to come to the Suzuka tribe to exchange people under the order of the witch? It sounded like the Suzuka tribe had captured someone from their tribe, and they were bringing gifts to redeem them. Despite his complaints, Wuya still said, "Welcome guests from the Velociraptor tribe, the Barbarian Bull tribe, and the Snowy Owl tribe." Then he asked someone to lower the suspension bridge. Although it was troublesome to keep raising and lowering the suspension bridge like this, Wuya still kept it raised. After all, this is a very important ritual. It is very important to let these primitive people see the masterpiece of their tribe. Of course, Weiyao would never admit it. He and Yinwu were just bored here, so they asked the people in the tribe to pull up the suspension bridge for fun. However, looking at the shocked expressions of those primitive people, Wuya knew that it was worth it to keep the suspension bridge up. They had just arrived at the city gate and had not yet spoken when Wuya suddenly caught a glimpse of several ferocious beasts running up the mountain. So he hurriedly shouted, "Quick, go into the tribe and pull up the drawbridge." Chapter 181 Laughing. They were all confused, and when they felt the suspension bridge moving, they hurried into the tribe. As soon as the suspension bridge was raised, Wuya saw clearly what kind of ferocious beast was coming. There were two huge mammoths and a giant bear leading the way. Although he couldn't see the totem on the chest, Wuya could guess roughly what it was by looking at the configuration. This person should be from a giant bear tribe. Sure enough, when they got closer, Wuya saw a burly man sitting on the back of the leading giant bear, and the orange totem on his chest was the giant bear. "I am Beast, the hunting captain of the giant bear tribe. I have come to the Suzuka tribe to exchange personnel under the order of the witch." When Beast arrived under the suspension bridge, he shouted to the Suzuka tribe. Wuya took a look and found that there were a lot of people coming from the giant bear tribe, at least 150. Only the giant bear tribe can pull off such a large-scale operation. Wuya also replied politely, "The Suzuka tribe welcomes guests from afar. Please come into the tribe." After saying this, Wuya immediately ordered the white-striped warriors below to lower the suspension bridge. "Han, are you okay?" Yinwu suddenly said. Wuya turned his head and found that Han's expression was a little unnatural. Although he had gotten rid of the curse in his heart, Han still recalled some bad things when he saw the giant bear tribe that had expelled him from the tribe. Han shook his head. "It's okay. You and Shui are from the Suzuka tribe, so you don't have to worry about the giant bear tribe anymore." Wuya also comforted. Han nodded. "Thank you, Yinwu." It was reported that those who had just arrived did not leave, but were still watching the excitement. When they saw the two giant mammoths that were full of oppressive power, their eyes were full of envy. These tribes don't know the art of contracting, and they don't have even a single ferocious beast to use. Of course, if there was a way to tame the ferocious beasts, the strength of their tribe would not be too low. When the beasts arrived at the city gate riding on giant mammoths and giant bears, they were also stunned. They never thought that there were so many people here. Moreover, looking at the totems on their chests, they are not from the Suzuka tribe. "Welcome everyone to my Suzuka tribe. Please go and rest first. We will start in the evening after all the tribes arrive." Wuya shouted on the city wall. At this time, the beast noticed Wuya and the other two on the city wall. When he knew they were three witches, his face suddenly showed surprise. Although they seldom had contact with the Suzuka tribe, they had heard of its decline. However, this doesn't look like a decline at all. In this world, how many tribes can have three witches at once? Of course, if he found out that one of the witches was Han, he would be even more shocked. "Suzuka Wu, our tribe is quite far away. Can we quickly change people and then return to the tribe?" Although shocked, the beast still stated his purpose. Wuya knew someone would ask this question. "Don't worry, there are still several tribes that haven't arrived yet. When the time comes, all tribes will exchange together, so you won't have to travel all the way to other tribes." Sun and Yi nodded, saying that this was indeed the case. Their tribe is not strong. If there were no Suzuka tribe, they would have no choice but to wait for other tribes to come to their tribe. The beast thought about it for a moment, then shook his head. "I'm sorry, Suzuka Wu. Our Wu has told us to go back today." "Don't worry. Even if you don't go back today, your witch won't blame you. I've already notified all the surrounding tribes to gather in my Suzaka city for everyone's convenience. By then, everyone will have found a partner here, and your giant bear tribe will have nowhere to go. After listening to it, the beast thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, then I'll trouble Suzaka-wu. Well, the cave has been prepared for you. Someone will take you there. After these tribes left, Wuya immediately asked them to pull up the suspension bridge. After seeing this, Wu couldn't help but curl his lips and said, Wu, can't you just leave the drawbridge like this? They're getting tired from constantly pulling it up and down. Wuya rolled his eyes and said, You know shit. If we don't pull up the suspension bridge, how are we going to let other tribes know that it's movable? If we don't raise the drawbridge, how can we see the surprised, shocked, and envious looks of the other tribes when we lower it? Wu and Han looked at Wuya in shock. They really couldn't imagine that Wuya would think this way. They originally thought that Wuya did it for safety reasons, but unexpectedly, it was purely for showing off. At this time, Han couldn't help but say worriedly, Wu, what if people from other tribes see this and learn how to build cities? Wu nodded and said, Yes, Wu. The Howling Moon Wolf tribe learned how to use bows and arrows from our tribe last time. The most abominable thing is that they used it to attack us. Wuya smiled and shook his head. What's the big deal? Although building a city is not a complicated matter, the cities built by other tribes will never be as good as ours. Wuya tried several formulas before he made cement. They also didn't know the techniques of building a city, such as digging the foundation and using a plumb line to straighten the city walls. Then came the bricks. The Suzaka tribe was able to build the city wall so quickly because they had a tool called a saw to saw out the bricks. In addition, summer is coming soon, and each tribe will be preparing for the beast tide during the flood season, so they don't have time to build a city. After knowing these things, Wu gave Wuya a thumbs up and said, You are an expert. There are many things I know about. You will know in a few days. By the time he learns the art of leaving traces, Wu and Han will face the impact of modern knowledge. By then, it will be their vacation. Wuya thought of this and couldn't help but smile slightly. A holiday? Only those who are useless to the tribe would take a holiday. People like them who can see the contents of the inheritance stone will never take a holiday. Seeing Wuya laughing to himself, Han and Wu couldn't help but feel a chill. Wu, what's wrong? Wu couldn't help but ask. Wuya smiled and shook his head. It's okay. Nothing happened, ha ha ha. Wu and Han couldn't help but shudder. It didn't look like everything was all right. However, their attention was soon diverted because a sound of breaking air came from behind them on the right. They turned around and saw that it was the Quetzalcoatl that went to bring back the people from the Green Mantis tribe and the Triceratops tribe. Well, how come he came back so soon? Wuya shook his head. Who knows? Maybe he met people from other tribes when he went there. Chapter 182 Miss. Just as we had expected, he was going to bring back the people from the Green Mantis tribe and the Triceratops tribe. When they saw the suspension bridge being lowered, they were all stunned. Scar couldn't help but say, Suzaku is so smart. He actually came up with such a plan. After pulling this hardwood board back, almost no ferocious beasts can enter Suzaka City. Sho agreed very much. I was wondering what the big wooden board on their other door was used for, and it turns out this is how it's used. It would be great if our tribe could make something like this, then we wouldn't have to worry about beast tides during the flood season. Scar couldn't help but say. Wuya and the others on the city wall were also talking. Wuya rubbed the little black and white bear's head and said, See how surprised, shocked, and envious they are? If we don't pull up the drawbridge now, can you see it? Wu looked at the little black and white bear with some distress. Yes, it is true. But Wuya, you can be more careful. After all, this little black and white bear is still just a little beast that has not been weaned. Han chuckled. What do you say have to do with what Wu said? Wuya picked up the little black and white bear and waited. It's not weaned yet, but it weighs more than the two of you combined. And it's a fierce beast, it can take a beating. What are you afraid of? Wu curled his lips. Since it wasn't his own ferocious beast, Wuya would definitely not feel sorry for it. Looking at the helpless look of the little black and white bear, if it weren't for Wu, it would have slapped Wuya's face with its bare paw countless times. As time went on, more and more tribes arrived. In the afternoon, he went on a second trip to pick up the last tribe, the Silver Claw Eagle tribe, and all the tribes arrived. Wuya, Wu, and Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were all tired of standing on the city wall. Okay, go and have some rest. We'll start our activities tonight. Wuya said. Han asked curiously, Wu, what activity are you talking about? It's a secret. You will know it at night. Now go and have a rest. Wuya returned the little black and white bear to Yen Wu and walked towards the city wall. Yen Wu picked up the little black and white bear with a distressed look on his face. I'm sorry for putting you through this. Poochie, what you said is just like what the witch did to the little black and white bear. Hello, kid. The flame wizard sighed. Alas, you haven't made a contract with it, so you don't know its thoughts. You don't know how helpless it is. Han smiled and said, then you should raise it quickly. When Wu can no longer hold it, he should stop carrying it everywhere. Little guy, grow up quickly, then you'll be free. Yen Wu touched the little black and white bear's head and walked towards the cave with Han. By the way, Han, what kind of person do you want to find? Yen Wu asked. While asking, he was so nervous that he couldn't help but tighten his hands on the little black and white bear's skin. If the little black and white bear could speak, he would definitely curse. Hurry up and hand me over to Wuya. Quickly. What a wicked master. Wuya won't torture me like this. Because Yen Wu wanted to know Han's answer, he ignored the little black and white bear's struggle and protest. Han thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. I've always been thinking about how to survive. After arriving at the tribe, the witch told us that it was time to find a significant other. I realized that Shui and I are both past our age. I wonder if anyone would still be interested in us. There will definitely be one. Yen Wu said hurriedly. Well, what about you? Han looked at Yen Wu. You are the right age, and you are a witch, so it should be easy to find one. Although both are wizards, it is different for male wizards and female wizards to find a partner. In this world, in each tribe, women still follow men when they marry. That is, after a woman gets married, she will follow the man to the other tribe. But there is an exception to everything, and that is witches. When a witch gets married, the man must go to the woman's tribe. Although no one has the idea of favoring boys over girls, it is common for girls to go to boys' tribes. If you, a man, go to a girl's tribe, it would be very strange. Therefore, it is less likely for witches to get married. Not to mention, she's a witch like Han who is already past her age. Although Han is good-looking, these primitive people do not value appearance as much as modern people do. After all, good looks cannot make a living. Yen Wu thought for a moment and said, well, I already have someone I like, but I don't know if she will agree. Wow, you have it. Han was surprised for a moment, then asked curiously, it's not from our tribe, is it? I wonder if the witch will agree to you looking for someone from our tribe. I wish you success. Wuya kept talking loudly to those who came on the city wall, and his voice became hoarse. The thought of having to talk to more than 1,000 people in the evening gave me a headache. To this end, he wanted to make a loudspeaker so that he could talk to everyone at night. When Wuya came near the place where the firewood was placed, he was stunned, because the place was already filled with messy piles of chopped firewood, which was taller than Wuya. And now, on the other side of the firewood pile, there is still the sound of chopping wood. Wuya slapped his forehead, thinking he had been careless. He quickly circled around and came to the other side. I saw Ling holding a huge axe and chopping firewood quickly. Because of the hot weather and the fact that she had been doing the splits for so long, she was sweating profusely. Wuya felt distressed and speechless, and hurried over. Stop. Wuya, you're here. Is this firewood enough? Ling wiped the sweat off his face and said with a smile. Wuya looked at the pile of firewood that was more than 10 meters high and said speechlessly, that's enough. Why don't you go and take a rest? Ling smiled and said, that's enough. I just saw you leading the tribe to do various things today, so I wanted to help. Okay, let's take a rest. This firewood is enough. Wuya said. Ling nodded and threw the giant axe aside. By the way, what do you want these firewood for? You'll know when you get to night, Wuya said. As he said this, he picked up a piece of wood of suitable size and walked towards the cave with Ling. Oh, I really miss the tribe's spring festival. Our tribe is just like yours. We also invite many tribes to come over and have fun together. Ling said nostalgically, I always wanted to grow up quickly so I could play with everyone. But now that I've grown up, I've ended up here. Wuya smiled and said, it's okay. Let's all play together today. After arriving at the cave, Ling returned to his own cave. Wuya picked up the small knife that Yen Wu and his men usually use for engraving and began to process the wood. Yen Wu just came back and saw Wuya carving something with wood. He couldn't help but ask, Wu, what are you doing now? Wuya didn't answer directly. You'll know when you get there. Dig out a cone in the middle of the wood, make it into the shape of a funnel, then hollow it out and polish it slightly, and a very primitive loudspeaker is completed. Yen Wu watched Wuya fiddling with the loudspeaker curiously and asked again, Wu, what is this for? Wuya's mouth corners slightly raised. Come here. I'll tell you. Chapter 183 Heavenly Thunder. Do you know now? After Yin Wu approached, Wuya pointed the loudspeaker at Yin Wu and shouted. The huge sound made Yin Wu fall backwards, and he looked at Wuya in horror. He never imagined that this thing could make Wuya's voice so loud, and his ears are still buzzing. What's wrong? What's wrong? The loud noise was heard by everyone in the cave next door. Ling, Han, and Shui came over, and Shui asked curiously. Wuya smiled and said, It's okay, I just made a loudspeaker and was just trying out. Yin Wu quickly stood up and said, Wu, you are so mean. I almost went deaf. You are a fortune teller, and if your ears become deaf so easily, then you'd better become deaf. Wuya rolled his eyes at Yin Wu. Ling looked at the loudspeaker Wuya was holding and couldn't help but ask, Wuya, was that the sound just now? Wuya nodded. Yes, this thing can amplify the sound, so I don't have to use my voice anymore. Shui walked over and took a look. So magical. Wu, how did you do that? Wuya was too lazy to explain the principle to a simple-minded person like Shui. Don't worry about this. Okay, I'm too tired today, and I have activities tonight. I'm going to sleep and rest. You guys go out. Oh, since Shui Jianwuya didn't say anything, she lost interest. Han and the others spread their hands and went outside. Just when he was about to go to sleep, Wuya suddenly jumped up again, as if he remembered something, and ran out. Yin was already used to Wu Ya's surprise and ignored him. After Wu came out of the cave, he immediately found Yi and Shui and said, Quick, I will teach you how to make a new thing. Hearing that something new was going to be made, Yi and the others were very interested, and the three of them immediately ran to the place where they usually made tools. When they arrived here, Wuya immediately asked Yi and the others to carve wood and make a huge cylinder that was 5 meters wide. After tying it up with iron wire, Wuya found a piece of processed, intact giant bear skin and asked Yi and the others to stretch the skin and spread it on the cylinder. After fixing it with an iron ingot, a piece of animal skin was spread out on the other side and nailed on top. A most primitive bass drum is completed just like that. In order to surprise everyone, Wuya just tapped the drum lightly with his hand to test the sound. We will have to wait until tonight to find out the details. As for the drumsticks, Wuya didn't let Yi and the others make them. He carved out 2 drumsticks as thick as his arms. Time passed quickly, and as night fell, Wuya immediately asked the tribesmen to move the firewood Ling had chopped today to the open space outside the tribe. After sprinkling some grease on it, Wuya immediately asked Yin to notify all the people in the tribe to come to the open space. Including the Suzaku tribe, all the people from the 20 tribes who needed to find a partner this year gathered around the big campfire. After doing all this, Wuya immediately asked Yi and the others to help him bring the drum and him to the pig pen. He stood high up and started talking to the people below with a loudspeaker in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Just when Wuya was about to use a classic opening line, he felt that it didn't seem right to say that in this primitive world, so he immediately changed his words. Welcome everyone to the Spring Festival Dating meeting hosted by our Suzuka tribe. Wuya said, and suddenly felt that what he said was wrong, but who cares, just said it. The people below looked at Wuya curiously. It was the first time they had seen a loudspeaker. Wuya continued, as the organizer of this event, I have prepared a program for everyone. After saying that, Wuya looked down and said, Yun, light the fire. Yin nodded and immediately went to light the fire with several people from the tribe. The firewood sprinkled with oil quickly caught fire, lighting up the surrounding area. The people below couldn't help but take a few steps back as they watched the fiercely burning fire. The adults who had escorted the tribe over couldn't help but frown as they looked at the fire. What was the Suzaku tribe trying to do? Looking at the flames rising into the sky, Wuya was very satisfied and shouted, Boys and girls present, hold the hands of the people next to you and form a circle around the fire. However, after Wuya finished speaking, only a few people did as he said, and most people still looked at Wuya in confusion. Wuya was speechless. This was different from what he had imagined. He had no choice but to let Yi take him to the bottom of the pig pen, next to the fire, and pull up the hands of 2 people, letting them hold each other's hands. Then he pulled up another person and pulled his hand over to let them hold it. Soon, Wuya saw that Yinwu and Han were hungry, and immediately pulled them over and let them be tied together with the others. He also carefully tied Yinwu and the man together, and Han and the woman together. After the first circle was drawn, Wuya shouted through a megaphone, See? Everyone, form a circle like this. But the first circle was already full, and the remaining people had no idea what Wuya was going to do. Speechless, Wuya could only continue to give instructions from below, and he was not satisfied until the last person joined the circle. Wuya, what about me? Ling came to Wuya and asked. As for Shui, Wuya didn't know where she had gone. Wuya looked at Ling and pointed at the pigsty. Ayo, take me up there. Ling looked at everyone who had formed a circle. Although he wanted to join in, he had no choice but to send Wuya to the pig pen. After seeing the huge drum, Ling asked curiously, Wuya, what is this? Wuya smiled and said, You'll know in a moment. Just watch me. Wuya then picked up the megaphone and shouted to everyone, Today is the first time we've all met. To enhance our friendship and liven up the atmosphere, I prepared a program for everyone. He picked up the drumsticks and said, Let's start dancing soon, as the music starts. Wuya has never danced the kind of dance that exists in this world, but he knows that there is dance in this world, the kind that makes a hoo-ha sound. Anyway, it's the kind that jumps around. Okay, let the music start. After Wuya said that, he picked up the drumsticks and hit the giant drum hard. Boom! A huge drum sound was heard, shocking everyone present. This is the sound of heavenly thunder. Has the Suzaku tribe already mastered the heavenly thunder? The people from other tribes were surprised and shocked, while the people from the Suzaku tribe were completely bewildered. When did Wu master the power of this kind of heavenly thunder? If it's so powerful, why didn't he release it sooner? Wuya ignored all this and continued to beat the drum. 3 short and 1 long, 2 short and 3 long. The shocking sound of drums rang out in this wild world. Influenced by the sound of the drum, the young men and women gathered around the fire below began to dance. Chapter 184 says, While Wuya was beating the drum passionately, 2 people were fighting at the foot of Zhuke Mountain. One of them was a woman, wearing the iconic clothes of the Suzaku tribe. The other person was wearing a cloth robe. Although his hair was loose, it was not messy, and it was obvious that he took care of it regularly. Judging from the aura of these 2 people and the intensity of the battle, both of them are undoubtedly yellow-striped warriors. The woman was naturally Shui, who Wuya had no idea where she had gone. The incident dates back to this afternoon when they were attracted by Wuya's loudspeaker. Shui just wanted to pick up a tribe today and was not tired, so she couldn't stay. Shui, who had nothing to do today, thought of the giant clam meat she had always been thinking about. After Ling ate the meat of the giant clam last time, Shui has been thinking about finding another opportunity to find a new giant clam. But there was never a chance, and she couldn't find it when she went to transport sand. So today, while she had nothing to do, she ran to the Tongtian River alone to see if she would encounter the giant clam again. Unexpectedly, she actually encountered it. Soon after Shui arrived at the Tongtian River, she saw a giant clam by the river. Without thinking, she picked up the giant clam at an extremely fast speed and ran towards the tribe. As it was getting dark, the snow picked up speed. During that time, they almost got lost in the forest, but the Suzaku tribe had just lit a fire and red light shot up into the sky. When Shui saw it, she hurried to the tribe. Fortunately, she arrived at the foot of Suzaku Mountain safely. But at this moment, Wuya just came to the pig pen and hit the drum with a stick. As a result, the huge drum sound resounded throughout the forest, scaring even the snow. What scared Shui even more was that the giant clam suddenly moved at this moment. Shui hurriedly threw the giant clam on the ground and stared at it with a giant axe. Suddenly, the giant clam opened and a dark shadow jumped out from inside. Seeing this situation, Shui was furious. He finally found another giant clam. Wow, there was someone inside again. Shui was so angry that she rushed towards the black shadow with a huge axe without saying a word. The man who came out of the giant clam was obviously prepared, and his hostility was even greater than Shui's. So the 2 of them started fighting. What made Shui unbelievable was that the person who rushed out of the giant clam was much stronger and faster than her. The man who came out of the giant clam didn't expect that no matter how he attacked Shui, he couldn't hurt Shui. So in this long, dark night, embellished by the sound of drums, the people of the Suzaku tribe were dancing, and Shui was fighting with the man who came out of the giant clam. Of course, this battle was still a one-sided crushing. No matter how Shui attacked, the opponent cleverly resolved it, and then chopped Shui away with a single blow. The drumbeats finally stopped, and the young men and women of the Suzaku tribe stopped there with a lingering feeling of wanting more. The drum sounds just now were so wonderful that not only did they make them completely forget about dancing, but also after the dance, they felt heroic and left wanting more. Wuya panted and wiped the sweat off his face. He was very satisfied with the drum. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed playing the drum so much. Ling was still looking at Wuya in surprise. She had been staring at Wuya while he was playing the drum. When she saw Wuya's serious and focused look, she felt that there was a temperament in Wuya that was very attractive to her. But no one can tell what it is exactly. Wuya saw Ling looking at him. Her serious expression, coupled with the firelight shining on her delicate face and the temperament she exuded, made Wuya unable to help but be fascinated by her. After a long time, everyone finally calmed down. The people of the Suzuka tribe were the first to cheer for Wuya's performance. It was so shocking. Led by the people of the Suzuka tribe, the people of other tribes also began to cheer. This trip to the Suzuka tribe was worth it to hear Tianlei's performance. Wuya and Ling also came to their senses and turned around immediately. Wuya looked at Ling. Ling, do you like it? Ling nodded. I like it. What is this? Wuya explained. This is a drum, a musical instrument used for performances or events. Ling nodded. Very impressive, very nice to hear. Well, do you want to listen again? Wuya asked. Ling nodded. More. Okay. Wuya nodded, then picked up the megaphone and shouted to the audience. Next, I'll continue playing. Everyone's already in the mood. It's time to start looking for your ideal partner. When the drums sound, everyone go find your significant other, okay? Wuya shouted again through the loudspeaker. Got it. A loud voice rang out. Yan Wu clenched his fists. In fact, when Wuya shouted the second time, he was looking at him. He knew that Wu was encouraging himself, and it was time to take action. Yan Wu thought about it, let go of his other hand, and put his hand into his pocket. Drum beat, Wuya shouted through the loudspeaker and hit the giant drum with the drumstick. At the foot of Suzuka Mountain, Shui and the giant clam man, who had temporarily stopped fighting because the drums had stopped beating, were breathing heavily. One was tired from beating people, and the other was tired from constantly charging forward. The drums sounded again, and the two men's faces changed suddenly. No way, coming again. When the drums started beating, Shui immediately felt full of strength again and rushed towards the giant clam man with the giant axe. However, the giant clam man is very strong in combat. After chopping the snow with the giant axe, he kicked the snow away. If you look closely, you can see that Shui's giant axe is covered with marks of being cut, and the axe blade is covered with serrations. However, the giant clam man's sword was still as white as snow, without any damage at all. You know, there are many hard stone patterns engraved on Shui's giant axe. Compared with the nightmare beast bones, the giant axe engraved with a large number of hard stone patterns is even better in quality than the nightmare beast bones. By comparison, the giant clam man's sword must be made of bones from a very high-level ferocious beast. After being kicked away once again, Shui was too lazy to get up again and leaned against a tree. No more fighting, no more fighting. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. I am tired. The giant clam man was stunned for a moment. Tell me, what is labor capital? Shui was also stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I finally understand why Wu is so happy every time he says something we don't understand. The giant clam man was even more confused. Is this woman crazy? Forget it. I'd better ask where this place is first. The giant clam man thought for a moment and then asked, tell me where this place is. What tribe are you from? Why is the defense so high? And what's that thunder sound? After being asked this series of questions, Shui curled her lips. She finally understood why Wu was so upset when he was explaining various things to them. But she also wanted to know what happened to the thunder that day. Chapter 185 Interruption. Shui looked at the giant clam man sarcastically and said, if you want to know, just go up the mountain and see for yourself. I'll go up the mountain and see it myself. The giant clam man paused and continued, yes, I won't hesitate. Then, the giant clam man swung his knife again. This time he was serious. Shui felt a crisis she had never felt before and hurriedly raised her giant axe and swung it at the giant clam man while she ran up the mountain. You still dare to run. The giant clam man chopped the giant axe with a knife and immediately caught up with him at a speed faster than Shui. Even his weapon, the giant axe, could leave so many marks, so it was not difficult to hurt Shui at all. It was just that he had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the place, so he wanted to subdue Shui and then find out where this place was. As Shui was running, she saw the giant clam man behind her and couldn't help but regret not bringing Thorn with her today. After making a contract with a ferocious beast, there is a calling distance. If the distance is too far, the ferocious beast will not receive the master's orders. Shui's current goal is to return to the tribe as soon as possible, contact Thorn, and then deal with this giant clam man. In the Suzaku tribe, Wuya was beating the drum while thinking about what he should do. At the same time, pay attention to the following situation. The situation down, there's basically a mess now. Young men and women from various tribes are running around looking for their other half. As time goes by, more and more people have found their other half. The girl holding Han's hand had already gone to find her other half, but Yen Wu was still holding Han's hand and never let go. Han called Yen Wu several times. Yen Wu, hurry up and find the one you like. Don't hold my hand anymore, or she will be snatched away by someone else. Yen Wu shook his head. It's okay, go and take a look for me. While he was speaking, he was making up his mind and thinking about how to say it. After seeing this, Wuya couldn't help but envy Yen Wu for being able to hold Han's hand all the time. On the other hand, although Ling was right next to me, I couldn't spare a hand because I was busy playing the drums. After waiting for a while, Wuya asked Ling to help him get the loudspeaker. He shouted to the crowd below, "Everyone, hurry up. Time is running out. Once the drums stop, you won't be able to find your partner properly." The adults from various tribes watched the entire event organized by Wuya with great curiosity, and from time to time, they discussed why they had never encountered such a good thing when looking for their other half. Tianlei music plays, and it is so proud to tell others that you are looking for your other half among so many tribes. Wuya's words finally made Yen Wu make up his mind. He pulled Han to the vicinity of the fire and finally took his hand out of his arms. When Wuya saw this situation, he knew that it was almost time for him to take action. He also beat the drum with only one hand and reached into his pocket with the other hand to take out the forehead ornament. Wuya closed his eyes, quickly rehearsed it in his mind, and then took out the forehead ornament. The drums stopped beating. Wuya held the forehead ornament in both hands and handed it to Ling. Ling, tear. Before Wuya could finish his words, he suddenly heard the sound of a ferocious beast. He turned his head hurriedly and saw that Thorn had come to the pig pen at some point and was anxiously growling at him. Ling looked at Cig, then at the forehead ornament in Wuya's hand. He didn't know whether he should let Wuya deal with Cig's matter first, or ask Wuya what the forehead ornament was about. Wuya wordlessly put the forehead ornament on Ling's head and looked at Cig. What's going on? Cig is Shue's ferocious beast. It is so anxious that it is obvious that something has happened to Shue. So it asked Cig to come and inform Wuya. Cig couldn't speak, so he could only jump down from the pig pen anxiously and run towards the city gate. Wuya was speechless. He could now guess that Shue had run out alone and had encountered some danger. Ling looked at Wuya. Wuya, something must have happened to Shue. She knew Wuya had something to say to her, but it was obvious that Shue's matter was more important now. The fire wizard below was also holding forehead ornaments in both hands, standing in front of Han. The scene was as awkward as it could be. Shue is Han's sister. Cig ran to the city gate so quickly, so something must have happened to Shue. At this time, Han was naturally very anxious. Although she understood what Yen Wu meant after seeing the forehead ornament he took out, she couldn't just sit back and watch Shue get into trouble. Which? Han Wuya nodded and said, "Warriors of the Suzaku tribe, head to the city gate." Then he looked at Ling. "Ling, please take me downstairs." Ling nodded. "I'll go with you." Then she grabbed Wuya's clothes and jumped directly from the pig pen. "Yen Wu, I understand, I promise you. But can we deal with the snow issue first?" After Han's Yen Wu came down, he hurriedly turned to look at Yen Wu. Yen Wu's hands were still frozen. After hearing Han's words, he hurriedly put the forehead ornament on Han's forehead and said, "Okay." Before Cig came to find Wuya, Shue ran to the vicinity of Suzaku City and immediately contacted Cig. But the city gate was closed, and Thorn couldn't get out at all. There was no other way. Shue could only ask Cig to find help. After Thorn found help, Shue stopped and looked at the giant clam man. "Haha, I found help. Why don't you run away quickly?" "Where are your helpers? Why don't you call them out?" The giant clam man also stopped. When he saw the towering walls of Suzaku City under the nightlight, he was also stunned. "What is this?" The giant clam man was stunned. He lived in the more civilized West, but he had never seen or heard of any tribe like this. Shue said proudly, "Don't worry, you will see it soon." Unexpectedly, the giant clam man didn't care at all. The witch said that the resources in the abandoned land are scarce, and few people can break through to the level of Red Stripe Warrior. And with your limited combat power, it will be useless even if more Yellow Stripe Warriors come. Shue smiled and said, Then you'd better not run away. Just wait here. You have a good idea, but you said someone is coming, so there is no need for me to keep you here, said the giant clam man. After saying this, his aura suddenly became stronger, and he rushed towards Shui like a cannonball. But halfway through the rush, he suddenly stopped, because he felt a powerful pressure coming from the sky, which made him unable to resist. Evil beast! The giant clam man couldn't help but shout. He was only thinking about the totem warrior and forgot about the ferocious beast. Now things are beyond his control. He can only leave first. However, just as he was about to leave, Shui stopped him. It's too late to leave now. A dark shadow fell from the sky and stood next to the snow. However, after seeing the giant clam man's appearance, the black shadow shouted in surprise. Joan? Chapter 186, I Can't Stand It. On the wind, god Pterosaur, all the warriors and witches of the Sisko tribe with orange stripes and above came. When we heard Ling call out this name, he felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the man in cloth clothes excitedly shouted when he saw Ling. Ling, you are here. Wu said you were still alive, so I came to look for you. I didn't expect to find you here. Shui looked at Jun, then at Ling, and asked doubtfully, Ling, do you know each other? Ling nodded, then looked up at the wind god Pterosaur in the sky. He is also from the Suzaku tribe. He is from the Suzaku tribe. Shui looked at Jun in surprise. Then he asked in confusion, but why haven't I seen him in the tribe before? And he is wearing the same clothes as when you just came. Obviously, Shui still thought that the Suzaku tribe Ling was talking about was the Suzaku tribe where she lived. Jun also didn't quite understand Ling's words. Ling, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? I don't understand normal. Wuya came to the ground under Yun's guidance. Yun, take off your clothes and show him. Yun nodded and took off his shirt. The orange and yellow Vermilion Bird totem was very obvious in the moonlight. Jun was also surprised when he saw this. I stayed in the giant clam for so long, and now I'm back in Suzuka Mountain? No, this isn't Suzuka Mountain. Jun looked at Wuya. It's normal that I don't recognize the totem warriors in the tribe, but there's no way I don't recognize the witch. Tell me, what's going on? This guy, just talking to Wuya, was very annoying. Moreover, he was the one who disrupted his confession plan. Wuya was not going to give him a good face at all. Since you're a totem warrior of the Sisko tribe, how dare you speak to Wuya in such a tone? Zhen was suddenly speechless. The totem on Yun's chest was real, and it couldn't be faked. The witch of Nayun is also the witch of the Suzaku tribe. After hearing what Wuya said, Zhen suddenly didn't know what to say. He is the #1 genius of the Suzaku tribe. He awakened his totem at the age of 12. Now at the age of 17, he has reached the peak of a yellow-striped warrior and is in the stage of striving to become a red-striped warrior. But he also put all his energy into cultivation, which made him rarely communicate with others. When encountering a modern person like Wuya, Zhen can only be defeated in terms of discourse. I was shocked for a long time and finally came up with a solution. He looked at Ling. Ling, are they really also from the Suzaku tribe? Ling nodded. Yes, he's a branch of the Suzaku tribe. Zhen was speechless now. It didn't matter whether it was a branch or not. What mattered was that as long as the totem was Suzaku, it meant belonging to the Suzaku tribe. Even if he is a witch from a branch tribe, he is still a Suzaku witch. Since Zhen was from the Suzaku tribe, Wuya, although he disliked him, had no intention of killing him. Okay, let's go back to the tribe first. After all, there are so many guests today. Oh, okay. Shui nodded quickly and jumped onto the back of the Quetzalcoatlus. Wuya looked at Shui speechlessly. It was obviously Shui who brought Zhen to the tribe. She was even very proud to make a face at Zhen. Oh, what's wrong with Wu? Shui noticed Wuya's bad intentions. Wuya chuckled and said, tell me why you are outside and what's going on with this guy. When Shui saw Wuya smile, she felt that she had caused a big disaster and hurriedly told him how she suddenly thought of it, how she found the giant clam, and how she fought with Zhen. After hearing that Shui found Zhen inside the giant clam again, Wuya said that he had never been so speechless in his life. It would be enough for a feather to appear in the giant clam. Why would a shock appear? Why does the drop rate have to be so high? Moreover, from the moment Ling said that Zhen was also a totem warrior of the Sisko tribe, Wuya knew Zhen's identity. If they're not from the same tribe, why would they enter the giant clam to look for Ling? Obviously, this guy is Ling's fiancé. Shui was telling Ling how she found Zhen, and Zhen was also telling Ling how he was picked up by Shui. It turned out that he had been practicing so hard just to have the ability to protect Ling after marrying her. However, When the spring festival was approaching and their tribe's coming-of-age ceremony was completed, he received the sad news that Ling had disappeared. Fortunately, the life lamp that Ling left in the Qinglong tribe was still burning and had not been extinguished. Jin also questioned the Qinglong tribe, since Ling's life lamp was not extinguished and Ling's location was known through divination. Why didn't they go looking for him? But the news they received was that the hexagram showed that Ling was brought back by the people of the Suzuka tribe. At this point, the people of the Suzuka tribe lost their composure. Because the Suzaku, which had already divined long ago that Ling's joining the Suzuka tribe would be of vital importance to the Suzuka tribe, the Azure Dragon tribe, or the four Sacred Beast tribes. And since it is the Suzaku tribe that will bring Ling back, then as Ling's fiancé, the first genius of the Suzuka tribe, and the hope of the tribe's future, Zhen naturally has the responsibility of finding Ling and bringing Ling back. So, Zhen was thrown into the giant clam using the same method. Zhen was trapped inside the giant clam for no known amount of time, but when he heard thunder outside, he immediately rushed out. The first thing he saw when the result came out was a mad woman wailing, "Oh my giant clam," and attacking him. What happened next was that he chased Shui up the mountain, and then what happened was what everyone saw. Wuya looked at the two people below. "Aren't you leaving yet?" "Coming," Ling replied, and then jumped onto the Quetzalcoatl. Seeing this, Zhen naturally followed. Wuya really wanted to kick this guy, whom he disliked, away at this moment, but as a wizard, he always had to have the minimum manners. I can only think about how to deal with Zhen's issue later. Wuya looked at Ling. Ling doesn't like Zhen anyway, so I have plenty of opportunities. What's wrong? Ling saw Wuya looking at him and couldn't help asking, "By the way, this thing you made for me is so beautiful. I like it very much." Wuya nodded. "As long as you like it." "Ling, this guy, what did Wu make for you?" Zhen asked. Ling pointed at the forehead ornament. "This is what he gave me." "Yeah, it does look good." Zhen nodded. Wuya took a deep breath and then said, "That's it. I spent a day to make it." "Well, Wuya, I just saw that you had something to say to me." "What is it?" Ling suddenly asked. Wuya was so embarrassed that his toes almost scratched his shoes. "Well, this matter is quite complicated. Let's talk about it slowly later." How could he still say it in the current situation? Chapter 187 Promise. After returning to the tribe, Wuya was too lazy to host any blind date meetings anymore. He picked up the megaphone and said, "All right, while the fire is still going out, everyone should find your significant other quickly." After saying this, Wuya immediately returned to the cave. Everyone was very surprised and had no idea what was going on with Wuya. Fei came up to Yun and said, "Yun, have you noticed that Wu has been acting strangely since he saw Zhen?" Yun nodded. "I discovered a long time ago, but I don't know why." Fei looked at Zhen, who had been standing next to Ling, and asked bluntly, "Zhen, why did you make Wu angry?" Zhen just shook his head. "Well, I don't know. I just got here." Shui jumped out. "Humph, it must be you," daring to use that tone when talking to Wuya. Zhenyu was stunned. Although Wuya's tone was not very good when he saw him, he didn't think it was necessary. If the witch feels offended, just punish him directly. But Wuya didn't punish him, which meant that the reason was not his fault. After he said this, everyone nodded again, thinking that what Zhen said made sense. At this time, Wuya was going crazy alone in the cave. What to do? What to do? What to do? He held his head and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to deal with the problem of vibration. Seeing the sleeping black and white bear, Wuya immediately picked it up, pinched the black and white bear's chubby face with both hands, and kneaded it nonstop. "National treasure, national treasure. What should I do?" The little black and white bear looked at Wuya in confusion. It felt that its life as a bear was very difficult. "Oh, you definitely don't understand. You have it so good. You eat and sleep, sleep and eat. Just focus on growing up. How can you have so many worries?" Wuya couldn't help but complain to the little black and white bear. If the little black and white bear could talk, he would definitely scold Wuya thousands of times. "Your troubles have nothing to do with me. You're almost rubbing my face to pieces." After rubbing the little black and white bear's head enough, Wuya sat next to the little black and white bear, stroking the little black and white bear's back while continuing to think about how to deal with the biggest enemy he had encountered since he came to this world. "Wuya, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, a clear voice came from the cave entrance. In this world, there was only one person who would call Wuya that. When Wuya saw that it was Ling coming over, he immediately changed his anxious expression to a normal one. "Ah, I'm fine." Ling stared into Wuya's eyes. "You don't look like you're okay." Wuya sighed and used his spiritual sense to check. After finding that there was no one around, He looked into Ling's eyes and said, "Ling, answer me a question." Ling didn't move his eyes away. "Well, you say? What do you say about Jun?" Wuya asked. Ling was immediately discouraged when she heard Wuya talk about Jun. "I don't want to marry him, but whether it's Wu or my father, they all want me to marry him." Wuya was satisfied with Ling's first sentence and ignored the rest. "Do you really not want to get married?" Ling nodded. "I don't know. Jun is very good, but I don't know how to get along with him. Besides, Wu and my father want me to marry him." "Also, Wuya." Ling looked into Wuya's eyes again. "I don't know if you heard what Jun said. My marriage into the Suzaku tribe was the key to the rise of our 4 sacred beast tribes." Wuya smiled and said, "Ling, it's okay if you don't want to get married. If you don't want to get married, then don't get married. But what about our 3 major tribes?" This is Ling's most troubling question. Although she was not affected by the earthquake, she had no idea what to do if the 3 tribes were unable to rise because of her own faults. In fact, what Wuya was most curious about was Ling's problem. How did it involve the Xuanwu tribe? This is clearly a matter between the Qinglong tribe and the Suzaku tribe. What does it have to do with the Xuanwu tribe? But the same thing goes, as long as Ling doesn't want to get married, that's fine. Wuya used his spiritual sense to investigate again, then looked into Ling's eyes. "Ling, answer me a question." Ling nodded. "You ask. What do you think of me?" Wuya finally said what he had wanted to say for a long time. After he finished speaking, he felt his heartbeat accelerating. His entire body felt hot, just like the first time he drank the blood of a ferocious beast. "Well, you are very good. You seem to know everything and know everything. You are the most special person I have ever met." Ling thought for a moment and replied. "This," Wuya shouted in his heart, "this is not the result I want." Then his heart beat faster. He could guarantee that this was the fastest heartbeat in his whole life. "Then Ling, how about you marry me?" Wuya finally spoke out what was in his heart. The amazing thing is that after he said it, his heart calmed down. Now, no matter what the outcome is, he can face it calmly. Ling was surprised for a moment, but did not give a direct answer. "But, Jun, the tribe?" Wuya shook his head. "Ling, I can handle all of that. Now let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about your ideas." Ling looked troubled, and after looking at Wuya's determined eyes, she finally thought of the figure playing the drums seriously in the moonlight, and recalled the scene of them talking about the past in the moonlight. Finally, Ling nodded. "But you have to solve all those." Before Ling could finish her words, Wuya hugged her and said, "Don't worry. As long as you agree, I will give you a satisfactory solution no matter what." It was the first time Ling was hugged by a man like this. Her body was very stiff, and her first reaction was to slap Wuya against the wall. But she didn't. Instead, she imitated Wuya's posture and put her hand on Wuya's back. "Okay." The little black and white bear looked at Wuya and the others in confusion, with his big eyes full of doubts. After a long time, Wuya finally let go of his hand. "Ling, I'm so happy." Ling's body finally relaxed, and she nodded. "I'm happy too." But then he sighed. "Wuya, is this really okay for me to do? Not only am I going against the wishes of Wu and my father, but I'm also leaving our 3 tribes unattended." Wuya placed his hand on Ling's head. "Don't worry, I'm here." Wuya couldn't help but sneer in his heart at what Ling's marriage into the Suzaku tribe was the key to the rise of the 3 major tribes. If he didn't lead the tribe to develop and bring everyone back to their ancestral land, Ling would never be able to go back. That Ling has nothing to do with any of this. No. Wuya suddenly thought of a key question. If Ling marries him, isn't that the same as marrying into the Suzaku tribe? Then he wants to bring Ling home and lead the tribe back to their homeland. Isn't that the rise of the tribe? Thinking of this, Wuya's eyes widened. Chapter 188, Cold Sweat. Wuya quickly sorted out his thoughts, and after that, he broke out in a cold sweat. In the past, no matter how the original product practiced, there was no progress, but after he crossed over, he broke through to the level of a priest, which in one go. Then within 3 months, he successfully broke through to the level of Zhanwu. At that time, Wuya didn't think there was anything wrong, he just thought there was a difference between the 2 people. But now, it's like there's a big hand controlling everything from behind. In the past, Wuya only had a slight intention of returning to his ancestral land. But after Ling came over, Wuya had to take everyone away from here in order to let Ling go home. With the power to leave here, the rise of the tribe seems to be a reasonable thing. Later on, with Ling's bond and the tribe's long-cherished wish, Wuya will sooner or later lead everyone back to their ancestral land. These things seem to have been arranged, waiting for Wuya to do them one by one. Wuya couldn't help but look up, not at the top of the cave, but at the sky. In this world of extraordinary power, Wu felt for the first time that he was not so confident. Perhaps the barbarian god that everyone has been talking about really exists. And right now, he is probably somewhere holding a pot of tea, cracking melon seeds, and watching what Wu is going to do. Wu, what's wrong with you? Ling couldn't help but ask when he saw that Wu hadn't spoken from the beginning until now, and his expression had become ferocious. Wu came back to his senses and shook his head. It's okay. He looked at Ling. Ling, no matter what happens, no matter what the reason is, I will fight to the end. So what if it's a god? So what if someone is controlling it from behind? Wu only believes what he sees in front of his eyes. Moreover, even if something is controlling his destiny, Wu will definitely break free from this control. Ling nodded. I believe you. On the other side, Yin Wu and Han were sitting on a fallen giant tree. Both of them were a little nervous. Cole, Flame Wizard. The two of them struggled for a long time before finally deciding to speak, but when they called each other, they did so together. You speak first. You speak first. As a result, the two got together again. Yin Wu smiled and said, Then let me speak first. Han nodded without looking at Yin Wu. Yin Wu said seriously, Wu taught me that if you meet someone you like, you must fight for it yourself. Although I don't know if I like it, I just want to stay with you forever. Han was surprised and asked, Wu, I still teach you this? Yin Wu nodded. Yes, Wu said, this is a conversation between us men. Then why don't you tell me? Han said. Yin Wu said awkwardly, I have a lot to say to you, but I don't know where to start. Thank you, Han, for being willing to be my wife. Han's face suddenly turned red. Well, thank you for being my husband. On the other side, at the entrance of the cave, Fei looked towards the cave impatiently. How come Ling has been in there for so long, and there is still no news? What happened to Wu today? It has never been like this before. Shui glanced at Zhen and said, I think it's still because of Zhen. Zhen spread his hands speechlessly. What does it have to do with me? It's none of your business. The witch always smiles at us. No matter who comes to the tribe, he always greets them with a smile. Shui jumped in front of Zhen and said, And what about you? Ever since you showed up, has the witch ever even looked at you? Has he ever been nice to you? Zhen hesitated. He felt very wronged too. Since the Wu they said was so easy to get along with, it was impossible that they would treat him like this just because he didn't respect him the first time they met. Shang was holding a girl's hand and analyzing the situation. Well, I also think it was caused by the earthquake, but it probably has little to do with it. This girl is the wife that Shang found, and from now on, she will be a member of the Suzuka tribe. She kicked him and said, Go, go, go. You found your wife, but why don't you talk to her about the tribe? Why don't you come and talk to us? And what did he say? It was caused by the earthquake, and it had little to do with the earthquake. At this time, Zhen asked, How come there are so many ordinary people in the tribe when there are only so few totem warriors? Today is the spring festival, and most of the common people are from other tribes, Yin explained. Zhen was shocked and said, What? It's already the spring festival. Shui rolled her eyes and said, Why are you making so much noise? Be careful, or the witch will come out and punish you. Hey, Shui, where are Elder Han and Elder Yin? Wu, can we let them go in and see what's wrong with Wu? Yi asked. Everyone nodded. Usually, Han and Yin Wu had the most contact. Shui curled her lips and said, Who knows where they ran to after returning to the tribe? There was no trace of them. Yin sighed, there are a lot of strange things happening today. That's right, the three witches in the tribe are not normal now. Where are you going to find your shadow at night? At this time, Yin Wu suddenly appeared and said, Hey, you guys are finally willing to give up. Shui looked at Yin Wu and Han. Hey, your hands. Sister, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Yin Wu coughed dryly and said, Wu said that there are some things that must be made known to everyone. So I have something to announce to everyone. Everyone looked at Yin Wu curiously. Even Zhen was no exception. Yin Wu said, From today on, Han and I will form a family. Han will be my wife from now on. Huh? Shui was shocked and looked at Han. Sister, you? Han laughed and said, From now on, you can call me Han, and you can't call me sister anymore. In the tribe, once a person forms a family, everyone except his parents and children will call him by his name. But Shui had no idea what to say. Seeing Han and Yin Wu together, and Shui still alone, she couldn't help but say, I forgot Shui wasn't married yet. Fortunately, although today's activities are over, there's still 4 days before the spring festival, so there's time to find a husband. Yin nodded and said, That's right. Less than half of the people who came to our Suzuka tribe today have found their other half. Shui could try looking tomorrow. Shui was completely stunned. She had never thought about it in this way and never expected that there would be such a day. At this time, Yin looked at Zhen and said, "By the way, Zhen, considering your age, it's time for you to find a wife. There are many people from other tribes in the tribe now, so you can look for one." Obviously, Yin had not figured out the purpose of a shock. "You can't stop looking for a wife just because you're not in your original tribe," Yin added. Unexpectedly, Zhen shook his head and said something that shocked everyone. "No need. I already have a wife designated by Wu. The purpose of my coming here is to find Ling and marry her." Chapter 189, This is Impossible. Everyone was surprised when they heard Zhen's words. But before he could say anything, a voice came from the cave. "You don't have to think about it." "Well, Wu, you're out." Fei looked towards the cave and said immediately when he saw Wu Yi coming out. Wu Yi nodded and looked at Zhen. "I advise you to find another one." Ling followed Wu Yi with her head down, not saying a word. She had no idea how to face Zhen. Zhen looked at Wu Yi in confusion. "Why?" Wu Yi chuckled and said, "Because Ling will be my wife, you can't compete with me for her." "You." Zhen looked at Wu Yi in shock and said angrily, "Even if you are a witch, you can't steal my love." Wu Yi shook his head. "I'm just talking to you as an ordinary person now. I won't use my status as a witch to pressure you." "So what?" "Ling was chosen by the Qinglong witch and the Qinglong leader to marry me." Zhen directly brought up the Qinglong tribe. Ling froze when she heard Zhen mention the Azure Dragon Wu and its leader. She was so focused on agreeing to Wu Yi's request that she had forgotten about Wu's orders. Wu had already guessed that Ling's father was the leader of the Qinglong tribe, so he was not surprised. He chuckled. "No matter whose order it is, it doesn't apply to me. I only know that I love Ling. Ling loves me, and I want to marry her." Zhen continued. "What about the witch's orders? Although you are also a witch, based on your strength, you still have to obey the witch. He also wants me to marry Ling." Wu Yi looked at Zhen and said, "If you were to speak in your own words, I would respect you as a man. But you keep trying to bring up Wu. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" He was stunned. After waiting for a while, he looked at Wu Yi and said, "Okay, since you like Ling too, I will challenge you. If I lose, you can do whatever you want. But if you lose, please don't stop me from marrying Ling." "Are you crazy? You know Wu Yi is a witch, and a witch below the level of Xuan Wu has no fighting power. Don't you know that?" Ling said angrily. Seeing Ling actually speaking at this time, he was shocked for a moment, then looked at Wu Yi. "What do you think? Do you dare?" Wu Yi thought for a moment and nodded. "Although I don't agree with using this method to decide Ling's fate, this is indeed the best way to make you give up Ling. Wu, he is very strong." Shui said hurriedly when she saw that Wu Yi actually agreed to Zhen's unreasonable request. "He is very strong. How could we not know that? Ling's fighting ability is far beyond Shui's. This Zhen's aura is even stronger than Ling's, and it will obviously be even stronger. However, Wu Yi naturally has his own way. If he can't win, he can only use his brain." Seeing that Wu Yi actually agreed, Zhen jumped back and made room for him. "I didn't expect you to agree. In that case, come on." "Wu." Yin came to Wu Yi's side and said, "Let me help you." Wu Yi shook his head. How could he ask others for help at this time? At this time, Ling grabbed Wu Yi's hand. "Wu Yi, forget it, Wu Yi turned to look at Ling. "Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory solution." At the same time, he whispered, "Lend me your dagger." Wu Yi then came to a distance of about 20 meters from Zhen, holding his spear and staff, and looked at Zhen. "Come on, I will let you know that you are no match for me in everything." "I'm not as good as you in terms of wisdom, but when it comes to fighting, I'll convince you to give me the feather," Zhen said, looking at Wu Yi. "Since you have the courage to accept the challenge, I won't use weapons." After saying this, he immediately stuck the bone knife into the ground. "Zhen, if you hurt Wu Yi, not only will I not marry you, but after I return to the tribe, I will definitely ask my father to go to your Suka tribe to ask for an explanation," Ling said with a bad expression. "If you hurt Wu, we will never let you go." Yin also said, "Zhen now only wants to defeat Wu Yi. I will definitely subdue him without any harm." Wu Yi shook his head. "No, since you don't use weapons, you'd better use all your strength. The winner will be determined by who makes the other bleed first." Zhen nodded. "Whatever. Okay, let's start." Wu Yi stood up, raised his spear, and assumed an attacking posture. At the same time, his spiritual consciousness was released, locking onto Zhen with all his strength. Zhen shrugged. "Then I'll start." After saying that, he stepped on the ground, leaving a cracked footprint, and rushed towards Wu Yi. Once in contact, Zhen will use all his strength. He knew that the Suzaka tribe had very high defenses, so he didn't intend to hold back. Wu Ya's high defense is both a bad thing and a good thing for Zhen. His high defense meant that he didn't have to worry about killing Wu Ya. Wu Ya's spiritual sense was always locked on Zhen, but Zhen was so fast that even his spiritual sense could hardly catch up with him. When it comes to fighting, no matter how experienced Wu Ya is, he can never be Zhen's opponent. Then he could only exchange injury for injury. Seeing that Zhen was already in front of him, Wu Ya threw away his spear and staff and stabbed Ling's dagger in the chest. Before the spear and wizard staff fell to the ground, Zhen's fist hit Wu Ya's chest. Even with the protection of the battlesuit, the huge impact force still caused Wu Ya's chest to surge and two of his ribs to break. Fortunately, his dagger successfully predicted Zhen's attack position and stabbed Zhen's arm. Immediately, Wu Ya flew backwards under the impact. Zhen was also surprised when he saw a little blood on his arm, but he didn't think anything of it. In comparison, Wu Ya's injuries must be more serious, because he had just heard the sound of Wu Ya's ribs breaking. Which? Wu Ya. Everyone saw Wu Ya flying backwards and hurriedly ran towards him. Shui even jumped in front of Zhen and said, "You are so cruel, bullying a witch who has no fighting ability. What kind of man are you? Ling is right not to marry you." At this time, Zhen was happy about defeating Wu Ya and being able to marry Ling, so he didn't care what Shui said about him. He chose to fight me, and since he was wearing the same clothes as you, he wouldn't be seriously injured. If something really happens to Wu, our tribe will not forgive you, Shui said angrily. Zhen said indifferently, "Whatever." However, as soon as Zhen finished speaking, he was stunned with his eyes wide open. Wu Ya stood up calmly, refused the help of others, walked up to Zhen, and said with a smile, "You lose." How is this possible? Zhen hurried over and checked Wu Ya and found that there was really no injury on Wu Ya's body. "That's impossible. I clearly remember hurting you." Wu Ya chuckled. "Nothing is impossible." Chapter 190 Cheating. Zhen was completely dumbfounded. "How is this possible? You must have used some kind of witchcraft." Wu Ya laughed and said, "Why do you care what kind of witchcraft I use? It's still my own. As long as I don't get hurt, that's all that matters." "And you?" Wu Ya looked at Zhen's arm. "You are bleeding. Although the wound is small, you are injured. I win." "This is impossible." Zhen fell in a deep self-doubt. "No, this doesn't count. I want to try again." Wu Ya looked at Zhen, who was beginning to go berserk, and said angrily, "What are you thinking? Losing is losing. As a totem warrior of the Suzaka tribe, don't you even have this little bit of responsibility?" Speaking of the tribe, he was stunned for a moment. "But I didn't lose. I definitely didn't lose." "That's enough." Ling spoke at this time. "Zhen, Wu Ya is a witch and a fortune-telling witch of a lower level than you. It's enough that he can hurt you. You still refuse to admit defeat. As a yellow-striped warrior attacking a red-striped warrior, don't you feel ashamed?" Shui nodded in agreement. "Exactly. If it were me, I would have been too ashamed to face anyone and would not be screaming here. But I really love you." After hearing what they said, Zhen finally admitted that he had lost. Wu Ya immediately jumped in front of Ling and said, "This is my wife. Don't talk about love or not in front of me." Zhen was like a deflated ball. "I'm a totem warrior of the Suzaka tribe. I can afford to lose." Then he turned around, drew his knife, and walked out of the tribe. When Wu Ya saw this, he immediately shouted, "Stop! What's wrong again?" Zhen didn't even turn around. Wu Ya asked, "What are you doing?" "Since I lost, I can't marry Ling, so naturally I have to go back to the tribe," Zhen said. Wu Ya chuckled. "Going back to the tribe, are you the only yellow-striped warrior?" "During this period of time, I will attack the red-striped warriors," Zhen said. "That's not enough." Wu Ya said, "Stay in the tribe, and when there's a chance, go back with the tribe." Zhen finally turned around and demanded, "Do you think I can still stay in the tribe after being humiliated by you like this?" Wu Ya said indifferently, "What's the big deal? As long as you don't set your sights on Ling, you're still a totem warrior of my Suzaka tribe. Besides, you don't like Ling at all." As soon as these words came out, Zhen was immediately furious. As a witch, do you enjoy humiliating people so much? If he doesn't like Ling, who else would like her? He, in order to find Ling, dared to cross the Tongtian River. We had seen this kind of people many times before. Don't argue with me first, just listen to me. Since you grew up, have you ever taken the initiative to meet Ling? Zhen thought for a moment and shook his head. So what? I have been busy practicing just to have the strength to protect her. Wu Ya sneered. Practicing only takes up a few hours a day. Without the reminder of the witch or the tribe, Have you ever thought about Ling? I haven't thought about it, but so what? In order to find her, I let myself be swallowed by a giant clam and came to this place. What else can this be but love? Zhen retorted. Wu Yi shook his head. Ask yourself, if it weren't for your Wu saying that Ling married into the Suzaku tribe, without Wu's reminder, how willing would you be to come find Ling? As a fellow Suzaku witch, I offer you this advice. Examine your own heart and ask yourself whether you really like Ling or not. When Zhen heard this, he was stunned and said nothing. Unexpectedly, Wu Yi added, Of course, it doesn't matter whether you like Ling or not. Ling is my wife now. Don't have any thoughts about her anymore. After finishing speaking, Wu Yi immediately looked at everyone and said, All right, let's disperse. There are still so many people in the tribe. After everyone had left, Zhen remained where he was, thinking about Wu Yi's words. After thinking for a long time, he still didn't know whether he really liked Ling. Then he looked around, jumped onto the pig pen, and after seeing the drum, he came on top of the drum, sat cross-legged, and began to practice. Inside the cave, Yanwu looked at Wu Yi curiously. Wu, are you really not hurt? At that time, Yanwu was relatively close, and he did hear the sound of Wu Yi's ribs breaking. But the amazing thing was that when we rushed over, Wu stood up completely fine. Wu Yi laughed and said, How could he not be injured after being hit with all his strength by a totem warrior close to a red-striped warrior? At that time, Wu Yi was indeed injured, and it was not a minor injury. Fortunately, Wu Yi still had one last lotus seed left. As he flew backwards, he endured the pain, took out the lotus seeds, and ate them quickly. Because Zhen injured Wu Yi, he didn't pay attention to Wu Yi's condition. Later, he was scolded by Shui, so he paid even less attention to Wu Yi. With the help of Lianzi, Wu Yi recovered quickly. Then, it became what everyone saw. After hearing this, Yanwu couldn't help but sigh. Wu, I didn't expect you to cheat in a battle like this. Wu Yi frowned and said, So what? It's not fair for Zhen to fight me. But Wu, what if Beizhan finds out that you used lotus seeds and he changes his mind? Asked Yanwu. Wu Yi chuckled. I've eaten all the lotus seeds. I don't have any evidence anymore. So what if he knows? Besides, we're the only two people who know about this now. If I kill you, no one will know. Yanwu couldn't help but take a step back. Wu, are you serious? Wu Yi smiled sinisterly and said, What do you think? Okay, no more joking. How are you and Han? Wu Yi said seriously. Speaking of Han, Yanwu suddenly smiled. Hee, Han has already agreed. We're just thinking about when we can live together and roll animal skins. Wu Yabi glanced at Yanwu and said, Don't even think about it. I don't care about the people in the tribe, but as for you, if you're not 18 years old, don't even think about it. Yanwu said in surprise, But Han and I are already a family, why not? Wu Yi looked at Yanwu speechlessly. You are still young, just wait and see. Training is the most important thing now. If you dare to roll the animal skins in private, I will definitely deal with it seriously and expel you from the tribe. Yanwu was immediately discouraged. Then he looked at Wu Yi with a smile. Wu, what about you? You and Ling. It's the same for us. I'm not even 20 years old, and I won't think about these things. Wu Yi said seriously. Although in this world, the idea of these primitive people is that after getting married, they can roll animal skins and have children. But from a physiological function perspective, 17 is still a little young. As a modern man, Wu Yi does not have enough strength now, so he does not want to lose his virginity for the time being. Chapter 191 Crystal? Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, a huge boom was heard. Everyone in the Suzaku tribe woke up and rushed out to see what was going on. Wu Yi also came out of the cave and saw Zhen standing in fear next to the giant drum on top of the pig pen. In the morning, after Zhen finished practicing and relaxed his hands and feet, his hand accidentally touched the drum. Suddenly, he struck the drum. But since it wasn't intentional, I didn't think much of it. Out of curiosity, Zhen hit the drum with great force. Then, the entire tribe was awakened. Wu Yi looked at Zhen in the pig pen speechlessly. What are you doing? Zhen looked at Wu Yi awkwardly. Wu Yi saw more and more people gathered and didn't bother to say anything. Don't touch that thing. Then he looked at everyone and said, It's getting late. Let's eat and do what we need to do. There are so many other people in the Suzaku tribe now, and it's not easy to do anything. Naturally, those who haven't found a partner yet should find one as soon as possible. During breakfast, Yin came to find Wu Yi. Wu, if a woman from our tribe marries into another tribe, what will happen to her battle armor? Wu Yi's original intention was that women from his own tribe were not allowed to marry outside the tribe, and only accepted men who married into the tribe. But ordinary people are easy to deal with. It is enough for a tribe to give some salt to other tribes. The headache is those totem warriors. Those totem warriors are new forces from other tribes. Unless you want to join the Suzaku tribe yourself, it is impossible to buy them directly. After getting Ling, we didn't want to do anything to break up the couple. So he said, those common people who want to marry women from our tribe, you should talk to the leaders of their tribes and buy them with salt. As for the women that the totem warriors marry, have Yi and Shui remove the switches and spirit stones from their battle armor. The armor will be considered our tribe's dowry. As long as the spirit stone and the switch are removed, the battle suit will be just a set of clothes with patterns on them. We can still afford to give these clothes. Without the inheritance stone, the barbarian pattern is just a beautiful pattern to people from other tribes. As for people from other tribes imitating the clothes, we actually hope so. If everyone puts on their clothes, Wuya won't have to watch indecently when he goes out. Yin nodded. Okay. Wuya, why do we let them take the battle suits away? Ling asked. Wuya immediately shared his thoughts with Ling. After listening, Ling gave Wuya a thumbs up and said, Wuya, you are really wise. If I weren't wise, I wouldn't be able to marry you. Wuya also said with a smile. Ling blushed immediately. Don't think I don't know what you did at that time, I saw it. Wuya was surprised for a moment, then smiled foolishly and said, isn't this just to resolve this matter properly? Wu, Sun wants to see you. Wuya was still talking to Ling when he came over. Wuya thought for a moment and said, Sun, is it the Sun from the Velociraptor tribe? He nodded. Yes, you asked me to pay attention to their tribe, and I agreed if he wanted to find you. Okay, let him come see me. Sun is not very old, just in his 20s like E. After seeing Wuya, Sun bowed respectfully to Wuya. Hello, Suzaku Wu, Madam Wu. Ling blushed. You guys chat. After saying that, Ling ran away quickly. Wuya smiled at Ling, who was running away, then looked at Sun. What's the matter? Tell me. Yes. Sun nodded and said, it's like this. Our tribe is very short of salt. We want to buy some from your tribe. I want to ask how much your salt costs. Wuya looked at Sun and said, the salt in our tribe is quite expensive, but it's also quite cheap. It depends on the specific situation. Sun asked hurriedly, please let Zhuke Wu tell you something. Wuya nodded. Our tribe's salt doesn't need to be purchased with beast crystals. No need for beast crystals. Sun was stunned. Beast crystals are a hard currency, but the Suzaku tribe doesn't accept beast crystals. That's right. Wuya continued. Tell me if there is anything special near your tribe. Sun didn't quite understand the special things Wuya said, so he looked at E. E answered. What the witch meant was whether there are any minerals or edible plants near your tribe. Sun nodded hurriedly. Yes, there are several pear trees near our tribe. I wonder if this will work. Pear. Wuya's eyes lit up. Since he came to this world, he had only eaten an early ripening fruit called juwa, and had not eaten other fruits. He recalled the memory of the original goods, and found that there was no such fruit as pears near Mount Sun. Wuya nodded. That's fine. Is there anything else that would be useful? Sun thought for a moment and asked, Suzaku Wu, what is this mine you're talking about? This. Wuya thought for a moment and said, well, it's a special stone or something. This thing is really hard to explain without the real thing. Sun said, I wonder if a transparent stone would work. Wuya thought about the transparent stone and thought it should be something like crystal. So he said, well, this should be fine. Is it a large quantity? Sun nodded. A lot. Lots of them. There are a lot of these rocks on Mount Ming. I don't know if it is crystal or some other type of mineral. Wuya thought for a moment and said, how about this? After the spring festival, I'll go over and take a look myself. If it's useful, I'll consider how to exchange it for salt. Sun was also very surprised to see that Wuya was going there in person. Don't witches always stay in the tribe? However, after Wuya went to see, he found that if those stones were useful, their tribe would not have to worry about salt. Seeing Sun's surprised look, Wuya asked, what's wrong? Is it not allowed? Sun nodded hurriedly. You can go, our Velociraptor tribe welcomes you very much. Well, that's it, Wuya said. After Dang Sun left, Wuya's mouth corners slightly raised. He hadn't even thought about how to annex the Velociraptor tribe when their tribe came to him. Since the other party came to his door, Wuya naturally had to think carefully about how to get the other party to Suzaku City. Naturally, the more witches there are, the better. Wuya was in a good mood. After wiping the oil off his hands, he felt his hands were empty. Then he remembered that he had not petted the panda yet today, so he ran into the cave immediately. At this time, the little black and white bear was still sleeping soundly. When Wuya saw it, he picked it up and rubbed its head. Little guy, it's not good to sleep all the time. Come on, I'll take you out to play. Little black and white bear. Don't come over here. Chapter 192 Avoidance. I have to say, this little black and white bear grows really fast. It should weigh several hundred kilograms now. Wuya felt heavy in his hands. After a while, Wuya might not be able to hold him anymore. Wuya was shocked and stopped when he came to the cave entrance carrying the little black and white bear. He is not in a very good condition now and looks a bit listless. Wuya stroked the little black and white bear's head and asked, "What's wrong?" Jin didn't look at Wuya. "I've thought it through. You're right. I might not like Ling." Wuya nodded. "Isn't that right?" He put the little black and white bear on the ground, patted Jun's shoulder, and said, "Let me tell you, young people like you are most likely to be misled by the words of outsiders. You didn't like Ling originally, but the witch and the people from the tribe kept telling you that you liked Ling and that you should like Ling, so you ended up really thinking that you liked Ling. So, do you really like Ling?" "No. What Wuya said is true for many people. You don't like someone at all, but your friends, classmates, and relatives keep saying that you like her, so you really think that you like her. Isn't this the case with most relationships that end in failure?" Don't ask Wuya how he knows, because he has experienced it, but his result is the same as the one in front of him. Jin nodded, and the spirit in his eyes regained a lot. "But if I don't marry Ling, what will happen to the tribe?" Wuya placed his hand on Jun's shoulder and whispered, "Let me ask you, did Wu ever say that Ling must marry you in order for the tribe to rise?" Jin thought for a moment and shook his head. "I don't think so." "That's right." Wuya said, "I am also from the Suzaku tribe. If I marry Ling, it is still the Suzaku tribe that married Ling." Jin looked at Wuya in surprise. "Is this possible?" Wuya nodded. "Yes, that's it. I'm a witch, trust me." The light in Jun's eyes returned to normal. "I understand, Wu." "Thank you." Wuya smiled and nodded. "It's okay, you are still young. You have plenty of time to find a partner. Take your time, Jin." Jin glanced at Wuya, as if Wuya was so big. "Don't look at me." Wuya said, "That's it. You can't go back now, so just stay in the tribe for now. When our tribe develops well, I will lead everyone out of this abandoned place." Jin was not optimistic about Wuya leading everyone out of this place, but he had also resolved his own knot. "Go ahead, get in touch with the people in the tribe, and communicate with them." Wuya finished speaking, turned around, and grabbed the little black and white bear who was trying to run away. "Little guy, where do you want to go?" After leaving Jun, Wuya patrolled the tribe holding the little black and white bear. But what he saw made him very angry. Some young people who have just found a partner can't wait to openly create scenes in the tribe that are not suitable for children to watch. In this wild world, once two people decide that the other person is their significant other, they become husband and wife. While doing these things, they have not yet avoided other people's thoughts. After all, the adults in the tribe never avoid people. Seeing these scenes, Wuya gave up the idea of patrolling the tribe, blindfolded the little black and white bear, and went to the pig pen to check the giant boars. After more than a month of feeding, the pregnant giant boar finally gave birth to its cub. There are now more than 50 giant boars in the pig pen. After looking at the giant boar for a while, Yin came over with someone. This man had an orange-yellow giant bear totem on his chest, and he was obviously the hunting captain of the giant bear tribe, Beast. Seeing the beast coming, Wuya could roughly guess what he was going to say. "Apparently, it's the salt. Does your tribe have any specialties?" asked Wuya. This was the first time Beast had heard of this term. "Specialty?" Wuya explained, "They're things like special stones, ferocious beasts, edible plants, and so on." Beast didn't understand what Wuya said. "Suzaku Wu, our tribe wants to buy salt. Is it related to these things?" Wuya nodded and said, "It's a big deal. Our tribe sells salt and doesn't accept animal crystals. We only accept the things I just mentioned. These things are obviously not as good as beast crystals, but for Wuya, beast crystals are not too rare." The beast thought for a moment and said, "Well, there's a kind of edible nut near our tribe. I heard from the witch that it seems to be chestnut." "Chestnut?" Wuya's eyes lit up. "Is this okay? Is it a large quantity?" The beast nodded and said, "There are many such trees on Chestnut Mountain near Bear Mountain. Our tribe sometimes uses them for food." "Okay, this thing can be used to exchange for salt. Is there anything else special?" Wuya continued to ask. After thinking for a while, the beast shook his head and said, "There are some things you might need, but I don't know what they are that your tribe might need." This was a problem. Wuya thought about Yi's description of the giant bear tribe and said, "How about this when I have time? I'll go visit your tribe. Is that okay? Are you coming to our tribe?" The beast looked at Wuya in surprise. Sure enough, The person who can bring the Suzaku tribe to this state is not an ordinary person. Wuya nodded and looked at the beast. Is it not possible? The beast quickly agreed. Of course, our giant bear tribe welcomes you very much. Well, that's it, Wuya said, but it might be a little late. As you know, the rainy season is coming soon. Once the flood season arrives, we will have a large number of ferocious beasts to deal with. Speaking of the flood season, Beast couldn't help but feel a little worried. Their tribe had lost a large number of totem warriors last time, for some unknown reason, including the death of their deputy leader, Dao. Furthermore, 2 giant mammoths and 3 giant bears had also perished in that unknown disaster. With these losses, the giant bear tribe will find it difficult to cope with the beast tide. What he didn't know was that the culprit behind Dao and the others' deaths was right in front of him. Well, I will report this to our witch. Our giant bear tribe welcomes you. After saying this, the beast left. Yin looked at the beast leaving and couldn't help but ask worriedly, Wu, are you really going to the giant bear tribe? The Velociraptor tribe is not very strong, so it won't have any impact if you go there. But the giant bear tribe is different. Their tribe has a creature that even the overlord-level beast like the Quetzalcoatl is afraid of. Wuya nodded and said, What are you afraid of? With the current strength of our tribe, there are no rivals around here. Wuya then ordered, Inform those who haven't found their significant other to hurry up. Our tribe still has a lot of work to do, and we can't let them delay for too long. Yin nodded. I understand. Just as he was about to leave, Wuya stopped him again. By the way, please inform them that when the animal skins are being rolled, they should stay away and not do those things openly outside the cave. Chapter 193, Private Conversation. Although Yin didn't understand why Wuya did this, he still conveyed the truth. In the following time, except for the people of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe who had no contact with Wuya, people from other tribes came to see Wuya. On the last day of the spring festival, the Suzaku tribe gave 3 jars of salt to every tribe that came to the Suzaku tribe. After receiving the salt, people from each tribe returned to their tribes with satisfaction. It is summer now, and heavy rain may fall at any time. The heavy rains in summer are much heavier than those in spring and can cause floods at any time. After Wuya arranged for his own tribe's people to send those tribes back, he immediately left with Yi Ling and the people from the Velociraptor tribe, the Bull tribe, and the Snowy Owl tribe on the wind god Pterosaur. After knowing that Wuya was going to visit the Velociraptor tribe, Lai from the Barbarian Bull tribe and by the Snowy Owl were very envious. Then they also invited Wuya to their tribe. After thinking it over, Wuya refused. I'm not free right now, but I'll definitely go when I have time in the future. Although the more people in a tribe, the better. Annexing the tribe must be done step by step. If there is too much at one time, the Suzaku tribe may not be able to eat it all. Although Lai and Yi felt sorry about this, they had nothing to say. After all, the Velociraptor tribe has transparent stones, but their tribe has nothing. Soon, Wuya and his friends arrived at the Velociraptor tribe. After leaving Wuya and the others here, he sent the people from the Barbarian Bull tribe and the Snow Owl tribe back and would come back to pick up Wuya and the others later. Now the Velociraptor tribe saw the Quetzalcoatl. They were no longer panicked, and they all looked at those who had ridden the Quetzalcoatl with envy in the open space in front of the tribe. Upon hearing the news that they had returned, the Velociraptor shaman ran out quickly. What he cared about most was how much salt the Suzaku tribe had sent and whether Hushuin had bought the salt. Seeing that the people of the tribe only brought 3 cans of salt, the Velociraptor wizard was obviously a little disappointed. Then he saw Wuya and Ling, 2 people who did not belong to their tribe, and was quite surprised. Wuya was a fortune teller, and the Velociraptor wizard could tell right away. But Ling's aura was so different from his that he couldn't tell at all, and only knew that Ling was a totem warrior. Unexpectedly, there were also female totem warriors. The Velociraptor wizard came to Wuya and the others and looked at Sun. Sun, who are they? Sun introduced. Wu, this is Suzaku Wu, and this is Madame Suzaku Wu. The Velociraptor Wu looked at Wuya and the others in surprise. From their clothes, he already knew that Wuya and the others were from the Suzaku tribe. But no one expected that these 2 people were actually Zhuke Wu and his wife. Wuya nodded. Hello, Raptor Wu. Ah, hello, welcome to our tribe. The Velociraptor shaman responded quickly. Please come in. When they arrived at the cave, Wuya and the others sat on the stone bench. The Velociraptor shaman asked, Excuse me, Suzaku shaman, why are you visiting our tribe? Wuya said, Oh, Sun wants to buy salt from our tribe, but our tribe's salt cannot be purchased with animal crystals. The Velociraptor wizard's face changed. He thought Wuya was coming to call him to task. I am sorry, Suzaku Vizart. Our tribe is really short of salt, so we can only buy some from your tribe. Please forgive me if this has offended you. Wuya smiled and said, It's nothing. Our tribe has also experienced a shortage of salt. I came to the Velociraptor tribe to see the transparent stone on your Mengshan mountain that Sun mentioned. If possible, your tribe can use this transparent stone to buy salt. The Velociraptor wizard's eyes lit up. The transparent stone can be used to buy salt. This is a great thing. After all, transparent stones are of no use to their tribe, and there are still a lot of them. If they're used to buy salt, their tribe will no longer have to worry about the salt problem. However, we seem not to have finished speaking. The Velociraptor wizard asked, Suzaku wizard, what about Erlai? We all looked at the Velociraptor Wu. Secondly, I came here just to see you. Look at me. The Velociraptor Wu looked at Wuya in confusion, then lowered his head to look at himself. There was nothing good about him. Wuya nodded. How old are you this year? The Velociraptor, which didn't know what Wuya was going to do, so he answered truthfully, I'm 14 this year. Wuya nodded and continued to ask, How long have you been a witch? How long have you been a formal witch? The raptor wizard was even more confused, but he still answered truthfully. Calculating it, it should be less than 2 months. Hearing this, Wuya was already very happy. Okay, I understand. Velociraptor Wu looked at Wuya in confusion. Suzaku Wu, why are you asking these questions? Wuya shook his head. It's nothing, just getting to know each other and making friends. The main reason for asking these questions is to see if this guy is easy to fool. The raptor shaman hurriedly said, The Suzaku tribe is our raptor tribe's eternal friend. Yeah. Wuya looked at Sun and Ling and said, Can you guys go out for a moment? I want to talk to Velociraptor Wu about Wu's affairs. Now the three faces were confused. Ling looked at Wuya in surprise. Wuya, I want to go out too. Wuya pulled Ling's hand and said, Well, although you think it's okay, the raptor tribe is worried about you, a totem warrior, being here. Ling understood. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. After Ling left, Sun looked at the Velociraptor which? The Velociraptor wizard also nodded. In that case, you could go out too. Sun was just about to go out when Wuya called him and said, By the way, Sun, go get that transparent stone so I can take a look at it. Okay, I'll leave first then. After the news left, the Velociraptor wizard looked at the wizard tooth and said, Excuse me, Suzaku wizard, what do you want to talk about? We all looked at the Velociraptor Wu. Nothing much, just chatting. How long have you been practicing? The Velociraptor wizard recalled for a moment and replied, It should be 8 years. That's been a while. How old were you when you opened up the Chi Palace and became a witch? Wuya asked. The Velociraptor, which didn't know why Wuya asked this, but he answered truthfully, I opened up the Chi Palace when I was 9 years old. Well, you're still a witch, it's a bit slow. Wuya said. Then he looked around and said, Well, I think the spiritual energy in this place where your tribe is located is too thin. The Velociraptor wizard also sighed. There is no other way. The only mountains that can withstand the flood and the beast tide are these isolated mountains. It is normal that the spiritual energy is thin. Wuya nodded. Yes, it is true, but I only became a ritual witch 3 months ago, and now I am a fortune-telling witch. The Velociraptor, which looked at Wuya in surprise. It was a bit abnormal to go from practicing witch sacrifice to practicing witch divination in 3 months. Wuya's mouth curled up slightly. This is thanks to the blazing bird shaman and giant bear shaman who joined our tribe. Chapter 194 Hint. The firebird shaman and giant bear shaman who joined the Suzaku tribe. The Velociraptor shaman looked at Wuya in surprise. The surrounding tribes all knew the origins of the firebird tribe and the Suzaku tribe, so it was normal for their tribe to join the Suzaku tribe. But the giant bear wizard, that's very strange. Wuya nodded. Yes, the entire tribe of the blazing birds joined our tribe. As for the giant bear Wu, we found it while we were exploring. Wuya did not elaborate on the specific situation, but said, During my expedition, I obtained a heritage stone, which contains a method that can help people cultivate faster. After they join us, we'll study together. Now, our cultivation speed is very fast. I think it won't be long before they can be promoted to Fate Wizard. The Velociraptor Wu's eyes were filled with shock, and he looked at Wuya in surprise. Wuya looked at the Velociraptor witch and said with a look of pity, It's a pity you are not from our Suzaku tribe. You cultivate so slowly, we can't help you. After saying this, Wuya immediately walked out of the cave. That's it. I'm going to go see the transparent stone of your tribe. Oh, and the pear tree. Wuya left. and the velociraptor which was still thinking about Wu Ya's words. He knew that Wu Ya's words must have a purpose, and Wu Ya's coming here was definitely not just to see him and the tribe's transparent stone. When Wu Ya came out of the cave, Sun was already waiting there with a crystal as big as a person. Suzaku Wu, this is the transparent stone of our tribe. Sun said, Guija Nadif. The quality of these crystals was very good. They had excellent light transmittance and were very transparent. Can you take me to see how many there are? Wu Ya asked. Sun nodded and pointed to a cave nearby. Yes, it's inside that cave. Wu Ya took Ling's hand and walked towards the cave with Sun. On the way, Wu Ya said to Sun, by the way, Sun, when you tell your Wu about your visit to our tribe, you must tell the truth and don't leave out anything. Sun looked at Wu Ya in surprise. His experience in the Suzaku tribe was the most peculiar thing he had ever experienced in his life. It wasn't just how stunning the walls of Suzaku City were. What impressed him most was what happened yesterday. At that time, Wu Ya took the large stone slab with the picture of Suzaku City and talked to the leaders of their various tribes about what Suzaku City would look like in the future, which made them very envious. However, these things are more or less private, and Sun really doesn't understand why Wu Ya did this. Moreover, he was now asked to talk to Wu. After entering the cave and walking only about 30 meters inside, Sun pointed at the wall and said, Suzaku Wu, look at the wall. From here to the inside, it's all transparent stones like yours. Wu Ya took a look and nodded with satisfaction. This fierce mountain should be the same as Zhuke Mountain, with soil layers on the outside and rock layers on the inside. Well, sure, you can use this stone to exchange for salt later. Wu Ya said. Sun was very excited. Really, how many stones could be exchanged for a can of salt? Wu Ya thought for a moment and said, well, there are so many stones, and they are useless to you. Let's exchange the maximum number of stones that Quetzalcoatl can pull for a jar of salt. The Quetzalcoatls can take off with hundreds of tons of things, so this change is obviously a bit excessive. But no one knows what to do with the crystal witchfang now, but the salt raptor tribe must eat it. Wu Ya won't feel bad if they don't change. Unexpectedly, Sun looked very happy. After all, these stones had no use in the tribe. They can exchange it for salt to solve the tribe's salt problem, so they will definitely be willing to exchange it. Seeing that the deal had been made, Wu Ya immediately asked Sun to take them to see the pear tree. At this time of year, the pear blossoms had just faded, and the pears on the tree were only the size of a thumb and still green. However, after seeing the pear trees, Wu Ya gave up his plan to dig them up and transplant them to the Suzaku tribe. Although there are only more than 10 of these pear trees, each one is 7 or 8 meters wide, and the branches are dazzling. I don't know how many there are. It's better to wait and dig up some smaller pear trees to plant later. After Wu Ya looked around, he immediately went back with Sun and the others. Not long after arriving at the Velociraptor tribe, he returned. Wu Ya had said everything he needed to say, so there was no need for him to stay in the Velociraptor tribe. He and Ling jumped onto the back of the Quetzalcoatl. Just as they were about to set off, Wu Ya suddenly turned around and looked at Sun and the raptor wizard who were seeing them off. I suddenly thought of a question. If you dig out all those crystals and destroy Mengshan, where will your tribe live in the future? Seeing the expressions of the velociraptors Wu Hushun, Wu Ya knew that his goal had been achieved. He patted Yi's shoulder and said, let's go. After leaving the velociraptor tribe, Ling looked at Wu Ya. Wu Ya, what did you say to the velociraptor Wu? Wu Ya smiled and said, nothing much, just chatting with him about cultivation. Ling rolled his eyes at Wu Ya and said, who would believe you? If it were that simple, would you still let us out? Wu Ya touched Ling's head and straightened the forehead ornament. It's just that simple. Why would I lie to you? In the Velociraptor tribe, after the Velociraptor shaman watched the Quetzalcoatl turn into a black, he immediately said to Sun, Sun, tell me about your visit to the Suzaku tribe. Remember, tell me everything. Sun nodded. After Wu Ya's reminder, he was going to tell everything. After nearly half an hour of speaking, Sun's mouth was dry, and he finally finished telling about his trip to the Suzaku tribe. After hearing this, the Velociraptor wizard said nothing and fell into deep thought. Wu, Sun shouted. The raptor wizard came back to his senses. What happened? Any questions? The interrogator asked. The Velociraptor wizard sighed and then said, what do you think of what the Suzaku wizard said before he left? Sun said, he makes sense. We can use less crystals to exchange for salt. The Velociraptor wizard shook his head. This is basically impossible. Without salt, the tribes would have had a very hard time. It can be said that the decline of many tribes was due to salt. Now that the Velociraptor tribe can use this thing to exchange for salt, How could they possibly resist? Wu, what should we do? He asked. He had no other ideas now. The Velociraptor Wu thought about what Wuya had said to him, and now he almost knew Wuya's purpose. Let the Velociraptor tribe join the Suzaka tribe. The Velociraptor wizard wanted to tell him this solution, but when the words came to his lips, he held them back. He is a witch. How could he think of abandoning the tribe first? Chapter 195 House. After all the people who had been to the Suzaka tribe returned to the tribe suddenly became lively. Some tribes began to study how to make clothes from the Suzaka tribe, while others thought about what special things were nearby that they could exchange for salt. Most tribes are thinking about the possibility of building a city for their own tribe. After all, the shock that Suzaka City gave them was too great. The city walls were built to isolate most of the ferocious beasts, and the tribe could live peacefully inside. But after thinking about it, most of the tribes gave up. It would be very difficult to build a city without guidance. In the Xiaoyet Songlong tribe, Xiao and Xiaoyet Songlong Wu fell into deep thought after listening to Yang's description. Let's talk about the salt first. Our tribe's Red Mountain was taken away by the Suzaka tribe, and we don't have anything special to exchange for salt. Xiaoyet Songlong Wu said. Xiao then said, Wu, how about I take some people to take Hongshan back? Xiaoyet Songlong Wu looked at Xiao as if he were a fool. Go and rob? What can you use to rob? With the current strength of the Suzaka tribe, how can you fight against them? Xiao was about to mention the guardian beast, but when he thought of the wind pterosaur of the Suzaka tribe, he could only shake his head. Even if the six-winged longicorn can hold back the wind god pterosaur, the Suzaka tribe still has 3 yellow-striped warriors and numerous wild beasts. In this case, the Howling Moon Wolf tribe will surely suffer a crushing defeat. But Wu, without the amphibole, our tribe can't exchange it for salt. Whether it's the Suzaka tribe or the Daohu tribe, they need amphibole to buy salt. Xiao said. Howling Moon Wolf Wizard suddenly laughed and said, If you hadn't mentioned the Daohu tribe, I would have almost forgotten about it. What's wrong? Howling Moon Wolf Wizard laughed and said, Why is the Daohu tribe so powerful, isn't it? Because they can sell salt. Now, the Suzaka tribe also dares to sell salt. Isn't this a blatant confrontation with the Daohu tribe? Let's spread the news of the Suzaka tribe selling salt to the Daohu tribe, and let the Daohu tribe destroy the Suzaka tribe. Then we could take back our Red Mountain. After Xiao finished listening, his eyes lit up. Wu Zhihui is really smart. He came up with such a good idea. Xiao Songlong Wu snorted. Suzaka tribe, you made me suffer a setback, and you will soon return the favor. Wu, when are we going to notify the Daohu tribe? Xiao asked. There's no rush for this. Let's talk about it after the rainy season. Howling Moon Wolf Wizard said, Now let's talk about building the city. Bear Mountain, Giant Bear Tribe. The beast was in the Giant Bear Wizard's cave, reporting the details of the activity to the Giant Bear Wizard and the bear. Hearing that Han and Shui were actually taken in by the Suzaka tribe, Xiong angrily said, Have the Suzaka tribe gone mad? They even dare to take in the child of the curse. Moreover, they even dare to let our tribe know openly. Don't worry about that for now, ahem, beast. Continue talking about the things in Suzaka City. The Giant Bear Wizard said, while sitting on a stone-carved chair. The beast nodded. Suzaku is truly the most special which I have ever seen. Hearing Wuya actually tell him all the benefits of Suzaka City, Giant Bear Wu fell into deep confusion. The Giant Bear Wizard really couldn't understand Wuya. You may say he is stupid, but he can actually come up with such a useful idea as building a city to resist ferocious beasts. But if you say he's smart, he actually explained the benefits of building a city and its structure. Moreover, he even took in cursed children like Shui and Han. Which, should our tribe also build a city? Xiong asked after hearing the various benefits of the city. The Giant Bear Wizard thought for a moment and then looked at the beast. Beast, can you lead us to build a city? The beast thought for a moment and nodded. From what Suzaka Wu said, building a city isn't difficult, but I can't guarantee that the city I build will be as good as Suzaka City. The Giant Bear Wizard thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it then. I think the Vermilion Bird Wizard dared to show you the city because he thought we definitely couldn't build it. The beast nodded. Yes, which? Then the beast handed a set of clothes to the Giant Bear, which, Wu, these are the clothes of the people from the Suzaka tribe who married into our tribe. The Suzaka leader Yin said that this is a dowry. The Giant Bear Wizard took a look and found that the workmanship of this set of clothes was much better than the animal skin he was wearing. So he said, Let Lai study it and see if he can imitate it. Yeah. The beast was about to leave when he remembered what Wuya said about coming to the giant bear tribe. So he told the giant bear Wuya. After hearing this, Xion was really angry. Is he really not afraid of death, or what? He actually thought of coming to our tribe. The giant bear wizard glanced at the bear and said, "Come on, I'm tired. You guys go down first." After the bear and the beast left, the giant bear wizard sighed and then thought about what the beast said about cold and snow. After Wuya and Yi returned to the Suzuko tribe, they immediately returned to the cave and planned the tribe's future development direction. Now the front and back walls have been built, and Wuya has no plans to build the walls on both sides for the time being. What the tribe lacks most now is houses to live in. Wuya was really fed up with the revelry coming from inside and outside the cave every night. In addition, there are many new families in the tribe now, and those young people were as excessive as they could be. Now Ling is considered his wife. Under such influence, Wuya might not be able to control himself one day. Although he really wanted it, he still knew the difference between immediate enjoyment and long-term development. Therefore, he had to build the house quickly so that everyone could sleep separately and isolate those tempting noises as soon as possible. By the time it got dark, Wuya had almost finished his plan and went to cook for everyone with satisfaction. The next morning, the Suzuka tribe was once again busy. Wuya brought everyone to the main gate and asked the tribesmen to start from the city gate and shovel away all the soil. Wuya asked Yu and his colleagues in the calcination hall to crush the soil that was shoveled out, add water to make bricks, and prepare to use them for building houses in the future. Shui and Niao took everyone from the transportation hall to transport as much sand and other resources as possible. After the rainy season arrives, the road below will be flooded for a long time. Transporting the resources back now will save the tribe from having nothing to do when the time comes. Zhen had nothing to do, so Wuya directly sent him to Shui's transportation hall. There are 2 yellow-striped warriors. Now, they don't have to be restricted when transporting resources. They can just drive at maximum horsepower. Soon, an open space about 100 meters wide was cleared near the city gate. After Wuya looked at the direction of Zhuke Mountain, he ordered people to saw off the rock layers from the bottom. Chapter 196 Inheritance. It took the Suzuko tribe several days to create an open space about 1 kilometer wide near the city wall. There was a rock formation on the ground in the open space, and Wuya drew grids of 10 meters long and 5 meters wide in the distance. After asking Yin Wu and the others to engrave several large spirit-gathering patterns in the grid, Wuya picked up the bricklaying machete that Yi and the others had made and taught the people in the tribe how to build walls. Ordinary people can do these jobs, and the members of the Wuya cult are also ordinary people. Bricklaying is not difficult. You just need to put the mortar in place, cut it with a machete, and put the bricks on. The most common 2-4 wall that Wuya teaches everyone to build is just 1 brick placed horizontally or 2 bricks placed side by side. After the wall was built to about 4 meters high, Wuya immediately took 2 huge wooden boards as the roof of the house. Wuya's original intention was to teach everyone how to build buildings, but with the current level of civilization of the tribe, building buildings is still too difficult. There was no other way. Wuya could only do this first, separate everyone, and let them live in houses before doing anything else. Wuya planned this house to have 2 bedrooms and a living room. There are 2 bedrooms, and Wuya also used crystals brought from the Velociraptor tribe to make simple windows so that people living in them could see things during the day. After the first house was built, the people in the tribe became familiar with it. When a large number of ordinary people joined in the construction, Wuya finally realized what it meant that there is strength in numbers. The totem warriors were responsible for shoveling away the soil and sawing off the rock to create space, while ordinary people were responsible for building houses, and this work was very efficient. In just 4 days, the tribe built hundreds of houses, enough for everyone to live in. Wuya and his family's house is in the center of all the houses. Their house is much bigger than that of other tribesmen, with a total of 4 rooms. In order to supervise Yin Wu, and mainly to supervise himself, Wuya and Yin Wu lived in 1 room, and Han and Ling lived in another. Shui, a single guy, originally wanted to live in a room, but was kicked out by Wuya. Shui, who was cruelly abandoned, could only find Zhen, who was also abandoned, and the 2 of them occupied 1 house. The remaining 2 rooms were used by Wuya for main research, one for studying barbarian patterns, and the other for studying machinery. That night, after dinner, the witch came into the room, jumped onto his bed, and picked up the witch's staff and the inheritance stone. Han, Yin Wu, and Ling were sitting on Yin Wu's bed, waiting for Wuya. Wuya picked up the spider tribe's inheritance stone, took a deep breath, and then began to pick up the wizard's staff and chant spells. What he was going to use now was the scar-leaving technique that he had been practicing for at least 10 days. After the spell was recited, the wizard's staff began to light up. Wuya waved his hand, and the ball of light on the wizard's staff flew to the inheritance stone in Wuya's hand. The inheritance stone suddenly lit up. After seeing it, Wuya placed the inheritance stone on his forehead. After the inheritance stone was placed on his forehead, Wuya suddenly felt that the things he had experienced in the past kept flashing through his mind. Then Wuya seized those memories, that is, all the Chinese he had learned in his life, as well as the knowledge he had learned about mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, and stripped them out, leaving traces of them in the inheritance stone of the spider tribe. Because of the vast amount of knowledge, Wuya took a lot of time. Moreover, this consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Fortunately, Wuya was prepared. When Ling saw Wuya's pale face, he immediately stood up and picked up a piece of soul-nourishing grass to feed Wuya. This was repeated more than 20 times, but there was still no trace left of the witch tooth. Yen Wu and Han looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. It took me such a long time, and I replenished so much spiritual awareness, which shows how rich the knowledge that Wuya left in the inheritance stone is. Han couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Wu seems to know everything and is so wise. It turns out that his knowledge is so vast that it takes so long to engrave it. Yen Wu nodded. Yes, now I really admire him more and more. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. Wuya frowned and slowly stopped leaving any traces. He has now passed on all the knowledge of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and most of the knowledge of biology has also been passed on. It was considered a success, and he was too lazy to pass on the rest of the things after being interrupted. Boom! Woo! The rumbling sound continued outside, and Wuya asked, "What's going on?" Yen Wu spread his hands and said, "It must be thundering outside. The rainy season has finally arrived." Sure enough, just as Yen Wu finished speaking, Wuya heard a rustling sound outside, which was the sound of heavy rain. The rainy season finally arrived. Wuya thought carefully and found that there was nothing important outside. He looked at Han and Yen Wu with a serious face. Seeing Wuya's eyes, Yen Wu and Han couldn't help but become nervous. This was the first time they had seen Wuya so serious since they met him. Wuya saw how nervous they were and couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be so nervous." Yen Wu and Han were speechless for a while. It was obviously Wuya who made the atmosphere tense. "Wu, just say whatever you want to say," Yen Wu said seriously. Wuya nodded, picked up the spider tribe's inheritance stone, and said, "I consider you a member of my tribe and one of my few friends. But this thing will subvert your understanding. Are you still going to watch it?" Yen Wu and Han looked at each other, then nodded at the same time and said, "Let's see." "Nonsense. The inheritance stone is right in front of you. Wouldn't it be a shame not to take a look?" Wuya smiled and said, "I know you will watch it, but I want to tell you something in advance. After reading this, don't make a fuss and don't scream or shout." Yen Wu and Han nodded. "We understand." "Well, then swear an oath," Wuya said. "Swear to be forever loyal to the Sizka tribe. Swear to use this knowledge only to change the lives of the tribe members, and never to disclose this knowledge without permission." Seeing Wuya being so cautious, Ling couldn't help but ask, "Wuya, what is the knowledge in this? Do you need to be so cautious?" Wuya turned to look at Ling. "Well, this thing must be handled with great caution." Yen Wu then said, "I swear in the name of the barbarian god that I will follow what Wu said and remain loyal to the Shizuku tribe forever." He was the first one to know Wuya. He had long discovered that Wuya was not ordinary and wanted to quickly check what we had left in there. Swearing an oath in the name of barbarian god, the god of this continent, is the most serious matter. Wuya nodded and threw the inheritance stone to Yen Wu. "Look." Yen Wu nodded and began to read the contents of the inheritance stone. Han saw that Yen Wu had already sworn, so she naturally swore as well. Soon, the inheritance stone held by Yen Wu lit up. From his shocked expression, you can tell that what he saw was not simple. Chapter 197 Civilization. Boom! The thunder was still rumbling outside, but the summer thunder was still no match for the first thunder in spring. Wuya released his spiritual sense to see how heavy the rain was outside. What shocked him was that his spiritual consciousness was blocked as soon as it passed through the house and came outside. The rain outside was very heavy as if it was being poured down with a basin. No wonder there was such a big flood, Wuya thought after using his spiritual sense to see the amount of rain outside. Wuya, what exactly did you leave in that inheritance stone? Yin Wu's expression is so exaggerated. Ling asked as he sat next to Wuya. Wuya picked up Ling's hand. Her hand was very soft. Apart from the black and white bear, Wuya liked to touch Ling's hand the most. It's just some knowledge that I know. After Han, Yin Wu, and the others have read it, our tribe will undergo tremendous changes. Ling looked at Wuya, but you still haven't said what it is. Wuya had a headache. Ling was not a wizard, so he could not read the contents of the inheritance stone, and he could not explain it clearly by himself. I could only say casually, Ling, I can't explain this thing in one go. I will spend my whole life slowly telling you. Ling gave Wuya a look and said, You're just like this. You can only say nice things and nothing else. Well, it's mainly because things are too complicated. If I could explain it clearly at once, I wouldn't have used the inheritance stone to show them. Wuya spread his hands. Ling thought about it and agreed. The three of them quieted down again and waited quietly for Yin Wu to read the complete contents of the inheritance stone. I don't know how long it took, but Han and Ling were too sleepy and went back to their room to sleep. Even Wuya was feeling a bit sleepy. It had been incredibly hot and stuffy since summer began. Now it's raining a little, and the temperature has dropped, which is perfect for sleeping. Suddenly, the light of the inheritance stone on Yin Wu's forehead dissipated, and he finally finished reading the contents inside. When Yin Wu opened his eyes, the look of surprise was gone, and he looked much calmer instead. Have you finished reading it? Wuya asked. Yin Wu nodded and said, How do you know all this knowledge? As far as I know, no tribe in the savage continent has so much knowledge. Wuya also looked at Yin Wu. Does it matter where this knowledge comes from? Yin Wu thought for a moment and shook his head. It doesn't matter. Wuya continued, If the savage continent had this knowledge, why would I specifically pass it on to you in the inheritance stone? Yin Wu understood. I understand, Wu. Yeah. Wuya nodded. What do you think now? Yin Wu thought for a moment and replied, I want to do everything, but I don't know where to start. Wuya smiled and said, That's okay. I was like that when I first gained this knowledge. But the Suzaku tribe is different. They were half dead, and I brought them here today. We just need to take our time. Yin Wu nodded. How about we start with justice? Wuya thought for a moment, then shook his head. After a long period of reflection, I finally understand the truth. You have to eat one bite at a time. Even if our tribe creates justice now, it won't bring any decisive benefits to our development. Yin Wu thought about it and nodded. Indeed, according to the civilization of our tribe, we have not yet reached that standard. Wuya said, So, now that the rainy season has arrived and the tribe has nothing to do, let's research something that can accelerate the development of our tribe. After Yin Wu thought about it in his mind, he didn't know what Wuya was going to do. Although he already knew a lot of knowledge, due to special reasons, Wuya did not put the history into the inheritance stone. As a result, Yin Wu had no idea of how to develop, and he had many abilities but was unable to use them. The fire wizard asked, What is that? Wuya said, While you were reading the contents of the inheritance stone, I carefully sorted out the barbarian patterns inside the Feng tribe inheritance stone. As a result, I found a barbarian pattern inside that is not very powerful, but will be very useful to us. What barbarian pattern? The barbarian pattern of resisting force. Wuya said. Yin Wu recalled that the repelling force pattern was a pattern that could be seen by a priest. But because it was not very practical, Wuya and the others never paid attention to it. But how do you use this force-repelling pattern? Asked Yin Wu. Wuya smiled and said, When I was thinking about whether the tribe should create justice, its structure inspired me. Think about it. After activating this repelling pattern, isn't it a bit like the magnet we showed you? When we combine multiple repulsive patterns together, can the objects inside be made to rotate under the influence of the repulsive patterns? Yin Wu thought for a moment and then nodded. That's right, this structure is somewhat similar to the motor you showed me. No, this thing shouldn't be called a motor. Wuya said. Yin Wu nodded. Indeed, calling it motor is strange. I have no idea why it is called that. So Wu, what should we call this thing? Wuya said, This thing will accelerate the progress of civilization in my tribe. I would like to call it civilization. Civilization. Yin Wu repeated. What a good name. When do we start? Don't be in a hurry. Let's go to sleep now. After Wuya said that, he fell asleep. He hadn't slept for a long time. Early the next morning, Han woke up thinking about the inheritance. After arriving at Wuya's room, she saw Yin Wu and Wuya both lying on the bed. She thought something had happened and was so scared that she immediately ran to Yin Wu's side. Yin Wu, wake up. Don't let anything happen to you. Yin Wu and Wuya woke up at the same time and looked at Han in confusion. What happened? Han smiled awkwardly. It's okay. I saw you all lying on the bed. I thought something happened. Wuya stood up and stretched. Well, since you're here, why don't you take a look at the contents of the inheritance stone? Once you've finished reading, the three of us will begin our research. Han nodded, climbed onto Yin Wu's bed, picked up the inheritance stone, and began to read the contents. After Wuya teased the little black and white bear for a while, he went to the door and looked at the heavy rain outside. The rain is still falling, and according to past practice, it will continue for at least 1 or 2 months. At this time, Yin came over. He came to deliver food and asked about Wuya's current arrangements. Wuya looked at the heavy rain outside and said, Go and have Yi and Shui build a few houses with wood, move them to the city wall, and then arrange for people to stand guard on the wall. The rainy season means floods and beast tides. Yin nodded. I'll go right away. Chapter 198, The Invasion. At noon, Han finally finished reading the contents of the inheritance stone. What surprised Wuya was that Han and Yin Wu came over instead. She was standing there in a state of panic, completely lacking her usual calmness. This made Wuya sigh. Since Han and Yin Wu got together, they both had changed a lot. Yin Wu is becoming more mature, while Han is gradually melting into the direction of her sister. Speaking of Shui, Wuya couldn't help laughing when he thought of how she looked when he kicked her out. She was a 20-year-old yellow-striped warrior, and her tears were like pear blossoms in the rain. She kept saying that she was abandoned and no one wanted her anymore. The main reason is that she is alone and no one wants to live with her. After Wuya found out, he let Zhen and Shui live together in the same house. Back to the topic, after lunch, Wuya and the others began to study the structure of civilization. Although it is not called a motor, Wuya still studies it according to the motor structure. First, Wuya and his men made a few wooden boards, engraved the force-repelling barbarian patterns on them, and then put them together to make a cylinder. But after injecting chi, the force-repelling technique directly bounced these wooden boards away. Wuya immediately put them together again and tied them together with a rope. I injected chi again, and this time the wooden board did not bounce away. Yin Wu put a wooden stick into the cylinder, and Han injected chi into it again. What left Wuya and the others speechless was that the wooden stick did not move because it was under force from all directions. Wuya was so angry that he cut a piece of wood into 4 edges and put it in. This time, the wood finally turned. Unfortunately, after reaching a stable angle, it stopped moving. But this is a small improvement, and as long as there is progress, they are very happy. Ling sat on a small bench holding the little black and white bear and watched. Although she didn't know what Wuya and the others were doing, she still enjoyed watching them. The one who suffered the most was the little black and white bear. Under the influence of Wuya, Ling also liked to pet the little black and white bear. Now that Wuya has finished ravaging the little black bear, Ling takes over. Wuya is tired, so he comes over to pet the little black and white bear to relax. Yin Wu was helpless when he saw this. He really didn't know what Wuya and Ling had eaten wrong that made them like to torture the little black and white bear so much. How can people from other worlds understand the love that people in this world have for pandas? Wuya and the others studied until the evening, but still had no clue. The next morning, Wuya and his team started making more models again. Now Wuya also has some ideas, which is to control the number and quality of the resistance patterns. Take these things as a variable and study their structure one by one. When is the best time to do so? After 5 days of numerous experiments, Wuya and his team created the initial structure of civilization. It is still a cylinder on the outside and a rotating shaft with 9 blades on the inside. After activating the above repelling force pattern, these blades will start to rotate under the action of the repelling force pattern. This time, after it rotated, there was no excess force like before, causing the rotation axis to shift. Seeing this result, Wuya and the others couldn't believe it for a moment. After injecting chi several more times and the shaft was still rotating smoothly, Wuya and the others cheered with joy. After 6 days and countless models being eliminated, we finally managed to make the motor rotate smoothly. Ling was watching from the side, not knowing what Wuya and the others were cheering for, but he just cheered along. After being happy, Wuya and the others faced the next problem. That is, this force-repelling pattern, after being activated, will not last as long as the thick earth pattern. After being activated, the repelling force mark will only work for a very short time. If you want to use it again, you need to activate it again. This problem is somewhat different from that of traditional motors. Traditional motors are subjected to the effects of various forces after rotation, which results in a force balance. The problem with civilization is that after the repelling pattern is activated, it will only do work once. For this problem, Wuya and his team's solution is to install a switch on the rotating shaft. After the axis rotates to that position, the spirit gathering pattern will be activated, and the force rejecting pattern will be activated again by relying on the change in spiritual power generated after the activation of the spirit gathering pattern. The process was relatively simple, so Wuya and his team only took 2 days to create the final structure of civilization. With this thing, the Suzaku tribe, or rather the civilization development of this world, is about to enter the fast lane. Seeing Wu and the others so happy, Ling couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Wuya, what's the point of this civilization? You are so happy." Wuya laughed and said, with this thing, many things in our tribe can be done directly with this thing. For example, Ling looked at civilization, still not knowing what this thing was used for. Wuya smiled and said, "Look at this rotating axis." Ling nodded. "Well then." Wuya smiled and said, "Think about the water wheel outside the tribe that is used to transport water to the mountain. Can you use this thing to drive the water wheel? There will be no need for ferocious beasts to drive the water wheel." Ling thought about the water wheel turning on its own, and his eyes lit up. "Well, this thing is very useful." Wuya nodded and said, "This thing has many uses. I can't even begin to describe them all now. All I can say is that with this thing, our tribe will quickly become stronger." "Ling, do you still remember the 5-year agreement I promised you?" Ling nodded. "Remember, you said you could take me back within 5 years. Wuya smiled and said, "I couldn't guarantee it would work before, but now I can guarantee it will work. In fact, it might not even take 5 years. Ling finally understood the importance of this civilization this time. "Okay, I will definitely introduce you to my father when the time comes. He will definitely be very satisfied with you." Wuya was just about to speak when the sound of drums suddenly came from outside. This is the signal agreed upon by Wuya for the guards to send out when a ferocious beast attacks. The sound of drums indicates that a vicious beast is coming. They didn't expect them to arrive so soon. Wuya and the others immediately stopped what they were doing, picked up their bows and arrows and wizard staffs, and ran towards the city gate. As soon as I came out, I saw Shui and Jun from the next house also coming out. It seemed that all the totem warriors of the Suzaku tribe had come out and were running toward the city wall. Han asked the bloodthirsty worms to come over, and they immediately jumped on them and ran towards the city gate. The current residential area is closer to the city gate than the original cave, and Wuya and his companions soon arrived at the city wall. Chapter 199, Engraving Machine. Climbing up the city wall, Wuya looked at the more than 10 ferocious beasts outside the moat, and looked at the white-striped warriors who were on guard today with a confused look on his face. These more than 10 ferocious beasts are just fierce beasts. With just over 10 beasts, the tribe could send out any orange warrior to attack and kill them. However, we did not blame them. After all, it was really a ferocious beast that came and attacked. "You guys go over there quickly and bring them all back," Wuya said to Yun and the others. Yun and the others nodded, then turned around and jumped into the city. After the soil layer in the city has been dug up, it is now more than 80 meters deep. Even if the orange-striped warriors jump down, they will definitely be injured. Of course, Yun and the others are not stupid either. After they jumped down, with a whoosh, the wind god pterosaur flew out from under the city wall and flew towards the beasts. These beasts probably live in low-lying areas, and after being flooded by rain, they run to higher places. In the past, they always ran towards Juke Mountain, but this year they were blocked by this huge moat. When the Quetzalcoatlus came out, the beasts were frightened. But in the past, they would not attack each other during the rainy season, so they did not run away. This was a good opportunity for the Suzaku tribe, as they captured them all. Seeing that the problem had been solved, Wuya was about to leave, but then he remembered that there was a back door in Suzaku City. Then he looked at Yi and said, "Yi, make another big drum and send some people to stand guard in the back mountain. If there are any ferocious beasts, beat the drum to send a signal." Yi Shui nodded. "Yes, Wu." After seeing that nothing was wrong, Wuya and the others immediately walked towards the residential area. After returning home, Wuya and his companions used a piece of bone plate to engrave it on it in the manner of civilization. Once Yi and the others have some knowledge, we can let them produce it in batches. Of course, once civilization is created, the production of supporting items should also begin. Wuya wrote on the stone slab what he was going to study next, the barbarian pattern engraving machine. Now that Yin, Wu, and Han can understand the text, Wuya saves the time of teaching them. In this world of extraordinary power, the transmission of knowledge is both simple and difficult. It's easy because of the inheritance stone, and it's difficult because of the inheritance stone. The knowledge between witches can be transferred directly using the inheritance stone, but this is not the case for others. Seeing that it was a barbarian pattern engraving machine, Han and Yenwu were both very happy. They were imprisoned in the tribe, and the most common thing they did was to carve barbarian patterns. Even with the addition of Yang and Shuang, their workload was only reduced slightly. The barbarian pattern engraving machine, this must be invented first. After the tribe creates civilization, more and more things using barbarian patterns will be used. Relying solely on human engraving is too slow. Moreover, except for the witches like Yen Wu, who can avoid making mistakes when engraving the barbarian patterns because of the help of their spiritual consciousness, Yang and Shuang's success rate is only half. Machine engraving is done in large quantities, and the machine is less likely to make mistakes. Regarding the design of the engraving machine, Wu Ya and his team's original idea was to engrave the barbarian patterns directly with a collision effect, just like stamping a stamp. But it is not easy to do this. For example, it is difficult to engrave on leather. After this plan was rejected, Wu Ya thought of using an assembly line, using civilization to turn the blade to cut a cut on the template, and then continue to use other civilizations to cut the next one. But this doesn't work either, as it only produces straight lines. You know, there are a lot of curves on the barbarian pattern. This doesn't work, and that doesn't work. Wu Ya and the others' thinking has reached a bottleneck again. But on the second day, Han suddenly thought of a solution. It is still formed in one step, but it uses two collisions. The blade is tilted at the collision point, and it will leave a mark after the collision. The other collision point is to use an opposite blade, so that the barbarian pattern can be engraved in one go. This method should work, so Wu Ya and his team immediately made the first barbarian pattern engraving machine according to this idea. This barbarian pattern engraving machine only uses one civilization. Driven by the gears, the two colliding blades can hit the template one after another. After several experiments, Wu Ya and his team found that the engraving machine was very effective. No matter whether it is leather, wood, bone, or iron, the engraving machine can leave a rough pattern on it. Wu Ya looked at the engraved barbarian pattern, poured the beast blood on it, injected chi, and checked it, and found that the barbarian pattern could be activated smoothly, and its effect was better than the one engraved by Yang and Shuang. This result made everyone very happy. Wu Ya even announced, "I declare that the Suzaka tribe will enter the industrial age from now on." Ling, didn't you ask me what industry is? Making things with machines is industry. After observing for so many days, Ling also realized how amazing what Wu Ya and the others were doing. She was also very happy that the Suzaka tribe was making progress, which meant that her tribe was making progress. However, Wu Ya and the others did not feel happy for long before they heard a burst of rapid drum beats. Wu Ya frowned immediately. "Let's go, there are ferocious beasts coming." In the first few days, after being harassed several times by small waves of ferocious beasts, Wu Ya set a limit on the intensity of beating the drum. The fewer the beasts, the quieter the drum beats. The more beasts there are, the louder and more rapid the drum beats. The drum is beating so fast now. It is obvious that several groups of ferocious beasts are coming. When Wu Ya and his men arrived at the city wall, all the warriors of the Suzaka tribe were present except for the one standing guard at the back door. Looking at the densely packed ferocious beasts outside the moat, even Wu Ya couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure. There are at least several thousand of these ferocious beasts arriving. Among these ferocious beasts, most are fierce beasts and savage beasts, and there are also dozens of wild beasts that are slightly less common. With so many ferocious beasts, even if the Suzaka tribe had a dominant beast like the wind god pterosaur, they would not dare to fight head-on. Fortunately, these ferocious beasts that arrived were all running on the ground. Looking down from the city wall, you can see that most of the area has been flooded. These ferocious beasts want to take refuge in the mountains. However, the ferocious beasts swimming in the water and flying in the sky did not arrive. It was obvious that the flood had little impact on them. These ferocious beasts were standing in front of the moat, staring at Suzaka City with a fierce look in their eyes. They had been to Juke Mountain countless times, but this was the first time they saw the city walls and moat. They were obviously thinking about how to attack. Sure enough, some ferocious beast suddenly roared, and the herd immediately became agitated. They're finally about to launch an attack. Chapter 200. There's a show. With a roar, the ferocious beast in the front slid into the moat. These ferocious beasts are all relatively flexible, such as black panthers and monkeys, which are everywhere. After they jumped off the moat, they turned around, grabbed the surface of the moat with one claw, and slid down. Wee was dumbfounded. These ferocious beasts must be cheating to be so smart. After arriving at the bottom of the moat, the ferocious beasts immediately ran towards the Suzaku city wall. Then they climbed up the city wall as if they had been given cheats. The marbles were like playthings, not feeling like stone at all under their claws. These ferocious beasts are quite smart. Many of them have suffered defeats many times and know that only those ferocious beasts that can climb trees can attack humans. More than half of the ferocious beasts that attacked this time were of the type that could climb trees and walls. Wuya saw the ferocious beasts coming up in large numbers and immediately ordered an attack. The distance is still quite far, so the main attack method is still bows and arrows. Because it was raining heavily, the arrows would have a large deviation when they hit the opposite side, but now that we're shooting downwards, we don't have to worry about these things. Soon, a large number of ferocious beasts were shot and fell down. However, there were only a limited number of people in the Suzaku tribe who could shoot accurately, and many ferocious beasts quickly climbed up. Yun shouted, "Prepare warriors, protect the tribe." He originally wanted to say that he would protect Wu, but Wuya had Ling's protection, which was more reliable than anyone else's. Ling and Yin Wu had already been protected by the bloodthirsty worms and did not need their protection at all. Roar! A wild beast, a black panther, leaped over the city wall and pounced towards the speaking Yun. However, just as it approached the cloud, it was knocked back by a huge hammer 2 meters long and 1 meter thick. This giant hammer is Shue's new weapon. After her weapon was broken by the earthquake, she asked Yi and others to make it for her. Now she has completely given up on his sharp attacks and turned to blunt weapons. But this giant hammer is probably dozens of times bigger than her. I don't know how she can use it so smoothly. After Shui knocked the Black Panther away, she looked at Zhen and snorted. Zhen ignored Shue's provocation and punched a four-armed ape in the face when it rushed forward. The four-armed ape was also feeling aggrieved. He had just arrived at the city wall and hadn't even seen anything on it when he was hit in the face by a fist and flew backwards. At a height of over 150 meters, even these wild beasts that come faster will not be in a good situation if they fall down. Zhen also snorted lightly without even looking at Shui. When Wuya saw this situation, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There's hope. But they soon stopped laughing, because the first ones to come up were wild beasts, and there were more than 30 of them. Ling frowned after seeing this and looked at Wuya. "Wuya, why don't we leave the city wall first?" Wuya shook his head. "It's okay, we still have the wind god pterosaur." Before he finished speaking, a wind god pterosaur flew up from behind. It caught two wild beasts as they had just crossed the city wall and threw them into the moat. However, with dozens of wild beasts attacking together, the wind god pterosaur cannot take care of them all. In the blink of an eye, 3 wild beasts jumped up. "Don't panic. Work together and beat them down." After hearing Wu Ya's words, the white-striped warriors felt a little more at ease, and then they worked together to deal with the wild beast. These ferocious beasts are strong, but under the protection of Suzaku's battle suit, few of them are injured. With the continuous efforts of Shui and Zhen, more and more wild beasts were knocked down. The Suzaku tribe slowly took control of the situation. Even though the wild beasts from behind came up, the Suzaku tribe had almost cleared out all the wild beasts. The remaining 3 wild beasts will soon be cleared out. Wuya immediately shouted, "Go to the wall and beat down these ferocious beasts that are coming up." However, Wuya soon regretted it. There were a large number of wild beasts arriving, nearly 1,000. Although the people in the tribe would not be injured, one of them was caught off guard and was hooked by a magic wing mantis. Wuya heard the screams and shouted, Rescue him!" He nodded and quickly ordered the wind god pterosaur to go down and rescue the person who fell. The wind god pterosaur immediately activated its divine skills and rushed down at an extremely fast speed. Before the man hit the ground, the Quetzalcoatlus grabbed him in its mouth. Wuya breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this. Although casualties are inevitable in battle, what he least wants to see is death. After the wind god pterosaur grabbed the man, It immediately spread its wings and flew towards Suzaka City. But suddenly a roar came from the beast group on the opposite side. When the ferocious beasts heard it, they were like they were injected with chicken blood, and their faces were excited. Then, Wuya and everyone else saw a scene that was unbelievable to them. When the Quetzalcoatl was flying upwards, the ferocious beast suddenly pounced on it. The wind god pterosaur wouldn't care about one, two, or even dozens of these ferocious beasts. But it was not just a few pterosaurs that pounced on the Quetzalcoatlus, but hundreds of them. After all, who wouldn't want to eat the flesh and blood of a nightmare beast that helped its mortal enemy? These beasts, whose strongest beasts are no stronger than wild beasts? Even a herbivorous beast would be unable to restrain itself and eat some meat when faced with such a vicious beast. When the Quetzalcoatl discovered these ferocious beasts rushing towards it, it was also shocked. It quickly swallowed the man into its mouth, and then went to fight off the ferocious beasts that dared to offend it. But there were too many of these beasts. Even a large number of ants could kill an elephant. The first few beasts had just approached the Quetzalcoatl when it blew its wings and turned them into a bloody mist. The beasts behind also took this opportunity to bite the Quetzalcoatl's wings. As more and more ferocious beasts pounced on it, the wind god pterosaur finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into the moat. Woo! He couldn't help but get anxious when he saw the situation of the wind god pterosaur. We didn't expect that these ferocious beasts would dare to do this, but there were too many ferocious beasts below. If they went down to rescue them, they would definitely die in the mouths of the beasts. The Quetzalcoatl was in a bad mood at this time, as more and more ferocious beasts pounced on it and bit it. Under the erosion of rain, the moat has turned into a river of blood. Fortunately, many of the beasts turned their heads and left after seeing the Fengshan pterosaur being bitten. After all, if Suzaka City didn't fight now, it would still be here. Once the Quetzalcoatlus has eaten all the food, there will be no more. A large number of ferocious beasts turned their attacks towards the wind god pterosaur. The people in Suzaka City felt much less pressured and quickly killed all the ferocious beasts. We looked at the still, struggling Quetzalcoatl and quickly thought of a way to rescue it. The Quetzalcoatl is a nightmare beast. Once it dies, the strength of the tribe will drop significantly. Judging from the current situation, if there were no Quetzalcoatlus, the tribe would not be able to hold on. I got it. We suddenly thought of a solution.